Cold freezing. Even in summer, snowflakes drift through the sky. This is an island located in the first half of the Grand Line. Because it snows all year round, it is called Winter Island. On Winter Island, there is an ancient country, the Drum Kingdom. The island has 5 tall mountains. On the central peak stands a huge, ancient castle, the place where the king and royal family of the Drum Kingdom live. A tall tower rises from the center of the castle. Standing at its spire, one can overlook the entire island. At that moment, a fat man in a hospital gown is lying on the spire looking around. "Your Majesty, Wapol, please come down at once. It's dangerous up there." A burly man in a gray-green cotton coat shouted. "Dalton, go back first. I'll come down in a while." "That's an order," the fat man shouted down from the spire. The burly Dalton seemed not to hear him and kept standing beneath the tower. "It's real. I've actually transmigrated." "No way." The fat man got so agitated that his foot slipped and he fell off the tower. Seeing this, Dalton transformed into a wild bison and charged out to catch the falling man. But the fat man's head still struck the wall and he passed out. "Quick, call all the doctors. Hurry. I am Bo. I grew up in an orphanage and lived alone after turning 18, working part-time jobs while studying. After the college entrance examination, I was admitted to a second-rate university, majoring in mechanical engineering. After the new semester began, I took 2 part-time jobs and clocked out at midnight every day. The reason I transmigrated into the One Piece world was also related to that. I had no parents and was an orphan, so I received special care from peers since childhood. Cold looks, sneers, contempt, and school bullying often happened to me. And my digestion was so good that even drinking water turned into fat, so I was overweight. Puberty also left my face full of acne. To everyone, I was the very definition of a loser. Am I dead now? Well, whatever. I haven't seen the ending of One Piece yet. Damn you, Oda. Inside the castle, all the top doctors of the Drum Kingdom had gathered. "Dalton, what were you doing? As captain of the royal guard, you let His Majesty get injured." Kromalaman, the kingdom administrator with an explosive afro, shouted at Dalton. "Don't shout so loudly. That old woman Dr. Kureha is treating His Majesty. Don't you want him to recover?" Jace, the kingdom's chief advisor with wavy lips, stopped Kromalaman. "Old woman, if anything happens to His Majesty Wapol, you won't leave this castle. And you doctors," Kromalaman shouted, "stop making so much noise. Your Majesty has no serious problem. He will wake up soon." The old woman Dr. Kureha said as she took a sip from her gourd. I am Wapol, the new king of the Drum Kingdom. My father died last month. I am the new king of the Drum Kingdom." Libo's mind was a mush and his whole brain felt like it was cramping. His previous memories and Wapol's memories were forcibly fused together. "My name is Wapol. Look, His Majesty is awake." Jace, Dalton, and Kromalaman all surrounded him. 1 week later, Libo had accepted the fact that he had transmigrated into the One Piece world. The people he had met this week were flesh and blood, and the buildings here were made of real materials. Unlike the anime he had seen in that other world, everything here was so concrete. There was no feeling of a paper cutout character at all, but there were also huge differences. This world was baffling and could not be judged by common sense. For example, ordinary people here had the same physical fitness as fitness enthusiasts from his previous life. Wapol had deliberately gone to the island villages to observe. Here, whether men, women, the elderly, or children, everyone was stronger than the people of that other world. This was most clearly reflected in his own body. In his previous life, he had only been an obese, shut-in loser. But in this world, he had become Wapol, still an ugly fat man, but he could clearly feel the change in his body. He had become tougher than before. During this week, besides figuring out whether this world was real, he also had to understand his own body. But the deeper he investigated, the more his scalp tingled. In his previous life, he had known about Wapol. He clearly remembered that Wapol was a useless villain and a devil fruit user with a power called the Munch-Munch Fruit. When he experienced this power himself, he was almost scared witless. What an unbelievable world. Since I've been reborn here, I must live well. From now on, I am not Libo, but the king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol. Wapol looked at his fat body and decided to start training to become stronger. With his foreknowledge, he would develop the fruit's power, gradually learn physical techniques, and hockey. And since he was still the king of the Drum Kingdom, he could use this advantage to build his own influence. After all, even Crocodile and Doflamingo wanted to be kings. That was enough to show that being a king must come with many conveniences. In his memory, the Munch-Munch Fruit was also a heaven-defying ability. If developed well, once awakened, it could alter the surrounding environment. In other words, devouring everything. Anything could be swallowed. This reminded him of the god in Marvel, Galactus, the devourer of worlds. Here was the Drum Kingdom, located on Winter Island. The country was not large, just a medium-sized island with more than 10,000 households and a creature known as the Lapon. The Lapon looked like a gigantic rabbit, but it was not gentle or adorable at all. It was an abnormally fierce and violent monster. Residents and villages were frequently attacked by Lapons. After accepting the fact that he was Wapol King, Wapol began to understand the current situation of his country. The Drum Kingdom was in the stage where the previous king had died not long ago and the new king had just ascended the throne. In the old dramas, this was the period most prone to rebellion, when ambitious ministers would start an uprising and seize the throne. But Wapol had worried for nothing. The country's system was extremely simple. There was a King Wapol, a captain of the guard Dalton, a staff officer Jess, and a clerk Cromwell. King Wapol's duty was to be the decision-maker, the head of state, the commander-in-chief of the military, and in short, whatever he said went. His power was astonishing. Captain Dalton was responsible for protecting the king and the kingdom. He handled almost all military matters. Jess was the strategist who advised the king and was also an excellent marksman. Cromwell was the clerk who handled all kinds of miscellaneous affairs. These three were the highest-ranking people apart from King Wapol himself. After a round of probing, Wapol gained an understanding of these three men. Dalton, who commanded most of the kingdom's military forces, was deeply loyal to the Wapol family. Although Wapol had done some things that harmed the kingdom before, it was not enough to drive Dalton to rebellion. Wapol secretly breathed a sigh of relief because the time he had transmigrated to was when he was 20 years old, more than 10 years before the Straw Hat Pirates were formed. At this time, the foolish Wapol had not yet issued the hunting doctor's decree. This was the most prosperous period of the Drum Kingdom. Wapol learned that the Drum Kingdom's medical standards were at the top of the world, and it had the greatest number of doctors in the world. The reason the world government recognized this country was precisely its unmatched medical strength. And in any world, the medical industry was the most profitable business. From curing patients to selling medicine, profit could be made at every step. With this in mind, Wapol decided to make a long-term plan. As for the strategist Jess and the clerk Cromwell, the two were almost absurdly loyal. I thought I would have to use some measures. Wapol sat on the throne and let out a breath. If he were exiled at the very start, he would be done for. Now he had power and money, and he was a devil fruit user. His capital for surviving in this world was much stronger. Wapol knew how terrifying the strong people in this world could be. With his current strength, he could not protect the life he had. If he remembered correctly, Blackbeard would come and destroy this country in the future. The pressure is huge and danger is everywhere. Being king is not easy. The most urgent thing now is to improve my strength. In his memory, there was an armory in the castle. He was a user of the Munch-Munch Fruit and often used this power. As the name implied, the Munch-Munch Fruit could eat anything. What could be eaten included any substance and any living creature. On second thought, this power was incredible. Any substance included light, fire, and ice. Even every element on the periodic table could be swallowed. The world was made of matter, meaning, to put it grandly, Wapol could devour the world. When bored, he had even fantasized about his own title, Planet Devourer. Swallow planets. Opening the armory door, rows of weapons appeared before him. On the first rack were knives. In this world, knives were also called swords. Wapol casually picked up a sword. His mouth grew enormous, and he swallowed the blade in one gulp. After eating the sword, his body instinctively fed information into his brain. The swallowed object was first analyzed, then fused. Should the change appear on the body immediately? Yes. Please select the body part to change. Arm. Following Wapol's thought, his arm began to change. His right arm from the shoulder down became the sword he had just swallowed. With a swing, the blade split the wooden rack beside him in two. After Wapol transmigrated, he had needed a long time to gradually figure out how to use this power. After every meal, his body would respond with this kind of information. He could choose to immediately transform after the food was digested, or simply digest the swallowed substance completely. He could even combine several swallowed objects or creatures and then spit them out as a new form. Swallowed creatures would merge together. The most incredible part was that he could even eat himself, changing the structure of his bones and the distribution of his muscles and fat. This was a complete body reshaping. The rebuilt form followed his own will entirely, so Wapol transformed himself into a handsome man. But his foundation was poor, so the handsome version was still rather ugly. This elegant handsome guy, while still a bit ugly, is me. But this is one of my trump cards, so I may as well change back. Wapol canceled the transformation and returned to his previous fat figure. This shape-shifting ability, used well, could produce unexpected results. Wapol was a transmigrator and possessed an advantage. No one in this world had information. Information was an extremely important condition. Every operation and every negotiation depended on it. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The world government controlled the world, and its most important means was intelligence. One of those organizations was the CP Espionage Agency. As a transmigrator, Wapol naturally knew some extremely secret things. Foresight, a god's eye view. This was his greatest trump card. There is still time. In more than 10 years, the era of turmoil will come. The world's most chaotic period, with powerful fighters everywhere and the 7 warlords unable to rank high. I must hurry and grow stronger. This country is still weak now. I will turn it into the strongest country in the world. Even the world government that rides on all other nations I will trample under my feet. A person without dreams is no different from a salted fish. In my previous life, I was an ordinary shut-in nobody. Since I have been reborn, I will stir heaven and earth upside down. Wapol viciously swallowed a cannon. Trampling the world government beneath your feet was no trivial matter. It required God-defying strength above all else. Walpole had carefully pondered how to grow stronger. The One Piece world broadly divided its powerhouses into three categories: pure martial artists, devil fruit users, and those relying on technology. These three schools could branch into numerous subfactions. Here we must emphasize one crucial concept: the three types of Haki: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Among the three, armament Haki was relatively accessible and could be cultivated through training. Observation Haki required a certain degree of innate talent, while conqueror's Haki was exceedingly rare. The rampant display of Haki in the later parts of the anime was merely a surface phenomenon. The One Piece world boasted a massive population, yet the anime could only showcase a fraction of its people. Those showcased, however, represented the majority of the world's true powerhouses. Take the East Blue as an example. Axehand Kami's strength alone could intimidate an entire marine garrison, and the fisherman Arlong ruled over Nami's hometown for many years. This perfectly illustrated that not everyone possessed overpowered strength. Like his past life, the world had very few true experts. Ordinary commoners formed the vast majority. Haki was far from simple. Not everyone could cultivate it with ease. In his past life, Walpole used to read fan fiction where protagonists effortlessly mastered Haki. When he first transmigrated, he had secretly attempted to trigger Haki himself, but failed completely. A teacher may open the door, but the student must walk through it alone. The importance of proper guidance could not be overstated. Take the Straw Hat Pirates as an example. Luffy's mentor was Rayleigh, Zoro's was Mihawk, Usopp's was Hercules, and the comparatively weaker Sanji trained under the Amazon lilies, Emporio Ivankov. Without a guide, one could never easily enter the realm of Haki. Yet the growth process of the other Straw Hat members proved quite fascinating. Robin developed her devil fruit abilities extensively. Nami studied meteorology to wield her climate act enhanced by Usopp, and Frankie Chopper refined his pharmaceuticals using medical knowledge, and Brook further developed his fruit powers. Frankie learned Bepo's advanced robotic modification technology and integrated it with Walpole alloy to become a formidable cyborg. During the Whole Cake Island arc, Sanji also received custom battle armor from Germa 66. After careful deliberation, Walpole summarized the path to strength. The poor relied on mutation, while the wealthy invested in technology. His own ability, the Mero Nomi, required him to first develop his devil fruit powers. Furthermore, his ability could assimilate any material, meaning weapons could be supplemented through technology. His physical conditioning also needed improvement. Drum Island, the Kingdom of Medicine, possessed extraordinary medical expertise, providing ample opportunity to research in pharmacology. He also needed continuous physical training, as higher devil fruit ability development consumed greater stamina. Luffy's Gear 2nd and Trafalgar Law's Room both drained enormous amounts of physical and vital energy. With direction confirmed, he would not stray onto wrong paths. Uncertain about Haki for now, he would temporarily set it aside. Strengthening his physique, developing his devil fruit, and advancing technological weapons. These three aspects formed his roadmap for growth. Walpole was only 20 years old, still a young man with plenty of time to grow stronger. Now, examining his armory, he would consume whatever weapons he could find. Walpole's ability was remarkably convenient. He could materialize consumed weapons directly from his body. The swords here were ordinary iron with mediocre defense. Creating Walpole alloy required identifying the right materials to consume. In the original story, after being defeated by Luffy, Walpole wandered for 2 years, consuming vast quantities of unknown substances. Scientists eventually discovered alloy traces within his handmade toys. Walpole realized that manufacturing alloy was far more complex than he had imagined. After circling the entire armory, he had consumed several swords, one cannon, and numerous cannonballs. Interesting. This stone feels different. Walpole picked up a pitted rock. Recalling carefully, this stone seemed to have been brought back by his adoptive father, the former king, from Sabati Archipelago. I have vague memories of the return journey after the previous World Government Summit. Walpole sensed this stone was extraordinary. I don't care about the consequences. Let me just consume it first. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Analysis: rare mineral, asking whether to fuse with other materials in his body. Bloody hell. It truly is rare. Huh. Fuse it quickly. Walpole's body felt the transformation. His right hand transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the air with a clearly audible whistle. The blade material is denser and sharper. Excellent. His left hand became a cannon. Upon close inspection, the cannon barrel was also reinforced with greater structural integrity. I've gained some new techniques now. Basic skills: standard gunfire, ordinary swords, regular cannon strikes. Enhanced techniques: reinforced sword strikes, strengthened cannon fire. Though his naming sense was crude, it sufficed for convenience. Walpole's trip to the armory had been highly fruitful. With his path clarified, all that remained was to walk it step by step. Haste makes waste. Even growing stronger required patience and gradual accumulation. Upon leaving the armory, Walpole found his advisor Jesper, steward Cromeraman, and guard Captain Dolden waiting outside. Dolden, how many soldiers does our kingdom currently maintain? Walpole asked. Reporting to your majesty, the kingdom guard numbers 500 and the militia stands at 2,000. Dolden reported truthfully. Cromeraman, what is our kingdom's total population? Your majesty, according to household records, there are 13,580 citizens. Unregistered residents likely remain. We require additional time to investigate thoroughly. Cromeraman answered. Understood. Expedite this and determine the exact population as soon as possible. Wapol had been deep in thought about how to govern his nation, for in his past life, he had been nothing more than a shut-in nerd with zero leadership experience. Now tasked with ruling a kingdom of over 10,000 people, it was clearly beyond his natural inclinations. Though the population was modest, leading 10,000 souls was no small responsibility. The island's 10,000 inhabitants lived scattered across villages with the largest concentrations near the natural harbor suitable for ship docking. His kingdom's military consisted of two types: professional soldiers forming the royal guard, and civilian militias raised from local villagers. According to Walpole's memories, whenever small pirate bands attacked, the militia typically repelled them independently, with the royal guard rarely intervening. Consequently, the royal guard's actual combat effectiveness lagged behind the militia, though their weapons were marginally superior. To gain a comprehensive understanding of the kingdom's current strength, resource allocation, military combat effectiveness, population figures, and economic pillars, Walpole stopped questioning the three men. Starting tomorrow, notify all citizens that our nation will undergo reform. I shall promulgate a new system. Through conversations with the three, Wapol gained a clear understanding of this kingdom. The common people were honest and docile. Once their basic needs for food and clothing were met, they had little else to aspire to. As long as they were not oppressed to excess, they would never entertain thoughts of rebellion. This was both a blessing and a curse. The advantage was that the people were more obedient and easier to govern, but the disadvantage was equally clear. They had no ambitions, and the economic value they created was minimal. The kingdom's sole economic industry consisted of its doctors treating outsiders for a fee. The physicians paid substantially higher taxes than the rest of the populace. The previous king's tax rates were well calibrated to the people's income levels. If one wished to win hearts and bolster prestige, reducing taxes was among the most effective approaches. He was no longer the Wapol of old. He would not forge such extreme laws to serve his own interests. All three of you send word to the village heads to come to the castle tomorrow for a meeting. I need to announce something. Having given his orders, Wapol turned and departed, leaving the three men with varying expressions on their faces. Staff Officer Gies pondered deeply. Captain of the Guard Doton looked deeply worried, and Clerk Cromeraman felt as though his mind could barely keep up. All three shared the same thought: the sun must be rising in the west. Before inheriting the throne, Wapol had been no different from his older brother Shura, a selfish and hot-tempered man. After exiling his brother Shura, the previous king had also worried whether Wapol was capable of holding the throne. Doton feared deep within his heart that Wapol would enact laws harmful to the people. But as the guard captain, he was merely a servant with no power to stop Wapol. Clerk Cromeraman and Staff Officer Gies could offer counsel to the king, yet neither dared disobey his orders. All Doton could do was pray at tomorrow's meeting that Wapol's laws would not be too excessive. The next morning, numerous village heads had gathered inside the castle. Groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, whispering, each one wearing a gloomy expression. This was because the laws Wapol had previously enacted were extremely self-serving, ruthlessly exploiting the value of his subjects. Ahem. Be quiet. Stop your whispering. The king will be out shortly, Gies announced from beside the throne. Under the gaze of all present, Wapol took his seat upon the royal throne. His sharp, cunning gaze swept across the assembly, and the village heads dared not meet his eyes. In this world, the hierarchical divisions among nations were extraordinarily rigid, not only in his own kingdom, but across all lands, which was precisely why the Revolutionary Army had come into being. At this meeting I will announce certain matters and amend some laws. Wapol paused suddenly mid-sentence. Every person present felt their hearts race. The first item, a 20% reduction in taxes from the current rate. After Wapol spoke these words, a terrifying silence fell over the castle. The enthusiastic cheers he had expected failed to materialize. Staff Officer Gies, Clerk Cromeraman, Captain Doton, and the many village heads alike could scarcely believe what they had just heard. What? Do you have objections to my words? Wapol said in a cold tone. Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you certain you mean a reduction of 20% in taxes, not an increase? Cromeraman ventured cautiously. Have I not made myself clear? A 20% reduction in taxes. With a sharp bang, Wapol slammed his hand against the throne. Frightened nearly out of his wits, Cromeraman dropped to his knees immediately. The village heads below were visibly shaken, though some remained strangely composed, suspecting that Wapol might have hidden conditions attached. You may wonder why I suddenly reduced the taxes. What I shall now announce as the second item is the reason behind this decision. Having spoken, Wapol observed the reactions below once more. The village heads, who had been stirred with excitement moments ago, now grew apprehensive upon hearing these words, while those who remained calm simply regarded this as expected. Wapol sighed inwardly how horribly the people had been mistreated before. Gies, bring me the blueprints I drew. Wapol rose from his seat. Jeez pushed forward a large wooden board bearing a blueprint. Please take a look. This is the reason for my tax reduction. I need each of you village heads to return to your villages and gather laborers to construct this port. Constructing a port in such bitter cold is no easy task, yet why do I insist upon it? I imagine you cannot possibly understand. Jeez explained the reasons to them. Wapol returned to his throne with his hands clasped behind his back. Cough. Allow me to explain the reasons. First, the waters surrounding our winter island are fraught with hidden reefs and swirling currents near the coast. There is only this single port capable of accommodating sea vessels. Second, this port is a natural harbor without artificial construction, so its capacity is severely limited. The size and number of vessels it can accommodate fall far short of what your majesty's next phase of plans requires. Third, winter is fast approaching Winter Island. The prolonged extreme cold lasting several months will leave our supplies depleted. We need a proper port to conduct trade with other nations. Having finished speaking, Jeez glanced at Wapol. You will receive no wages for building the port, but food supplies will be provided for the winter. Building the port is the first step. The second step is constructing a large hospital near the port. Our nation is renowned for medicine. Every village boasts many outstanding physicians. My purpose in building this grand hospital is to give physicians from across the nation a chance to showcase their skills so that I may determine who possesses the superior medical art. This hospital will be open to all commoners. I will not allow my people to be felled by disease. Having spoken these words, Wapol seemed to take on an almost holy aura. All the village heads wept freely, utterly at a loss for words. Your Majesty Wapol, you are truly magnificent. Ugh. Jeez played along expertly. All the village heads were filled with gratitude. But why did the village heads react this way? Building a port, constructing a hospital, providing only food without wages. From the perspective of this world, this amounted to exploitation, a severe oppression of the laboring people. Yet within this world, such measures constituted benevolent governance. In Drum Kingdom, even after the previous king's efforts to strengthen the nation, the best that could be achieved was barely keeping the entire population fed. With winter's arrival, resources on Winter Island would grow even scarcer, leaving many to face starvation. The tax burden required citizens to surrender their grain, leaving them with barely enough to survive after payment. For these people, simply having enough to eat was their greatest aspiration. That is why Wapol decided to lower the taxes, allowing them to save a bit more grain. By utilizing the grain collected from the people, Wapol could dispatch laborers to build the port and hospital. Within each household, it was the young and able-bodied men who consumed the most grain. Women, children, and the elderly could rely on the surplus stored from this year's reduced tax burden to avoid hunger. The men would labor on the port and hospital, consuming Wapol's grain. Yet that very grain had been collected from them as taxes. Thus Wapol devised this plan. The nation belonged to him, and the profits from the port and hospital would accrue to him in the future, while his people, now well fed, would remain forever grateful. That is precisely how a good king is forged. A month after the meeting concluded, the village chief returned to the village and announced the policies and plans of King Wapol at the notice board. His decision shocked the entire nation, and every citizen gained a new perspective on the newly crowned king. Wapol's prestige reached an unprecedented height. During the meeting, constrained by the presence of the people, he had not disclosed everything. There were several reasons behind the construction of the hospital. First, to consolidate the private medical resources of the country and bring them under state control. Second, through the integrated hospital, to showcase the Kingdom of Drum's most advanced medical standards to the world. Third, to broadcast an advertisement to the world: if you wish to become the finest doctor, come to our Kingdom of Drum. If you seek to improve your medical skills, please come to the Kingdom of Drum. Fourth, to gather the top physicians and have them dedicate themselves to medical research, which would surely yield some peculiar drugs or potions. For instance, Chopper alone was able to develop the Rumble Ball, a drug that enhances the transformations of zoan-type devil fruits. Seeking exorbitant profits, he pondered and found that only two resources at hand could achieve this: Wapol metal and pharmaceuticals. Wapol metal was his trump card, and he did not wish to attract the attention of the world government so early. Thus, he had to pursue the development of medical drugs and pharmaceuticals. No matter the era, drugs are always exorbitant. Acquire raw materials, process them, produce effective medicines, and then sell them to other factions at high prices. This would form a mature industrial chain. Only with wealth could one obtain resources, and only with resources could one grow stronger. He was not the protagonist Luffy, who possessed such powerful genes and talent, nor was he a member of the Straw Hat crew with their aura of luck. The only way to become stronger was to climb step by step like this. When watching the anime, he thought Doflamingo was pathetic, Crocodile pathetic, and Moria pathetic, feeling that their schemes to usurp countries were unnecessary. But only when you are in that situation do you realize that in this world you are not the protagonist. You are merely an ant that could be crushed by a stronger being at any moment. This pressure constantly reminds you to grow stronger. Weak nations have no diplomacy, only strong nations can voice their opinions on the world stage. Wars frequently occur in this world, so certain supplies are also in high demand. Weapons, medicine, food. The anime may not have shown this in detail, but after Wapol truly understood this world, he could confidently tell you that this world is far from simple. It is an independent real world. The sale of weapons is controlled by the government, and trafficking arms privately is punishable unless you are Doflamingo or Kaido. Some countries cannot even produce enough food for themselves, let alone sell it. As for medicine, even ordinary drugs are in high demand. The world government would purchase them, the Marines would purchase them, the Revolutionary Army would purchase them, and pirates also need medicine. Therefore, the trump card in his hand was these doctors and their knowledge. With money, you could pursue research and develop new drugs, and also cooperate with other factions to gain benefits. This was the best plan Wapol could devise. During this month, the citizens were filled with enthusiasm, and the young laborers building the port and hospital greatly admired King Wapol. With full stomachs, they all gave their utmost effort, and the construction progressed rapidly. Wapol would make regular inspections to assert his presence. Every time he inspected, his strategist Jess and his administrative officer Cromwell were by his side. Since Wapol had demonstrated extraordinary leadership and intellect, Jess and Cromwell became even more loyal. Dalton too served him with even greater devotion. Dalton was a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the Oxox fruit bison model. He was the country's main fighting force. However, his level of ability development was far from that of the Zoan-type masters. But in terms of physical techniques and combat experience, he was still far superior to Wapol. Wapol felt that if he wanted to become stronger, he needed actual combat, and the only person in the country he could learn from was Dalton. The Straw Hat crew grew stronger so quickly not only because of talent and their teacher's guidance, but also through accumulated combat experience. Therefore, Wapol decided to seek training from Dalton. Is Dalton not here? Wapol looked around and found only a patrol of soldiers at the port. Jess pulled a soldier aside and learned that Dalton had gone to deal with a matter. The Lapins near the forest had been attacking people. Because the construction of the port and hospital required large amounts of timber, and the forest was the Lapins' territory. When the villagers went to cut trees, the Lapins would attack them. The Lapins, those giant rabbit-like creatures. They should be a good opponent. Wapol decided to go and practice against the Lapins. The Lapin, a ferocious creature on the Winter Island resembling an oversized rabbit with fangs. Characteristics: highly aggressive, agile, strong, and territorial. They only recognize those they deem as strong. They prefer to travel in groups, and do not approach humans. The island's guards carried guns, and whenever the villagers went to cut wood, they were escorted by soldiers. But the forest occupied by the Lapins was where the best trees grew. Even with guns, ordinary soldiers found it difficult to deal with the Lapins, especially since they were pack animals that attacked humans in groups. Those Lapins are detestable. How dare they attack my citizens? Guards, follow me to punish the Lapins. Wapol announced loudly as the nearby villagers gathered. Lord Wapol, the Lapins are no easy foes. Shouldn't we wait for Dalton to join us? Cromwell felt a knot in his stomach. Do you want me to repeat myself? Let's move. Wapol roared. Cromwell shrank back in fright. Watching Wapol charge ahead toward the Lapin forest, Cromwell quietly sidled up to Jess. Jess, don't you think Lord Wapol has changed completely? Said Cromwell. Can you even fathom Lord Wapol's depth? Before becoming king, he could indulge in madness without restraint, but after the former king passed away, this country needed Wapol to shoulder the burden. The king's bearing was awakened after he inherited the throne. Hey, have you heard of the king's power? As the kingdom's strategist, Jess felt that he was certainly the one who understood Wapol the best. Even if he didn't, he had to put on a convincing show. Otherwise, how could he maintain his current position? Cromwell's eyes lit up. I see. Soon after the former king's death, Lord Wapol fell into a coma, and after waking up, he was delirious for a week. Then suddenly he displayed leadership abilities far surpassing the former king. So Lord Wapol's king's power has awakened. Cromwell's face was full of admiration. The nearby villagers and soldiers also overheard the conversation between these two peculiar subordinates. A few days later, the legend of the king's power spread throughout the country. One could only imagine what expression Wapol would have when he heard the term king's power. Wapol had no idea that he had already been granted the king's power by his two eccentric subordinates. At this moment, he was pondering over the creature known as Laboon. He discovered that taming Laboon would bring numerous benefits. First, Laboon would serve as a formidable combat force. Second, in snowy terrain, Laboon was the most agile creature and could function as a high-speed mode of transportation. Third, by taming them, he could properly exploit that vast forest resource. After all, developing nations typically prioritized the exploitation of natural resources. Considering these advantages, Wapol felt he truly possessed the makings of a king. Mounting his giant river horse steed, he charged headlong into Laboon's territory. Lord Wapol, you're moving too fast. Wait for us. It's dangerous to venture alone into Laboon's territory. Jace shouted from his snowmobile. Meanwhile, Wapol remained lost in his own fantasies, dreaming of marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman and reaching the pinnacle of success, completely oblivious to Jace's cries. He could only watch as Walpole's receding figure grew smaller and smaller. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark shadows flashed through the forest, and Jace sensed something was closing in on them. Jace had earned his position as strategist through genuine ability. He was an exceptional archer capable of loosing 3 arrows simultaneously, a feat requiring keen perception and insight. Cromaraman, prepare for battle. Laboon is approaching. Jace unslung the bow from his back. Cromaraman possessed considerable martial arts training, and his unique explosion-style hair was truly extraordinary. When detached, it would expand and generate powerful static electricity, adhering tenaciously to any surface and proving nearly impossible to dislodge. Jace and Cromaraman shared a coordinated attack technique. Together, they could even stand against Dalton. The remaining escort soldiers likewise readied their rifles. Behind that tree, Jace loosed an arrow. A giant rabbit with prominent canine teeth burst forth, swatting an escort soldier away with a single blow. The soldier had barely registered the attack before being launched into a tree and losing consciousness. Only then did the remaining soldiers open fire on Laboon. From a circle back-to-back, Jace released another arrow, striking Laboon's back. Laboon's hide was incredibly thick, and this arrow only caused a superficial sting. The pain only enraged it further, sending it charging straight at Jace. Damn it! Lord Wapol, why must we hunt this creature? Jace executed a forward roll to dodge Laboon's clawed strike. Take this punch. Cromaraman launched himself into the air, delivering a fierce blow to Laboon's face. Laboon was knocked to the ground. Even with its high defenses, the facial impact left it momentarily stunned. Ha! 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 Cromaraman plucked several small tufts of his explosive hair and tossed them onto Laboon. Jace, combined attack. Whoosh! 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 3 flaming arrows struck the hair tufts on Laboon with pinpoint accuracy. The tufts carried static electricity and possessed igniting properties. Upon being struck by the flaming arrows, they immediately exploded. 3 successive explosions erupted on Laboon's body, inflicting severe injuries. In the world of One Piece, not only humans possessed enhanced physical capabilities, animals did as well. Had Laboon survived this critical injury, it would have recovered within a week. Just as Jace was about to deliver the killing shot, 2 more Laboon appeared. Roar! The 2 Laboon rushed toward their injured companion. Fire! The escort soldiers unleashed a volley bullets, spraying blood across Laboon's body. Braving the assault, they managed to rescue their wounded kin. 3 Laboon. Take all of them down. Cromaraman brandished his spiked gauntlets and grinned mercilessly. But before his smile could fully form, over a dozen Laboon burst from the forest. We seem to be surrounded, Lord Jace. The escort soldiers' legs began to tremble. A few Laboon could be handled with ease, but being surrounded by nearly 20 was a dire situation. Sweat poured down Jace's face. Excluding himself and Cromaraman, only 19 escort soldiers remained, one of whom was already unconscious. They were at an absolute disadvantage in combat. At that moment, 2 more Laboon emerged from the forest. These 2 were larger than the rest. One bore a scarred face with fiercer wild eyes, while the other carried a young Laboon on its back. The Alpha Laboon. The group gasped in shock. Jace, things are looking bad. Cromaraman said anxiously. It's fine. Fortunately, Lord Wapol isn't with us, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Jace knew getting beaten was inevitable, and leaving the forest intact was uncertain, but as long as Wapol was unharmed, he could justify it. Hey, Jace, why are you moving so slowly? I had to come back for you. Hey, is that Laboon? Wapol rode back on his giant river horse. It turned out that after awakening from his fantasies, Wapol discovered there was no one behind him, leaving him alone. So he retraced his path to find them. Good heavens. Lord Wapol, leave immediately. Jace felt completely defeated. If the king came to harm, he would bear full responsibility. Hey, Laboon, take this cannon. Wapol's arm transformed into a cannon, blasting a Laboon away with a single shot. After some time of absorbing and adapting his power, Wapol had gradually mastered the use of his abilities. Even with ordinary cannon fire, the projectile's power had increased, given his massive consumption of steel. The Laboon roared in fury, intent on tearing Wapol apart, but the Alpha Laboon issued a commanding roar. Oh, wanna duel me? Fair enough, you're a king after all. Bring it. Wapol leapt from his river horse mount, eager to fight. The Alpha Laboon glanced at Wapol. Lacking knowledge of devil fruit users, it was merely an animal relying on beastly instinct, and it sensed Wapol was terribly weak. With a powerful push from its hind legs, its speed exploded, instantly appearing at Wapol's left side in a flash before swatting at him. Clang! The Alpha Laboon's claws collided with Wapol. Wapol was sent tumbling across the ground by the creature's tremendous force, while the Alpha Laboon itself sat down, abruptly shaking its numb paw. Its claws had gone completely numb and lifeless. When Wapol had prepared to duel it, his entire body had already transformed into iron. Lord Wapol. Jace and Cromaraman cried out. Cough, spew, I'm fine. This mere Laboon cannot hurt me. Wapol spat out a mouthful of snow and shook his head. After rolling several times, his head was somewhat dizzy. The Alpha Laboon valued its pride deeply. Seeing Wapol stand up unscathed, it felt humiliated by a seemingly weak human. Roar! The Alpha Laboon attacked Wapol once more. Bang! This time the outcome differed. Wapol blocked the Alpha's strike. As expected, you're still attacking from the left. Walpole's arm transformed into a thick shield complete, with an airbag cushion on the side facing his body. Let's continue. Although Labong could not understand what Warbwa was saying, the derisive meaning was self-evident. Leader Labong was robust, swift, and powerful in every aspect. Warbwa was at a disadvantage. However, Warbwa managed to defend against every attack from Leader Labong. If he had directly used the enhanced cannon, he might have severely wounded Leader Labong long ago. To hone his practical combat awareness, Warbwa chose to withstand the attacks with pure physical techniques. Leader Labang's storm-like onslaught forced Warbwa into a purely defensive stance. By now, both of Warbwa's hands had transformed into shields. No matter what martial art one practices, it all begins with taking hits. Endurance is one of the most crucial conditions. Warbwa admitted to himself that he was no martial arts prodigy lacking extraordinary comprehension and learning ability. Thus, he could only resort to the crudest method, starting step by step. Leader Labang's attacks were swift, and the force of its claws was heavy. Even with the shields cushioning, Warbwa's bones and muscles ached from the vibrations. Warbwa's plump body meant that as long as he blocked Leader Labang's sharp claws, he suffered no real damage. Wow, is Lord Warbwa this ferocious? Keluamaluming's jaw nearly dropped in shock. This is the true Lord Warbwa, the man with the king's power. And Lord Warbwa still has many ultimate moves unused. As a user of the swallow fruit, Lord Warbwa's true strength extends far beyond this. Just now, one cannon shot from Lord Warbwa easily knocked down a Labang, so why hasn't he used it again? Jesse looked at the others. Could it be that His Majesty Warbwa's ammunition is insufficient, said a guard soldier. Wrong. Because Lord Warbwa believes it's unnecessary to use cannon attacks. That wouldn't display his heroic demeanor. Only with his fists can he make Leader Labong submit wholeheartedly, Jesse said with conviction. In truth, Jesse appeared as steady as an old dog on the surface, but inside, he was a bundle of nerves. However, to highlight his own ability, he could only put on such a show in front of Keluamaluming and the guard soldiers. As expected of Staff Officer Jesse, the guard soldiers all looked convinced. Seeing this, Keluamaluming felt a bit displeased. He thought that both he and Jesse were Warbwa's trusted confidants, so why was Jesse the only one who understood Warbwa so well? He needed to work harder too, so he decided to take action. We can't just stand around idle. Let's take care of these Labangs. We must display our bravery before His Majesty Warbwa. Charge with me. We are the King's Guard. A group of men, as if energized by adrenaline, dashed toward the Labangs. Jesse was dumbfounded. He felt that Keluamaluming was a complete burden. Sure enough, the chaotic formation posed no effective threat to the Labangs. On the contrary, under the command of the female leader Labang, the Labangs knocked down all the guard soldiers. The physical fitness of the guard soldiers by this world's standards was only slightly above that of ordinary people. In close combat, the effectiveness of firearms diminished, and the Labangs' physical advantages became apparent. A single slap knocked the guard soldiers senseless, leaving them without the strength to resist. Only Jesse and Keluamaluming could hold on for a little while. By now, Jesse had cursed Keluamaluming in his mind 800 times. Keluamaluming too regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Now, having taken 2 slaps from a Labang, his face was swollen. On the other side, the battle between Warbwa and Leader Labong had reached a fever pitch. Leader Labong began to regard the fat man before it seriously. It had thought it could quickly defeat Warbwa, but the fact proved that this fat man was exceptionally tenacious. Warbwa didn't know when he had developed this ability to take hits. His personality was not aggressive, so every fight he adopted a defensive counterattack style. Others could land 10 or 20 punches on him without effect, but once he seized an opportunity, a single punch would knock his opponent down. And Leader Labang's chaotic attack patterns gradually allowed Warbwa to adapt. His left hand was a thick iron shield, while his right hand suddenly transformed into an iron fist. Leader Labong attacked again from the left. Warbwa leaned forward, spun sharply, and used his shield to block the claw, while his iron fist, powered by the momentum of the turn, struck heavily on the back of Leader Labang's head. With a thud, Leader Labong collapsed to the ground. Phew, it's been a long time since I've fought so fiercely. This body still needs training. Warbwa panted heavily. Meanwhile, Jesse and Keluamaluming were being brutally beaten by a group of Labangs. Admittedly, their physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. The female leader Labang holding Jesse and Keluamaluming looked at Warbwa, who had defeated the male leader Labong. Roar. These animals are quite clever, knowing to exchange hostages. They actually know that those two are important to me. Interesting. Warbwa dragged the unconscious male leader Labong and threw it toward them. The female leader Labong also threw Jesse and Keluamaluming toward Warbwa. After receiving the male leader Labang, the female leader Labong waved a claw, and over a dozen Labangs charged at Warbwa together. Yo, this female leader Labong is no ordinary one. Warbwa grew increasingly curious about these Labangs. At that moment, a dark figure rushed over. Violent impact. The newcomer was none other than the guard captain Duoordon. As a user of the animal type once-ridiculed fruit bison form, the power and speed of the bison were applied by Duoordon to his weapon techniques, making their might not to be underestimated. With one strike, he wounded all the Labangs charging at Wapol. Wapol was also startled, for Duoden's speed was just a dark blur in his eyes. He hadn't even clearly seen the attacking motion that wounded the Labangs. He estimated inwardly that unless he used full-body ionization, he couldn't defend against Duoden's attacks. Duoden's combat experience was far richer than his, but Duoden's development of his fruit ability was not as good as his own. Animal-type fruits need to be combined with one's own physical techniques to develop greater power. His swallow fruit, on the other hand, was much simpler. If he wanted to win through physical techniques alone, Wapol estimated that he would have to use his slim form to try. Duoden's strength lay in close-quarters combat, while Wapol could directly defeat Duoden with the enhanced cannon. Currently, Duoden did not have the ability to withstand cannon fire head-on. Whether it was Lufei Shanji or Swalong, none of them would directly take a cannon blast head-on. Lufei would deflect it, Shanji would kick it away, and Swalong would cut it in two to detonate it prematurely. Therefore, Wapol was not worried that Duoden would betray him, because he was confident in defeating Duoden. However, in terms of physical combat, he was indeed inferior to Duoden. He should learn some physical combat skills from Duoden. Your Majesty, Wapol, are you injured? It's all my fault. I failed to protect your safety. Duoden knelt on the ground. Get up quickly. It's not your fault. I wanted to resolve the trouble troubling the people early and didn't want you to work too hard. Wapol patted Duoden on the shoulder and helped him up. Valpo's actions had truly moved Dalton to tears. Your Majesty, Valpo, you have been working too hard. I have burdened you with so many responsibilities. I am truly sorry for the trouble. Valpo wore a sincerely earnest expression. It is no hardship at all. Your Majesty, Valpo's trust in me is something I deeply appreciate. As captain of the guard, not only did I expose His Majesty Valpo to danger, but I also caused him to worry. I am such a failure, so unworthy of my position. His Majesty works tirelessly every day for the citizens and the nation, while Dalton was moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Were it not for knowing Dalton's character, Valpo would have dismissed him as a sycophant without hesitation. The people of this nation are genuinely simple and kind-hearted. Valpo sometimes found himself unable to bring himself to deceive them. He finally grasped why Caesar King, that flamboyant scientist, could so easily earn the trust of pirates and subordinates alike. They were simply too gullible. Most people in this world possessed a natural goodness, yet the wicked were correspondingly extreme in their depravity. Most pirate crews engaged in robbery and plunder, willing to commit any crime. Only a minority like Luffy's Straw Hat crew pursued adventure without malice. The citizens of Drum Kingdom were kind at heart, and even under Valpo's harsh rule as depicted in the original story, they never rebelled, likely because they could not overpower him. Only after Blackbeard invaded and destroyed the kingdom did the people stop recognizing Valpo as their ruler. Take Dalton, for instance, who had received kindness from the former king. Yet such small kindnesses had won Dalton's unwavering devotion. In his previous world, Valpo would have found this unbelievable. Could minor favors so easily secure someone's loyalty? He would have scoffed at such notions before. But here everything seemed possible. With just a bit of skill, one could inspire subordinates to die willingly. Valpo reflected that while he did not fully understand the people of this world, he knew the citizens of his own country well. They were simple and kind. After helping Dalton to his feet, Valpo instructed him to bind all the Reinbo. Dalton had arrived first alone, but the main contingent of guard soldiers would soon follow. The Reinbo in the forest were all bound. The female leader wanted to attack and rescue them, but with a baby Reinbo on her back, she dared not risk it. The arrival of the main troop completely shattered her hopes of a rescue, forcing her to surrender to Valpo. He found these creatures fascinating. They seemed to possess intelligence and a complete understanding of human language. Jess and Cromerriman were carried away on stretchers, badly beaten. But after fighting over a dozen Reinbo simultaneously and still managing to counterattack, there was room for improvement in both of them. At that moment, the male leader Reinbo, who had been knocked unconscious by Valpo, began to stir. Upon realizing his entire clan had been captured, he struggled against his restraints. I advise you against any rash actions. You should understand what I am saying. Valpo held a young Reinbo aloft. Both the male and female Reinbo leaders bared their teeth upon seeing the captured infant. I will not harm it, but you must submit to me. I am the ruler here. Valpo returned the young Reinbo to them. The female Reinbo cradled the infant in her arms. The male Reinbo regarded Valpo with clear hesitation. If you pledge your allegiance to me, we can become friends from this point forward. I will also designate a new territory for you, and there will be no more conflicts between us. For your new lands, I guarantee ample provisions throughout the winter months, allowing your clan to flourish and grow stronger. Valpo offered his terms. The male Reinbo leader considered this for a moment before rising to his feet, prompting the surrounding guard soldiers to tense up. Stay calm. Valpo halted the soldiers from raising their weapons. The male Reinbo leader approached and prostrated himself before Valpo in submission. Congratulations, Your Majesty Valpo. You have subdued the Reinbo. Cheers erupted from the soldiers around them. Meanwhile, Drum Kingdom was modest in size. a single island that paled in comparison to the prosperity of Water 7 or the vastness of the Sabeti archipelago. Word of Valpo's fierce battle against the wild Riinbo in the forest spread quickly across the kingdom. The islanders, well aware of the Riinbo's ferocity, were deeply impressed when they learned that King Valpo had personally confronted the Riinbo leader, defeated him, and brought the entire clan into submission. Valpo's prestige among the people grew even greater. Meanwhile, the legend of the king's power that Jess and Cromerriman had spread began to take root. Rumors of Valpo's rise grew increasingly embellished, as each retelling exaggerated the tale, building him into something almost mythical. In the weeks that followed, Valpo established numerous laws and regulations. All of the policies he enacted benefited the nation and its people. In this country, his word was law, and absolute power tended to corrupt even the most principled. But as a transmigrator, Valpo understood that without tireless effort now he might not survive to see tomorrow, so indulgence was never an option. Valpo initiated comprehensive military reforms for Drum Kingdom, placing himself at the helm with Dalton, Jess, and Cromerriman as his senior commanders. Previously, the forces were divided merely into militia and royal guard. But Valpo reorganized them, redesignating the militia as the security detachment under Cromerriman's command. The guard force expanded and split into two commands. Dalton led one contingent, while Jess commanded the other. Dalton's troops specialized in close-quarters combat. Jess's contingent served as the ranged unit. Jess possessed natural marksmanship, making him the ideal trainer for the soldiers' shooting proficiency. Dalton, renowned as the kingdom's foremost hand-to-hand fighter, trained the soldiers in close combat techniques. Cromerriman's security detachment maintained domestic order. As the chief administrator, he oversaw all matters of civic governance, food, drink, and everything in between. The security detachment fulfilled multiple roles: police, urban management, and fire brigade. Dividing the military into three branches created a system of checks and balances that enhanced efficiency. The results showed immediately. While Dalton trained his troops, Jess pushed his own forces, and the two commanders competed constantly. Even Cromerriman occasionally joined the drills when his duties allowed. Trained soldiers operated at a completely different level from untrained ones. East of Drum Kingdom lay a naval base where Marines underwent daily drills. With comparable weapons and equipment, the Marines outclassed the current guard forces. To bridge this gap, Valpo had the newly recruited Riinbo conduct hand-to-hand combat training with the soldiers. Though the Riinbo battered the soldiers daily, not a single man deserted. In Drum Kingdom, now serving in the Royal Guard, had become a symbol of honor. After the military reforms, combat effectiveness gradually improved. Meanwhile, with the arrival of spring, the people's livelihood began to change. Many of the decrees issued by Warbo were largely concerned with the welfare of the populace. For instance, while new species of medicinal plants could be exchanged for rewards or used to offset grain taxes or tributes, the populace was encouraged to actively discover new medicinal plants or cultivate known ones. The raw materials for these medicines could be exchanged for belly. The construction of the hospital and the port had been completed, and a great number of doctors from across the country had gathered there. These doctors were all highly skilled practitioners, but they were also mutually disdainful of one another. Selecting a director from among them proved difficult, yet Warba had already decided on the candidate, Dr. Correa. This old woman who had lived over 100 years absolutely possessed medical skills surpassing all the doctors present. Just thinking that she was the teacher who taught Chopper, Warba was determined not to let go of this solid support. Chopper's first master was Hilulik. He was a good man, but not a good doctor. In his youth, he was a thief. Later, after being diagnosed with a terminal illness, he began to study medicine. After treating many patients, he often made their conditions worse, earning him the reputation of a quack. Before his death, he entrusted Chopper to Dr. Correa, believing that Chopper could learn better medicine under her guidance. Warba speculated that Dr. Correa must have gone on adventures at sea in her youth, experienced many things, and then chose to return to an ordinary life. An elder in the family is a treasure. Dr. Correa was definitely a hermit master level. Perhaps not in martial prowess, but in medical skills, she far surpassed the other doctors by 20. Jace, prepare the gifts. We're going to Dr. Correa's house. Warba put down the barbell. Why suddenly go see that old hag? I want to appoint her as the director of the Drum Kingdom Royal Hospital. Warba dressed. Saka, that old hag is indeed a brilliant physician. When it came to medical skill, Jace did not deny Dr. Correa's ability. Tell Dalton to pause the soldiers' training. It's been several months, let them rest. Have him come with me to invite Dr. Correa. Fearing that he might not be able to persuade her alone, Warba decided to bring the kind and loyal Dalton along to improve his chances. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Jace turned and went to prepare. Dr. Correa's house was located in a village, and at that moment villagers were gathered around it. Today their king Warba had personally come to visit Dr. Correa. Inside her house, Warba sat across from her. My main purpose in coming is to express my gratitude to you, Dr. Correa, for your previous treatment. I am truly thankful. If you hadn't intervened, I might still be in a state of delirium or unconsciousness. Warba made a deep bow, bending to 90 degrees. He secretly glanced at Dr. Correa's expression and found her drinking. He then clapped his hands, signaling Jace to bring the gifts. This is a jar of fine wine. Knowing you enjoy drinking this is my heartfelt gift. I hope you like it. Warba presented it with both hands. Little brat, why aren't you calling me old hag anymore? You must have a favor to ask. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Dr. Correa's penetrating eyes had already seen through everything. Warba thought to himself, as expected, this old woman is not easily fooled. She is a shrewd person who has lived for over a century. I believe you are aware, Dr. Correa, that our country's hospital is about to open. But we still lack a director, and that position is yours alone. There are 2 reasons. First, your medical skills are unparalleled, no other doctor can compare. Second, you are highly respected and have an excellent reputation. Warba flattered her. Oh, as I recall, the patients I treated all complained that my fees were too high. How can you say I have an excellent reputation? Dr. Correa said with a half-smile. High fees are only right. Your worth commands that price. Warba chuckled. Little brat, you seem like a different person. Dr. Correa looked calmly at Warba, as if trying to see through him. The moment her gaze fell on him, cold sweat trickled down his back. A voice in his mind told him this old woman is definitely not simple. Huh, you jest. I'm still me, the same plump Warba. It's just that after becoming king I felt I should change, and have been striving to learn how to be a worthy ruler. Warba steadied himself, afraid of revealing his true nature. Dr. Correa was the one who treated him when he first transmigrated. He feared that she might discover he was not the real Warba. Your condition at that time truly intrigued me. There was no physical problem, yet you remained in a deep slumber, as if your soul had been extracted. Dr. Correa's words made Warba's heart clench. Well, since you the king have personally invited me, this old woman cannot refuse. I accept the post of director. Just make sure you have my compensation ready. Dr. Correa said with a smile. Then we shall take our leave. Warba turned and left. After stepping out of Dr. Correa's house, Warba pondered. This woman was definitely no ordinary old person. This world is full of hidden talents. I must grow stronger quickly. Dalton, at your service, your majesty. What are your orders? When we return, we will engage in combat training. Warba's castle was enormous. Besides himself, only Jace and the guard soldiers lived there. The first floor housed the soldiers' quarters. The second floor was the residence of Dalton, Jace, and Chromalaman. The top floor was Warba's private quarters and his training room. No matter how he fused or transformed, his plump form remained his base. Building a solid foundation was of utmost importance. The hospital matter was settled. With Dr. Correa as director, all the doctors were united under her. As Warba had instructed, the hospital was divided into 2 major sections, the medical hall and the research department. The medical hall handled consultations and inpatient services, while the research department developed new drugs and synthesized existing ones. In addition, Warba had ordered the construction of a pharmaceutical factory. All medicines currently on the market were produced in this factory. The factory was also a top priority because although the country had previously sold medicines, the output was incomparable. Establishing the factory also provided jobs for the citizens. As for buyers, they were never in short supply. Warba had Chromalaman compile statistics on the current sales channels. The world government sent ships regularly to purchase medicines, as did the Marines. Pirates, however, did not buy openly. They dealt with black market merchants. One thing that disgusted Warba, however, was the tribute to the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, the world nobles known as descendants of gods. Their authority surpasses that of ordinary kings, and they often commit heinous acts that outrage both gods and men. In their eyes, kings are mere mortals while they are gods. The celestial dragons have a particular fondness for slaves. Regardless of gender or species, anything they desire or set their sights on becomes their property. Thus, under their demand, the slave trade flourished abnormally. Many kings and royal families of various countries also enjoyed purchasing slaves to flaunt their noble status, giving rise to slave merchants. Wapol recalled the slave merchants because Coromarimo had reported that morning that a large group of slave traders had arrived at the Drum Kingdom, with their ships already docked at the port. Wapol was quite opposed to the slave trade, but in this world it could not be outlawed because the celestial dragons supported it. Every slave shop had a backing of a renowned powerhouse in the black market. Even when Doflamingo dominated the underground black market, he never monopolized the slave trade. Upon hearing that the slave merchants had arrived, Wapol specifically instructed Dalton to warn the citizens to keep a close watch on their children. He also ordered the royal guard to blockade the port, forbidding the slave merchants from entering the towns. At the port, a massive slave merchant sailing ship was moored at the shore. Brother Sycan, will the Drum Kingdom place orders? Isn't their country opposed to the slave trade? Said a slave trader. The man called Brother Sycan was the captain of this ship. That was in the past. Their previous king was too rigid and didn't know how to adapt. Now that the previous king has passed away and a new king has ascended, we naturally came to see if he has any intentions in this regard. After all, I received word from my master that their medicines are already being sold on the black market. This shows that their new king is a man who knows how to adapt. Moreover, our company is not limited to the slave trade. We could also discuss cooperation regarding pharmaceuticals. Saiken patted his subordinate's head and replied, Sauka, Brother Saiken is truly a genius. The subordinate's flattery was rather mediocre. The main man is here. Gather the men and follow me to meet their new king. Saiken extinguished the cigarette in his hand. At the port dock, 600 long-trained Royal Guard soldiers stood in orderly formation behind Wapol and his group. Behind the 600 elite soldiers was a 1000-man garrison force. After a selection process of survival of the fittest, the Royal Guard had been expanded to 600, while the garrison consisted of former militiamen who had been regularized. After nearly half a year of training, both the Royal Guard and the garrison force had undergone a complete transformation in their morale and appearance. Their equipment was standardized long swords paired with rifles. When assembled into battle formations, their imposing presence was incomparable to the scattered rabble of before. The slave traders disembarked one after another, also armed with guns and various weapons, but faced with Wapol's army, their hearts raced with unease. They had only felt such pressure from the regular Marines. In truth, it was not surprising that these slave traders lacked experience. Most small countries couldn't afford to maintain a professional army of this size. Their military forces were largely composed of militiamen who were only assembled during wartime. Saiken, as the leader of the slave traders, naturally stood at the front. With a single sweeping glance, he gained a certain understanding of the army before him. He had visited the Drum Kingdom several years ago, and at that time the country did not have such a well-organized army, nor were there so many soldiers. Now the several hundred men at the front were all solidly built and well-equipped, clearly an elite force. The 1,000 behind them, though not as formidable as the front ranks, were still far superior to the motley crew under his command. At the very front of the army stood 4 individuals: the strategist, Jess, the affairs officer Kuramarimo, and the guard captain Dalton. These 3 he had met before. The fat man riding a hippopotamus in the middle was presumably the new King Wapol. As Saiken sized up Wapol's side, Wapol was also observing the slave traders. It was his first time seeing real slave traders, and he found them to be nothing special. From a combat standpoint, Wapol was confident he could crush them. Among these slave traders, some were also pirates, representing the typical combat power of pirates in this world. In the world of One Piece, pirates were not as overwhelmingly powerful as in the original story. The strong ones were only a minority, while most were of average level. However, even the average-level pirates possessed physical constitutions comparable to real-world special forces soldiers. The people of this world were remarkably robust. Greetings, Your Majesty, the esteemed king. I am the captain of this ship and the regional manager of the Sabaody Archipelago Trading Company. My name is Saiken. Saiken bowed deeply to show respect. Wapol had previously learned that this company was not only involved in slave trading, but also in many other types of business. They dealt in various ores, raw materials, and even weaponry. They were quite renowned in the underground black market. Wapol once speculated that their ultimate boss might be none other than the current Don Quixote Doflamingo, because it was still about 2 years before Doflamingo's coup to become the king of Dressrosa. At this time, Doflamingo was likely still roaming the underground black market, expanding his network, gathering resources, and collecting intelligence. Doflamingo was a man who particularly enjoyed forming alliances, so Wapol was very interested in this slave group. Ha ha ha. Welcome. I heard this morning that merchants had come to discuss trade, and I am truly delighted. Wapol dismounted from his hippopotamus and walked towards Saiken. Dalton, Jess, and Kuramarimo followed closely behind. As Saiken drew closer, he realized that these men were not ordinary. Several years ago, the impressions he had of Jess, Dalton, and Kuramarimo were that they possessed some strength, but the only one who could pose a threat to him was Dalton. Now all 3 had grown stronger. Dalton's aura had surged significantly, and both Jess and Kuramarimo had also improved considerably. This King Wapol was even more formidable. He kept his eyes narrowed and smiled throughout, but those with slitted eyes were always monsters. Those eyes stared at him as if he were prey. At that moment, Wapol indeed regarded Saiken as a snack and his boss behind him as a juicy piece of fat meat waiting to be exploited. When it came to profitable cooperation, Wapol had many ideas. Although he could not yet confront a monster like Doflamingo in terms of strength, he was confident in manipulating the trade to swindle this fool in front of him. Our country is a major medical power and a leading exporter of pharmaceuticals. Are you here to discuss pharmaceutical business? Wapol said bluntly. Haha, Your Majesty, Wapol is truly remarkable. You guessed our purpose in an instant. Our main intention this time is indeed to discuss the trade of pharmaceuticals. But we also have some specialty products. I wonder if Your Majesty, Wapol would be interested in taking a look. Saiken looked at Wapol with a meaningful gaze. Haha, then lead me on a tour. Wapol's forthright answer surprised Saiken somewhat. After all, he was going to their ship. Didn't Wapol fear danger aboard? Or was he simply bold in his confidence? Your Majesty is indeed a straightforward man, and so shall I be brief. Please come inside. We shall discuss business after you have inspected our merchandise. Saiken gestured for him to enter. The slave ship was much like any ordinary pirate vessel, save that the first deck held ordinary cargo. Only from the second level onward did one enter a new area. A thick alloy door sealed off this area, one that made Walpole's eyes light up at once. The steel was clearly laced with special components. Your Majesty, please do not touch that door. It contains sea stone which would strip a devil fruit user of their power, Sakin reminded him pointedly. Oh, it contains sea stone, and yet it is not forged from a solid block of it. Walpole mused. Through the door, row upon row of cages came into view. The prisoners within the cages reacted differently to Walpole and his companions. Some slaves cried out for help, while others wore expressions of numb resignation. Your Majesty, here is our price list. Sakin handed over a sheet of paper. Walpole took it and found that the prices were graded by race and species, ranging from cheap to exorbitant. The most expensive slaves were female mermaids, each priced at a staggering 70 million belly. Next came male giants at 50 million belly apiece. Other races, the long arm clan, long leg clan, snake necks, and fishmen, were all priced higher than ordinary humans. Walpole glanced between the price list and the cages before him. Seeing this, Sakin hastened to promote his wares. Ha, Your Majesty, take your pick. All our current stock is fresh, including freshly captured strong fishmen and gamblers who have lost everything at the tables. Sakin explained. This was Walpole's first time seeing real slaves. Each wore an explosive collar that would deliver a massive electric shock at the slightest resistance. Attempting to tear off the collar would trigger a self-destruct mechanism, causing an explosion from within that would blow the slave's head apart. Even armament hockey might not withstand such a blast. Walpole examined each cage one by one, and Sakin showed no hurry. Passing the fishman section, he saw the bizarre, grotesque forms of the fishmen. Seeing fishmen with his own eyes was entirely different from watching them on television. Their skin was smoother than humans, their heads varied in shape, their teeth razor-sharp, and some had webbed hands and feet. Their one common trait was that they were all stronger than the human slaves he had seen before. As males and slaves, the fishmen were taller and more muscular. The gap in strength between ordinary humans and ordinary fishmen was vast. A single human could not match a fishman. Your Majesty, would you like to purchase these fishman slaves? They are very strong and can serve as mounts. No, what would I need them for? I am merely curious about their anatomy. I wish to dissect one and see. Walpole spoke those terrifying words. You jest, my lord. As befits the king of a medical nation, you speak only of medicine. I was only joking. Then shall your Majesty continue viewing? Is there nothing else? There is, but only one cage remains. Then let us take a look. Very well, this way, please. Upon reaching the final cage, Walpole's fists clenched. This cage held only women. In the cramped space, over a dozen people were packed together. Especially in the corner lay a woman whose half-body had begun to rot and reek. Did you do this? Is this something human beings would do? And you dare speak of pharmaceutical trade? No slave deserves such treatment. Fire raged within Walpole's heart. Kind-hearted Dalton was already preparing to transform and attack. Jess and Cromerryman, accustomed to the black market and familiar with such matters, were also stunned by the sight. Wait, please let me explain. Your Majesty, do not misunderstand. These women were not beaten by us. We did nothing to them, and no one among us has laid a hand on them. Rest assured, we are not the kind of depraved slave traders. Sakin hurried to explain. Then what is this? Walpole demanded. Well, this batch of people, we acquired them from the nobles of Tanya Kingdom while passing through on our way to Wapol Kingdom. It is said these women were the female relatives of a noble in their country. When that noble fell from grace and was imprisoned, his household women became slaves. We happened to pass by and purchase them. Sakin explained, urgently fearful of jeopardizing the pharmaceutical trade to come. I will take all of them. Discuss the price with my advisor Jess and my chief administrator Cromerryman. As for pharmaceutical trade, raw material imports or procurement, and other matters, have these slaves transported to my town first. Return to your employer and tell him we can establish long-term cooperation. Compared to working with others, I prefer conducting business with those of the black market. Fear not on that count. By the way, do you have a log pose for Tanya Kingdom? Hand it over. Walpole had no patience left to argue with Sakin. His mood was extraordinarily irritable. Human trafficking was the thing he hated most. He had endured his disgust for so long, already barely holding back. But what difference would it make to resist? In this world ruled by the celestial dragons, what good would it do even if he purchased every slave on the ship today? Could he buy tens of thousands of slaves? The parts he had seen were merely what Sakin had cleaned up in advance to please him. There were no openly dirty affairs. Yet this area, this entire ship, radiated a nauseating stench. For the sake of his nation, he could not act on personal whims or offend certain factions. The underground world of the One Piece world was not simple. Even someone like Doflamingo could only serve as an intermediary. For in the underground world, there were emperors of the underworld. He and his nation needed to endure and develop. They might even need to cooperate with those he detested. All of this was for the sake of becoming stronger. Only by growing powerful, like the four emperors, or even beyond them, could one change the rules of this world. Moreover, that Tanya Kingdom must have fallen to a certain degree of depravity. If given the chance, Walpole longed to carve pieces of flesh from those nobles. The transaction with the slave trader was concluded quickly. The subsequent pharmaceutical trade would require Cromerrymen to discuss the details with their professional merchants. These slaves were first taken to the hospital by Walpole's men for comprehensive examinations and treatment. One with severe injuries was sent to Dr. Correa's operating room. After arranging everything, Walpole began to ponder. I am still a person from that world. My heart cannot accept such cruelty. Although dark slave trading was forbidden, some still risked everything to conduct such transactions, for it was a profit without investment, and it was the celestial dragons who led the way. There were ample reasons in the underground world to do so. I can no longer drift with the tide and stand by idly. Wapol Kingdom's king is Walpole, who acting under this identity would affect the nation's diplomacy. Therefore I need a new identity, a new guise. Thus Walpole swallowed himself and spat out a version of himself whose bones and appearance had been transformed. I am now the armored warrior, White Iron Warrior. How utterly Chinibu. White Iron Knight. This was a new identity that Walpole had long been conceiving. As a king, every move he made would be closely watched by the outside world, and the things he wished to accomplish would bring disaster upon the nation. Fortunately, Walpole's eat fruit ability allowed him to alter his appearance. This was a divinely ordained opportunity. What he lacked now was an enhancement of his own strength. Without sufficient power, everything remained nothing but empty talk. He could save the slaves for a time, but not for a lifetime. As long as there was market demand for slaves in this world, the slave trade could never be eradicated, because the root cause lay with the world nobles. It seems I need to increase my training regimen tomorrow. A week passed quickly. Walpole spent the entire week focused solely on training. The dumbbells in his hands grew progressively heavier. For his obese form, he had considered emphasizing strength and defense as his primary attributes. As a member state of the world government, he was protected but also monitored. He had conducted research on the Kingdom of Tanya, a nation wealthy from steel exports, though that prosperity had been bought with blood. From mining the ore to the smelting process, every step was carried out by slaves. Each year large quantities of slaves were purchased while the world government turned a blind eye. Nearby on a small island stood a naval base. With the Navy's protection, few pirates dared to raid that nation. Precisely because of the Navy's protection, the country maintained no large standing military force. Walpole had considered that invading the Kingdom of Tanya would be straightforward, but the world government would surely intervene. Should the Navy mobilize, his chances of victory would diminish considerably. The Kingdom of Germa, ruled by the Vinsmoke family, operated on a mercenary basis, allowing it to attack other nations without restraint. Another reason was that the Kingdom of Germa was formidable, wielding advanced technology that prevented the world government from driving it into opposition. We need at least a year of development. Walpole set down the dumbbell and assessed his condition. Devil Fruit users expended stamina whenever they activated their abilities. If stamina depleted during combat, what remained was one's very life force. Whether it was technology, hockey, or Devil Fruit abilities, all demanded physical endurance, and stamina was the essential resource. Jesse, go fetch Dalton and Cromerryman. Walpole said, resting his hands on his belly. Your Majesty. Yes. Let us spar. I want to see the results of your training. Meet me at the combat arena shortly. The combat arena was a practice ground Walpole had ordered constructed for live drills. Yes, Your Majesty. The combat arena stretched out in open space where techniques could be unleashed without restraint. Walpole faced his 3 trusted subordinates within it. Enough time has passed that I wonder if your strength has improved. Let me test you today. Our nation is not yet strong enough. If pirates were to invade, I need you to possess the power to protect the people. Come, who will go first? Walpole beckoned with a gesture. Jesse glanced at Cromerryman, and the two exchanged a look before stepping back in unison. Very well. Dalton, you're up first. Walpole's skin transformed into steel as he raised his fists into a fighting stance. Dalton looked left and right, realizing he had been deliberately sidelined, and reluctantly stepped forward. Walpole, be warned. I won't hold back. Dalton declared, then transformed into his bullman hybrid form. Zoan-type transformations typically manifested in 3 forms: beast, human-beast hybrid, and full human. Chopper achieved multiple transformations through the rumble ball's disruption of the transformation frequency. The transformed Dalton radiated a raw, untamed power. His powerful hind legs drove him forward as he charged toward Walpole. Perfect. Walpole, grounded and heavy in his obese form, engaged his thighs, waist, and back, simultaneously whipping his right arm toward Dalton. His steel-reinforced arm lashed out like an iron whip. Unable to meet the strike head-on, Dalton leaned back and kicked upward with a hoof aimed at Walpole's chest. Walpole saw through the attack and absorbed the kick with his hardened chest, then seized Dalton's ankle. Rised. With a powerful throw, Walpole launched Dalton through the air. Though airborne, Dalton used his Devil Fruit ability to right himself, executing a clean flip before landing steadily on his feet. Looking up, he found Walpole's right arm transformed into a cannon aimed directly at him. I yield, Your Majesty. Dalton reverted to his human form. Dalton, I told you to fight with full force. If you hold back simply because I am king, then what will you do when I become a tyrant? How will you protect the people? Walpole clapped Dalton on the shoulder. Jesse, Cromerryman. Both of you come at me together. He turned his gaze toward the pair. Then we attack. Jesse drew his bow in one fluid motion, loosing 3 arrows aimed precisely at Wapol's eyes. The instinctive response to incoming projectiles was to close one's eyes, giving Cromeraman an opening to strike with his spiked gauntlets. He held nothing back, driving a fist toward Wapol's face. But Wapol dropped suddenly into a crouch, causing Cromeraman's punch to whistle past his scalp. Then, without warning, Wapol surged upward, driving his steel-hardened skull into Cromeraman's jaw with devastating force. The blow knocked Cromeraman unconscious outright. As Jesse moved to press his advantage, his partner crumpled at his side. Wapol's fingers morphed into gun barrels, firing 3 rubber bullets that struck Jesse squarely in the rear, sending him face-planting to the ground. Your coordination has improved considerably, but you'll need to sharpen your speed, power, and technique. You're adequate against ordinary fighters, but against Devil Fruit users you'll need to think more strategically. You knew I could transform my body into steel, yet Jesse chose that particular strategy. Your weapons are also outdated. Come with me. I've got something new for each of you. Wapol walked to a corner where a chest sat, opened it, and withdrew 3 newly crafted weapons. Jesse, your bow lacks power. I've reinforced it with synthetic materials. The greater elasticity will generate more force, making your arrows faster and more penetrating. I've also incorporated gunpowder into the arrows themselves. Upon impact, the charge detonates, dealing secondary damage. Wapol tossed the bow and arrows to Jesse. Cromeraman, I've redesigned your gauntlets with a lighter special alloy and sharper spikes. The spikes retract until impact, giving you the element of surprise. Wapol threw the gauntlets to Cromeraman, who stumbled backward in alarm, narrowly avoiding the sudden extension of the spikes. Dalton, your current weapon doesn't suit you. My observations show you possess considerable strength. That equipment wastes your potential. This is a double-sided battle axe I designed for you. One face merges multiple metals with blood grooves, while the reverse features a serrated blade capable of shattering bone. A fearsomely wrought battle axe was presented before Dalton. It suits you far better. Warbwa would usually go alone to his material room to conduct research. One of the properties of the swallow fruit was the ability to consume different types of materials and synthesize them. His own body served as a fusion furnace. Materials of different compositions would merge into unknown new substances. After prolonged experimentation, ordinary iron could be strengthened into white iron, which was harder and more resilient. White iron incorporated various types of steel available on the market, essentially a simple alloy. Warbwa also forged a suit of white iron armor for himself through fusion. This suit of armor could be transformed at will, whether into a fat form or a lean form, perfectly conforming to his body. In the original story, Warbwa, after being defeated by Luffy and wandering for 2 years, began to consume various random things and made toys for sale. Later, a scientist discovered that the toys contained certain alloy components, and with the support of the government, he synthesized Warbwa alloy. Now Warbwa's task was to consume different types of materials, observe their properties after fusion, and see if any were useful. This time, equipping his subordinates with new gear was also a test of the new material's effectiveness. The original Warbwa had left him a highly practical skill, swallow factory. This was a divine skill. He himself was a mobile factory. However, the production capacity was not unlimited, whose output was tied to his physical stamina. As his stamina increased, the amount of materials he could produce rose. For an alloy like white iron, he needed to consume 1 ton of ordinary iron as a base material, along with some rare materials, to produce 10 gene of white iron. Even just producing the raw material white iron for the 4 weapons had cost Warbwa a considerable amount of time. The only advantage was that the shape and structure could be created exactly according to the ideas in Warbwa's mind. Such was the wonder of the swallow fruit. With enough materials, Warbwa was a mobile arsenal. No wonder Blackbeard had his eyes on the swallow fruit. On the training ground, Warbwa asked the 3 to test the effects of their new weapons. 3 thick rocks were placed in front of Jesse, and Warbwa had him try the penetrating power of the new bow. Jesse drew the bowstring with force and shot the arrow at the rock. Swish! A hole appeared in each of the 3 rocks. What incredible penetration! Jesse looked at the bow in his hand in disbelief. Duo-Erdun and Kelluomalaming were equally astonished. Duo-Erdun asked himself, if he were hit by that arrow, he would surely be severely injured. Don't be so surprised. That arrow had a white iron arrowhead. If it were an ordinary arrowhead, it would be hard to achieve such penetration. Jesse, you have 10 arrows with white iron arrowheads and 3 explosive arrows. These can be considered your trump cards. Warbwa recorded the data. Kelluomalaming also tested his new weapon with excitement. Your gauntlet can eject small spikes into large spikes, allowing for unexpected attacks in close combat. The 2 front spikes contain a nerve toxin that can paralyze the body's nervous system. This toxin was recently discovered by the Research Institute from a certain medicine. The specific effects haven't been tested, so you don't need to test that feature yet. First, try the feel of wearing it. Warbwa meticulously recorded Kelluomalaming's feedback. When it came to Duo-Erdun's test, Warbwa was surprised. He hadn't expected Duo-Erdun to wield the battle axe so effectively. This axe combined with the bison fruit made Do or Done even more ferocious and wild. Warbwa secretly wanted to call Do or Done Minotaur Chief. While Warbwa and his team were testing a danger quietly approached the Drum Kingdom. 20 nautical miles from the Winter Island amidst a cluster of reefs a fleet lay anchored. One of the ships had a black bear figurehead and flew a pirate flag with a black bear skull pattern. The other ships all bore flags with playing card patterns. This was a large pirate crew consisting of 1,000 members, a massive fleet. Such a sight was rare in the first half of the Grand Line. In the anime, this type of pirate would be classified as a mere grunt, but if you were truly in the world of One Piece, you would realize how laughable that notion is. This was a fleet of nearly 100 ships. Imagine being surrounded by 100 vessels. The scene would be far from the dismissive grunt you might mutter behind a screen. In the world of One Piece, many countries were small, and a nation's military might not even match the number of a large pirate crew. These pirates, numerous and non-productive, obtained their food, drink, and supplies through purchase or plunder. They didn't just fall from the sky. Pirates in this world were not kind crews like Luffy's purely seeking adventure were far too rare. Most pirates were idle scoundrels who refused to work honestly for a living. They would only raid villages and small towns to satisfy their needs. That was why so many people hated pirates. They were indeed the embodiment of evil. These pirates truly committed murder, arson, and every conceivable crime. Robbing you of your wealth and then killing you was the merciful option. Selling you to slave traders could earn them another profit. Women were vulnerable in any world. Do you think pirates would spare beautiful women? I certainly don't believe so. Thieves and bandits had always been synonymous with evil since ancient times. A large pirate crew stationed near the Drum Kingdom clearly harbored some ulterior motive. Aboard the flagship, the captain and officers discussed the purpose of their voyage. I've heard the Drum Kingdom has become quite wealthy lately. Our goal this time is to plunder it, said Captain Big Bear King. Big Bear King, captain of the poker card pirates, had a bounty of 116 belly and was a steel fruit paramecia user. Lord Bear King, why did we only just occupy Windmill Island and already come out to rob again? Asked Pig Shanks. Pig Shanks, one of the officers of the poker card pirates, had a bounty of 320 belly. You pig-headed fool. The food on Windmill Island can only sustain the people there. Even if we confiscate everything, it won't be enough to eat. Of course we have to go out to work, said Skunk. Skunk, one of the officers of the poker card pirates, had a bounty of 620 belly. You two idiots, frogs at the bottom of a well. Windmill Island is full of scientists. We need them to make weapons, so we can't treat them too harshly. Lack of food is only one aspect. Money is the real goal of this hunting trip, said Joker. Joker, one of the officers of the poker card pirates, had a bounty of 990 belly. Joker, you used the wrong word again. Your vocabulary is truly poor. A sexy blonde with wavy hair sneered. Sweetheart Queen, with a bounty of 7800 belly, was a paste fruit user. How did Warbwa learn that the poker pirates were planning to raid the Drum Kingdom? The story began 2 days ago. Bear King dispatched Sweetheart Queen, a paste fruit user, to the Drum Kingdom to gather intelligence. Because Warbwa had seen some measures used by the Celestial Empire to prevent foreign agents from sneaking in, and he had taught them to the guard. Sweetheart Queen was always secretly gathering information about the Drum Kingdom. Soon a guard member noticed her suspicious behavior and reported it. After hearing this, Warbwa personally came with Do or Done to investigate. From a distance, Warbwa immediately recalled some plots from the One Piece movies. The Adventure on Clockwork Island. The second movie. Warbwa knew that after his transmigration, his greatest advantage was his knowledge of the plot. Although the distant blonde wavy-haired beauty was slightly different from the anime, she was much younger than the original character. Warbwa could not be mistaken. Warbwa was 21 years old, having been in this world for a year. This woman was an officer of the poker pirates, Sweetheart Queen. Because Warbwa's impression of her was too vivid. In the movie, she appeared naked while bathing. That fiery, seductive figure had fueled his adolescent fantasies for a long time. Notify Dr. 20 to prepare the newly developed toxin. We need that substance to do something. As soon as the toxin arrives, immediately capture the blonde woman. She is a paste fruit user. Remember to use a net containing sea stone components. Warbwa gave a lecherous grin, because her presence here was no coincidence. Regardless of whether she's a pirate now sneaking around, that means she's no good. Capture her first, then interrogate her slowly. He. I am the tyrant Warbwa. Warbwa was ready to let loose. The process of capturing Sweetheart Queen went without any surprises. Warbwa already knew her ability, and with encirclement traps and ambushes, he eventually drove Sweetheart Queen to despair. She never expected to be exposed so quickly, and before she could even use her ability, she was caught in a net embedded with sea stone and knocked unconscious. The castle dungeon. This dungeon was used to hold special prisoners. Sweetheart Queen was now tied to a platform with sea stone-bound chains on her hands and feet to prevent her from using her ability. The sea stone nets and chains were passed down from the previous king. After all, this was a royal family that had ruled for generations. What are you going to do? Let me go. She couldn't understand why she had been captured. Her espionage skills were excellent. How could she have been so easily detected? Click. Suddenly a bright light shone on her face, blinding her, and she could only make out a blurry silhouette. You're from the poker pirates, aren't you? Hearing this, Sweetheart Queen's heart tightened. It seems I'm right. That pirate crew. What are you doing on my turf? Gathering intelligence. Let me think. You're gathering intelligence, which means the poker pirates are near the Winter Island. You're planning something against this country, aren't you? Hearing the vague silhouette's speculation, Sweetheart Queen's heart was in turmoil. This man had stated her purpose from the beginning, and without her saying a word, he had deduced their intentions. What is this, man? You're not speaking. Are you admitting it? Sigh. I really don't want to see you torn apart. The man spoke terrifying words. Even if I die, I won't reveal our information. Sweetheart Queen was terrified, but after years in the poker pirates, Bear King had shown her some kindness, and she would not betray him. Sweetheart Queen's defiance somewhat surprised Wapol. In his impression, she would not sacrifice herself for others. Indeed, the mysterious shadow was Wapol himself. It's fine if you don't talk. I've already guessed the general idea. I just want more detailed information. Stubborn, huh? Let's see if you're still stubborn after a while. Wapol waved his hand. Originally, he was against torture, thinking that a mere scare would extract the information. Wapol was also puzzled. In the movie, after Luffy defeated Bear King, Sweetheart Queen fled and was trapped in a bottle by Nami. It was clear she was not a loyal subordinate, but why was she not revealing information now? Wapol used an electric shock device, the kind that could cure internet addiction. He held the buzzing, electrified torture instrument. Oh, oh, oh. Each time Wapol jabbed her, she screamed. Talk or not? No. Wapol continued the torture, increasing the electric current. After a while. Talk or not? And no. No spit. Wapol looked at the messy platform, feeling somewhat frustrated. He had thought it was a sure thing. If he could get the information, he could devour the poker pirates and make sure they never returned. Have the maid come clean up, then continue the interrogation. I don't believe you won't talk. Wapol began to think back to the movie's plot. He felt he had overlooked something. That's right. That happened 10 years later. Time can change a person. It's hard to say whether Sweetheart Queen 10 years ago was loyal. If he couldn't get Sweetheart Queen to talk and obtain the details, he would have to be on the defensive, waiting for pirates who might attack at any time. Moreover, if they learned that Sweetheart Queen had been captured, they would surely replan, which would put the Drum Kingdom in a passive position. Better to be robbed than to be coveted. One cannot be on guard forever. My key. A startled cry brought Wapol back to his senses. The maid stared in shock at Sweetheart Queen on the interrogation table. Little Merlin. Sweetheart Queen was even more astonished. How are you here? They both said in unison. The situation was cliché. Sweetheart Queen's real name was Mykeet. Oh, and she had once been a partner of the maid Merlin. After learning this, Wapol had no choice but to untie Mykeet first. Dressed, Mykeet blushed as she looked at Wapol, only now realizing that the person who had tormented her was the king of this country. Spit, perverted king. Hey, watch your mouth. Wapol brandished the electric rod. Mykeet, how did you become a pirate? The maid Merlin looked at Sweetheart. The playing card pirates operated in the first half of the Grand Line. Narrow-minded frogs in a well, their captain King Bear fantasized about becoming the pirate king, though in truth, he only sought to tyrannize others. Several months prior, through brute force, they had seized Clockwork Island, using slaughter to terrorize certain scientists there into crafting weapons for him. Research required funds, so once again, he led his subordinates out to sea to plunder. Scouring along the way, ordinary villages and towns could no longer satiate his appetite. Through rumors from the black market, he learned that a certain Drum Kingdom had suddenly grown wealthy. The kingdom lay close to his current location at Clockwork Island, reachable within a 2-day voyage. It was whispered that this nation was exceedingly weak, lacking any substantial military force, with only a few hundred guards forming its defense. King Bear contemplated his own strength, weighed the odds, and concluded he could easily defeat them. One who rose to become a leader was no fool. He decided to send someone to gather intelligence first. Thus, Honey Queen, a user of the Munch-Munch Fruit, was chosen as the ideal candidate. The intelligence she brought back revealed that the guard numbered only 500 and the nation possessed merely 3 top-tier fighters: Advisor Jesus, Administrator Kiromaramon, and Guard Captain Dalton. King Valueboda and Captain Dalton were both Devil Fruit users. Armed with the gathered intelligence, King Bear summoned his subordinates for a war council. 2 Devil Fruit users. Could this prove troublesome? Pig Shanks remarked. We have 2 as well. What is there to fear? Moreover, His Majesty the Bear King could single-handedly annihilate their entire army. And Honey Queen said with disdain. I feel the problem is minor. Their port can accommodate our entire fleet. As long as we launch a swift full-force assault, their port guards will surely fall. After seizing the harbor, I'd badger Pig Shanks, and Honey will lead the troops in a surprise attack. We will capture their king and force him to hand over all treasure and grain. The clown said with a sinister grin. Badger and Pig Shanks both approved of the clown's battle plan. The fact that King Bear had survived so long in the first half of the Grand Line proved he was no simpleton. He possessed cunning as well as brute force. If they could seize Drum Kingdom this time, their funding and food problems would be solved, and the weapon research on Clockwork Island would receive continuous financial support. The prophet lying plainly before them left King Bear little choice but to move against Drum Kingdom. If they could also swallow that nation's pharmaceutical factories and its many physicians, his power would increase tenfold, and he truly could reign supreme in these waters. Do it. Depart at midnight. We land when the islanders sleep most soundly. The plan follows the clown's proposal. We split into two groups. The clown and Honey Queen will capture the king alive. Badger Pig Shanks, you two raid the villages and factories and round up all those physicians as well. After this job, I shall be the king of these seas. Once the weapons from Clockwork Island are complete, we will conquer other pirate crews. We shall ultimately become the pirate king. Mwahaha. King Bear felt he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life, yet he failed to notice the strange glint in Honey Queen's eyes. After the meeting disbanded, everyone prepared accordingly. Upon hearing the news, the pirates grew wild with anticipation, readying themselves for the late-night island assault. Danger was creeping close and Drum Kingdom's first crisis was about to descend. Meanwhile, their king Valueboda sat in his castle, head in his hands. Before him stood 11 sexy beauties dressed in maid outfits. Women Valueboda had purchased as slaves. Including the one receiving treatment at the hospital, the total came to 12. These women had served as maids in the castle for some time. Valueboda had already granted them freedom, removing their collars and handcuffs, yet they refused to leave. They had been his slaves by purchase, and he remained their nominal master in name. But seeing so many women call him master before him made him deeply uncomfortable. The title felt far too shameful. Particularly distressing was the discovery that among the maids were two very young girls. One was merely 13, the other perhaps 10 years old. He felt he was committing a crime. Ahem, why have you returned again? Did I not have your collars and shackles removed? You have served here for some time now, which offsets the debt I owed for purchasing you. You should go, Valueboda said. Your Majesty, we chose to become maids willingly. We were your slaves, and you freed us by removing our collars and shackles, granting us our liberty. You are a great man, your Majesty. We cannot repay your kindness, so we can only serve you in this way. One maid knelt and spoke sincerely. Your Majesty, we are homeless now. We have nowhere else to go. Another maid knelt and pleaded. Your Majesty saved Sister Jessica. We are deeply grateful and wish to serve you as maids and handmaidens. Please let us stay. Please. The remaining maids all knelt and begged together. Everything had come so suddenly. As an ordinary otaku accustomed only to video games, part-time work, and studying mechanical engineering, he rarely spoke to girls. His only confession had been the final one in his past life. The system of this world was kind to men, especially when he was king. But he was not yet at a point to grow arrogant. His mind remained clear and calm. Upon closer observation, one could see these maids were concealing something. The identities of those two girls were certainly extraordinary. They subtly shielded the children from view. Even within the slave cage, earlier they had acted the same way. As for Jessica, the woman receiving treatment at the hospital, according to the physician's records, she was no ordinary woman. She should have been a soldier. Her muscle density exceeded that of even the trained guard soldiers. Moreover, her wounds included both blade cuts and bullet holes. This batch of slaves was not simple, which is why Valueboda wished to let them go and avoid trouble. He wanted to focus on building his strength quietly, without meddling in others' affairs. Yet seeing the earnest expressions on those maids' faces, he could not bear to cast them out. Very well. Stay then. There are vacant rooms on the 3rd floor. Handle the castle's daily chores. Valueboda thought for a moment. Having a group of lovely maids around was not unpleasant after all. After settling the maids, Valueboda went to Dalton's room. Some of the ground floor guard soldiers should relocate outward. Otherwise the rooms are rather cramped. Dalton, what time is it? Valueboda asked. Your Majesty, it is midnight. Dalton stood fully equipped, an axe in his hand. Those pirates have already set sail. Haha, how thrilling. Are Jesus and Kiromarimon ready on their end? Everything is in order. The civilians have been evacuated in advance. Those remaining inside the houses are disguised guards. The harbor cannons are positioned in concealed locations. Once they land, we will bombard their ships and cut off their escape. A pity about those ships, but with my abilities they can be repaired. Let us prepare to welcome our guests. Huh. Maid Merlin served as the head of Walpole's maid retinue, overseeing the management of the other maids. As for this maid group and Jessica, a woman suspected of being a soldier, Walpole had no intention of dealing with them at present. Once Jessica recovered from her injuries, he intended to drive these women away. Walpole still dared not trust a group of maids whose backgrounds he knew nothing about. Sweetheart Queen Micht was formerly a companion of Maid Merlin. I both hailed from the same village in the Tanya Kingdom. Such a coincidence made Walpole suspicious. Hardly had he purchased these maids when a pirate crew launched an attack. Wasn't this somewhat suspicious? Were they putting on a performance planning to coordinate an inside-outside strike? Walpole dared not dwell on it further. If they were colluding with the pirates, the implications were deeply chilling. How could a slave merchant have been so certain that Walpole would purchase these slaves? Jess, detain all the maids at once. Walpole's gaze turned ice cold. He could not afford to gamble. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Sweetheart Queen stepped in front of Maid Merlin. You were once companions. I refuse to trust any maid who associates with pirates. I offered to rescue you and let you leave freely, yet you chose not to go. Hey, you must be planning a coordinated strike with the pirates from within and without. Caesar, Walpole's arms transformed into cannons. That's not true. We were childhood companions. I'm a pirate. It has nothing to do with Merlin. Sweetheart Mick shielded Merlin protectively. Your Majesty Walpole, we have no collusion with the pirates. If imprisonment can prove our innocence, I am willing to be detained. Merlin stepped forward, allowing the soldiers to bind her. Merlin, you foolish ruler. I'm the pirate. Take me instead. Mick bellowed. That's what you said. If Merlin is a pirate or colluding with you, I will kill her. And how do you propose to prove she is not one? Walpole's hand morphed into a long blade pressed against Merlin's neck. How am I supposed to prove that to you? Mick stared at Walpole. Reveal the intelligence on the playing card pirates and infiltrate them as a spy. Once I eliminate them all, it will naturally prove that they have no connection to the pirates. Walpole fixed his gaze on Mick, for she was a devil fruit user. Very well. I will provide their intelligence and serve as the spy. I trust you will honor your promise. Is she that important to you? Although I am a pirate, I do not wish to implicate others. If you attempt to escape or leak information, her head will fall. After Sweetheart Mick provided detailed intelligence, Walpole released her. Within the castle's underground chamber following Mick's departure, Walpole confined Merlin and the other maids there. Regardless of whether you collude with pirates or not, I will no longer keep you. I do not wish to inquire about what you have been concealing. Once Jessica can walk, you will depart. After saying this, Walpole exited the underground chamber. Sister Merlin, should we tell the truth? Let us see whether he can survive this crisis. After all, our enemy is far stronger than the playing card pirates. At this moment, Merlin appeared chillingly calm, utterly different from before. Sister Merlin, we have caused you trouble, said the 13-year-old girl. Your Majesty, we will be fine. We simply did not expect them to hire the playing card pirates, a pirate crew of such formidable strength, to silence us. We have dragged Drum Kingdom into this. Time returned to the present. The moment of the pirates' landing was drawing near, and all preparations at the harbor were in order. Meanwhile, the pirate crew of King Bear had already appeared not far from the harbor. In addition to plundering treasure, food, and supplies during his assault on Drum Kingdom, King Bear had another mission. He had received a commission from the Tanya Kingdom. That self-proclaimed minister had promised him 100 million berries as reward for killing the people depicted in the sketchbook. King Bear glanced at the portraits in the sketchbook, 2 young girls. This deal will be enormously profitable, he snarled with a vicious smile. In the darkness, Sweetheart Queen Mick gazed at King Bear, lost in thought. She was from the Tanya Kingdom and had served as an officer alongside Merlin and Jessica during the same term. She had left the Tanya Kingdom long ago. When the minister at that time had attempted to humiliate her, she escaped and was taken in by the playing card pirates. On the day King Bear met with the minister, she had coincidentally witnessed it. Her former benefactor and enemy had become business partners. She did not know what to do. Now, by sheer chance, she had encountered Merlin in Drum Kingdom, which gave rise to a new idea. Borrow a knife to kill. What does borrow a knife to kill mean, Lord Walpole? Asked a member of the guard. Walpole was in the midst of explaining the 36 stratagems to his subordinates. In simple terms, it means leveraging another's strength to eliminate one's enemy. Your Majesty, Walpole is truly learned. His subordinates regarded him with admiration. Walpole couldn't shake the feeling that he was being manipulated. Your Majesty, the pirates have landed. Good heavens, so many ships, a soldier exclaimed in alarm. What afraid? They are merely a gang of pirates. Walpole steadied his troops. Wait until they have all disembarked, then open fire. Walpole fixed his gaze upon the shadows beneath the moonlight. Regardless of whether he was being used or not, this battle had to be fought. In this world, strength was the ultimate arbiter. Before absolute power, all schemes were worthless. Fire. Cannonballs roared through the air, hurtling toward the pirate ships docked at the harbor. Kill. 500 guard soldiers raised their muskets and fired. The playing card pirates had just made landfall, their 1,000+ members assembling into 2 formations, preparing to execute the plan. However, the cannonballs plummeting from the sky left them completely stunned. I think we've walked into an ambush, said Shanks the pig. Not maybe, we are ambushed. Damn it, the ship is leaking after being hit, bellowed Skunk. Don't panic. Charge forward. They're right ahead. What is there to fear? King Bear stepped forward, his entire body transforming into iron. Upon seeing King Bear, the pirates of the playing card pirates gradually steadied themselves. King Bear also realized he had been betrayed, and the traitor was very likely Sweetheart Queen. But it did not matter. Once he destroyed this kingdom, he would hunt down that damn woman. Follow me. That fat man across the way is their king. King Bear took the lead, charging straight toward Walpole's positions. The guard soldiers aimed at King Bear, but their bullets could not penetrate his defenses. Watching him close in, Walpole grinned wickedly. You're quite resilient. Let's see whether the power of my synthetic explosive satisfies you. Walpole pulled out a remote control and pressed the red switch. Boom. Every hair on King Bear's body stood on end, and immediately afterward, a massive explosion beneath his feet sent him flying through the air. The shockwave of the explosion hurled him skyward, while the ground below was blasted into a crater spanning 100 meters in diameter. I will not engage you in a one-on-one duel like some hot-blooded protagonist, Walpole said with a smug grin. Ever since his transmigration, Wapol had trodden with utmost caution. The great figures of this world could snuff out his existence as easily as crushing an ant. Having lived in this world for nearly a year, he had come to feel his own insignificance. Those protagonists in fanfictions who upon transmigrating immediately punched the world government and kicked the Marine headquarters, they are all lies. Some transmigrators are instantly embraced by beautiful women born with haki or effortlessly gather subordinates with their kingly aura. In any case, Wapol knew he could not do that. Being the king of the Cigu kingdom was already his golden finger. What more could he dare to ask for? He had a heart of justice, but that justice was not pedantic. He would use every means to become stronger, for only the strong could make the world hear his voice. Sweetheart Queen Miku, Tay Maid Mei Lin, none of them were easy to deal with. Wapol trusted no one. His soldiers and officers were the ones he trusted most. Having seen the movie version, he was familiar with the poker pirates. However, the events in the movie took place 10 years ago, so some intelligence was inaccurate. By combining his known information with the intelligence provided by Sweetheart Queen Miku, the conclusions he drew were relatively accurate. All residents of the town near the port had been evacuated in advance. The hospital and factory were temporarily closed, and all militiamen were prepared to protect the civilians. Wapol personally laid a minefield at the port using a new type of explosive he had synthesized with his devil fruit power. Its power was 3 times that of ordinary explosives. The pirates of the poker pirates were all stunned by the violent explosion, especially when they saw their Great Bear King crash heavily from the sky into a large pit on the ground. They all twitched their eyelids, feeling that the Great Bear King was probably done for. Great Bear King-sama. Cough cough. I'm fine. The Great Bear King, a steel fruit user, was also a seasoned old pirate who had weathered many storms. When he saw Wapol, he knew that fat man was the enemy commander. Years of experience allowed him to make an instant decision to stabilize his own side's morale. As long as he captured that fat king, he could end the war. So he decisively charged toward Wapol's position. He had anticipated that Wapol might set an ambush, but he never expected that damned fat man to bury bombs underground with such immense power. Before the explosion, he sensed the danger and instinctively used his devil fruit ability to its fullest. His internal organs turned into steel, and even his brain briefly became steel. But the shockwave from the explosion still injured him. Duo air done. Take them out. Wapol gave the signal. Hearing Wapol's voice, the Great Bear King was furious. You despicable fat man. Stop right there. I'll tear you apart. The Great Bear King staggered up from the pit. What the? He didn't even die from that. Wapol turned and ran. Seeing Wapol flee, the Great Bear King accelerated in pursuit. He cursed inwardly, is there a king this despicable? Dare you show some kingly demeanor? The two chased and fled, soon disappearing from the port battlefield. The Great Bear King had thought catching a fat man would be easy. Capturing Wapol would mean victory. But unexpectedly, that fat man could run really fast. He had chased him for so long and so far. Seeing Wapol getting closer, the Great Bear King threw a punch. Wapol did a forward roll, dodging the punch. I'll make you run. See where you can run now. The Great Bear King, his fist steelized, stared at Wapol, who had fallen to the ground. I thought you were a devil fruit user and could give me some trouble. But you're so pathetic. Let me break your limbs and show your people that their king is like a dog. Huh? Don't come near. Don't come near me. Don't break my limbs. If you don't hurt me, I can give you money. I'll give you whatever amount you want, please spare me. Wapol lay on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. MD, you really have no backbone at all. The Great Bear King reached out, grabbed Wapol by the collar, and lifted him up. The Great Bear King was over 5 meters tall, while Wapol was only 1.85 meters, and his fatness made him appear shorter. In the world of One Piece, heights were generally very tall. Lifting Wapol in front of him, the Great Bear King was about to snap his arm to prevent escape, but found that Wapol's arm was as hard as steel. Spit. Wapol suddenly spat out a mouthful of green saliva. Huh? My eyes. You damned bastard. How dare you trick me? The Great Bear King's eyes were corroded by the green saliva. This old man is tricking scum like you. Seizing the opportunity, Wapol transformed his arm into an enhanced cannon and blasted the Great Bear King away. From the moment the Great Bear King disembarked, he had fallen into the trap Wapol had meticulously woven. In Wapol's plan, first he had to let the target discover that he was the king, the leader of the army. As long as they captured him, they could win the war. Sure enough, after the poker pirates fell into the ambush, the Great Bear King spotted Wapol, who deliberately revealed himself and decided to capture the leader first. Next was Wapol's second trap, using the new type of bomb to wear down the Great Bear King. Ideally, it would kill him, if not at least heavily injure him. But the Great Bear King was too tough. He only suffered minor injuries. Still, it didn't matter. Wapol had a third trap, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Through the battle with the Great Bear King, Wapol discovered that he could not maintain full body steelization constantly. The Great Bear King could fully steelize, but it consumed too much stamina, he could only afford partial steelization. Only when necessary would he fully steelize. So Wapol feigned weakness, pretending to be pathetic, making the Great Bear King let down his guard. Taking the opportunity, Wapol used the new type of poison that he had previously ordered Jesse to obtain from Dr. 20 to corrode the Great Bear King's eyes, robbing him of his senses. And the script indeed played out that way. The Great Bear King stepped into the trap bit by bit. Now having lost his sight, he could not attack actively, only defend. His only hope was to stay put and wait for his subordinates to rescue him. Hey, are you a turtle? How long can you keep full body steelization? Surrender. Your subordinates won't come. They've probably been wiped out, or they've run away, or they've surrendered. At this moment, Wapol kept a certain distance from the Great Bear King, continuously bombarding him with hand cannon and verbal assaults. The Great Bear King in his defensive state had his mind and body relentlessly tormented by Wapol. Wapol was also at his wit's end. The Great Bear King's defense was too strong, making him extremely troublesome. He only had 3 alloy bullets in hand, and after firing them, they only caused minor injuries to the fully defensive Great Bear King. He couldn't engage in close combat with him. That guy was a human tank. Close combat would put him at a disadvantage. So he could only exploit the Great Bear King's loss of sight, wearing down his patience with verbal assaults and his stamina with hand cannon fire. This was a despicable war of attrition, but this king is very persistent. Bombarded by Wapol's cannon fire, the Great Bear King felt bitter. He had planned to wait for Wapol to approach, then use his ultimate technique to eliminate him. But that wretched damned fat man never came near him. Instead, he ceaselessly tormented his mind with verbal abuse and his body with cannon fire. As a Devil Fruit user, the Great Bear King knew that using a Devil Fruit ability consumed physical stamina. Seeing Wapol continuously firing cannonballs, he refused to believe Wapol could keep it up forever. You're bound to run out of ammunition sooner or later. Wapol thought the same, doubting that the Great Bear King could maintain his steel-like defense indefinitely. While the two were locked in a contest of endurance, the battle at the harbor was also unfolding simultaneously. The harbor area was roughly divided into 3 battlefields. Jesse versus the Poker Pirates Executive Skunk. Kellyoma Lemming versus Pigshanks. Do or Done versus Xiao Cho. After obtaining intelligence on the Poker Pirates' combat strength through Sweetheart, Queen Maikit, Wapol deliberately arranged the matchups in this way. This lineup was designed to counter the opponent's abilities and techniques. Skunk had a bounty of 6 million berries, neither too high nor too low, which indirectly indicated he possessed some remarkable traits far surpassing ordinary pirates. His technique involved carrying a gas backpack that emitted a foul stench, rendering people weak. This ability was an area of effect damage, and if allowed to act freely, it would affect their own soldiers. After all, time was short, and there was no chance to produce gas masks. Jesse was an archer equipped with a new type of bow and 3 explosive arrows capable of engaging Skunk from a distance. Jesse was a strategist, a cerebral type, and also a sharpshooter. Although far inferior to the later Wasuba Yusubu and Supersonic Fan Aoka, at the current stage no one on Winter Island was stronger than him. The new bow was made of white iron alloy, requiring him to exert greater force to draw it, thus consuming more stamina. Arrows with alloy tips were also harder to control in terms of accuracy. Currently, Jesse could draw the bow 10 times, meaning after firing 10 alloy arrows his arms would enter a period of weakness. The 3 explosive arrows loaded with a new type of fusion compound required him to hit the target with 100% accuracy. After Wapol issued the order to attack, Jesse immediately locked on his Skunk. While the pirates were disoriented by the sudden cannon fire, Jesse drew his bow and aimed at Skunk. Whether human or animal, all creatures have an instinctive reaction to impending danger. Piercing arrow. Whoosh. Jesse shot an arrow at Skunk, its speed faster than an ordinary flintlock rifle. The arrow pierced straight through the pirate, blocking Skunk, and flew toward his heart. Enveloped by the crisis of death, Skunk's fur bristled, and he immediately pulled the gas pack's ejection switch, launching himself into the air. This was war, a real war of flesh and blood. The pirate who had just blocked Skunk had his body torn open by the arrow, leaving a large hole. Blood gushed out, and it was clear he would not survive. Skunk, now airborne, finally saw his attacker Jesse. At that moment, Jesse had another arrow knocked, and being locked onto by him filled Skunk with intense fury. Their executive is an archer. Pigshanks. Knock him out. Skunk's mind was clear. He knew that to deal with a shooter, one should send fighters and assassins to take him down. However, Pigshanks was already in trouble himself, as Kellyoma Lemming had engaged him. Jesse would not give the enemy time to reinforce. Piercing arrow. He shot at Skunk once more. Skunk, a veteran of aerial combat, performed a 360-degree spin to dodge the incoming arrow. Nevertheless, the arrow tore away a chunk of flesh from his thigh. This, so painful. Skunk could not dwell on the pain, as Jesse's next arrow was already flying. Provided you did not possess observation haki, Jesse completely countered Skunk. Skunk's erratic flight caused the pirates of the Poker Pirates to be affected by the gas, and the guard soldiers seized the opportunity to drive them back, forcing them to retreat step by step. Although the pirates outnumbered the guards 1,000 to 500, the pirates were at a disadvantage in weaponry, had been ambushed, and lacked a leader to organize a counterattack. They could only be mercilessly slaughtered by the fewer guard soldiers. This was not a cartoon world, this was the real world. Not like in 100 episodes where only 2 people die. Here, dozens or hundreds had their heads pierced by bullets in an instant. Ordinary people in the pirate world without protagonist plot armor would die just the same when a bullet pierced their skull. Pig Shanks had a bounty of 2 million berries. In the Poker Pirates, he served as a support and tank. His technique allowed him to use his body to form a spiked meatball similar to a flesh bullet tank. When he saw Skunk in danger, he decided to go support him, but was blocked by Keluoma Liming. He had thought he could quickly take care of Keluoma Liming, but Keluoma Liming's spiked gauntlets dealt him a heavy blow. Damn pirates. This is the price you pay for invading this country. The poison will paralyze your nerves. Keluoma Liming, wearing his spiked gauntlets, prepared to finish him off. But he was stopped by the pirates of the Poker Pirates. Xiao Chou had the second highest bounty in the Poker Pirates at 9 million berries. He was the strategist of the pirates, and his strength was second only to the Great Bear King. To deal with this pirate, Warbot dispatched the guard captain Duordon. As a user of the once-ridiculed fruit bison model, Duordon overpowered Xiao Chou in strength, was not inferior in speed, and also surpassed him in technique. Being completely outmatched in every aspect, Xiao Chou could only desperately resist, unable to support other battlefields. From the Great Bear King to the executives to the ordinary soldiers, the Poker Pirates' defeat was sealed. Jesse had fired 7 arrows, 3 of which were lodged in Skunk's body. This guy's physique was several times stronger than that of ordinary pirates. Even with arrows in him and bleeding, he stubbornly fled. With his gas backpack that allowed aerial movement, he could perform some extreme maneuvers, which was why Jesse had not yet taken him down after 7 arrows. Lord Warbot said that in this operation, we must annihilate all these pirates, let none escape, and these executives are valuable. We can claim their bounties from the Marines. I originally wanted to capture him alive, but that seems unrealistic. I'll use the explosive arrow. Life or death, it's up to fate. Jesse drew his special explosive arrow, his eyes locked on the dodging skunk. Whoosh. Boom. The arrow struck Skunk's backpack, and the explosion's flames ignited the gas, intensifying the blast. Skunk and the nearby pirates were directly engulfed by the explosion. After Jesse fired the explosive arrow, he had reached his limit and could no longer draw the white iron bow. Switching to a regular bow and arrows, he led the guard soldiers to eliminate the remaining pirates. While Jesse was defeating Skunk, Kuomali Meng had already dealt with all of Zhu Xiangke's subordinates. With no other choice, Zhu Xiangke had to face Kuomali Meng in combat. The neurotoxin coursing through his system had slowed his reflexes to a crawl, making it impossible to match Kuomali Meng's blistering speed. The very spikes he relied on for attacks became the instrument of his downfall, as Kuomali Meng's spiked gauntlets crashed into his face with brutal force. Zhu Xiangke did have a weapon, but its material couldn't compare to the spiked gauntlets. After several direct clashes with Kuomali Meng, his weapon was completely destroyed. Kuomali Meng's overall combat prowess far surpassed that of Zhu Xiangke, and he emerged victorious without needing to employ the underhanded techniques Wapol had taught him. Zhu Xiangke is not the same person as the red-haired Shanks. Duplicates exist in the pirate world. Within the Poker Pirates, Zhu Xiangke was considered the one lacking intelligence. He typically coordinated his attacks alongside Skunk and Sweetheart Queen Maikit. In one-on-one combat, he only had the edge over Sanji when Sanji wasn't wearing his signature boots. In the original storyline, Sanji defeated him outright once he put on his boots. Kuomali Meng certainly isn't as formidable as Sanji was at that time, but neither is Zhu Xiangke. Kuomali Meng lunged forward with a lower body strike, delivering an uppercut to Zhu Xiangke's jaw that shattered his teeth in one blow. The impact resonated through Zhu Xiangke's skull, inflicting severe damage. Following that devastating hit, Kuomali Meng rained down several more brutal punches. The people of this world possessed remarkable durability, and after enduring the relentless barrage, Zhu Xiangke finally collapsed into unconsciousness. While Jesse led the guard soldiers in surrounding and eliminating the pirates, Kuomali Meng began consolidating his forces, dividing the remaining pirates into sections for encirclement and annihilation. The situation on the battlefield had become clear. The Poker Pirates were defeated, utterly annihilated. Some pirates began turning to flee, none willing to meet their end. However, their ships had been pierced by cannon fire and were taking on water, rendering them unseaworthy. Driven to desperation, the pirates began leaping into the sea, attempting to swim to safety. The soldiers on shore were no pushovers. Each trigger pull claimed another pirate's life. In just moments, the waters around them turned crimson. At this stage, Dalton's combat prowess was unmatched. Upon transforming into his bullfish human form, he wielded his battle axe and charged into the pirate ranks, tearing through them with overwhelming force. In his bestial form, Dalton channeled raw, untamed power through his battle axe. Pirates armed with blades who charged at him were cleaved in half on the spot by the swinging axe. A grim fate that spoke for itself. Zoan-type ability users commonly struggled with their animal instincts clouding their judgment during the earlier stages. As Dalton slaughtered through the pirate ranks, his feral, raging aura struck terror into every pirate present. "This guy's a monster," someone cried out. "Help us," others screamed. "I surrender," came more pleas. Some pirates dropped their weapons and fell to the ground begging for mercy. Dalton ignored them entirely and made straight for the Joker, second in command of the poker pirates. The Joker was equally terrified. After exchanging merely 2 moves with Dalton, he realized he stood no chance. He couldn't match Dalton's speed, his strength paled in comparison, and there was no opening in technique to exploit. Watching Dalton charge forward with bloodshot eyes and his battle axe raised high, the Joker swallowed hard. "I surrender," the Joker shouted, dropping to his knees with a thud. Dalton's battle axe halted just a millimeter from the Joker's forehead. The Joker felt his trousers grow damp. He saw Dalton as nothing short of a beast. With a horizontal swipe of his axe, Dalton struck the Joker senseless, then ordered his men to bind him. "Your Majesty, Wapol's training methods have proven effective," Dalton remarked as he reverted to his human form. Previously, his transformations lasted too long, and he would lose control of his mind. Wapol had instructed Dalton to fight while transformed, but remain conscious only, ending the transformation once he lost his sanity. Through repeated cycles of this training, he steadily refined Dalton's control over his abilities. The goal was to wield the fruit's power without being overtaken by his animal instincts. Before crossing over, Wapol had frequented One Piece forums where certain enthusiasts theorized that actual demons might reside within devil fruits. Demons sustain themselves by feeding on human souls. In this world, souls aren't ethereal phantoms, but tangible manifest entities. In every work of fiction, demons and human souls maintain a symbiotic connection, each resonating with the other. Based on this hypothesis, Wapol chose Dalton as his subject for experimentation. Since Dalton possessed a Zoan-type ability, he would best demonstrate these transformations. After conducting the experiment, Wapol confirmed one crucial finding. Through relentless training, Dalton could indeed extend his periods of clarity through sheer willpower, periods where he remained unaffected by his animalistic nature. To illustrate, when Rob Lucci transforms into his leopard form, he becomes susceptible to the animal's instincts, which inevitably compromises his combat effectiveness. There are moments when one cannot fully control their power, allowing primal instincts to dictate their actions. In combat against skilled opponents, if an enemy exploits your animal nature, your fighting ability suffers considerably. Wapol's hypothesis was vindicated, meaning the narrative rules governing this world operate identically. Then perhaps I should experiment with transferring devil fruits. While Wapol continued bombarding Bartholomew Kuma with cannon fire, he recalled that during the Punk Hazard arc, Caesar had previously recovered a devil fruit. When a devil fruit user dies, their soul dissipates, and the demon within must seek a new host, latching onto nearby fruit to await its next vessel. These were merely conjectures, as the original narrative never demonstrated them clearly. However, having arrived in this world, Wapol understood its extraordinary nature. He felt certain theories from the forums warranted testing. On this island, aside from himself and Dalton, there were no other ability users available for experimentation. Bartholomew Kuma's arrival provided the perfect specimen for his experiments, a rare opportunity indeed. According to forum speculation, Blackbeard uses the dark fruit's power to extract the demon from a devil fruit before it disperses, preventing it from entering reincarnation, then places it into a new fruit for the demon to inhabit. This method eliminates randomness, allowing for more reliable acquisition of desired fruits. Of course, these remain theories. Currently, Wapol only intends to disable Bartholomew Kuma and use him as an experimental subject. Bartholomew Kuma was battered and suffering greatly. If the bombardment continued, he might actually perish. He never anticipated that the treacherous fat man possessed so many projectiles. "I'll have to create an opening and lure him in," Bartholomew Kuma thought. He deactivated his iron body defense, took a direct hit from a cannonball, and pretended to fall unconscious. Wapol noticed the defense had cracked. Still cautious, he fired 2 more test shots. These blasts tore through Bartholomew Kuma's flesh and skin. He endured it, remaining motionless. His eyes were injured, and if he wanted to counterattack, he only had one chance. Deshaun Wong was gambling that Wapol would not take his life directly. And indeed, that was the case. Wapol wanted to keep him alive for experiments. Deshaun Wong had a finishing move, the Burning Fist. By turning his arm into steel, he could heat it up. If he landed that Burning Fist on Wapol, he could turn the tables. Wapol cautiously approached Deshaun Wong, his hand cannon always aimed at his head. "This guy can't really be dead, can he?" Wapol was about to check his breath. Suddenly, Deshaun Wong sprang up and punched Wapol in the stomach, sending him flying. "Huh, you fell for it. Victory is mine." Deshaun Wong laughed maniacally. Cough. Wapol spat blood and lay on the ground. Deshaun Wong limped toward Wapol, drew the only dagger left at his waist, and prepared to kill him. "Farewell, dear king." "Yes, farewell." A woman appeared behind Deshaun Wong. This woman was none other than Sweetheart Queen Mykeet, who had been nowhere to be seen throughout the entire battle. Using her devil fruit ability, she had secretly lurked nearby watching the fight between Wapol and Wang. Both were cunning old foxes, and she had been waiting for her opportunity. Until now she thrust a knife into Wang's back. You bitch. How dare you betray me? Cough. Uff. Wang was not going to survive. Didn't you betray me too? Is there any credibility among pirates? Isn't deception just normal? Do you think I didn't know about your collusion with the minister of Tania Kingdom? I was originally a child from a poor family. I passed the entrance exam to the military academy, but that fat pig of a minister tried to assault me. It was Merlin who helped me escape. After jumping into the sea, I was washed ashore on a deserted island where I accidentally ate this devil fruit. When I was out of ammunition and food, I stumbled upon your pirate crew. I thought I was saved only to be humiliated by you. If it weren't for my devil fruit ability being useful to you, I would probably have been sold or killed. But I am still grateful to you. Without you I might have died years ago. I planned to just muddle along, but what did you do? You betrayed me again. You've seen this picture album, haven't you? Sweetheart Mike Heat pulled a picture album from her chest. This was the same album the minister had given to Wang. At the top of the album were the portraits of two girls, and at the bottom was Sweetheart Mike Heat's portrait. Below the portraits it was written, break the limbs and sell to the brothels of Tania Kingdom. I've been deceived all my life. Merlin was the same. She saved me back then only because she didn't want to be implicated by me, but I am grateful to her, and I will repay her kindness. I wanted to make you and Wapol's Drum Kingdom go down together. But you were too weak, getting slaughtered by the Drum Kingdom. Your pirate crew is finished. With that Mike Heat stabbed Wang again. Wapol staggered to his feet, sat down on the ground, and silently lit a cigar. Huff. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Wapol watched as Sweetheart Mike Heat drew her long blade and walked toward him. Did you ever think that today would come when you interrogated me, eh? Sweetheart Mike Heat said. If you kill me, Merlin and the other maids will be killed by my soldiers. Wapol said calmly. Oh, are you sure? Those maids are no ordinary women, they are all sharpshooting experts. Sweetheart Mike Heat said with a half smile. I don't care about that. I just want to ask, what kind of humiliation did you suffer back then? What aspect? Wapol said lecherously. Damn it. Not that kind. They just tore my clothes and mocked me. At that time I was already a devil fruit user. They couldn't actually do anything to me. Sweetheart Mike Heat said blushing. Oh, your head. You sound disappointed, don't you? You perverted king. Die. Sweetheart Mike Heat swung her blade. While the snipe and the clam grappled the fisherman prophets. I don't think so. Wapol opened his mouth wide and swallowed himself. This move stunned Mike Heat. Out came the slim Wapol. His body fat had turned into muscle. This is the first time I've shown this form to anyone. You are the first person to see this body. Wapol felt the power in his body. This form was 3 times stronger than his fat form. Without sea prism stone you are no match for me. All bluff. I'm just curious. Why do you have to kill me? There's no benefit for you, is there? Wapol was puzzled. When you humiliated me with the electric prod I decided to kill you. If it weren't for repaying Merlin's kindness I would have finished you off long ago. Now that the debt is repaid I have nothing more to do with Merlin or Tania Kingdom. You're lying to yourself? You want to go back to your homeland including killing Wang. Wapol said in a low voice. Sweetheart Queen Mike Heat was stunned for a moment, and Wapol took the chance to strike, punching her in the stomach. Before Mike Heat could react, she was knocked unconscious. The paste fruit ability is quite troublesome. Fortunately her will wavered. If there were outsiders my research would be affected. Wapol set her aside. Looking at Wang who was struggling for his last breath, Wapol walked over. Rest in peace. Wapol used his swallow factory technique, swallowing Wang and a fruit together into his stomach. The factory rumbled and operated, and this processing was unusually time-consuming. 2. A devil fruit was spat out from the factory's mouth. Huff, huff. What a marvelous feeling. Wapol knelt down, picked up the fruit, and then his vision went dark as he collapsed. 1 month later. The pirate invasion of the Drum Kingdom shocked the world. News-carrying newspaper seagulls flew everywhere spreading the story. The poker card pirate crew was annihilated. The Drum Kingdom suffered no casualties except for the unconscious king, with only a few lightly wounded soldiers. Following the fame of its medical products, the kingdom once again drew the world's attention. This world also needs entertainment news. If it had been an ordinary war, perhaps the media reporters would not have paid much attention. But this war had selling points. The Drum Kingdom, a major medical nation, had previously been perceived as militarily weak. Without the title of a world government member state, it might have been conquered long ago. This era was shortly after the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, not the supernova era of Luffy. Luffy's time was called the worst generation for a reason. That era produced an extraordinary number of talents. In Wapol's era there were not so many big news stories. Whitebeard was still dominating the new world with his might, while Red Hair worked to balance the world's powers. Big Mom and Kaido quietly developed their strengths. Doflamingo was also plotting in Dressrosa. Crocodile was scheming in Alabasta. No one wanted to stand out. Only fools would do that. This incident became after-dinner gossip for them. The One Piece world is an anime universe. When you truly transmigrate into this world, you will find that it is extraordinarily real. It is not a paper-thin world, nor a simple one. Here too deception and manipulation run rampant, as do money and profit. If you were a helpless child with no strength to defend yourself, survival would be nearly impossible. This is simply how realistic the world is. Inside the castle of Drum Kingdom, Wapol lay on his bed reading the newspaper in his hand. What sensationalist garbage these media outlets produce. But I truly am a genius. Wapol recalled what had happened after he consumed the Great King Bear. Stealing the Great King Bear's devil fruit was an experiment intended to verify whether some of his theories could succeed. At that time, after activating the factory, he had devoured both the Great King Bear and a fruit, merging them together. He felt the Bear King's soul dissipating and an unknown force separated from it. This force had tried to burst through Wapol's body, but Wapol used his abilities to forcibly restrain it. At that moment, the unknown force sensed Wapol's soul and charged straight at it. A change also occurred within Wapol's soul. His soul transformed into a miniature Wapol, and this small version began fighting the force. In the end, he forced the power into the fruit. Thus the fruit was expelled from the factory. It became the metal fruit as it exists now. After spitting out the fruit, Wapol felt as though his entire body had been drained hollow. His vision went black and he fainted. When he awoke, half a month had already passed. According to Dr. 20's team and Dr. Kureha's diagnosis, Wapol's physical stamina had been completely depleted and his bodily functions had been forcibly shut down. As Dr. Kureha put it, Wapol had nearly died. When physical strength is utterly exhausted, what is being spent is the very essence of life itself. Wapol was deeply terrified. He had already died once before. If he died again, who knew whether he would have another chance to revive? It seemed he should engage in fewer experiments with unknown matters, or perhaps not attempt them at all. He had originally planned to consume 2 devil fruits for testing purposes, but clearly he should stop courting his own destruction. Now that news of the complete annihilation of the pirate crew had already spread, it would certainly attract outside attention. In the days ahead, he needed to keep a low profile. First, secure the wealth left behind by the Great King Bear, including the Spring Garden Island. Second, deal with those maids and send them away. Wapol summoned the soldiers guarding him. Go fetch Guess. Understood. According to Guess's account. At that time, after the pirates were destroyed, Guess, Dalton, and Cromerriman discovered that King Wapol had not sent them a signal, so they went searching for him. Upon finding Wapol, they discovered the Great King Bear's corpse, a devil fruit, and a woman. The woman was Sweet Queen Mikt, and she and Wapol were both in a coma. Dalton and the other 2 quickly rushed Wapol to the hospital for treatment. After Dr. 20's team and Dr. Kureha both intervened, they finally stabilized Wapol's vital signs. Guess had been utterly terrified at the time, and Dalton was consumed with self-reproach. When Wapol awoke, half a month later, all 3 of them wept uncontrollably. During Wapol's coma, Cromerriman had maintained stability and handled various sensitive matters. After Wapol awoke, he asked Cromerriman about the current situation. After Cromerriman's response, Wapol realized that this kingdom administrator's professional capability was truly outstanding. First, not all of the Baroque Works pirates had been killed. Instead, the captives were secretly sent to Dr. 20's research facility for human experimentation on medicines and potions. Wapol felt no guilt whatsoever about this. Any human experimentation is inherently evil. But for the pirates who had invaded Drum Kingdom, Wapol felt that even flaying them alive 1,000 times would be too merciful. Second, after crippling the Baroque Works officers, they were all handed over to the Navy base to claim the bounties. Third, regarding this battle, Cromerriman did not take all the credit onto himself and make Wapol the focal point. Fourth, when faced with the swarming media reporters, Cromerriman used Wapol's injuries and recovery as an excuse to postpone the press conference for a month, promising to explain the situation then. Wapol did not wish to stand out too much, for the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If he did, he would attract the attention of powerful figures. Being targeted was not the worst part, what was truly frightening was lacking the ability to protect yourself. You might feel that becoming famous is wonderful, but you forget the dangers that fame brings. It was much like how Wapol used to watch anime before transmigrating. The Damica comments roughly fell into 2 categories. The first type complained that the One Piece plot was too sluggish and dragged on endlessly. Whenever there was a Big Mom flashback or a Sanji flashback, they would spam the word watered down. They only wanted to see combat scenes and despised character descriptions and inner monologues. Wapol categorized people who sent such comments as fake One Piece fans, immature brats who had never experienced the real world. They only saw the surface of things, lacking both foresight and the capacity for deep thought. The second type of Damiku senders usually posted very few comments, but each one was precise. These were adults who had experienced society and understood the deeper meaning within Oda's manga. Because this group of adults had grown up alongside Oda's manga, from their initial fiery passion, they had become more composed. They could better understand what Oda, now in his 40s, was trying to express. Some Damiku complained that this character was garbage or that one was useless, but had you really watched One Piece carefully? Had you noticed the details? Wapol himself had only ever looked at the surface before. It was only after he grew older frequented forums and discovered true experts that he realized how utterly clueless he had been. The world of One Piece is far more complex than you imagine. Wapol dressed himself and straightened his appearance. At this moment, he was in his fat form, because his thin form could not be exposed. In the eyes of the world, a sleazy and cowardly fat man always put people at ease. Guess we will hold a press conference later. You know what to do, right? Wapol cautioned him. Your Majesty can rest assured, I will ensure nothing slips through the cracks. Guest chuckled. This move is called masking one's true intentions. We cannot reveal ourselves too early. We will have to let Dalton take the front line. Dalton understands your Majesty's thoughts. Let us go and deceive those foolish media reporters. Wapol put on a foolish expression. Inside the castle, numerous media reporters had gathered by reputation. They all wanted to interview Wapol in person, but because he had been recovering from his injuries, they had not succeeded until now. This time Wapol was holding a press conference, finally, giving them the opportunity to learn the intelligence from that day. On the podium sat Wapol, Chromarriman, Guess, and Dalton. Below, the reporters clicked away with their camera phones. Wapol really wanted to ask, are you using Sony phones, Nikon phones, or Canon phones? Wapol looked at the reporters below and announced, you may begin asking questions. The reporters below eagerly raised their hands. Wapol randomly selected one. That Mr. Bear, yes, you there. Go ahead. Your Majesty Wapol, how do you plan to respond to the large-scale invasion by the poker pirates? It is rumored that the royal army annihilated all the pirates. Is that true? Also, my name is not Mr. Bear. It's Go Nung, explained the reporter Go Nung. All right, you certainly are capable. Let me answer your question. First, my response to the massive pirate invasion was to dispatch our kingdom's strongest combat force, Captain of the Royal Guard Dalton. He is the pillar of our nation. Without Dalton, this pirate invasion would have resulted in devastating losses. He is our country's hero, a role model. Besides Dalton, my advisor Jesse and the administrative officer Kelyamaloming also exerted considerable effort. They evacuated the populace and reduced casualties. If not for my loyal and capable subordinates, this pirate invasion would have been catastrophic. I want to thank them. With these words, Wapol bowed to the three of them. Your Majesty, the three exclaimed emotionally. The reporters below recorded furiously. As for Mr. Bear's second question, I'll let my captain of the Royal Guard Dalton answer. Wapol looked at Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear decided not to argue with Wapol. Upon hearing Wapol ask him to answer, Dalton brought out a box. The reporters below were puzzled. What was this about? Our kingdom is a medical powerhouse. Our pharmaceutical products have saved countless patients worldwide. But saving lives does not mean we are incapable of taking them. Dalton opened the box, revealing the severed head of the Great Bear King. A human head. That's the Great Bear King's. Heavens. How brutal. The reporters murmured among themselves, but their camera den mushy were not idle. Such a thrilling event was undoubtedly big news. Anyone who dares to invade our country must be prepared to offer their head. Pirates. Dalton suddenly transformed into his bison form. His wild, ferocious aura terrified the reporters. Dalton, stand down. You're frightening our journalist friends. Wapol scolded. Yes, Your Majesty. Dalton reverted to his normal form and returned to his seat. Excuse us, dear journalists. My captain of the guard hasn't fully emerged from the bloodlust of battle. After all, slaughtering the leader of the poker pirates and eliminating nearly 500 pirates does take a toll on one's mind. Wapol continued his bluster. Dalton glanced at Wapol secretly. For the first time, he felt that his king was this adept at deception. Wapol had summoned him to discuss the pirate invasion, asking him to step into the spotlight as the hero of the incident. Wapol said that if he himself became too famous, he would be targeted by ill-intentioned parties, and protecting his safety was the duty of the captain of the guard. Moreover, Dalton shared this belief. He would obey any command from his king, let alone protecting Wapol's safety. He would even lay down his life to ensure Wapol's safety. Yet today's situation was completely different from what Wapol had described earlier. How did he suddenly become a hero? Wasn't he supposed to feign brutality by presenting the head in order to bear the burden of killing for Wapol? Wasn't this about protecting the king's safety? Dalton was now utterly bewildered, his expression stern. To the reporters, he looked like a god of slaughter. After boasting for a while, Wapol began promoting his country's products. Dear friends, you have all traveled a long way. Our kingdom is a winter island with a cold climate. To thank you for your hard work in attending this press conference, I have prepared some small gifts. Jesse. Wapol waved his hand and Jesse ordered the royal guards to place a basket in front of the reporters. As everyone knows, our kingdom produces various medicines. The candy-like items in this basket are our latest invention. The fitness pill. Wapol took one out and displayed it before the reporters. May I ask what effect this medicine has? An excellent question. Let me introduce its effects. The fitness pill, as its name suggests, is a health supplement that strengthens the body. A health supplement. The reporters below looked baffled. Yes, a health supplement. It is a derivative of medicine. Swallow one pill and your body's resistance will improve. It will also lift your spirits and even aid in weight loss. Moreover, this fitness pill is not for commoners. Only nobles are eligible to purchase it. Walpo displayed a luxurious gold-plated version of the fitness pill. "Then how much does it cost in berries?" asked a reporter. The reason the pirates invaded was that they learned of our creation of the fitness pill and came to steal it. You can imagine its efficacy. Therefore the price is 66000 berries. The luxury version is 88000 berries. The standard edition comes in a box of 5 pills. The luxury edition contains 1 pill per box. Today, aside from explaining the pirate invasion, the launch of our new pharmaceutical product is also a significant event. Furthermore, every guest here will receive a complimentary standard fitness pill. This move by Walpo left Jesse and Keliomalaming utterly dumbfounded. They mentally gave Walpo a double thumbs up. Inside the castle, setting down the newspaper, Walpo finished reading the media reporters' coverage. Without exception, all reports were positive and even more exaggerated. Dalton, whom Walpo had put forward to divert attention, was praised to the skies by the reporters. The descriptions were beyond hyperbolic. Anyone unaware of the truth would truly be intimidated. This was also one of Walpo's goals through this incident, to intimidate the pirates in the surrounding seas and discourage them from targeting the Drum Kingdom. Otherwise, constant harassment by pirates would be truly annoying. Walpo's second goal was the health supplement, the fitness pill. This item was a defective product from Dr. 20's research into the body-strengthening potion, which Walpo had ordered. The genuine strengthening agent was in Walpo's possession. After extensive research, purchasing various drugs and toxins from the black market, and with the involvement of Dr. Kaleha, the body-strengthening potion was finally developed. Primary type 1 body strengthening agent. Permanent effect. Walpo gazed at the green potion before him. The fitness pill was a defective byproduct of this research. The fitness pill is harmless to the human body, but its effects and side effects do exist. It can indeed strengthen the body, but the effect is not permanent, and the enhancement is modest. Even so, it was still fatally attractive to the powers of the One Piece world. We must have money. It is the foundation of becoming stronger. Life is a profoundly enigmatic entity. It is both intricate and simple. Unraveling the secrets of life is an arduous endeavor. To study life, the discipline of life science was born. Medicine, in turn, is dedicated to healing the sick and saving lives. To study diseases, it is also necessary to study the human body. The captured and surrendered pirates were all sent to the Research Institute, where they would be used for human experimentation. Walpo felt no sympathy for these pirates. When you set foot in the Tsigu Kingdom with the intent to commit evil, this is the fate that awaits you. Having grown up in an orphanage, Walpo possessed a heart of cold ruthlessness beneath his gentle, plump exterior. He too had a dark past. This vial of strengthening agent in his hand was the fruit of 300 pirates' lives. In the black market, he chanced upon a capsule resembling the fiendish drug. Walpo's subordinates initially paid it little heed, but as fate would have it, Walpo caught sight of it and recalled the events of the Uran Island arc. He thus ordered the Dr. 20 team to analyze the capsule. Indeed, this capsule was also a fiendish drug. It could enhance the strength, speed, defense, and other attributes of humans or other creatures. Yet the price was the consumption of vast amounts of vitality. In other words, trading one's lifespan for power. This equilibrium in Walpo's eyes was the law of the world. Without sacrifice, how could there be reward? But the extent of sacrifice versus reward remained debatable. Walpo's principle was to minimize this cost, shrinking it to an acceptable range. The clash of poisons might well yield medicines that heal the sick. All things in nature are interdependent and mutually restraining, with yin and yang merging in harmony. From other drugs, he extracted components identical to the enhancement aspects of the fiendish drug, then replaced the side effect components, conducting various trials. Different permutations and combinations yielded different effects. The test subjects were injected into various creatures, culminating in human experimentation. In the black market, you could acquire anything you desired provided you had wealth and power. Having spared no expense, Walpo finally developed the primary type 1 strengthening agent. This strengthening agent amplified the user's physical attributes based on their existing constitution. The mightier the individual, the weaker the enhancement. Conversely, the feebler the person, the greater the boost. Walpo's physical condition at that moment was precisely the most suitable. Once you used the first dose, a second would yield no enhancement, but instead trigger a side effect: rapid aging. It was both a strengthening agent and a poison. This research had begun to drain Walpo's funds. To secure sufficient capital for continued study, the health supplement known as the fitness pill was born. To discuss the fitness pill, one must first explain the primary type 1 strengthening agent. For instance, an ordinary person's base strength is 1A. After injection, it becomes 3, a twofold increase. A robust pirate with a base of 2 would see an increase to 3. 5, the enhancement already diminishing. Walpo speculated that for powerhouses like Kaplu and Whitebeard, there would be almost no improvement. Yet it could accelerate one's growth. The fruits of a year's cultivation by an ordinary person could be achieved with a single vial. In a world mostly populated by commoners like that of One Piece, the value of this agent was self-evident. Walpo deliberately sealed off the news. Those involved were kept under protection and surveillance. The Research Institute was hidden deep within the secluded Labong forest, buried under layers of pristine snow. The fitness pill was a counterfeit of laughably weak efficacy. The strong would gain nothing from consuming it. The weak, however, could clearly perceive changes in their bodies. Because the weak had a low baseline, their potential for improvement was vast, and even a slight enhancement would manifest visibly. Some physically frail reporters at the press conference could not resist swallowing the fitness pill, eager to experience the health supplement that Wapol had so hyped. Then a scrawny individual transformed into a robust man. The reporters who had taken the fitness pill all became the first batch of customers. In the news reports, the pirate invasion of the Tsigu kingdom occupied only a small section, and it focused solely on the deeds of do or done. Yet the fitness pill which Wapol had manipulated claimed a significant portion of the coverage. People all over the world came to know of this health supplement. For a time, nobles from many countries placed orders in droves. Wapol reaped a bountiful harvest, and his business boomed explosively. He instructed Jesse to announce publicly that the fitness pill was difficult to produce, consuming vast resources, and that supply was limited. First come, first served. Consequently, the fitness pill grew increasingly expensive, and the black market drove its price sky high. In Walpo's view, the commercial development of this world was still in its infancy. They were ignorant of many marketing tactics. In his era, everyone used banana phones and the luxury gold Bananax X phone, symbols of status. Yet this world lacked television, the internet, and other information channels. Newspapers were the sole channel for understanding the world's events. Wapol utilized the news agency to secure free advertising for himself. Moreover, those reporters had personally experienced the product, lending the advertisements an air of authenticity. The strengthening agent could not be used twice. Only the first dose was effective, and a second injection would directly trigger side effects, though the effect was permanent. The fitness pill, however, could be taken multiple times, but with diminishing returns. Its active content was minimal, and the effect lasted only 3 months, not permanent. Repeated consumption would induce hallucinations, giving a floating euphoric sensation. If one exercised consistently after taking the fitness pill, a small portion of the effect, 1/1000th of the strengthening agent's potency, could be retained. Wapol had even emphasized this in the fitness pill's instructions: be sure to exercise more after consumption. Since the target audience was the nobility, Wapol also employed limited sales and offered customized luxury editions. He also claimed that output was extremely low, so the fitness pill became a status symbol. Among the nobility, they would ask each other, "Have you taken yours?" "What? You don't know? I bought a whole box of fitness pills." One noble would begin to look down on another. Then that other noble would flaunt a custom gold-plated edition, putting the first to shame. They did not consume them, instead they displayed them to boast of their status. In the castle of the Tsigu kingdom, Wapol looked at a group of maidservants and said, "You should leave. I have no need for those lacking loyalty. I purchased you from slave traders expecting no return in gratitude. Yet not only have you failed to show appreciation, but you have also concealed matters from me at every turn. You have dragged my Tsigu kingdom into danger. You have gone too far. Do you truly take me, Wapol, for a fool?" Wapol slapped the armrest of his throne, and Jesse tossed the booklet of De Xiong Wang before them. The booklet clearly depicted the images of 2 girls, the very maidservants Wapol had been suspicious of. "King Wapol, I beg you. Save our country." A 13-year-old maidservant stepped forward and knelt before Wapol. "Why should I intervene?" Wapol said coldly. Walp's cold voice echoed through the castle's assembly hall. "Tell me, why should I help you? What does your kingdom have to do with me?" Walp pressed his question once more. The girl raised her head and said, "I am the princess of the Tanya kingdom." "Princess O, and what of it?" Walp showed no surprise. "I need your help. Your nation's guard force possesses the strength to defeat the playing card pirates and can aid us in saving my homeland." The girl responded, "So you mean that if we were defeated by the playing card pirates, we would be unworthy of assisting your country, and we would merely deserve to be slaughtered? Would you simply seek out another fool to use as a shield, as a weapon to wield? Do you not value our lives?" Walp roared in fury. "I apologize. We never intended to treat your nation as a mere shield. We are deeply grateful that you rescued us from those slave traders. We had no idea the ministers were colluding with pirates to assassinate us. But setting sail at that time meant certain death for us all. I cannot die. I still have my mission. I must save my kingdom. Your Majesty, Walp, if you could send troops to assist me, I will agree to any terms you demand." The princess said. "What is your name?" Walp asked. "Lux Rui." "Young lady, do you understand the consequences of what you just said?" "I have already made my decision," Princess Rui said firmly. Walp approached and lifted her chin, carefully observing the young beauty beginning to blossom. His hand slid along Rui's fair neck, reaching toward her chest. He tore the pendant from her necklace. "I have no interest in your scrawny figure. Let this necklace serve as a deposit. Once I have helped you sign an or export agreement with my nation, I wish to acquire this mineral resource from your kingdom. Of course I will pay market price. The ore extracted by your nation is currently priced absurdly high. This is no small matter and requires considerable preparation. And I am no savior." Walp agreed to assist Princess Rui. "I am grateful for your grace." The 13-year-old Princess Rui dropped her pretense and displayed her noble bearing. In these negotiations the speakers were Wapol and herself. Merlin and the numerous maids were not permitted to interject. Wapol felt himself growing more like a king with each passing day. Since arriving in this world, he had matured considerably. That former carefree overweight recluse might no longer exist. His conversation with Princess Rui served to confirm their master-servant relationship. Wapol was the king of Drum Kingdom, not the king of Tanya. Without benefit, why would he assist? Moreover, Tanya's waters ran deep. According to intelligence gathered by Jie, the political landscape there was extraordinarily tangled. First, the critically ill king held no real power which the ministers had firmly seized. The nobles of the royal family conspired with the ministers seeking to eliminate the legitimate royal line and seize the throne for themselves. Yet some royals remained loyal to the crown secretly, sending Princess Rui and her younger sister away to protect them from the assassins dispatched by the ministers and rival nobles. Given the limited time, concrete intelligence had not yet been obtained. Therefore Wapol would not act rashly. This sort of palace intrigue Wapol had witnessed far too much of in his past life. He deduced that if the ministers alone could control so many nobles across the entire nation and keep them aligned, this person was far from ordinary. The cards in his hand certainly extended beyond mere state soldiers. Wapol never fought battles without certainty of victory. Since defeating the playing card pirates, he needed to absorb their resources first to strengthen his own power. The playing card pirates held the key to Clockwork Island's destruction. This key could annihilate the island, controlling the mechanisms of its supporting pillars. Once deactivated, Clockwork Island would collapse. Wapol had weighed this. Rather than letting the scientists remain on Clockwork Island, it would be better to relocate them to Winter Island. Jesse, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Jesse appeared before Wapol immediately. Go to Clockwork Island and inform the mayor that the Great Bear King was annihilated by Drum Kingdom. They now belong to the subjects of Drum Kingdom. Notify them to relocate from Clockwork Island and settle in Drum Kingdom. Your Majesty, what if they refuse to move? Then destroy that island and force them to leave. Wapol tossed the key to Jesse. Relocating them is for their own good. Without the protection of a powerful sovereign like yourself, they would long ago have been devoured by pirates, leaving not a trace. Jesse seized the opportunity to flatter. Go take 300 guards and 500 militia, and also summon Duo Air Done. Wapol waved his hand, indicating Jesse could depart. After Jesse departed, Wapol began to ponder. This was something he did every day. Having completely annihilated the playing card pirates, they had captured numerous supplies. First were the ships. Although they had been damaged by cannon fire, Wapol could repair them using his unique metal. After emergency repairs, out of 100 pirate ships, only 60 were restored. Among them, the Great Bear King's flagship had suffered severe damage from bombardment and remained docked at the shipyard for repairs. Wapol himself still possessed one flagship and several escort vessels. From what he could see, the naval military strength was adequate. His urgency to absorb Clockwork Island stemmed from needing the manpower and research personnel on that island. His special alloys, once installed on ships, still required professionals to handle them. The One Piece world is one where oceans dominate over land, and this world places great emphasis on naval power. Therefore, Wapol also needed to develop his nation's maritime strength by modifying existing vessels. He did not aspire to become steel destroyers, but he wanted them to be stronger than ordinary wooden ships. For enhancing soldiers' combat effectiveness, a diluted version of the strengthening agent could be used. The manufacturing technology for this first-grade primary enhancer had already matured and could be mass-produced. However, Wapol would not allow the strengthening agent to leak. To this end, Wapol specifically constructed an altar. Soldiers entered the altar in batches where doctors disguised as priests performed hypnosis and administered the injections. When the soldiers awoke, they were told they had received the blessing of King Wapol's power. This maneuver only deepened the soldiers' unwavering loyalty to Wapol. Wapol also noticed something: people in this world were remarkably easy to deceive. They had ships, they had soldiers, and the Research Institute continued developing new pharmaceuticals. His own strength needed further enhancement as well. Entering his secret laboratory, on the table lay the complete version of the first-grade primary strengthening agent. Some rare metals acquired through the black market, a pair of giant bird wing bones. Beyond these items, Wapol had specifically instructed Jesse to acquire certain shells, but these were wind-blowing shells with only this single variety available, lacking the impact shells and repulsion shells. Wapol had expended considerable effort to obtain these shells. These shells were extremely rare in Qinghai. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Wapol knew their value. He offered substantial bounties, having adventurers search for them. With money, one could accomplish anything. Wapol gazed at the treasures he had painstakingly gathered, a profound sense of emotion stirring within him. For what the Batlord had said was true. Wealth itself was a form of superpower. Just like in the Penguin game, your weakness stemmed from insufficient investment. First, he had to inject the strengthening agent. Wapol activated his ability, devouring himself to assume his slim form. The slim form surpassed the fat form in every aspect. Strength, speed, defense, agility, and resistance were all enhanced. This form compressed the muscles and bones of the fat form, increasing their density. Though his volume shrank, his mass remained unchanged. Walpole referred to this slim form as the white iron form. After transforming, he picked up the vial and injected the agent directly. Damn! The sensation. A wave of warmth spread through every part of his body. The white iron form was Walpole's trump card, a guise of weakness to spring a surprise. He longed to taste the thrill of feigned vulnerability. The agent's potency stimulated every cell, triggering transformation. Walpole's muscles grew visibly denser and more robust, as if infused with an unnerving vigor. His veins bulged, twisted and fierce. Casually picking up a stone slab, Walpole crushed it with a mere squeeze. With a single powerful leap, he crashed into the ceiling. Every attribute of my body has more than doubled. Walpole struggled to adapt to the change. Even walking had become a challenge. The force that once lifted a cup would now shatter it. First I must acclimate to this new body, then proceed to the second step. Walpole devoured the experimental materials one by one, activating the Devour Factory. Within his body lay the white iron alloy armor. Now he would incorporate new materials into it. First came the rare metals purchased from the black market, followed by the skeleton of a giant bird. Then binding agents, materials to enhance toughness and resistance, wind dials from the Sky Island, and a vast quantity of ordinary metals. Long ago Walpole had conceived an idea: aerial combat in the world of One Piece was virtually non-existent. The only methods of aerial combat were limited devil fruit abilities, the moonwalk of the Six Powers, and the technology of Germa 66. If he could achieve flight, he would gain immense combat advantages. Thus Walpole delved into research on how to take to the skies. His Devour Fruit was a miraculous ability, allowing him to incorporate anything he consumed into his own body. It resembled the power of the shape-shifting star, limitless in potential. Applied wisely, it could yield unimaginable transformations. Since birds dominated the skies, he theorized that crafting a pair of wings might be the key. Yet he was no true bird. Lacking propulsion, flight remained a puzzle. Then he recalled the wind dials of the Sky Island. The white iron alloy armor took the form of a medieval European knight's suit. Unsatisfied with this design, Walpole aspired to create something reminiscent of Iron Man. But his technical skills were limited. He could only devour the most common armor in this world and fuse it with white iron alloy, forming a foundation for his battle suit. He attached wing skeletons to the armor, then metallized both the bones and steel, merging the metal wings with the suit. After metallizing the wing skeletons, he added metal feathers and integrated the wind dials. The result resembled an aircraft wing. The wind dials functioned as engines, providing flight propulsion. This suit had always been stored within Walpole's body. He could choose to retain and fuse what he devoured or directly digest it. Walpole's body was like a weapons arsenal. Anything he consumed and did not immediately expel could be transformed at will. This suit could be summoned instantly. By simply turning his skin into armor, he could enter combat. However, the white iron alloy armor was heavy and lacked an arc reactor like Iron Man's to provide power. Previously, wearing this suit meant relying purely on human strength. Movement and combat drew solely on Walpole's physical stamina. But now, with wings and wind dials on his feet and palms, the system evolved. It shifted from pure muscle power to a hybrid human wind propulsion. The wind dials, however, had limited stored air. They needed recharging. In his fat form, Walpole lacked the physical strength to even wear the suit. Only in his slim form could he summon the armor for battle. Moreover, the strengthening agent had further enhanced his white iron form, extending the duration he could use the white iron armor. Summoning the armor consumed stamina, and combat drained it further. To illustrate, if Walpole were a game character, his white iron armor was an ultimate skill with the white iron form as a prerequisite. Activating the ultimate required stamina, equivalent to mana. Insufficient stamina meant the skill could not be used, forcing it would leave him powerless, unable to perform any moves. In his normal fat form, Walpole could not use the armor at all. He could only transform ordinary steel into a basic suit. Even if he summoned the armor, his movement speed would be too slow for combat. Only in the white iron form with enhanced strength and speed could he effectively utilize the armor for attacks. This world abided by the law of energy conservation. Gaining power came at the cost of stamina. For example, Luffy's Gear 2nd consumed life force, Gear 3rd shrank him, and Gear 4th drained stamina and haki. Luffy's constant hunger and immense appetite indicated his need for vast quantities of food. Even to sustain his life, he required several times the energy of an ordinary person. Some viewers spammed comments like, "Why not use Gear 4th right away to defeat the enemy?" Walpole had once wanted to tell those fools, "Doesn't your ultimate skill consume mana?" In the midst of powerful adversaries, unleashing your ultimate at the start would leave you exhausted and defenseless, my friend. Those were nothing but ignorant armchair viewers. Walpole eventually stopped reading comments. Daily reflection and periodic summarization were the fundamentals of his survival in this world. When he first arrived in this world, he had experimented with many ideas only to find reality far less simple than imagined. Devil Fruit users could never escape the attribute of stamina. To increase stamina, one had to train relentlessly, pushing past limits. Walpole, apart from training, also sought shortcuts. With different talents, the same effort yielded different results. He could not improve as fast as natural combat prodigies. Thus he relied on technology to bridge the gap. Every step he took was carefully calculated. Growing stronger was not merely talk, it required action. Only through steady accumulation could one eventually become the complete form. The white iron armor is just the beginning. I will become an armor hero. No, I should be called the Armor King. Wapol's obese form. Basic techniques: finger gun, iron shield, iron skin. Basic hand cannon, basic rifle, basic machine gun. Special move: enhanced cannon, with greater load capacity, faster firing speed, and more thrust, capable of firing a devastating alloy shell. Two types of shells. The first is an ordinary shell made of gunpowder and iron. The second is an alloy warhead with a larger explosive charge, stronger lethality, and a wider shockwave. Wapol's white iron form. By altering his body structure with the swallow fruit, his reconstructed form is fully upgraded, with significant enhancements in strength, speed, agility, and defense. He can now bear the burden of the white iron battle armor. 1 month later, Jia transported all the residents of Falshio Island to the Tsigu Kingdom. The mayor of Falshio Island was a young couple of scientists. Wapol gave them special attention, setting up a separate laboratory for them, and providing various materials and metals to research the possibility of synthesizing alloys. He also gave them his highly abstract sketch of the battle armor, asking them to try to build it. Then he shared some mechanical knowledge from another world, asking them to study whether an engine could be made using materials from the One Piece world. Could any energy source replace gasoline to generate power? After all, Frankie used cola as an energy source. Wapol told the couple not to feel any pressure. Money, housing, and living supplies were all taken care of. As long as they conducted serious research, any discovery would be rewarded. The scientist couple was also awed by Wapol's generosity, as no one had ever cared about them before. Pirates only made them build weapons to sell. They had expected Wapol to be the same, but unexpectedly, he treated science with great respect. This attitude was exactly what scientists needed. They needed to be acknowledged as valuable individuals, not mere puppets who made weapons. The laboratory Wapol built for them was fully equipped with some items brought from Falshio Island and others purchased. The experimental materials were extraordinarily abundant, consisting of strange items. Wapol dumped all the materials from his own research room into the couple's hands. After all, he wasn't very professional. He couldn't even create a shape similar to the marked battle armor. Upon asking, Wapol learned that the man's name was Ju Li and the woman was naturally called Madame Ju Li. Their research scope was broad, but they excelled most in mechanics, since Falshio Island was essentially a mechanical structure. Now Falshio Island had been sunk by GSC, as the island no longer served a purpose. Wapol was not afraid of affecting the course of history. After all, Falshio Island was a sideline story. Even if he destroyed it, it wouldn't impact the main plot. His advantage of foresight remained absolute. Moreover, in this world, the more barbaric and unreasonable you were, the more you showcased your strength, and the easier it was to win people's hearts. Aria's family of 3 were residents of Falshio Island. They now felt grateful to be part of the Tsigu Kingdom and thanked the mayor couple for their earlier decision. When they moved away from Falshio Island, the discipline of Wapol's army left a good impression on the residents. No bullying of civilians occurred, nor did they plunder their property during the relocation. When the base of Falshio Island was destroyed, nearly 100 ships fired simultaneously, a scene etched deeply into their memories, showcasing the might of the Tsigu Kingdom. They transformed from ungoverned wanderers into citizens of the Tsigu Kingdom. The captain of the royal guard, who could transform into a minotaur, said, "From now on you are citizens of the Tsigu Kingdom, one with this nation. We will protect you, and you will no longer be threatened by pirates. Because any pirates who dare to cause trouble in this country will be torn to pieces." The residents of Falshio Island, who had been ignored and neglected, were moved upon hearing this. In the world of One Piece, exile was a form of punishment. Once exiled, one was likely to die. The world was full of dangers, and an ordinary person could not survive alone. Pirates, beasts, disease, and famine could easily take a commoner's life. The residents of Falshio Island were ignored until the mayor couple appeared and led them to build the easily defensible Falshio Island. But it was still taken over by the poker pirates, and they were forced to work unconditionally. Those who didn't work for Big Bear King would be killed. Now the Big Bear King pirates, which they had considered powerful, had been wiped out by the Tsigu Kingdom. They deeply felt the strength of the Tsigu Kingdom. As ordinary people within their limited understanding, the Tsigu Kingdom was indeed formidable. Although the guard captain said they would be protected, they were still uneasy because their future was uncertain. Upon arriving at the Tsigu Kingdom, they were settled in a small town. Many local residents came to the port to welcome them. Winter Island was cold, and the locals had prepared cotton-padded clothes for them. The mayor couple was escorted into the castle by the Tsigu Kingdom guards, feeling a bit anxious. A kingdom affairs officer named Kelyu came before them. He informed them of the kingdom's policies, laws, and precautions. When taxes were mentioned, their hearts tightened. The tax rate was so low they thought they had misheard. Kelyu emphasized that they needed to work. There were many factories on the island where they could apply for jobs and earn wages. The island had the best hospital where locals only needed to pay basic fees for medical treatment. This was unimaginable to them. In terms of healthcare and employment security, the Tsigu kingdom surpassed any other country in this world. The nations of this world were feudal, nobles did not care about the lives of commoners. Merely not exploiting the commoners was enough to be called a wise king. The laws Wapol established seemed incredibly benevolent to them. Arya decided to apply for a job tomorrow. According to local neighbors, King Wapol had built a mechanical research factory, and they could apply for related positions. With a powerful army to protect us, a hospital with affordable treatment jobs to earn a living, and a benevolent king, this country is truly wonderful. I am so fortunate to be a citizen of this nation. Arya's eyes grew moist. Hey brother, be proud to be a resident of the Tsigu kingdom, said Old Wang. Old Wang was Arya's neighbor, a native of the Tsigu kingdom, and a new friend who lived next door. Indeed, King Wapol is a truly great man. Arya looked at Old Wang next door and said. Wapol stood near the newly constructed mechanical factory, observing the job applicants and feeling a sense of wonder. What simple and honest commoners. They have no excessive demands, they are obedient, and with a little kindness I can earn their loyalty, Wapol said with emotion. Now his drum kingdom had the pharmaceutical and medical industries, and he planned to add a mechanical industry. The pharmaceutical industry provided ample funds, and mechanized production was a necessary step for development. The manufacture of certain alloys could not be done entirely by Wapol himself. To produce weapons or parts made of alloys, he needed a large number of employees. One of the products of Wapol's new factory was alloy bullets. Ordinary bullets traveled slowly and had poor penetration, while alloy bullets were twice as fast. Of course, this alloy was the most basic kind, the lowest grade Wapol had mastered. With these alloy bullets, he successfully secured the world government as a major client. Although the world government could have their scientists crack the alloy bullet technology, it was not cost-effective. It was cheaper to have the drum kingdom manufacture them. This was the first step of Wapol's plan: win over the world government with medicine, pharmaceuticals, and military industry to increase his leverage. The second step was to investigate the situation in the Tanya kingdom and gather intelligence. The Tanya kingdom provided large quantities of ore to the world government every year and was protected by the navy. If Wapol rashly started a war, the world government would surely intervene. Therefore, to prevent the world government from interfering, he needed to make them think twice. Profit was the only means. If Wapol occupied the Tanya kingdom and sold those resources to the world government at a cheaper price, would they still intervene? In the Curie couple's laboratory, Wapol regurgitated his white iron battle armor and handed it to them for study. The novel materials enthralled the Curies. They were naturally inclined to mechanical research. The ideas and suggestions Wapol gave them broadened their horizons. They loved mechanics. They had become town mayors only because the residents elected them. They did not care for power, but were passionate about invention. King Wapol understood them best. Thus, the couple devoted themselves wholeheartedly to research and development. This was Wapol's third step to enhance his own strength. All schemes relied on personal power. In the castle's meeting hall, Wapol, along with Jess Merriman Dalton, Princess Louis, and her maid Sweet Queen Mickett, and Officer Jessica, discussed the Tanya kingdom. This is the latest intelligence on the Tanya kingdom, Wapol said, placing the information on the table. Maid Merlin took it, read it carefully, and passed it to Princess Louis. The situation is troublesome. That minister has hired the underground assassin organization, the Snake Organization. Maid Merlin clasped her hands tightly. The Snake Organization is very mysterious. I couldn't buy any information about them on the black market, Jess said, having spent much time gathering intelligence, but with little success. The Tanya kingdom is divided into 5 regions: the Central Royal City, the Eastern Mining Zone, the Southern Processing Zone, the Western Trade Zone, and the Northern Entertainment Zone. Princess Louis said, "What is the military strength of your country?" Wapol asked. 1,000 royal soldiers. The rest are private armies of the nobles. Officer Jessica replied. So your country mainly relies on the navy base for protection? Wapol said, looking at the map. The map showed a navy base near the Tanya kingdom with at least 5,000 well-trained sailors. Comparing the island sizes on the map, the Drum kingdom and the Tanya kingdom combined were not even half the size of Arabasta. Indeed, Crocodile has good eyes. Most of the royal soldiers were captured and imprisoned in the mines. The king is gravely ill, and the minister has been issuing orders in the king's name. Princess Louis said, attacking directly with an army is impossible. The navy would intervene. Besides, this is a civil war in your country, and we have no right to interfere. Without a legitimate cause, we have no justification. Wapol looked at the unusually intelligent Princess Louis. In the world of One Piece, one should not underestimate a 13-year-old. First, if we avoid a frontal war, the navy won't notice. Then we can only infiltrate the royal city, eliminate the minister and his subordinates, and the nobles he coerced will side with me. What about the nobles who are in league with him? You were chased before. A single minister's power is not enough. Your country is not stable internally. Those who support me will be safe. The nobles who sided with the minister will be purged, Princess Louis said with a smile. Wapol felt that she was a freak in a child's skin. The minister had managed to control the country with the support of nobles, and Princess Louis's father was the old king. The old king had many children, some old enough to inherit the throne. Why did he watch the minister usurp his power? Was the old king truly ill? Did Princess Louis come to borrow troops for the sake of her people? What were a little girl and a bunch of women plotting? I don't care what you intend to do. According to the agreement, after you succeed you must fulfill the promised conditions, Wapol said. Although Wapol was uncertain about their agenda, he believed that one must risk a child to catch a wolf. The ore of the Tanya kingdom might help him improve his alloys and also represented a business opportunity. Moreover, he had a trump card. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter the strong from the New World, he should be fine in the first half of the Grand Line. No problem, Your Majesty, Wapol. I swear on my honor as a princess that I will keep my promise. Then we depart in 3 days to infiltrate the Tanya kingdom. Wapol announced the adjournment and told everyone to prepare. Watching Wapol walk away made Merlin approach Princess Louis. He noticed something. He noticed, but he will still cooperate with me because of profit. He needs money badly. Triple the profit would sway him. Oh, how can you tell? From the commercial development of this country and his methods of amassing wealth. I can see he desperately needs money and ore. Then when we defeat the minister, what about your father? He watched us being chased without lifting a finger. We are no longer connected to him. That fallen country needs to be rebuilt by us. Just like this drum kingdom, the old king can simply pass away. The rule of a new king will revitalize that country, Princess Louis said with firm determination. Wapol sighed, thinking she's so filial. 3 days later, Wapol and his party set sail toward the Tanya kingdom aboard a vessel disguised as an ordinary merchant ship, yet secretly refitted into a warship. It carried 30 cannons and 100 soldiers disguised as crew. The members infiltrating the Tanya kingdom included Wapol, Dalton, Princess Ree, all her maids, the loyal officer Jessica, and the sweetheart Queen Mykeet. The sweetheart queen was forced to participate by Wapol, who wished not to waste the labor of a devil fruit user. Jess and Kremalaman were left to guard the drum kingdom, while Wapol visited Dr. Koreha before departure to entrust her with the kingdom's care. That old crone spoke foully, but her abilities struck Wapol as unfathomable. The plan was for Dalton and the soldiers to remain on the ship as support. Princess Ree's group would lead the way with Wapol and the sweetheart queen assisting in infiltrating the royal castle, seizing control of the kingdom's soldiers, and apprehending the ministers. The rest was none of Wapol's concern. To prevent Princess Rui from playing tricks, he deliberately kept her younger sister in the Drum Kingdom under the guise of protection. According to plan, everyone prepared thoroughly as the ship sailed into the Tanya Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, the first half of the Grand Line would not experience such brutal weather as the New World. Yet as Wapol's ship entered the waters of the Tanya Kingdom, a colossal tsunami surged toward them. Damn it. Dalton, have all soldiers put on life vests. This was Wapol's first voyage far out to sea in this world, and he recalled that Luffy's crew had never encountered such a massive tsunami in the first half. No. Water 7. I forgot the date of the great wave at Water 7. Could it be today? For the first time, Wapol felt how insignificant humans were before the forces of nature. The tsunami was at least 3 times larger than the one Whitebeard raised during the Summit War. It's over. Am I going to capsize on my first voyage? Wapol felt he was doomed. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Grab the rope and tie yourself to the ship, you idiot king. The sweetheart Queen Mykeet tossed him a rope, ordering him to secure himself. If this fat man died, she would be buried with him. Oh, Wapol snapped back to reality, realizing he had been stunned by the sheer power of nature. Facing such a terrifying tsunami for the first time, Wapol was genuinely afraid, especially when he saw his ship swept into the wave like a speck of dust shattered to pieces. After an unknown span of time, a voice echoed in Wapol's consciousness. He remembered falling into the water last. As a devil fruit user, he had choked on seawater, his limbs growing weak before he lost consciousness. You have already died once. Why are you still so terrified of death? It's not fear, it's reluctance. I have built my foundation with such painstaking effort, my nation, my unfinished ideals. I haven't even had the chance to enjoy the privileges of a king. How can I die so absurdly? Even nature itself shall not take my life and my future. Then fight for it yourself. A ball of light suddenly appeared in Wapol's consciousness, and within it was another Wapol. This Wapol opened his massive mouth and lunged at him. With a crunch, a chunk of his arm was bitten off. I will devour you. I am the real Wapol. Damn it. I am Wapol. No, you are not. You are nothing but a thief. You stole my body. Bah. This is what they call reincarnation. You are not worthy of this body. I am Wapol. The two Walpos tore at each other. Their battle would only end when one completely devoured the other. In the Tanya Kingdom, the colossal tsunami brushed against the coastline and slowly dissipated, its might exhausted there. Every year this coastline received a mass of sea debris washed ashore by the giant waves. Thus the poorest people of the Tanya Kingdom, those at the bottom of society, came here to scavenge for treasure. Occasionally someone would find a valuable item and sell it in town. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Even the poor were stratified into hierarchies. Such was human nature. The dominant force here was the gold-picking gang, composed of numerous vagrants. They ruled this area because their leader was powerful and had connections with the kingdom's nobles. Boss, look, We found a fat man. He's covered in valuables. A big-nosed boy spotted Walpole. Oh, a shipwreck victim. If he's dead, strip him of his things quickly, said a silver-haired boy. Boss, he's not dead yet. Still breathing. Try to revive him then. If he doesn't make it, strip him fast. This isn't our turf. The gold-picking gang will be searching here soon. The young leader continued searching for valuables. Hey, you dare to scavenge on our territory. At that moment, the vagrants of the gold-picking gang discovered them. Gabuda, run. The silver-haired leader grabbed the items he had found and fled. Gabuda had no time to remove the valuables from Walpole, so he hoisted the fat man onto his back and ran after him. Damn it. You dare scavenge on our turf. You're dead. Brother, someone's stealing. The gold-picking gang members heard the shouts and began chasing Gabuda and the other. The silver-haired boy ran swiftly with his loot, but Gabuda, burdened by Walpole's heavy body, was soon caught up. I'll make you run. A vagrant of the gold-picking gang kicked Gabuda to the ground, sending Walpole flying. Kid, you've come to steal from our turf time and again. You're begging for death. The vagrant picked up an iron bar and prepared to stab Gabuda. Just then the silver-haired boy appeared, kicking the vagrant aside. Are you all right, Gabuda? You shouldn't have come back. If I didn't come back, you'd be dead. Now we're both dead. Gabuda saw the surrounding gold-picking gang members and knew they were surrounded. We can't run. Let's fight. I know you're strong, but there are at least 100 of them. Gabuda swallowed hard. It's my fault. I told you to try to save him, which wasted time. The silver-haired boy grabbed an iron rod ready to fight. No point in saying that now. Gabuda glared at the vagrant who had tried to kill him. Damn it. You two damn brats. I'll kill you, the Shurjin gang vagrant sneered. Then let's see what you can do. The silver-haired youth charged at him, wielding an iron rod. Seeing him approach, the vagrant grabbed a spiked club and thrust it forward. The youth kicked off the ground, leaping into the air and striking the Shurjin gang vagrant squarely on the back of the head. In the One Piece world, people were remarkably durable. That same blow in the modern world would have shattered a human skull. But here it merely drew blood and knocked the man unconscious. Get him. This is that kid with swordsmanship who appeared recently, the leader of his faction. Some Shurjin gang members recognized him. Over 100 gang members armed with all manner of makeshift weapons prepared to surround and beat the silver-haired youth and Gabuda. The silver-haired youth wielded his iron rod, darting nimbly between the crowd. Each strike rendered a Shurjin gang vagrant combat ineffective. But Gabuda was struggling. Pushing himself to the limit, he only managed to take down 2 before being swarmed. The silver-haired youth hurried to rescue him, but the Shurjin gang members seized the opportunity and struck his arm with a rod. His arm went numb from the impact, and his weapon fell to the ground. That damned kid took down more than 20 of us. Kill him. A mob of Shurjin gang vagrants descended on the silver-haired youth, beating him mercilessly, with no mercy shown. Bang! A gunshot rang out. One of the vagrants beating the youth fell with a bullet piercing his heart. What's happening? That corpse that drowned. It's alive. He's the one who shot. The crowd saw the fat man they had previously assumed was dead. The first thing I see upon waking is the sight of scum like you. It makes me sick. If you want to live, scram. Walpole looked at them coldly. Fuck. Don't think having a gun makes you invincible. Brothers, hack him to pieces. He doesn't have many bullets. A dozen men wielding blades charged at Walpole, intent on tearing him apart. These dozen were the elite of Shurjin gang, some wearing leather armor. Walpole had been swept here by the tsunami, and in their experience waterlogged guns would misfire, and a single firearm held limited ammunition. Thus they did not take Walpole's gun seriously. But their fate was predictable. Walpole was a devil fruit user who had previously swallowed a large quantity of bullets and stored them within his body. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The continuous gunfire shocked everyone in Shurjin gang. How? How does he have so many bullets? The armed elites fell, some killed instantly, others shot through the body with blood gushing out. I'll say it again. Get lost. Walpole's forehead veins bulged as he fought to suppress something. Hasn't our boss arrived yet? We can't hold out much longer. The Shurjin gang members clearly faltered. What's going on? My men are dead. At that moment, a bald giant appeared, flanked by 3 bodyguards. All 3 carried handguns. The bald giant nearly lost his temper seeing his subordinates killed and his elites destroyed. Boss. It was that guy. That sea trash. Shurjin gang members pointed at Walpole. The bald giant's eyes locked onto Walpole. The valuables he wore did not matter. What mattered was Walpole's face, exactly like the one on the wanted poster. A wanted criminal from Lord Entertainment District. This is wonderful. With his head I can escape my commoner status. The bald giant opened fire immediately, and his subordinates joined in shooting. Walpole's condition was dire. His devil fruit ability had not fully recovered, and he had just fought desperately against another version of himself in the seas of consciousness. Uft, uft. 2 bullets struck Walpole's thigh and arm. The pain sharpened his focus somewhat, and he fired back, forcing the bald giant and his men to retreat. Walpole hid behind cover, breathing heavily and strategizing. Decapitate the snake, and the rest will scatter. His opponents were a ragtag mob without the courage to fight to the death. Damn it, charge. The bald giant ordered his ordinary men to wear down Walpole's ammunition and strength. He had also seen Walpole's weakness. If he missed this chance, he would never achieve noble status. Just thinking about the conditions offered by that esteemed figure made the bald giant pulse with excitement. Boss, he has a gun. We're walking into a death trap. Fuck, if you don't go, I'll shoot you myself right now. The bald giant fired a shot at one of his men. Under his threat, the remaining men had no choice but to charge toward Wapol's cover. Open fire when he comes out. The bald giant prepared to shoot. Seeing the situation, Wapol had no choice but to go all out. He activated his ability, his arm transforming into a shield as he charged at the bald giant. Despite Wapol's corpulent frame, he ran surprisingly fast. A nimble giant required agile positioning. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the bald giant. His devil fruit ability had reached its limit, and after absorbing several bullets, his arm returned to normal. Dead man. An experienced fighter, the bald giant drew his long blade and slashed at Wapol's neck. Clang. Iron armor. Wapol's neck skin hardened into steel. The blow failed to sever his head, but the force staggered him. Unable to kill the bald giant directly, Wapol transformed his fingers into blades and sliced the throat of the man standing between him and the bald giant. The bald giant was a desperate fighter himself. In this moment, either he died or Wapol died. He swung his blade again, targeting Wapol's head. Wapol caught the incoming blade with his bare hand, stopping it. The bald giant kicked him down and thrust his sword toward Wapol's face. Wapol gripped the man's arm with both hands, preventing the killing thrust. His abilities were depleted and his stamina and strength were nearly exhausted. Watching the blade inch closer to his eyes, he could only struggle to hold on. Die! The bald giant snarled viciously. At that moment, a chain wrapped around his neck from behind. A silver-haired youth covered in blood stood behind the bald giant. His breath caught and his grip loosened. Wapol deflected the incoming blade and drove his fingersword straight through the bald giant's throat. With a 360-degree twist, he severed the bald giant's head completely. Wapol rose, holding the severed head high, and glared at the nearby Shurjin gang members. Who's next? His roar combined with his bloody display and unhinged demeanor terrified everyone nearby. Their leader was dead, their elites destroyed, their officers fallen. Only cowardly scrap remained. Run! These men scrambled away in every direction, crawling and stumbling. Within moments, they had all scattered. Wapol wearily watched the silver-haired youth sitting atop the bald giant's corpse. You're good, lad. What's your name? Want to join me? Oh, my name is Raven. And I'm not a boy. I'm a girl. Don't call me lad. Does joining you mean I get food? Wapol looked at her and replied, of course. It was already a stroke of fortune that Wapol had not drowned in the sea. Due to prolonged immersion in seawater, his body was in a state of weakness and his consciousness was also compromised. This caused his devil fruit abilities to either be unusable or only functional for an extremely short time, preventing him from unleashing his full power. After a fierce struggle between his two souls, both were left in a weakened state, yet such weakness would only make them more resilient. I am Wapol. Wapol is me. Who exactly am I? The old me has died, and now I have consumed Wapol. So am I Wapol, or am I still myself? Wapol pondered these bewildering questions, feeling that he was becoming someone different. Fragmentary memories of his past life gradually faded, with only the plot of One Piece remaining vividly clear. And by this time, Wapol had already left the sea garbage zone, and 3 days had passed. He was now at Ruin's home. Nor rather, it was more of a shack Ruin had cobbled together. And having killed a bald thug and so many others at the sea garbage station, even among the homeless, it was bound to attract attention. So Wapol had no choice but to follow Ruin to her place. It was a remote location known to no one except Gabuda. I need to figure out the current situation first. I wonder how the others are doing. This country seems to be hunting me. I shouldn't overthink who I am. I'm just Wapol. Wapol decided not to dwell on the strange experiences in his consciousness. And at that moment, Ruin returned from a nearby town. She had gone to stock up on food. Hey, big fat guy, you're wanted. Here's the bounty poster. Ruin tossed a poster with a face to Wapol. Wapol caught it and looked. It was indeed himself, a lecherous-looking fat man, only drawn a bit more viciously. Below the poster were some descriptive words. This individual is a vicious pirate officer who cruelly murdered citizens of this nation. He was recently spotted near the sea garbage processing station at the intersection of the Entertainment North District and the Trade West District. He slaughtered countless homeless people in the sea garbage zone. He is a twisted serial killer. And furthermore, he has multiple accomplices who have infiltrated this country. If any citizen spots them, they must promptly report to the kingdom's soldiers. Currently, 30 of his pirate accomplices have been arrested and exiled to the Mining East District for penal labor until death. And after reading the information, Wapol had a clearer understanding. His guard soldiers had been captured, but only a portion of them, and they had not revealed that they were soldiers of the Drum Kingdom. That was the first possibility. The second possibility was that this was a smokescreen set by high-ranking officials of the Tanya Kingdom intended to lure them into a trap. And regardless of which it was an open conspiracy. His current image was already exposed, making it difficult to return to the Drum Kingdom. But he still had another identity. Mercenary Drive SH Reaper. Wapol opened his enormous mouth and swallowed himself, then spat out a well-built, athletic man. This was his true appearance. After long-term training, Wapol's fatty body had disappeared. The obese form was merely a disguise after ingesting fat. Wapol's sudden transformation stunned Ruin. And what is this? Ruin had been an orphan since childhood and had never encountered any ability user while living in this area. Ruin, you are now my subordinate, so I won't hide anything from you. I am the king of the Drum Kingdom, and I came to this country to handle some matters. And I am not a pirate, nor am I a villain. This wanted poster is false. Someone is framing me, Wapol explained to Ruin. Oh, whether you're a villain or a king, it doesn't concern me. I became your subordinate just to get enough to eat. But for these past few days you've been eating my food. When will you honor your promise of a big meal? Ruin gnawed on a potato and reluctantly shared half with Wapol. Wapol felt exasperated. This Ruin only cared about food. He then swallowed the potato in one bite. And, let's go have a feast today. You'll wear a girl's outfit. Wapol had a plan in mind. Ruin was still a youth at this time when the physical differences between boys and girls were minimal. Plus Ruin had a tomboyish appearance. I don't have any girl's clothes. Ruin looked through her box, which contained only a few scavenged old garments, all adult-sized. No problem, we'll go buy some. Consider it a gift from your boss. And don't forget I'm a king. Wapol ruffled Ruin's hair. Wapol felt deeply grateful toward this child. When he was at his weakest, it was Ruin who had spared his life instead of killing him. Moreover, a child named Ruin was likely no ordinary person. She appeared to be full of potential and worth cultivating. And besides, Wapol owed her his life. This child was usually dull and a bit silly, almost cute, but in battle she was calm, composed, and struck with decisive ferocity. A genuine talent. Wapol evaluated her in his mind. In buying clothes, Ruin was somewhat excited. As a garbage scavenger, she could only exchange found items for food and sometimes went hungry. Let's go to town and buy clothes. As Wapol and Ruin were about to step outside, and boom. Ruin's house was blasted apart. Wapol hugged Ruin and performed a forward roll, escaping the blast. Cough cough. You didn't even announce your attack beforehand. Breaking all the rules. Wapol let go of the angry Ruin, whose food supplies were still inside. Where's the fat guy from the wanted poster? A towering man 5 meters tall looked at Wapol and Ruin. Behind him followed a group of muscular men, all wearing boxing gloves as their uniform. Kid, you lied to me. And the burly man held up a person whose face had been beaten beyond recognition. Gabuda, Ruin gasped. Why, yes, I'm sorry. I betrayed you, Ruin. Run. He's Tarek, a killing boxer from the Royal Casino's Fight Club. And I really don't want to die. Gabuda's arm was fractured and bent, his face battered by knee strikes, and he was barely alive. Back at the sea garbage zone, the fleeing homeless had reported the incident. Gabuda and Ruin became targets, and certain powerful figures took notice of them. When Gabuda appeared in town to buy food, he was captured by the Fight Club. After being brutally beaten and interrogated, they learned Ruin's residence. So this silver-haired kid must be Ruin. But where's that fat guy? Killer boxer Tarek threw Gabuda to the ground and turned his gaze toward Ruin. The kid's bones are tough, but not as tough as my fists. Where's the fat guy? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, that'll be your fate. Tarek mercilessly stepped on Gabuda's head with his foot. If the killer boxer Tarek stepped down, Gabda, who had only one breath left, would surely die on the spot. Just then a door panel flew toward Tarek. With a crack, Tarek's head collided with the door panel, shattering it into pieces. Your head is quite hard, isn't it? Wapol held the door panel in one hand and Gabda in the other. Reborn, what did I teach you just now? You're shaken by such a scene. Take care of Gabda and watch how I deal with these scum. Wapol threw Gabda to Reborn. Cough. The sudden attack left Tarek stunned for a moment. You must be tired of living. Who are you? Where do you come from? Tarek looked at the short man before him and decided to cruelly torment him, then sell him to Pleasure Street, where perverted customers would toy with his rear. Wapol suddenly shivered, feeling a chill at his rear. He touched his pants. No split. Who cares who I am? Look at the sun, so bright it hurts the eyes. Wapol faced the 5-meter-tall killer boxer Tarek without any fear or tension. Thanks to Wapol's antics, Reborn also relaxed his nervous mood. What the hell are you babbling about? You don't respect Lord Tarek, said a bald underling. Hey, you said that, not me. Wapol wore a punchable expression. The bald underling couldn't endure Wapol's insolence and threw a punch. Wapol lightly tilted his head and countered with a punch to the bald underling's jaw, knocking him out instantly. Not every bald man is strong. Do you think you're Saitama? This form of Wapol had never been tested in real combat, only sparring with the leader Labon. Known to others as a fat figure, Wapol himself didn't know how strong this form truly was. Not bad. Tarek was startled by the speed of Wapol's punch. Want to spar? Loser calls the winner grandpa. Wapol taunted. SSSS. You'll die miserably. Tarek licked his lips and assumed a boxing stance. Look, Lord Tarek is about to use his killing boxing technique, exclaimed a group of underlings from the fighting club. Though Wapol wore a grin, he remained on high alert. Here it comes. Wapol instantly raised his right arm to block Tarek's hook punch. The force was heavy, but he could defend. Huh. Tarek was surprised. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whiz. Uppercuts, straight punches, a continuous assault. Walbo stepped back, swaying his head to evade Tarek's attacks. Hey, that guy dodged Lord Tarek's attack. Don't panic, Lord Tarek is toying with him. He hasn't unleashed his full power yet. The onlookers murmured. This shorty is so agile. Though I've only used 70% of my strength. Tarek decided to go all out. His muscles swelled, especially his calves. Killing boxing technique. Flash punch. With powerful steps, Tarek lunged forward, his right fist shooting toward Walbo's head. Walbo ducked low, bending to evade. But Tarek's previous punch was a feint. The real killing blow was his left fist. Diving uppercut. The punch landed solidly on Walbo's abdomen, sending him flying backward, crashing through trees behind him. Wow, Lord Tarek is amazing. Killing boxing technique. It's the diving uppercut, a signature move from the diving series. The underlings howled in admiration. Even steel would be deformed by my diving uppercut. Tarek grinned. Seeing Walbo sent flying, Ruewin grew worried. She feared that if Walbo died, she would lose her meal ticket. Boss, don't you dare die. Ruewin ran to Walbo's side, carrying Gobta on her back. Cough. Walbo let out a sound, shook his head, and rubbed his stomach. My combat experience is still lacking. I need to train harder. But this enhanced body is indeed much stronger. That 5-meter-tall fool opposite me, his strength, speed, and technique would make him a boxing champion back in the real world. His astonishing reach gives him a huge advantage in combat. In battle, Walbo was terrifyingly calm. He felt different. The panic that used to grip him during fights was gone. Walbo patted Ruewin's shoulder, signaling he was unharmed. Kid, are you worried about me? I'm afraid that if you die, my investment will be wasted. You? Rest assured I won't die easily. Walbo looked at the stunned opponents. I'll go all out too. You'd better hold on. Impossible. You took my punch, and are completely fine. You bastard. Tarek felt humiliated and unleashed his full power. Diving uppercut, diving straight punch impact. He unleashed 3 signature moves in succession. Yet Walbo effortlessly blocked all his attacks. No, impossible. Even the big boss couldn't casually block all my special moves. My turn. Walbo suddenly appeared in front of Tarek and punched him in the stomach. His fist turned to steel, combined with the strength of his white iron form, forcing Tarek to drool from the impact. This? Impossible. Ugh. Tarek collapsed to his knees, vomiting the contents of his stomach. Tarek became a leader for a reason: his abnormally strong physique, boxing training, natural talent, and mastery of certain techniques. He stood out in the fighting club and was chosen as the 3rd boss by the big boss. In his life there, he had only suffered one crushing defeat when he was young and was taught a lesson by the big boss. I can't lose. Tarek roared, rising to attack Walbo. Too noisy. Walbo drove a knee strike into Tarek's chest. With a thud, Tarek fell to the ground and didn't get up. This is absolute suppression of power and speed. Your attack patterns and techniques do have some merit worth learning, but your base stats are too low and my defense is tougher than steel and alloy. Walbo thought to himself. The surrounding fighting club underlings were stunned. Impossible. This can't be real. Lord Tarek has been defeated. Is this man a monster? Let's retreat and report to the big boss and 2nd boss. The underlings snapped out of it and prepared to flee. None of you are leaving today. Walbo moved at high speed, kicking one underling away and punching another unconscious. Walpo's speed and strength overwhelmed the ordinary fighters of the fighting club like an adult beating kindergarten children. Truly, one punch per child, one punch per winner. Through this battle, Walpo understood some things. In his own situation, while in the white iron form without using his devil fruit abilities and relying solely on physical skills, he still had some weaknesses. His combat experience was insufficient. But this was just his baseline test data. The white iron armor and certain weapons had not been tested. Indeed, real combat is the main channel for improving strength. With a clench of his palm, he crushed a lackey's throat. Walpo left only 2 survivors as he needed to extract information from them. At some point, he had become ruthless in killing. The former happy fat otaku king Walpo had vanished. Only the iron-fisted mercenary Walpo remained. His previous form changes had never been like this. Could it be due to that soul battle in the sea of consciousness? That Walpo was cold, merciless, cruel, and regarded human life as nothing. By devouring his soul, had I also merged with his temperament. Tell me everything you know, including how old you were when you still wet the bed. If you dare omit a single word, I'll crush one of your bones. Walpo said coldly. Ruewin looked at Walpo, feeling as if he had become a different person. In his fat form, the guy was timid and cowardly, but kind and gentle. This form, however, was so ruthless and cruel. Don't kill me. I'll talk. The fighting club received a bounty list with some domestically wanted figures. We got word that a fat man matching the bounty description had appeared in the Garbage Sea area. By the time we arrived, the Golden Pick gang was already decimated. Later we learned that the fat man and 2 scavenger kids had done it. Commander Taluk ordered us to watch the shops in the area, and if we found those 2 kids exchanging food, we were to capture and interrogate them for the fat man's whereabouts. As soon as the club lackey finished speaking, Walpo crushed him. Does your fighting club have someone skilled in scheming? Wapol asked the remaining survivor. Gulp, if I tell you, will you spare me? Yes, I keep my word. Wapol said. The fighting club has 3 officers: the head boss Tiger Man Jarek, the second boss Ninja Claw Minnick, and the third boss Killing Fist Taluk. Now that Lord Taluk has been killed by you, the head boss has been dispatched by the entertainment district's noble Lord Yemu to watch over the royal casino. So only the second and third bosses are in charge of the fighting club. Is this Lord Yemu a noble of your country? Yes, a great noble, a close friend of Minister Richard. He is the true ruler of the entertainment district. Tell me in more detail what you know. Other areas too. Well, our entertainment district lies north of the central city, adjacent to the eastern mining zone and the western trade zone. But each district is controlled by nobles or the minister's trusted men. Can't your country's king command the kingdom's soldiers? Wapol asked. The king is gravely ill. The one who holds the kingdom's soldiers is Minister Richard. Moreover, the number and strength of the royal soldiers are inferior to the private mercenaries of the nobles. The club lackey confessed everything, and Wapol learned the intelligence he wanted. You'll let me go, right? Of course. Wapol turned his arm into a long blade and directly severed his limbs. I said I wouldn't kill you, but if you get eaten by beasts or bleed to death, that's not my concern. Wapol coldly threw him into the dense forest. Before doing so, he also cut off his tongue. Reborn, find a safe place and take care of Gabuta first. I'll come find you after I handle some matters. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I'm your boss. Oh, I won't let you go hungry. Wapol looked at Reborn kindly, like a big brother next door. But having just brutally killed all the enemies of the fighting club, it was hard to associate him with the big brother next door. My gentleness is only for my subordinates. To enemies I must be cruel and ruthless. Wapol said, seeing Reborn's confusion. I have a secret place in the mountains. When you get near there, imitate a bird call, and I'll appear. Reborn was thick-skinned, bold, and had experienced hardship since childhood, so he fully understood the theory of survival of the fittest. Wapol was not wrong. After parting with Reborn, Wapol changed into the clothes of a fighting club lackey and infiltrated the most prosperous area of the Tania Kingdom, the Northern Entertainment District. The Entertainment District was under the control of the noble Lord Yemu, who owned 2 businesses, the Royal Casino and Joy Street. The Royal Casino was adjacent to the port and trade district where sailors often came to gamble during their free time. Joy Street was mostly a place of sensual entertainment, and the fighting club was a combat arena that regularly held death matches for nobles and tourists to watch and bet on. These 3 establishments continuously funneled wealth to Lord Yemu, who was loyal to Minister Richard. Currently, he planned to first find his companions. He wondered how Dalton and the soldiers were faring and about the traps on the wanted bounty posters. If over 30 of his guard soldiers had indeed been captured, he would need to rescue them first before making further plans. Walking through the entertainment district, he felt that his own country had far too few entertainment venues. It seems I haven't degenerated. A country cannot have too many entertainment venues. That would make the people more relaxed and eventually lazy. Science and education revive the nation, though entertainment ruins it. If people indulge in gluttony and drunkenness day after day, they lose their drive. This country is already corrupt. After transforming, Wapol went unnoticed as the wanted fat man. The best place to gather information is a bar. I've killed Taluk and his lackeys. The second boss certainly won't expect this outcome. First, go to the bar to gather information, find the fighting club, and see who that scheming second boss Minnick is. He must know more intelligence. Wapol saw a nearby bar with a large sign. He went in and found a secluded corner to sit down. He ordered a beer and drank silently, listening to the drunken chatter around him. Sir, would you care for anything else? A bunny girl stood before Wapol. Oh, no thank you. Walpo's eyes widened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Sweetheart Queen Mykeet. Why is she here? Wapol was contemplating this, but the bunny girl before him did not leave. Your Majesty, your disguise is truly remarkable, but I will never forget your scent. The bunny girl Mykeet breathed warm air into Walpo's ear. A chill ran through Walpo's heart. He had indeed overlooked the matter of his scent. No matter how he changed his appearance, his unique scent could not be altered. Next time he must wear perfume. I have no idea what you are talking about. Wapol adamantly refused to admit it. No, impossible. I remember it most vividly when you were torturing me. You are lying. Mykeet also harbored doubts for the man before her possessed such charm that he could not be the same lecherous fat king. Mykeet's unusual behavior drew the attention of others in the tavern. Wapol frowned and slapped Mykeet's pert bottom. Slap. A crisp and resounding sound. Ah, you scoundrel. Mykeet's face flushed from the slap. The surrounding pirates and merchants burst into laughter, leering at the pair. I am not Wapol, I am his brother. Wapol had a sudden inspiration and fabricated an identity for himself, pulling Mykeet into his embrace and seating her on his lap. What a brother. You think I am a fool, eh? Mykeet remained skeptical. Believe it or not, I believe it myself. Why are you here? Do you have any useful intelligence to share? Wapol inquired casually. You ask for intelligence right away without a care for whether I am alive or dead. Heartless king. After the tsunami shattered the ship, I do not know how long I was unconscious. I nearly died. Boo-hoo. Stop your sniveling. Once this matter is settled, we will be even. You once attempted to assassinate me. This is your compensation. After it is done, we owe each other nothing. Wapol said. On what grounds? If I call for help now, you are finished. Wanted posters of you are everywhere. I am now a mercenary, not Wapol. Do you think they will believe you? This kingdom is currently hunting the fat Wapol, and I am not him. Do you dare to cry out? If I say I am not Wapol, they will surely believe me. But if you say you are not the sweetheart queen, who would believe that? You are a pirate wanted by the Marines. I see you are here in the tavern with some ulterior motive. Wapol stared at Mykeet. TCH. Fine, I will share some intelligence with you, and after that we are done with each other. Stay out of my affairs. Where is the fighting club? The exact location and what time the matches start. Also the security configuration of the Royal Casino. I need this intelligence. Wapol said. You really treat me like a spy. Where would I get all that information? I only know the business hours of the fighting club and its approximate location. The Royal Casino is just a casino, nothing unusual about it. But it is connected to the fighting club. Some nobles enjoy watching gladiator battles, and sometimes place bets often for large sums. The most popular is the death match, where 80% of the kingdom's nobles participate in this high-stakes gambling. As Mykeet spoke, she inadvertently revealed all the intelligence. Princess Ruei and her maids. Are they all right? Wapol suddenly asked. What? This tavern is the princess's base, is it not? Wapol had already guessed some things. What are you talking about? Mykeet's expression stiffened. Come, let us go see your mistress. Wapol said, putting his arm around Mykeet's waist. Very well. Mykeet seized her concealment and left the tavern with Wapol. Before leaving, Wapol tossed 500 berries to the tavern owner. A group of drunken men whistled lewdly. Brother last long, they jeered. This was an unwritten rule of the world of One Piece. Taverns often also engaged in pimping. After following Mykeet through a maze of twists and turns, they arrived before a secluded building. Mykeet's knock followed a coded rhythm. The door opened, and Wapol followed her inside. You are His Majesty Wapol, are you not? A mature woman who bore a striking resemblance to Princess Ruei said. You are Princess Ruei? Wapol was greatly astonished. It seems I am not the only one who can change form. So His Majesty Wapol also possesses such a miraculous skill. The mature Ruei arched her back, her ample bosom heaving. Ahem, I am not Wapol. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am a mercenary. Wapol refused to admit it. I am the eldest princess of this kingdom. After losing a factional struggle, I was hunted by assassins hired by the ministers. I was forced to flee onto a slave trader's ship about to leave port. Princess Ruei began to speak, but Wapol interrupted her. Later you were rescued by King Wapol. Your subordinate Jessica needed treatment, so you pretended to be a helpless woman and settled in the castle of the Drum Kingdom as a maid. You intended to leave, but then the poker pirates attacked. Among the poker pirates you had a mole sweetheart, Queen Mykeet. So you sent your maid Merlin and Mykeet to stage a performance for Wapol, wanting to test his strength and decide whether to borrow his power to help you regain the Tanya Kingdom. Am I correct? Wapol stared coldly at Princess Ruei. Wapol. Oh no, should I now call you mercenary? You may call me White Iron. Mr. White Iron, you are correct. I did not intend to deceive His Majesty Wapol. He is a kind man who our rescue was merely an accident. Your most important subordinate Jessica was seriously injured and needed treatment. The Drum Kingdom is a land of medical expertise. Boarding that slave trader's ship was because their next stop was the Drum Kingdom. You must have known its route long ago. Do not try to play tricks before me. Princess Ruei lowered her head and laughed. As expected of a monarch. I am not Wapol. You are right, I needed to treat my subordinate, but we were truly being hunted. The martial art I practice has a side effect when I overuse certain techniques. My body turns into a child. The snake organization hired by Minister Richard is the most mysterious organization of assassins. When I fought the assassin Hilsha the Disemboweler, I was forced to use my ultimate move, which triggered the side effect and turned my body into that of a little girl. The sudden assassination caught us off guard. My maid Cor and Officer Jessica fought desperately to protect my escape. That is how we encountered Your Majesty in the Drum Kingdom. Princess Ruei recounted the cause and effect. Assassins. How powerful was that assassin? As far as I know, your maid Cor all use firearms and are no less skilled than elite soldiers of the guard. And your subordinates Merlin and Jessica are not weak either. Yet you were forced to flee by a single assassin. Wapol asked in confusion. We are not lying this time. Minister Richard hired the snake organization to assassinate us. At that time, Disemboweler Hilsha, the minister's subordinate demon swordsman Sebamo Rust, swordsman Lion, and flying swordsman Yade all participated in the ambush. Snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, are invariably cast in a malignant light. Much like assassins, they are merciless and devoid of warmth. In the eastern mining district of the Tanya Kingdom, Minister Richard and a faction of nobles deployed overseers to drive the slaves in their labor. The noble commander presiding over the processing district likewise answered to the minister's will. Following Princess Loi's thwarted uprising, she had lost half her shadow network within the trade and entertainment districts. In her stead, Minister Richard installed the nobles Yi Mu and O Sierra to govern these territories. Yet Princess Loi had rooted herself deeply across both districts. No rival could hope to sever her influence in one decisive stroke. This entrenched presence was the wellspring of her confidence. To Walpo, this amounted to nothing more than a standard internal struggle for political dominion. Neither faction had marshaled their standing armies. The opposition relied upon the Snake Assassin Syndicate, whereas Walpo's contingent were hired blades from the Drum Kingdom. The tsunami had robbed Walpo's company of its initiative and strategic edge. Exploiting familiar terrain, the enemy swiftly issued warrants, and within that first wave more than 30 of Walpo's 100 elite soldiers fell into custody. The surviving soldiers, by Walpo's estimation, were likely lying low in some concealed position. They had been forged through grueling training and swore absolute loyalty to him. The loss of even a single man weighed heavily upon his heart. Meaning the minister's hired assassins and his cadres sprung a surprise attack upon you? Walpo queried. Affirmative. Their covert strikes and assassination attempts caught us completely off balance. Had this been a conventional engagement, we would never have been driven to flight. Princess Loi replied. Then whence springs your conviction? I maintain several contingencies woven throughout both the entertainment and trade districts. Very well. I agree to your stratagem, but I must secure Dalton's whereabouts first. Walpo murmured. Should your aim be to find Dalton, I hold intelligence on his predicament. Princess Loi replied, her gaze locking onto Walpo. Where is he? Walpo's voice trembled with urgency. He is at the combat club. He has entered the death tournament. Why would he recklessly enter such a contest? 30 of your royal guards were washed ashore here. The minister branded them pirates and condemned them to die. Dalton attempted a desperate rescue, but was subsequently subdued and taken captive by the leader of the Snake Syndicate, Princess Loi explained. Grant me his coordinates. I will go retrieve my friend. Walpo, adhering to his mercenary cover, deliberately framed Dalton as his companion. Granted, yet such intelligence carries a price and will not be given freely. Princess Loi sought a bargain. Name your terms. Once Dalton is retrieved, what aid shall we render? Walpo laid down his conditions. I require you to dismantle the Snake Syndicate. My objective is to topple Minister Richard. Princess Loi declared without hesitation. Then lay out the full intelligence before me. Yi Mu commands the entertainment district. Under his authority, the Tigerkin Jiri watches over the royal casino, while the butcher boxer Tarek and the claw-edged assassin Minik guard the combat arena. It is there that Dalton is held captive. The ministry's forces occupy the mining sector, defended by 3 commanders: the demonic sword Serbimuo, the rusted blade Liang, and the soaring spear Yad. As for the processing district, it falls under the watch of Greenite, a minor noble who maintains strict neutrality. He holds deep-rooted influence in those quarters. Even Richard could only co-opt him through patronage, and his combat prowess is considerable. The trade district, conversely, is overseen by the matriarch, Osier. She and Yimu stand as Richard's most trusted confidants. Beyond the Flayer Hersha and the Syndicate's enigmatic leader, there remains one unidentified operative whose martial caliber may well surpass even the 3 swords. Particularly concerning is their leader, who has yet to reveal himself. The handmaiden Merlin passed the compiled dossier to Walpo. That butcher boxer Tarek has already been eliminated. Walpo produced a stylus and drew a sharp cross through the entry. Eliminated. The assembled ladies of House Loi exchanged startled glances. They were intimately aware of Tarek's brutal prowess. His martial strength was far from negligible. News of his absence will reach the combat club shortly. When commences the death tournament? Walpo pressed. At 8 tonight, Mickett replied. Then we have 2 hours. Move swiftly, for once word reaches them of Tarek's demise, they will be put on high alert. Walpo rose to his feet. I had intended to formulate a more elaborate strategy, but time permits none. Listen, tonight you infiltrate and extract Dalton, then proceed directly to the mining district to link up with our forces. The 3 swords will attend the Royal Casino today to collect tribute, leaving the eastern mining sector unguarded. More than 30 of your soldiers remain incarcerated in that facility. We shall mount a rescue operation for them, first consolidate the royal troops conscripted for mining labor, seize control of the district, and finally engage the minister's forces in open combat. Princess Loi said, I will handle the combat club single-handedly. You focus on the mining district and liberate my men. Walpo turned his form, readying for immediate deployment. Are you certain you can manage this alone? Surely you do not doubt my capabilities. Should you fall into captivity, you are fully aware of the consequences. Princess Loi's warning hung heavy in the air. I am aware. Beneath the veil of night, the entertainment district still blazed with the brilliance of high noon. At its heart lay the Royal Casino, encircled by avenues of revelry, sprawling taverns, lodgings, establishments of ill repute, and the grand coliseums, where combat spectacles unfolded. Nestled adjacent to the coliseum stood the combat arena. Has that wretch Tarek not yet returned with his men? The claw-edged assassin Minik inquired. Indeed, my lord. Lord Tarek reported sighting individuals targeted by the upper echelons and departed to apprehend them, a subordinate replied. Where has that fool wandered off to? The death tournament commences tonight, yet he lingers absent. Minik harbored no apprehension regarding Tarek's safety. His confidence in the boxer's raw power was absolute. He shall not return. A frigid voice emanated from the threshold. As the sole point of egress it lay exposed to Wapol, who now stood encased in obsidian battle plate, his crimson gaze fixed upon the two occupants. Who in the seven hells are you? Minnick reeled in shock, for the corridor should have been thick with sentries. Huh. You may address me as the Drive Reaper. Walpo's helm featured an ocular lens capable of shifting pupil hue, now manifesting a baleful blood-red glare. Vain theatrics. Minnick, a serpent of venomous cunning, was a master assassin. Steel talons erupted from his gauntlets as he blurred past Walpo, his crossed blades singing through the air in a lethal arc. Perish, vermin, he hissed. Typically, a single strike of this nature would cleave an opponent asunder in an instant. Yet tonight bore no such result. His razor-sharp assault left not even a single scratch upon the invader's obsidian carapace. Preposterous. What sorcery is this? In the fraction of a second that Minnick's mind faltered, Walpo exploited the opening. A single, devastating blow erupted into the assassin's midsection with such blistering velocity that defense or evasion proved utterly impossible. Your velocity is sluggish and your strikes are as futile as water on stone. Walpo's gauntlet hand clamped around the assassin's throat with cold precision. Where is Dalton? The wealthy rely on technology while the poor depend on mutation. This is a common trope in most superpower novels. Upon arriving in the world of One Piece, Warbwa also found this to be very true. However, after personal experience, he felt that both aspects must be pursued. Mutation can enhance physical fitness, and the body serves as a carrier for technology. The two complement each other. The white iron battle armor has many forms. The Driven Death God is a night combat armor developed by the scientist Curie and his wife. Without mastering observation, Hockey Nightfall impairs one's vision. This armor is equipped with night vision capabilities. After summoning the armor, Warbwa infiltrated the fighting club. Its streamlined design reduces air resistance. The light-absorbing black color allows Warbwa to easily blend into the darkness. The mercenary form is a personality structure that emerged after Warbwa devoured his soul. In this form, he shed the panicked and cowardly nature of the King Fat Warbwa, retaining only a calm mind. After using his ability and donning the armor, Warbwa eliminated all the guards of the fighting club. Warbwa could easily crush anyone here. Previously, he had been testing this form to gauge the level of his physical techniques and hand-to-hand combat, without using his Devil Fruit ability. Now, by activating his Devil Fruit ability and summoning the armor, Warbwa displayed his full power. Where is Duo or Done? With a squeeze of his arm, Minnick felt as if he were choking. Even without using his Devil Fruit ability to summon the armor, Minnick was no match for Warbwa. Feeling the threat of death, Minnick frantically slapped the armor on Warbwa's arm. Warbwa loosened his grip slightly, allowing him to catch a breath. He was in cell no. 6, but he was just transferred. Crack. Warbwa crushed his neck. The nearby underlings were already terrified, losing control of their bowels. Minnick was the boss of their fighting club, yet he was killed so effortlessly. This was a nightmare. He lied just now, and this is his fate. Now it's your turn. Where is the one called Duo or Done? Warbwa stood before him and said, in the underground third floor cell no. 9. The secret door is behind that wall. You can die too. Warbwa dispatched them without any mental burden. They were merely scum stained with blood. Passing through a secret door, he descended the stairs all the way down. As he passed the first and second floors, Warbwa felt that his decision was correct. The first and second floors were filled with human organs, left behind by the losers of the death fighting matches. They would be purchased by human organ traffickers. Frankie's Frankie House engaged in robbery and murder, doing anything. The leader of the Flying Fish Riders, who resembled Sanji, was even a human trafficker. In the Whole Cake Island arc, among the black market and underground big shots whose hands were clean, they were all feeding on human misery. Warbwa arrived at the underground third floor, reverting to his fat form in advance, fearing that Duo or Done might not recognize him. Duo or Done, where are you? You are. Your Majesty. It's wonderful. When you were swept away by the tsunami, I was truly terrified and didn't know how to return to report. Duo or Done was very excited. Warbwa cut the cell door, took the key he had obtained from Minnick, and unlocked the sea stone handcuffs on Duo or Done. A mere tsunami, what can it do to me? Warbwa explained. As expected of your Majesty, I knew you would be fine. A mere tsunami certainly couldn't harm you. By the way, how did you get here? Some of our brothers have been captured. I know Princess Leoi has gone to rescue them. Oh, that's good, that's good. Duo or Done followed Warbwa as they walked out. Duo or Done, have you met the leader of the Snake Organization? What kind of person is he? Warbwa hurried along, taking the opportunity to ask about enemy intelligence. The leader of the Snake Organization. That guy is. In the darkness, a cold gleam stabbed toward Warbwa's back. Clang. Whooshed. At the same time, a gust of wind from a punch whistled over. Duo or Done performed an exceptionally agile backflip, evading Warbwa's fist. Warbwa instinctively sensed danger and summoned the armor on his back, blocking the fatal sneak attack. You are not Duo or Done, you are an assassin from the Snake Organization. Warbwa hesitated, debating whether to change forms, but transforming would expose his mercenary form. The fake Duo or Done played with his dagger with a sinister smile. As a king, meddling in the affairs of other countries is already foolish, and coming here in person is the height of stupidity. If you are captured, I think that Sigu Kingdom would be instantly devoured by other powers. A woman's voice emerged from the darkness. There is another one. Warbwa prepared to summon the armor for battle. Tap tap. The footsteps grew closer until a figure appeared before Warbwa. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman with long black hair reaching past her waist, fair skin, delicate features, and especially those ruby-like eyes that were captivating. She wore a black sailor top and a black skirt that reached just above her knees. At her waist was a black longsword. The overall black color scheme created a stark contrast with her excessively fair skin. Most alarmingly, there was another duo-or-dun behind her. Two duo-or-duns. His gaze shifted between the dagger-wielding duo-or-dun and the one behind the woman. Warbwa's mind raced as he recalled the plot of One Piece. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember a character with such abilities. Your Majesty Warbwa, a pleasure to meet you. I am Huey Yu, the leader of the snake organization. Please take care of me, Yu said with a smile. Leader, I want to rip open his belly and see how a king's intestines differ from a commoner's. The fake duo-or-dun's body began to transform, eventually becoming a voluptuous woman. Her figure could be described as tempting to sin, but the dagger in her hand exuded a bloody aura. Shirsha, do not be rude. Your Majesty Warbwa cannot be killed. Ooh, I want to obtain him. The two members of the snake organization had been encountered so easily by Warbwa. What a damn coincidence. Ever since he had devoured the other Warbwa, he could instinctively sense danger, much like Spider-Man's spider sense. Facing the two women before him, Warbwa's danger alarm was about to max out. They were extremely dangerous, but he could not flee, because behind that woman was the real duo-or-dun. Hey, you say you want to obtain me. What kind of joke is that? I am the king. You'd be fit to be my maids. Warbwa decided not to transform, instead turning his fingers into guns and launching an attack. Walpo's attack was sudden, and the confined space made it difficult to dodge. Thus the bullets could exert their full power here. The voluptuous assassin Zilsha still evaded the dense gunfire with ease, while Yui, who directly hid behind Dalton. Do you dare to open fire? At that moment, Dalton's gaze was vacant like a walking corpse, completely incapable of evading Walpo's attacks. Seeing this, Walpo could only shift his gun away. You're somewhat despicable. Do you dare to come out and face me one-on-one? Walpo said from behind the corner of a wall. King Walpo, you are truly shameless, pointing a gun at two weak women and still asking me to duel you. How about this? Release Dalton and I won't use a gun. How does that sound? This person has a good physique. I want to turn him into my servant. But he says his loyalty is only dedicated to his king. What a stubborn fellow who would rather die than submit. It took me great effort to control him. If I let him go just because you say so, I'd be at a disadvantage. Yui, who teased. How about this? We both make a concession. You release him and we'll duel. If I am defeated, I can become your slave. If you lose, there will be no punishment for you. Walpo set a trap. Such a high stake. You seem very confident. Yui, who stepped out from behind Dalton and struck him unconscious with a chop of her hand. Zilsha, take him out. He's our hostage. Don't you need my help? No. He cares deeply about this subordinate. It's the most useful leverage and weakness. Yui, who stared at Walpo like a predator eyeing its prey. Everything was going according to Walpo's plan. This Yui, who was still a bit naive, falling into his trap. Once Dalton was awakened, he could counterattack. However, Walpo was also uncertain. Who would have thought he would encounter the leader of the snake organization here? This didn't follow the usual plot at all. Usually the protagonist fights small fry to level up and then faces the boss. How did he end up running into one just by trying to rescue someone? When he entered, the guards were all normal, and Minnick, the head of the fighting club, showed no anomalies. Why would a powerful enemy from the other side be here? It was too coincidental. Unless the two of them had been lying in ambush here all along. Walpo watched as Dalton was about to be taken away and opened his mouth to shout. Dalton, wake up. I've come to save you. As he shouted, Walpo transformed his mouth into a large loudspeaker. The power contained in his voice jolted Dalton awake from his stupor. Moo! A wild bull's roar. Zilsha was flung aside by Dalton. Lord Walpo, run. This woman has the power of hypnosis. Walpo saw black aura swirling around Dalton. Good heavens, what kind of ability is this? Is she a devil fruit user? Walpo felt his knowledge was insufficient. At that moment, Yui, who was also wreathed in black aura. With a wave of her hand, a pitch-black sinister aura enveloped Dalton. To be able to resist hypnosis despite being under my spell. Yui, who was inwardly astonished. Minister Richard wanted to execute Dalton, but Yui, who stopped him, claiming she wanted to gather intelligence about the enemy. Thus, using her ability, she obtained information about Walpo and learned that the Drum Kingdom was involved and that he was the king himself. This piqued her interest in Walpo. She then arranged for Dalton to participate in the death fighting tournament and spread the news to lure Walpo into a rescue. From previous conversations with Dalton, she learned that in Dalton's eyes, Walpo was the perfect king. A perfect king was something Yui, who had never witnessed. She believed it impossible for a king to care so deeply for the common people. The countries she had encountered were all ruled by nobles who exploited the commoners to the fullest for their own benefit. So she was curious and had Zilsha disguise herself as Dalton and lay in wait here for Wapol to take the bait. Once she captured Wapol, she would find out the truth. From Dalton's information, Wapol was a ability user. But he was merely not weak because her homeland was in the New World. She had emerged from the New World and had seen many powerful pirates. In her view, there weren't many experts in the first half of the Grand Line as the Marines had a significant presence there. The powerful pirates had all entered the New World. The New World had almost no territories occupied by the Marines. It was the domain of the 4 emperors, so there were more powerful individuals. After gaining control of Dalton, Yui, who recalled how she had fallen into Walpo's trap earlier, she had nearly lost control of the hostage. He could actually break my ability. That shouting was truly ear-piercing. I'm getting more and more curious about this king of the Drum Kingdom. Yui, who smiled at Wapol, but it made the air around him 3 degrees colder. Somehow something about Wapol attracted her. You can't escape. Zilsha stood behind Wapol. The assassin had somehow circled around to his rear. Hey, don't cling to me like this. I'm a righteous man. Wapol uttered gentlemanly words as he kicked backward. Zilsha, with her snake-like supple body, agilely dodged the attack and countered with a poisoned dagger aimed at Walpo's abdomen. Iron armor protection. Rising knee. Wapol turned his abdomen into steel, deflecting the dagger's strike. He then raised his leg and drove his knee toward Zilsha, suddenly accelerating with a pinfengbai. Catching Zilsha off guard, she was knocked aside by Walpo's rising knee. With both sauls transformed into pinfengbai, Walpo sped away. His obese body shot out like a cannonball, leaving Yui, who dumbfounded. It wasn't until Walpo disappeared from her sight that she snapped back to reality. Did he just run away like that, without rescuing his subordinate? She had intended to toy with Walpo, but if she didn't go all out now, he might slip away. Zilsha, take the hostage and leave. I'll go catch that king. With that, Yui, who dissolved into black smoke and vanished from the spot. Oh, my leader. Zilsha hoisted Dalton and left. In one breath, Walpo ran all the way outside the fighting club. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he changed his body shape and summoned his battle armor. Phew, now I am not King Walpo, but the mercenary-driven death. Walpo whispered to himself. He sensed someone pursuing him from behind. In the darkness, a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair appeared before Walpo, holding a long sword. Who are you? Isn't that fat king here? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no fat man here, no king. Only the mercenary-driven death. Walpo announced a rather Chinibu alias. King Valpo was sly and cowardly, showing a touch of leniency in battle. The mercenary form and the Reaper were merely psychological suggestion and excuse, nothing more. This excuse allowed him to commit cruel deeds without a hint of guilt. Mercy toward enemies is but cruelty to oneself. Only in this form could he unleash his full might. Something's wrong. Kitsunum felt that the figure before her was indeed the portly king from before. Full power. His fingers morphed into gun barrels, dual Gatling cannons mounted upon his shoulders. Valpo had become a walking fortress. A torrential barrage of fire rained down upon Kitsunum, yet her speed was unervingly fast. Valpo's eyes could not track her movements, his gunfire could not lock onto her. TCH. In this absurd world, are all people truly monsters? Any organization leader could utterly outclass Bolt in a 100-meter dash. Unscientific. Valpo grumbled. Yet his Gura no Mi abilities were equally inexplicable. This world harbored phenomena that defied modern science entirely. It was a world of bizarre and wondrous contradictions. Kitsunum clearly had no intention of sparing the tin-clad brute who dared fire upon her. This individual must be that fat king. Kitsunum mused. An invisible force seemed to draw them ever closer. Tushigiri, one slash. Blade light flashed, striking Valpo's chest in the blink of an eye. Even the white iron alloy bore a shallow scar. Moi. Kitsunum was surprised her strike failed to penetrate his defense. Valpo broke into a cold sweat, for he could clearly sense the initial armament haki infused in that slash. As Rayleigh had explained in the anime, every person in this world possesses haki within. Haki is invisible, odorless, and transparent, an energy both unseen and untouchable. Kenbunshiko haki is the energy of perception and awareness. Bushi no haki armament is energy that enhances defense and offensive power. Haushika haki is energy expressed through presence or soul. To Valpo, the world was composed of matter, and haki could be understood as a form of energy. Much like the natural energy of the Sage Mode in Naruto. That previous strike clearly contained a trace of such energy. To find an energy source for his armor, Valpo had studied numerous substances. Haki was among his research subjects. After all, without mastering haki, one could not survive in this world. It was an unavoidable threshold on the path to strength. Furthermore, his armor required an energy source, and haki was energy released outward from living beings. Valpo wished to experiment on whether haki could power his battle armor. However, there were no results, for he had yet to cultivate haki himself. Some of his theories were borrowed from forum discussions. Determined to grow stronger, Valpo trained relentlessly, hoping to awaken his haki. His understanding of haki was therefore quite clear. Kitsuneum's hands and blade showed no armament hardening, indicating she had only employed initial armament haki. Similar to Lucci's display during the Marineford arc when he first appeared alongside Sea Train warship Zo. Those who wield haki, and those who do not exist on entirely different levels. Wapol realized he could not prolong this fight, he needed to end it swiftly. Fanbeast maximum output. 6 fanbeasts erupted from the armor's back, generating tremendous thrust that propelled him forward at extraordinary speed. Only his enhanced body could withstand it. Previously such velocity had been completely uncontrollable. Finishing move, Alloy Heavy Hammer. His arm transformed into a colossal warhammer, and riding the fanbeast's thrust, he smashed toward Kitsuneum's chest. The speed exceeded even hers, as she had no time to dodge, and could only raise her blade before her body. Boom. Kitsuneum was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several impossibly thick walls. The entire combat club headquarters collapsed, burying her beneath the rubble. Wapol halted in place, gasping for breath. Operating the armor at such extreme speed had drained considerable stamina. This strike's power rivaled Luffy's geared second rocket rifle infused with armament haki. Though you're a woman, I apologize, but I must kill to prove my path. Wapol prepared to turn and leave. Dalton had yet to be rescued, and the commotion from their battle had already drawn the attention of the entertainment district guards. Enemy reinforcements might arrive at any moment. Cough. You're remarkably strong, and your techniques are quite peculiar. You only make me more excited. From the ruins, Kitsuneum rose unsteadily. Blood trickled from her palm. That single strike had forced her to mobilize her entire haki reserves for defense. Though her internal organs were injured by the impact, no visible wounds marked her exterior. Seeing that his finisher had proven ineffective, Wapol decisively chose to retreat. Damn it, no more fighting. Someone who can wield haki is nothing but a brainless powerhouse. Fast, elusive, and my reinforced cannon couldn't even land a hit. Unable to defeat Kitsuneum, Wapol opted for a strategic withdrawal, for enemy reinforcements were imminent. His stamina was nearly exhausted after that exchange. Wapol's soles transformed into fanbeasts, and a pair of metallic wings erupted from his back, equipped with wind beast engines. Powerful gusts propelled him skyward, and controlling the armor, Wapol vanished into the night. Kitsuneum did not pursue. She possessed no aerial combat ability. Next time you won't escape. Instinct told her this person and Wapol were one and the same. Though their physical forms differed greatly, their abilities were strikingly similar. Sensing onlookers gathering nearby, Kitsuneum dissipated into black smoke and disappeared. She left behind the ruined combat club. Shortly after, the lord of the Royal Casino and ruler of the entertainment district, Yumemidano, arrived at the scene. What in the world is this, eh? Who did this? Lord Yumemi roared in fury. Accompanying him were the Tiger Man Jarek and the 3 swordsmen who regularly served as security for the death fighting games. Minnick. Jarek rushed into the ruins, searching for his former second-in-command. The 3 swordsmen exchanged knowing glances. Each had sensed a familiar aura. They all wondered in silence, how could the leader of the Snake organization appear in this place? Within moments, the investigation yielded results. Every member of the combat club had been slaughtered, and Ninja Claw Minnick was found dead within the headquarters. Dalton had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Tarek's severed head was discovered. Near the head lay a wooden plank inscribed with the words, "Whoever harms my subordinates, no matter how distant, shall be executed." Upon receiving the news, Lord Yamemi immediately ordered the execution of the surviving guard soldiers. But worse tidings followed. The mining district had fallen. It had already been seized by Princess Ruai. Go. Notify Minister Richard at once. Despite his title, Lord Yamemi was at his core merely an ordinary nobleman. After the rescue operation on Wapol's side failed, they had no choice but to retreat. Though deeply unwilling, facing a master of Yu whose caliber he temporarily had no means to counter. Conqueror's aura is an unavoidable threshold. No matter how far you develop your fruit abilities, without it you will always harbor a fatal weakness. Wapol did not head directly to rendezvous with Princess Lu Yi, but instead flew back to the secret stronghold where Ruewen was stationed. Fortunately, there is the flight mode of the battle armor. That heavy hammer technique really drained quite a bit of stamina. Wapol dispelled his transformation and sat directly upon the ground. After sending the signal, he waited for Ruewen to come collect him. During the flight, he received word that the mining district had already fallen under Princess Lu Yi's control. The kingdom soldiers who had been reduced to slaves upon learning the truth had already pledged allegiance to Princess Lu Yi, and his own guard squad soldiers had also been liberated. If he could rescue Dalton, the mission would be complete, and he could lead his subordinates to retreat back to the Drum Kingdom first. After all, the waters of the Tanya Kingdom run somewhat deep. In the open now, Chancellor Richard controls more territory than Princess Lu, yet he has not achieved complete dominance. In terms of troop numbers, the kingdom soldiers and the nobles' private forces were roughly equal. But our side boasted elite guard soldiers capable of fighting 3 enemies alone, along with weapons, though some of those weapons had been swept into the sea by the tsunami. After comparing both sides, Princess Lu Yi could turn the tide at any moment, but only if the top-tier combat power levels were comparable. Our side Princess Lu E. Merlin Officer Jessica Mick Valpo and Dalton. The enemy the snake organizations U. E. Ihu Hirsha the three swordsmen Chancellor Richard Yemu and Auxier. Those are the only ones currently visible on the surface. But who knows if the snake organization still conceals additional assassins. Rumor whispers of one more who has not yet made an appearance. I need a trump card. Boss, you're back. Ruewin emerged from the jungle. Kid, have you found the ship I told you to look for along the coastline? Found it, and there is a group of soldiers near that ship as well. After I relayed the message you gave me, they also sent people to follow me over. Haha, excellent. Take me there quickly. Valpo and Ruewin entered the jungle stronghold. The moment they stepped inside, they caught sight of several familiar faces from the guard squad. Your Majesty the King, wonderful you are unharmed. At this point Valpo had already reverted to his form as the portly king. My dear subordinates are also safe. That is truly wonderful. By the way, how many of you remain? Valpo asked. 60 still remaining. Back then Captain Dalton led us to seize a vessel and ride the tsunami here. When we learned that over 30 of our brothers had been captured, he went off alone to mount a rescue. Before he departed, he instructed me to repair the ship and await your arrival, then provide covering fire for your evacuation. The ship is now mended, yet we have not seen Captain Dalton return. The soldier said. Dalton was captured by the Snake Organization's leader. I clashed with that fellow, but the engagement ended inconclusively. Reinforcements arrived on their side, so I was forced to retreat. I could not save Dalton. Sigh. Valpo slammed a fist onto the wooden table. Your Majesty, what should we do next? For now, do not reveal yourselves. Once our ship is repaired, sneak it here quietly, then hold position and wait. Let the Princess faction and the Chancellor faction exhaust each other in fierce combat before we make our move. I expect this will be a head-on decisive battle. I shall also go face that Snake Organization leader once more. I must rescue Dalton, no matter the cost. Valpo pondered strategies in his mind, seeking a way to unravel the current impasse. She possesses Conqueror's aura. That gives me quite the headache. 2 days later at the mining district. Princess Lu E and her party had seized control of the area, defeating the guards who oversaw the mining slaves. She had likewise promised to restore personal freedom to these slaves. Upon learning the truth, some of the kingdom's soldiers among them resolved to join the princess in toppling this corrupt nation. At the temporary command post, Princess, this amounts to open warfare against the Chancellor. It diverges entirely from our original plan, remarked the Maid Merlin. We had no choice. Our previous advantage lay in political struggle against the Chancellor, but his hired assassins hunted us down, stripping us of that edge entirely. Since peaceful reform proves impossible, we must resort to forceful measures. Only by draining the pus and blood completely can the wound heal. Princess Lu E resolved to burn her bridges. Indeed, some of the slaves in this mining district were brought here by the Chancellor on fabricated charges. The entire nation has sunk into decadence and corruption. A thorough revolution is undoubtedly needed, said Officer Jessica, clad in her military uniform. What is the current combat effectiveness of our forces? Any intelligence on the enemy's movements? Asked Princess Lu E. Most of the soldiers have been subjected to prolonged labor and malnutrition, leaving their combat capability at merely half their former strength. Chancellor Richard had summoned all private forces within his territories and conscripted civilians, constructing defensive fortifications for them. The enemy occupies the central royal city, the entertainment district, the trade district, and the processing district. The great noble Ihwa Jelin remains neutral for now. We possess only this single stronghold in the mining district. The situation is not promising, Officer Jessica stated. We have underground contacts in other regions. Once the war begins, they will act as infiltrators and strike from within. Moreover, the mining district we hold harbors the greatest concentration of manpower, and all combat-capable units are imprisoned here. Chancellor Richard likely never anticipated that the moment the three swordsmen departed the garrison here would not even hold for an hour. The sweetheart Queen Maikit spoke up. Regarding logistics, the Chancellor foresaw this. Even if we hold this position, we will lose our combat effectiveness without supply lines. Princess Lu E understood that their situation was dire. Then what should we do? Maikit asked, her face etched with worry. Obviously, we stir-fry it cold. Valpo walked in. Greetings, mercenary Lord Baitai. Princess Lu E rose to welcome him. Send me the locations of the Chancellor's barracks in the royal city and all districts. Once the war begins, I will cause them to collapse. However, that Ihwa Jelin requires attention. Valpo noted, sensing something amiss about the one who maintained perpetual neutrality. That noble enjoys considerable prestige in this nation. We cannot afford to move against him just yet. Once the war commences, we will need your continued support. Thank you for your assistance. It is but a small matter. Once the war begins, contact me via Den Mushi. Valpo yawned and exited once more. Lord Lu E, this fellow has been devouring ore from the mining district's warehouse for 2 days straight. All the extracted ore has been consumed by him. And those explosives meant for blasting rocks as well, Merlin added. It is of no consequence. Consider it an advance payment. We shall require his support for this war. I need a trump card. Boss, you're back. Ruaywin emerged from the jungle. Kid, have you found the ship I told you to look for along the coastline? Wonderful. Victory rests upon this single moment. This nation needs us to save it. Open the war. Princess Lu issued her command. War was cruel. Once it began, human lives became worthless, and the common people of this country would be swept into catastrophe. The only solution was to end the war quickly. In the world of One Piece, nations were actually not very large. Countries like Dressrosa and Alabasta could be considered major powers. To Wapol, the kingdom of Tania was roughly the size of Baishing City. Flying overhead, he could descend upon the battlefield at any moment. The minister's faction would come to know the terror that fell from the skies. The Snake organization was at its core an assassin group, specializing in intelligence gathering and targeted killings. In open combat, they held no significant advantage. While adept at individual combat, they lacked the command skill of figures like the maid Merlin or Officer Jessica. Minister Richard deployed all the private forces from the trade district to the royal city, merging them with the local troops before advancing toward the mining area. Forces were also pushed into the entertainment district. The main battlefield was established at the junction where the entertainment district, royal city, and mining area converged. Both sides sought a swift resolution, so they engaged in direct combat without elaborate maneuvers. From Wapol's perspective, this conflict amounted to a massive brawl involving nearly 10,000 combatants armed with firearms and artillery. The battle descended into chaos as both the minister's forces and the princess army clashed without strategic coordination. The princess forces held an edge with Jessica directing operations, though their command capabilities remained rudimentary compared to the large-scale engagements Wapol had witnessed through television broadcasts. At the outset, Minister Richard's troops, well-equipped and numerous, gained initial advantages. However, the kingdom soldiers under Princess Ruei demonstrated unwavering resolve, systematically eroding those gains through determined resistance. The leadership on both sides refrained from entering the fray directly. Without mastery of the highest combat techniques, individual strength held limited value in this type of large-scale engagement. Even with Haki, Yakumomo would fall to coordinated gunfire from over 1,000 opponents. Standard military engagements followed the same pattern. Artillery and musketry initiated the clash, followed by close-quarters combat with blades. Wapol observed that the tactical approaches of this world remained strikingly primitive. There was nothing modern about the warfare on display. He resolved to build a modern military force for the Drum Kingdom. From the sky, he would demonstrate to these primitives the meaning of air supremacy and precision strikes. The vast battlefield fractured into numerous smaller engagements. In one sector, kingdom soldiers found themselves surrounded by noble private troops. Eliminate them. Captain, something is descending from the sky. The noble captain looked up just as a barrage of bombs plummeted from above. The detonation sent bodies scattering across the battlefield. Enhanced T1 explosives. Truly reliable, Wapol remarked, moving toward the next engagement, where his sudden bombardment began shattering the minister's forces. Firearms, cannons, and explosives were heavily restricted in the One Piece world. Once these weapons reached sufficient scale, they would fundamentally transform the nature of warfare. The military systems of this world were warped and inconsistent. Advanced laser weaponry existed alongside rudimentary flintlocks, with firearms consistently overlooked despite their potential. What Wapol was doing now was introducing this world to a new paradigm. On Fishman Island, Hody Jones commanded an army of nearly 100,000, yet possessed barely a handful of firearms. Against a properly equipped force with coordinated artillery, infantry, and specialized units, even Luffy's overwhelming power could not eliminate tens of thousands in a single strike. Frankly, this world military framework remained primitive, relying too heavily on individual strength rather than organized combat. The Drum Kingdom forces numbered barely 1,000 elite soldiers at present. With proper training and future expansion to hundreds of thousands of troops organized by specialized branches with dedicated weaponry, he dared challenge even the Marine admirals. Of course, this required time. His current objective was to grow the population and expand territory outward, laying the foundation for what would come. Tania Kingdom represented the first step in his design, a region rich with mineral resources. Deep within the central capital, the Noble Army Command Center operated from a fortified position. The three swordsmen stood alongside Minister Richard. A panicked messenger arrived with urgent news. Their defensive line had collapsed. How could their numerically superior forces be breached so swiftly? We must have been defeated. What on earth happened? He rose from his seat, fury evident. We had held complete dominance. The kingdom troops were already encircled. Then bombs rained from the sky with devastating force, shattering our formation and allowing the enemy to reverse the situation entirely. They have reached the base of the royal citadel. The enemy has reached the base of the royal citadel, the soldier reported in shock. Could ordnance really be falling from the heavens? This defied all understanding. They were not artillery shells at all. Survivors described a figure, part bird, part man, soaring through the skies and releasing the bombs himself. The soldier still trembled with fear, nearly having perished himself. A figure like a bird. The assembled commanders exchanged bewildered glances. They had never encountered such a creature. Before they could formulate a response, thunderous detonations echoed from outside. The command center shuddered violently, plaster peeling from the walls as the blast struck repeatedly. Dust coated the minister's face. What is happening? The flying attacker has arrived to bomb the royal city. 2 hours earlier, guided by Officer Jessica through the den mushy Wapol, had moved from battlefield to battlefield, dropping bombs with devastating effect. The barrage shattered the minister's forces, completely demonstrating the devastating power of air superiority. Though they attempted counterattacks, Wapol simply ascended beyond the reach of their conventional weapons. Ordinary men without haki could not pierce his white iron alloy armor, even with bullets. From the battlefield progress, Wapol saw victory was certain. His real concern now lay with the minister and his hired assassins within the citadel. Yakumomo particularly troubled him since Dalton remained in her custody. Yet he suspected the Snake organization harbored internal fractures with the minister faction. Princess Ruei intelligence revealed the Snake organization consisted of the Bellflower Hilsha leader Kagaya Yakumomo and various unnamed assassins. The Snake organization hired by Minister Richard clashed frequently with the Three Swordsmen, as infighting among members was commonplace. This fragmentation meant the minister lacked total control, an advantage for Wapol when confronting Yakumomo, as he would not face coordinated attacks from multiple opponents. After securing the final battlefield, Wapol headed toward the royal city, knowing the minister command center lay there. From the air, he quickly spotted something suspicious. Troops were scurrying about below, a potential command post, though it seemed far too reckless to leave it so exposed. No concealment whatsoever. Then again, Princess Ruei command post showed no signs of camouflage either. In this world's logic, hiding command centers simply was not a concept. Everything was displayed openly. Regardless, Wapol decided to test the site with a few explosives. The minister's command center erupted in flames beneath the bombardment. Run! Bombs are coming! The private soldiers of the minister's army were thrown into panic by the sudden explosion. The entire command center descended into chaos. Quick, you lot, think of something to stop that bastard flying in the sky. Minister Richard clutched his head. A brick had struck him moments before. I will stop him. Demon swordsman Serbimo drew his long sword and dashed onto a tall building. Wapol was flying low, tossing bombs into the crowd. His onslaught was interrupted by a sudden attack. A masked giant wielding a bizarrely shaped blade unleashed a wave of energy toward him. Demon Blade Strike. Demon swordsman Serbimo earned his moniker because his sword was forged from a special ore. In the mining zone there existed a rare ore called mana, or which contained energy of an impact nature. Serbimo's sword was imbued with mana ore. The ore in the mining area was divided into ordinary ore and mana ore. Wapol had swallowed ordinary ore, but even ordinary ore contained trace amounts of impact energy. Serbimo was already a skilled swordsman, and with this divine weapon, he earned the title of Demon Swordsman. Wapol had previously gathered intelligence on the Three Swordsmen. To be honest, he held them in low regard. They were only slightly stronger than the clowns of the poker pirates. Dodge! Wapol performed a cobra-like maneuver. Demon Swordsman Serbimo's strike passed in front of him. Take this enhanced T-bomb. Wapol actually threw 2 bombs using words to deceive his opponent. Serbimo fell for it, slicing the first bomb only to find the second one right in front of him. Sky Slash. Flying Swordsman Yade delivered a long-range slash, detonating the bomb prematurely. Serbimo was merely knocked off the building by the shockwave. Flying Swordsman Yade possessed a signature technique called Sky Slash. He was the only one capable of launching a ranged slash, though its power was minimal. TCH, these two have some skill. Wapol did not press the attack, knowing that Rust's swordsman Lion was waiting for him to draw near. Wapol held the absolute advantage. From high altitude, the Three Swordsmen could only endure his attacks. Can you block one bomb? Can you block a barrage of bombs? Since his defeat at the hands of Hagoromo, Wapol had been contemplating a countermeasure. The fastest way to boost his power was technology. He discovered the mining explosives in the warehouse of the mining zone occupied by Princess Ruei. He modified a large quantity of ordinary explosives, strengthening them into T-bombs. He consumed an entire warehouse of mining explosives and reprocessed them. No matter how high your martial arts, a cleaver can still fell you. So what if you have haki? I'll overwhelm you with gunpowder. Thus one of Walpo's trump cards was a supermassive powder barrage. You up there in the sky, do you dare to come down and fight us? Flying Swordsman Yade taunted. No, I don't. Walpo's response left Yade speechless. The Three Swordsmen and Wapol were now locked in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand for the moment. However, Minister Richard, under the cover of his soldiers, began to evacuate. Seeing his attempt to flee, Wapol dropped bombs from the sky. The Three Swordsmen below blocked them with their techniques. These bombs fall too slowly. Anyone in this world who is trained can detonate them in midair with an attack. With these Three Swordsmen obstructing him, small-scale bombing was ineffective. Yet a large-scale bombardment seemed uneconomical. If he engaged in close combat, Wapol was not afraid of the trio, but defeating them easily would be difficult. He was biding his time. Ever since discovering the minister's command center, he had called Princess Rue via a den mushy. Now Officer Jessica had led her troops to breach the minister's defenses and storm the royal city. Simultaneously, Princess Rue's forces in the entertainment and trade districts launched a counterattack. Minister Richard's trusted men, Lord Yemu and Ashire, commanded the private soldiers. The entire country was plunged into war. Lord Richard, the escape route ahead is blocked by the princess's army, a guard reported. Suddenly a sticky mass enveloped the soldier. Glue cannonball. The soldier was flung away. This is the princess's ability user. Sweetheart Mickett. The soldiers guarding the minister were thrown aside one after another. As a devil fruit user, Sweetheart Mickett held an overwhelming advantage over ordinary soldiers. The minister panicked immediately. 3 swordsmen. Protect my breakout, he issued a foolish order. Wapol had been waiting for this moment. While covering the retreat, the 3 swordsmen inevitably left openings. After all, they were not top-tier experts. Wapol dove from the sky, charging straight at one of the swordsmen. His target was Rust's swordsman Lion. Because only this man gave him a faint sense of danger. Enhanced tongue cannon. Triple ordinary shells. Opening his mouth during the dive, Wapol transformed his tongue into a cannon, using enhanced gunpowder as propellant to fire 3 shells in succession. Rust's swordsman Lion drew his rusted sword, attempting to parry. But he underestimated the power of the enhanced cannon. Boom, boom, boom. After the 3 explosions, the smoke cleared. Wapol landed on the ground, striking a flashy suave pose like Iron Man Tony Stank. In truth, his wind dial had run out of wind. Lord Lion has been taken down. The surrounding soldiers were astonished. Damn it, he killed Lion. Demon swordsman Serbimo swung his charged sword. I've been waiting for you to be isolated. Wapol had once played a game called King's Pesticide, where there was a tactic known as rescuing Grandpa, like the Calabash brothers. One by one they fall. Demon Blade Strike. Enhanced hand cannon alloy bullet. Wapol's arm transformed into a cannon. The shockwave and the alloy bullet collided, causing a violent explosion. Protected by his alloy armor, Wapol was merely sent flying. But Demon Swordsman Serbimo's sword shattered, and his body was covered in blood. Now only Flying Swordsman Yade remained to guard Minister Richard. Ahead were Officer Jessica's Princess's army and Sweetheart Mickett. Behind was Wapol, who had just killed 2 swordsmen. Flying Swordsman Yade felt he could not protect the minister. The minister thought the same. He had already called the snake organization via Den Mushy earlier. But Haguromo had not yet returned his call. Haguromo, if I'm done for, you'll never know the whereabouts of that energy stone. The minister roared. When Wapol heard those words, he sensed a crisis. Black smoke threaded through the crowd, and a cold, noble woman appeared beside Minister Richard. We meet again. Haguromo looked at Wapol and said. Wapol felt a wave of exasperation, for he had no desire to cross paths with Yui Hu again. At this juncture, encountering an adversary who could wield hockey was hardly favorable news. Yui Hu, you cannot save this person. Look around you. Your endeavor has already failed. Wapol attempted to deter Yui Hu from intervening through verbal persuasion. I care not for anyone else. I am protecting the minister. One who accepts payment shall extinguish calamities on behalf of another. Yui Hu drew her long blade, ready to engage. TCH, you actually possess a sense of professional ethics. Very well, I shall test you today. Wapol's arm transformed into a cannon, and a targeting scope emerged. This was his research from recent days, designed to lock onto Yui Hu's rapid movements. Enhanced cannon, thunder shot. Wapol's heavy caliber hand cannon did not load a single ordinary solid shot, but rather specially shaped steel pellets. The advantage of a scatter shot lay in its wide attack range, capable of sealing off Yui Hu's movement options. As expected, Yui Hu failed to evade the attack, instead standing her ground and wielding her long blade to deflect. However, Wapol's subsequent tongue cannon proved to be the true killing blow. Enhanced tongue cannon, triple shot. 3 projectiles rained down upon Yui Hu's torso and legs in a triangular formation. In the world of One Piece, cannonballs traveled at peculiarly slow speeds, often allowing skilled fighters to showcase their abilities by dodging them effortlessly. Such was indeed the case. The artillery in this world remained rudimentary. Most cannons relied on gunpowder to propel solid iron spheres, with only a select few advanced models incorporating explosives within their spheres for detonation. Almost as though invisible hands had seized the technological tree of the One Piece world and deliberately twisted it astray. Here existed a wondrous world capable of accomplishing nearly impossible feats, yet its inhabitants turned a blind eye to such miracles. Wapol's hand cannon continued its relentless barrage, suppressing Yui Hu's mobility. Imagine the scene: a war machine's arm unleashing a Gatling gun in a continuous stream of fire, while a graceful girl brandished her long blade to cleave incoming bullets. Could such a spectacle occur in any ordinary world? Child slaying slash, single strike. Yui Hu realized she could not remain on the defensive and deployed her technique to neutralize Wapol's assault. Tisk being able to utilize hockey truly makes a difference. It feels as though his combat prowess operates on an entirely different level. Wapol phased backward, creating distance between himself and Yui Hu. His close combat abilities surpassed those of ordinary warriors relying on superior physical stats to dominate. Yet when pitted against a true master of hand-to-hand combat, he fell drastically short. Luffy had undergone rigorous training since childhood, and Zoro had honed his swordsmanship through relentless practice. In contrast, Wapol had previously been lazy and indulgent. His exploitation of the Gura no Mi powers remained at a preliminary stage, let alone any mastery of martial arts. His prior physical combat skills paled in comparison to those of his elder brother Lemuru, who had expelled him from their homeland. It was only after transmigrating to this world that he began serious training in physical techniques. Therefore, engaging in hand-to-hand combat against a martial arts specialist was misguided, just as trading sword strikes with a swordsman would be foolish. He needed to maximize the advantages offered by his devil fruit abilities throughout the battle. "What are you all staring at foolishly?" seized the minister. While Walpo and Yui, who fought neither the minister's faction nor Sweetheart Mickey and Jessica, made any move content to watch from the sidelines as spectators. Walpo's exclamation snapped them back to reality. "Seize the minister." Officer Jessica commanded her soldiers to encircle the enemy. "Charge forward. Break through." Flying swordsman Ade led the minister and his escorting soldiers in a fierce assault. The two forces clashed into melee, with Sweetheart Mickey confronting flying swordsman Ade. Sweetheart Mickey's Nari no Mi paste fruit abilities resembled Logia-type powers among the Paramecia category. Other devil fruits similar to the paste fruit include the Numa no Mi Machi no Mi and Mero no Mi. Flying swordsman Ade possessed a technique known as Rapid Slash, a short-distance high-speed movement that created an afterimage flashing pass to sever the enemy general's head in a single strike. However, lacking mastery of Haki, he could not harm the true body when facing Sweetheart Mickey. Meanwhile, Mickey's offense leaned toward defense and control, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Officer Jessica had nearly apprehended the minister when Hilda, the belly cutter of the Snake organization, suddenly launched a covert assassination from within the crowd, nearly costing Jessica her life. It was Princess Rue who led her maid corps to arrive just in time, rescuing her. Upon receiving Walpo's den mushy call, Princess Rue immediately mobilized her maid corps alongside over 30 of Walpo's escort soldiers and hastened toward the royal capital. The maid corps wielded reinforced firearms sold by Walpo, while his escort soldiers possessed physical conditioning twice that of ordinary men. After Walpo's aerial bombardment shattered the battlefield, the minister's forces collapsed under the crown princess's army. Princess Rue arrived at the scene as swiftly as possible, only to witness Hilda assassinating Jessica. Aikido first form. Princess Rue drew the long blade at her waist and unleashed a slashing attack to repel Hilda. Her arrival simultaneously drew the attention of both Yui, Hu, and Walpo. Their techniques seem oddly familiar to each other. Walpo looked between Princess Rue and Yui, Hu. After growing into adulthood, Princess Rue's hair turned silver and her figure became lush and alluring. Yui, who meanwhile possessed long black hair and average figure, yet extraordinarily long and fair legs, exuding an aloof temperament. Both were swordswomen employing similar techniques, provoking genuine curiosity. "Minister Richard, you have already been defeated. Surrender your resistance and lay down your arms." Princess Rue pointed her blade at the minister. Surrounding maid corps members led by Maylene cleared away the remaining rebel soldiers from the minister's faction. The minister's faction now consisted solely of flying swordsmen Ade, Yui, Hu, and Hilda, 3 individuals remaining. All other soldiers had abandoned their resistance. The Kingdom of Tanya was never a major power. As a member nation affiliated with the world government, it relied upon marine protection during times of danger. Its military manpower was likewise modest. Including the Royal Guard soldiers and noble private troops stationed within the capital, most lacked proper training. Among these thousands of soldiers, Walpo estimated that barely a few hundred could be molded into disciplined troops after training, capable of following orders and maintaining command discipline. The minister's private forces struggled to meet even this basic standard. Following Walpo's repeated aerial bombardments, these private soldiers were eager to flee. In contrast, the kingdom's soldiers rescued by the crown princess's army felt gratitude toward Princess Rue and resentment toward the minister having been imprisoned by his forces. This fundamental difference in morale ensured that Princess Rue's faction would naturally prevail by the battle's end. Yet until the minister was apprehended, no satisfactory resolution could be presented to the nation or her soldiers. At this moment, Minister Richard, flying swordsman Ade, Yui, Hu, and Hilda stood cornered. Surrounded by Walpo, Princess Rue, Sweetheart Mickey, Officer Jessica, the mail-in maid corps, and over 30 escort soldiers in the central plaza of the royal capital. The situation at this moment favored Walpo's side with absolute dominance, yet a deep sense of crisis grew increasingly severe within him. Fei Ihu, surrender. Even if you are powerful, you will perish if all these gun barrels fire at once. Walpo had been keeping Fei Ihu at bay, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. Am I surrounded? Fei Ihu glanced around and discovered that the minister's army had been completely destroyed. Have you forgotten something? She asked, gazing at Walpo. Does this fellow still have trump cards? Walbo remained vigilant at all times. Moo! A wild ox's thunderous bellow reached Walbo's ears. Trouble! It's Dalton! Turning toward the sound, they saw a towering minotaur of impossible strength burst through the encirclement surrounding Princess Ru-E. Clutching a giant battle axe and clad in heavy armor, he sent everything in his path flying with each devastating strike. Walbo, what is going on here? Princess Ru-E asked. Dalton has been controlled. It must be that Fei-Ihu who did this. Walbo whirled around and glared furiously at Fei-Ihu. Indeed, he has lost his reason now. What will you do? Will you go stop your companion from going mad, or continue restraining me here? Fei-Ihu's tactical acumen was equally formidable, for she had long recognized that the minister's army could not be relied upon. If not for Minister Richard knowing the whereabouts of the magic power gem, she would not have bothered with his survival at all. Ordinary payment was one matter, but the location of that gem was precisely the intelligence Fei-Ihu desired most. Walbo hesitated briefly, but stopping Dalton proved more important. Even if the minister escaped, it would not alter the course of this battle. You win this round. Walbo turned and departed to stop Dalton's rampage. Hayarusa, cooperate with me to protect the minister and break through. Fei-Ihu's gaze shifted away from Walbo. With his firepower no longer pinning her down, none of the others present possessed the strength to suppress her. Wielding her swift blade Kotomadajiri, she carved through them like a tiger among lambs. No one could withstand her swordsmanship for even a single exchange. Kotomadajiri, one of the 50 fine-grade swords combined with Fei-Ihu's basic armament haki, made her unbeatable in this fray. I'll stop Fei-Ihu. I cannot let her continue. Princess Ru-E knew she could not match Fei-Ihu, but as a swordsman herself she refused to stand idle while the enemy escaped before her eyes. She prepared to unleash her strongest technique, Aikido's secret art zero form. Her maid butler Merlin hurried forward to stop her. No, Your Highness, have you forgotten the consequences of last time when you unleashed the secret art Aikido zero form? Aikido is a chi-based martial art. Practitioners cultivate and store chi within their bodies through dedicated training, releasing it during combat through their swords or the user's fists and palms. Princess Ru-E currently knew 3 Aikido techniques: sword form first, fist form second, and the secret art palm form zero. Secret art zero consumed enormous amounts of chi, and excessive depletion would cause her body to shrink. She had clashed with Fei-Ihu before when Minister Richard dispatched the Snake Organization and the 3 swordsmen to assassinate her simultaneously. It was only by employing Secret Art Zero that she repelled their pursuit and escaped with Merlin and the others. It was precisely because of that backlash that she appeared to be around 13 years old during the Drum Kingdom arc. She only recovered her true form after arriving at the Tonia Kingdom. Your Highness, you cannot place yourself in such danger. The minister's army has already fallen and your father lies critically ill. This nation needs you to uphold its future. Officer Jessica also blocked Princess Ru-E's path. Then should we simply watch them escape? Princess Ru-E refused to accept this outcome. This is the best possible result, the maid butler Merlin stated. Amidst the chaos, Fei-Ihu, Hayarusa, the flying swordsman Yad, and over a dozen of the minister's soldiers broke through the encirclement. Meanwhile, Walbo and Dalton's fierce battle entered its most intense phase. As a ruler of a nation, Walbo had certainly considered how to handle Dalton's potential rebellion beforehand. Now the scenario Walbo had anticipated had materialized, and the contingency plans he had thoughtfully prepared came into play. Dalton, unaware of what drug he had consumed, saw his strength, speed, and defense approximately double compared to when he transformed into a minotaur. The potion meant for Dalton. I never expected it to be used against me. Walbo punched open Dalton's battle axe. Fortunately, I had absorbed a large quantity of, or to reinforce my armor. This fellow is far too frenzied. It's abnormal. It differs from when he was controlled by Fei-Ihu before. He had the unsettling feeling that his mind had been manipulated by some kind of drug. Forget it for this situation, only Professor Yang's electric shock therapy will suffice. Walbo darted behind Dalton and leaped up, gripping his head with both hands. 100,000 volts. Walbo had previously instructed the Curie couple to incorporate lightning attacks into his armor. To his surprise, they had actually succeeded. However, the effect was not as intended. Such powerful current not only struck Dalton, but also surged through Walbo's own body. So this is what the Curie couple meant by their technology not being mature enough. Walbo recalled their earlier explanation that the lightning attack method was unstable, could only be used once, and carried side effects. But at the time he had dismissed it entirely. With Dalton now unconscious from the electric shock, Walbo's armor possessed some lightning resistance, leaving him merely numb rather than incapacitated. Meanwhile, Fei-Ihu and her companions had already broken free from the encirclement. Curse you! I will not fail so easily. I will surely take my revenge. I will kill that Ru-E. As the minister fled, he cursed relentlessly. The minister possessed certain secret locations and hidden trump cards. Once he rendezvoused with his trusted retainers Yi-Mu and Oshi, he might still turn the tide. The group soon arrived at their secret stronghold where Yi-Mu and Oshi had been awaiting them for some time. Their controlled entertainment district and trade district had already fallen to Princess Ruyi's forces. Left with only remnants, they were forced to huddle at this stronghold and conspire for a counterattack. After regrouping, the minister, who commanded the entire nation, could not believe his downfall had been so rapid and so complete. Now Fei Yi, who demanded her payment once more for their mission, had been completed. You are safe now. It is time to fulfill our agreement. Where is the location of the gem? Fei Yi, who asked. Safe? You have the nerve to mention payment. I have become a ruined dog because of you. What nonsense about the snake organization. All of you are worthless. The minister's face twisted into a disgusting sneer. Hearing the disgusting words of Minister Richard, Zilsha swiftly moved to slit his belly. However, the flying swordsman, Yade, swung his blade and blocked her attack, trying to renege. Or do you think these people pose a threat to me? Yui, whose icy gaze fixed on the minister. You. Stop this infighting. We can pay the reward for Belly, but there are 2 clues about the gem, and we cannot give both to you. Lord Yemu then stepped in to mediate. I'll say it again, hand over the clues about the gem. Fine, we'll tell you. The gem was split into 2 pieces, one large and one small. One piece was made into a necklace by the ailing king and given to Princess Liui. As for the larger piece, according to information, it was made into a clock by the mayor and his wife of Wind-Up Island. The necklace is now in Princess Liui's possession, but Wind-Up Island collapsed into ruins overnight and all its residents vanished without a trace. We have no way to continue investigating either. Oshier, who was somewhat older, said. She oversaw the trade district, so her sources of information were broad. So that means we have to find Princess Liui. There's no way you can get that necklace. Minister Richard wore a smug expression. Our cooperation ends here. Having obtained the reward, she wanted Yui, who turned and left without another word, with Zilsha following closely behind. Yui, who had the strength to slaughter everyone here, but there was no need. They were an assassin organization. If they killed their employer, no one would dare hire them again. Moreover, she had more important matters to attend to. How much longer until Xiaowu's controller is complete? 2 days, Zilsha replied. My time is running out. Yui, who gazed at the dark sky. 2 days later. Royal Palace. By now, Princess Liui had fully taken control of the palace and the mining district. The battle in the entertainment and trade districts was also nearing its end. Inside the palace, the old king lay on his bed, gasping for breath. Princess Liui knelt on the ground, her expression unreadable as she looked at the old king. Princess Liui, the minister, has colluded with the assassin organization and controls the army. We could only protect ourselves. When you were being hunted by the minister, the king secretly gave me a hidden force which allowed us to resist the minister and protect you as you escaped the kingdom of Tanya. To avoid arousing the minister's suspicion, the king had to pretend to be indifferent. Noble Yehuajelin explained why the king had seemed unmoved while Princess Liui and her party were being pursued. The king had been gravely ill, holding on by sheer willpower. If he died, no one among his other children except Princess Liui was capable of inheriting the throne. If another child inherited the throne, they would surely become a puppet of Minister Richard. The kingdom would be doomed. Learning the truth, Princess Liui walked to the king's bedside and took his hand. I will protect this kingdom well, father. Only then did Princess Liui truly understand why her father had endured such pain to stay alive. Liui, my daughter, you are the most capable of all my children and the most suited to be king. Your victory over Richard proves you have the ability to inherit the throne. But remember, Richard has spent a lifetime in this kingdom. His methods are far from exhausted. You have defeated him, but not destroyed him. Beware of his resurgence. Your father has failed you. I have no strength left to protect you. But there is one thing I must tell you. The necklace I gave you on your 18th birthday, its pendant core is a true concentrated magical energy crystal. Our kingdom is rich in ores. Common ores can be smelted into metal, rare magical energy ores can be mixed into metal to allow it to be charged. But the concentrated magical energy crystal I speak of is even rarer than magical energy ore. This substance should not belong to this world. It contains energy thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of ordinary magical energy stones. Only through the proper method can its energy be extracted. Your father studied it for over a decade without success, so I had it made into a necklace for you. This is the only thing I can leave you. After speaking these words, the king's pupils dilated, his breathing slowly faded, and his heart stopped. No, father, no, don't die, don't leave me. Princess Liui, who had once resented her father, now understood his sacrifices after learning the truth. This strong, intelligent girl finally shed tears and cried out in anguish. Royal Palace Medical Room. Dalton lay on the hospital bed staring blankly at the ceiling. I actually raised my hand against His Majesty Wapol. I deserve to die for my crime. Dalton, a big man, was now sobbing like a child. All right, stop crying. Tell me, what do you remember? Wapol was now in his fat form, but wearing a half-face mask. I only remember that after being knocked unconscious that day, I was taken somewhere. A woman injected me with something, and I can't remember anything after that. Dalton said. All right, rest well. Our mission here is complete. We'll return home in 2 days. Wapol patted Dalton's shoulder to comfort him. Outside, the ward raven was gnawing on a chicken leg, and the small Gabuda was with him. How is it? Everything arranged? Wapol asked. Don't worry, no one can find what's hidden at that location. Raven patted his chest in assurance. Wapol had previously arranged for Raven and his remaining 70 subordinates to sail the ship back and anchor it in a secluded lake. After the war ended, Wapol in flight mode had secretly returned a few times. Amid the chaos in the kingdom, he raided one of Minister Richard's secret warehouses. He looted many Or's firearms and ammunition. They were now hidden on the ship to be transported back to the Drum Kingdom in a few days. Your Majesty, Wapol, Princess Lioi request your presence. 2 soldiers approached. Oh, is it time to pay the reward? How, let's go? Take me there quickly. Wapol shooed Raven away and followed the soldiers to the main hall. Pushing open the door, he found Princess Lioi standing alone by the window, her back to him. Wapol curled his lips. What kind of game was this? All flash and no substance. Lord Wapol, you're here. Princess Lioi was only 20 in the prime of her beauty. Her smile as she turned around was truly enchanting. Catching Princess Liui's beautiful and seductive smile, as she turned back, Wapol felt a stir in his heart. Damn, she's trying to use a honey trap on me. Wapol knew full well how extraordinary this girl who was about his age truly was. In terms of schemes, he was no match for her. Haha, here we go. Is Princess Liui here to deliver the promised reward? Wapol opened the conversation, directly taking the initiative. Your Majesty, Wapol, I have only just taken over this kingdom. I hope you can grant me a little more time, said Liui. Is that so? Well, that's fine. Then what brings you here today? Wapol picked his nose, showing no kingly decorum. Could you return the necklace I pawned to you? I can exchange it for something else. Princess Liui's target was the necklace Wapol had taken from her earlier. Necklace? Oh, the one I tore off you. Wapol recalled. Yes, that necklace. My father passed away, and it was a gift from him. I hope you can return it to me. Oh, Soga. That necklace. I threw it into the treasure vault of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol said, slapping his forehead. Is that so? What a coincidence. When could you return the necklace to me? This will have to wait until I return to my country. Wapol actually had no intention of returning it, because the necklace was currently on his person. I see. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Princess Liui issued a dismissal. Take care. Unfazed by the awkwardness, Wapol shamelessly left. After returning to his bedroom, he took out a necklace. Is there something strange about this necklace? Wapol began to examine it closely. Princess Liui's behavior today felt off. As a veteran of shady dealings, he decided not to return it for now. He took out tools, tapped, and struck it, shone a flashlight on it, soaked it in water, and burned it. After all this, the necklace remained unchanged. Huh, nothing special. Strange. Wapol put the necklace back in his pocket. I'll have the Curies take a look when I get back. Maybe they'll find something. Wapol prepared to sleep. Meanwhile, Princess Liui was preparing for her coronation ceremony. The old king had died, and the new king's succession in this world was not a complicated affair. In the palace, all the ministers and nobles had gathered. Some factions of ministers and nobles had already been purged. Those present now were all loyal to the royal faction. No one opposed Princess Liui's ascension, as all dissenters had been eliminated. The succession process was simple. Princess Liui assumed the title of King Liui, donned the former king's crown, and announced the news to the nation. That was all. But at that moment, 3 uninvited guests entered the palace. Is this Princess Liui's room? No mistake. Why isn't the necklace here? Have we been deceived? Harvester Hilsha searched everywhere, but found no trace of the necklace. Tonight is the full moon, and it's the once in 6 years 6-star full moon. If the suppressor fails. Liui, who looked at the black lines on her arm, which had spread to her shoulder. As long as we find that stone, my suppressor can channel your plague energy into it. You won't go berserk, said Ripper Dr. Xiaowu confidently. The third member of the snake organization, Ripper Dr. Xiaowu, was a madman obsessed with disease research. To study human anatomy, she dissected corpses after burial. When the sheriff and navy tried to arrest her, she used her scalpel to disembowel them, earning her notoriety. She sold strange medicines on the black market, caught the attention of a big shot, and eventually joined the snake organization. Now she was clad in a black robe, completely hidden. I hope so. If the plague source goes berserk this time, you must leave as soon as possible. Liui, who possessed basic armament haki and basic observation haki. Armament haki is divided into 3 levels: elementary armament, which coats the skin; intermediate armament, which penetrates the muscles; and advanced armament, which infuses the bone marrow. The application technique of armament haki is the threshold that determines one's level. For example, flowing sakura is a technique that allows one to attack an opponent without touching them, bypassing external defenses to strike internally. Observation haki is similarly divided into 3 levels. Basic sensing, with a small range, is elementary observation; a wide range, and the ability to predict an opponent's actions, is intermediate observation. Advanced observation haki begins to differ with each individual, potentially developing unique effects. For example, Katakuri's future sight, Fujitora's emotional sensing, Luffy's ability to hear the voice of all things, and Enel's vast heart network combined with his devil fruit ability. Using observation haki Yu sensed that there were many people in the palace hall. The necklace isn't here, so it must be on Princess Lu Yi. But forcing our way in would be unwise. Hilsha said. Xiaowu, do you have any ideas? Yu asked. The three sneaked to the ventilation shaft of the main hall. Hallucinogenic smoke. Xiaowu took out a box of powder and lit it. The odorless smoke began to spread through the ventilation ducts. I recall this palace is huge. Is your drug potent enough to knock everyone out? Hilsha expressed concern. Rest assured, those who inhale, it will first lose motor function and experience hallucinations, then fall unconscious. Thanks to the bison devil fruit user Yu brought, his body contained many interesting drugs. After reanalyzing those drugs and fusing them with my own, the potency increased tenfold. It seems the Drum Kingdom has many intriguing doctors. Xiaowu was very interested in the drugs of the Drum Kingdom. So you controlled that bison man using this? Hilsha said. Correct. The version Lady Yu who used earlier was unupgraded, so she couldn't fully control the Minotaur. This upgraded version can achieve complete control. Xiaowu glanced at her watch. Let's go. It should be effective now. The three entered the main hall. By then the nobles who had attended the new king's coronation were all unconscious. Queen Lu Yi sat on the throne, her head feeling heavy. Her coronation ceremony had just concluded. While discussing how to capture the fleeing minister Richard, a noble suddenly collapsed. By the time she sensed something wrong, she had lost the ability to move. Those with strong strength experienced hallucinations from the smoke, while the weaker ones quickly fell unconscious. Queen Lu Yi used her Aikido to temporarily hold her breath, avoiding hallucinations. Your Majesty, where is that necklace? Yu asked. Queen Lu Yi knew it was over when she saw Yu. Oh, holding your breath are you? Yu glanced at Xiaowu. I'll break her technique. Xiaowu walked over and crouched before Queen Lu Yi. A person can hold their breath for up to 15 minutes at the extreme. In the One Piece world, this limit is greatly elevated. However, vigorous movement accelerates oxygen consumption. The newly crowned Queen Lu Yi, utilizing her unique technique, can hold her breath for a very long time. Yu who needs to obtain the whereabouts of the necklace from her mouth and cannot force a confession. This is a concentrated sap I extracted from the itchy tree. Just one drop can break her technique. Xiaowu picked up Lu Yi's foot, took off her shoe, and dripped a drop on the sole. Lu Yi's face immediately began to redden, and within 3 seconds, she broke her technique and laughed. The moment Lu Yi laughed, Yu, whose black mist coiled around her and hypnotized her. Where is the necklace that the former king gave you? Yu asked. It's in Warbwa's hands. Hearing Lu Yi's answer, Yu exchanged a glance with Xirsha. Which room is he in? Probably in the palace guest quarters. The three ignored Lu Yi and the nobles and rushed directly to the room where Warbwa was staying. Arriving at the door of Warbwa's room, Yu who slashed the door open with one sword stroke, but there was no trace of Warbwa inside. Not here. Impossible. After being hit by the hallucinogenic smoke, he couldn't possibly have the ability to move. Xiaowu, cloaked in black robes, said in surprise. We don't have much time. Let's split up and search. When the hallucinogenic smoke drifted in through the ventilation ducts, Warbwa happened to be practicing his devour fruit ability. After swallowing the smoke, he immediately realized something was wrong, but his body had already ingested a small amount of the drug. He knew something was wrong. Having been influenced by various films and TV shows since childhood, Warbwa's first reaction was knockout smoke. The knockout smoke in the One Piece world must be even more bizarre. So he left the room and saw the guards all unconscious, which made him realize the situation was even worse. After hiding duo or done, Warbwa stumbled all the way to the main hall of the palace. He happened to see Yu asking that question, where's the necklace? When Lu Yi betrayed Warbwa felt completely terrible. Being targeted by an assassin organization, even if he returned to the Ci-Gu Kingdom, he couldn't shake them off. On the contrary, it would bring a lot of trouble to the Ci-Gu Kingdom. He had to find a way to deal with these assassins. Better to be safe than sorry. Warbwa quietly left the place and set up an ambush. There was a secret passage in the royal palace of the capital city leading directly outside the city. It was a secret unknown even to the previous king. At that moment, Minister Li Chade Yimu Osier, flying swordsman Yada Tiger Man Jia, along with a squad of soldiers, emerged from the secret passage. Haha, as expected of Lord Li Chade, you actually knew there was a secret tunnel under the palace. Amazing, Yimu said flatteringly. I discovered this secret passage by chance while browsing the palace archives. This time we infiltrate here. As long as we kill that bitch Lu, their forces will collapse instantly. Once she dies, they will be leaderless. Then we'll counterattack and this country will still be ours. Minister Li Chade said ferociously. As the group had just emerged from the secret passage and hadn't walked far, a soldier collapsed and fainted. Minister, something's wrong. We've been ambushed. Flying swordsman Yada felt his legs disobeying him and hallucinations appearing in his mind. The minister's group each began experiencing problems. At that moment, the sound of someone running frantically came from the corridor. After inhaling a small amount of hallucinogenic smoke, Warbwa found that he couldn't go all out and transform with his ability. Because his nerves were paralyzed, he couldn't achieve fine control and could only transform one part of his arm. Does the One Piece world really have such an overpowered thing? Warbwa was running wildly in the corridor because behind him was a madwoman holding a butcher knife wanting to dismember him. Ouch! Warbwa collided with the minister at the corner, both of them rolling several meters away. It's you. It's you all. Enemies met face to face, their eyes blazing with hatred. The minister's group already knew that the Cigu kingdom was helping Lu Yi. The fat man before them was none other than the renowned King Warbwa. In the world, Warbwa was very famous. The fitness pills sold by his country were extremely well known among the noble circles. Before the minister's group could act, Warbwa produced a wind breath shell in his palm, wobblingly catching the wind thrust and escaping. How did this guy run so fast? Lord Yimu said. Clang. The wall behind them was instantly split in two, and the nearby soldiers were also dismembered. Blood sprayed onto the minister's face. What's happening? Enemy attack. Minister. Monster. Oh. After the soldiers' screams, the minister's group finally saw the culprit. It was a humanoid monster shrouded in black mist. Its outline was indistinguishable within the mist. Only a pair of blood-red eyes stared at them, filled with endless frenzy. What the hell is this thing? Is it that bitch Lu Yi's trick? The minister thought Lu Yi was ambushing them. Open fire. Blow it to pieces with our newly purchased rocket launcher. Tiger Man Jia-like and Lord Yimu shouldered the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. At such close range, they believed the monster could not possibly dodge and would surely be blown into pieces. But facts proved them wrong. The monster emerged unscathed from the explosion and spewed a cloud of black mist that enveloped them. Roar! 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 The soldiers of the minister's group began to mutate, each becoming hideous and starting to gnaw at the faces of those nearby like madmen. Zombies. The minister's group abandoned their revenge on Lu Yi and turned to flee. But they were all affected by the hallucinogenic smoke, unable to run fast, and were soon caught up by the monster. Flying swordsman Yeda wielded a long blade, and Osier held a magic energy stone staff. Seeing they couldn't escape, they prepared to counterattack. However, before they could use their moves, their heads flew into the air. Minister Li Chade, Tiger Man Jia-like, and Lord Yimu were all terrified. At that moment, Tiger Man Jia-like roared and charged forward, clutching the explosives on his body. You kill me, Nike. I'll fight you to the death. Jia-like thought the monster had killed Ninja Claw Me Nike because the monster's method of decapitation was very similar to the way Mean Nike died. Boom. The palace was blasted with a huge hole. Such a loud noise also alerted the guards outside. Officer Jiazika led the soldiers charging into the palace, first rescuing the nobles and the newly crowned Queen Lu. He then began investigating the cause of the explosion. Meanwhile, Warbwa was still running around everywhere. The world of One Piece is a wondrous realm where even if one is not a devil fruit user, there are still some individuals who possess peculiar and extraordinary abilities. The effect of the hallucinogenic smoke was negated due to a large breach in the royal palace. While the soldiers were halfway through their search, Officer Jessica suddenly summoned them in order to retreat. She had received a call from Wapol via Den Den Mushi. What? The monster is you. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Don't let anyone near here, and you all stay far away too. This guy's black fog can drive people mad and turn them into zombies. Alright, I'll organize an evacuation immediately. Do you have a way to stop her? If not, I'll have to make one. Beep beep, Walpole's call suddenly cut off. The tale of the monster Yu is a long one. Back then, Yu and two others acted separately, with Wapol lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity. After individually knocking out Sierra Shah, he was discovered by the black-robed Shiwu, who called forth Yu's pursuit. After a chase, Yu captured Wapol. The necklace. Where is it? Hand it over quickly. Yu demanded, pressing a blade against him. If I just give it to you because you ask, wouldn't that be terribly embarrassing for me? Seizing the moment when Yu was distracted, Wapol swallowed the necklace in one gulp. You? Damn it. Yu raised her knife, about to slash open Walpole's belly. Take this. Rabbit kick. Wapol kicked Yu down. Yu scrambled up and looked up at the night sky, where a full moon hung with 5 smaller moons appearing behind it, forming a line. Upon seeing the moons in the sky, the black lines on Yu's arms suddenly spread across her entire body. You've done a foolish thing. I never wished to harm anyone. Why couldn't you just give me the necklace? Alas, all is lost, Yu said despondently to Wapol. What do you mean? Wapol was confused. Previously they were enemies, and naturally, he wouldn't give what his enemy wanted. Why did he now feel as though he had done something wrong? Immediately afterward, he saw Yu transform into a monstrous form. While Wapol was still talking to Jessica, he was swatted away by a single strike. The monstrous power reminded Wapol of a character from another anime, the Nine-Tailed Fox. Why did I eat that necklace? Wapol was filled with immense regret at this moment. It was unclear whether the monster had an obsession, but its target was clear. It was solely after him, Wapol. But it was too late to spit out the necklace. It had already fused with his body. Reinforced pistol, reinforced rifle, reinforced Gatling, reinforced cannon, reinforced rocket launcher. Walpole unleashed his full firepower, but the attacks were completely ineffective. How can this guy's defense be so high? Walpole fled in disarray. The monstrous Yu was surrounded by black fog, and anyone nearby who came into contact with the fog would have their minds devoured, turning them into mindless monsters akin to walking corpses. Over here, a voice reached Walpole's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Xiao Yu's accomplice emerging from a sewer entrance and waving at him. At that moment, Xiao Wu was no longer dressed in black robes. Instead, she wore a black trench coat, a black short skirt, thigh-high black stockings, and a cross pendant on her chest. Walpole was hesitant to approach, fearing an ambush since they had been enemies before. But with Yu chasing him closely from behind, he had no choice. Bracing himself, Walpole crawled into the sewer. The moment he entered the sewer, a dagger was pressed against his neck. "You damn fool. Why did you eat the necklace? Do you have any idea this was the last chance to save our leader? You bastard." The assassin Sierra Shah, who had been knocked unconscious by Walpole earlier, said angrily. "Don't be impulsive. If you kill him, there'll be no hope left at all." Xiao Wu firmly grasped Sierra Shah's blade. "I wish to tear him apart piece by piece." Sierra Shah growled through gritted teeth. "Hey, you're the ones who came looking for trouble, all right." Walpole, having been scolded, felt quite angry himself. "The necklace you swallowed has a core that is an unknown energy source. Through this suppressor, it can absorb Yu's negative emotions and curse." Unknown energy source. Suppressor. Curse. What's going on? Walpole was utterly bewildered. In the world of One Piece, he knew such substances did not exist. Substance Pyrobrine, abbreviated as Substance P, is a high-intensity material that can emit energy like the sea. It is believed to be a new substance formed from the fusion of an unknown material after a submarine volcanic eruption. Concentrated energy crystals differ from Substance P. They can both release and absorb energy, in fact absorbing any form of energy. Since that day, Yu has been burdened with a curse. Each 6-star full moon marks the day her curse erupts, and it becomes increasingly severe each time. I am a physician. In my eyes, a curse is merely a disease. The suppressor I created can activate the energy crystal, but the crystal I have is too small to continue suppressing her condition. We learned from Minister Richard that the core of Princess Rue's necklace pendant is an energy crystal. Thus we needed to obtain the necklace to use in the suppressor to control her condition. But we never expected you would eat the necklace. Xiao Wu is a rather eccentric doctor possessing astonishing knowledge. It is precisely because of her uniqueness that she has invented many bizarre medicines and substances. Selling her creations on the black market is also to earn money to continue her research. And her creations often have bizarre side effects, causing problems for the purchasing customers, which led some victims to band together and hunt her down. Meanwhile, she herself was also targeted by intelligence agents of the world government. It wasn't until she followed Yu that she settled down to continue her research. Moreover, Yu's cursed condition further ignited her curiosity. She vowed to find a solution to this ailment. In Xiao Wu's view, a curse is equivalent to a disease. As she believed, she could certainly find a cure. But at this moment, Walpole was in no mood to explore the matter. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He had heard of Substance P before while browsing forums, but he had never heard of magic energy crystals. In the world of One Piece, such things as curses do exist. However, curses are elusive things. In the movie, The Cursed 7-Star Sword, there is indeed a plot where a sword merges with a person, causing a drastic change in temperament. Could a curse target the soul? Is it a form of soul power? But now is not the time to ponder this. I must first figure out how to escape. Walpole snapped back to reality. Snapping back to reality, Wapol was about to flee when he heard Xiao Wu speak beside him. "If you run, the people of this country will all be infected by the curse of the Feather Cloak Fox, eventually turning into monsters, and she will pursue you to the ends of the world. Your Drum Kingdom will be finished." I'm not exaggerating. This is the Feather Cloak Fox's third rampage. The previous two have already destroyed 2 countries in the New World. She has been marked by the world government and other powerful figures, which is why we fled from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. If anything happens to the Feather Cloak Fox, I'll spread word that she's in your hands. You can imagine the situation that would create. Xiao Wu threatened Wapol. The thought of being targeted by those powerful figures made Wapol's scalp tingle. Moreover, having the Feather Cloak Fox follow him like this was no solution. The curse would spread, and innocent civilians here would be caught in the chaos. "Are you forcing me to become a savior?" Wapol said. "Please don't flatter yourself. You just need to expel the necklace through defecation." Xiao Wu pulled out a vial of potion. Powerful diarrhea elixir. Hilsa's hand holding the dagger trembled, as if recalling something terrifying. "Hey, hold that knife steady." Wapol felt a chill on his neck. "Drink this, and you'll be able to defecate immediately. Drink up. Wait. That necklace has been fused with me. Ooh, I can't pass it out. My ability is..." Wapol explained some of his abilities' characteristics. Both Xiao Wu and Hilsa had been indebted to the Feather Cloak Fox. In this world, even a drop of kindness must be repaid like a gushing spring, so they were determined to save her. Wapol, on the other hand, didn't want to see his hard-won allied kingdom destroyed by the Feather Cloak Fox, nor did he wish to attract such a huge trouble. He only wanted to lie low and amass wealth. Thus the two parties formed an alliance. Their common goal was to help the feather-cloaked fox regain consciousness and use the suppressor to stop the curse. After listening to Wapol's explanation of his ability, Xiao Wu pondered for a moment. I've got it. Do this then that. Xiao Wu proposed a plan. Wapol found the plan feasible and decided to give it a try. Outside, the monster that the feather-cloaked fox had transformed into had already completely destroyed the palace. The range of the black mist was also expanding. Some guards caught within it turned into mindless walking corpses. Stop it. Don't let it continue its destruction, Rui shouted. She had by then regained her ability to move. No. The more people we send, the more complicated it becomes. We can't commit more troops. We must retreat. Officer Jessica said. If we retreat further, we'll be in the civilian district. They haven't evacuated yet. We must hold the line. Rui displayed the aura of a queen. All right. Jessica gritted her teeth, ready to fight to the death. Boom. A rocket-propelled grenade exploded on the monster that the feather-cloaked fox had become. The monster was now even larger. It seemed like a collective will growing bigger with every person it devoured. Holy cow! How did it get this huge in such a short time? Wapol stared in disbelief at the black monster before him. After being attacked by Wapol, the monster stopped spreading its black mist outward and instead turned toward him. What a troublesome creature. Wapol held the suppressor. At this point, the necklace pendant core had already been set into it. It turned out that Xiao Wu had also given the suppressor to Wapol. Using the technique of the Munch-Munch factory, he had directly fused the necklace with the suppressor. Putting the suppressor on the feather-cloaked fox was also a problem, as her true body was hidden within the black mist. The biggest challenge was how to charge in and put it on her. White iron battle armor, flight mode. Like Iron Man's transformation, Wapol's body was covered in alloy armor, and he himself transformed into a slim form. There's only half the wind power stored in the wind dial. I need to finish this quickly. The engines on Wapol's wings and the turbines on his feet roared to life, sending him flying at top speed toward the feather-cloaked fox. The black mist that the feather-cloaked fox had transformed into seemed sentient, forming a massive hand to grab at Wapol. Wapol performed an aerial maneuver, the Cobra, to dodge the black mist hand. This black mist defends itself when attacked, which means the attacks are effective. It must also be a substance that consumes energy. Then let me show you my firepower. Two modified Gatling guns popped out from Wapol's shoulders. The bullets were specially crafted with pointed tips, possessing penetration power surpassing any bullet in this world. With fierce firepower, he concentrated on a single point of the black mist, firing relentlessly. In the air, Wapol was extremely agile, and the hands formed from the black mist could not catch him, while all the bullets poured into a fixed spot on the mist. After a struggle, Wapol finally managed to open a gap in the black mist. The feather-cloaked fox's true body was inside. Wapol spun and leaped in the air, charging into it. Once inside the black mist, Wapol was immediately engulfed. Various negative emotions flooded into his mind, and his soul was incessantly torn apart. Holy crap! Is this the legendary curse? Are curses in this world this effective? Wapol's soul strength was beyond ordinary. As a transmigrator who had also devoured the original Wapol's soul, the influence of the black mist curse was within his tolerable range. At the center of the black mist, Wapol saw the feather-cloaked fox. She was curled up like a baby. Where am I supposed to put this suppressor on her? Wapol suddenly realized that Xiao Wu hadn't told him. Forget it. Wapol reached out, intending to place the suppressor on the feather-cloaked fox's chest. Just 1 centimeter away, something changed. Am I truly evil? The feather-cloaked fox stared at Wapol with bloodshot eyes, asking. Under her gaze, Wapol felt icy cold all over, and his limbs lost all sensation. What's going on? Body temperature, normal, heartbeat, normal. Why can't I move? Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down Wapol's face. Because the feather-cloaked fox's pale hand caressed his cheek. His armor seemed to offer no defense, easily breached. Evil. How could you be evil? How you are not evil? Wapol couldn't help but glance at the feather-cloaked fox's chest. Well, she was quite pretty with a nice figure, but those two evils were still too small. Probably the lowest level in the One Piece world. The feather-cloaked fox cupped Wapol's face, their eyes meeting. This is my past. Boom. Valpor felt as though his head were exploding. His consciousness began to blur, as if he had downed several gin of strong liquor. Ouch! Valpor felt himself tumble onto the ground. Where is this? Looking around, he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. The sky above was a dull gray, and all around him lay mountains of garbage and shipwreck debris. Another dump. Valpor knew that almost every nation had trash disposal sites. Their own Drum Kingdom had one as well, though far more orderly. Seeing a ship's rudder blocking his path, he reached out to push it, but his hand passed straight through. What a... Valpor was momentarily stunned. As far as he knew, only Brook's phantom form could do such a thing. Am I passing through objects, or are they passing through me? Just as Valpor was examining his surroundings, a girl's cry suddenly rang out nearby. Please let me go. I'll return the food. Let you go? You've stolen from my shop 7 times in a month. A burly man backhanded the girl to the ground. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. The girl wore only thin clothing, but her figure was striking. The owner's gaze fell upon her chest, and a lecherous smile spread across his face as he grabbed her arm. Sorry isn't enough. Pay me with your body. Huh. The beastly owner pinned the girl down and began tearing at her clothes. Valper, who happened to witness the scene, kicked out immediately, but his foot passed straight through the man's body. Damn it. What the hell? Valpor loathed this sort of thing, which was precisely why he had fought thugs and transmigrated into the One Piece world. I can see, but I cannot intervene. Is this scene fake, or something that already happened? Valpor watched the tragedy unfold before him, yet was powerless to help. Just as the owner unbuckled his belt to carry out the final act, the girl picked up a shard of glass from the rubble beside her and plunged it straight into his abdomen. Squelch. The man's intestines and viscera spilled all over the girl. No, my guts. I don't want to die. The owner collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in terror. The girl silently tucked the food against her chest, scrambled to her feet, and stumbled away. Valpor witnessed everything firsthand at close range. Is this a memory? Valpor knew he had appeared here only after making eye contact with Feather Fox. Everything around him was either a memory or an illusion. His only way out was to follow the course of events. Valpor trailed behind the girl, who seemed unable to see him until she cautiously arrived at a dilapidated house. She pushed open the door, straightened her clothes, and went inside. Valpor, capable of passing through barriers, followed. Inside were a group of children, all gaunt and emaciated, wearing only thin garments despite the cold. Sister's back? Sister's back? The brats swarmed around the girl. Here, everyone share the food fairly. No fighting. The girl distributed the food among the children, a warm smile never leaving her face. The children filed in to receive their portions until the bag was empty. Gurgle. The girl's stomach rumbled, but she had already stepped aside so the children wouldn't hear. Here, you haven't eaten, have you? A petite girl with long black hair held out a filthy piece of bread. Ehu, why are you here? The girl was surprised someone had noticed she hadn't eaten. The little one's gaze drifted to a smudge of blood on the girl's clothes. Caught you, didn't I? The little girl asked. Haha, no way. I'm a professional. The girl broke off a small piece of bread, chewed it, and handed the rest back to the little one. Sister's full. Haha. The girl spoke cheerfully. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous. I won't. The girl patted the little one's head. Time froze, then the scene began to shatter. New images drifted before Valpor's eyes, one after another. The girl's life became a cycle of stealing, getting caught, being beaten, and providing for the children. Until one day she was targeted again by a man with ill intentions. But this time, she went willingly. When the burly man let his guard down, the girl killed him and looted everything he owned. Gradually, the girl became a hunter, specifically seeking out wicked nobles to eliminate. Yet when she returned to that crumbling house, she revealed only the most tender side of herself to the children. Until one day she was arrested by soldiers. A string of murders had outraged the kingdom she lived in. Governor Stuka of the security forces captured her. After enduring continuous cruel torture at Stuka's hands, her severed head was displayed on a pike for all to see. The slightly older black-haired girl in the crowd witnessed the entire execution. Why? This kingdom was but one of many in the One Piece world. The king was incompetent and tyrannical, the people suffered under the oppression of noble society, was in turmoil, and many children were left homeless. It was a nation rotting to its core, exuding a nauseating stench. On a stormy night, the little girl stole the headless body. Time passed quickly and scenes continued to shift. The little girl grew into a young woman, shouldering the deceased girl's burden and continuing to rescue orphan children. During this time, her extraordinary talent allowed her to master combat techniques. She became ruthless in fights over food, gradually growing cold and indifferent. Only that dilapidated house could make her let her guard down. Until the day she returned from another fight, and everything was gone. Pushing open the door, she found a room full of severed limbs, children's heads detached from their bodies. The young woman knelt on the ground, searching for anyone who might still be alive. In that moment she broke down. Ehu! A faint voice reached her ears. Hilda! The young woman found a girl slightly younger than herself inside a water vat. Stuka, it was him. Confused and delirious, Hilda kept repeating that name. The young woman understood everything. Stuka was a nobleman with a depraved taste for abusing children. She had once disciplined Stuka's subordinates and rescued many tortured children from his clutches. Kill him. The young woman picked up a dagger from the ground and turned to seek vengeance. Her sister's death and her companion's deaths flooded her heart. Her sister had said she had killed before and deserved her fate, asking her not to harbor hatred. But that man was no human. He was a devil. A cruel monster. Smack. Hilda grabbed her ankle. Are you trying to throw your life away? A legend spread across the northern nation of Lastic. Whenever the six-star full moon appeared, the gods would descend their curse. On this very night, the governor-general's mansion was invaded. Hagoromo Gitsune unleashed a massacre, drenching the place in blood. Yet before her arrival, Stuka had already completed an ancient ritual, constructing a mound from the corpses of children. The intricate patterns on the ground were copied from a stone wall he had observed. Legend held that this ritual could absorb the power of the divine curse. After reciting the final chant, the power Stuka had anticipated failed to manifest. At that moment Hagoromo Gitsune dispatched the last guard. Blood-soaked Hagoromo Gitsune stepped into the ritual circle and severed Stuka's head with a single stroke as he struggled against his fate. An anomaly erupted. The patterns blazed crimson, and the six-star full moon reflected as blood red in her eyes. Her eyes turned crimson at that moment, engulfed by a torrent of negative emotions. The prophecy had proven true. She had embraced the curse's power in that instant. Yet she could not control this cursed power. That night, she wiped out the entire nation, slaughtering everyone except Shiryu, who survived by hiding in a ruined dwelling. The innocent souls were devoured by the black mist emanating from Hagoromo Gitsune. This became her inner demon, transforming her into the very person her sister despised most. In search of a cure for the curse, they abandoned their homeland and took to the seas. This act of genocide drew the attention of powerful figures, and the government intelligence organization CP0 relentlessly pursued them. Over time, Hagoromo Gitsune gradually uncovered certain patterns governing this power. Though she could suppress the force during the annual full moon, the celestial alignment every 6 years would completely consume her. Wapol observed clearly from a detached perspective that Hagoromo Gitsune remained trapped in her most agonizing memories. She longed for him to help her escape that painful past. This world conceals countless dark facets beneath its polished surface. I may not be a savior, but I'm determined to rescue you, brat. Wapol charged toward the deepest shadow within the space. Break! He shattered the darkness before him with a single punch. The darkness fractured like glass, and behind it a young girl with wide, innocent eyes stared in terror at Wapol's intrusion. Let's go! Wapol grabbed the little girl without hesitation and surged toward the closing black mist. What the? As consciousness returned, Wapol reclaimed his original form. Hagoromo Gitsune before him now had one eye turned entirely black, while the surrounding mist grew increasingly violent. It's over. Wapol produced the suppressor, preparing to secure it around her neck. Am I truly evil? Hagoromo Gitsune suddenly asked. Of course not. You're not the one at fault. It's this world that's wrong. Wapol borrowed some melodramatic lines to comfort her. You really are an interesting person. Hagoromo Gitsune collapsed into Wapol's arms as he fastened the suppressor around her neck. Why is the black mist still surrounding us? The black mist began to contract and surge toward Wapol. Damn it. What's happening? The mist forced its way into his body through his mouth and nose. He felt as though the black mist was violating him. At that moment, the gulp fruit's power activated, devouring all the incoming mist without refusal. Wapol felt his body about to explode as the fruit's power slipped beyond his control. The Clockwork Island's diamond bell, which he had previously swallowed, began emitting a blinding light from within him. The black mist desperately tried to flee, as if encountering its natural predator. Damn it, you were having so much fun tormenting me before, weren't you? Now you know how to back down. Not a chance. Wapol felt immense satisfaction watching the black mist get absorbed by the light. Hagoromo Gitsune was cradled in his arms as the surrounding darkness began to dissipate, and 5 of the 6 stars in the sky gradually faded from view. This time it's really over, right? Thud. Wapol collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Time flew by, and a month later. After enduring numerous disasters, the kingdom of Tanya welcomed its rebirth. Princess Ruei ascended as the new ruler, becoming the Queen of Tanya. Under Queen Ruei's reforms, the entire nation began to flourish once more. Queen Ruei and King Wapol of Drum Kingdom formally signed a mutual assistance pact establishing trade relations with Drum Kingdom. While Queen Ruei was restructuring the kingdom of Tanya, Wapol had already returned to Drum Kingdom. Ruei was a wise girl who understood her nation's weakness at that moment, so she firmly clung to Wapol's protection. Wapol had no objections. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon returning to Drum Kingdom, Wapol went directly to Dr. Kureha for a full medical examination. The results showed that all his physical parameters had doubled: strength, speed, stamina, resilience, and defense included. Without even relying on his devil fruit abilities, Wapol's physical power alone had reached the level of a Navy captain. In the One Piece world, Navy strength serves as the standard unit for measuring combat power. Navy soldiers: first-class soldiers, elite second-class soldiers, third-class soldiers, recruits. Combat level: the most basic personnel. Elite soldiers receive systematic training and will not flee on the battlefield, while recruits are complete newcomers. Non-commissioned officers: sergeant major, master sergeant, sergeant staff, sergeant corporal, lance sergeant. Combat level: those with some strength or certain achievements, such as capturing a bounty hunter worth around 1 million, can attain these ranks. Junior officers: commander, lieutenant, lieutenant, junior grade. Combat level: those with leadership ability, usually appointed as ship captains. Those with certain achievements, such as capturing a bounty hunter worth 5 to 10 million. Field officer ranks: colonel, lieutenant, colonel, major. Combat level: possessing formidable combat capability or excellent leadership skills. They serve as commanders of branch bases. Flag officers: fleet admiral, vice admiral, rear admiral, commodore. Combat level: fleet admirals represent the Navy's highest visible combat power, possessing strength capable of confronting the 4 emperors. Vice admirals are divided into 3 tiers: regular, newly promoted, elite, and veteran, and serve as the Navy's backbone with conventional combat strength. They typically master the 6 powers of the Navy and can wield armament hockey. Rear admirals and commodores usually serve as highest-ranking officers or deputies of a base. Their combat ability surpasses that of captains, and they have mastered at least one of the 6 powers along with basic armament hockey. In his Fat King form, Wapol possessed the strength of a Marine captain, and after transforming into his thin form, his stats doubled. It should be noted that at this point Wapol's physical stats alone had reached the level of a Marine captain. Without using his Devil Fruit ability, Wapol's hand-to-hand combat was not necessarily a match for a captain-level opponent. However, once he transformed into his thin form, he would completely dominate. After transformation, Wapol's strength was close to that of a Commodore. Commodores generally had mastered the 6 powers of the Marines and could use basic armament hockey. Some Commodores might be Devil Fruit users who focused on developing their fruit abilities, resulting in insufficient hockey training. In his transformed state, Wapol could effortlessly carry the White Iron Armor Model 1. With sufficient wind, he could fly indefinitely in flight mode. This was the comprehensive enhancement brought by increased physical stats. The greater his stamina, the longer he could sustain his Devil Fruit techniques. Wapol's development of the Munch-Munch Fruit. Technique 1. Munch-Munch Factory. He could devour any substance and fuse it, including humans and living beings. The stamina consumed varied depending on the complexity of the substance. Alloys were produced through fusion in the factory. Technique 2. Arsenal of 100 Shapes. Any part of his body could transform into weapons he had previously devoured, such as cannons, rockets, pistols, rifles, and blades. The simpler the weapon, the less stamina required for transformation. Enhanced cannons, warheads, and guns were first strengthened in the factory before being devoured and fused. This consumed twice the stamina of the standard version. Technique 3. White Iron Armor Model 1 with Flight Mode. The White Iron Armor was made from Wapol alloy, also known as White Iron Alloy. Equipped with a wind dial propulsion system, it allowed for aerial combat. The White Iron Armor Model 1 integrated offense and defense, and could be combined with the arsenal of 100 shapes for synergistic combat. These were the 3 major techniques Wapol had developed so far. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, Wapol was quite weak. As for hockey, he had not mastered any form yet. This was precisely why he could not reach the Commodore level through physical strength alone. The inability to use hockey remained a shortcoming. For example, Luffy trained in physical combat, Devil Fruit development, and hockey. Katakuri did the same. Garp honed both physical combat and hockey to the extreme. Crocodile, on the other hand, had relatively average physical skills, but focused entirely on developing his Devil Fruit. Thus it was clear that lacking hockey was always a weakness. However, a person's lifetime energy was limited, unless one was a rare genius. Otherwise, a lifetime was insufficient to master even one skill to perfection. The saying, bite off more than one can chew, held true, or one would end up knowing a little of everything, but mastering nothing. Just as Zoro specialized in armament hockey and Sanji specialized in observation hockey. For now, Wapol's only viable path was the development of his Devil Fruit ability. But Wapol was a transmigrator who had witnessed the power of true technology. In this wondrous world of One Piece, it was not difficult to replicate similar technology through invention. Given enough time, he could grow stronger through technology. No matter how strong you are, try a taste of a nuclear bomb. The fusion of Devil Fruits and technology was Wapol's primary path of cultivation. Hockey, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, and the like would serve as supplementary skills. With a clear goal set, Wapol prepared to upgrade his armor. Since Wapol had not yet mastered hockey, he could only focus on technology, using materials to reinforce his armor. During his absence, the Drum Kingdom operated smoothly, with the pharmaceutical factory and basic alloy processing plant running steadily. The high-quality environment of the hospital and the superb medical skills of its doctors attracted many nobles from other countries. The fitness pills remained in high demand, filling Wapol's coffers to the brim. With ample funds, he could develop technology. Wapol was a mechanical engineering student with some mechanical knowledge, and he particularly enjoyed watching videos of extreme modification enthusiasts. To strengthen his armor, he needed to call in experts, the Curie couple. The Drum Kingdom had 2 secret research institutes, one of which was the Technology Research Institute headed by the Curies. Before his journey to the Tanya Kingdom, Wapol had organized all the knowledge he could recall from his mind and handed it over to the Curies. He also imparted to them some future scientific knowledge he had seen or heard from forums, videos, and other sources. After hearing this, the Curies were deeply astonished. The world was not lacking in geniuses, it was just that their thinking had been confined by the world's established framework. Wapol had merely broken through that framework, broadening the Curie's minds and sparking their creativity. In this secret research institute, some truly bizarre things were developed. The ordinary researchers were locally trained in the Drum Kingdom along with scientists from the former Spring Island. Their loyalty was assured. Once the Curie's mental barriers were shattered, their inspiration flowed freely. With ample research funding in the Drum Kingdom, various strange materials were collected here. Based on the engine knowledge Wapol provided, the Curies and other scientists worked day and night. These people were scientific fanatics for whom research was the greatest joy. In the Tanya Kingdom, Wapol obtained a large quantity of ores. Besides common ores, he also acquired some rare magical energy stones. Wapol devoured these magical energy stones and purified them using the Munch-Munch factory skill. The purified stones contained more energy and were smaller in volume than ordinary ones. The Curies and other scientists had been troubled by the energy issue for the engine. Now with these energy stones, the difficulty was readily resolved. Energy engine. Wapol gazed at the contraption before him, which bore the unique futuristic technological characteristics of the One Piece world. The purified magical energy stone was placed at the core. Devices made of special materials activated the energy within, then delivered it through a compression piston. Good heavens, you actually built it! Wapol exclaimed in amazement. With this energy stone, we can fuse it with the wind dial to upgrade the flight mode's power system. The Curies approached and said, "Excellent. Leave my armor to you." Wapol opened the Munch-Munch factory, spat out the armor, and became a hands-off overseer. Entrusting the battle armor to the Curie couple for modification and upgrades, Wapol felt at ease. Besides the armor upgrade, he had other questions he wanted to discuss with them. "By the way, do you still remember that gem clock from Wind-Up Island?" Wapol asked. "Oh, that clock." The clock's materials were ordinary, but the core gem was not. It fell from the sky. We studied it for a long time and found it could absorb energy, yet the energy it released was very small. Later the gem clock was taken by the Great Bear King, the Curie couple said. "I see." Wapol fell into thought. When he suppressed the Hagoromo fox, he clearly sensed that part of the black mist was absorbed by the gem clock core inside his body. At the same time, all his physical strength was drained, causing him to fall unconscious. When he woke up, the Hagoromo fox had vanished, likely taken away by Hilsa and Shianu. The necklace along with the suppression device had also been taken by the Hagoromo fox. Wapol discovered that the gem material of the necklace shared the same properties as the gem clock's core. Both could absorb energy, but the necklace could not release energy, while the gem clock could. According to Rue, the necklace's core was left by his father, who named it Concentrated Magic Energy Crystal. It was meant to be the essence of magical stones, but Wapol disagreed. He had devoured magical stones, and also swallowed the necklace. These two substances were definitely not the same. Their similarity was because the necklace core contained the unique energy found in magical stones. But the core could also absorb other energies, including the special energy of souls. In other words, both the necklace and the gem clock core had absorbed the energy from magical stones, thus exuding the aura of magical stones. This led people to mistake them for concentrated magical stone essence. The necklace core and the gem clock core both contained the special energy from magical stones. The necklace core had absorbed the magical stones used in experiments by the former king. The gem clock was because Wapol had devoured many magical stones. To be precise, neither the necklace core nor the gem clock core were the rare magical ores of Tanya Kingdom, but rather an unknown ore. The necklace core and the gem clock core also had differences. According to the Curie couple's clues, this unknown mineral came from the sky, that is from space. Wapol tried hard to recall. He remembered that Enel later went to space, and on the moon of the One Piece world's planet, a satellite, he discovered some technological ruins and space pirates. Could it be that this or came from there? Wapol pondered. Through black market purchases and intelligence gathering, Wapol roughly understood the mineral types in the One Piece world. Tanya Kingdom's ordinary iron ore and rare magical ore. The sea stone of the world government. The wine iron ore of Wano controlled by Kaido. In some countries, ordinary metal or silver and gold, or special hazardous ores like platinum, lead, etc. Through experiments, the necklace core could not be tested, taken by the Hagoromo fox, while the gem clock core could continuously absorb energy until it reached saturation. It did not absorb energy indefinitely. This peculiar energy stone had a wide range of uses, but its rarity must also be very high. 7,000 meters above the sky is the White Sea, and 10,000 meters is the White Sea. Beyond that, one should break out of this planet. Wapol decided to conquer the Sky Island first, as it had unique shellfish resources. By integrating these shellfish with technology, he could surely create unique weapons. The Curie couple and many scientists modified the armor at a very fast pace. For the white iron armor type 1, the flight mode was changed. The energy of magical stones was inclined toward attack and could not be used during turns, so the metal wings still used jet shellfish engines as the main power source. At the chest of the armor, a reactor for total energy was added. Magical stones needed to be inserted here for charge attacks. Two new propulsion devices were added under the wings on the back, providing power for linear acceleration. On the shoulder armor, arms, and legs, new magical stone charging weapons were installed with effects similar to the charging sword of the magic swordsman Sebumo. The arms could fire 2 energy bullets, and the legs could launch energy blades. After firing once, it needed 3 hours to cool down and recharge. These improvement plans had been developed long ago, but there had been no suitable energy source to replace them. Now with magical stones, all problems could be solved. The black-red upgraded armor appeared before Wapol. Your Majesty Wapol, you personally strengthened the alloy properties of the armor earlier. According to your request, we plated a layer of rubber on the armor's outer surface. A scientific researcher said, You did well. I'll give you a raise this month. Wapol wore a boss-like expression. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. The researchers were grateful. That was the good thing about the One Piece world. Subordinates were easily satisfied, and winning hearts was simple. The upgraded parts of the armor included the alloy's material itself, improved defense, a new firepower system, and most importantly, the energy engine and the reactor at the chest. The necklace core was not in Walpo's possession, but the gem clock core was with him. The energy contained in the core was 100 times that of ordinary magical stones. And ordinary magical stones were already rare on the market. The only drawback was that it absorbed more energy, but released less. But the energy it released could be partially absorbed by Walpo's body. The greatest gain from this trip to Tanya Kingdom was the growth of his own strength. A large part of that growth was because after the core absorbed the black mist, it fed back some energy to Walpo. After absorbing that energy, his physical quality improved. The core absorbed energy, then released energy. By integrating it into his body, Walpo could also benefit absorbing some of the energy for self-strengthening. But experiments showed that except for absorbing that special black mist energy, which yielded a significant boost, the core's feedback from absorbing other energies was pitifully small. Still, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Walpo would not miss any opportunity to become stronger. After reviewing the armor's configuration, Walpo named it White Iron Armor 13. Using his ability, Walpo swallowed the armor to fuse it. Transform, he murmured a little embarrassedly. The new White Iron Armor 13 appeared. Inside the armor, Walpo felt like Iron Man, or like the King of Glory, Mosey Hurricane Star. I am the armor is me. Walpo adapted to the new armor. After installing the gem clock core into the reactor, all the energy engines and drive engines were activated, giving it a strong technological feel. In the secret scientific research institute of the Magnet Kingdom, the Curie couple worked alongside numerous researchers studying materials and developing new technologies. Meanwhile, Walpo had already departed from there. After upgrading his battle armor, he returned to the castle. His journey to the Tanya Kingdom had come to an end, yielding one ally and a quantity of deposits. The agreement with Queen Rui was also finalized, adding another harvest to the Magnet Kingdom. At this moment, Walpo set his next target on the Sky Island. The Sky Island's resources were abundant, marking the first step toward breaking into the cosmos. The unknown energy body originated from the universe, and only Walpo and the Fox Spirit were known to possess this substance. Its function was quite unique, capable of providing energy that could be absorbed by living beings. So Walpo wanted to investigate to see if there was still such, or on the moon. He remembered that there were still technological ruins on the moon, and even without he could take those ruins with him when the time came. Then develop in silence and welcome the coming of the evil age. Only by becoming strong could one survive the storms of the future, for Blackbeard might also set his sights on his fruit ability. Transformation was therefore imperative. Those technological ruins were the key to helping his scientists achieve breakthroughs. Looking at the sea chart, Walpo wore a troubled expression, unable to find a route to the Sky Island among the collected materials. Where exactly is this route? Walpo recalled it was near Jaya Island. There existed a particularly fierce ocean current that surged straight up into the sky. Although he could fly in the sky, reaching an altitude of 7,000 meters from flat ground still presented some difficulty. If he used boosters to accelerate, he might possibly reach the White Sea above. But with just himself, even if he flew to the Sky Island, it would be of no use. His objective was the resources of the Sky Island. How could one person alone manage to take all those resources? The island clouds of the Sky Island, along with some peculiar substances, all contain substance P, a component found in sea stone and inherent in the bodies of all living creatures in this world. Substance P was also a form of energy. According to Walpo's speculation, the substance P contained within living organisms was connected to Haki in certain ways. Since he had yet to master Haki, an expedition to the Sky Island might yield unexpected discoveries. Moreover, the shellfish resources of the Sky Island were ancient lunar technology. In the murals of a lunar ruin depicting Enel's grand cosmic adventure, it was revealed that lunar resources had depleted, prompting the ancient moon people to invent numerous substances capable of storing natural energy. However, they eventually ended up at Sea Blue, the planet of the One Piece world. Therefore, the shellfish of the Sky Island were the ancient technology of the lunar people. The people of the Sky Island all grew wings. They were the descendants of the lunar people. However, some lunar technology had been lost to time, while other parts had been learned by humanity. Dr. Vegapunk hailed from Future Island's mechanical nation, which should have been the initial landing point of the lunar people in the pirate world, and was currently under the control of the world government. After pondering so many matters, the conclusion was simply this: although he himself could fly to the Sky Island to obtain its resources, he still needed to solve how a ship could reach the Sky Island. The wind shell was something he had acquired through a lucky find on the black market, an item nearly non-existent in Sea Blue. The only few remaining had already been installed on his battle armor for fusion modification. The wind shell was ancient lunar technology with the characteristic of storing energy. It shared this trait with the core stone, encompassing the necklace core and the gem bell core. This special substance temporarily referred to as core stone. The only difference was that one could store only wind, while the other could store any kind of energy. This shellfish resource was extraordinarily practical, and Valpo's mind brimmed with numerous development ideas. The first step is to find a way to bring people and ships to the Sky Island. The second is to obtain the shellfish resources. The third is to establish a base on the Sky Island as a launching point for surging toward the moon. Valpo wrote his formulated objectives on paper. The world government had ruled this world for 800 years, and its foundation was truly terrifying. Controlling top-tier scientific teams, such as those on Future Island and Dr. Vegapunk, their technological power could not be underestimated. As the world's largest organization, it lacked neither financial wealth, manpower, nor material resources. They were far from superficial, and no one knew how many trump cards they held. The Navy was merely their visible combat force. The world government's hidden powers were unpredictable by anyone. This was precisely the fundamental reason why the four emperors did not unite to oppose the Navy. Of course, the four emperors themselves were also in hostile relationships, each harboring selfish interests, making any alliance impossible. The Magnet Kingdom was his foundation, but as the nation gradually grew larger and stronger, conflict with the world government would inevitably arise. Nowadays, vast amounts of sky gold had to be offered as tribute to the celestial dragons every year. On what grounds? When encountering the celestial dragons, one had to kneel on the ground like a humble subordinate. He, Valpo, had no father or mother and bowed only to heaven and earth. Those who refused to accept the rules imposed by the celestial dragons had to forge their own rules, which meant they had to become strong. The Sky Island must be taken. Someone summoned Dalton, Jez, and Cromerriman to see me. Valpo ordered the guards to make the notification. The council hall. During the Tanya Kingdom expedition, Jez and Cromerriman had stayed behind, while Dalton accompanied Valpo. However, Dalton not only failed to help, but instead became a hostage of the fox spirit used to threaten Valpo. Now fully recovered from his injuries, Dalton had become deeply withdrawn. As captain of the Kingdom Guard, he had not only failed to protect the king, but had become a liability, of failure that once drove him to attempt suicide. Valpo personally reprimanded him and stripped him of his position as captain of the Kingdom Guard. He then assigned Dalton a new role as commander of the Kingdom Warriors, with Raven and Gabuta under his command. Raven and Gabuta had also followed Valpo to the Magnet Kingdom. Raven was a remarkably gifted child whose physical prowess surpassed that of many elite Kingdom Guards, making her highly trainable. Gabuta, on the other hand, was merely average. However, Valpo handed him the steel fruit obtained after defeating Great Bear King. Having consumed the devil fruit, Gabuta became a power user. The loyalty of these two youngsters to Valpo was unquestionable. Valpo arranged for Dalton to lead them, hoping Dalton would impart some practical combat techniques and experience. As for Dalton's terrible performance during the Tanya Kingdom expedition, Valpo did not care at all. After all, that woman named Summer Mist was far more accomplished in medical pharmacology than his own doctor. Wapol summoned all his officers to a meeting primarily to pool their wisdom. 3 cobblers can surpass one strategist. If one person cannot devise a method to reach the Sky Island, then many minds should. Your Majesty, Wapol, does the Sky Island you speak of truly exist? Cromerriman could hardly believe that an island could exist 10,000 meters above the sky. Nonsense. How dare you doubt His Majesty, you fool? Jess struck Cromerriman on the head. The Sky Island, though mysterious, indeed exists. The wind dial installed on my armor is a product of the Sky Island. The Sky Island holds abundant resources. If we can obtain those resources and develop them into weapons, our nation's strength will rise again. This is a world of survival of the fittest. You wouldn't want our country to be destroyed one day, would you? Wapol tapped the table as he spoke. Jess and Cromerriman broke into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, among the newly developed materials, there is one with exceptional toughness. We can use it to make a hot air balloon. Then let the balloon tow our ship upward. Jess had a quick mind, and sometimes came up with whimsical ideas. A hot air balloon. Wapol recalled. He remembered that in the interlunar arc, the intelligent robots created by Dr. Yuejian had ascended to the moon by clinging to hot air balloons. Since a balloon could carry people to the moon, it should be no problem to hoist their ship up as well. Jess, you and Cromerriman work on this hot air balloon. Then have the craftsmen of Windmill Island modify our ship to give it gliding capabilities. Wapol finalized the plan. Your Majesty, what should I do? Asked Dalton. You are to take Raven and Gobda to select the 50 strongest soldiers from the guard. This trip to the Sky Island will not be easy. At an altitude of 10,000 meters the air is thin and ordinary people will become feeble. Wapol assigned Dalton his task. After adjourning the meeting, everyone set to work according to Wapol's plan. Wapol was also very busy as king. He had national policies to decide. The entire Drum Kingdom was developing rapidly under Wapol's distinctive governance. The citizens of Drum Kingdom were kind, simple, and obedient to the king's words, and no one opposed Wapol's policies. Because previous policies had made the country wealthier and improved people's lives. Medical care was covered by insurance reimbursing 70% of costs and medicines were sold at cost. State-owned enterprises provided numerous jobs and construction projects employed civilians. The Drum Kingdom had no large class of nobles like other countries, only Wapol's leadership group existed. The country was organized into villages and towns. Larger settlements were towns governed by mayors and smaller ones were villages governed by village chiefs. Wapol specifically decreed that village chiefs and mayors were equal in rank and mayors had no authority over other villages. Nearly 2 years had passed since he ascended the throne, and so far no corruption had occurred. After Wapol reviewed a stack of documents, they were sent to Kromalaman for execution. Kromalaman was the kingdom's affairs officer. With the rapid development of the nation, his abilities were nearing their limit. Later Wapol gave him several books he had written on economic sociology and political science. After reading them, Kromalaman was filled with admiration. In his heart, Wapol was like a deity. Having dealt with the accumulated documents, Wapol decided to visit the Biological Research Institute. There Dr. 20 had already developed a medicine to counteract the weakness experienced at high altitudes. The world of One Piece differs from the real world. It is a whimsical world. Beings of sufficient strength could survive a fall from 10,000 meters without dying like Kaido. For ordinary people, reaching the White Sea at 10,000 meters would render them immobile. Even the elite soldiers Wapol had selected would suffer from weakness, so he ordered Dr. 20 and the medical technology team to research and produce a corresponding drug. Several of Wapol's projects were steady moneymakers, so funding was not a concern. As a world-renowned medical nation, its capabilities were top-notch. A sample was developed within a week. Upon arriving at the institute, Wapol had Dr. 20's team explain the drug's ingredients. One of the ingredients was extremely rare. Even the black market could not supply much and cultivation would take a year. Currently, there was only this single sample, making mass production impossible. Just go to the bulletin board and post a bounty. Offer a reward of 20 million berries to anyone who can provide information about this drug. If they don't want the money, they may also present a reasonable request to me. Wapol did not want to wait a year before going to the Sky Island. Yes, Your Majesty. As the kingdom's strategist, Jess actually performed the duties of a secretary. Jess and Kromalaman held a position second only to the sovereign. Though their combat prowess might be lacking, governing the country could not do without these two fools. In Wapol's eyes, they were particularly foolish, albeit with some talent, but very gullible. These two also spread rumors saying things like king's power. A month later, the ship has been modified to withstand the impact of powerful currents. The soldier's armor is also complete. The first batch of magic weapons has been stored in warehouse No. 1. Provisions, water, vitamins, and other supplies are ready. After listening to Jess's report, Wapol noticed that there was still no drug for high-altitude weakness. Still no leads. No. Hearing Jess's reply, Wapol showed no emotion. What was that drug Dr. 20 mentioned called? Right, oxygen flower. How long until the finished product is cultivated? At least 9 months. Fuck. Wapol slammed the table in frustration. Just then a guard rushed in. Your Majesty, a devil fruit user has appeared at the port and has already wounded 70 of our soldiers. Damn, just when I'm in a bad mood. Wapol leaped directly from the castle window. Accelerating with wind dials on his saws, he dashed toward the port district. At the port district, as the Drum Kingdom grew stronger, this soul port continued to expand. A figure in a black robe was being chased by soldiers, but could not be caught. Blossom underfoot. The soldiers pursuing him suddenly had arms sprouting from the ground beneath their feet, tripping them. Damn it. Catch him. He's over there. The black-robed figure was as slippery as an eel with strange abilities. Ordinary soldiers were helpless, watching him vanish before their eyes. The black-robed figure dodged left and right, evading pursuit through the town streets. Just as he thought he had escaped, a battle axe crashed down before him. Invader, this is the end. The new kingdom warrior chief Duo-Ordun appeared before him. The strongest combatant of the Tsigu kingdom, the buffalo man Duo-Ordun. The black-robed figure tried to flee backward, but Ruewin, wielding a heavy sword, and Gabuta, a steel fruit user, had already cut off his retreat. Surrender now? You can't escape, said Ruewin and Gabuta. Both of you be careful. This guy is a devil fruit user. You two hold the line, while handle him. Duo-Ordun transformed into a minotaur. Animal type, devil fruit, ox fruit, buffalo form. It grants strength, defense, and recovery. The black-robed figure knew Duo-Ordun's information thoroughly. After all, Duo-Ordun was the prominent powerhouse of the Tsigu kingdom. Wild charge. Duo-Ordun slammed his axe against the ground, causing violent tremors to restrict the black-robed figure's movements. Knight's heavy sword. Ruewen swept his heavy sword horizontally, sealing the black-robed figure's escape route. 5 flowers toss. Unfazed by the coordinated assault, the black-robed figure calmly spotted the gap in the attack, sprouted arms from the wall, and hurled himself into the air. Arms sprouted from the wall, exclaimed Ruewen. You think escaping into the air will save you? Judgment reincarnation slash. In his minotaur form, Duodan's leg strength greatly increased. He leaped into the air and swung his battle axe toward the black-robed figure. If the blow landed, the figure would be cleaved in two. 6 flowers, twist. Both were airborne with no leverage. The black-robed figure used his ability to sprout 6 arms on Duodan, twisting his wrists, shoulders, and head. This caused Duodan's attack to brush past the black-robed figure's chest and miss. Gabuda Ruewen, watch out. Duodan saw the black-robed figure riding the air pressure from his strike and hurtling toward Gabuda. 6 flowers, anchor blossom. 6 arms sprouted from Gabuda's body, gripping his neck, arms, and feet, bending his body backward, threatening to snap his jaw. When surrounded by the 3, the black-robed figure had observed that Gabuda was the weakest link and could serve as a breakthrough. Thus his maneuvers were all aimed at Gabuda. However, the young Gabuda was not flustered in the slightest. He gave the black-robed figure a sly grin. Steel block. After eating the steel fruit and training, Gabuda had developed a purely defensive technique, steel block. As the name suggests, his body steeled itself, becoming as hard as an iron block. The black-robed figure's arms could not twist the steel-hardened neck. Fell into the trap. The black-robed figure's heart clenched. Knight's heavy sword. Seizing the opportunity, Ruewen swung his sword. 20 flowers, marigold. 10 arms sprouted from each wrist, forming a circular shield-like barrier for defense. However, since they were part of his own flesh, he still suffered damage when struck. After blocking Ruewen's strike, the black-robed figure sustained minor injuries. Behind him, Duodan gave him no respite, charging forward with his battle axe. 2 flowers grasp. The black-robed figure used his skill again. Duodan suddenly halted mid-charge and collapsed to the ground in agony. In his buffalo form, the defense of that particular area had not improved much. Despite his extensive combat experience, Duodan never expected anyone to attack him there. Thus, under the influence of pain, he deactivated his transformation. The black-robed figure seized the chance to escape. Damn it, that despicable bastard. Ruewen, Gabuda, you two pursue him. Don't worry about me. Duodan was drenched in cold sweat. The black-robed figure zigzagged through the alleys and quickly shook off Ruewen and Gabuda. Now hiding in a corner, he wiped the blood from his mouth. This country, besides the king and the buffalo Duodan, has other devil fruit users. Truly unexpected. Indeed, you've discovered it in Iko Luobin from O'Hara. From the shadows emerged a fat man. The king of the Tsigu kingdom, Warbwa. This time the black-robed figure was genuinely panicked, for her identity had been exposed. The flower fruit user. There is only one person in the world who possesses it. That is the sole survivor of O'Hara, the scholar, who can read the ancient script in Iko Luobin. What business brings you to my kingdom, causing such a commotion? Warbwa leaned against the wall, looking at the black-robed figure before him. Truly unexpected at this point in time to meet the future Straw Hat crew member in Iko Luobin. With her identity revealed by Warbwa, the black-robed figure ceased his disguise. Removing his hood, he revealed his true appearance: long black hair, a fair face, and eyes shimmering with the light of intelligence. It seems I can't escape. Since fleeing, O'Hara Luobin had endured countless hardships, often betrayed and abandoned by others. Because of her high bounty and value, those companions always sold her out. Having survived this long, Luobin had honed her skills to the fullest. From the moment Warbwa appeared, she knew she could not escape. She was also tired, both physically and mentally exhausted. After joining a pirate crew, they discovered her identity and began hunting her. After several struggles and risking her life despite suffering a gunshot wound, she finally managed to reach the Tsigu kingdom for temporary respite. However, that pirate crew disguised themselves as merchants and deliberately reported to the guard that she was a spy and an invader, thus inciting the chaos. Cough. Luobin coughed up blood. The gunshot wound from earlier had affected her internal organs. Haha. Come, brothers. And Iko Luobin is here. At that moment, a group of merchants, disguised pirates, appeared, each holding a long blade. Hey, what's a fat guy doing here? Who cares? Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. These pirates were the former members of the crew Luobin had been with. What the hell are the guards doing? Letting armed men in. Warbwa's right hand turned into a Gatling gun, riddling the pirates with ordinary bullets, turning them into sieves. Don't resist. You're badly injured. Internal trauma and a gunshot wound. If you don't want to die, obediently accept treatment. Warbwa, wearing gloves, cuffed Luobin with handcuffs containing sea stone and carried her on his back. Luobin had already lost consciousness. 3 days later, Luobin awoke to find herself in a clean white ward. An oddly dressed old woman sat beside her, drinking wine while changing her dressings. You're a tough little girl, surviving such a severe gunshot wound for so long. Any later, and you would have died. This old woman was Dr. Kareha. Where is this? Luobin weakly tried to sit up. The royal top-tier ward of the Tsigu kingdom. Ordinary people cannot enter here. Dr. Kureha rose to leave. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. That brat Wapol has already paid for your treatment. King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom. Does a king have to pay for medical treatment? Robin asked, puzzled. As Dr. Kureha exited, the plump Wapol entered. I heard you were awake, so I came to see you. Wapol observed Nico Robin carefully. At that time Nico Robin was about 20 years old, 3 years younger than Wapol. At that moment Robin exuded a youthful intellectual charm, not yet as mature as she would become later. What do you plan to do with me? Robin asked. Wapol did not answer, but walked over, took out a key, and unlocked Robin's handcuffs. Knowledge deserves respect. Wapol produced several small dishes from behind him. I know everything about O'Hara and the world government. I am one of the few who knows the truth about that incident. I even know that Kazan let you escape back then. Don't be too wary of me, you have no secrets in my eyes. Have some food, heal your wounds, and we can talk. Oh, this wine is medicinal, has healing properties. It's the old hag's favorite. I had a hard time getting it. Wapol poured a glass for Robin and took a satisfying sip himself. Robin was stunned. No one else knew that Kazan had let her escape except for her and Kazan himself. I know you have doubts. That's fine. Stay here for now. The pirates who knew your identity have all been dealt with. There's no risk of information leaking. As soon as Wapol learned of Robin's whereabouts, he immediately sealed off the port and coastline, eliminating all suspicious pirates. After all, Robin was a person of interest to the world government, and he was not yet strong enough to challenge them. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by sheltering me? Robin also took a sip of wine and ate a few bites. Afraid? Of course I am. The scholar of O'Hara, the only one who can read ancient script, the world government's special wanted criminal. The Navy bounty hunters, pirates, major powers, all want to get their hands on you. A person like that would bring trouble far beyond what my small drum kingdom can bear. Wapol replied. Robin was not surprised by his answer. Wasn't that exactly what she was? Use and be used, betray and be betrayed. Hadn't her life been like that ever since O'Hara was destroyed? But what's the use of being afraid, eh? Wapol produced an object from behind him, instantly capturing Robin's attention. The armillary sphere of O'Hara. Robin exclaimed in surprise. Wapol, knowing the plot, relied on his knowledge advantage. Robin's defenses were too strong. Gaining her trust was no easy task. In the original story, it wasn't until the Enies lobby battle that Luffy's crew finally opened her heart. Thus, winning Robin's favor required a gradual approach. First step, heal Robin. Second step, show he meant no harm. Third step, reveal his knowledge of the O'Hara tragedy. Fourth step, hint that he knew the secret of how Kazan, the current Navy admiral, had once let Robin go. Fifth step, explain that even knowing the magnitude of the trouble Robin was involved in, drawing the world government's pursuit, he was still willing to protect her. Through conversation, he conveyed his intentions to Robin. Finally, his trump card, the armillary sphere of the One Piece world, which he had crafted over the past 2 days based on the memories in his mind. This armillary sphere is no stranger to you, is it? It's the scholarly work of O'Hara. Wapol was about to begin his grand persuasion. That's right. Only O'Hara could produce such an armillary sphere, because the heavens had always been one of the scholar's fields of exploration. How do you come to have this armillary sphere? At the sight of it, Robin's heart was in turmoil. After all these years of wandering, no one had ever spoken to her about O'Hara, no one understood her. Wapol saw that the bait was taken. Alas, my father, the former king, was fortunate enough to meet the scholars of O'Hara. They were once friends. I grew up hearing my father tell stories about them. A group of noble scholars who loved history and sought to uncover its truths. When he heard of O'Hara's sinking, my father was deeply grieved. He knew the matter was not as simple as the world government publicly claimed. There had to be another reason. After years of investigation, he finally uncovered the truth. The scholars of O'Hara were researching the poneglyphs, which recorded many hidden histories, including the information of the Void Century. This was information the world government did not want the world to know. Perhaps it was shameful, or perhaps it would threaten their rule over the world. Thus they unleashed the Buster Call and erased O'Hara from the map. Wapol spoke the truth that only Robin knew. Using his long-dead convenient father as an excuse, he fabricated a story to prove his trustworthiness. The scholars of O'Hara cannot have died in vain. You are their sole heir. I will not stand idly by. Rest here for now, this place is safe. I've said enough. It's quite refreshing. I'll take my leave now. Wapol had achieved his goal and turned to leave. Robin's wariness had vanished, but her trust still needed to be built. No rush. Step by step. Winning Robin over was no easy feat. After all, he was not Luffy, who carried the protagonist's halo and was the chosen one of this world. During Robin's recovery, Wapol visited her daily, subtly influencing her. By then, the ship's supplies and personnel for the trip to Skypiea were all prepared. Only the anti-altitude sickness medicine was missing. Brother Wapol, why have you been so worried lately? Robin asked. Through his relentless efforts, Wapol had successfully become her sworn brother. Sister, you don't know this, but I've learned of leads about Skypiea. That Sky Island does exist, and there might be a poneglyph there. Wapol said mysteriously. Skypiea? A poneglyph? Robin was immediately intrigued. Yes, according to some information, there is indeed a possibility. But I'm facing a problem I can't solve. What problem? A drug called oxygen flower is the main ingredient for the anti-altitude sickness medicine. The oxygen flowers haven't matured yet, so I can't make the medicine. That's why I can't go to Skypiea. The winter island where Drum Kingdom is located lies at some distance from Jaya Island with Alabasta separating them. On the sea surface a ship floated beneath the medical flag unique to Drum Kingdom. How long until we reach Alabasta? Your Majesty Walt, based on the wind direction, we should arrive in another hour. The navigator replied. This group was none other than Walt and his companions. That day Robin learned that Walt was unable to produce medicine because the flowers were growing too slowly, so she offered to solve the problem. As a user of the Hana fruit, Robin surprisingly possessed the ability to accelerate flower growth. After resolving the medicine crisis, Walt prepared to set out. Jess, Merriman, and Dalton were all ordered by Walt to remain in Drum Kingdom. He himself set out with 50 elite soldiers disguising their vessel as a merchant ship. Robin happened to carry the poneglyph for Alabasta. Since it involved the historical texts, she was bound to accompany them. According to the plan, the journey from Drum Kingdom to Alabasta would take 5 days, after which they would proceed to Magellan Town on the ruined Jaya Island. Once they found the descendants of the diamond-shaped elder Bunryudo and determined the location and timing of the impact storm, they could ascend to the Sky Island. Robin was disguised by Walt, who, having been trained in the 3 great arts of Asia, was well versed in the art of makeup. After the transformation, no one could detect that she was a wanted criminal unless Robin herself confessed. It would take 5 days to reach the port town of Alabasta. While his subordinates traded ordinary medicines from the ship with local merchants, Walt and Robin strolled through the nearby streets. Since they flew the Drum Kingdom medical ship flag, they were easily granted entry into Alabasta's port, with the guards conducting only minimal inspections. After all, medicines were essential supplies that every nation required, and Drum Kingdom's pharmaceuticals were especially welcomed across these lands. The Kingdom of Alabasta was one of the superpowers located on the sacred island of St. Ting in the Grand Line, maintaining a standing army of 600,000 soldiers. This number exceeded the entire population of Walt's Drum Kingdom. Inside a restaurant, Robin and Walt were conversing. This city near the port is called Rapeseed Flower, Robin said. The weather here is often drought-stricken. Were it not for that, with such vast territory, the population might be far larger. Water resources have constrained their nation's development. The port is the most advantageous position for economic growth, yet their king seems to place little importance on it. Walt cradled a coconut and sipped its juice as he replied, "That's not entirely fair. Rapeseed Flower is still one of the major cities in this country." Robin elegantly savored Alabasta's signature fried rice. "I don't mean to disparage them, but if I were in charge of this nation, I would certainly manage it better than they do. This port city of theirs may have a larger population than my port, but in every other aspect it cannot compare to our harbor town," Walt declared proudly. Watching Walt's proud expression, Robin smiled. Walt indeed had grounds for his pride. From sanitation and port entry inspections to urban development and living standards, Drum Kingdom's port cities were leagues ahead of Rapeseed Flower. Drum Kingdom had been built according to modern urban standards, while the Kingdom of Alabasta still developed under ancient systems. The times are advancing and society is progressing. Nations that fail to keep pace with the times will only perish. And when the people are ignorant and lack the wisdom to discern truth from falsehood, they become nothing more than sacrifices in the hands of those in power. Walt thought about how in a few years Crocodile the Sand Crocodile would come to this country and secretly orchestrate a civil war. "That doesn't sound like something a ruler should say," Robin remarked teasingly. "Haha, our nation has built schools where all children of appropriate age receive an education which will make future generations wiser. The scholars of O'Hara were destroyed precisely because they were too wise, which made the world government fear them," Robin said. "Therefore, alongside wisdom, we must also possess corresponding military strength. We must let them know that if they dare to bite us, they should be prepared to have all their teeth shattered." Walt wiped his mouth and swallowed the remaining rice. "Is this the reason you are going to the Sky Island?" Robin asked. "Of course. But I heard there is gold there too. I would best take it as well," Walt said greedily. Robin looked at this older brother. She had only recently come to know her expression, one of exasperation. Through this period of contact, Robin had begun to trust Walt, and their shared connection as scholars of O'Hara had drawn them closer. Walt was a king of great intellect, political skill, and vision. In Drum Kingdom, Robin had encountered knowledge far beyond what the rest of the world possessed. It was precisely these seemingly eccentric policies of Walt's that had driven Drum Kingdom's rapid development. Upon arriving in Alabasta and making the comparison, the gap between the two nations became even more stark. Robin now found herself deeply intrigued by her sworn older brother. She recalled the words of Hag Wardi. "Saul, the ocean is vast, and sooner or later you will encounter companions willing to protect you." Her identity and the staggering bounty on her head had led to her being betrayed and abandoned multiple times. Having nearly given up on that thought, encountering this extraordinary older brother made her feel as though she had found family once more. She recalled the scene from a few days ago. "If you don't mind, let us swear brotherhood. From now on, I will be your older brother." Wulp had been grinning foolishly when he proposed this unthinkable idea. A king willing to swear brotherhood with a wanted criminal, a sinner branded as the demon's child. Didn't he know he would be dragged down by her? Robin, Robin, watch out. Wulp suddenly grabbed the dazed Robin and pulled her aside, narrowly avoiding a flying table. Just moments ago Robin had been lost in thought. What the hell is going on? Wulp shielded Robin and glared in the direction from which the table had come. A band of pirates had been openly robbing shops in broad daylight, and during the scuffle tables and chairs were flying everywhere. The law and order here are terrible. Wulp prepared to remain a bystander. However, the pirates suddenly charged in his direction. Hand over all your money if you want to stay alive. You fat bastard, get out of my way. A vicious pirate swung his long blade at Wulp. Bang! Behind Wulp, Robin pulled the trigger of her large-caliber alloy pistol. The bullet's tremendous kinetic energy obliterated the pirate's skull and sent his body flying. The headless corpse landed on the ground with a wet thud. For a moment, everyone fell completely silent, stunned. They had seen hand cannons before, all crude matchlock muskets. Fine craftsmanship in large-caliber pistols was exceedingly rare. However, the alloy pistol in Robin's hand possessed power far beyond the realm of conventional firearms. It was essentially a handheld cannon. Robin was equally stunned after firing the shot, as she had never expected a handgun to possess such devastating power. Wapol covered his face with his hand. He had forgotten to warn Robin about the weapon's capabilities. Since Robin needed to conceal her identity and could not use her devil fruit powers, Wapol had gifted her a newly manufactured large-caliber pistol infused with magical energy for self-defense. Fuck! That bastard killed our brother. Kill him. Bang! Robin fired another shot. The pirate who had been shouting just moments before was instantly shattered by a single bullet. Blackened Robin was no longer one to show mercy. Run! These pirates who bullied the weak but fled from the strong saw Robin's ferocity and immediately turned to flee. However, soldiers from the Alabasta Kingdom had already arrived and surrounded them. Drop your weapons. You damned pirates. The soldiers pointed their distinctive Alabasta weapons at the pirates. Walpole observed closely that the kingdom's soldiers' armaments resembled the spade wielded by Lu Zhishan in Water Margin. Pirates fought for plunder, so surrendering their weapons and treasure was impossible. Both sides clashed fiercely, though the pirates feared Robin most. Her gun was far too devastating. Rather than being shot to pieces, it was better to break through the kingdom's soldiers and escape with their treasure to live in luxury. The battle was brutal. The kingdom's soldiers wore distinctive Alabasta attire, a helmet, chainmail, bare arms, and a skirt. Walpole could not comprehend how such an outfit offered any meaningful defense. Their vulnerable arms were completely unprotected, and the skirt hindered their mobility. Aside from its Alabasta style, this uniform served no practical purpose whatsoever. The soldiers were somewhat stronger in combat, but the pirates fought desperately for their treasure. Many soldiers suffered arm wounds from pirate blades. Meanwhile, the pirates were severely injured or killed by the kingdom's soldiers' iron spades. In close combat, it came down to physical conditioning and weapon reach. Longer meant deadlier. In the end, the pirates were all captured. Execution likely awaited them. Yet Walpole had spotted critical flaws in the Alabasta army through this engagement. The soldiers were brave, but their equipment was inadequate. After watching this chaotic spectacle, Walpole decided to slip away with Robin, for Robin's gun had drawn too much attention. "Fat uncle, where are you going?" A blue-haired little girl appeared behind Walpole. He turned in surprise at the child of about 8 or 9 years old. Nefertari Vivi. Princess Vivi. This was Walpole's first encounter with Vivi at this young age. True to her animated counterpart, she appeared innocent and adorable, yet intelligence shone through her eyes. "Haha, little girl, it's dangerous here. Pirates just invaded and looted. Don't wander off alone. Uncle needs to go." Walpole pushed Vivi aside and grabbed Robin to leave. "Uncle, haven't we met before? You've got the wrong person. I'm just a traveler." At the last World Summit, Walpole had slapped Vivi. Though he had disguised himself this time, something familiar lingered, leaving Vivi puzzled. Having finally managed to shoo away the troublesome girl, a man in a black-starred white robe with painted eyes blocked their path. "Who are you? What is that enormously powerful pistol? Ordinary merchants wouldn't possess such a specialized large-caliber firearm." Having noticed something suspicious about Walpole and Robin, he had intercepted them. Walpole recognized him immediately. This was one of Alabasta Kingdom's 2 strongest warriors, Bell, the deputy captain of the guard force, who wielded the animal-type bird fruit falcon form. Clearly this one is assigned to protect the young princess. "We're merchants traveling by sea. How can we manage without weapons for self-defense?" "Merchants? What cargo do you trade?" Bell continued his interrogation. "Medicines." Walpole calmly produced his merchant entry permit. The permit clearly stated he was part of a medicinal supplies convoy from Drum Kingdom. Bell examined it thoroughly, but found no issues. "Don't cause trouble in Alabasta." Bell fixed his gaze on Robin. The devastating power of her earlier shots still unsettled him. The bullets were pointed, powered by enchanted stones within the gun's frame. The tremendous force propelled them at speeds he could not evade, even at close range. Within 7 paces, the gun held the advantage. Furthermore, the bullet's impact could easily tear through his body. Guns were common in the world, but high-powered pistols were rare. Haha, we're legitimate merchants. Farewell. Wapol and Robin turned and departed. Belle approached the young princess. Your Highness, please don't wander alone. Pirates just invaded here moments ago. Aren't pirates supposed to be free? Why are they so vicious? Princess Vivi had always been drawn to the idea of living freely as a pirate. Pirates are inherently vicious, Your Highness. You mustn't entertain such thoughts. Belle sensed her inclination and quickly advised against it. Oh, that big sister's gun was amazing. Princess Vivi also desired one. That's a deadly weapon, Your Highness. You should stay away from such dangerous objects. I'll ensure your safety. 5 days passed in a flash. Once the record points in was full, Walpo's disguised merchant vessel set sail once more. During these 5 days, Walpo refrained from wandering with Robin, for they had attracted attention. It was better to keep a low profile. In the meantime, they studied information about the Sky Island. The divine kingdom of Skypiea consists of Upper Yard and the Island of Angels. According to the clues from that charlatan, Roland, the Golden City from his tales had not sunk to the ocean floor. It had been carried up into the sky. Legend held that this Golden City was guarded by a specific lineage across generations, making it highly probable that a poneglyph existed there. Walpole pointed to an exceedingly detailed map while analyzing. Brother, where did you get this map? Robin could not fathom how such an intricate map could chart the mysterious Sky Island. Moreover, Walpole seemed certain of the Golden City and poneglyph's existence. Ahem. This. Dreams do come true. Walpole had adapted those words from someone else's future. First we'll head to Jaya Island, then seek out a man named Wapol Kareha. Robin did not press further into the map's origins. Her brother was mysterious, and she found that intriguing. The voyage at sea was monotonous, so Valpor pulled out a deck of cards and began playing with Robin. Valpor had no interest in the card games of this world. He preferred Sandongju. He summoned a soldier to join them for a 3-player game. At first, Robin was unfamiliar with the rules and lost several rounds, but she gradually adapted. Robin's skill was formidable and her mind sharp, so Valpor found himself thoroughly outmatched. However, Valpor was no novice at Sandongju and would seize opportunities to strike back. Poor soldier suffered the most, his face plastered with penalty notes. Maga Town, a lawless zone where the world government held no authority and cared little for such a tiny island. It was a settlement spontaneously formed by pirates who squandered their wealth recklessly. Civilians from Jaya Island came here to serve them, seeking protection from persecution. Some pirates weren't particularly vicious and would tip when drunk. The island they occupied was once part of Jaya Island, with KLY's home on the opposite end. The other portion of Jaya had been swept into the sky by ocean currents. When Valpor's merchant vessel came into view at the harbor, it drew a large number of pirates from around Maga Town. These pirates would venture out to loot treasure, then return here to gamble, drink, and indulge themselves. Brawls over trivial matters often turned fatal, and pirate gang conflicts were a common sight. Before Valpor's ship arrived, the pirates at the harbor were already engaged in mutual combat. As this was a town swarming with pirates, a mere merchant vessel docking here was like a lamb walking into a den of tigers. Just look at that ship. They must be loaded. Rich is the best. Are there any women? Strong men fetch a good price. Some short-sighted pirates circled the harbor, while those with any sense kept their distance and watched. A merchant ship daring to dock here without extraordinary capability would be courting death. Since they dared to come, they must have come prepared. As Valpor's ship docked, a group of pirates stirred with anticipation, waiting for the crew to disembark. However, something was off. From the side of the ship, facing them over a dozen black cannon ports suddenly emerged. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons began devastating everything in the area. Whether people or buildings, nothing was spared from the destruction. The pirate leaders watching from a distance were dumbfounded. How could a merchant vessel possess such firepower? It rivaled that of a warship. Fire the cannons. I can't stand looking at these scum, Valpor said casually while eating an orange. Won't this hurt the civilians in town? Robin was utterly bewildered. Valpor was too reckless, showing no regard for these pirates as human beings. Relax. Our ship's firepower has been modified and the cannons have been reinforced. They're precise and won't harm innocents. Besides, I just want to clear out the harbor. Valpor signaled his men to continue bombarding the fleeing pirates. He was in a foul mood. He'd been getting thoroughly beaten by Robin at Sandongju and lost miserably. So he decided to vent his fury and resentment on these foolhardy pirates. After a dozen rounds of bombardment, Valpor finally led his men to land at the port. After leaving half his soldiers to guard the ship, he and Robin entered Maga Town with the remaining half. Go check those pirates' ships and restock supplies. If any resist, just kill them. Valpor never hesitated when preying on his own kind. They arrived at a tavern outside the bombardment range and discovered several pirate leaders gathered inside. Valpor observed them, and they stared back in puzzlement. Valpor had used disguise jutsu, so the pirates didn't recognize him. The flag flying on the merchant vessel wasn't the medicinal ship banner of Drum Kingdom either. It was just a generic merchant flag. This left many pirates uncertain about Valpor's true identity. Moreover, the harbor bombardment earlier was something only a madman would attempt. A madman who kills without blinking is the most terrifying. Hey, is there anyone in charge of this little town? Valpor asked. Sir, this town is a frequent haunt for pirates. The islanders are all very poor, so the Navy never established a base nearby. Since it doesn't belong to any nation, there's no appointed mayor, Terry said. He was the owner of Maga Town's bar. Although he claimed not to be a cook, he seemed quite particular about the taste of food. Oh, so this island and town of yours are essentially unwanted, huh? Haha, the world government doesn't care, neighboring countries don't want it. That's perfect. From today on, this island and this town are my territory, that of the mercenary Bai Tai. Valpor announced loudly. What kind of joke is that? Who do you think you are? We're just here enjoying the freedom. Why should this island belong to you? A burly pirate standing 4 meters tall rose to speak. Exactly who do you think you are? Your ship's cannons are impressive, but on land you're nothing but a disgrace. The pirates in the tavern were all desperate outlaws, seasoned veterans of the sea who had seen many things. Listen, people have declared themselves masters of this island before, but their fate was to be thrown into the sea and fed to sharks, said a pirate seated in the place of honor. The pirate who could claim the seat of honor had the largest crew and the greatest power here. Local taverns and casinos paid him a share of their profits in exchange for his protection. He was the executioner, Rosie. A pirate holed up in Maga Town on Jaya Island. His bounty stood at 30 million berries, currently rising to 44 million when Luffy arrived. Later he was defeated by Hyena Bellamy, and then brutally beaten by Balthasar, the boxing champion under Blackbeard, a minor figure in the Grand Line. Set against the backdrop of Blackbeard, Doflamingo, and Luffy, Rosie harbored great ambitions. After discovering this uninhabited Jaya Island free from Navy or government control, he planned to secretly build his operation here. With a tavern, casino, and red light district established, the place would draw pirates spending their ill-gotten gains. Through patient cultivation, the wealth accumulated wouldn't pale in comparison to what he earned from treasure hunting and plunder, and might even exceed it. Only with wealth could he raise an army, declare himself king, and rule these waters. True power players wouldn't deign to notice such a small corner of the world. Minor pirates couldn't match him here, living like a local emperor with fine food, drink, and beautiful companions. But now this creepy mustached fatty dared to challenge him for territory. Great figures have grand ideals, and humble folks have their own ways to survive. Executioner Luashioyu's strength in the first half of the Grand Line was merely average. However, his bounty exceeding 10 million also proved he was far stronger than an ordinary person with both wits and methods. Operating the secret network in Mogu Town had enriched his life considerably. This was the lawless zone, a haven where pirates indulged themselves. Aside from protecting the local common folk from pirate attacks, he would not interfere with anything else. The women in the red light district were either starving or rescued from slave traders by him. He believed he was helping them, offering them a means to survive. A small town master living quite freely. What was the point of going to sea as a pirate? The Pirate King. No, his purpose in becoming a pirate was to break free from constraints, to drink, gamble, and chase after women. That was his dream. But now this bloated man claimed the place as his own. Men, what should we do if someone causes trouble here? Luashioyu hurled a wine bottle and shouted. Kill him. Slaughter him. Throw him to the sharks. Among the pirates in the tavern, some were his men, while others from different crews watched the spectacle. Is this all you've got? Valpo sneered dismissively. Hell, I command hundreds in this town. These 60 men alone could tear you to pieces. Executioner Luashioyu smirked cruelly. Oh, I'm so scared. Valpo mimicked Kizaru's expression. I hope you can keep talking big when this is over. Attack. Luashioyu had already pictured Valpo being slaughtered. Hold on. Valpo said. What's wrong? Begging for mercy. It's too late now. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. Valpo retrieved the den mushi. Hello, hey, are the pirates at the port handled yet? If so, hurry over to the tavern in this small town. After speaking, Valpo glanced at the pirates. Alright, let's begin. Valpo suddenly drew 2 pistols and started firing. Damn it. This is even more underhanded. Among the 60-plus pirates, Valpo had already taken down 4 or 5 with his guns. Robin, standing behind him, also drew her large-caliber pistol and shot through the skull of a pirate swinging a long blade at them. After firing their first volleys, Valpo and Robin immediately retreated from the tavern. Pursue them. Kill them all. Luashioyu was furious, completely outmaneuvered by Valpo. This fat man was playing by no rules whatsoever, and already his men were falling. Luashioyu led from the front, charging his men out of the tavern. He figured Valpo would flee back to his ship and use its cannons to fight. Hurry! Chase them down. Don't let them reach the ship. Luashioyu drew his sidearm and began firing at Valpo. The pirates also carried firearms, though they were outdated flintlock rifles with slow reload times, poor accuracy, and sluggish projectile velocity. Valpo and Robin fired and fled immediately. Such a thrill. Hey, boss, what are we pulling here? Robin knew Valpo's strength and could easily handle these pirates. Of course, we're eliminating the local snakes in one sweep. Valpo recalled how Bellamy and Bacchus had both failed to kill Luoxiu before. Heaven only knew how he escaped. Drawing him out was the smartest approach. Fighting alone earlier had already revealed his capabilities, and if Luoxiu's men intercepted them, the guy might slip away. This island would prove valuable to Valpo, so he needed to clear out the local threats first. Guards spread out in an encirclement fire. Valpo grabbed the Den Mushi and shouted his command. Luoxiu and his 50-plus subordinates walked right into the ambush set by Valpo's guards. The encirclement tightened as soldiers on the flanks and rear opened fire simultaneously. These were the elite troops Valpo had personally selected this time. They were veterans with over a year of training, matching the combat effectiveness of Marine seamen. Both squad leaders operated at the Marine sergeant level. Their physical conditioning might be average, but their weapons were the latest models from the Drum Kingdom's military factories. Each rifle was forged from alloy and composite materials embedded with magic energy, stones the size of a thumbprint. After a 3-hour cooldown, they could fire a single energy blast. Even standard ballistics delivered 3 times the power and rate of fire of flintlocks. These elite troops positioned strategically could overcome foes of higher rank. The soldiers of Germa 66 feared no death and followed orders precisely, their gear and weaponry formidable enough to earn the world government's respect and an offer of alliance. Valpo's elite troops, while slightly inferior to the Germa 66 clones in combat capability, could still easily defeat the ragtag pirates of Luoxiu's crew. No individual in this pirate crew possessed exceptional strength. Even Captain Luoxiu would fear the reinforced rifles with their piercing rounds wielded by Valpo's soldiers. Bang! Boom! Ack! Ambush! Damn it! We're ambushed. The initial volley eliminated nearly half of Luoxiu's 50-plus men, with the rest sustaining serious wounds. Captain, send reinforcements now. Facing certain death, these pirate subordinates had gone berserk. Blast it! I already called for help. Hold out a bit longer. Luoxiu and the surviving pirates took refuge in a building, putting up stubborn resistance. Valpo's guards avoided close combat, maintaining constant cover fire from a distance. In Valpo's calculation, lives were worth more than ammunition. Whenever possible, he would resolve conflicts with weapons rather than risk his men's lives. Hiding in a building is a good strategy. Valpo transformed his arm into a cannon. To conceal his abilities, he crept to a concealed position. Reinforced cannon alloy shells loaded target locked fire. Valpo sneered cruelly. Boom. The explosion completely demolished the makeshift fortifications Luoxiu's crew had erected. The blast consumed the building and its occupants in one devastating strike. At this level of destruction, ordinary pirates would be wiped out entirely. Robin stood beside Valpo as she spoke. Having witnessed the Navy's buster call herself, she could never forget such devastation. She easily calculated what level of power would be needed to survive such an explosion. That Luoxiu is a pirate worth tens of millions of berries. Even if he lives this time, he'll be severely wounded. Valpo rose to inspect the aftermath. First squad check for survivors. The soldiers formed a tactical formation and advanced to search the area. Shortly after, they dragged out a man whose body was scorched black, unconscious from severe injuries. Warbwa's first real battle was a fierce fight against the Iron Fruit ability user, the captain of the poker pirates Big Bear King. At that time, Big Bear King's bounty was over 10 million berries. Although the bounty cannot precisely represent one's strength, it can serve as a reference. The Navy's bounties are assigned based on the threat that pirates and dangerous individuals pose to the world. For instance, killing numerous civilians and opposing the world government. Big Bear King, like Luoxiu, is the kind of person who wants to dominate a region. Following this line of thought, the same applies to Old Sha Kaluo Kuda Air and Duo Fu Lang Minggu. In terms of strength, Big Bear King was originally an Iron Fruit user, and his power was roughly comparable to Luoxiu's. The bounty range of 10 million to 30 million cannot determine which of the two is stronger. It's just that the executioner Luoxiu is more notorious in the Navy's records. However, Warbwa was not in the habit of underestimating his opponents. He understood the principle of the lion striking the rabbit with full force. The fact that Luoxiu could escape from Bai La Mi and Ba Sha Si proved his exceptional skill in fleeing. The facts confirmed Warbwa's speculation. This charred figure was not Luoxiu. The bastard had escaped. It seems the cannonball's power was insufficient. Warbwa waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to dispose of the body. He's in the alley 100 meters away, Luo Bin said with closed eyes. Luo Bin's flower fruit ability could also be used for reconnaissance. I'll go meet him. That guy sure can run, Warbwa said as he summoned his handsome battle armor. It had been over 2 years since he arrived in this world. From the cautious and calculated battle against Big Bear King at the beginning to the journey to the Tan Ya Kingdom and the fierce fight against the feathered fox, Warbwa had grown a lot. Now facing the pirate Luoxiu with a bounty of 30 million berries, he no longer felt as much pressure as before. In the darkest corner of the alley, Luoxiu was hiding. He was now waiting for rescue from his subordinates. This group of outsiders had caused him to suffer a great loss, and he had nearly died. That damned fat man, you just wait, he muttered. Luo Xiaoyu wrapped his arm with gauze covering the wound. Luo Xiaoyu was also a clever man, he recalled the situation. Ever since Warbwa forcefully entered this town, these pirates had been in a passive state constantly, led by the nose by Warbwa. To seize the initiative, I must first kill that fat man. Luo Xiaoyu drew his long sword and picked up his pistol. Tap tap. Footsteps came from the entrance of the alley. He's coming. As long as someone entered the alley, he would eliminate them at the fastest speed. Die. Luo Xiaoyu attacked with both gun and sword simultaneously, believing that this was the quickest way to finish the opponent. Bang. Clang. However, the bullet was deflected and the blade's edge shattered. Luo Xiaoyu was thrown back by his own force and landed on the ground with a thud. A handsome armored warrior appeared before him. Yo, what's up, little brother? Warbwa moved at lightning speed and grabbed Luo Xiaoyu's head. Luo Xiaoyu didn't want to dodge or resist, but this ironclad guy was far too fast for him. Good sir, spare my life. I'll give you all my treasure, just spare my life. Luo Xiaoyu was almost suffocating from the grip. Oh, your treasure. Too bad your subordinates have already told me everything, so you can die in peace. With a crack, Warbwa crushed Luo Xiaoyu's neck. This character, who had existed in the main storyline of the One Piece world, vanished from this world forever. See, if you don't tell me where the treasure is hidden, this is what will happen to you. Warbwa returned to the village carrying Luo Xiaoyu's head and threw it in front of the captives. These captives were all of officer rank. Some of the stubborn and loyal subordinates struggled to resist, but were immediately shot in the head by the soldiers. The remaining pirates began to confess, revealing all the secrets they knew. However, after spilling their secrets, they lost their value and were still killed by Warbwa. Luo Bin silently observed Warbwa from the side, witnessing another side of her sworn brother. Warbwa was the wise and sagacious king of the Gu kingdom, a scholar who loved history and technology, and also a ruthless armored warrior. What kind of person is he really? In Luo Bin's heart, a door had always remained closed. Even though Warbwa treated her well, she still harbored some wariness. This caution was cultivated by her many years of experience. First squad leader, hang the banner of the White Iron Mercenary Group at the highest point of the town. From now on, this place is our territory. After giving the order, Warbwa retracted his armor and returned to his fat form. Big brother, what do we do next? Luo Bin asked. We'll go find Wen Lan Du. Ku Li Shan, then wait for GSC to arrive with the main force. Main force? Luo Bin asked in confusion. I only made the decision yesterday. The Gu kingdom cannot engage in shady dealings, so I will use the identity of White Iron Warrior to establish a stronghold on this island specifically for dirty work. Additionally, we can use this town and Jaya Island as bases to connect here with Kong Dao. Warbwa explained the plan to Luo Bin. Are you so sure that Kong Dao really exists? Luo Bin was puzzled by Warbwa's confidence. Trust me, Luo Bin. Remember your big brother's words, you will meet companions who truly cherish you. In this world you are not alone, fate will arrange for you to meet. Warbwa put on a mysterious expression and turned to leave. He was going to collect Luo Xiaoyu's treasure. I don't believe you at all. Luo Bin made a funny face, feeling much more relaxed with her big brother. During the days waiting for GSC, Warbwa was not idle. Warbwa used a Den Mushi to inform his strategist GSC, ordering him to send 1,000 soldiers disguised as mercenaries to garrison Jiao Island. The Gu kingdom was left in the hands of Ku Luo Ma Li Ming and Duo Er Dun. In fact, with that old woman Duo Er Nyang around, the Gu kingdom would not face major crises. That old woman who had lived for so many years was far from ordinary. At this moment, he and Luo Bin arrived at the other end of the island and found Wen Lan Du, Ku Li Shan. When they found him, Ku Li Shan was diving with the Yuan Shan brothers, salvaging shipwrecks from the deep sea. Who are you? Ku Li Shan was very alert. Let me introduce myself. I am the current ruler of Mo Gu Town, the leader of the White Iron Mercenary Group. White Iron. Warbwa said with a kind smile. Current leader. Ku Li Shan looked at the Yuan Shan brothers. The Yuan Shan brothers were two gorilla men wearing suspenders. They were the captains of two pirate crews, one called Rin Yuan, the other called Xing Xing. The Yuan Shan United Army was composed of the Rin Yuan pirates and the Xing Xing pirates. A couple of days ago, the Luo Xiaoyu pirate crew was annihilated, and the pirates in town were all intimidated by him. However, I heard he didn't change much except for one rule: no bullying or oppressing the townspeople. Now Mo Gu Town is still a lawless zone overrun by pirates, said Rin Yuan. What business do you have coming to find me? Asked Ku Li Shan. Do you know about Kong Dao? Said Warbwa. When Weibo mentioned the Sky Island, Kushiyama's eyes narrowed. Sky Island, how do you know about it? Have you heard the tale of Rolando the Boaster and his golden city? Weibo did not answer Kushiyama's question, but instead replied, I have. Rolando the Boaster is but a fairy tale told throughout Beihai. His story is captivating, and the tale of the golden city stirs the imagination, said Weibo. It happened over 400 years ago. Does anyone still believe it today? Said Kushiyama. In the story, Rolando claimed that Jaya Island possessed a golden city where all buildings were crafted entirely from gold. Continued Weibo. Indeed. He returned to his homeland and told his king about it. When the king painstakingly arrived here, he found no golden city whatsoever. In the end, Rolando was sentenced to death for deceiving the sovereign, said Kushiyama in a flat tone. Do you believe Rolando lied? Wapol looked straight into Kushiyama's eyes. Even until his final breath, he insisted that perhaps the island had sunk and the golden city had gone down with it. To the world, he was merely making excuses and lying. Kushiyama's mood grew heavy. So that is why you have been diving here all along, seeking to prove Rolando did not lie, is that so? Wapol sat beside Kushiyama. Kushiyama lit a cigarette. Just say it. What do you want from me? There is a powerful upward ocean current nearby that erupts periodically. I have surveyed the topography of Jaya Island and feel that the island seems incomplete, as though a piece is missing. Combining this with the impact current that reaches the sky, I have formed a hypothesis. Jaya Island once truly held a golden city, but it was propelled into the heavens by an immensely powerful impact current, becoming this sky island above the clouds. To reach the sky island, we must harness the force of the impact current. I need your help, Wapol said earnestly. If your hypothesis may be correct. Kushiyama was surprised that Wapol knew so much. He exhaled a smoke ring and decided to share what he knew. Over the years, he had simultaneously conducted salvage and surveys on the seafloor while recording the patterns of the impact current. He was a descendant of Wambula Lalandu, and he firmly believed his ancestor had never lied. Kushiyama decided to help Wapol, reasoning that if bold, fearless souls went to try, perhaps they might succeed. It was beneficial to both parties in cooperation. Even if they failed, it would not be Kushiyama who died. Moreover, he remained vigilant toward Wapol as a person. In truth, Robin had never fully trusted him either, and Wapol had known this long ago. Very well. Thank you for the information, Mr. Kushiyama. Once my fleet arrives, we shall begin preparations. We will storm that sky island. Wapol cheerfully ordered his subordinates to prepare food and drinks, inviting Kushiyama and his party to celebrate together. A week later, Jesse, chief of staff of the Drum Kingdom, led a fleet of 1,000 men to Magu town on Jaya Island. At this time, many pirates were still living recklessly in the town, for nothing had changed since Wapol took control. It remained a lawless zone. Many pirates believed that Wapol was merely like Roswick, possessing only superior weapons and slightly stronger strength. The townsfolk also felt that compared to their previous lives, there was little change except for Wapol's explicit decree prohibiting any infringement upon their safety. Previously, some pirates would harass the beautiful girls of the town. Now, if the girls did not consent, the pirates dared not force themselves. This was the sole change under Wapol's rule, the protection of the weak. But after the 1,000 fully equipped, well-armed, and disciplined soldiers landed that day, the pirates in town barely dared to breathe. Hey, are all these soldiers under that white iron fellow? Isn't that obvious? Don't you see the banner of the White Iron Mercenary Regiment? Roswick's pirate crew did not deserve to lose. This White Iron Mercenary Regiment is far too powerful. A group of pirates discussed loudly in the tavern. Some looked at their shabby weapons and equipment and felt ashamed. In the first half of the Grand Line pirate crews, exceeding 1,000 members were considered large, and disciplined regular troops could never be compared to such unruly mobs. Ignoring the pirates' astonishment, Jesse led the reinforced 1,000 soldiers to rendezvous with Wapol. Boss, mission complete. In front of outsiders, Jesse would address Wapol as boss. Thank you for your hard work. This time I suddenly changed my mind and troubled you to make the trip personally. Wapol patted Jesse on the shoulder. It is no trouble, this is my duty. Jesse was pleased that Wapol had praised him. This is my subordinate Jesse, and this is our partner Kushiyama, introduced Wapol. Now that your people have arrived, let us make early preparations and depart as soon as possible. Kushiyama was also slightly amazed by Wapol's influence. Good. Thanks to these past few days, you have further modified the ship I prepared. Your ship's propulsion device is remarkable. What we modified was merely to coordinate with the airflow generated during your thrust. Haha, no need for such courtesy. Success or failure depends on today. At 10 o'clock, Wapol and Robin led 50 elite soldiers and piloted the ship to the location of the impact current. Jesse had been assigned by Wapol to provide support on Jaya Island. How much time remains until our scheduled moment? Asked Wapol of his helmsman. Less than 1 minute. Prepare yourselves. Hoist the sails. Helmsman, hold the wheel steady. The double wings must be ready to deploy at any moment. Charge the propulsion system and await orders. Wapol issued a rapid series of commands. Robin read a book beside him to ease the tension. Wapol himself was also preparing for transformation into flight mode. Time has come. At the helmsman's words, the entire seascape began to change. The sea churned violently, dark clouds covered the sky, and the whole heavens were shrouded in darkness. The wind direction is shifting, the air pressure is dropping. It is coming. Wapol gripped the ship's handles. The sea suddenly calmed, and then a massive ocean current surged upward from the depths. The tremendous impact force rocketed straight toward the heavens. Under the force of the impact current, the ocean and sky merged into one. The vessel carrying Wapol was swept upward by the current, soaring into the sky. Blimey. This is exhilarating. Far more thrilling than a roller coaster. Now this is what a true pirate ship should be. A thrill ride, a bungee jump. Wapol watched the ship climb vertically through the towering waves toward the sky, his heart pounding with excitement. In the world of One Piece, gravity still exists. It just seems to have little practical effect. At this moment, Wapol's ship was already approaching the 700-meter altitude in the sky, with the white sea drawing near. However, it was precisely this inconspicuous gravity that pulled the ship backward. If no measures were taken, the ship would fall and return to the blue sea. Activate the propulsion system, unfold the wings. Wapol ordered. The ship was equipped with the latest developed magic stone thrusters, which could continuously emit energy to power the vessel as long as the energy supply was sufficient. The inspiration came from the space shuttle's thrusters. As the thrusters operated at full power, the tremendous thrust finally propelled the ship into the clouds ahead. However, what appeared to be clouds turned out to be seawater. Wapol failed to react in time and swallowed several mouthfuls. Everyone held their breath and persisted. As the ship continued to advance, they finally broke through and arrived at the White Sea at 700 meters above ground. Phew. Cough, cough. Wapol spat out 2 mouthfuls of water. Every month, the cumulus clouds appeared precisely at the location of the knock-up stream. The seawater was trapped in the cloud layer, forming the vast White Sea. At this time, I wonder if Enel has already destroyed his hometown Paya and come here to build spaceships. Wapol was unsure how he would deal with Enel if the latter was on the sky island above. Boss, there's an upward channel here. Wapol looked around and spotted a spiral-shaped channel. I remember there's something called an express shrimp that can carry ships upward. Why hasn't it appeared yet? In Wapol's memory, the Straw Hat crew had been taken up by the express shrimp. Activate the propulsion device and charge upward. By the way, take the medicine first, or you won't have strength in a moment. If the shrimp didn't come, they would go up on their own. The soldiers suffering from hypoxia began to recover slowly after taking the medicine. They piloted the ship upward toward the higher White Sea. Brother Wapol, why do you seem like you've been here before? Robin asked. I've heard stories about the Sky Island long ago, especially Grandpa Roland's Golden City. So I've been collecting information about the Sky Island. When all the clues are connected, a specific outline can be deduced. So everything I tell you about the Sky Island is just my speculation. Now is the time to verify those guesses. Wapol was beasting Robin with his confusing rambling. Just remember, Big Brother won't screw you over, that's all. Wapol rubbed Robin's head as he said. The divine kingdom of Skype consists of Angel Island and Upper Yard. 4 generations the leader of Skype has been called God. The god ruling here at this time is not Enel, but Gonfall. He is a god who loves his people and lives a happy and peaceful life, having known the Roger pirates. However, he is only kind to the native inhabitants of Angel Island and holds a hostile attitude toward the Sandias, the indigenous inhabitants of the former Jaya Island. 400 years ago, when half of Jaya Island was sent into the sky by the knock-up stream, the Sandias and Angel Islanders began a war for this island. The Angel Islanders believed this was a gift from heaven, as they had never seen so much soil and forest. While the Sandias were defending their ancestors' territory, the Angel Islanders were essentially invaders. When the Sandias first arrived at this place, they were weak due to hypoxia at high altitude and were driven out by the god of Angel Island at that time. At that time, the Angel Islanders had mastered the use of shell resources, and their weapons and soldiers were stronger than those of the Sandias. Even Carol, the leader of the Sandias, failed to defeat the Angel Islanders and reclaim their homeland. His descendants have continued to fight the Angel Islanders in pursuit of his dying wish, wanting to reclaim their ancestral land. Wapol remembered this plotline, which was ultimately ended by the extraordinarily powerful Enel. Both factions were thoroughly dealt with by Enel. This time, coming to the Sky Island, I must not get involved in their conflicts. Collecting shell resources is the real priority. Only with strength can one negotiate. The weapons developed from shell resources have tremendous attacking power, and he did not want to suffer casualties. Going upward all the way, they finally arrived at Angel Island at an altitude of 1000 meters. Angel Island is composed of cumulus clouds containing the pea substance from the ocean. This is the Sky Island. Robin felt it was dreamlike at this moment, as she had not been this happy in so many years. The crew and soldiers on the ship also exclaimed in amazement. Wapol had seen this in the anime before, but this was his first real experience. It really is like the kingdom of God. This was an unthinkable world where some things could not be explained by real science. Something is coming, the soldier exclaimed. A large strange fish swam toward the ship. Has it been washed up from the blue sea? Never mind, skin it for lunch. Wapol walked to the bow of the ship and activated his handheld cannon. Boom. The foolish strange fish that swam over was scorched black by Wapol's attack. Men take the fleshy parts and make them into food. Wapol was quite pleased. At this moment, several small black dots appeared on the sea surface. Upon closer inspection, they were people gliding between the White Sea and the cloud layer. These people had wings, were feathers on their heads, and masks on their faces. Combustion cannon. Boom, a pillar of fire shot toward Wapol's ship. Someone is attacking. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Seeing the incoming pillar of fire, Wapol flashed forward and blocked it. Level 3 Energy Shield Defense Ingestion System preparing to ingest energy core, preparing to absorb. The pillar of fire struck Wapol's energy shield with part of it blocked and part absorbed. Burp. Wapol burped. Sandia people. Wapol speculated from their attire and clothing. We don't want to provoke you, but you really think we're easy to bully, do you? Wapol waved his hand. The prepared soldiers raised their rifles and began shooting. A crossfire net directly intercepted these sliding Sandia guerrillas. Weebo, something's not right. Why do these people still have the stamina to fight? And that guy in armor blocked your combustion cannon without a scratch. Kamachili said. Kamachili was one of the Shandia guerrilla commanders known as the Mantis, wielding a combustion sword as his weapon. He wore a red fur vest, red glasses, and a mohawk hairstyle. TCH. What's there to fear? If we don't defeat these guys, how will we obtain the resources on their ship? The young battle demon Weebo said. War Demon Weibo, a Suna warrior, was a descendant of the great Suna warrior Kururo, wielding the burning cannon and impact shell as his weapons. This took place 8 years ago in Skypiea during the Straw Hat Cruise era, meaning all the guerrilla fighters were around 17 years old. In the world of One Piece, people generally mature earlier than usual. However, these young brats certainly couldn't match Valpo's 2 lifetime cunning and strategic depth. All soldiers load hallucinogenic smoke shells. Put on gas masks. Valpo understood that the Suna guerrilla fighters were incredibly agile. If he adopted a purely defensive posture, they would find opportunities to sabotage the ships. This time ships were needed to transport shell resources and gold, so Valpo decided to let the guerrilla fighters enter his attack range and capture them alive using smoke shells. The smoke shells were a simplified version of Sha Wu's hallucinogenic smoke from the Tanya Kingdom arc. Valpo had collected some samples and entrusted them to Dr. 20 for replication and development. Even Dr. 20 couldn't fully decipher certain components of the hallucinogenic smoke, so only a simplified version could be produced. War Demon Weibo led the guerrilla fighters encircling Valpo's ship, searching for an opportunity to strike. This time their opponent was not the ordinary pirates they had faced before. Previous pirates who came here would fall into a weakened state due to the altitude, and their equipment was notoriously poor. When facing the Suna's attacks, they had no means of defense and were eliminated directly. Spread formation. There's a gap in their fire net. Attack. Weibo noticed that the soldiers' defensive firepower had momentarily paused. Following Weibo's command, the guerrilla fighters began their advance. However, Kamachi felt a nagging sense of unease, for the Skypiea people differed greatly from the pirates who had previously visited the Sky Island. They organized their defense in a coordinated manner and possessed refined weapons and equipment, both things the Suna had never seen before. Most importantly, these people showed no signs of altitude sickness. Why did the Suna attack the Skypiea people? Of course, for resources. The war against the Angel Island people had lasted over 400 years, and they well understood the importance of weapons. The reason the Angel Islanders could suppress the Suna was precisely because their weapons were far more advanced. When physical attributes were relatively equal, whether weapons were advanced became the decisive factor in victory or defeat. And aboard the Skypiea ships were many resources they desperately needed, such as salt, fruits, weapons, and more. In the anime, Enel seemed content even just eating an apple. Weibo attacked Valpo's ship precisely because they needed weapons, equipment, and resources. Both Weibo and Kamachi were gifted warriors. Having detected the defensive vulnerability, they quickly advanced to within close range of Valpo's ship. However, this was entirely a trap deliberately set by Valpo. Fire. The prepared smoke shells instantly engulfed the guerrilla fighters who had rushed into the killing zone. It's a trap. Weibo and Kamachi realized at that moment that the earlier gap in the fire net had been a bait. Since you've come, none of you are leaving, you savages. Cough, cough. This smoke is problematic. Get out of here, Weibo. Realizing the smoke had an adverse effect, Kamachi held his breath. Get out first. I misjudged this time. Weibo regretted not heeding Kamachi's warning. Dare to rob me. Not a single one of you will escape. Valpo launched himself into the air, soaring toward Weibo, who led the charge. Run, Weibo. Kamachi wielded his wooden-handled spear and thrust it at Valpo. However, how could an ordinary iron-tipped spear possibly pierce Valpo's alloy battle armor? Within the range of this smoke, you will grow progressively weaker. Besides, you can't even breach my defense. How do you expect to fight me? Valpo seized the spearhead firmly with his hand and snapped the long spear in two. Retreat. Run. Weibo was a decisive man, he intended to cover his subordinates' escape. First captain, second captain, don't let a single one escape. Valpo had no intention of letting anyone get away. Weibo, you fool. Kamachi grew anxious seeing Weibo refuse to retreat. I have the impact shell and you have the laser shell. Perhaps we still have a chance to defeat him. Weibo whispered to Kamachi. The impact shell and laser shell both belong to extinct species of shells. The gecko shell was also rare, while the Fila shell was quite common. The gecko shell equipped on Valpo's armor, which could be picked up at the black market, was truly an extraordinary stroke of luck, since few Skypiea people knew how to use that particular type of shell. No, the impact shell will shatter your own body. Kamachi disagreed. Cough cough, we have no choice. Weibo charged toward Valpo utilizing the gecko shell beneath his feet to move at high speed, deftly dodging Valpo's pistol bullets. His slow movement is his weakness. Feel the power of aerial combat. Weibo raised the cannon mouth and aimed at Valpo. That wind-blazing thing you have. I have it too. Valpo's armor deployed a gecko shell whose power far exceeded that of the ordinary Felis shell. Gecko shell. Weibo was startled. Valpo's speed suddenly surged, and striking from behind, he delivered a devastating punch to Weibo's abdomen. Combining his innate strength with the propulsion of the gecko shell, this punch possessed tremendous force, completely incapacitating Weibo and sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Weibo, damn it. Burning Blade. Komachi's trump card, the laser sword forged from a laser shell, possessed power capable of severing a giant tree in an instant. Faced with such laser weaponry, Valpo dared not underestimate it. Level 6 Energy Shield. A shield emerged from Valpo's armor layered with 6 successive energy barriers. The energy came from previously stored magic cores. This strike was blocked by Valpo's defense, yet it still pushed him back several meters. Go! Komachi hoisted Weibo onto his shoulder and prepared to flee. Riko Asagari. At this moment, Robin intervened using her Devil Fruit ability to seal Komachi's joints. 6 arms sprouted from Komachi's body, twisting violently. The joint-locking technique forced Komachi to drop his weapon. TSK Tisk, what a fine treasure. Valpo bent down to retrieve the hilt of the laser sword made from a laser shell. Die? Impact shell. Weibo, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly lunged upward, pressing the impact shell directly against Valpo's chest. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out. Valpo was sent flying backward, while Weibo's arm was fractured by the impact shell's recoil. Ack! Weibo moved slightly, and an excruciating pain shot through his arm. Yet what made things even more despairing was that he saw Valpo was not injured. Thanks to the latest model of white iron alloy battle armor, not only was the exterior hard, but the inner layers featured cushioning and shock-absorbing strata. The magic energy core could absorb energy, though not instantaneously. When encountering high-intensity explosive attacks, it could only absorb a portion of the energy impact. Valpo had specifically improved the armor design to address this. So this is the power of the impact shell. The shock force is truly astonishing. It nearly breached my defense tolerance limit. Valpo looked at the distance he had been launched, fully 100 meters. Wapol rose to his feet and fixed his gaze upon Weibo. Your subordinates have all been taken prisoner. Do you still intend to resist? Wapol signaled to his soldiers, who dragged forward the captured guerrilla fighters. Everyone except Weibo had been apprehended, including Kamakili. Release my companions. Yuqing High Folk. Weibo brandished his flare gun and retorted. Release them? Are you mocking me? You were the ones who struck first. Had you not considered the consequences of defeat? Surely as their leader you foresaw the possibility of losing. Wapol slashed his blade into the arm of a guerrilla fighter. What do you think you're doing? I'll fight you to the death. Weibo lunged forward. Drop your weapon, or I won't hesitate to take his head. Wapol coldly pressed his blade against Kamakili's throat. Fine. Fearing for Kamakili's safety, Weibo was forced to discard his weapon. The victor becomes king, the vanquished becomes a bandit. If you defeat us, I suppose we shall all be executed, and your crew will plunder everything aboard this vessel. Then if I defeat you, shouldn't I kill you all as well? Answer me. Walpeo's eyes bored into Weibo. What would it take for you to release them? Do you want my life? If so, I shall give it to you right now. Weibo declared. No. Run, Weibo. You are the descendant of the great warrior. Cloud Village needs you. Go, Weibo. If we perish, avenge us. Weibo's guerrilla subordinates roared. Stop talking. I alone made the decision to attack you. I will bear full responsibility for everything. I will trade my life for the freedom of my men. Weibo gazed at Wapol. Your life? Is your life worth anything? Wapol asked with a smile. I am the descendant of the great warrior Caligula. Weibo meant to convey that his life held great value. I care not who your ancestors were. Your pathetic honor is worthless to me. Your ambush terrified us, wounded my soldiers, and damaged our ship. Even slaughtering the lot of you would scarcely compensate for my losses. You will compensate me for what you've cost me. Pay in gold or settle the debt with something else of value. Wapol had set his sights on their shell resources. What do you require? Weibo asked. These shells of yours are rather fascinating. I shall take them in exchange for your people, Wapol said, pointing at a shell. Very well, I shall go fetch them now. I give you 3 hours. After that, every 10 minutes, I will execute one of them. Wapol gestured that Weibo was free to leave. Weibo exchanged a secretive glance with Kamakili, then turned and departed. Regardless of whatever schemes Weibo might attempt, Wapol remained entirely unconcerned, for his strength was undeniable. The weak lose, all to the strong. Is this not simply the law of nature? Such was the reality of the world's colonial powers in bygone eras. The backward suffer and bow before the powerful. The Kingdom of Drum remained far too weak to confront the world government or the celestial dragons. A single fleet admiral could annihilate the Kingdom of Drum, not to mention Emu, the king of the celestial dragons, or the Holy Knights. As a king, Wapol would never permit the celestial dragons to trample upon him. Gold D. Shira, the emperor whose wealth could sway even the heavens, possessed a gambling city that merely kept the world government from daring to move against him. Yet he harbored an irreconcilable grudge against the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons had seized the woman he cherished and reduced him to slavery. Only those whose power rivaled or surpassed the four emperors could truly stand against the world government. And then there was Emu, the shadowy mastermind behind the scenes, the enigmatic figure before whom the 5 elder stars knelt on one knee, likely wielding the ancient weapons. Though the kingdom of Drum appeared to be a powerful nation in the surrounding seas, it was in truth extraordinarily fragile. Its population paled in comparison to Arabasta, and it lacked any supreme combatant to defend it. Wapol needed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Through deception, manipulation, schemes, and stratagems, he would spare no means whatsoever. Shell resources were commonplace on Skypiea. They served as proof of the lunar civilization's existence. These winged inhabitants of Skypiea were all descendants of the lunar people who had fled their dying world after its resources were exhausted and settled upon the world of One Piece. Most of these shells were designed to store natural energy, elements such as fire and wind. It was precisely the depletion of the lunar people's resources that gave rise to such energy-storing shells. By acquiring these shells, he could study why they possessed such energy storage capabilities and unravel this mystery. His factories could then replicate the technology. When combined with other sciences, this would birth entirely new technologies and grant him a path toward technological armament. This was currently the most effective method Wapol could envision for enhancing his strength. Ordinary soldiers, no matter how rigorously they trained, could never reach the pinnacle of combat power. Yet a soldier fully equipped with technology in sufficient numbers could become an indisposable force in certain respects. Wapol's crew anchored their vessel at a harbor crafted entirely from clouds. The soldiers hauled massive white eels from the ocean to prepare grilled eel dishes. Time is nearly up. Do you truly expect your leader to come? Wapol sat opposite Kamakili smoking a cigar. Kamakili glanced at him, but remained silent. Hey lad, I am a merciful man. Consider it. Your men robbed me and fired cannons at my ship, yet I did not kill you. How benevolent is that? Fuck. Kamakili spat on the ground. I know you are waiting for your companions to rescue you, and you have no intention of paying ransom or compensation. Your petty schemes are transparent to me. I saw through them long ago. Wapol probed Kamakili with words. What? You actually saw through it? Impossible. Kamakili's reaction was unexpectedly intense. Damn it. You truly have no intention of paying compensation. Wapol himself was startled. Our village possesses very few shells. Nowhere near enough to cover our ransom or the compensation you demand, Kamakili said. So Weibo still intends to seize them by force. Kamakili closed his mouth and fell silent. If I had known you were all destitute paupers, I would never have kidnapped you. Bloody hell. I even have to feed you. Wapol groaned in frustration. From the guerrilla equipment they had confiscated, it was evident that they were indeed far from wealthy. Does your Skypiea not have a god? He must be quite affluent, surely. Wapol asked. He controls the greatest base on Skypiea. That is our Shandia land. With such abundant resources, of course he is wealthy. Your land. You were driven out by that so-called god. Wapol asked, knowingly beginning to weave his deception. Correct. It was over 400 years ago. Kamakili began recounting the tale, closely mirroring the original narrative. After listening to the story, Wapol picked at his ear. So there is such deep enmity between the Shandia and the angelic people of the god's lands. Weibo is the descendant of the great warrior Caligula. Ringing the golden bell is his sacred destiny. Tell you what. Regarding my compensation, if you cannot afford it, why not work it off for me? Wapol flashed a cunning smile like a weasel plotting its next move. What does working for someone mean? Kamakili asked innocently, like a little white rabbit. People in the One Piece world share a common trait. They are incredibly gullible. Perhaps it's similar to the Trisolarans. The Trisolaran world has no lies. People in the One Piece world are also easily fooled. Look, you robbed me, injured my people, and damaged my ship. Shouldn't you compensate me? I didn't provoke you, did I? Yes. Look again, I didn't make things difficult for you. I only asked you to compensate with some worthless shells, yet you couldn't even afford that. Is it my fault? No. Right, if you don't compensate me, and I just let you go, wouldn't that be wrong? It's very unfair, isn't it? Yes. Tell me, how can I let you go without you compensating me? You can't answer, can you? I am a merciful person, so you will work for me. Once you repay the debt, I will set you free. How about this plan? Alright, seeing your confused expression, let me explain in detail. You say the god has money and shells, right? Then the god must have many guards and soldiers. I could go to the god and demand these shells myself, but I'm giving you an opportunity. Come with me to demand shells from the god. If the god refuses to give them to me, then you fight him. After all, you want to reclaim your homeland anyway. We cooperate. I want the gold and shells, and you want that island. You've seen our strength. With our help, that god might not be a match. Warbwa patted Kamakili on the shoulder and said, "Give me time to think." Kamakili said, "I know Wei-Bai is nearby. Go discuss it with him." Warbwa untied Kamakili's ropes and let him go. After watching Kamakili leave, Robin appeared behind Warbwa. "Big brother, are you planning to recruit them? These young men, if trained, can become excellent combat power. Proceed as planned next." "Of course. In 2 days we'll go find the poneglyph. I already know its approximate location." Warbwa closed his eyes and pondered. Kamakili was thoroughly coaxed by Warbwa and felt that what he said made a lot of sense. But the final decision still rested with Wei-Bai. Not far from where Warbwa's ship was anchored, Wei-Bai and some companions were hiding. These people were the main force of the guerrilla. These people had not participated in the earlier attack on Warbwa. After exchanging glances with Kamakili, Wei-Bai returned to Cloud Village, gathered more people, and prepared to rescue the captured comrades. Just as they were discussing how to attack, Kamakili returned. "Hey, how did you escape?" Wei-Bai and the others were stunned. "That guy said." Kamakili relayed Warbwa's persuasive words verbatim to Wei-Bai. "He won't demand compensation from us, and wants us to go with him to attack the God's court." Wei-Bai hesitated. Why would this Blue Sea faction, which was stronger than them, do this? Could there be a problem? The only female warrior in the guerrilla Lachi said, "Whether there is a problem or not, we have no choice but to agree now. Dozens of our brothers are still in their hands. If we don't cooperate, I'm afraid he will make a move." As the leader, Wei-Bai possessed the necessary decisiveness. After all, they were going to fight the god for their homeland anyway. They might as well use these Blue Sea people. Wei-Bai was not a thoughtless brute. Although he was not skilled in schemes and tricks, he still had a sense of caution. "Let's go. I'll go see their leader." Wei-Bai picked up his spear. "No need. I've already come." Warbwa and Robin emerged from the darkness. It turned out that after Kamakili left, Warbwa and Robin had followed him. "Who goes there?" A dozen Shandio warriors aimed their weapons at Warbwa. "Relax, I have no hostile intent. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come alone with just one other person." Warbwa was completely unconcerned about the weapons aimed at him. "Aren't you afraid we'll capture you?" Wei-Bai said. "You can try to see if you can catch me." Warbwa looked into Wei-Bai's eyes. Robin was already prepared to use her abilities. "Put down your weapons." Wei-Bai signaled his men to lower their arms. "You've heard what Kamakili said. I won't demand compensation from you, but you must come with me to fight that god. I heard he has many of these shells. If you accept this proposal, then we'll have a pleasant cooperation. If not..." Warbwa's armor transformed in an instant. "I agree to cooperate, but you must first give me some of the food and salt from your ship. My people need it badly." Wei-Bai began to negotiate conditions. "No problem. I can give you food supplies, salt, and even weapons and equipment. Just hand over these shells, and that god's wealth to me. But what if you go back on your word? Then I would lose both people and wealth. Unless you agree to temporarily pledge allegiance to me and become my provisional subordinate." Warbwa agreed readily, but also laid out his conditions. "I will not become your subordinate, but I, Wei-Bai, swear by the honor of the great warrior Calgera that I will not commit any act of betrayal during the cooperation. I will abide by the agreement and complete the mission. If I break my word, may the lineage of the great warrior end with my generation." Wei-Bai made a solemn oath. "Good, now go retrieve your men and your shabby equipment." Warbwa turned and left. After watching Warbwa and Robin disappear, Flash Gun Bullahamu spoke his mind. "Are we really going to cooperate with these Blue Sea people? Other than our lives, we have nothing left to lose. This is an opportunity to reclaim our homeland. Although the risk is high, ringing the golden bell of Shandora is our destiny." Wei-Bai bore the mission of the great warrior clan. Keep deceiving, keep deceiving. Once your feet leave the ground, the virus shuts down and your clever intelligence regains dominance. Warbwa recalled a comedy sketch. Having established a preliminary cooperative relationship with Wei-Bai's group, Warbwa was satisfied with this progress. At this point in time, he had not yet encountered AI and Ilu. The people here were no match for him, and all the resources here would be his. The amount of gold that could make a whole ship. Just thinking about it made Warbwa happy. And then thinking about those shells being packed away, his technological research would reach new heights. For example, this impact shell. The impact shell can absorb impact and then release it. However, the user also suffers from the backlash of the force. Although there was recoil, Warbwa had already thought of a solution. Shell resources are special items that appear in Sky Island with very extensive uses as a specialty of Sky Island. Sky Island shells refer to the special shells in Sky Island. Daily life in Sky Island extensively uses shells as lamp stoves and even recording devices. The unique Sky Battle on Sky Island is a special form of combat that utilizes various shells as weapons. The use of shells can be considered a unique culture on Sky Island. There are many types of shells on Sky Island, ranging from household items to combat weapons. Only cloud shells can be used above the White Sea due to climate issues, while other shells can continue to be used within the Blue Sea. Sky Island shells are mainly divided into two categories: combat shells and life shells. The impact shell in Wapol's hand is a combat shell. However, life shells can also be modified into combat shells. Shells themselves were created by the Lunarians for storing energy. Wapol swallowed 2 impact shells and activated his Baku Baku factory ability. After fusion, he could summon them from any part of his body. Against energy attacks, I have the magic energy core to absorb energy. Against physical impacts, I have the impact shell to absorb shocks. Haha, I am a true genius. Wapol felt proud of his unique development direction for his devil fruit. Most transmigrators either become Navy or pirates. But he was different. He was the king of an independent country. Other transmigrators usually had devil fruit abilities, physical techniques, and hockey, but he was different. He wanted to use his ability to develop technology and later recruit Vegapunk. I'll build my own Seraphim, who made me have no talent for physical techniques or hockey. Speaking of hockey, he suddenly remembered that there was a little girl named Isa on Sky Island who was born with an extraordinary range of observation hockey. Enel's mantra could cover the entire Sky Island because it was his unique observation hockey developed by combining with his devil fruit ability. But this little girl from Shandia without any training was born with innate observation hockey, and its range was no smaller than Enel's. Such a genius made Wapol very envious. Since I can't possess her and don't want to destroy her, the only option is to trick these people into becoming my subordinates and serving me. Wapol decided that besides gold and Sky Island shells, he would also take these people with him. The next morning, Wiper led the gorillas fully armed and appeared on Wapol's territory. This is the map of Sky Island we drew. Wiper handed Wapol a piece of leather. The drawing on it was very hard for Wapol to read. Where did you learn your drawing skills? It's terrible. Wapol mocked Wiper. Wiper was still a young man, naturally hot-tempered, and immediately retorted to Wapol's sharp tongue. That's still better than you. I can draw better with my feet. I can draw better with a single toe. Then draw one with your toe, and let me see. Wapol picked his nose and said cheekily, brother, business is important. Robin reminded him since she wanted to see the poneglyphs. Ahem, alright, you are now my hired employee. Call me boss, or I'll deduct your salary. Wapol stopped joking. TCH boss, when do we set off? Wiper said reluctantly. Young man, you should know that your opponent is the leader of this Sky Island's divine kingdom god, Gonfall, known as the Sky Knight. How much chance do you have against him alone, eh? Wapol became serious. Dealing with that old man is no problem for me. Wiper wasn't telling the truth. Really? I heard that you were defeated by Gonfall many times and fled in panic each time. Wapol teased. Who said that? Wiper's face turned red. Those guys. Wapol pointed at Kamakiri and the others. Hey, how could you guys tell him that kind of thing? Wiper frantically grabbed Kamakiri by the neck. Wiper, this time we are truly going to war with the god and the Angel Island people, not those small-scale guerrilla fights. I hope you can be prepared. We Shandians must reclaim our homeland. The female warrior Riki said seriously. Wapol looked at this clear-headed female warrior and found that she also had potential belonging to the strategist type. Alright Wiper, you don't need to defeat God. Gonfall, just hold him off. I and my troops need to go to this place first. There is likely your golden bell here. You need to send one person to follow me. When the time comes, the bell is yours, the rest is mine. Wapol made an offer they couldn't refuse. Alright, but I need your fire support to block those divine soldiers. Wiper immediately decided upon hearing the golden bell. No problem, let's set off now. Target God's Island. Wapol led his subordinates and the gorilla towards God's Island. The island where the gods dwell, known as the Holy Land, is actually part of Jaya Island that was carried up to Sky Island by the knock-up stream 400 years ago. Other angel islands are formed using island clouds. Only this place is true land. To reach the shrine of God's Island, Upper Yard, and the Golden City Shandora, one can also pass through the forest without taking the Angel Island route. But the forest is full of highly aggressive creatures such as mantises that can cut down trees and giant venomous spiders. Those lacking strength would perish in this forest. Clearing these creatures would waste a lot of time, so the people of Angel Island all take known safe routes. However, for Wapol's group, traversing the forest was a disaster. Wapol's devil fruit ability was to swallow, so whenever he encountered troublesome creatures, he simply ate them. His bottomless appetite made him fearless of anything in the forest. Wapol chose not to fuse the things he swallowed, but to directly absorb them. These creatures and obstacles were all converted into energy by Wapol. This display of his abilities shocked Wiper and the other gorillas for a long time. They thought Wapol was a monster, not a human. Wapol didn't explain anything about it. These Sky Island people were like frogs at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world. Because they lived high in the sky in a peaceful life, they didn't even know how far the blue sea had developed. Enel didn't even know about hockey or sea stone. With his strength on Sky Island and his arrogant nature, if he went down to the blue sea and encountered Blackbeard, he would definitely become a target for hunting. Wapol, using speculation from the forum, experimented with fruit recycling. Although he couldn't eat another fruit himself, he could use his ability to forcibly interfere with the reincarnation of devil fruits. Using his Baku factory, he swallowed a ability user whose soul was about to dissipate along with a fruit, forcibly merging the fruit with the fruit in the closed factory space. Thus, he seized the steel fruit from the Great Bear King, but consumed his stamina and vitality. Wapol's Moku no Mi was extraordinarily overpowered, yet it carried severe side effects. Much like Luffy's initial deployment of Gear Second, it devoured one's lifespan. While it could be employed to plunder devil fruits, there was no need to sacrifice one's life for such purposes. Having been reborn into this world, Wapol treasured his remaining years dearly. Luffy's gear second lost super sharpness and R.M. All of these were techniques that consumed life force. Such knowledge and intelligence were Wapol's capital. For Weed and his guerrilla fighters, there was no necessity to educate them on these matters. Only those who became his subordinates would receive his teachings. The procession advanced swiftly, and upon passing through the forest, they beheld the crumbling walls of numerous ancient cities. This is an ancient city ruin. Robin was visibly stirred, for this was precisely the history she cherished most. Enormous vines. The guerrilla fighters were likewise encountering this place for the first time. Upon these vines lies the divine court, the dwelling place of God Shaman Full. Weed was already poised for combat. Proceeding further will bring us into contact with the divine soldiers standing watch, Weed remarked. First squad, follow the Shandya warriors and coordinate your assault on the divine court, Wapol commanded. Lachi, accompany me, with several Shandya warriors, to this location. This may well be your ancestors' golden city Sandora. Wapol indicated the position on the map that bore a striking resemblance to the right eye of a skull. Commence operations. The two contingents diverged. Wapol's party circled to one flank, awaiting the engagement between Weed's forces and the divine soldiers before proceeding to the Vine base to locate Sandora. The divine soldiers maintained their usual vigilance at each checkpoint, deterring the guerrillas, who frequently launched harassment raids. Like the guerrillas themselves, these divine soldiers wore footwear fitted with wind seashells, enabling them to engage in aerial combat. Yet today proved distinct from days past. Among those who had arrived were not merely guerrillas, but also Wapol's troops outfitted with heavy armaments, 2 fortified cannons, and over 20 mana rifles. Fire! Upon the squad leader's order, a wall of fire swept across all the divine soldiers' checkpoint positions. Shandya warriors, charge with me. Overthrow the god, and reclaim our paradise. Weed surged ahead at the vanguard, his flamethrower cannon hoisted upon his shoulder. Quickly report to God Gone Fall. The Shandya have come attacking. They are far too ferocious this time. I cannot fathom what weapons they wield. We cannot hold them, we require reinforcements. A divine soldier commander dispatched a subordinate to deliver the message. However, before the courier could escape far, he was sniped at range by the squad leader wielding a mana rifle. Let it be stated once more, in war casualties are inevitable. The anime narratives that rarely depict death are deceptive. Was not Vivi's agonized wail from Arabasta precisely a consequence of the senseless fatalities suffered by both the rebel army and the kingdom forces? And did not the clashes at Marineford, where the Marines and pirates slaughtered one another and Kobe heard cries so harrowing they shattered his resolve, sufficiently illuminate the brutality of warfare? Wapol's soldiers possessed superior weaponry and executed coordinated tactical suppression, while Weed and the valorous Shandya warriors served as the vanguard. Confronted with such an onslaught, the divine soldiers found themselves unable to mount an effective resistance, and Weed successfully breached their defensive lines. Ascending several tiers of vines would lead one to the divine court. There at that moment God Gone Fall was grooming the feathers of his spotted bird. God! Dire news! The Shandya are attacking. A priest came running to deliver the report. Those folk have returned again. Alas, when will this feud between our two peoples ever reach its end? God Gone Fall was a kind and benevolent elder. He ascended to the role of God through the recognition of all the inhabitants of Angel Island. 400 years prior, following a great battle between the god of that era and the mighty warrior Karlgram, Angel Island and Shandya had become embroiled in enmity. The Shandya, driven from their ancestral homeland, had endured oppression ever since, a plight that persisted into the present. It was precisely because of ancestral grievances that both sides had continued their strife across the centuries. God Gone Fall had once harbored hopes for reconciliation, but regarding the location of the Golden City Sandora, he truly possessed no knowledge. As the years drifted onward, even Weed could only cling to the ancestral mandate, handed down through generations, to ring the golden bell. The two factions had persistently, albeit foolishly, continued their centuries-long conflict. I shall go forth to halt him. This meaningless war must not endure any longer. God Gone Fall donned his armor, grasped his lance, and patted his old companion Pierre, readying himself to confront Weed. As Weed and God Gone Fall were on the verge of engagement, Wapol had already arrived at the designated location. Indeed, it is precisely here. Begin digging. Wapol directed his subordinates to excavate the dense accumulated clouds beneath their feet. The soldiers took up their entrenching tools and commenced their labor, and before long a circular pit had been unearthed. The soldiers leapt down first to scout the path ahead. Come, let us descend and investigate. Wapol beckoned to Robin and Lachi. Upon reaching the lower level, the group beheld even more remnants of the ancient city. This must be the place. There is no doubt about it. This was Wapol's first personal visit, and the experience differed entirely from his prior readings. The group explored along the way until they arrived at a cave opening. According to memory, passing through this cave would lead into the Golden City Sandora. Haha, we have found it. Come, let us enter. Wapol was elated, for the gold was moments away from being within his grasp. This represented a considerable fortune. Watch out. Robin suddenly yanked Wapol backward. Before them lay a colossal python, its forked tongue flickering as it fixed its gaze upon the group. The python was utterly enormous. Wapol stood momentarily frozen. He recalled that on Skypiea there truly existed a giant python whose maw was as vast as a cave entrance. Hey, you oversized serpent, do not provoke me. I swear I will blast you to smithereens. Wapol composed himself and issued a warning. This type of python, having survived for hundreds of years, possessed sentience and could comprehend his words. Do not compel me to make you my meal. Clear the way. Wapol waved his hand at the creature. The python regarded this morsel before it with eyes as tall as a person, bewildered that such a small snack would dare speak with such bravado. Hiss! Hiss your head off. Wapol sprang upward and delivered a punch to the python's cranium. Wapol's own physical constitution had already been tempered to an exceptional degree, and compounded with the reinforced strength granted by his battle armor, this single strike caused a massive swelling to form upon the python's head. The pain was so acute that tears nearly welled in the python's eyes. Enraged, the python brandished its tail with furious velocity, attempting to whip this insignificant snack to death. White iron battle armor. Charge, amplify strength. Wapol stayed the colossal tail swinging toward him with a single hand. Employing the strength mode for the first time feels quite satisfactory, I must say. Wapol's newly developed battle armor, once equipped with a mana core, had acquired an energy source. From a singular battle armor design, they had developed flight mode, strength mode, speed mode, and defense mode. The energy shield belonged to the defense mode category. The python, refusing to yield, prepared to attack Wapol once more. Are you utterly insatiable? Wapol raised his fists. Clang, clang, clang. A relentless barrage of hammer-like punches left the python's head covered in bruising swellings. Robin, Lachi, and the remaining onlookers stood frozen in astonishment. The giant python, thoroughly beaten by Wapol, desperately wanted to fight back, but the power it considered its prey was far too overwhelming. Its massive body, which once dominated the forest, was sent crashing to the ground with a single punch from Wapol. Get lost and don't block the entrance. The pitiful python fled without looking back. It thought to itself, this prey is terrifying. Wapol licked his lips. Actually, snake meat wasn't bad at all. Let's go, it's just a big snake. Only then did the stunned crowd begin to recover from their shock. After this incident, Riki filed Walpo's strength away in her heart. If Wapol were determined to swallow all the gold, including the golden bell, the Shandya people would have no way to stop him. However, Wapol had specifically invited her to come along, so he probably wasn't a man of his word. With anxious feelings in her heart, she followed behind Wapol and continued forward. The tunnel was long, and the group walked for some time. As light appeared, the cave exit was already close at hand. Stepping out of the cave, a vast expanse of ancient city ruins appeared before everyone's eyes. Truly magnificent. These cities have indeed experienced over 100 years of history. Robin observed carefully. Second captain, order the soldiers to begin searching. Gather all the valuable items and move them out together. Wapol gave the order. Standing high allowed for a better view, so Wapol climbed onto a high platform. Wow. The golden city of Sandora truly lives up to its reputation. It's all gold. Hurry up. Over there, those pavilions are made of gold. And over there, columns made of gold. Wapol was so happy his mouth split into a wide grin. If all this gold were transported away, it could amount to 3 years' revenue for the Kingdom of Drum. Robin accompanied the soldiers into the city, searching for clues to the poneglyphs. Upon seeing gold, the soldiers immediately carried it away and piled it in the central open area. Meanwhile, Robin searched for traces of the poneglyphs. Ancient text was carved into the walls. Bury the truth within your heart and keep it silent. We are the scribes of history, accompanied by the chimes of the great clock tower. It ended abruptly. The text Robin read ended here. Over 800 years ago, the lord of this golden city of Sandora battled an unknown enemy. Although they defeated the enemy, they suffered heavy losses themselves. The survivors who remained became the guardians who protected this city and the poneglyphs. Riki, a Shandya warrior, said, "Are those guardians your ancestors?" Robin had also guessed. That's correct. In the stories passed down from chief to chief through the generations, the golden bell is the lamp of Sandora, and our mission is to light it. Sister Riki, we haven't found the golden bell. A Shandya warrior ran over to report. Sister Robin, we haven't found any stone blocks with ancient writing either. The second captain came over at the same time to report. If it's not here, then there is only one place where it might exist. Wapol descended from the high altar at that moment. This island was washed ashore, and a massive vine passes right through the center. That passage point happens to be at the center of the 4 altars, where there is a damaged golden base. Based on my deductions, the golden bell is very likely at the very top of this vine. As for the poneglyphs, they may also be there. Wapol, now channeling his inner detective, began laying out his reasoning. Robin felt somewhat suspicious. She sensed that Wapol knew quite a lot. The location of these ruins was not something an ordinary person could easily find. Robin didn't fully trust Wapol in her heart. Second captain, hurry up and dismantle the gold. By the way, I saw a lot of this blue herb here earlier. Search for it as well, and pack it all up to take with us. Wapol ordered his subordinates to get to work quickly. Meanwhile, while Wapol was looting the spoils, Weber and Gonfal had already engaged in battle. Gonfal was a kind man, and had once considered reconciling with the Shandya. However, the prosperity of Angel Island was precisely because their ancestors had seized half of Jaya Island back then. With land came resources. In the past, the ancestors of the Angel Island people drove away the ancestors of the Shandya and used this island to make their lives more prosperous. Therefore, this matter was not something Gonfal could decide on his own. The consent of all the Angel Island people would be required. Gods or humans, everyone is selfish. When personal interests are involved, all reasoning is futile. The god army numbered 650 people, all warriors. The Shandya guerrilla force had only about 120 members. Given their overwhelming combat advantage, the Angel Island people had no desire to share their resources. Therefore, the Angel Island people refused to return the island to the Shandya, and Gonfal's proposal to share the island's resources with the Shandya was also rejected. How dare you occupy our homeland for 400 years, and then condescend to grant us a fraction of it? This island was originally the homeland of our people. We are the rightful owners. You are the invaders. Weber could not swallow this insult. He fired his bazooka cannon at Gonfal. Weber, this is nothing but meaningless sacrifice. Our two peoples have already shed too much blood in wars spanning hundreds of years. Gonfal's strength was clearly superior to Weber's, and his combat experience was far more extensive. On a technical level, Gonfal had the upper hand over Weber. The god army numbered several times that of the guerrilla force, all elite aerial warriors. However, Walpo's squad used their weapon advantage to hold the god army at bay. Nevertheless, the god army was equipped with shrink belts, wind belts, and cloud iron belts, special products of the Sky Islands, which prevented Walpo's squad from achieving a quick victory. The melee between the two sides had already resulted in casualties. Enough. Stop this, Weber. Gonfal struck Weber with his lance, sending him tumbling. Cough. I will reclaim the homeland of the Shandya people. Weber activated his Gatling bazooka. Are you insane? Your body won't be able to handle it. Gonfal attempted to stop Weber. For the mission of our people, my life is of no consequence. Weber assumed his stance, preparing to continue fighting Gonfal. Angel Island. Hey, old man, where is your leader? A man with a headband and a taiko gourd attached to his back asked, eating an apple. In the divine castle. The old man stammered. Oh, I hear it. The man waved his hand and a bolt of electricity shot forth, leaving the old man charred and unconscious. Oh, this Sky Island is quite interesting. I can hear the sounds of war. Ha ha. The man muttered to himself. Enel-sama. What should be done with these people, eh? Four Shiroko priests pointed at the Angel Island residents. They are merely mortals. I shall go meet their god and show them what a true god is. Lightning flashed across the sky, and Wapol felt an ominous premonition. Why does the air feel so oppressive? Wapol glanced toward Angel Island. By then all the gold had been collected and most of the medicinal herbs had been harvested. Wapol ordered the second captain to transport everything back to their ship. To facilitate the transport, Wapol had specially prepared carts for this expedition. It would take 2 days to haul away all the gold, and within that time frame Wapol also needed to head to the Divine Palace to help Weibo defeat Shinganfu. Let's go. Since there is no Golden Bell or Poneglyph here, we will check out the Divine Palace. Wapol set off toward the Divine Palace with Robin and Luffy in tow. Meanwhile, Enel and his crew, who had just arrived at the island, were also making their way toward the Divine Palace. Weibo's wind conch enhanced his agility and maneuverability on the battlefield, while Shinganfu rode a Pierre that offered greater raw power, enabling powerful aerial charges from the heights despite slightly reduced mobility. Burning Cannon. A pillar of blue flame erupted skyward. Shinganfu, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, countered with a sharp roll to the side aboard his Pierre, narrowly dodging Weibo's attack. Night Rush. The Divine General's lance flashed like lightning toward Weibo's shoulder. Weibo evaded only partially, and the spear grazed his skin, drawing blood. Shall we call it quits? Gonfu urged. Absolutely not. Weibo tore a strip from his clothing and bound the wound. Shinganfu. Reinforcements have arrived outside. We've suffered heavy casualties. Weibo, a group of outsiders, has thrown our Shandya warriors over the edge. Weibo and Shinganfu exchanged glances. Are these your people? Yours? Weibo's first instinct was that Wapol's men were responsible. But then the first captain plummeted from the sky. His entire body was charred black, and he lay unconscious. This? Weibo watched as Shandya warriors and divine soldiers were hurled through the air by a group of unfamiliar sky people and crashed into the courtyard of the Divine Palace. These sky people were not from this island. Their appearance, clothing, and the wings on their backs were all different from theirs, and these individuals had notably elongated earlobes. The man who appeared to be their leader had even longer earlobes, wore a head wrap, and carried a taiko drum strapped to his back. Yaha, I sense many people here. I didn't expect you to be engaged in warfare. Which one of you is the god? Enel said, taking a bite of an apple. Upon entering Angel Island, he had activated his observation haki. Through sensing spiritual pressure, he had learned that many people had gathered here. Combining his Goro Goro no Mi abilities with his observation haki allowed him to receive electromagnetic waves, greatly enhancing both the power and range of his perception, enabling him to hear the voices of everyone across Sky Island. Which one is Shinganfu? Crunch. Enel took another bite of his apple. Who are you? The vice captain of the Shandora forces demanded. What are you doing? I am Shunganfu myself. Ganfu glared at Enel in fury. I know. Enel was merely toying with them. Through his observation haki, he had long ago identified who Shinganfu was. This island now falls under my rule. I am your new god, Enel. Enel declared his intention to conquer the island. What nonsense. You bastard. Soldiers of the Shandora forces drew their weapons and charged at Enel. Ignorant mortals unable to perceive the gulf between yourselves and a god. With a casual wave of his hand, lightning struck from the heavens, felling every Shandora soldier in an instant. Before Enel's power, they were nothing more than ants. No. Shinganfu raised his lance, his killing intent surging. But the gap in strength was insurmountable. Even with armament haki, victory over an unarrogant Enel seemed impossible. The Goro Goro no Mi and the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi of the warlord were two of the most broken abilities in existence. To Enel's eyes, Shinganfu's speed was pitifully slow. Lightning possessed the properties of both light and heat. Its speed rivaled that of the Moku Moku no Mi, yet it offered far greater flexibility. Facing Shinganfu, the strongest warrior on Angel Island, Enel showed a measure of respect. He tapped the drum on his back with his golden staff. 30 million volts, thunderclap beast. Enel channeled the lightning he had generated through the drum, forming it into a phoenix-shaped bolt of thunder that hurtled toward Ganfu at tremendous speed. The speed of the thunder beast made it impossible for Ganfu to evade, and it pierced straight through his body. Even in a world where pirates and warriors alike possessed extraordinary physiques, no one could withstand such a level of voltage without sustaining grievous injuries. Are you the leader of the Shandya people? Enel turned his gaze toward Wapol. No, I am merely a warrior. Wapol aimed his burning cannon at Enel. Oh, you wish to resist a god? What kind of god are you? Wapol pulled the trigger, and the blue inferno engulfed Enel. Lightning shield. Enel emitted lightning from his body, converting it into light or heat to neutralize any physical attack. Ignorant mortals, so insignificantly small, yet you still dare to defy a god. Divine punishment. Enel formed lightning around his wrist, then released it according to his will. A massive column of thunder descended from the sky, obliterating his target. This attack could also be launched horizontally, not solely from above. When combined with observation haki, it could lock onto targets with pinpoint precision. Wapol was consumed by the pillar of lightning. The devastating current tore through his body, leaving him battered and broken. You? What kind of god? Wapol collapsed to the ground unconscious. The vermin here have been cleared. I remember there were some rats down below too. Where did they go? Only one giant snake remains. Enel scratched his head. His observation haki had detected Wapol's group earlier, but Enel's primary target had been the so-called god here. Before he could deal with Wapol, they had vanished without a trace. Why is this snake crawling toward us? Enel was puzzled. His observation haki could not penetrate the interior of the python's body. Regardless of whether in the manga or the anime, Luffy, who had hidden inside the python's stomach, was never detected by Enel's observation haki. Similarly, the Shandya girl Asuma could not perceive events outside the snake's belly through her own senses. Indeed, Wapol and his group who had disappeared were now inside the giant python. The python was remarkably intelligent. After being severely beaten by Wapol, it feared further punishment and obeyed his commands, swallowing them all into its stomach for safety. Enel was somewhat surprised to see the python approach the divine palace. Have you come to submit to me, the Lord of the Sky? Enel was extraordinarily arrogant, for he had never encountered a worthy opponent since obtaining the Goro Goro no Mi. He had always believed himself to be invincible, the pinnacle of strength. Deep within his heart, however, he harbored nothing but contempt for this self-proclaimed god, who claimed dominion over all. Wapol's greatest asset was his foreknowledge of the plot's direction. He remembered the Sky Island arc clearly. After hearing the thunderous roar from the divine temple, Wapol speculated that Enel might have appeared. To be safe, he threatened the giant serpent and ordered his men to crawl into its belly. Whether it was Enel's Shinwang or Isa's Shinwang, neither could penetrate the giant serpent's perception. Controlling the giant serpent to the divine temple, he found his elite squad annihilated. Wapol knew it was bad. The guy with the ridiculously overpowered devil fruit had arrived. What infuriated him even more was that the first captain was just one breath away from death after being electrocuted. Enel was extremely arrogant, having been invincible on Sky Island all along. With no rivals, he called himself a god. Exploiting his arrogance was the key to defeating him. But he couldn't let Enel realize this, since Enel was a Goro Goro no Mi user. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. At that moment Enel arrogantly said, "Have you come to submit to me? Submit to your mothers." Wapol flew out of the giant serpent's mouth, instantly activating the armor's flight mode and covering it with a rubber layer. What the hell? Enel was startled. However, his arrogant and overconfident nature made him confident in facing any challenge. 30 million volts Thunderbird. The Thunderbird was faster than Wapol, directly passing through his armor. Take my mystic energy fist. The elbow thrusters deployed, powered by the energy core, and the punch landed solidly on Enel's chest. It was similar to Iron Man's Hulkbuster punch against the Hulk. Damn, with the rubber layer protection, it almost didn't hold. Good thing the core absorbed the electricity. Wapol checked the outer layer. There was a thin spot in the rubber distribution that was nearly pierced. After all, he wasn't pure rubber like Luffy. In the world of One Piece, people had strong physiques. Those with high strength had some resistance to lightning. For example, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp could still move after being struck by lightning. Luffy, being solid rubber, had even greater resistance. Enel's tens of millions of volts of lightning were completely immune to Luffy. After all, this was an anime world, not a science documentary. Good thing I prepared in advance. Figuring the timing, the chance of encountering Enel was high, so I specially added a rubber layer for resistance. Wapol's instantaneous burst pushed all acceleration devices and systems to maximum. Kizaru once said, "Speed is power." Seizing the moment when Enel was stunned, Wapol succeeded. Logia users need to consciously decide whether to elementalize their bodies. Enel thought his attack would completely eliminate the opponent, but Wapol was beyond his comprehension. He couldn't understand why his attack was ineffective. This guy has the ability to revive. Strike while the iron is hot. Wapol was not a villain who died from talking too much. He moved at high speed to the fallen Enel and prepared to finish him off. Teleportation. Enel vanished from the spot, dodging Wapol's finishing blow. Damn, it's bad. Wapol thought to himself, if Enel kited him, it would be trouble. After all, he still couldn't use armament hockey, so he couldn't touch Enel's solid body. Cough, cough. Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The attack he had just taken had injured him. In the anime, after being suppressed by Sea Stone and unable to elementalize, Wapol was hit by a reject dial in the same way. "You are a Blue Sea person?" Enel looked at the armored man and asked. "That's right. I am an adventurer from the Blue Sea. You just injured my subordinates. You can't just let it go." Wapol felt that his rubber layer's maximum could withstand 100 million volts. If Enel unleashed a big move like Thor, Wapol figured he would have to flee. Enel looked at this guy he had never seen before, feeling somewhat incredulous. Because his Shinwang could only capture his movements but couldn't hear his inner thoughts. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But Enel believed he was a god and his ability was godly. "You mortal from the Blue Sea, how dare you ask a god to make amends? What dream are you having? God's judgment." Enel's arm transformed into a lightning beam, engulfing Wapol horizontally. Like a giant laser cannon, the surrounding buildings were destroyed by this attack. "This is the fury of a god. Ignorant mortal," Enel said with Sundara Chinibu. "God, you're just a punk. An ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Do you know what sea stone is? Today I'll show you." Second captain, take action. Wapol, engulfed by the lightning beam, appeared before Enel again, completely unharmed. Fire. The second captain shouldered a cannon from the giant serpent's mouth and fired a sea stone net at Enel. The timing was perfect, catching Enel right at the end of his skill's recovery. Tella. Just as Enel was about to teleport, a hand interrupted his elementalization. Robin, using her Hana no Mi ability, created arms wielding a sea stone jit and swung it at Enel. Devil Fruit users are weak against seawater and sea stone. Sea stone, as the name suggests, has the same power as the sea. It can be understood as solid sea with effects even stronger than the sea. It not only weakens users, but also temporarily turns them into ordinary people. Sea stone contains a component called pyrobroin, which can emit energy similar to the sea and has extremely high hardness, thus sealing the abilities of Devil Fruit users. However, items made entirely of sea stone are only found in Wano country. Others, including the Marines, only have tools containing sea stone components. As the king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol could still obtain some sea stone containing items. Although Enel didn't know what sea stone was, seeing the net covering him, he knew something was wrong. 4 divine officers. Annihilate these Blue Sea people. Enel, trapped in the sea stone net, felt his strength gradually fading. He ordered the 4 divine officers to attack Wapol and Robin's group. "Go help Lord Enel." Shiloah picked up his knight spear and charged at Wapol. But at that moment, God Gonfall rose, holding a spear and blocking Shiloah. "You have no regard for human life. You are not worthy of being a god or divine officers." God Gonfall could barely speak, gravely injured. "Die, old man." Shiloah didn't want to hear the old man's rambling and thrust his spear to finish him off. "Killing in front of me? Huh, who gave you the courage?" Wapol moved at high speed and grabbed Shiloah's knight spear with one hand. Both gods and humans have weaknesses. Enel's rumble fruit rivals that of a true deity, yet if he does not change his arrogant flaw, he can be defeated. Is Enel strong? Strong, very strong, exceptionally strong. If he understood what sea stone is, what hockey is, and corrected his arrogance, then, with his exceptional observation hockey special version mantra, he would already be in an invincible position. Some people believe that as long as one can use armament hockey, they can deal with Logia-type ability users. This notion is actually mistaken. Armament hockey is primarily used to touch the physical bodies of Logia-type users, to attack special paramecia types, and to enhance one's own attack and defense. Armament hockey cannot influence the changes in a user's abilities, nor can it prevent them from activating their powers. If the armament hockey is not strong enough, it cannot capture Logia types either. Imagine if Enel with his agile mobility refuses to engage in close combat, and instead continuously releases area of effect skills from a distance, acting as a ranged mage. What would you do? With the thunderclouds of the Arc Maxim, Enel has the power to destroy an entire island. Many believe Enel's weakness lies in his poor physical combat skills and over-reliance on his Devil Fruit ability. But if he refuses to engage in physical combat, what then? Within the range covered by his mantra, electromagnetic waves fill the area, allowing Enel to freely use teleportation. There is only one chance to capture Enel, exploit his arrogance, and seal his abilities with Sea Stone. Now the first step has been accomplished. Shura, wearing a pilot's cap and goggles, is a master of using heat dials and rope clouds. The heat dial is installed in his spear, turning it into a fire spear. Seeing his own spear being grasped by Wapol, Shura sneered. Fire spear. This technique is a special move developed by Shura himself, using a spear equipped with a heat dial to attack the opponent. Anything touched by the spear will catch fire. It is equivalent to adding fire elemental damage on top of physical attack. The spear head turns red hot, but Wapol remained composed, not loosening his grip on the spear at all. I know you have the mantra technique, but even if you perceive my movements, how can you keep up with my speed? Even Ka Air can foresee the future, yet he was still struck by Lu Fei's fist. Wapol punched Shura in the abdomen. He didn't want to kill, only to capture them alive, so he didn't aim for the head. Shura had just heard the trajectory of Wapol's attack through his mantra, but Wapol's punching speed exceeded his body's reaction time. He could not dodge, even if he wanted to. Clang! Shura's weapon was thrown to the ground by Wapol, and Shura was knocked out by Wapol. The members of the second squad controlling the Sea Stone net had successfully closed it, and Enel was now struggling weakly in the net. The remaining three priests, Dawu, Nyepan, and Omu, saw the situation was unfavorable and immediately changed their strategy. Nyepan and Dawu blocked Wapol and Luo Bin respectively, while Omu went to rescue Enel. The ropes of the Sea Stone net are ordinary steel cables with sea stone infused or mixed into the knots. Omu's weapon is a cloud sword made from Skypia's unique cloud steel, which can extend to perform slashes. Omu is the best choice to rescue Enel, as his weapon can cut through the Sea Stone net. Wapol also saw through their intentions. Facing Nyepan before him, he held nothing back. Nyepan, with his spider leg-like hairstyle, is a master of using jet dials and swamp clouds. Jet dials are installed on the soles of the shoes and on the elbows. This man Nyepan seems to have abnormal bodily coordination. He often cannot see his enemies because his eyes roll back, mutters to his enemies in his mind, but forgets to voice it, forgets to breathe, and so on. These peculiar behaviors often require reminders from others, making him a very interesting character. His techniques include swamp cloud, a cloud with swamp-like properties. The more one struggles, the deeper one sinks. Swamp cloud hamburger, shaping the swamp cloud into a ball and throwing it at the enemy. Falling into it is like sinking into a swamp. If the head is trapped, one can only await suffocation. Jet fist, using the extinct jet dial to accelerate punches, leaving enemies unaware of how they lost. In an instant, information about Nyepan appeared in Wapol's mind. Jet fist. Nyepan, having seen Wapol's punching speed earlier, immediately used a jet dial to accelerate. I have jet dials too. Wapol also deployed jet dials from his elbows to accelerate, and two of them at that. Nyepan was directly sent flying by Wapol's even faster punch. While flying through the air, he was still astonished. Controlling one jet dial for acceleration is already difficult, yet Wapol used two. Aren't jet dials supposed to be extinct? And is this guy's control monstrous? Nyepan was knocked out. Dawu's abilities are mantra cloud dials and impact dials. Technique surprise ball, bun ball dragon. String together ball clouds containing gunpowder, then operate them with a rod attached to strings. The front end of the ball clouds has a dragon-faced mask. Touching the ball clouds triggers a chain explosion. Impact dial stores force and releases it in the form of impact. Its power has a limit, and the user also suffers damage. Luo Bin had no major issues fighting Dawu, as Wapol had informed her of Dawu's techniques in advance. Targeting Dawu's weaknesses made it easy to deal with him. Dawu's weakness is his lack of agility. At this time, it was not the moment for the Straw Hat crew to arrive at Skypia, nor was there time for Dawu to set up his arena. With only mantra and impact dials, Dawu's strength is limited. The fact that all four priests can use the mantra technique is certainly related to Enel. However, observation hockey also varies in strength. Enel's is undoubtedly the strongest among them. Among the four priests, Shura has the strongest use of mantra in combat. Dawu is best at sensing enemy positions. Nyapan sometimes turns off mantra due to his own quirks, and Omu has the weakest mantra in battle. Observation Haki is unlike armament Haki, which only enhances attack and defense. Observation Haki has many branches varying from person to person. Ka Air's advanced future sight Hong Fa's ability to make you unable to perceive the future. Lu Fei's hearing of animals' emotions Tung, whose perception of human inner feelings. Enel's integration of observation Haki with his fruit ability, and so on. Overall observation Haki, besides its basic, intermediate, and advanced level enhancements, also undergoes mutations when combined with devil fruit abilities. What is a golden finger? What is a cheat? Wapol did not immediately display overwhelming power upon his arrival, nor did he effortlessly master Haki or martial arts. He still had not learned Haki. The development direction of his devil fruit ability also took a different path. Whether to integrate technology or biology required research. The Munch-Munch Fruit was powerful but not omnipotent. The development of a devil fruit ability was tied to one's physical constitution. Wapol's mediocre physique was far inferior to prodigies like Luffy. However, Wapol's mindset was different. He thought in a more modern way. The world of One Piece with its twisted technological tree resembled the world of Naruto. Both possessed cheat-like substances, thus neglecting technological advancement. Wapol had no formidable golden finger. All he had was his knowledge of the plot. He knew every character, their personality traits, physical parameters, and ability techniques. Was he the protagonist? Wapol was not sure. He only knew that he was not Luffy, nor did he possess such a powerful charisma or kingly aura. Facing any enemy or opponent, he had to be cautious and step by step. If Ohm destroyed the sea stone net and rescued Enel, the consequences would be severe. Enel was no fool. He would not fall for the same trick twice. Enel had been arrogant because he had never been defeated in his life. But he was not stupid. On the contrary, could a person who became a god and a leader lack intelligence? Just like Buggy the Clown. Seemingly a fool, but becoming a warlord and an emperor. Was it purely due to luck? Enhanced cannon, enhanced Gatling. Wapol himself could not stop Ohm's Cloud Blade slashes in time, but bullets and cannonballs could. Even Cloud Iron could not withstand such firepower. Just 1 centimeter from the sea stone net, Ohm's Cloud Iron was shattered by Wapol's barrage. Enel was stunned by the sight, and Ohm's scalp tightened. Wapol's armor now deployed numerous heavy weapons. Raise your hands. If you move again, I will shred your god to pieces. Wapol's voice was tinged with a metallic tone. Hearing Wapol's threat, Ohm had no choice but to comply, for Wapol was capable of carrying it out. Second squad leader used the sea stone handcuffs and arrest them all. Wapol signaled his subordinates to make the arrests. The chaotic battle came to an end. God Gonfall suffered heavy losses, and Wiper also lost many men. Only Wapol retained half of his intact forces. Enel and the 4 god officers were captured, and their hundreds of soldiers had no choice but to surrender. From the start of the melee, Wapol had always been the smaller force. God Gonfall had hundreds, Enel had hundreds, and Wiper had over 100, while Wapol only commanded an elite squad of 50. The so-called aerial combat of the Scipians was almost entirely hand-to-hand with cold weapons, but Wapol compensated for his disadvantage through weaponry. Even the Scipians' shell-based weapons were far inferior to theirs. I declare that this territory now belongs to me. I will be your new ruler. Wapol knew this was an opportunity. God Gonfall and Wiper were severely wounded and unconscious. Enel and the 4 god officers were captured. The one controlling the situation was none other than Wapol. Angel Islanders and Shandians cease hostilities immediately. I will inform you about the distribution of Earth later. Also detain these suddenly appearing Scipians for now. Tie up the leaders and cuff the devil fruit users with sea stone. Find a doctor from Angel Island. My ship's doctor cannot treat so many wounded. Wapol had to clean up the mess quickly. Why should we obey your orders? Who do you think you are? A mere blue sea dweller. Bang! Robin pulled out her magic pistol and blew his head off. The ruthless Robin was indeed cold-blooded. My orders are only given once. I am your new ruler. Disobey and you die. At that moment, Wapol was a tyrant with an iron fist. Robin had been observing. Gonfall's side had a vice-captain of the God's Guard who was rallying troops. With a glance from Wapol, Robin understood. God Gonfall had always wanted to negotiate peace with the Shandians, but this vice-captain's persistent opposition had stalled any progress. In the original story, Enel's authoritarian rule directly abolished his position. It was only after Luffy defeated Enel that Gonfall and Wiper reached a truce. The vice-captain was perfect as a sacrificial lamb to teach these people that the nail that sticks out gets hammered. As a leader, one must assert absolute authority. Anyone who still opposes. This is the result. Wapol looked at them. Even Riki Gunbwa and other Shandian warriors voiced no objection. Wapol was not afraid of them causing trouble because Wiper and Kamakiri's injuries still required treatment from their ship's doctor. 1 week later, a major event occurred in Skypiea. The god had changed. During this time, Wapol pondered how to rule here without bloodshed. The Shandians' demands were simple: reclaim their homeland and ring the golden bell. As for the Angel Islanders, if Gonfall submitted to him, the conflict could be resolved. As for Enel's group, there was also a way to deal with them. Enel himself was a heartless person and his god officers only worshipped his strength. They were not a monolithic block. Enel's goal was to reach the endless Firth. To achieve this, he would sacrifice anyone. It might be possible to cooperate with Enel using the promise of reaching the endless Firth as bait. If Enel tried to stab him in the back, he would kill him and use his ability to steal the Rumble fruit. Although using the Munch-Munch factory to consume a devil fruit user would cost him lifespan and vitality. It would be best if you submit to me. If not, we can still cooperate. But if you fail to see the situation, don't blame me. Bring Enel up. Wapol was ready to use his silver tongue on Enel. At that moment, Enel was brought in with sea-stone handcuffs. Enel was thrown at Wapol's feet by his soldiers. Humiliating, isn't it? Wapol crouched down to look at Enel. A mere mortal. I only fell into your trap. No ifs, brother. Do you know what happens to someone in the blue sea who ends up in your situation? Wapol stared into Enel's eyes. What happens? You become a slave and object without rights. In the blue sea, there are many Logia users like you. They don't arrogantly call themselves gods. There are too many ways to counter Logia users. Hockey, seastone, seawater. All can counter your lightning. To be honest, calling yourself a god is truly like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the sky. Enel was a rebellious and untamed individual. After destroying his hometown of Baika, he believed himself to be invincible, convinced that only a god could possess such power. Consider it carefully, he could hear anyone's words within his range at will, and effortlessly wield thunder to punish and eliminate any who dared to resist. Indeed, only a god could accomplish such feats. Yet he felt deeply resentful to have been defeated by Valbin. Enel believed that Valbin had won through cunning stratagems rather than true strength. I know you harbor resentment, but it matters not. You are cold and heartless, regarding humans as mere ants. For the crimes you have committed, I could easily sentence you to death. However, I shall not let you die. Second Captain, administer electric shock torture to him. Are you not known as the god of thunder? Do you not frequently use lightning to punish those you deem mortals? Then now let yourself taste the flavor of being electrocuted. At this moment, Valbin resembled nothing so much as a thoroughly villainous antagonist. I am the god of thunder. How could I possibly fear lightning? Enel continued to put up a brave front. Very well, the second captain's name is Yongxinyang. You would do well to remember it. Valbin stepped back, eager to observe whether the Thunder Magic King or the God of Thunder proved stronger. He watched as second captain Yongxinyang brought forth a device and attached electrodes to Enel's body. Enel clearly grew tense, for these implements were entirely foreign to him. Installation complete. Proceed with the execution. The second captain twisted the current switch. Act. Enel's body convulsed violently from the electric shocks. Stripped of his devil fruit powers by Seastone, Enel was merely someone slightly stronger than an ordinary person with average physical endurance. The second captain controlled the current intensity with precision, inflicting pain without causing lasting harm to Enel. Any punishment that brought distress fell under the category of judicial torture. Electric shock torture was regarded as one of the most inhumane forms of punishment across any world. Valbin glanced at his watch. The time was still short. Second captain, I shall leave this matter in your hands for now. I will go check on the others. With arrangements made here, Valbin prepared to visit Weber and Gonfall. Gonfall had sustained lighter injuries than Weber, yet his recovery was slower. It seemed that human physique was indeed related to age. Weber's injuries healed rapidly. Valbin marveled that if the people of this world came to the real world, they might be captured by scientists for dissection and study. Gentlemen, during your unconsciousness, I took the liberty of declaring myself the god of this land. Forgive me. The situation was dire, and I had no other choice. If the war were to continue, the casualties would only intensify. Valbin spoke with sincere expression. It must be said that Valbin was a qualified politician and his acting skills were masterful. I do not hold it against you. This old man is aged, and the grievances between us and the Shandya should come to an end. Having been a leader for many years, Gonfall understood that opposition at this moment would be futile. It would be better to seize this opportunity to step down from godhood and truly enjoy life. I am a Shandya warrior. We must inevitably reclaim our homeland and ignite the sacred drum. Weber's words implied that he was merely a warrior, not a leader. Their chieftain served as the nominal head. Valbin smiled inwardly. Though Weber appeared brave yet tactless, he was actually daring yet meticulous, with a sharp and flexible mind. His words carried the intent of negotiating terms. I have had the Angel Island people cede half of their resources, and the ancient city shall belong to the Shandya, for there was their homeland from the beginning. I hope the two tribes can coexist in peace. However, should anyone object, I will invite them to discuss matters at my military camp. The war between both sides has persisted for hundreds of years, with each side now clinging to the teachings of their ancestors. But this is hardly worth it. We live in the present and should live for ourselves. Valbin's seemingly peaceful words carried an undercurrent of killing intent. Anyone who disrupted peace or his plans would die. Hearing the terms Valbin proposed, Weber felt reasonably satisfied, for expecting Angel Island people to surrender everything was unrealistic. Negotiation was a process of back-and-forth compromise with results emerging only after both sides made concessions. Previously, the Shandya under Weber's faction held the weaker position, while the Angel Islanders held advantage, so the Angel Islanders had never considered peace talks. Moreover, among the Angel Islanders, there were hardliners. Even Gonfall had to consider the broader picture and safeguard the interests of his fellow Angel Islanders. But now that Valbin had become the ruler here, things were different. He was not an Angel Islander, and the interests of Angel Islanders held no relevance to him. Weber was a partner, and naturally one spoke on behalf of one's partners. Furthermore, Valbin now wielded the greatest power capable of effortlessly extinguishing any faction. Everyone here was smart, and would not fail to see the situation clearly. Each person, each faction harbored corresponding demands for a better life. Satisfy their demands and peace would follow, fail to do so, and war would erupt. Valbin dispatched his subordinates to kill a group of troublemakers, instantly silencing everyone. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, the oldest political tactic. He had told all of Skypiea that he was neither a great philanthropist nor the weak and compromising Gonfall, but also not a cruel and vicious tyrant. Gentlemen, my current identity is that of the commander of the White Iron Mercenary Corps, but I also hold another title. The King of the Kingdom of Drum in the Blue Sea. My kingdom is vast with a population of 100,000. Therefore I do not care for the Beltries on Skypiea. I became the leader here to ensure both sides can coexist in peace. Valbin revealed his true identity. We have no objection to you becoming the new leader. Both Weber and Gonfall accepted this outcome. Valbin's meaning was clear. He was a king of a great nation, and these thousands upon thousands of his subjects meant little interest to him. By the way, Weber, we have not yet found the Golden Bell, but we have already obtained some leads. It should be at the very top of the vines. Once your injuries heal, go take a look. Valbin was winning Weber's loyalty. Compared to the old man Gonfall, Valbin admired Weber more. The older one grew, the shrewder one became. Moreover, Gonfall possessed certain combat capabilities. This time Valbin was using the interests of the Angel Islanders to win over the Shandya. Therefore Valbin would not comfort the Angel Islanders, but instead present himself as a ruler. After a period of time, once they adapted, he would grant them some small benefits. One must understand that in the original storyline, Enel had ruled Skypiea for 6 years. The Angel Islanders had been in a state of subjugation, yet they dared not rebel against Enel and had adapted to their oppressed existence. It was not until Enel sought to destroy Skypiea that some of them refused to believe it. Those children were even pleased that their fathers served as Enel's guards when in reality they had been sent by Enel to construct the Ark Maxim. Thus Valbin understood that the Angel Islanders lacked the courage to resist, whereas the Shandya were formidable warriors. This explained why in the original storyline God Gonfall, upon restoring his divine position, employed Weber and the Shandya warriors as his guards. Sky Island. In addition to the divine squad of several hundred members, the Angel Island forces also included a Blue Beret unit responsible for maintaining order. At this moment on the Angel Island's podium, under Walp's oppressive pressure, these people harbored not a single thought of resistance. Those who still possessed fighting spirit appeared to be only the warriors of the divine squad. I hereby declare that the laws previously established by God Gampool of Angel Island remain in effect. However, you are no longer permitted to monopolize Jaya, the divine territory. I have consulted with the former God Gampool, and also held discussions with the Shandya warrior chief Vepper. Half of Jaya's resources shall belong to the Angel Island people, while the other half goes to the Shandya, and the Golden City Satoria shall be under Shandya ownership. Do you have any objections? Walp, formerly a king, was thoroughly accomplished in the art of leadership and public address. Angel Island residents glanced toward Gampool beside Walp, and when they saw him nod in silent agreement rather than speak, they too fell quiet. For the most vocal opponents of resistance had already vanished from Angel Island. The homeland, our ancestral Golden City Satoria that our forebears guarded. We have reclaimed it. Vepper raised his arm and cried out. Ow! Woo! The Shandya warriors erupted into cheers alongside him. With abundant supplies, life would surely improve, and the Shandya would no longer need to steal in secret bit by bit. Walp! 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 The Shandya warriors chanted his name from below. Very well, those lands are yours by right. Furthermore, Angel Islanders need not resent this. Your ancestors were invaders who seized their territory. Returning only half is already more lenient than I owe you. Next up for judgment are this expedition's invaders, the Sky Island folk from Pika Island. Walp ordered his subordinates to bring forward the 4 heavenly generals and several hundred long-eared soldiers. Under the watchful eyes of both the Shandya and Angel Islanders, the invaders were marched forward. I ask you, were you all Enel's subordinates? Walp inquired. Naturally. He is God. Our magnificent God. The soldiers bellowed fervently. Walp found this reaction unsurprising. People across the world possessed such inexplicable loyalty. During the Punk Hazard incident, Caesar had deceived his subordinates so thoroughly that they refused to believe he would actually do such things, yet they were completely fooled by his clumsy performance. You're remarkably loyal. But can you die for your God? Walp hurled a piercing question at them. Of course. We can sacrifice our lives for God Enel, the soldiers declared. Some of the four heavenly generals hesitated briefly, but ultimately, they were willing as well. Then would your god sacrifice his life for you? Wapol's follow-up question cut even deeper. Well, they had no answer. Someone project the execution chamber via Den Mushi. Wapol ordered his men to broadcast. A projection materialized overhead, revealing Ayeshin administering electrotherapy to Enel. Ayeshin had been subjecting Enel to electric shocks for quite some time now. As the current intensified, Enel's physique gradually adapted, his thunder resistance steadily climbing. Upon learning of this, Wapol recalled a cultivation technique, the thunder tempering method, a common practice in Xianxia literature. Wapol then instructed Captain Second Ayeshin to conduct experiments measuring how much Enel's body could adapt. The live broadcast now showed Ayeshin continuing the electric shock treatment on Enel. Do you see this? This is the thunder god Enel. This is the god you worship. You revere his power, the divine strength he possesses. You worship his power, not him as a person. Wapol peers through the uncomfortable truth they'd been avoiding. Captain Second Ayeshin, cease the electricity for now. Enel, I know you can hear me. I understand that Sky Island is not your ultimate goal. Your true objective is the legendary infinite land. You need to construct a vessel capable of reaching it. And these people, all of them, whether you're divine soldiers, Angel Island's divine squad, or the Shandya, are merely tools you use to build your ship. Am I correct? Kafha. So this is what it feels like being struck by lightning. You ask me such a foolish question. I am a god. You're mortals. Who do you think you're pitying? Would I care about the lives of ants like you? Don't make me laugh. Enel snarled viciously. If you're willing to sacrifice your lives, I'll spare Enel, Wapol said into his megaphone. Den Mushi. We're willing. Some soldiers faltered momentarily, but most remained prepared to die for Enel. If you're going to kill Enel, kill me first. Shura pushed himself up and roared. Me too. Me. Count me in. Even though Enel didn't value them, they were still willing to lay down their lives for him. Enel, I've won, Wapol said with a satisfied smirk. Sigh, you mortals. I am the thunder god Enel, I don't need your pity. You're all just my tools. Enel was highly intelligent. Otherwise he couldn't have designed such a complex vessel as the Arc Maxim using nothing but his own intellect. Beyond his arrogance, he had no fatal flaws. His cold and cruel nature stemmed from viewing himself as a transcendent deity. His ambition wasn't to rule a domain, but to reach the infinite land. Enel hadn't yet hardened into a true villain, and Wapol saw an opportunity to recruit him. 6 hours passed. After enduring the electric shocks, Enel's physical conditioning improved dramatically. His muscular system underwent complete restructuring, growing significantly stronger. When Wapol learned of this, he realized killing Enel would be wasteful. He conceived a plan to bend him to his will through a combination of coercion and incentive. Enel's deepest desire was to reach the infinite land. That became Wapol's leverage. He approached Enel and proposed a wager. If Enel's subordinates deserted due to his coldness, Wapol would lose. Otherwise, Enel would lose. Should Wapol lose, he'd reveal how to reach the infinite land, fund the ship's construction, and become Enel's subordinate. If Enel lost, he'd serve Wapol for 10 years. Enel, consumed by his dream of the infinite land, saw this as a guaranteed win. Would mortals still sacrifice themselves after being abandoned by their god? He had never cared for his subordinates. Yet he chose to accept Wapol's wager. To Enel, Wapol had already lost. Trading these mortals for information about the infinite land was a sound bargain. In his eyes, they were nothing but ignorant insects, with Wapol merely the largest among them. When Enel thought Wapol was a fool, Wapol thought the same of him. In fact, he needed Enel's cooperation to travel to the Infinity Continent and search for the Moonland technological ruins. Losing was not a problem. He could accompany Enel to the Moonland. But if he won, he would gain a super combat power. Then when Enel lost and became his subordinate, he would take him to the Moonland again, gain his favor, and have Enel do things for him. Bonds grow over time, you know. Both believed they had the upper hand, so they quickly made a pact. At this time, Enel had already grown fond of the sensation of being electrocuted. That's right, you heard correctly. Enel had become accustomed to the current intensity of the second captain's shock device. Moreover, after being stimulated by the electric current, he felt his body brimming with power. If he could regain control of the Rumble Fruit's abilities, he would surely master them even better. In the manga storyline, Luffy mentioned in the Wano prison that wearing Sea Stone is a form of training that can improve one's strength. After Enel was fitted with Sea Stone and tortured by electric shocks, his physical data increased geometrically. This made Wapol extremely jealous, for he had also tried wearing Sea Stone shackles and being electrocuted, but aside from passing out from the shocks, he saw no significant improvement. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. The Rumble Fruit was truly a perfect match for Enel. Lightning seemed tailor-made for him. Zoro once said, "Suffering is the path of the Azura." Wapol saw that Enel had taken the bait. The Infinity Continent held a powerful allure for him. Thus Wapol and Enel put on a show. Their wager officially began, and in the end, Enel lost the bet and accepted his defeat. For the sake of reaching the Infinity Continent, Enel did not care about his subordinates. From now on, Enel is the vice commander of my White Iron Mercenary Regiment. Additionally, Ganfer's position is changed to Sky Island Consultant, and Wepper becomes commander of the Sky Island Warriors. The name of the Sky Island is also changed to White Iron Island. I hope everyone can coexist in peace and create the future together. Forget those distant wars and think of your children, your next generation. Do you want them to experience brutal war as well? Wapol's speech was not as polished as the Mustache Man's, but it could rival a Chuan's. In the world of One Piece, such rhetorical skill made him a top-tier brainwashing master and a manipulative organizer. At that moment, the Scipians, the Shandians, and the soldiers from Baika all lowered their heads and thought their worldviews and values shaken. Furthermore, Wapol's words included references to children. That was their future. Thus, the islanders who were parents were more inclined to agree with him. As a qualified king, Wapol needed the skill to manage subordinates, win over the people, and negotiate with enemies, friends, and partners. Even a leader who brought disaster to the world possessed such oratorical prowess. If Wapol could learn just a fraction of it, he would dominate the One Piece world. For the Scipians, a slap, followed by a sweet date. For the Shandians, praise and bribery. For Enel's soldiers, destroy their faith and build a new one in its place. I hope you can live happier lives. At the end of Wapol's speech, the background music and lighting were all switched on, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Usopp's legendary status came from the right timing, location, and people aided by the backlighting. In an instant, Wapol appeared more majestic, declaring himself the king of a kingdom in Shanghai. Robin was amazed by the abilities Wapol displayed. These were the qualities of a formidable leader. It is worth noting that in the original storyline, Wapol was also a lucky man. After being knocked away by Luffy, he wandered for a while, later became company chairman through his Wapol alloy, gained world government recognition, and eventually became the king of the Dark Magnet Island Kingdom. The Sky Island matter was temporarily settled. The historic Poneglyph Robin sought, and the Golden Bell Wepper searched for lay beyond the clouds. To reach that place, they needed the help of Enel and his subordinates. Beneath the giant vine, Wapol, Enel, Wepper, and Robin arrived at this spot. Boss, don't forget what you promised me. Enel addressed Wapol as boss at this moment. The liberated Enel, having just gained freedom, immediately retaliated by shocking him. It nearly killed Wapol. But Wapol did not hold a grudge against Enel. Giving him an out would help Enel serve him better. Don't worry, once this matter is settled, you will go with me to my country. Our nation's team of engineers and scientists will surely develop flying ships in no time. At that time, we will go to the Infinity Continent together to take a look. If he had that golden metal, he could build an ark himself. The ark construction method you mentioned is too cumbersome. Our scientific team can improve it further. You should know that building your ark takes nearly 6 years. My team might reduce it to 1 year or less. Can you afford to wait 6 years? Alright, I'll go with you to Shanghai. I hope you're telling the truth, otherwise I'll strike you with lightning. Let's first climb to the very top along the vine, then use cloud shells to make cloud spheres, and have Enel send us over. This was Wapol's plan. Thus everyone began climbing to the top, with Enel being the fastest. Alas, with proper training, this fellow's strength would surely be formidable. I finally have a top-tier combatant under my command. Wapol thought secretly. Enel's mantra was also an active skill. Without activation, it could not detect anything, and even when active, it could only perceive attacking movements, not read minds. Wepper, riding Sky Island roller skates, also rushed upward quickly. Only Wapol and Robin walked slowly upward. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied. We're about to see the historic Poneglyph. Aren't you happy? The scholars of O'Hara brought about their own doom because they researched the history of the blank century. Those in power do not want the people of the world to know the truth. They keep the masses ignorant because their thrones are illegitimate and they fear being overthrown. The Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dogra, known as the world's most vicious criminal, is deemed the greatest threat precisely because the revolutionaries are shaking the foundations of their rule. Monkey D. Dogra, the legendary D clan. That's right. He is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and also the son of Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero. Garp's son, Robin said in astonishment. Surprised. The son of a Navy hero wants to overthrow the world government. Robin had never doubted Wapol's intelligence. After all, he was the ruler of a nation. At the very top of the vine, Enel searched around, but found nothing, convinced that Wapol had been deceiving him. Wiper also searched in vain. Enel then began to taunt Wiper with vulgar mockery. What a load of rubbish about the Shandora's light. It doesn't even exist, does it? Yahaha. Shut your foul mouth. Captain Wapol would never lie to me. Wiper ignored Enel and continued searching, waiting for Wapol and Robin to climb up. After a while, Wapol and Robin leisurely ascended. Wiper, stop your pointless searching. The Golden Bell is over there. Wapol pointed to a massive island cloud that was 100 meters higher than the vine's tip. How do we get there? Wiper asked. Enel can teleport over, and we can use cloud dials to build a bridge through the air, Wapol suggested. Come and beg me. Enel said smugly. I beg you. Wiper replied earnestly, for nothing mattered more to him than ringing the Golden Bell. Ahem, fine, Enel said, feeling bored. Teleport. Enel could instantly move to any place within his perception, but he couldn't hover in midair without a medium. He needed a carrier to stay aloft. With ease, Enel used a cloud dial to create a connecting bridge. Alright, you can come over now. Once the passage was built, the group crossed onto the island cloud one by one. Is that the golden bell? Wiper's hands trembled. His ancestors' long-cherished wish was finally about to be fulfilled. Go ahead and ring it, Wapol said, handing Wiper a hammer. Wiper took the hammer, walked up to the golden bell, and struck it with all his might. Boom! A deep resonant chime echoed through Skypiea and reached Jaya in the blue sea. Kuri and the Yuan brothers heard the bell. They did it. They found the golden city of Shandora and the golden bell. My ancestors weren't lying. Allah, this is truly wonderful. Kuri was overwhelmed with tears of joy. The Yuan brothers embraced him, gazing at the sky above. The Shandians beneath the giant vine wept together. Meanwhile, Wiper stopped striking the bell after a sufficient number of rings. Robin found the poneglyph embedded in the base of the golden bell. The location of the sea god bearing the name of an ancient weapon. I don't want to know this, Robin said, uninterested in any weapon. The ancient weapon Poseidon, Wapol said from behind Robin. You can read the writing on it. Robin stared at Wapol in astonishment. I am your big brother. But the ancient weapon is what those in power dream of. You can read this, which is why the world government wants to kill you, but can't bring themselves to do it. Brother, do you want the ancient weapon too? And not to brag, but ancient weapons are from the past. Why can't future weapons be stronger than the ancient ones? I won't chase after any ancient weapon because I value the future. Perhaps even more powerful weapons will emerge in time. And one day, I might become a weapon more formidable than any ancient one, Wapol said half-jokingly. Robin took it as a joke, knowing that Wapol would never force her into anything. If Wapol had said he wanted the ancient weapon, she would have left him immediately, believing he was also using her. I know you don't believe me, and frankly I don't either. Wapol, as a king, now harbored ambition. Ancient weapons. If he could become a weapon greater than them. Wapol had the confidence that with his Baku no Mi ability he would one day turn into a weapon that could shake the world. After ringing the golden bell, the Shandians pledged their allegiance to Wapol. Enlil also agreed to collaborate with Wapol on the moon expedition. All matters in Skypiea were concluded. In the following days, Wapol held a banquet to promote the integration of the two tribes. Wapol sent people to collect the extinct species of dials from Skypiea. Enlil also provided many rare dials. The common dials that were not extinct could be manufactured by the Scypians. Although it took time, these resources were renewable. Wapol decided to establish a trade route between Skypiea and the Blue Sea, allowing the exchange of resources between Skypiea and the Drum Kingdom. After appointing God Gonfal as acting god to handle administrative affairs, and Wiper as the warrior chief to command the Scypian forces, Wapol decided to return to the Drum Kingdom. Enlil, why are you so obsessed with going to the endless vast? Wapol asked curiously. What do you mortals know? Enlil replied with a haughty and arrogant air. Once you get to my kingdom, I'll show you, oh great god, just how vast the world really is. Wapol flipped Enlil the bird. The two bickered while waiting for their crew to finish loading the ship. The haul was substantial gold dials and some unique Scypian herbs. All the ship's equipment was ready. Enlil left his several hundred soldiers behind on Skypiea because the spaceship being built in the Drum Kingdom would later be sailed to Skypiea for launch. Skypiea was closer to the moon than the Blue Sea, making it a natural spaceport for resupply. Enlil and his 4 priests returned together with Wapol's team. According to the route, we go out through here and let an inflatable octopus carry us down. Boss, it seems there's no path below. Wapol turned around and saw a vertical waterfall at the exit, apparently leading directly to the Blue Sea. Oh no, I completely forgot about this. Falling from Skypiea straight to the Blue Sea was a thrill that ordinary people could never experience. Just then an octopus lashed onto the ship and inflated like a balloon, slowing their descent. Inflatable octopus. Few almost forgot about it, Wapol said, wiping sweat from his brow. So this is your Blue Sea? Enlil remarked. That's right. Once you're in the Blue Sea, don't be careless. Seastone can counter you, and some skilled fighters can easily defeat you with hockey. On this sea you are not invincible. Drop your arrogance. The waters run deep here. Hockey. What's that? Experts in the Blue Sea use something called armament hockey, which can touch the real bodies of Logia users like you. And some masters are leagues ahead of you in physical combat. Are they really that strong? You're just bluffing, Enlil said skeptically. You'll be crying about it later. You need to change the direction of your lightning ability development. Instead of just being a long-range squishy mage, you should also become a close-quarters brawler. Wapol laid out a future development path for Enlil's Devil Fruit ability. Enlil's development of lightning abilities was similar to Crocodile's. However, Enlil's long-range AoE attacks combined with observation hockey provided precise long-range strikes, while his close combat physical skills were relatively weak. Enlil, you could change the direction of your lightning ability, such as forming a lightning armor. Wapol imagined the form of the Raikage from Naruto, which could both attack and defend. Do you think I the god haven't considered that? I tell you, I've already developed it, and even thought of a name. 200 million volt Thunder God. How's that for a cool name? Enlil said proudly. Wapol recalled that in the One Piece world there were 2 blue fat guys, one was Jinbe, and the other was Enlil's Thunder God form. The blue fat guy is too ugly. Wapol blurted out his true thoughts. How do you know my form is fat? I guessed. Don't interrupt. I mean, you should wrap lightning around your body to enhance hardness and speed, creating a living armor. You guessed. Don't interrupt. I mean, you should wrap lightning around your body to enhance hardness and speed, creating a living armor. You should attach a layer of lightning armor to your original body. That way, when an opponent attacks you, they'll hit the lightning, and when you attack, the sharp lightning blades formed by the lightning will enhance your offensive power. You have observation hockey. If you train your physical skills, close combat will no longer be your weakness. Wapol's words made Enel somewhat tempted, because when he was electrocuted, although he was in pain, he felt a pleasure within his body. I am a god. I've already thought of all that. Enel prepared to return to the cabin to try it. Wapol gradually understood Enel's personality. He wasn't really a pure villain. Because in Skypiea, he had always been overwhelmingly powerful and was called a god. So he didn't care about the islanders he considered ants. This was his cognitive error, and Enel was a man with a dream. He was determined to go to the endless earth, caring about nothing and no one. His heart was only set on the endless earth. Using this, Wapol created a rift between him and the 4 priests. Although the 4 priests were not top-tier fighters with equipment, they could become squad leaders. After all, Arlong the fishman, who terrorized the East Blue, had a bounty of 20 million berries. The poker pirates could also dominate a sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. And there was the pirate Rosario with a bounty of 30 million berries, whom Wapol killed in Mock Town. These people were all on par with the 4 priests, and the 4 priests also possessed observation hockey. If trained, the 4 priests could serve as combat power. Robin, what are you looking at? Wapol noticed Robin was spacing out. I feel like that octopus is getting smaller. What? Wapol looked and saw that the octopus had indeed shrunk a bit. This was serious. Besides him, no one else on the ship could fly. A fall from such a height would be fatal for everyone. Not everyone was as tough as Kaido. Quick! All crew members open the ship's gliding wings and put on parachutes. If we can't manage, we'll prepare to jump. Wapol ordered. No, Your Majesty. Our gold, herbs, and shellfish resources are all on the ship. We can't abandon the vessel, shouted the first squad leader. Fuck. Remember this, you bastards. Your lives as soldiers are worth more than anything. If things go wrong, all of you escape. Wapol roared. Yes, sir. The soldiers were moved to tears. Winning people's hearts required constant effort. Don't panic. Judging by the rate this octopus is shrinking, it should completely lose its effect only when we're near the sea surface, Robin said calmly as always. Let's hope so. Wapol could only pray. Next time he would choose a safer descent method. As time passed, they drew closer to the sea surface. The octopus gradually shrank, finally losing its deceleration effect at a certain height. We're still 200 meters up. Report. There's a ring-shaped island below. Report. It looks like the island below is a marine base. One bad news after another reached Wapol. Hoist the Rosario Pirates flag to disguise ourselves. We can't reveal our true identity. And hurry up and call Enel. Tell him to prepare for a crash landing. At that time, Enel said he was going into seclusion to train, and then there was no more movement. Even as the ship plummeted, he didn't come out. Notify all hands. Prepare for battle. Prepare for a crash landing. Landing site: the marine base. After speaking, Wapol summoned his battle armor. Marine G8 branch was a marine base. Many Marines were gathered there with heavy cannons on the cliffs. Marine warships were also docked there. The commander of Marine G8 base was Vice Admiral Chong, Na, son of veteran Vice Admiral and an old friend of Red Dog. His exact strength was unknown, but he liked to use strategy and preferred to train his subordinates. As the commander of a marine base, he was certainly very strong and held seniority. At that moment, Vice Admiral Chong Na-san was being scolded by a woman. Why are you picking out the greens? Chong Na-san. This woman was his wife Jia Shika, who shared the same name as Officer Jessica. She was the head chef of the base, responsible for all the meals for the Marines. I really hate eating greens, the Vice Admiral frowned. Then you have to eat them anyway. It's for balanced nutrition. I'm the head chef and you must listen to me. Fine, I'll eat them, okay. Just as Vice Admiral Chong Na-san was about to eat, a loud bang echoed throughout the base. At the same time, an alarm sounded. Intruders. Vice Admiral Chong Na-san put down the greens and ran off. Hey, get back here. Damn it, this base has way too many firepower positions. Wapol was hidden in the dark sky. When the ship crash landed, he had flown down ahead of time. He found that the base had many firepower positions, both visible and hidden. A direct assault definitely won't work. My soldiers are all elites, I can't lose them in this meaningless battle. Using the night, Wapol nimbly moved through the darkness, secretly destroying the firepower positions. Boom. The ship fell down. The alarm sounded. Quick. Intruders. They're pirates. Pirates have invaded. Where did these pirates come from? From the sky. All the Marines in the base mobilized. Officers and sailors of all ranks began to surround in one direction. Searchlights also shone on the ship anchored on the sea surface. The flag of the Rosario Pirates indicated a pirate invasion. Break out. Wapol took out a den mushi and gave the order. Fire. All the modified cannons on Wapol's ship fired simultaneously. In the Marine base, a great battle began. Vice Admiral is a rank within the Navy, a symbol of status and strength. Many One Piece fans believe that vice admirals are neither formidable nor powerful. However, the true backbone of the Navy lies among these vice admirals. The rank of vice admiral conceals many hidden masters running deeper than most realize. Marine hero Garp holds the rank of vice admiral, yet his true strength remains uncertain to all. Advisor Tsuru also holds the rank of vice admiral. Veteran vice admirals such as Burn Sasser Matsu, Enigmo Doberman, Strabel Gamil, and Dalmatian are all formidable fighters. Some vice admirals are giants possessing extraordinary strength. The perception that vice admirals are weak stems from the New World arc where several newly promoted vice admirals were swiftly defeated. The newly promoted Vice Admiral Maynard was taken down by Bartolomeo during the Dressrosa arc. The Vice Admiral who slaughtered Bitey fell to Sabo with a single strike. Smoker suffered defeats at the hands of Law Virgo and Doflamingo in the New World. These defeats give the impression of weakness, but consider their opponents. Sabo is the second in command of the revolutionaries, possessing strength rivaling a Yonko's commander. Doflamingo's power falls short of an admiral's, yet it far exceeds the caliber of a typical vice admiral. By the time Kazan fell, Virgo had already fully coated his body in armament hockey. When fighting Smoker, he deliberately concealed his true strength, yet still demonstrated the capabilities of a top-tier vice admiral. Defeating a newly promoted vice admiral would be no challenge. At Marine G8 Fortress, Vice Admiral Jinasen is a close friend of Akainu. He takes great pride in cultivating and training his subordinates. However, this was his first encounter with pirates invading a marine fortress. Fire. Boom boom boom. Marine G8 Fortress is surrounded by solid stone walls with its main entrance protected by massive steel doors. Heavy cannons line the surrounding cliffs. In Volubo's eyes, these weapons are cumbersome and lack precision. Yet their dense crossfire covers too wide an area to ignore. Only after secretly disabling key firing positions did Volubo dare to order his cannons to fire. Volubo's ship was equipped with reinforced cannons launching projectiles with remarkable speed and destructive power. A single volley obliterated every firing position directly ahead. Execute the plan. We must break through before the Navy can react, said the squad leader. Volubo's elite guard unit was trained according to real-world military standards. Some of their tactics were borrowed directly from military programs, yet the training results proved effective. The squad leader Jia was formerly a soldier in the guard unit. The vessel accelerated toward the main gate, attempting to slip past before the Navy could respond. Fire. Intercept that pirate vessel. We cannot, Colonel. Several key artillery positions have been sabotaged. We cannot form a firing network to intercept them. What? The colonel watched in disbelief as the pirate ship slipped precisely through a gap in the firing network. What is going on? He roared. They sabotaged the artillery nodes beforehand, and we never detected it. These pirates are no ordinary crew. Vice Admiral Jinasen. The colonel quickly snapped a salute. Transmit orders, batteries 3, 5, and 7 target the waters before the main gate. Their objective is to escape through the front entrance. Jinasen was a battle-hardened Marine veteran and a tactical genius. His strategic acumen allowed him to see through Volubo's plan with ease. True to his prediction, the artillery barrage successfully intercepted the pirate ship at the gate. The plan has failed. Execute Operation B. Operation B stipulated that if Operation A failed to breach the fortress, an elite team would infiltrate the interior to create chaos and draw the Navy's attention. Commence operation. Clad in battle armor, Volubo descended from the sky and entered the fortress through a ventilation shaft. The moment he emerged inside, he spotted a squad of Marine soldiers. Pirates! Seize him. The order to capture quickly devolved into gunfire. Bang 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 bang. A barrage of bullets struck Volubo with absolutely no effect. There is something unusual about that armor. A Marine sergeant observed. That is not standard armor. That is combat gear. Volubo's right arm transformed into a flamethrower. With a single blast, a pillar of blue flames erupted, instantly eliminating the entire squad of Marine soldiers. Though Volubo dispatched the Marines with ease, the engagement exposed his position. More soldiers were continuously converging on his location. What is happening? It feels as though they are specifically targeting me. Volubo frowned in confusion. In truth, Vice Admiral Jinasen had anticipated Operation B from the start. He had long suspected the pirates would cause disruption within the fortress interior. He simply had not expected these pirates to possess such capability. Shura, Dabu, Nyapan, and Omu, the 4 divine officials, plowed through resistance like a blazing tide. Fire Lance, Ball Dragon, Iron Whip, Jet Kick. All 4 divine officials possessed observation hockey, rendering them nearly immune to gunfire from the Marine soldiers. After evading bullets, they unleashed devastating counterattacks. On Volubo's end, he was equally formidable. Dual modified Gatling guns materialized on his shoulders. His right arm became a flamethrower, and his left arm wielded a cutting shell. He commanded both close quarters and ranged combat. Within the confined spaces of G8 Fortress, Volubo stood as an unstoppable force. The fortress lacked any opponent capable of matching him. Even skilled fighters could not withstand such a mobile firepower platform head-on. Advance a bit further, and I will link up with the 4 divine officials. Hold position a little longer then withdraw. Volubo had already calculated the precise timing for his retreat. After repelling another wave of marine attacks, Volubo began retreating in a designated direction. However, a marine officer draped in the Navy Justice Coat appeared before him. Greetings. I am Vice Admiral Jinnasan, commander of Marine Fortress G8, and the highest-ranking officer here. The Justice Coat bore numerous medals upon his chest. He wore a standard Navy cap, and his beard formed a distinctive W shape. His hair and beard were a reddish-brown hue. I am Luo Shituo, captain of the Luo Shituo pirates. Volubo assumed the alias. Luo Shituo. I have never heard of that name. Our pirate crew bears no ill will toward the Navy. We merely made an emergency landing here. We beg you, Vice Admiral, to show leniency and allow us to depart. Impossible. You are pirates. If I let you go, what will become of the Navy's honor? Then we have no choice but to fight. That is the only path remaining. Volubo's shoulder-mounted Gatlings opened fire. Paper drawing, a dodging technique from the Six Powers. Even with the enhanced rate of fire, the Gatlings could not strike Vice Admiral Jinnasan. I suspected Vice Admirals would not be ordinary. The anime and manga mislead viewers. This man is practically superhuman. Volubo unleashed his flamethrower, testing his opponent with a powerful technique. Boom. When the pillar of flames dissipated, Vice Admiral Jinnasan stood unharmed save for slight disarray in his coat. Armament hockey. Volubo furrowed his brows. Vice Admiral Jinnasan's level of armament hockey was exceptionally high. After Warbo's armor upgrade, it had not yet undergone actual combat testing. Ordinary battles didn't require full power, and the fight with Ainilu was a stroke of luck. Therefore, up to now, his own strength level was still unclear. And Vice Admiral Kiangnazan before him was precisely an opportunity to test himself. Cyborg. Ability user. You're strange. Your weapon seems extremely powerful. Is that a gun? It's very strong. Your hand can transform into a cannon. What a strange fellow. Vice Admiral Kiangnazan had coated his arms with armament hockey. Its level could directly withstand the burning cannon. Not strange at all. You've certainly never heard of the great name Luo Zio, Warabwa continued to impersonate. Although I haven't heard of it, after catching you I will have. Vice Admiral Kiangnazan threw a seemingly ordinary punch. This punch sealed all of Warabwa's evasive routes, forcing him to meet it head-on. Level 20 Energy Shield. At the chest of Warabwa's armor, the magic energy stone released energy, forming a protective shield. Bang! Whooshed! Bang! But the Marine veteran Kiangnazan, with rich combat experience, kicked Warabwa. Even wearing armor, Warabwa was dazed by the impact. I forgot to activate the impact dial and reject dial. Warabwa remembered he had equipment to absorb impact. What kind of iron is this? So hard. Kiangnazan was repeatedly surprised by the same person. Uncle, you're going too far. I'm going to fight back now. Warabwa's jet dial beneath his feet suddenly activated to accelerate, making his movements more agile and flexible. Don't think that just because I'm old I'm slow. Shave, one of the Rokushiki techniques, is a type of high-speed movement. As a veteran Vice Admiral, he could use all 6 Rokushiki techniques and at least 2 basic forms of hockey. Warabwa's improved jet dial accelerated quickly, but Vice Admiral Kiangnazan stuck to him tightly. The two exchanged blows more than a dozen times in a short period, each time Kiangnazan had the upper hand. Although Warabwa had been dedicated to technological power, his own physical condition was still a bit lacking. As for the important factor of hockey, Warabwa still couldn't use it. In contrast, Vice Admiral Kiangnazan used observation hockey and armament hockey to suppress Warabwa in battle. However, Vice Admiral Kiangnazan was also frustrated. His opponent clearly didn't know hockey, but that tortoiseshell-like armor made his attacks ineffective, unable to break through his defense. Moreover, his observation hockey was interfered by the armor, preventing him from clearly and accurately perceiving Warabwa's attack intentions. Hockey is also a consumable, it is not infinite. Everyone has their own limits. High-intensity use of hockey was also unsustainable for Kiangnazan. While he was entangled with Warabwa, the 4 priests had already broken through their encirclement net and were attacking the control room at the main gate. If the control room was captured, then this group of pirates would completely escape. Ever since that guy went to headquarters, I haven't had such a headache. You're quite something. Given time, you'll definitely become a major threat to the Marines. Luo Zio, you must stay here today. I am skilled in strategy, but my physical techniques are not lacking either. Kiangnazan removed his cloak, rolled up his sleeves, and all his muscles tensed up. If you can take this punch of mine, you can escape. If not, then go to impel down. This punch from Kiangnazan was stronger than all his previous attacks. I will leave and no one can stop me. Warabwa also threw a punch. Boom. The fist winds collided first. Reject dial. At the tip of Warabwa's fist, a reject dial suddenly appeared, absorbing the impact of Kiangnazan's punch and then reflecting it back. Even though Kiangnazan was a veteran with rich combat experience, facing such a novel and sudden move indeed caught him off guard. Bang! Vice Admiral Kiangnazan was sent flying. Vice Admiral. Commander. The nearby Marine soldiers looked at this scene and shocked their mouths agape. Warbwa, who had been on the defensive just a moment ago, how could he have sent the commander flying with one blow? Scram. Warbwa prepared to slip away, but things were not that simple. Finger gun bullet. Air bullets resembling the 6 pulses divine sword flew toward Warbwa. Slash dial. The ejected slash canceled out the finger gun bullets. I misjudged this time. You will be a threat to the Marines in the future. Vice Admiral Kiang Nazin was now not only disheveled, but also had some injuries since he was rebounded by his own attack. I said if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Do it. Boom. Crack. Huge lightning covered the area around Warbwa. The violent and chaotic electric current knocked out all the Marine soldiers, and Vice Admiral Kiang Nazin was especially targeted by the lightning. It turned out that AI Nilu had contacted him using his mantra at the critical moment. AI Nilu had previously encountered a problem in his training and fell into a state of self-isolation, only now emerging from it. After communicating with Warbwa through mantra, AI Nilu directly used the major skill, God's Judgment. Vice Admiral Kiang Nazin, caught off guard, was struck by lightning and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Flight mode activated. Warbwa's armor was somewhat damaged, but its functions were still usable. The 4 priests had already seized the control room, and the gate had opened. Warbwa's ship had already sailed out. Warbwa looked back at Kiang Nazin, this veteran vice admiral, also a resourceful strategist, a very formidable opponent, but he still lost. He lost to the unexpected loss to the shameless cooperation between Warbwa and AI Nilu. Just as Warbwa claimed to be a pirate, this was the true way of pirates. Using any means necessary was what a real pirate did. This time might have been an unfair victory, but next time Warbwa resolved to defeat these veteran vice admirals in a fair and square manner. Quickly inform headquarters that a group of pirates has been severely underestimated in terms of danger, the Luo Zio pirates. They have a hidden expert, a user of the Rumble fruit. Their captain Luo Zio has been severely underestimated. The reason Kiang Nazin did this was twofold. First, to inform headquarters that the cause of this incident was not his responsibility. Second, because the opponent was too strong, thus reducing the punishment from his superiors. Pirates invaded the naval fortress and were even breached head-on, which was a serious dereliction of duty. The fortress commander Kiang Nazin could not escape responsibility and was temporarily relieved of his post as base commander. However, Kiang Nazin's intelligence also drew the attention of the Navy's high command. Kiang Nazin was aligned with Chi Quan's faction, but unlike Chi Quan, he did not enforce absolute justice. The Navy also had factions, where there are people there is conflict, and the Navy was no exception. Everyone had their own views and ideas, so strife was common, and one faction suppressing another was also common. In a meeting room at Marine headquarters, Kiang Nazin and Chi Quan Saka CG sat facing each other. Old friend, this matter of yours is quite ugly. Chi Quan's expression was somewhat gloomy. I was careless. I didn't expect that there would be a Thunderfruit user in that pirate crew. Kiang Nazin also blamed himself. He often prided himself as a strategic commander, yet in the end, he lost due to carelessness. The Thunderfruit, a top-tier Logia-type fruit. Even the world government's strongest intelligence agency couldn't locate that devil fruit. Yet they have the devil fruit encyclopedia. Chi Quan's expression recovered slightly. Kiang Nazin was an important figure in the Hawk faction, and although temporarily removed from office, it did not affect his leadership and strength. What is the origin of this Luo Shio pirate crew? Kiang Nazin asked. See for yourself. Chi Quan pushed over some documents. Kiang Nazin took the documents and examined them carefully. That's not right. This Luo Shio is not the pirate in armor that I saw. Not. Could it be that he was wearing armor and you couldn't see his face? You don't trust me. These two are definitely not the same person. This guy is impersonating Luo Shio. That pirate crew might be fake. Kiang Nazin speculated. Impersonating a pirate crew. What do these people want? Chi Quan's arm dripped a few drops of magma in agitation. Concealing identity, a shrewd captain, a Thunderfruit user. Also his accomplices were 4 people with wings. Sky Islanders. Exactly, their abilities are strange. Any other clues? The cannon firepower of that pirate ship is immense, even stronger than the fortress's heavy guns. The cannons on board are comparable to the headquarters' heavy guns. Yes. I hope you'll keep an eye on it. I am now a disgraced man, so I'll take my leave first. Kiang Nazin turned and left. You haven't changed yourself. You haven't changed either. Watching Kiang Nazin leave, Chi Quan glanced again at the 30 million belly bounty poster of Luo Shio. Sigu Kingdom. Today at the port district, an ordinary ship docked here. Wire Bo and his group, after a period of sailing, returned here. As soon as he returned to Tsigu Kingdom, Wire Bo summoned his subordinates for a meeting. Leaders love meetings. He handed over the Sky Island gold to the finance department of GSE and Ko Luo Mali Meng. He gave the Sky Island shell resources to the Curie Couples Research Institute. He entrusted the new herbs to Dr. 20. Moreover, based on the construction blueprint of the Arc Maxims provided by AI and Lu, he instructed the Research Institute and factory to cooperate in building a ship capable of flight. AI and Lu, eager to go to the Infinite Land, moved directly into the Research Institute. After a few days, the Curie couple reported that AI and I Lu had great insight in science and technology. In the original story, the ship was also designed by AI and I Lu. Upon hearing this news, Bo was not happy at all. Why were others geniuses while he couldn't do anything? He didn't even have hockey, a must-have for the strong. How could he get by in the future? During this time, Bo also hid in his own lab, studying his abilities on his own. He devoured various materials, consuming steel to create Bo alloy. He gave his own battle armor to the Curie couple, asking them to integrate shell resources into the armor for his combat use. The four priests were also in a secret base near the research institute. Everything was proceeding as usual. Sigu Kingdom remained a world-renowned medical powerhouse. The fitness pills were still extremely popular, and merchant ships buying medicine came in an endless stream. Sigu Kingdom's economy was soaring, and the country began extensive construction. Although it was a winter island, the port district had no trace of cold. Bo also frequently appeared in the public eye, showing his love for his people and approachability. To consolidate his rule, he relied not only on his troops, but also on the loyalty of the people. Everyone hoped for a peaceful life, but contrary to expectations, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Sigu Kingdom. The envoy of the Hua Kingdom has arrived. At the port, a large fleet sailed into the anchorage, colliding with and overturning the civilian ships docked there. What's going on? The port patrol captain demanded. It's the envoy of the Hua Kingdom. His fleet directly crowded out and overturned other people's ships at the port. The subordinate replied. The Hua Kingdom, a loyal ally of the previous king. This is troublesome. The patrol captain and his team were responsible for maintaining order at the port. But this incident involved national diplomacy, and he didn't know whether to intervene. Captain, what should we do? They have violated our rules and laws and damaged the private property of citizens. This is a criminal act. We should arrest them and put them on trial. A silver-haired warrior with a ponytail said. Rue, when doing this, could trigger a war between nations. The patrol captain said. I only obey the laws of His Majesty Bo. Rue was the genius young female warrior who was brought back to Sigu Kingdom in the Tanya Kingdom arc. Earlier, Rue and Gubu Ta had been trained by Duo Dun and became soldiers of the guard. Later, Duo Dun transferred them to the patrol team to work from the grassroots and gain experience. Rue had exceptional combat talent. Though still young, her strength could easily defeat an entire squad of patrol soldiers. This was a world where the strong were respected, so whether in the port district patrol or other areas, everyone admired this formidable young female warrior. In contrast, Gubuta, who was with Rue, was the opposite, lazy and gluttonous. After obtaining the steel fruit ability, his physical training was very poor. So after Duo Dun gave Gubuta a lesson, he also kicked him to the patrol team. Whenever there was hard or dirty work, the patrol team members would assign it to Gubuta. But, patrol team, follow me to arrest the lawbreakers. Let them know that in Sigu Kingdom their tricks don't work here. Rue charged ahead, rushing toward the disembarking Hua Kingdom envoy at the port. You are under arrest. This is Patrol Officer Rue 1. You are suspected of violating the laws enacted by His Majesty King Bo, specifically the crime of destruction and embezzlement of citizens' property. I'm sorry, but please have your person in charge come out and accept punishment. The Kingdom of Fire is a nation within the One Piece world. The former king of Drum Kingdom and the former king of the Kingdom of Fire were close friends. Meanwhile, Walpo's brother Emu was also under house arrest there. As Emu possessed the abilities of a paramecia-type spore fruit, he had an intense fear of fire, which is why Walpo's father exiled him to the Kingdom of Fire. Walpo welcomed visits from nobles of other nations, for those fools were all too easy to deceive. Most were short-sighted and incompetent. Junk products developed by various research institutes were often peddled to these nobles by Walpo. He would declare them limited editions, one of a kind. And those nobles, once they purchased these trinkets, would boastfully show them off at social gatherings among their peers. Yet those nobles would never dare to act rashly on Drum Kingdom's soil. Nobles possessed their own pride. They would not provoke Walpo. After all, the medicinal products from the medical powerhouse were essential to them, for any illness or calamity required the intervention of Drum Kingdom's medical team. But this was the first time anyone had been so brazen, charging into the harbor with such recklessness. Your leader should come forward and face Drum Kingdom's judgment. Raven stood armored in silver, his magical greatsword gripped in hand. Who in the world are you, wild brats? We are the envoys of the Kingdom of Fire. A man with an ugly little mustache spoke up. I'll say it once more. Your leader must come ashore and face Drum Kingdom's judgment, for you've broken our laws. Should you refuse to cooperate, we have the right to sink you right here and consider it an act of war, Raven stated with unwavering dignity. Ha ha ha. War? Has Drum Kingdom forgotten the might of the Kingdom of Fire? Who was it that nearly perished and begged for our aid back then? A resonant baritone voice rang out. Duke Bach, what are you doing outside? The little-maned man asked with sycophantic deference. The man introduced as Duke Bach wore noble attire with an imposing presence, appearing upright and dignified at around 27 or 28 years old. He held the highest authority in the Kingdom of Fire, ranking just below the king himself as a man of considerable power. The Kingdom of Fire spanned territory comparable to the Tanya Kingdom, slightly smaller than Alabasta, but far larger than Drum Kingdom. Its citizens, accustomed to scorching temperatures, possessed natural resistance to fire, and their weapons bore flame attributes. Their warships stood out in vibrant red adorned with flame motifs, their cannons painted crimson banners, shaped like fire, and even their clothing, from soldiers to nobility, matched the fiery color scheme. 3, 2, 1, fire. Bang, bang, bang. The patrol members raised their guns and opened fire on the Kingdom of Fire's flagship. Bullets grazed past Duke Bok's face. Who gave you permission to fire? The patrol captain roared, grabbing a soldier by the collar. You dare shoot at an envoy. You're finished. Attack them. The little maned man screamed in terror, cowering on the deck after the earlier gunfire. The Kingdom of Fire's fleet formed a line, cannons trained on the harbor patrol. The port defenses responded in kind, marshaling every available weapon to bear on the foreign fleet. War seemed imminent until Dalton arrived with his troops, shouting for everyone to halt and prevent further escalation. Stop. All of you stand down. Duke Bok signaled his men to stand down, then asked Dalton who he was. Which side do you fight for? I am Duke Bok, envoy of the Kingdom of Fire. Why did you breach our harbor, capsize our citizens' vessels, and disregard established docking procedures? How can you expect nobles to dock alongside commoners? Your king has taught you no dignity. Wapol lacks even a shred of noble grace. Like garbage. This duke would never associate with common folk, Bok declared arrogantly. At the insult to his majesty, Wapol, Dalton's grip tightened on his battle axe. Restrain yourself. There are too many civilians here. If conflict erupts, innocents will suffer, and even victory would come at too great a cost, warned Chief of Staff Jess, who had rushed alongside Dalton. Next time I'll kill him. The deeper Dalton delved into his fruit's abilities, the more the wild bull's ferocity surged within him. What brings you to Drum Kingdom, your grace? Jess asked. And who are you? I serve as Chief of Staff Jess of Drum Kingdom, and this is our warrior General Dalton, commander of the armed forces, known as the Wild Bull. The Wild Bull, Dalton. Bok paused, studying the formidable warrior with new interest. Seeing the battle axe in his hands, his eyes lit up. Fine weapon, Bok commented appreciatively. Jess could only stare in disbelief. Was this duke truly here to jest? We never intended to escalate matters, but your patrol soldier was completely out of line. Does he understand whom he's addressing? Hand him over, and today's incident will be forgotten, Bok demanded imperiously. Both Dalton and Jess immediately recognized the soldier Bok meant. Raven. What happened with Raven? Dalton asked. As you witnessed, they disregarded harbor protocol and violated the laws established by His Majesty Wapol. I demanded accountability, but they resisted arrest, which left me no choice but to use force. Dalton exchanged a glance with Jess, silently asking for guidance. Your request cannot be granted, Duke Bok. This warrior is a citizen of our nation, and as an envoy of the Kingdom of Fire, you hold no authority over our people. Only His Majesty Wapol possesses that right. Jess would never yield on this point. He was fiercely protective of his own. Besides, Raven was a talent cultivated by Wapol himself. There was no way he'd hand him over to some foolish duke. You refuse to hand him over. Then you seek war. So be it. If the Kingdom of Fire's forces don't lay down their arms within 3 seconds, sink them all. Wapol appeared at the harbor atop his heavily armored hippo mount. Burdened with state affairs and training in Enel's mental network technique, what some call observation hockey, he hadn't bothered with personal grooming, his hair tousled and beard unshaven. It wasn't until Cromerriman contacted him via Din Din Mushi to report the Kingdom of Fire's disturbances that he departed from the castle. He cared nothing for the details of what transpired. This was his territory, and he expected respect regardless of whether one came as a tiger or a dragon. Besides, since Raven was the one who caused this trouble, how could Wapol blame the kingdom's future pillar? You. Wapol, you. Fire. The king's command sent shockwaves through his forces. All would obey without hesitation. Such is the authority of a ruler. At Wapol's command, all the firepower from the port shore batteries was unleashed upon the fleet of the Fire Country. The Fire Country's fleet returned a few cannon shots before being sunk by the heavy defensive artillery of the harbor district. Madman. Madman. Wapol, you lunatic. Cease fire. Duke Bok could no longer maintain his pretentious facade. He had never anticipated that Wapol would actually open fire. The harbor was a U-shaped port, leaving the fleet exposed to a pincer attack from both sides from start to finish. Moreover, Wapol was in earnest, so he permitted his men to use the new reinforced alloy shells, which possessed 5 times the power of ordinary rounds with greater speed and accuracy. The civilians of the port district had already evacuated, unconcerned about their homes being destroyed, for His Majesty would build them new ones. They also wished to teach that arrogant noble a lesson. At that moment, in a top-floor suite of a distant noble's guest hotel, a group watched the scene in silence. Is the Drum Kingdom now so formidable? It seems Bok of the Fire Country is finished. How so? 80% of this fleet is his own. The remaining 20 belongs to the Fire Country. His private warships. Precisely. Now they are all destroyed here. Not necessarily. Wapol likely only intends to teach him a lesson. Their conversation revealed intelligence that only nobles would have access to. These two were Queen Rue of the Tanya Kingdom and her maid Merlin. They had come to negotiate cooperation with Wapol and happened to witness the battle in the port district. The Fire Country's fleet was formidable, more than capable of handling ordinary pirates. Even the poker pirates lacked such strength. It could only be said that the Drum Kingdom of today was not what it once was. Wapol had focused the national treasury on fortifying the port district's military capabilities. Cease fire. Wapol gave the order via a den mushi. Have your so-called Duke come out here. Wapol declared while riding a hippo. Of the Fire Country's dozen warships comprising a complete fleet, only 4 remained afloat, the rest had been sunk. Duke Bok, disheveled and humiliated, stumbled off one of the surviving ships. He truly had not expected Wapol to attack, nor had he underestimated the military might of the Drum Kingdom. You're Bok, aren't you? Did you think the Drum Kingdom was still as weak as before? Speak. Wapol fixed him with an icy glare. Bok, a man who had weathered many storms, straightened his back. Wapol, this is an act of war. You have provoked war. The Fire Country will not let this go. Await our vengeance. Bok threatened. Oh really? Still putting on airs, are you? Dalton, beat him. Give him a thrashing first. Wapol waved his hand. Dalton approached Bok, battle-axe in hand. As a Duke of the Fire Country, Bok was proficient in some martial arts. However, in the nearby seas, Dalton's reputation was formidable. Both the underworld and the legitimate world knew him well. Don't bully him, give him a weapon. Wapol signaled a subordinate to hand Bok a longsword. After taking the sword and sizing up the burly Dalton, Bok had no choice but to steel himself. Take this. Flame slash. Bok struck first. Dalton observed Bok's technique and shook his head. Without even transforming, he sidestepped and swung his battle-axe, the resulting air pressure shredding Bok's clothes, leaving him in only his underpants. According to the law, Bok is sentenced to be paraded through the streets. Let him go. As a Duke of the Fire Country, Wapol could not simply kill him outright. Ever since the Drum Kingdom had earned substantial profits from selling medicines, all manner of unscrupulous characters had sought to claim a share. The Fire Country had repeatedly colluded with pirates to raid the Drum Kingdom's medicine transport ships, but were repelled by the escort vessels. This visit was intended to test the Drum Kingdom's resolve and, if possible, to intimidate Wapol into submission through military threats. But they had miscalculated. Wapol held them in no regard. The Fire Country's high command still clung to an outdated impression of the Drum Kingdom, unaware that it had been undergoing rapid development over the past 2 or 3 years. New innovations emerged daily and the nation's power grew steadily. Had Wapol arrived in this world only recently, he might have feared them, but now he had the resources to make them kneel and sing his praises. The farce involving the Fire Country's envoy concluded. Duke Bok, leading his 4 remaining ships, retreated in disgrace, shouting threats of revenge as he departed. Wapol responded by firing a single shell that snapped the flagpole. The news of the Fire Country's envoy causing trouble and being driven off by the Drum Kingdom's king spread rapidly across the nearby seas. The Drum Kingdom controlled the export of medicines, and many nations depended on it. They all chose to side with Wapol, condemning the insolent provocation of the Fire Country's envoy Bok. After returning to the Fire Country in disgrace, Duke Bok was not only reprimanded by the king, but also endured the ridicule of other nobles, leaving him consumed with hatred for Wapol. I will destroy the Drum Kingdom. I will make that bastard Wapol kneel before me. I have become the laughingstock of all the nobles. This is worse than death. I want you dead, Wapol. Duke Bok roared in his own mansion. Your Grace, we cannot defeat Wapol now, but there is someone who can, the mustachioed man said insidiously. Speak. What is your plan? Do you know of the legendary Kingdom of the North Sea, the evil army Germa 66? You would mock me with a fairy tale kingdom. No, Your Grace. Germa 66 is real. Look, this is information from the black market. The mustachioed man handed Bok a flyer. Germa 66, the world's most powerful mercenary nation. If you can pay the price, we will serve you and destroy any country. After reading the advertisement, Bok's eyes lit up. Go to my treasure vault and take all my wealth to pay the commission. I want to hire the Germa army. I want them to trample the Drum Kingdom. Huh. Wapol, you're dead. Bok laughed maniacally. The mustachioed man smirked slyly. The Drum Kingdom remained unaware of the impending fierce battle. Enel's design drawings were harshly criticized by Wapol, leaving Enel unconvinced and challenging Wapol to design something himself. Wapol redrew the mechanical designs from his past life, immediately silencing Enel. Both were exceptionally devoted to the moon landing project, one yearning for the boundless land above, the other coveting the resources of the lunar ruins. Building a spaceship was not a task accomplished in a single day. Every component, from material selection, power systems, energy systems, steering, propulsion, and other structures, required step-by-step experimentation. Only after all verifications were complete would the spaceship be assembled. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Walbo's factory has already begun installing robotic arms for processing. The workforce is gradually decreasing while production capacity is steadily increasing. The freed-up labor force can be allocated to other constructions. The spaceship is still in the research and development experimental stage. Once the experiment succeeds and is verified with the abundant labor force of the Tsigu Kingdom, the spaceship can be built quickly. Steel, ordinary alloys, and pharmaceuticals are the main commodities for foreign trade. Inferior enhancement agents are also sold on the black market. However, the enhancement potions and Wapol alloy are not sold abroad. These outputs are all used to strengthen the country's military forces. A batch of secret troops have all undergone enhancement, and their weapons are all new type enhanced weapons fused from magic energy stones and Wapol alloy. This troop totals 1,000 men secretly commanded by Duo or Dun and is currently training in a secret base. They are all respectable local youths of the Tsigu Kingdom possessing absolute loyalty to Wapol. This is a trump card in Wapol's hand. The number of troops in the Tsigu Kingdom has increased, including the Guard Unit, Security Unit, Patrol Unit, and Secret Special Forces. Maintaining an army is extremely costly. Powerful techniques consume more stamina. Some techniques can overdraw haki, and in more severe cases they consume one's own life force, that is lifespan. Wapol has been in this world for nearly 3 years, and has begun to doubt the technological power of this world. Because of the cheat device known as devil fruits, some things that are impossible in science and technology can be achieved through devil fruits. Such a convenient thing could certainly promote technological progress, so why has the technology tree of the pirate world gone astray? Look at the Navy's equipment. How far behind is it from the real world? Even if you are as powerful as Kaiduo or Whitebeard, can they withstand a nuclear bomb? Technology has given humanity the power of gods. Wapol has recently made some progress in cultivating observation haki. With Ainalu's guidance, it has indeed been effective. Observation haki has greatly helped Wapol. Previously wearing the battle armor made him nothing more than an iron bucket man without artificial intelligence. If he fully masters observation haki, it will be like having a radar, turning him into an Iron Man with Jarvis. Technology and cultivation. In Wapol's view, the two are the same. All state affairs Wapol has handed over to Jesse and Kaluamalaming. Since the plan was already established, as long as they supervise the execution, no problems will arise. Nowadays, apart from cultivating observation haki, Wapol is researching weapons. Weapons of mass destruction, magic energy stones, enhanced explosives, and various bizarre materials. Wapol does not know their properties either, so he must continuously experiment. These materials are all explosive substances identified by scientists. To make a super bomb, Wapol is not afraid of it exploding during experiments because of his devour fruit ability. Once an explosion wave occurs, he can directly devour it with his ability. This effectively forcibly prevents the explosion and pauses it in another space. The devour fruit has many possibilities in terms of development directions. The power of the enhanced explosive is twice that of the current black market explosives. Such power is still insufficient. The power of special explosives is equivalent to the power of Pideluo's self-destruction. Compared to that, my enhanced explosive is still a notch inferior. Previously, during debugging, I couldn't perceive the fluctuations between various substances. But now, after cultivating observation haki under Ainalu, I can initially perceive the fusion-fission or fusion of some elements. Wapol had wanted to make such weapons of mass destruction before. But without supercomputers and the assistance of various precision instruments, it is difficult to conduct such experiments. Magic energy stones release energy and can be regarded as reactor No. 1. But the material for No. 2 has never been determined. The explosive grade is insufficient, and other substances cannot match the energy released by the magic energy stones. Fission and fusion are not on the same frequency. What can be done? If I don't use magic energy stones as the reactor, I can make it with other materials, but it won't be a nation-destroying strategic weapon, only a super bomb. Alas, before finding another substance that can match the magic energy stones, I can only develop a super bomb for now. Wapol focused intently, holding 2 materials for fusion with serious determination. These 2 materials are concentrated liquids he extracted from explosives using his Devour factory. Once fusion begins, it cannot be stopped, and no mistakes can be made. If the frequencies are inconsistent, it will fail. Failure explosion. Perceive their frequencies and fuse them at the same instant like a zipper on clothes. Every tooth must bite into the correct place. If there is a mistake, it will affect the following. Sweat had soaked Wapol's clothes. The 2 materials were fusing bit by bit. When the last tooth fused together, Wapol finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is not a strategic weapon, the power of this super bomb may be the greatest in this world. No one else has a Devour factory, and no one else can extract concentrated liquid of explosive substances. Nor does everyone possess such advanced cognition as I do. While you are all developing the limits of the human body, I have already changed direction. The power of technology may not be inferior to yours. Wapol looked at the golden apple-shaped super bomb before him and said, as for observation haki, he could only learn it from Ainalu. He had no clue about armament haki and conqueror's haki. Physical combat techniques could only be accumulated slowly through practical experience. Therefore, Wapol focused on the development and application of his fruit ability. Technological weapons are equipment that increase attack and defense. As for which country in this world is into technology, it can only be Jeremy 66. Their cyborg and cloning technology truly amazed Warbwa, because it has risen to the level of human genetics. People in the pirate world are the same as those in the real world, except that after some strange bugs, human genes are no longer the only immutable thing. Devil fruits and bloodline factors are a kind of world bug that changes human genes. In this world, everyone has a golden finger cheat. The bloodline factor is a miraculous substance in the world of One Piece. The reason devil fruits grant supernatural abilities is entirely due to the bloodline factor. What determines the effect of a devil fruit is the bloodline factor. Upon the first bite of a devil fruit, all the bloodline factor concentrates on the piece of fruit that enters the mouth. Even if others later share the fruit, they will not obtain any supernatural ability. So does the bloodline factor obey the laws of segregation and independent assortment of genes? The laws of genetics pertain to the process of meiosis, that is in terms of producing offspring. If the bloodline factor followed these laws, it would mean that devil fruit abilities are hereditary. However, in the world of One Piece, we have never seen a devil fruit user pass on their power to their child. Therefore, the bloodline factor of devil fruits does not conform to these laws. In other words, the bloodline factor within devil fruits is not hereditary, it has no effect on the consumer's own genes, and does not cause any genetic alteration. However, it is inexplicable if genes remain unchanged. Why would the user's body transform? Wapol is not a student of biological genetics. He is a mechanical engineering student who merely took some elective courses in this field. The world of One Piece. This world cannot be judged by common sense. Wapol suddenly understood. What if there really is a demon inside a devil fruit? And the bloodline factor, similar to genes, is the unique code within a living being, so a person can only consume one devil fruit. Eating more would cause the body's code to collapse. Because devil fruits alter the body's code. Blackbeard can consume multiple fruits, so his body's code must be different from ordinary people. The soul may also be related to the bloodline factor and the demon within the devil fruit, serving as the medium between them. When sea prism stone or seawater blocks the connection to the soul, the ability user loses control over the demon. Of course, this is just Walpole's speculation, not yet confirmed. With this clue, Walpole compared the experiment of forcibly cycling devil fruits after devouring a fruit user, specifically the steel fruit of the Great Bear King. What a miraculous world. My ability is to devour any substance integrated into my body or directly digest it and convert it into stamina and bioenergy. Walpole looked at the super bomb in his hand. This gives me a new idea. Walpole swallowed the super bomb in one gulp. If I could turn my hair into bombs, I would be a bomber in the sky. My brain is a genius. Walpole now had Enel's guidance to begin training in observation hockey, but he could not train in armament hockey or conqueror's hockey, as there was no one to teach him the basics. Therefore, Walpole diligently trained his devil fruit ability, becoming more and more proficient in controlling it. However, it was still very difficult to turn his hair into bombs. If you cannot wiggle your ears and force yourself to try, you will find no response. But after some practice, you will discover that your ears can move a little. Walpole was in this situation now. A training required perseverance. While Walpole trained, his subordinates were not idle. Dalton, Jess, Cromwell, Raven, and Gobda were all local forces. Enel and the four priests were newcomers. Apart from guiding Walpole in observation hockey, every day Enel spent almost all his time in the Julie couple's research lab, working with the scientist team on the development and testing of the spaceship. Rather than enhancing his own strength, he was more eager to quickly build the spaceship and fly to the endless vast Earth. Dalton's strength steadily improved, but he had now hit a bottleneck. Without hockey, it was difficult to achieve a leap in power. Jess upgraded his weapon, equipping a composite war bow with magic energy attribute. Cromwell upgraded his gauntlets, which now had both magic energy and poison attributes. As their leader, Walpole could not play favorites, so he also prepared new weapons for the four priests. He gave Dawu new explosives to complement his ball dragon technique. He prepared a new arm guard for Nyepan equipped with a breath dial. For Shura, he prepared a new lance, which in addition to the installed flame dial, also had a magic energy attribute. His mount, the three zhang legs, was also equipped with defensive armor. He gave Alma magic energy, sword with the attribute of a cloud sword. The mount Big Dog was also equipped with gear and played together with Walpole's hippo and Shura's bird. The four were delighted with their upgraded equipment, and Walpole ordered them to familiarize themselves with the new weapons in the training ground as soon as possible. Enel's observation hockey was the strongest. The four priests were weaker only at the level of some minor officers of the four emperors in the New World. However, knowing observation hockey versus not knowing it was a different level. Dalton was currently the strongest native of the Drum Kingdom besides Walpole. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Dalton in his transformed state surpassed the four priests in strength and speed, but the four priests could compensate for this gap with the aid of Sky Island dials. Moreover, mastering observation hockey, they were far superior in evading attacks. No one currently could use armament hockey, but with the observation hockey god Enel here, they could learn observation hockey from him. Jess, Dalton, Cromwell, Gupta, and Raven all trained in observation hockey with Wapol. Observation hockey cultivated through training compared to naturally awakened observation hockey still had a considerable gap. In terms of range characteristics and training speed of observation hockey, those who awakened it naturally were slightly stronger. But this was not absolute. It was possible that someone trained later could become stronger. What was the fastest training method? Naturally, it was actual combat. In the training ground, Wapol sparred with Enel. Enel attacked Wapol with a golden staff, while Wapol blindfolded dodged Enel's attacks. Although he could not avoid every hit, Wapol continuously used his devil fruit ability to transform his body's material, blocking the attacks, so he was not covered in bumps like the others. Dalton once fought Elm. At full power, Dalton could not defeat Enel, but no one else was a match for him. Because even if you sensed the opponent's attack intent with observation hockey, if your body could not keep up, you would still be hit. The four priests were slightly inferior to Dalton in terms of physical fitness. To improve physical fitness apart from years of training, there was also the body strengthening potion, researched by the medical pharmaceutical team under Wapol's orders. As for the lightning tempering method, only Enel could withstand it. The body strengthening potion also encountered a bottleneck in research stuck at the initial stage. However, because Wapol provided some advanced theories on the bloodline factor and genes, Dr. 20 gained some clues. A more potent strengthening potion would soon be developed. Wapol persisted in his cultivation every day and maintained his physical training. However, his body seemed to be restricted, his strength stagnating without any significant improvement. Taking the Marines as an example, the rank of Vice Admiral serves as a dividing line. Only those who can wield hockey and the Rokushiki have the opportunity to advance to Vice Admiral level. One need not master all 6 techniques of Rokushiki, but must at minimum learn to wield armament hockey. Even natural-type devil fruit users like Smoker possess this ability. While Wapol has yet to grasp armament hockey under Enel's tutelage, he has gradually begun to comprehend observation hockey. Before his journey to the moon, Wapol intended to strengthen his capabilities further, enhancing not only his battle armor, but also his physical conditioning. The basic enhancement potions had lost their effectiveness on Wapol at his current stage. Only more potent formulations could yield further physical augmentation. Rather than relying solely on potions, he decided to train through systematic weightlifting, constructing various heavy apparatus for resistance exercises. His scientists developed a gravity field generator currently capable of increasing gravitational force twofold. Within the gravity field, Wapol trained daily through bench presses, squats, push-ups, and weighted running. Each session incrementally building his base physical attributes. The gains proved genuine despite their modest size. Beyond conventional training, Wapol also began experimenting with Enel's lightning tempering technique. In the later stages of this world, lightning emerged as a devastating offensive force, evident in Big Mom's thunderhead clouds and the Mink tribe's electrical attacks. As the master of lightning, Enel could administer controlled current stimulation to accelerate physical development. In the training chamber, Wapol sat upon an electric chair, while Enel visibly channeled electricity through his fingers to conduct the shocks. Wapol absorbed the electrical current directly through his unguarded body, without any protection or armament hockey. Increased the current. Wapol clenched his teeth as Enel adjusted the output. 5.5 million volts. Scorch marks marred Wapol's body. Through rigorous training, his tolerance for lightning strikes had already reached the limit of 5 million volts. Today, Wapol intended to raise that limit further. At that moment, Wapol activated his second form, the lean form. In stark contrast to his previous corpulent appearance, this iteration revealed a muscular physique, standing 2 meters tall, with explosive power and endurance in perfect harmony. Inject the tissue regeneration serum. The attending physician began treating Wapol's wounds while researchers recorded experimental data. Fortunately, we have this tissue regeneration serum. Wapol washed his wounds, knitting back together. The regeneration serum is synthesized from Skypia's unique medicinal herbs, their cellular repair properties blended with various pharmaceutical compounds. Currently, this serum can only heal ordinary injuries. It cannot resurrect the dead or regenerate lost limbs. Through medication that accelerates cell division, it achieves faster metabolism and quicker wound healing, though the side effect is significant energy depletion. Following the electrical conditioning regimen, Wapol required substantial caloric intake and a full day of rest to recover. In this world, stamina forms the foundation of all power. Devil fruit abilities, hockey, and wound recovery all demanded. Increasing one's stamina reserve was therefore essential training. Wapol's relentless training regimen inspired his subordinates. Raven proved the most diligent, not as a swordsman, but as a warrior. While most swordsmen relied on blade techniques, Raven combined her magic-infused greatsword with hand-to-hand combat skills. Her strikes and kicks proved equally lethal alongside her weapon. Who says women are inferior? Boss Wapol, I will make every penny you pay me worthwhile. Raven swung her greatsword, driving it downward in relentless repetition. She had originally come to Donut Kingdom through Wapol's promises of food, but after living here for some time, Raven finally found what felt like home. Therefore, to protect Donut Kingdom, she sought to grow stronger. Gabuda, on the other hand, was a lazy fellow. Once a wandering orphan, he had grown idle after finding security and plenty of food in the kingdom. However, when Wapol granted him the iron fruit ability, Gabuda could no longer afford to remain idle. Raven's dedication stirred something in him. His friend had already begun forging himself into something greater, and he refused to fall behind. He too began his training. Jace served as the kingdom's strategist, spending each day alongside Cromerriman managing state affairs. Yet he never neglected his true mastery, archery. Though he wielded superior weapons now, Jace understood the need to match his own abilities to their demands. To carve out training time, he established a staff department and trained loyal subordinates to handle administrative duties. Jace possessed natural talent with the bow, and his recent understanding of observation hockey had dramatically sharpened his accuracy. Cromerriman served as the kingdom's chief administrator, acting as Valpo's indispensable right hand in governance. Like Jace, as the nation grew stronger and more complex, Cromerriman found he could no longer manage everything alone. He established an administrative division, recruiting talented individuals to share the workload and improve efficiency. Though not a combat prodigy and of average strength, the veteran Cromerriman refused to be surpassed by newcomers. His path of cultivation centered on boxing, hidden weapons, and poison. Meanwhile, Dalton stood as the warrior commander of Donut Kingdom and the public face of Magnolia's military might. Pushing further into the awakening of his Zoan-type devil fruit abilities, Dalton now trained his willpower and spiritual resilience to prevent the beast within from consuming him. He theorized that prison beasts emerged when devil fruit users' willpower or spiritual strength proved insufficient, their wild nature overwhelming them and transforming them into monstrous forms. Consider Tony Chopper's rampage 2 years prior contrasted with his 5-minute lucid window 2 years later. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Ford Devis adapted to the Qinghai environment and the combat tactics of its people. Having wreaked havoc at a marine base, the four could not operate openly. Instead, massed alongside Robin, they became the shadow operatives of Donut Kingdom, purging traitors within and deploying spies abroad. They functioned as the kingdom's intelligence directorate, every individual trained diligently, driven by the things they sought to protect. Time flew by. The lunar exploration spacecraft was half-built, and everyone was busy with their own affairs. The overall strength of Magu Kingdom was gradually improving. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. The door to Walpo's office was pushed open. A black-haired woman in a white-collar uniform walked in. Robin, can you adjust your collar? Walpo said to the sexy beauty before him. Big brother, there's no way. The uniform's collar is too tight. Robin subtly showed off. All right, I know you have a good figure. Stop showing off. What is it? Here. This is intelligence from our black market informants. Robin handed Walpo a document. Walpo took the document and read it carefully. Germa 66 is the name of the Scientific Kingdom's army, also known as the War Experts and the Evil Army. It is a scientific combat force that operates as mercenaries around the world. It is a powerful military organization in the North Blue, a scientific combat unit led by the Vinsmoke family, who once ruled the entire North Blue by force. The Germa Kingdom is a unique seafaring nation in the world with no fixed territory. Usually dozens of ships operate separately, and when combined they form the kingdom. Almost all citizens are male and simultaneously soldiers, forming the Germa 66 army that frightens the world. Since their country is of a mercenary nature, they take on war missions. According to black market intelligence, someone has spent a large sum to hire the Germa Legion to attack Magu Kingdom with the goal of obtaining King Walpo's head. Putting down the document, Walpo stroked his chin. It seems many are envious of us. First, the employer must have a grudge against Magu Kingdom or against him, Walpo. Second, the executors are Germa 66. Why would they dare to accept this mission? Their Magu Kingdom is not weak. A forced attack would come at a great cost to them. What reason would make them attack Magu Kingdom even at high cost? Can the employer's commission make up for their losses? Or are they after some of my research achievements here? Both Magu Kingdom and Germa are member nations of the world government. The world government shouldn't ignore this unless Germa has some collusion with them. Profit, Robin summarized in 2 words. Walpo's mind raced. Currently, Magu Kingdom has absolute independence, and world government intelligence personnel cannot infiltrate their country at all. And the alloy steel, medicinal drugs, hidden enhancement potions, and reinforced explosives here are all things the world government wants to obtain. Except for some contraband, some defective research products, or castrated versions, they have all been sold on the black market. The world government has the most scientific teams in the world and geniuses like Vegapunk. It must be that some intelligence was leaked, causing the world government to target them. Then their intelligence personnel could not infiltrate, so Germa is just a pawn they use to test Magu Kingdom. Remember, in this one-piece world, the world's largest organization is currently the world government. Some small countries that have not joined the world government will be completely abandoned. When Germa attacks those small countries, no one cares. Because as long as Germa offers benefits that satisfy the world government, they will pretend not to see it. And Germa 66 daring to accept the Magu Kingdom contract means they must have come prepared. The world government not only will not stop them, they might even assist them covertly. This is somewhat troubling. Magu Kingdom is not yet strong enough to confront such a powerful organization as the world government. It needs at least 5 more years. Damn it. Is this the curse of possessing treasure? Wapol was thinking of a countermeasure, one that would not expose his country's true strength, but could still repel the Germa Legion. Mercenaries. Mercenaries. Right, Germa is mercenaries, so I can also hire mercenaries to defend Magu Kingdom. The White Iron Mercenary Corps is meant for this moment. Magu Kingdom's indigenous strength should not be exposed too much. This war mainly depends on the White Iron Mercenary Corps. Wapol suddenly had an idea. I will make you lose everything. Germa 66 and the world government. All 3 of you combined, I will handle you properly. Wapol revealed a sly smile. Go tell Jess to spread rumors in the black market that Magu Kingdom will hire the White Iron Mercenary Corps as guards. Recall the troops from Jaya Island to create a false impression. Since we know they are coming to attack our country, we should prepare in advance. Evacuate the residents near the port, but do it secretly. During the day, soldiers should pretend to be citizens. Once the Germa Legion is spotted, prepare for war. Also, Robin, do not show yourself. I am afraid someone might recognize your identity. This time it is not about Magu Kingdom making a name for itself, but about the White Iron Mercenary Corps becoming famous worldwide. Want to probe my true strength? Wapol rapidly issued orders. Each order was arranged, and they waited for Germa to appear. Prey and Hunter, their identities swapped at this moment. Magu Kingdom was no longer the weak country it had been before, but a nation with the strength to compete. What it relied on was not how strong Wapol was, but overall strength. At this time there were still 7 years until Luffy set sail. The few main forces of the Germa Legion would not be too strong either. For this battle, Enel and the 4 divine officials should not show themselves. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Wapol stood up and went to the Curie couple to retrieve his battle armor. Robin looked at Wapol, her eyes showing some emotion. Inner thoughts, I will drag you into this, big brother. On the boundless sea, a massive fleet sailed majestically. The fleet's flagship was a gigantic castle. A flag displayed their identity. Once the overlords of the North blew the evil legion that even the world government sought to woo, Germa 66. In the castle, 5 people sat in the conference room: the Vinsmoke family patriarch, Vinsmoke, Judge, eldest son, Vinsmoke Ichiji, second son, Vinsmoke Niji, fourth son, Vinsmoke Yanji, and eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju. Father, isn't this campaign against Magu Kingdom an easy matter? Why do you look so troubled? 14-year-old Yanji asked. Magu Kingdom is not that simple. Our movements have been exposed, and word of the attack on Magu Kingdom has also been leaked in advance. I originally did not want to accept this mission, but because of the world government's promises I had to agree. As the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge was not only a scientist and a warrior, but also a shrewd leader. Though the anime portrayed Jiaji as a fool, in reality, he was remarkably shrewd. In the early stages of the battle, he did his utmost to gather intelligence, aiming to destroy the Tsigu Kingdom outright. But after reviewing the information, he realized the situation was far from simple. First, this war could not be prolonged. Second, if the conflict dragged on too long, the world government would inevitably intervene, given that both nations were member states. Third, the development of the Tsigu Kingdom over the past few years was inscrutable. Yet Jiaji still chose to attack, confident in his ability to defeat them. His secret weapon was the group of half-grown children before him. His children were his masterpieces, his ultimate trump card. He cared not how many ordinary soldiers were lost, but the battle with the Tsigu Kingdom would inevitably cost him some warships, a loss he could not avoid. Yongji, father is worried you might be defeated by the people of Tsigu Kingdom, Enaiji mocked. Enaiji, don't think you can provoke me just because you're my second brother. I'll smash you flat with one punch. Yongji waved his fist. The two of you stop fooling around. We're discussing serious matters. Iji glared at them both. Father, what are your plans? Iji asked. There's nothing to arrange. Launch a direct assault. Losses are inevitable. Capture their king Wapol and end this war as quickly as possible. Move out. Jiaji made up his mind. If he was going to do it, he would be ruthless, giving the enemy no chance to counterattack. The Jiaerma army drew closer to the Tsigu Kingdom. The coastal waters of the Tsigu Kingdom had been fully prepared. The harbor area was cordoned off with no ships allowed in or out, and the sea was thick with mines. These mines were inspired by the tunnel warfare tactics Wapol had studied, then developed by his team of scientists. The new reinforced explosives were sealed inside iron spheres. Any collision would trigger a massive detonation. At the harbor, soldiers bearing the insignia of the Baitai Mercenary Corps stood guard. It was all a performance. Wapol could not reveal his other identity. He had to play the role of the Fat King. So who would play the commander of the Baitai Mercenary Corps? Naturally, it was AI and Ilu. Initially, Wapol had wanted to keep AI and Ilu out of sight, but AI and Ilu insisted on joining the fun, so Wapol let him take charge and act as the commander. The main combatant on the field was Duo Dun. After all, he was the Tsigu Kingdom's most visible warrior. The soldiers were all prepared, and various heavy artillery and weapons were in place. This war is a direct confrontation. No tricks, just sheer strength. Wapol declared seated on the throne in the castle's council chamber. Through video transponder snails the battle was broadcast live. Moreover, AI and Lu's heart network had enveloped the entire Tsigu kingdom, and even the surrounding seas were within his perception range. A bunch of little ants are coming. A disdainful expression flickered beneath AI and Lu's armored mask. Jia Airma 66. Spread out. Prepare to bombard the Tsigu kingdom's harbor, ordered a clone commander. The soldiers of the Jia Airma army were all clones, so when on missions they wore full combat gear with masked faces. The Jia Airma fleet began to disperse all gun barrels aimed at the harbor. But before they even entered artillery range, several of their ships were sunk by the mines planted in the sea. What is that? There are bombs in the water. Bombs in the water? Are you kidding me? Are they torpedoes? No, they're not torpedoes. They really are bombs. They explode on contact. The Jia Airma soldiers were thrown into disarray by this new type of weapon. Don't panic. They're just hidden tricks. I'll clear them out. An IG clad in his blue battle suit leaped from the ship and dove into the sea. Electric shock needle. Boom, boom, boom. The mines in the water were detonated prematurely by NIG's electric current. In the castle, Wapol was not overly surprised. He had never underestimated the Jia Airma army. The first line of defense is breached. Now how will you break our second line, GAG? It was also Wapol's first time battling the technological might of the One Piece world, and he was eager to see what made it so special. Open fire. Attack the harbor defenses, commanded the Jia Airma clone soldier commander. On the other side, open fire. Let the Jia Airma taste the power of our cannons. The second line of defense, the best defense, was a strong offense. The Tsigu kingdom's artillery positions. Both sides began firing shells, engaging in a fierce artillery duel. The Tsigu kingdom had fewer cannons than the Jia Airma army, but they were supplemented by heavy reinforced artillery pieces. The shells carried more powerful explosives, flew faster, and had greater penetrating power. Relying solely on the harbor's artillery defenses, they managed to prevent the Jia Airma fleet from landing. Though the Jia Airma fleet was vast, their ships still sank when hit by the reinforced shells. What kind of shells are these? They have such power. One shell can sink a ship. The rate of fire is far faster than ordinary cannons. The helmsman can hardly maneuver to dodge. Flagship used the super heavy artillery to eliminate the harbor's firepower positions. GAG ordered. On the other side, Wapol's forces. All personnel evacuate the positions. The enemy will fire super heavy shells in 24 seconds. Retreat immediately. The transponder snails at every harbor fire point relayed the message. Wapol had assigned AI and Lu to battlefield communications, keeping the soldiers informed of enemy movements. Everything GAG did was under AI and Lu's surveillance. Thanks to their superiority in communication and reconnaissance technology, GAG's flagship bombardment caused no actual casualties among Wapol's forces. Now it's your turn to suffer heavy losses. Tsigu Kingdom, no matter how well you've developed these past few years, you can never match the historical depth of the once-ridiculed family. GAG speculated that Wapol must have poured all his recent revenue into the harbor. The firepower distribution there rivaled that of a small marine fortress. GAG had to admit that the Tsigu Kingdom was a tough nut to crack. The Jia Airma army had overthrown nations before sweeping them aside with ease. The once-ridiculed family had once ruled the North Blue Land. Seize the king of the Tsigu Kingdom. Capture Wapol. GAG ordered through his transponder snail. The soldiers of Wapol had already retreated from the harbor. The third line of defense was on land, manned by the Baitai Mercenary Corps. The Jia Airma forces swiftly occupied the harbor. Their battle-suited soldiers, fearless of death, began charging toward the Baitai Mercenary Corps. The White Iron Mercenary Group, composed of the most elite soldiers, was equipped with magic energy cannons, magic energy weapons, and various white iron alloy armaments. This time the group commander Enel only observed from the sidelines and did not enter the battlefield. The vanguard was led by the first captain and second captain. Dalton, Jess, Cromerriman, Raven, and Gabuda were assigned to deal with the Germa officers. The fake commander Enel was responsible for observing the battle and using observation hockey to sense the entire field, directing operations through HeartNet. At this point, Valpar had already left the castle, preparing to exchange with Enel and transform himself into white iron. Charge the magic energy weapons. Repel their first wave of attack first. Strengthen the Gatling heavy firepower coverage and have the rifle squad fire in unison to target those Germa soldiers who break through the fire net. Clad in armor forged from white iron alloy and wielding an exaggeratedly styled war axe, Dalton at that moment was nothing short of a war machine and one possessing outstanding command abilities. The soldiers of the Germa army were created by cloning the bloodline factors of the most elite troops. After rigorous training, every soldier possessed exceptional combat prowess. Some individual soldiers were exceptionally strong in specific parameters. These parameters included strength, speed, recovery, defense, and stamina. After facing the first wave of magic energy weapon attacks, the German army's vanguard suffered heavy casualties. The magic energy weapons were all heavy mechanical devices with power several times greater than reinforced cannons. Magic energy weapons were divided into warfare weapons and individual weapons. Warfare weapons were massive in size, devastating in power, and required long cooling periods. Individual weapons were similar to Raven's heavy sword, Valper's magic energy fire system, Dalton's war axe, Jess's bow, Chromaryman's gauntlets, and the four Heavenly King's new weapons. These individual weapons were complex to manufacture, requiring the use of Valper's ability, the Shurkan factory. Their characteristics included smaller power compared to warfare weapons, faster cooling times, compact size, and the formation of composite weapons when combined with other materials. After one round of bombing from the warfare magic energy weapons, the vanguard of the German army was crippled. The magic energy weapons were moved to the rear by engineers to cool down, and the reinforced heavy firepower began setting up fire nets. The losses suffered by the vanguard made Judge furious. What kind of weapon is that? Why does the Drum Kingdom possess such devastating weaponry? What were the world government's intelligence departments doing? Such powerful weapons should not be in the Drum Kingdom. They should belong to me. Although angry, Judge remained clear-headed. After observing that the weapon withdrew after a single round of attack, he realized it could not fire continuously. If it could fire continuously, he would not say a word and would immediately turn and retreat. But since the weapon could not sustain attacks, what would the Drum Kingdom use to defend against his offensive next? I hope what the world government says will hold true, otherwise this time I've suffered a tremendous loss. Easy Ni Yongji Reiho, it's your turn now. Deal with their commanders, the White Iron Group's commander, the Drum Kingdom's military commander Dalton, Chief of Staff Jess, and Officer Chromaryman. Eliminate these key figures, and their forces will collapse without further fighting. Judge was preparing to deploy his trump card. The fleet's cannons and the White Iron Mercenary Group's reinforced artillery exchanged fire. Casualties this time were inevitable, and so too on Valper's side. War always claimed lives. The German army was no pushover. Although their rifles were inferior to those of Valper's forces, they were far from ordinary firearms. Their counterattacks were also inflicting casualties on the Drum Kingdom soldiers. After the long-range exchanges, close-quarters combat was next. Although the Drum Kingdom army and the White Iron Mercenary Group soldiers were brave and their combat effectiveness rose rapidly, they were at an absolute disadvantage when facing clones who feared no death. Axe impact. Dalton's war axe instantly dealt with the German soldiers surrounding him. Piercing arrow. Jess eliminated the German sniper he was facing. Chromaryman then unleashed a combo of punches, taking down a large, powerful, elite German soldier. As long as these officers remain with the Drum Kingdom army, we cannot achieve absolute dominance. Ez was the eldest son, the oldest in age, and possessed the strongest tactical mind. Those White Iron Mercenary Group soldiers have strange weapons. Our troops actually cannot breach their defensive positions. Ni, as the blue electric strike, was the fastest and understood the battlefield situation best. Then our targets are them. Which one are you handling? Let me make this clear up front. That Dalton, the strongest fighter of the Drum Kingdom, you are not allowed to compete for him. He is my prey, Yongji said while wearing a green battle suit. Then I'll take care of the Drum Kingdom, Officer Chromaryman. Reiho, dressed in a form-fitting pink battle outfit, set her sights on Chromaryman. I'll handle their Chief of Staff Jess. Ez wore a red battle suit. That commander of the White Iron Mercenary Group actually dares to interfere in our Germa affair. I will take his head. And I wore a blue battle suit. The four divided their targets and immediately set into motion. The individual combat strength of Germa's 66 soldiers was extremely high. Some elite soldiers rivaled pirates in the four seas, with bounty awards reaching tens of millions. Raven leaped into the air and executed a burst of 3 lightning-fast slashes with her heavy sword, knocking down the speed-type German soldier. Raven's strength had improved remarkably. She was at the perfect age for rapid growth. Her assigned mission was to eliminate and wound those elite German soldiers. Although the German soldiers were clones with innate strength, reaching the elite level still required extensive training. Germa also needed to invest considerable resources. Valper's strategy for this operation was to inflict severe losses on Germa, making them suffer a costly failure. Ruthless Iron Fist. Gabuda, as the user of the Hi Nomi, unleashed a barrage of punches against a strength-type elite soldier. However, that strength-type elite soldier grabbed Gabuda's arm in reply and yanked hard, causing Gabuda's body to creak and groan. Dang it! Gabuda had been training diligently after obtaining the fruit. Although lazy, he had developed the steel fruit through 3 stages. First stage, iron skin. Second stage, iron muscle. Third stage, iron bone. Yes, there were indeed only these 3 simple stages. Second stage, activate. Gabuda's arm muscles transformed into steel. Ruthless iron hammer. He punched directly into the strength-type soldier's nasal bridge. So exhausting. The stronger the fruit ability, the greater the consumption, but Gabuda was genuinely weak. He and Raven served as frontline tank and melee DPS respectively. The assault of the Germa elite soldiers was halted here. The main force of the Germa army was still the Vinsmoke siblings. Yanji, now 13 years old, was young, but possessed extraordinary strength. From a very young age, he and his siblings could defeat grown soldiers. Now at 13, donning his battle suit, his prowess was unmatched by ordinary men. Several swordsmen of the Tania kingdom could not even hope to match Yanji. His target was the strongest fighter of the Tsigu kingdom, Duo-Erdan. But he paused when he passed by Ruewin and Gabuda. These two are interesting. I'll play with you. Yanji's technological shoes activated their jump function, increasing his movement speed. Whirl power grip. Yanji's fingers extended, gripping Gabuda with force. Ruthless iron ball. Facing the sudden attack, Gabuda employed his self-developed defensive technique. He curled into a ball and turned to steel, forming a seamless solid iron sphere. Huh. Hey, can't squeeze it. A devil fruit user. Yanji exclaimed in surprise. Though young, he knew of devil fruits from his family's teachings. You think turning into an iron ball makes you invincible? I have the power to crumple iron like paper. Yanji's muscles bulged, his modified body possessed strength akin to a devil fruit. This was one of Judge's greatest masterpieces. Steel-like exoskeleton, superhuman strength, yet no fear of the sea or sea prism stone. Judge's bloodline factor modification technology was coveted by the world government. It was only because Vegapunk's pacifista and the technology to feed devil fruits to objects were superior that Judge was left untouched. For the current rulers of the world, any obstacle to their desires was irrelevant. Yanji's strength suddenly surged, threatening to crush Gabuda's iron ball. Let go. Ruthless groin strike. A hand suddenly extended from Gabuda's iron ball, punching Yanji's groin. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Yanji staggered back with his legs clamped together. Though protected by his exoskeleton, the groin remained the weakest point. After Gabuda's blow, he nearly choked. So you're an officer of the Germa army. You've got some skills. Gabuda was about the same age as Yanji. Both were youths. Hey kid, what are you talking about? I'm not someone for you to judge. I am Vinsmoke Yanji. Underestimated by Gabuda, Yanji decided to teach him a lesson to show him what the evil army truly was. His technological shoes activated their jets, and Yanji threw a punch at Gabuda. But Gabuda calmly stomped his foot and accelerated forward as well. He had equipped wind spray shell shoes, and among Warwa's subordinates, he was the quickest to master the unique weapons of the Sky Island. Ruthless Iron Fist. All of Gabuda's techniques began with Ruthless. Gabuda's sudden acceleration caught Yanji off guard, and the punch landed squarely on his face. Yanji was sent flying nearly 100 meters, crashing into a squad of Germa soldiers. Lord Yanji. Lord Yanji has been knocked back. Who is that guy? Is he an officer of the Tsigu kingdom? The Germa soldiers stood frozen in shock as they saw Yanji thrown back. Bang! Yanji pushed off the rubble covering him and stood up disheveled. His face was slightly distorted. Originally targeting the strongest fighter Duo-Erdan, he had been pushed to this extent by an unknown. You've really pissed me off. Yanji decided to hold nothing back, aiming to cripple the brat who had embarrassed him. Oh, then I'll get serious too. Though Gabuda was an iron fruit user, he loved using Sky Island shell weapons. After being studied and developed by the Tsigu Kingdom's scientific team, the Sky Island shells were turned into simpler, more brutal weapons. Gabuda fully steeled his body, and his palms were equipped with reinforced impact shells that could absorb twice the original impact force. His wind spray shell shoes matched the speed of Yanji's technological shoes. In terms of equipment, Gabuda was on par with Yanji. Yanji boasted a steel-like exoskeleton, a battle suit enhancing defense and resistance, and technological shoes for mobility. Gabuda had the iron fruit ability shell weapons that absorbed impact and wind spray shell shoes for mobility. The battle began. Whoosh! Swoosh! Movements too fast for the human body were achieved with the aid of technology. Neither used any flashy moves, just fists against fists, feet against feet. Whirl power fist. Ruthless iron fist. The impact force was absorbed and stored by Gabuda's palm impact shells. After a dozen exchanges, Gabuda's impact shells were fully charged. When Yanji swung again, Gabuda did not counter with a fist. Instead, he took the blow and aimed his palm at Yanji's chest. Impact shell maximum power. Gabuda's steeled arm was broken by Yanji's punch. But Yanji was sent flying with blood spurting from his mouth, crashing directly into a Germa warship docked at the port. The penetrating force pierced Yanji's combat suit and exoskeleton, directly damaging his internal organs. In this battle, Yanji was eliminated early. Gabuda also exhausted his stamina and could no longer fight. The surrounding Germa soldiers, seeing this, all turned their attention to Gabuda, intending to avenge their young master. Kill him. Charge. 2 elite soldiers and a squad of regular Germa soldiers attacked Gabuda simultaneously. Judgment revolving slash. Duo-Erdan in his bison form descended from the sky, his battle axe cleaving straight at the Germa soldiers. After one strike, only Duo-Erdan stood before Gabuda. Well done. Retreat to the rear and rest. I'll handle this. Duo or done, praised Gabuta. Even if you hadn't said it, I was about to retreat. His Majesty Warb was said, where there's life there's hope. I'm out of here. Gabuta retreated without hesitation, running, without a second thought. Duo or done turned to face the numerous Germa soldiers. Come at me, invaders. Twirling his battle axe, he charged into the crowd. Because the Germa soldiers were cloned replicas, their fear was removed during creation. Facing Duo or done's charge, they did not flinch, but chose to meet him head-on. It was a slaughter. In his bison form, Duo or done unleashed the wildness within. Moo-hoo. His magical energy alloy battle axe easily tore through the Germa soldiers' defenses. So brutal. Gabuta said from behind, eating an apple. In some ways, Gabuta had inherited Warbu's true essence. During the fierce battle between Gabuta and Yongji, Spark Red Ichiji and Electric Blue Niji were also engaged in combat with their respective targets. As the eldest son, Ichiji possessed not only extraordinary martial prowess, but also a calm and strategic mind. The Drum Kingdom's public strategist and military advisor was none other than Chief of Staff Jesse. Ichiji's goal was to first eliminate the enemy's commander. Jesse was directing his snipers, who were targeting the heavy firepower operators of the Germa Corps. The role of snipers on the battlefield was to neutralize enemy strongpoints. Sparkling Fist. Ichiji was not the kind of fool who would shout out his technique's name before arriving. He had lurked in the sniper position for a long time, waiting until the snipers were reloading before launching a sudden assault. Moreover, the effect of the Sparkling Fist was to deprive one of vision, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The attack was accompanied by a blinding flash, and by the time vision returned, the strike had already landed. Put on sunglasses. Jesse and the snipers simultaneously donned the sunglasses prepared in advance. Enel was monitoring the entire battlefield and could transmit instructions to everyone through his heart network. After detecting Ichiji's attack intent, he relayed the information to Jesse. Jesse was already prepared. Wearing the sunglasses, he clearly saw Ichiji flying through the air. Piercing arrow. The composite bowstring was drawn back, an arrow with an alloy tip knocked on the string. Twang. The arrow shot directly toward Ichiji's chest. Ichiji had not expected his Sparkling Fist to be countered. Facing the swiftly approaching arrow, he calmly sidestepped, and the jet shoes on his feet propelled him to accelerate and dodge the projectile. However, things were not so simple. The arrowhead that had passed him suddenly exploded, engulfing Ichiji in flames. Jesse did not wait for the result. Instead, he seized the moment to press the attack. He knocked 3 more arrows onto the composite alloy bow, each with a specific purpose. The 3 arrows formed a triangular formation as they soared toward the ball of fire in the sky. Ichiji's representative color was spark red, granting him extremely high resistance to flames. Just as he emerged from the inferno, he was struck by the 3 arrows. The first arrow was a lightning arrow possessing thunder-type attack power and paralyzing effects. The second was a magic energy arrow bearing explosive force surpassing that of fire. The third arrow was a neurotoxin arrow capable of temporarily depriving the target of bodily function and control. Ichiji's combat suit and exoskeleton provided some protection, but the magic energy alloy arrowhead directly shattered his defenses, followed by the lightning's electric shock, paralyzing his body. Unable to defend himself, Ichiji was finally hit by the poison arrow. The neurotoxin rapidly disrupted his bodily functions, temporarily robbing him of control over his body. But Ichiji was Ichiji. Even at an absolute disadvantage, he did not give up attacking Jesse. Sparkling Fist. This time, there was no flashy display. Just a fist launched at incredible speed toward Jesse. However, a faint smile curled at the corner of Jesse's lips. The snipers nearby had already switched to magic energy weapons. Sniper formation. Fire. The snipers arranged themselves in a hexagram formation, sealing off all of Ichiji's escape routes. This was the prearranged ambush strategy: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. With intelligence prepared in advance, one could seize the initiative in war. Facing such a relentless onslaught, Ichiji realized the situation was dire. Every attack seemed tailored to counter him, pushing him from one misstep to another. Forcing his body to move, he raised his cloak in front of him as a shield against the attacks. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, and Ichiji plummeted to the ground. Final kill, penetrating arrow. Jesse was never one to show mercy, and he firmly adhered to Wapol's philosophy: strike while the iron is hot, and finish him off. This arrow was forged from pure white iron alloy. The composite bow activated its magic energy, and the impact force on the arrow propelled it at tremendous speed toward Ichiji, who lay prone on the ground. The airflow stirred by the arrow's passage carved furrows into the earth. Against an immobile Ichiji, even with his combat suit and exoskeleton, this attack meant certain death. Electromagnetic thrust. A towering figure appeared before Ichiji. The king of the Germa Kingdom, scientist, head of the Vinsmoke family, and commander-in-chief of the Germa 66 forces, Strange Bird Garuda. With a single arm, wielding a spear, he blocked Jesse's penetrating arrow. Such strength lived up to all his titles. Ichiji, you were too careless. Judge's brows were deeply furrowed, a sense of foreboding in his heart. He had felt this unease on the outskirts of the battlefield when he observed Yongji being defeated and captured. Ichiji's sudden defeat only confirmed his suspicions. 2 of his trump cards had been neutralized. No, now it was 3. Just moments ago Niji had also been defeated. Electric Blue Niji possessed the greatest speed and wielded the power of lightning. With his combat suit and jet shoes, ordinary people could not keep up with his speed. Niji's target was the leader of the White Iron Mercenary Corps. But that leader was not Wapol, it was someone even stronger, the Thunder God Enel. Playing with speed and lightning in front of Enel was like brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. Moreover, Enel's exceptional observation haki, using electromagnetic waves through his heart network, easily detected Niji's position. When Niji accelerated using lightning, it appeared in Enel's perception as a large conspicuous dot on a radar screen. Electric shock, needle. Niji circled behind Enel and struck his back. A powerful current surged across Enel's armor. Niji felt the leader of the White Iron Mercenary Corps was far too weak. Is this the extent of your lightning? What a disappointment. Let me show you what real lightning is. Discharge, 50 million volts. Enel grabbed Niji's head and began releasing a powerful electric current. The combat suit and exoskeleton were useless against such a level of electrical attack. Playing with lightning before the Thunder God, Niji had truly chosen the wrong opponent. Enel released his grip. He felt that Wapol had been overthinking things. He alone could sweep through the entire Germa Corps. But Wapol's warning echoed in his ears. Your lightning attacks are too one-dimensional. If they know rubber is your weakness and make protective suits from it, how will you cope? Moreover, true masters possess observation haki and armament haki, allowing them to touch your physical body. You are not invincible. Though Enel was unconvinced, Wapol's words were not wrong. Although he aimed to reach the endless vast and cared little about the blue sea, he did not want to fail a second time. Throwing down Niji, Enel went to the designated location and exchanged identities with Wapol, who was waiting there. The true White Iron had arrived. Garp, the supreme commander of Germa 66 and patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, is Sanji's father. Formerly a scientist, Garp once served alongside Dr. Vegapunk in Germa's overseas illegal research division. When Vegapunk discovered the life design genetic factor, the world government took notice, shut down the organization, and detained Vegapunk and his team. However, Garp escaped and returned to the Germa kingdom, where he led his research team in conducting life, replication, and modification projects based on genetic factor theories. By harnessing the genetic factors of Germa's finest soldiers, he created replicable troops, such as MBMH and MST models, that could be cultivated in 5-year cycles. Representing strength, speed, and elite status, all soldiers underwent modification and cloning, making them fearless and absolutely obedient, thus forming the new Germa 66 army that strikes dread across nations. How could such a figure fail to dominate the North Blue? As commonly theorized, the 4 Seas rank below the first half of the Grand Line, which in turn falls short of the New World. During the whole Cake Island arc, the transformed Germa forces defeated several of Big Mom's capable subordinates. With such power, why couldn't Garp conquer the numerous nations of the North Blue? In the Cake Island arc, Garp broke his alliance with the world government and defected to Big Mom's side. Was he truly foolish? His past actions suggest otherwise. He is clearly a cunning individual. Yet if he is so intelligent, why would he act so recklessly? Warampo found himself wondering about Garp's true nature. Someone who had pushed genetic factor research to such extremes could hardly be a fool. After exchanging his position as captain of the Shiraishi mercenary group, with Enel, Warampo rushed to the battlefield. Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji fell in succession. Though the Germa soldiers feared neither death nor orders, their morale had plummeted. Dolden's battle axe was unstoppable, and no Germa fighter could match his strength. The patrol squad led by Raven also charged into Germa's landing zone. Wearing his combat armor, Warampo moved through the battlefield, dispatching Germa soldiers with single punches. He suddenly noticed Clerk Cromaraman being driven back by the deadly poison powder wielded by Reiju. Cromaraman served as Warampo's assistant and was one of the ministers of Drum Kingdom. Cromaraman was not particularly strong to begin with. Even with advanced technology and alloy weapons, he still could not match Reiju when she had similar equipment. Cromaraman's gauntlets were forged from Shirahagi alloy. While he knew basic boxing techniques, his real strategy relied on using his weapons to inject venom, disabling his opponents. But his opponent was Reiju, the poison powder. She not only possessed complete immunity to toxins, but actually enjoyed consuming them. Her combat suit and exoskeleton easily withstood the spikes on Cromaraman's gauntlets. Cromaraman's defeat was only a matter of time, so Warampo decided to reinforce his subordinate. Watching from afar, he noted that Reiju fought with remarkable composure. Unlike her 3 brothers, she never rushed in carelessly. She had been testing Cromaraman's full arsenal, searching for weaknesses beyond his boxing. Once she confirmed that deploying poison was his final resort, Reiju struck decisively. Electrostatic furball. Desperate not to lose face, Cromaraman frantically plucked hair from his head and threw it at Reiju. Reiju had no idea what power such hairballs might hold, so she dodged carefully. As he continued pulling, Cromaraman's hair thinned dramatically. Just as he was nearing complete baldness, Warampo appeared and grabbed his arm. You have done well. Kept her occupied. You are free to go. Join Jay's forces and hold off Garp. Yes, sir. Cromerman was grateful for the way out Warampo had given him, sparing him embarrassment. Warampo glanced at Reiju and had to admit her long legs were quite striking. Whoosh! Smack! In such a hurry. Warampo caught her kick aimed at his head in one hand. You are the leader. Take out the head to cripple the body. Reiju spread the wings on her combat suit, releasing a cloud of poison mist. Pointless. Warampo's armor included a built-in gas mask. With a powerful grip, he hurled Reiju aside. She was only 15 or 16 at the time. Women in the One Piece world tend to mature early, Rebecca and Shirahoshi being prime examples. Genetically enhanced Reiju was no exception. Her developed figure seemed beyond her years. But Warampo was not one to show mercy. When necessary, he would strike without hesitation. Enhanced cannon. Enhanced Gatling. These were his two most devastating standard techniques. An overwhelming barrage of firepower engulfed Reiju. Without her poison giving her an edge, she struggled to mount an effective counterattack. Train harder, little girl, Warampo said without even looking. He already knew Reiju had been neutralized. At this point in time, she had not yet reached the strength she would display during the whole Cake Island arc. Warampo knew Garp was aware of the entire battlefield situation. What will you do, Garp? He always suspected Garp was not truly cowardly. Rather, he was playing a part pretending to be weak. Meanwhile, Garp was under immense pressure. Facing the combined assault of Jay and Cromerman, he was truly struggling. Unlike his modified children, he lacked an exoskeleton, and when struck he bled like any ordinary man. So he began using Germa soldiers as human shields. Human shields. In Garp's eyes, these clones were merely tools, useful until expended then discarded without a second thought. But Jay and Cromerman were stunned. Garp would sacrifice his own subordinates without hesitation. Stop standing there idle. Level 10 energy shield. Warampo materialized before them, his arms transforming into shields. A spear streaked through a soldier's body with lightning heading toward Jay and the others, but collided with Warampo's energy barrier. Lightning crackled from the spear's tip. Without Warampo's intervention, both Jay and Cromerman would have been struck. Monstrous bird Garuda, what are you playing at? Clad in black Shirahagi alloy armor, Warampo stood between Garp and his forces. So you are the captain of the Shirahagi mercenary group. Garp's expression shifted. You are holding back. What are you afraid of? Let me guess. Are you worried the world government will eliminate you? Warampo stared directly at Garp through his faceplate. In the anime, Garp was portrayed as a ruthless father who later became a weeping coward after being betrayed by Big Mom. But Warampo did not see him that way now. At this very moment, Garp truly deserved the title of Monstrous Bird Garuda. Vegapunk pointed his long spear at Walpo. Who exactly are you? Me? I'm just an ordinary person, a captain who acts on a whim. Walpo said. You know so much, how could you possibly be ordinary? This time, both my Germa army and the Vinsmoke family have fallen. But I, an old man, will never surrender. A flash of electricity surged through Vegapunk's hand as he thrust his spear toward Walpo. There are only two people in this world who develop technology like us, and I don't wish to kill you. Walpo didn't even dodge, catching Vegapunk's electric spear directly with his bare hand. Your Germa technology is already obsolete. Walpo punched Vegapunk squarely in the chest. Per IB. Maximum setting. Boom. The tremendous impact sent Vegapunk flying backward. Vegapunk crashed through a group of Germa soldiers before coming to a stop, spitting blood onto the ground. Your battle suits can't withstand this kind of impact. Walpo was already standing in front of Vegapunk. Huh. Die. Vegapunk's technological boots suddenly burst into flame, and he shot toward Walpo like a monstrous bird. The electric spear in his hand suddenly formed into a thunderblade with traces of basic armament hockey visible. Walpo knew that Vegapunk was finally taking this seriously. Let me see your true strength. Enchantment blade charging. Sharp blades made of pure Walpo alloy sprouted from Walpo's forearms. Walpo alloy was a metal far stronger than white iron alloy. Clang. Zzzt. The enchantment blade collided with the electric blade. On the battlefield, soldiers from both sides came to a halt, for the fate of the war rested on their leader's duel. Walpo was no swordsman. Compared to cold weapons, he preferred firearms. When Vegapunk got serious, lightning enhanced his electric spear, boosting its attacking power, penetration, and paralyzing effects. The basic armament hockey added another layer of power, making even Walpo, despite his battle armor, fear taking a solid hit from that weapon. Vegapunk couldn't use observation hockey, but Walpo had some mastery of it, giving him an edge in their clash. Vegapunk's strength was on par with an average vice admiral, such as Vice Admiral Menu. If he could strike first or upgrade his tech equipment one more time, he could match a veteran vice admiral. Vegapunk didn't resemble a warrior. He lacked fearlessness, appearing more like a researcher. Walpo actually didn't want to kill Vegapunk. First, major plot changes would occur later, and second, Vegapunk wasn't the mastermind. The real shadow behind everything was the world government. Rather than letting the world government sit back and watch them fight, it would be better to cooperate with Vegapunk and obtain some of Germa's scientific and technological advancements. Walpo always believed that science and technology were the primary productive force. Moreover, he still had the golden apple super bomb. After a fierce battle, Vegapunk fell to one knee, his electric spear shattered. I've lost. The victor takes all. Kill me if you dare. Though Vegapunk put on a brave front, he was terrified inside. Order your soldiers to surrender. Drop your weapons, squat on the ground, and put your hands behind your heads. Wapol pressed his blade against Vegapunk's throat. Without honor, Vegapunk ordered his subordinates to surrender. You're unwilling, aren't you? Being coerced by the world government to attack Drum Kingdom. Wapol asked. The weak have no right to speak. Your thinking is correct. Hand over your research data on genetic factors, and I'll spare your life. Wapol said. Although I Vegapunk fear death, I am not without backbone. My research results will never be handed over to you, nor to the world government. Deep down, Vegapunk had the temperament of a researcher. Whoever touched his research would fight to the death. What if I offer you the formula for the enhancement serum in exchange? The enhancement serum formula. Didn't you attack Drum Kingdom this time precisely because you wanted their biological body enhancement serum? We can make a deal. Wapol said. Who exactly are you? You should know in your heart who I really am. Wapol looked at Vegapunk. I hope you keep your word. Vegapunk guessed Wapol's identity. Not only the commander of the White Iron Mercenary Corps, but also the king of Drum Kingdom. Wapol, the obese king that the outside world looked down upon, was actually so cunning and sinister. You and I are the same. Why should our research results be handed over to others? If even a god wants to steal my research, then I will kill a god. Would you like to join my research team? Scientist Vegapunk. Wapol was also putting on an act, trying to bluff. After all, this was the One Piece world. What if he had some aura of dominance? Right. What if Vegapunk was genuinely convinced? But the reality was cruel. Vegapunk was not conquered by Wapol's fake aura. I have lost. Next time it will be the agents from the CP department. There might also be Navy forces following them. You and your country will only have two choices: destruction or handing over the results of your hard work. If you are not a qualified warrior, but have you lost even the backbone of a scientist? Vegapunk, your mindset has never allowed you to truly feel this world with your heart. Look at this. Wapol took out a golden apple. This is, what a violent substance. Vegapunk looked at the golden apple in astonishment. We can still achieve mutual destruction. Moreover, this is only the basic version. Wapol flexed his muscles to increase his negotiating leverage. Ha ha ha, I Vegapunk surrender. You win. Why should I be controlled by them? How do we cooperate? Vegapunk asked. Develop stealthily. The world government possessed over 170 member nations, making it the most massive international organization in the pirate world. The head of the world government was Emu, and the highest executives were the five elders, 5 individuals who held the greatest power in the world. Its affiliated organizations included the direct secret spy agencies CP0CP9, the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Scientific Corps, the Deep Sea Prison, and Mary Geos. Established 800 years ago by 20 ambitious kings, its headquarters lay on the Red Line at St. Maria. The world government was currently the largest and most powerful force in the pirate world. This was only their overt strength. Had the celestial dragons who had ruled this world for 800 years owned no trump cards. To oppose the world government now would mean being crushed until nothing remained. Wapol didn't ask for anything else. At the very least, when the world government tried to move against him, he would make them lose several teeth. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. But if others provoke me, I will surely strike back. Drum Kingdom's medical expertise and healthcare level had made the world government envious, and news of the enhancement serum had leaked. The world government's intelligence department had already begun to move. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Vegapunk was an excellent partner. Life is but a play where all depends on one's performance. Wapol reached a cooperation with Judge under the guise of the White Iron Mercenary Corps. The two parties exchanged what they desired to trade. What Wapol offered was an incomplete formula for enhancement potions capable only of producing time-limited boosters. The materials Judge gave to Wapol consisted of a portion of lineage factor research data and some battlesuit schematics. Both understood tacitly that certain classified matters could never be exchanged. Apart from the enhancers, Judge was particularly eager to obtain the method for crafting golden apple bombs. Could you trade me the method for making golden apples? I still have some research materials here. Oh, what materials? If it's about your clone soldiers, I'm not interested. What about the complete set of data for the combat suits carrying device? No. You should know how powerful my golden apple is. Add one piece of information to the deal. Deal. Wapol's readiness gave Judge a faint sense of foreboding. Ahem, Vegapunk hails from the future country Kikin Island. This is an eternal pointer. Judge slid a pointer across the table to Wapol. Here is the method for making golden apples. I've given you the formula, whether you can actually produce it is your own affair. Wapol said with a lecherous grin. As expected, Judge's expression darkened, for the method of crafting golden apples was exceedingly difficult. Only we two will know about this collaboration. I will release your soldiers and subordinates, but you must cooperate with me to make the performance convincing. This time your Germa 66 will attack the Drum Kingdom, and we will engage in a fierce battle that ends in a draw. To put on a show for the world government. They would never dream that we are cooperating. Your counterintelligence capabilities are strong, their agents have never managed to infiltrate here. Make it look brutal. The two exchanged a knowing smile. The news of the war between the Drum Kingdom and Germa 66 spread across the world of One Piece through newspapers. Both the great and the small learned of this conflict. The Drum Kingdom and Germa actually ended in mutual destruction. This Drum Kingdom is quite interesting. In the New World, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, casually tossed the newspaper aside. Fufufu. The Drum Kingdom. Don Quixote Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, stared thoughtfully at the newspaper. The Revolutionary Army's De Gramma Crocodile, scheming in the Arabasta Kingdom, and various other figures and factions re-evaluated the Drum Kingdom. The regular divisions of the Cipher Pole ranged from CP1 to CP8. The special division was CP9, which handled highly covert missions. And CP0 was the world government's highest direct intelligence agency. However, it did not answer to the world government, but directly to the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. As the superior of CP1 to CP9, the organization was officially named Cipher Pole, Aegis 0, and some of its members possessed combat power rivaling that of an admiral. It was the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. Overtly, there was the Navy, covertly CP0 existed, and since CP0 was directly responsible to the Celestial Dragons, its authority sometimes exceeded that of the Navy. Many of the world government's dirty and dark tasks were handled by the Cipher Pole departments. As an intelligence agency, CP0 naturally held most of the world's secrets. A few years ago, the Drum Kingdom had suddenly begun to act strangely. A nation on the verge of decay and downfall had undergone a transformation. First, its medical industry recovered to the world's top level, then it defeated a small pirate crew. Yet according to intelligence, the Drum Kingdom at that time should have had no chance of victory. Later at a press conference, they claimed that the victory was due to the efforts of the captain of the Drum Kingdom's Royal Guard. CP0 had conducted investigations into this claim. They possessed files on every important figure in the Drum Kingdom. Based on their assessment, Dalton at that time could not have been the hero described in the press conference. Subsequently, the coup d'état in the Tanya Kingdom also bore the shadow of the Drum Kingdom. Moreover, during this period, the White Iron Mercenary Corps emerged. The draw between Germa and the Drum Kingdom startled some figures within the world government. In just a few years, a nation that had struggled to defeat a small pirate crew had developed into a power capable of matching Germa. There must be a secret behind this. After research by world government scientists, it was discovered that the steel exported by the Drum Kingdom was harder than that of other countries. Analysis of its composition revealed it to be an alloy of two combined metals. Although this alloy was not exceptionally hard, it was significantly stronger than ordinary steel. Moreover, a product announced by the Drum Kingdom at a press conference drew their attention even more. The fitness pill. It actually had the effect of enhancing physical constitution. All sorts of miraculous items were emerging from the Drum Kingdom. According to analysis by world government economists, the Drum Kingdom had amassed a vast amount of wealth in these few short years. Yet this wealth had disappeared without a trace. They then gathered intelligence from the black market, discovering that a force called the White Iron Mercenary Corps was purchasing a large quantity of supplies. They seemed to buy almost everything. This made it impossible to discern which items were crucial. As the direct agency of the Celestial Dragons and the strongest intelligence network, the Cipher Pole Department was not made up of incompetents like Spandam. It was filled with elites trained by the world government from childhood. Some of its members were even Celestial Dragons themselves. Not all Celestial Dragons were the fools seen in public. There were also elites among them. Ruling the world of One Piece for 800 years was no simple feat. After the Cipher Pole Department began focusing on the Drum Kingdom, they attempted to place agents there, but failed. The national defense of the Drum Kingdom was too tight, and not a single spy from CP1 to CP8 succeeded. Meanwhile, CP9 had other missions and could not infiltrate the Drum Kingdom. Eventually, some high-ranking officials decided to force Germa to test the waters of the Drum Kingdom. Now the result was out. Germa and the Drum Kingdom had fought to a draw. World government redlined Holy Land Mary Geos. In the CP0 division, several masked individuals in white suits were discussing the Drum Kingdom. Such an outcome is truly unexpected. Germa is merely a name. Their strength is nothing special. But to eliminate Germa and then deal with the Drum Kingdom would likely require paying a considerable price. I know. It's not that we can't destroy them, but there's no need, especially since they are still a member of the world government. The Drum Kingdom is also a member state. We cannot act openly. This country becomes more and more interesting. Here are the files on the important figures of the Drum Kingdom. Take a look. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. With sufficient interest and strength, even foes can become friends. Does Germa 66 fear the world government? The answer is undoubtedly yes. The world government desired Germa's research findings, but constrained by Germa's status as a member nation, could not act openly. Thus they coerced Germa into attacking the Drum Kingdom as a test. Judge of Germa harbored his own selfish motives, believing that even if the Drum Kingdom had grown stronger, it would be no match for his Germa 66 army. He anticipated acquiring some of Drum Kingdom's research outcomes and a wealth of medical technologies. Yet the result was that his Germa 66 was utterly defeated, its entire force annihilated. In his moment of despair, Wapol offered him a path to stage a conspiracy against the world government. Compared to the world government, both sides were the weaker party. The world government could destroy either side if it so wished, but it would incur some cost, making it less worthwhile. Thus the weak naturally huddled together for warmth. As a defeated nation, Judge had no reason to refuse Wapol's proposal. They exchanged research materials, each obtaining what they desired while buying time for development. Their joint performance was a smokescreen, deterring the world government from rash action. By the time they grew strong, even if the world government realized it had been deceived, it would be powerless to move against them. Judge's acceptance of the commission from the Fire Country minister was merely a diversion. He had planned to monopolize the enhancer data if he could defeat the Drum Kingdom and retreat if the Drum Kingdom proved too tough. But the result was that his Germa 66 was defeated. Find a position and develop discreetly, but do not become isolated. Shiki and Moria both belong to the category of working in isolation, their development time too prolonged. CP0 meeting room. A group of masked dignitaries were in conference. Wapol, king of the Drum Kingdom, user of the Swallow Fruit, inherited the throne 3 years ago. Thereafter he enacted laws that promoted the kingdom's economic development. His personal strength, according to intelligence assessments, is at the level of a major. Dalton, captain of the Drum Kingdom Royal Guard, current warrior captain of the kingdom. User of a Zoan-type devil fruit, the Ox Fruit Bison model. The foremost combatant of the Drum Kingdom. Intelligence suggests he possesses the strength of a Navy Commodore. Jesse, chief of staff of the Drum Kingdom, an intellectual figure. Also a sniper skilled in archery. One of the key figures in the Drum Kingdom with strength at the Navy lieutenant level. Chromalaman, administrative officer of the Drum Kingdom, proficient in boxing, with hair possessing static electricity abilities. One of the key figures, strength at the Navy lieutenant junior grade level. That concludes the intelligence on the Drum Kingdom's personnel and combat strength. Next are the forces and individuals related to the Drum Kingdom. During the internal conflict in the Tanya Kingdom, many forces emerged. The White Tin Mercenary Corps made its first appearance along with the involvement of the Serpent Organization. Subsequently, the White Tin Mercenary Corps was hired by Wapol of the Drum Kingdom, becoming a fighting force for the kingdom. This information was only obtained during the recent war between the Drum Kingdom and Germa. The Mercenary Corps is equipped with advanced weaponry, both light and heavy arms, and its leader, known as the White Tin Commander, effortlessly defeated several moderately renowned swordsmen of the Tanya Kingdom. After reviewing this intelligence, the leaders of CP0 hesitated. Their strength is not negligible, but if we resort to force, it would be more costly than beneficial. This Wapol appears to be a weak king, yet his strategies do not reflect a weak character. From medicine to steel processing and alloy manufacturing, the Drum Kingdom's influence has already reached a certain scale. We cannot attack them. So we are to negotiate. Of course, as long as it brings benefits to the descendants of the gods. What harm is there in negotiating with them? Cooperation benefits both sides. Their alloy possesses properties of both steel and the unique ores of the Tanya Kingdom. Vegapunk of the Science Division responded that this alloy could be used in the development of the PX project. We must secure this trade. Then let's go negotiate. The most important aspect of interest-based cooperation is that the strength of both sides must be comparable. Once one side becomes too powerful, the other will be devoured entirely. To negotiate with the world government, you must first demonstrate your strength, making them hesitant to touch you, or at least cautious. Otherwise, they have plenty of ways to swallow you up. At the port of the Drum Kingdom, a ship flying the world government flag was docked. 3 CP0 agents came to the Drum Kingdom to negotiate. Upon learning of this, Wapol notified all research institutes to activate stealth mode and ordered Robin Enel and others to hide. Some heavy magical energy weapons were also concealed. Ordinary magical energy weapons, unless deliberately activated, would not reveal their magical runes. The soldiers of the White Tin Mercenary Corps also switched back to standard equipment. Ahaha, esteemed guests of CP0, welcome to the Drum Kingdom. We apologize for not greeting you earlier. Chief of Staff Jesse came to the port to welcome them. Not at all, Mr. Jesse, you are too kind. Our visit to your country may be an imposition. A masked CP0 agent with blonde hair stepped forward. May I ask how we should address you? Jesse inquired. Just call us CP0. Is that the warrior Captain Dalton, the Drum Kingdom's foremost combatant? The blonde man scrutinized the group before him. The only one who gave him a sense of threat was the man standing silently beside Jesse. I am Dalton, he replied with extreme brevity. Chromalaman, make arrangements for our guests to rest first. No need for trouble. Please take us to see King Wapol immediately. We have important documents to discuss with His Majesty. Time is limited. We must see King Wapol first. The blonde CP0 rejected Jesse's arrangement. Very well, but at this hour His Majesty may be napping, and the guard at his side is Baikia, the commander of the White Tin Mercenary Corps. He likely won't allow anyone to disturb His Majesty's afternoon rest. A conflict may arise, Jesse said with a troubled expression. Oh, No matter. Please lead the way. The blonde CP0 was slightly surprised. The group arrived at the newly constructed office building in the port area. At the entrance, a figure clad in silver-white armor blocked their path. Jesse, His Majesty, is taking his afternoon nap and will see no one. Baitai said. But you see, these are CP0 agents with urgent business. No. Baitai directly refused Jesse's request. We have urgent matters. Please step aside. The blonde CP0 said. I was handsomely hired by King Wapol, so I must be responsible for his safety. If you wish to see him now, you must defeat me. Baitai stated the rule. White Iron was but another identity of Valpar. Far from sleeping, Valpar had transformed into White Iron and approached the entrance, intending to teach the CP0 agents a lesson. Jess Dalton and Cromeraman were all playing along. Before any negotiations began, they wanted the CP0 to understand their place. Very well, we shall wait until His Majesty Valpar awakens before proceeding. The blonde CP0 agent was cunning and calculating. You talk big. Who do you think you are? Take this. Yet it was the other CP0 agent beside him who struck first. CP0 was an officially recognized organization typically operating in teams of 3, a formidable captain leading 2 somewhat weaker members. Directly accountable to the Celestial Dragons and commanded by the 5 Elder Stars, they were also government officials, the loyal hounds of the Heavenly Priests. The blonde CP0 agent's codename was Samari. An orphan raised in a world government facility, he was later selected for the CP division. Samari was young, having risen to CP0 management by his 20s. His 2 subordinates accompanying him to Drum Kingdom were newcomers who did not fully respect him. Sigh. Rookies could use a humbling, Samari mused, stepping back to watch the spectacle unfold. Those who entered CP0 roughly fell into 3 categories: civilians who obtained their positions through connections, martial operatives who earned theirs through strength, and management layers possessing both. His 2 subordinates had both been promoted from CP8 on merit alone, their capabilities ranking somewhere between full colonel and rear admiral. They all knew at least 4 of the 6 powers. One bore the codename Nobi, the other Doryman. One specialized in brute strength, the other in speed. Doryman struck first at White Iron, combining his natural power with Tech Eye to punch through walls as if they were paper. Yet against Valpar's latest combat armor, the strike left not even a scratch. All the impact was absorbed by the shock-dampening shells lining the interior. What's wrong? What are you doing? Nobi couldn't understand why Doryman had frozen in place. My turn now. Valpar, as White Iron thrust his palm toward Doryman. Techite. A thunderous impact rang out. The force absorbed by the shock shells was redirected straight back at Doryman. Doryman was sent flying. Though the impact was insufficient to cause real injury, it was more than enough to leave him battered and embarrassed. Doryman, that was utterly disgraceful. Nobi activated Shave, vanishing at high speed and reappearing behind Valpar. Rokushiki Rankyaku. A sharp crack echoed. Act. Nobi's finger bent at an unnatural angle. The armor's material effortlessly deflected the finger strike, fracturing his digit in return. CP0 did harbor skilled fighters, but not all of them were elites. Without armament or observation hockey, they posed virtually no threat to Valpar's new armor, especially given the added protection of the mana shield. I suggest you cease this behavior. Valpar decided it was time to call it quits. You, haha, brother White Iron speaks wisely. We were being impudent. Samari stepped forward to restrain his 2 subordinates. They must not disgrace CP0 so thoroughly. Captain, you smack. Samari slapped Doryman across the face. I am the captain. You follow orders. His fingers dug into Doryman's throat. The power-oriented Doryman found himself unable to wrench free, an impossibility he had never imagined. Freshly promoted rookies full of hubris. Stand down. Samari tossed Doryman aside. Might I ask when His Majesty Valpar will awaken? Could you deliver the message, brother White Iron? Through his mask, Samari narrowed his eyes at White Iron. Valpar had clearly observed that this blonde CP0 agent wielded hockey. Very well. Only this once. He turned and walked away. Before any substantive discussion began, both sides had tested each other's strength. The result favored Valpar, granting him greater leverage in the upcoming negotiations. After a short, while Samari finally encountered Valpar, who had reverted to his rotund form. In the audience hall, discussions regarding the alloy commenced. CP0's purpose was clear: to compel Drum Kingdom to supply the world government and navy with alloys. This referred not to Valpar alloy but to the common metal alloy produced by Drum's ordinary factories. The world government and navy required vast quantities of alloy, yet Valpar had previously supplied only 15% due to their unsatisfactory pricing. The world government essentially operated as legalized bandits. They had initially planned to forcibly coerce Drum into selling, but after testing revealed the kingdom's resilience, they opted to send negotiators instead. Samari's mission was to increase the alloy trade volume. Upon meeting Valpar, he exchanged polite courtesies before entrusting the negotiations to Jess and Cromeraman. Honored envoy, as you can see, our previous supply volume already represents our absolute limit. Furthermore, your offered price leaves us operating at a loss. Jess embodied the true spirit of a merchant. Together with Cremeriman, he oversaw all commercial dealings for Drum Kingdom. Mr. Just let me be direct. My mission is to increase the alloy supply volume. Samari's meaning was unambiguous. This was not a matter of discussion. The world government required a certain quantity, and that is precisely what would be supplied. The volume could be increased provided our capital allows. We can raise the price. Samari had no desire to linger over such matters. These were directives handed down from above. The funds were not his own, and moreover Drum's asking price remained well within the budget allocated by his superiors. Jess was taken aback, expecting a more prolonged negotiation. Before long the parties finalized the details and formally secured the alloy trade agreement. The world government and navy orders were substantial. Though priced below black market rates, the sheer volume compensated. Valpar currently dealt in 3 types of alloy: the standard tricolor alloy, white iron alloy, and Valpar alloy. The alloys sold to the world government would naturally be the highest volume, lowest cost, and poorest quality variety. If not them, then whom? Frankly, the black market alloy trade had been sluggish. The previous middlemen had been eliminated by a certain faction and new intermediaries had taken their place. Likely the work of Doflamingo. Transacting directly with the world government eliminated Doflamingo's cut. This mission to Drum Kingdom had proven highly beneficial for Samari. His inexperienced subordinates had learned their place, and he had fulfilled his objective with ease. He had no interest in Drum Kingdom's future cooperation with the world government. It's a pleasure doing business. Samari exchanged documents with Jess, sealing the deal with a handshake and a smile. The dispatch of CP0 to the Drum Kingdom was merely an episode. The Drum Kingdom's alloy could not be kept secret, and rather than falling out with the world government, it was better to exploit them for a profit. They used the lowest grade alloy to swindle their money because in the alloy industry the Drum Kingdom was the sole player. Their alloy industry held a monopoly. Since the Drum Kingdom was a major medical power and maintained good relations with other nations, the world government could not take action against them. Therefore, instead of selling on the black market, it was wiser to raise the price and trade with the Navy and the world government. Deliberately provoking trouble was also a way to flex their muscles and seize the upper hand in negotiations. However, the leader of CP0 was surprisingly easy to deal with. This left Wapol feeling frustrated, as if his punch had landed on empty air. 1 month later, Drum Kingdom's Secret Technology Research Institute. A spaceship stood at the center with a group of scientists testing various data. 2 scientists in white lab coats were making final confirmations. Energy system normal. Transmission system normal. Propulsion system normal. Guidance system normal. This latest model of the spaceship was built based on the modified design of Enel's Arc Maxim. The entire hull was made of lightweight composite material with hardness comparable to steel. The transmission system was crafted from the latest tough alloy. The conductor for lightning remained gold, but not the crude gold conductors that Enel used. Instead, they were made into gold conductors with a conductivity of over 99. 6. Wapol used the Munch-Munch factory to purify the gold. The new Arc Maxim was not only powered by lightning energy, but also by magic energy stones. The power supply system consisted of a battery for energy storage and a reactor for energy generation. One supplied energy to the ship's weapons, while the other supplied energy for propulsion. Wapol fused magic energy stones with various energy-storing materials from the One Piece world. He created a battery capable of storing lightning energy. This battery was enormous, occupying 1/6 of the Arc Maxim. It could not only store lightning energy, but also release magical energy. The entire ship's weapon system and propulsion system required this battery for power. Speaking of the propulsion system, it was time to mention the energy-driven engine. It was precisely because of this engine that the ship became a hybrid-powered vessel. Apart from some black technology, the Ark also possessed the functions of an ordinary ship. It could sail on the sea with the help of sails, and had ordinary cannon weapons. It was equipped with an energy room, control room, resting room, and storage room. Once the final debugging was complete, Enel could be called upon to charge it. The magic energy stones were ready, and the only thing missing was Enel's lightning. With this battery, you won't have to charge the ship often, brother. Wapol said as he smoked a cigar. Why should I draw lightning from the sky? Can't I just use my ability to charge it directly? If you try to charge it with your ability, you might be drained dry. Wapol chuckled. I am the god of thunder. Though Enel was unconvinced, he had been involved in the entire construction of the Arc Maxim alongside the Curie couple and knew the ship's capabilities well. Please have Enel go to the energy base station and prepare. Charging will begin in 1 minute, said Dr. Curie. The energy base station stored a large amount of energy, including lightning collected from natural storms. This lightning needed to be channeled by Enel into the giant battery of the Arc Maxim. Enel sat on a conductor chair, using his ability to guide the natural lightning to charge the battery. Wapol watched, feeling that Enel was like a living charger. The most appealing aspect of the new Arc Maxim to Wapol was its weapon system. The ship had 3 types of weapons. The first, conventional cannons, enhanced cannons. The second, magic energy cannons that consumed magic energy stones. The third, lightning-charged laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns that consumed stored lightning. The fourth, the super Rago, combined with Enel's power. Although the ship was not a supergiant vessel, its overall size was roughly 3 times that of the Thousand Sunny. As a living charger, Enel would need some time to complete the charging process. Wapol also began preparing for the moon landing plan. On the moon, there were ruins of the moon people, which would surely yield valuable discoveries. Those who would accompany him to the moon had already been decided, the 2 individuals, Raven and Gobta, along with 100 soldiers, to operate the ship. As for Enel, he was only bringing the 4 priests, and the other several hundred divine soldiers also intended to go to the moon. Enel planned to stay on the moon permanently, but he also feared loneliness. He yearned for the infinite Earth, but what pleasure would there be in ruling the infinite Earth without someone to share it with? In his heart, Enel actually wanted to shake off Wapol, but since the control of the magic energy system was in Wapol's hands, he had to continue cooperating with him. After all, his long-cherished wish was finally about to come true. Electric charging complete. Ready for takeoff. The Curie couple and the many scientists were also excited, as this was their research achievement. Ha ha ha, the infinite Earth. Enel laughed joyfully. The Ark Maxim was finally ready to take flight. The world of One Piece was a nonsensical world. According to the original cover page comics, reaching the moon could be achieved with a balloon, which was truly baffling. It was both absurd and remarkably real, with flesh and blood. All preparations had long been completed, just waiting for the ship to take off. All personnel board the ship in an orderly manner. In 1 hour the ship will take off. Destination: the moon. In the One Piece world, there were 6 moons. These celestial satellites varied in size and revolved around the One Piece planet. It was precisely because of these celestial bodies that the New World seas were so unpredictable. At this moment, Wapol was looking down upon this sea. The White Sea was at an altitude of 700 meters, and the White Sea at 100 meters. What about flying higher? At this moment, Wapol and his group were at an altitude of 100 meters. The oxygen here was very thin. Anticipating this, Wapol had prepared oxygen tanks and masks. Enel and he were not afraid of the lack of oxygen, but their subordinates were. Gobta was also not afraid, but this little brother was afraid of heights, and was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. The moon in the One Piece world was actually quite close. Compared to the other 5 celestial satellites, the moon was the largest. According to observations, we can reach the moon in another 6 hours. A professional soldier reported. Once we reach the gravity sphere, directly activate the magic energy thruster and accelerate to rush through. Wapol was also excited because this was a sight he had never seen in the One Piece world. The Boundless Land, Enel's unrelenting dream. Everyone has a dream, and for Enel, it was the Boundless Land. Growing up on the island of Burka, he knew he did not belong there, he belonged to the Boundless Land. Thus he became ruthless, and after acquiring the Rumble fruit, he grew even more tyrannical, stopping at nothing to reach the Boundless Land. Enel glanced back at Wapol, who was devouring a chicken leg. Had it not been for this fat man's promise to handle the ship, he would have reduced him to ashes with a single thunderbolt. The vessel beneath them activated its magical propulsion. After breaking free from the gravitational pull and sailing a certain distance, they would reach the moon, the Boundless Land. A dream of many years was about to come true. The Boundless Land, I'm coming. Even in the void of space, Enel could still use his mantra. In his perception, a cluster of tiny dots appeared on their navigation path. Wapol, something is moving toward us. Enel spoke. Observers, take a look. Is it an asteroid belt? All personnel, prepare yourselves. This is neither the Blue Sea nor the Sky Islands. Everything is unfamiliar. Stay sharp and pay attention. Wapol rolled over like a donkey and stood up. This place was beyond the world of One Piece he knew. It belonged to a new branch line. He vaguely recalled the cover story. After reaching the moon, Enel discovered the ruins of the moon people and obtained an army of robots. The specifics were not clear to him. Whether it was a meteor shower or something else, caution was necessary, for they were now in outer space. Although Enel's mantra worked in space, it was somewhat impaired. Wapol, who had already summoned his battle armor, sensed that something was amiss. Boom. Their ship came under attack. Enemy attack. The defense alarm blared. Ordinary cannons were useless in space. Only magical cannons and laser guns were effective. Check the damage location and extent. Find out what's attacking us. Wapol held a magical gun. Moonward direction, 1 o'clock. Enel sensed the source of the assault. Damn. Whatever you are, you dare attack me. Open fire. Blow it away. Trusting Enel's words, Wapol ordered all the firepower of the new Ark Maxim to be directed at that point. Fire. Whoosh. 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 Boom. 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 A small flaming craft appeared in Wapol's sight. Space pirates. It's them. Wapol recalled some plot points. Your Majesty, what should we do? Asked a soldier. Sink them. Capture them alive if possible, if not kill them all. Wapol had no sympathy for space pirates, for they too were after the moon's ruins. They had even caused a massive explosion that made Dr. Tsukimi in the Blue Sea choke on a rice dumpling and die. The space pirate ship was much smaller than Wapol's Ark. In terms of firepower, Wapol's vessel was far superior. A volley from the ship's cannons riddled the pirate ship with holes. Close in, Wapol gave the order, and they flew toward the space pirates. Damn, their firepower is too strong, said a strange dog-headed creature. Just as expected from the world of One Piece, such interesting creatures exist. Wapol, clad in battle armor, stared at a talking dog standing upright in a spacesuit. Who are you? The dogman's underlings aimed their weapons at Wapol. You attacked us first, and now you ask who I am. Bang! A space pirate fired a sneak shot at Wapol. Is this your weapon? Somewhat pathetic. Wapol used a wind dial to move at high speed, smashing the head of the treacherous pirate. Shaking off the blood from his hand, he glared at them with merciless eyes. Why did you attack my ship? Wapol asked. You? Don't get cocky. We are subordinates of King Gilly. King Gilly is the mightiest pirate in this star sector. He will cut you into pieces. The dogman glared at Wapol with hatred. Not talking. Fine. I didn't want to resort to this. Wapol grabbed a space pirate and snapped his arm. You know, don't you? Stop. I'll talk. I'll talk. Wapol had no intention of interrogating their leader. Though the officers possessed more intel, the underlings' words often yielded more reliable information. Enel, kill the rest. Enel appeared in the midst of the space pirates. Discharged 30 million volts. Lightning raced through the pirates' bodies, scorching their brains to ash. We are King Gilly's subordinates tasked with patrolling the moon's perimeter to ensure the excavation proceeds. Any intruders are to be sunk. The underling spilled all he knew. You can scram now. Wapol tossed him out of the ship. The pirate vanished into the vastness of space. Enel, your boundless land has been taken over. What do you think? Wapol said with a hint of schadenfreude. I am a god. Those wretches dare to make trouble on my domain. They've grown tired of living. Enel's one forbidden zone was the boundless land. He would not allow anyone to mess around on the moon. Full speed ahead. Let's see what this King Gilly is made of. Wapol left a timed bomb and returned to the Ark with Enel. Given such a shoddy defense system, Wapol doubted that King Gilly was anything formidable. At any rate, Enel cared more about the moon. With such a powerful fighter at his side, Wapol felt confident facing these space pirates. King Gilly was a relatively powerful space pirate group in the cosmos. They had over a dozen ships and one large flagship. Their business revolved around plundering resources from various planets. Through certain channels, they had discovered clues about the moon's ruins. Rumors spoke of a dormant army within the ruins. If he could obtain that legendary force, his power would multiply. Your Majesty, we've hit bedrock. Can't drill through. Use explosives? King Gilly waved his hand impatiently. Prepare the explosives. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom. Crackle. A colossal lightning bolt struck the would-be blasters, turning them to charcoal. Who dares to touch my boundless land? Ants scuttling on my territory. Enel struck a pose with his golden staff. Enel's flamboyant entrance stunned the gathered cosmic pirates. Especially after he turned one pirate into charred remains with a strike of lightning, the entire arena fell under his intimidation. At that moment, a man sitting upon a stone throne scrutinized Enel. This was Kilatisi, the king of the cosmic pirates. Who are you? Kilatisi frowned slightly. The technique Enel had just employed was formidable. He sensed a threat, so he refrained from striking directly. I am God, Enel. Enel carried himself with extreme arrogance. Why did you kill my subordinates? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you will perish here today. As the king of the cosmic pirates, Kilatisi could not allow Enel to humiliate him so brazenly. But Enel genuinely showed him no respect whatsoever. Is it not natural to crush ants flaunting themselves on sacred ground? Enel said with disdain. You arrogant fool, today is your death. Kilatisi wore a suit of golden armor with a golden gauntlet on his left hand embedded with 6 gemstones. In his right hand, he wielded a broad blade resembling an oar. Recognizing that Enel refused to bow, Kilatisi struck first. Whoosh! The oar broad blade flew toward Enel. Enel phase shifted through it and retaliated with a bolt of lightning aimed straight at Kilatisi. Kilatisi raised his left hand, blocking the lightning directly with his gauntlet. Every spark was absorbed by the gemstones on the gauntlet. A trivial trick. You think mere energy attacks can harm me? Once Kilatisi realized Enel's only offensive method was lightning, his guard relaxed. Kilatisi was confident he could withstand all forms of energy attacks. At this, Enel's expression shifted. This opponent, like Wapol, possessed gemstones capable of absorbing energy. The great king, crush him. King Kilatisi. Kill that scum. Make him pay. The cosmic pirates gradually regained their composure. Realizing Enel was not invincible, they believed their king could defeat him. You ants merely buzz. Is that all you can do? Enel glanced across them, and they fell silent instantly. Since you claim to be a deity, show me the power of a god. Kilatisi beckoned Enel with a finger. Knowing his lightning would be ineffective, Enel teleported behind him and delivered a kick. During his time at Skypiea, Enel had trained alongside Wapol and others in close combat. With his divine observation power, Enel's martial techniques always proved a step faster. But this time something unexpected occurred. Kilatisi spun around and seized Enel's leg. Shattering fist. He drove a punch straight into Enel's abdomen. Cough. Saliva sprayed from Enel's mouth. His overconfidence remained an unshakable flaw. What is going on? Why can't I phase shift after being grabbed? Enel demanded. Because that gauntlet contains sea stone. You absolute fool. Wapol, clad in battle armor, approached Enel's side. If I would have figured that out without you telling me. Enel retorted stubbornly. Do you need my assistance? I don't need your interference. This is my affair. Even if an ant bites a god, it accomplishes nothing. Enel rose to his feet, preparing to take this seriously. Then so be it. Wapol had not intended to reveal himself, but Kilatisi's gemstone gauntlet had caught his attention. Combined together, those 6 gemstones surpassed even the core of his own gempearl clock in power. This planted an idea in Wapol's mind. Could Kilatisi know the origin or source of such gemstones? Old Enel, leave him breathing for now. I have questions to ask him. Wapol held a positive expectation that Enel could defeat Kilatisi. This was because despite his weak physical combat skills, Enel had developed a novel application of lightning. Thunder armor. Enel's muscles surged as electric currents coursed through his entire body. An armor similar to Lightning Army's current coating formed around him. Wapol had once subtly hinted at the concept of thunder armor, pretending it was an accidental revelation. Being remarkably talented, Enel successfully cultivated thunder armor through Wapol's intentional hints. When facing rubber-like insulators or armament hockey, thunder armor became Enel's countermeasure. Thunder armor balanced both offense and defense. The sharp lightning blades at his fingertips could easily slice through steel, and even Wapol's alloy battle armor would suffer breach defenses after prolonged exposure. Since his entire body was enveloped in current, Enel was nearly immune to ordinary physical attacks. Although Kilatisi's gauntlet could absorb energy, Enel's thunder armor was now fused with his physical strikes. Even if Kilatisi attempted to absorb the lightning through his gauntlet, Enel would not be drained immediately. His physical attacks could still land blows upon Kilatisi. In the original story, Enel had already developed a similar technique, the round thunder god form. That too was an application of lightning armor. I am the thunder god Enel. Remember this name. Enel struck toward Kilatisi at lightning speed. Kilatisi was no ordinary opponent. As king of the cosmic pirates, he would have been eliminated long ago without genuine strength. Shattering fist. Kilatisi somehow unleashed a power that actually cracked the very fabric of space. Enel was forced backward by the shockwave of that blow. It's those gemstones. They released the absorbed energy. Wapol observed the scene clearly from the sidelines. Research into energy stones had long been his specialty. Regarding the study of such energy stones, he was confident he surpassed even Vegapunk. Meanwhile, the battle between Enel and Kilatisi remained at a standstill. Enel currently lacked the strength of a fleet admiral, and neither did Kilatisi. After Enel unleashed the initial form of thunder armor, he held the advantage in close combat, while Kilatisi's gauntlet specifically countered Enel's lightning. However, Kilatisi's subordinates could not withstand Enel's lightning attacks, and could not come to his aid. Likewise, Wapol and his crew had no intention of intervening. With both sides' leaders engaged in duels, it would be awkward if the underlings merely watched. Thus, Kilatisi's followers charged at Wapol's group with weapons drawn. Prepare the demon energy cannons. Any cosmic pirate entering range, annihilate them. Wapol signaled his subordinates. With that, he raised his handheld cannon and fired directly at a snarling cosmic pirate charging forward. Aside from Kilatisi's gauntlet, these cosmic pirates' weaponry is truly primitive. Wapol's flagship, the Arc Maximus, unleashed a barrage of demon energy cannon fire, decimating the densely packed cosmic pirates in moments. When a war can be resolved with technology, why resort to brute force? Is this truly the extent of cosmic pirate technology? Wapol expressed his disappointment. He had expected their technological advancement to be far superior. As king of the cosmic pirates, Kilatisi's strength was far inferior to that of a 4 Emperors-level admiral from the Sea of Blue. At this moment, Kilatisi was being thoroughly beaten by Enel. Both Kilatisi's gauntlet gemstones and the core gem of the clock shared a single flaw. They both possessed an absorption limit to the energy they could store. Those familiar with Naruto should know the Raikage's attack style. The third Raikage's technique, Four-Finger Strike, involves attacking with an arm wrapped in thunder armor, making lightning as sharp as a blade. After realizing his gemstone gauntlet could no longer absorb lightning energy, Gillis sensed the terror of Enel's thunder. ZZ Cock. Electric current coursed through Gillis's body. The paralytic effect of the lightning caused him to freeze for an instant. You are unworthy of the title king of space pirates. Enel moved at high speed and kicked Gillis in the stomach. Swish. Bang. Gillis slammed directly into the lunar surface. Wapol had his own opinions about Gillis. This space pirate crew was merely comparable in size to a large pirate crew on the Blue Sea, and Gillis's personal strength hardly qualified him as the king of space pirates. Even with the gauntlet, his power was not overwhelming, far inferior to experts like the Marine Admirals or the 4 Emperors. Is the universe of this world a bit small? Wapol looked up and found the stars still the same. As he was lost in thought, Gillis tore off his own hair. You forced me. You will all die. Gillis tightened his grip on the gauntlet. Power absorption. All the lightning energy within the gemstones surged into Gillis's body. Originally a somewhat muscular man, after absorbing the lightning energy, a massive purple figure appeared before Wapol. Are you Thanos? Indeed, Gillis now resembled a hulking brute bearing a striking resemblance to Thanos. That's a huge build. Wapol looked at his own transformed form, which seemed childlike compared to Gillis. Enel's thunder armor versus Gillis's Thanos. At this moment, Gillis had a chin like Thanos and wore armor strikingly similar to Thanos's. Enel now resembled Captain Marvel, with blue lightning surging around his entire body. The two exchanged glances and immediately engaged in fierce combat. In this state, Gillis was incredibly strong with astonishing power. One punch could crater the lunar surface. Seeing his infinite land being destroyed, Enel swung his Thunderblade hand, intending to slice Gillis apart. Yet Gillis withstood Enel's attack and punched Enel flying away. Protected by the thunder armor, Enel suffered no substantial damage, but being beaten so badly was quite humiliating. Looking up at Gillis, he realized that his previous attack had only left faint red marks on Gillis's skin. As a god being humiliated by a space pirate shattered Enel's pride. 100 million volts. Thunder God. Enel's thunder armor transformed, taking on a form reminiscent of the thunder god from the original story. But not as fat. It appeared as a muscular giant. Thunder Fist. Enel punched toward Gillis. At this point, Enel and Gillis were roughly the same size. The power of this punch was the fury of lightning. Gillis knew this blow would be difficult to withstand, but Enel used mantra to lock onto Gillis. Shatter Fist. Maximum round. Their fists collided. Bang! The resulting shockwave shattered the surrounding rocks. The lunar surface began to crack, a fissure forming. Man, the power system now can't be measured by marine ranks. This Gillis didn't seem strong at first, but now he's as ferocious as Thanos. The people in this world are getting harder to understand. The forum's Marine Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral strengths are all rough parameters. Some people you think are bronze might actually be kings. If your own strength is lacking, you slap on gear and stack buffs using money power to crush you. Wapol watched the spectacle as Enel and Gillis traded blows. As time passed, Enel's thunder armor consumed massive stamina, while Gillis's gauntlet charge began to deplete. Gillis's heart turned cold, for his subordinates had been scattered in defeat, and the enemy still had one glaring at him menacingly. So Gillis feigned a strike, exploiting a gap in Enel's attack to attempt an escape. At this stage, Enel lacked admiral-level strength and was inexperienced in close combat. Legendary figures could easily exploit flaws in his attack patterns. Use mantra, you idiot. Wapol suggested. Mantra is being jammed. If it worked, I'd have one already. Enel retorted. Seeing Gillis about to flee, Wapol activated the magic cannon on his arm to block him. Boom. Gillis was sent tumbling by the blast. Thunder Sever. Enel pierced Gillis's chest with one hand. Stop. I still have questions. Wapol quickly intervened. Ask quickly, I'll turn him to ash. Enel released his grip. Wapol snatched Gillis and began pressing his philtrum. Where did you get those gems? Speak, and I'll give you a quick death. Wapol grabbed Gillis by the back of the head. Head gems. I King Gillis, how? Oh. Wapol snapped one of Gillis's fingers. Speak and you'll die quickly. Stay silent, and I'll dismantle your bones one by one. Wapol was not lying, he broke another finger. I'll talk. Stop. I'll talk. These 6 gems were originally 1. I split them because my body couldn't withstand the combined gem. This gem I found on Insect King Star. There was a mural there recording some ancient history. Legend says that gathering all 6 gems can change the world. Gillis revealed the location of the gems. Goodbye. Wapol dropped Gillis and turned away. Enel used his Thunderblade to sever Gillis's head. With the clue about the gems in mind, Wapol felt a weight lifted. The fierce battle between Enel and Gillis had cracked the moon. Wapol sensed that the crack was no ordinary thing. It seemed hollow inside. Could this be the Moon Legion? He slapped his forehead, recalling some plot points. At that moment, the Arc Maxim had also landed nearby. The divine soldiers, the guard led by the 4 priests Raven and Gobta, descended from the ship. Gobta, go down and scout the way. Oh, boss, I have a stomachache. Can I go to the toilet? What's the matter, little brother? Trying to fool me. Get down there. Wapol kicked Gobta down. The moon had gravity. Such was the wondrous world of One Piece. Valpo remembered the plot of One Piece very clearly, but he did not recall the details of the SBS columns or the side stories in the opening pages as precisely. Valpo only remembered bits and pieces of Enel's side story from the opening pages. The crevice was extremely deep, and after kicking Gorbata down into it, Valpo waited above for Gorbata's piercing screams. A wail echoed upward. Let us descend and investigate. It should be safe. Valpo gestured for his subordinates to follow. Boss, Enel possesses observation hockey. Why do we not use it to scout ahead? Raven asked, puzzled. Enel's cooperation with me has expired, so it would hardly be proper to trouble him. Exactly. Valpo would never admit he had simply forgotten about it. Oh, I see. Raven accepted Valpo's excuse with innocent trust. Valpo rubbed his face and leaped into the crevice. Though it appeared pitch black, the fissure was not particularly deep, and Valpo reached the bottom shortly after his jump. Hey, Enel, why did you come down as well? Valpo asked, noticing Enel ahead of him. The interior of Skypiea. Naturally, I wish to take a look around. Enel strode proudly deeper into the cave. Gorbata's scream had not sounded like one caused merely by a fall, and with Enel leading the way, Valpo need not fear the darkness. Crackle. The lightning dancing at Enel's fingertips dispersed the darkness. This electrical energy is truly convenient. Valpo followed close behind. Gorbata. Gorbata, he called into the shadows. Boss. Over here. Gorbata's voice drifted toward them. Valpo glanced at Enel, who walked ahead with his head held high. Upon reaching Gorbata's location, they discovered a mural upon the wall. What is this? Valpo pressed himself against the wall for a closer look. These figures also have wings. Even Enel showed signs of surprise. These are Lunarians, ancient Lunarians. After carefully studying the mural, Valpo recalled certain side stories from the opening pages. The hidden storyline revealed that the moon was once inhabited by Lunarians whose technological prowess exceeded that of the Blue Sea people by centuries. At some point, the moon's resources and energy began to dwindle, and the Lunarians invented numerous devices to collect and store energy from outer space. Yet despite their diligent conservation efforts, the moon fell into silence as all energy eventually dissipated. The Lunarians were forced to abandon their home, some descending to the Blue Sea, others remaining in the White Sea 10,000 meters above to become the Sky People. Centuries passed, and the Lunarians in the Blue Sea built a new civilization through technology. In contrast, the Sky Islanders had lost their civilization and regressed, able only to inherit fragments of their ancestors' lunar technology. That explains everything. Valpo examined the shock bell on his palm. The ancestors of the Sky People must have been Lunarians, while the Shanya were descended from a branch that had migrated to the Blue Sea. Then might Vegapunk, renowned for being 500 years ahead of his time, also boast Lunarian ancestry? And could his homeland, Future Island, be the main body of Lunarians who settled in the Blue Sea? Relying solely on these murals will not yield definitive answers. Valpo felt a touch of regret. Who's there? Enel suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning into the darkness. Yet the lightning was swallowed by the shadows. Playing tricks. Enel began discharging maximum current in erratic bursts. Hey, wait, crack, cackle. The current surged along the cave walls in all directions. The luminous glow from the electrical discharge illuminated the entire cavern. What is this? Valpo stared in shock at the sight before him. A colossal ancient city lay revealed. Lunar ruins. This city was where the Lunarians had once dwelt. This. Enel also gazed in astonishment at the magnificent city. Valpo, having experienced the wonders of modern metropolises, was impressed by the ancient city's scale, but far from the ecstatic display Enel was mounting, wildly embracing the fortress walls. Uncultured. Valpo sneered. Enel shot him a glare at the remark. This is my territory now, Valpo. Do not dare lay claims upon my city. Enel made it clear he expected no scheming. TCH. This king has no interest in this city. It is merely a relic, meaningful to you perhaps, but trivial to me. Even in its former splendor, that glory belongs to the past. My Magnamoon kingdom shall one day surpass it. Valpo declared with unshaken bravado. Enel disregarded Valpo's words as mere boasting. Let us enter and explore. In a city of this magnitude, we are certain to discover something. Valpo suggested. Valpo, our original contract has expired. You assisted me in building the ship to reach Skypiea, and I aided you in battle. We are even now. You may depart. Enel issued his dismissal. Hey brother, that is hardly fair. Are you attempting to abandon me once my usefulness ends? I recall the contract specified helping you reach Skypiea, but it never stated I could not explore here as well. What harm is there in that? Valpo's armor materialized across his body as he advanced a step. Enel's brows furrowed, his grip tightening on his golden staff. Tension coiled between them. Violence seemed imminent. Boss, I'm rather peckish. When shall we eat? Ruaming rubbed her stomach, which chose that very moment to rumble conspicuously. Gorbata covered his face with his hand. Let us enter the city and dine. Valpo headed toward the city. Discharge. Enel began releasing current. The immense electrical discharge enveloped the entire city. Valpo held deep admiration for Enel's mastery of his devil fruit abilities. Crack. Pop. Crackle. The earth upon the city walls began to flake away. What is happening? Valpo turned to Enel. Enel himself was bewildered. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. What is that? Priest Shura exclaimed in astonishment. The city walls shed their layers of earth, revealing what lay beneath. Watching the numerous small soldiers surrounding them, neither Valpo nor Enel showed any panic. Especially Enel, after picking his ear, casually struck a group of soldiers with an electric shock. However, these soldiers became even more agile after being electrocuted. Lightning was not an attack to them, but rather a form of charging. Interesting. Valpo sensed that within these small robots' bodies existed something resembling his own reactor, or perhaps an energy storage device akin to a battery. According to the murals, the lunar inhabitants had later crafted numerous energy storage items, so storing electrical energy was nothing new. Did you awaken us? A robot with small wings asked Enel. Yes, and so what? Enel pointed at it with his golden staff. Thank you, you are our master. The robot knelt on the ground, and the others followed suit thanking Enel. Enel scratched his head looking completely bewildered. Hey brother, you've got new subordinates. Wapol said jealously like a sour lemon spirit. Enel naturally sensed Walpo's jealousy. The more uncomfortable and envious Wapol became, the happier Enel felt. Ha ha ha. You are all servants of God Enel from now on, and I am your master. Enel laughed exaggeratedly, secretly glancing at Wapol. Wapol felt extremely bitter. A group of robot soldiers were so easily subjugated by Enel, as if given away for free. Ever since transmigrating, every step of his progress had been incredibly difficult. How could it be so simple for someone else? It was like when Wapol played a MOBA game at university. His roommates were terrible players, yet they easily climbed to the highest rank, while he always carried the team, but couldn't get his teammates along. I'm jealous. Wapol felt he couldn't leave empty-handed, so he grabbed a small robot. Xiao Jie dismantled this robot, record its body structure, and examine its various systems. Bring everything back to the research institute. Xiao Jie, who accompanied Wapol on this lunar mission as a spaceship maintenance technician, was also a mechanical researcher at the research institute. The small robot Wapol grabbed naturally wouldn't obey meekly. Its arm extended into an electric blade that slashed toward Wapol. Wapol was somewhat surprised. Robots seemed to possess human emotions. Xiao Jie also noticed something was wrong. What are you doing? A group of small robots watched Wapol warily. Meanwhile, Enel pulled out a melon and began watching the drama unfold as a bystander. Seeing Wapol struggle was the most enjoyable thing for him. As long as Wapol begged him, he would make the small robots obedient even if they were dismantled. It wouldn't matter. But Wapol was too jealous to beg Enel, so he acted on his own, and Enel naturally wouldn't intervene. Hey, I don't believe you scrawny weaklings can do anything. Wapol now resembled a villain engaging in combat with the small robots. Most of these robots wore blue uniforms with a few in white and red. After fighting for a while, Wapol discovered that only the blue uniformed robots were fighting him. Could this color represent some kind of classification? Wapol deduced. He spotted a small red robot commanding the numerous others to charge at Wapol. Wapol activated his armor's ejection system, instantly appearing behind it and tapping its head. Hey, do you robots have some kind of classification? Yes, we blue ones are combat robots, white ones are medical robots, and red ones are command robots. I see. Wapol knocked it out. After scanning the battlefield, he identified 20 command robots. With minimal effort, he eliminated them one by one. These little robots are quite interesting, but their combat power is somewhat low. By now, Wapol had lost interest in disassembling them. Aside from possessing basic emotions, their capabilities fell far short of Vegapunk's pacifista, nearly incomparable. Wapol had no use for such robots. He needed ones with greater combat prowess. If these small robots possessed learning ability, or even a soul, then Wapol wouldn't consider them weak. Enel, these little ones are your subordinates, so I won't dismantle them. I'll go explore elsewhere, and if I find nothing of interest, I'll prepare to return. Wapol had gained quite a bit from this lunar expedition, particularly the 6 small gems and leads about Bugstar. Hey, this is my territory. Enel protested. I know, Wapol dismissed with a wave of his hand. Enel ordered the robot soldiers to stand down, allowing Wapol and his subordinates to search the city freely. After searching the area, Wapol regrouped his forces and prepared to depart from the moon. This moon was far smaller than the real one. Wapol reckoned that even Fujitora's gravity might be enough to pull it down. Enel, I've left you a single-person spacecraft. If anything comes up, you can use it to find me. After all, we're friends. Wapol stood aboard the Xinyan Ark, speaking to Enel on the moon. Don't speak so presumptuously. I am a god. You're merely a mortal. How dare you suggest we're friends? Preposterous. Enel spoke with an aloof and arrogant demeanor. Goodbye. The Xinyan Ark carrying Wapol took off, preparing to sail back toward the pirate king Qinghai. The divine warriors and 4 divine generals were dismissed by Enel. He claimed he was content staying on the moon with his new subordinates and had no desire to keep anyone else around. After deliberation, Wapol decided to leave the 4 divine generals and divine warriors on Sky Island to help maintain its safety alongside Weber. Since the 4 divine generals had experienced past failures, Enel wasn't particularly fond of them, and he had already sensed their inner thoughts. They felt somewhat disappointed upon witnessing the infinite land. The desolate and ruined moon was not the infinite land they had imagined. Only Enel himself understood that this was precisely the ideal he had pursued so bitterly. Though this ideal had finally been realized, he felt an emptiness inside. Enel watched the Xinyan Ark carrying Wapol grow smaller and smaller in the distance, gripping his golden staff tightly. I will return to see you, and I will make you fall by my hand. Enel waved his hand, unleashing lightning that surged powerfully toward the sky. Glancing back at those adorable little robots, Enel formed a plan in his mind. During his time in Drum Kingdom, he had learned mechanical modification skills, and on top of that, he was a natural genius. Enel decided to modify his small robot subordinates. He wanted to build his own army, God Enel's Legion. Xiaigu Kingdom. Every day, Lao Wang from next door went to work punctually and left work on time. He noticed that the Xiaigu Kingdom was undergoing changes every day. The people's living standards were gradually improving. Another new day, His Majesty Warbwa is as wise and valiant as ever, Lao Wang murmured standing on the street as he watched Warbwa ride a hippopotamus leading his guard procession. At this time it had been a month since Warbwa returned to Qinghai from the moon. According to the plan, the divine soldiers and the 4 divine officers were left in the Sky Island. After this flight, the Xinyan Ark had exhausted its energy and needed to be recharged. Upon returning to the Gu Kingdom, Warbwa went straight to the research institute of the Julie couple. In the most confidential research room, Warbwa spat out a stone tablet. The tablet was crystal clear. When Warbwa took it out, the Julie couple were bewildered, not understanding Warbwa's intention. "Watch carefully," Warbwa said with a smile as he infused energy into the stone tablet. The tablet began to change, and strange symbols and formulas appeared in the air above it. It was like a holographic projection. Some of the formulas Warbwa happened to recognize. They were all from his advanced physics classes, but a large portion of them were things Warbwa had never seen before. "What profound formulas these are," exclaimed the Julie couple. As scientists, they naturally understood the mysteries better than Warbwa. "Can you two understand what this is?" Warbwa asked curiously. "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, this should be the concept of void, also known as void theory," Julie said seriously. "How can you explain it in detail?" Warbwa scratched his head. He was not a top student. Theoretically, a void is a space tunnel connecting 2 distant times and spaces like a whirlpool in the sea, ubiquitous yet fleeting. These space-time whirlpools are caused by the rotation of stars and gravitational forces. Just as a whirlpool can bring the local surface closer to the riverbed, it can bring 2 relatively distant local spaces instantly close. However, some people hypothesize a strange substance that can keep the void open. Others assume that if a strange substance called phantom matter exists because it possesses both positive energy and negative mass, it can create a repulsive effect to prevent the void from closing. Thus, a space tunnel can be formed, allowing matter to travel from one side to the other. Stop. Hold on, Dr. Julie. My brain can't take in so much information. Where did you learn all this knowledge? Warbwa rubbed his head. Well, my teacher was a scholar specializing in celestial bodies and the starry sky. Before he passed away, he entrusted me with some conjectures and theories. These are only part of his conjectures. You said so much just now. The main idea is that this void theory can teleport people to other places, right? That's instantaneous teleportation. Warbwa clapped his hands. Well, if your Majesty understands it that way, that's fine. Once the void theory is established, it can achieve instantaneous teleportation of people. Then what is recorded on this stone tablet is the void theory. See if you can understand it. Warbwa was a bit excited. Instantaneous teleportation. Even AI in Lu is not truly teleporting, and Huang Yuan also needs to transform into light particles before moving at light speed. Your Majesty, these formulas are extremely complex and enormous. If you want me to understand them right now, I really cannot do it. Dr. Julie looked troubled. This is our most confidential thing. Only the 2 of you can know. No one else is allowed to participate in this research. Both of you are people I Warbwa trust. I believe you can eventually decipher the meaning of these formulas. Warbwa began to paint a rosy picture for the Julie couple. Your Majesty, we will do our utmost to analyze the meaning as soon as possible. Dr. Julie was very excited after being persuaded by Warbwa. Your Majesty, where did you get this peculiar stone tablet? Asked Mrs. Julie. Haha, the moon. That's right. Warbwa's trip to the moon was not without gains. Besides the 6 energy-absorbing gems, the greatest gain was this stone tablet. Back then, in order to leave quickly, Warbwa deliberately put on an act to deceive AI and Lu. AI and Lu's mind net could not be kept on all the time, nor could it probe constantly. Warbwa also had a device to disrupt the mind net, so he successfully obtained the stone tablet right under AI and Lu's nose. After leaving the Julie couple, Warbwa was in a very cheerful mood. Although the newly acquired 6 gems could not compare to the gem clock core and the necklace core. But when used with that glove, the absorbed energy could be transformed to strengthen himself, albeit with limitations such as time constraints, long cooldown, and significant side effects. However, the amplified power was genuine. Returning to his castle's secret chamber, Warbwa began to organize the resources he had accumulated so far. First, his armor had 2 forms: White Iron 13 representing the White Iron and Drive Death representing the Assassin. The 2 only differed in appearance and the identity they represented. Their functionalities were largely similar. White Iron 13 was more warrior-oriented, while Drive Death was more assassin-oriented. The armor had many functions. The magic energy weapons for combat were powered by the gem core. Other weapons, including cannons, shells, etc., were made of Warbwa alloy along with various Sky Island shells. The power functions included wind-spraying shells, electricity, and the gem core. Because Warbwa had 3 identities: Warbwa, the king of the Gu Kingdom, White Iron, the leader of the White Iron Mercenary Corps, and Drive Death, the black market assassin. Due to these identities, Warbwa would not easily reveal all his moves. For example, if he now as Warbwa exposed that he was White Iron, all his previous arrangements would be wasted. Multiple identities could avoid many unnecessary troubles. If Dr. Zhu Li's void theory proved valid, and the formulas on the stone tablet could be deciphered, truly inventing a void weapon or something else, then Warbo's multiple identities would bring great advantages. Although the world government could not infiltrate the Ci-Gu kingdom internally, external surveillance had never slackened. According to Duo Air Dun's report, 2 new marine bases had been established on small islands in the waters near the Ci-Gu kingdom. Back when pirates roamed these waters, the Marines never came. Now that the Ci-Gu kingdom has cleared the nearby seas, you come to set up marine bases. This is clearly surveillance. There were also factions within the Marines. Some Marines secretly obeyed the Wu Lao Xing. Therefore, everything must be handled with caution. The Navy Admiral must obey the Commander-in-Chief, yet the world government has certain dirty tasks to accomplish. Tasks that the righteous figures within the Navy's upper echelons would never condone. Thus, the world government had also embedded some operatives within the Navy to handle private affairs. When the world government established a blockade in the waters surrounding the Drum Kingdom, Wapol paid it little heed. After all, it was only natural that an ordinary kingdom suddenly possessing the capability to battle a long-established power like Germa would pique the world government's curiosity. However, the Drum Kingdom itself was a member of the world government, so overt action was impossible and covert infiltration had failed. Thus, Wapol chose to wait and see, planning to develop his strength before defying the world government. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped. Come in. Wapol set down the documents in his hand. Boss, according to the report from the Labong chieftain, a strange creature has appeared in the forest where they dwell, and some nearby residents have also seen it. They all say it's a snowman. Gabuda reported. Snowman. Wapol's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Chopper? Gabuda, have you heard any peculiar news lately? Tell me about it. Wapol said. Let me think. All right. Aunt Panama's house has opened a new pie shop. Not that, try another. Wapol interrupted Gabuda. Well, Fajiao Town has invented a new toy and it's selling very well. Not that, try another. It's... According to a report from Village No. 3, a quack doctor has been recklessly treating patients, making their conditions worse, and when the patrol went to arrest him, he escaped. Gabuda scratched his head. That was the last thing he remembered. Wapol rubbed his hands together. Events were still unfolding according to the original storyline. Previously, whether it was the Tanya Kingdom or the Moon Journey, both had deviated from the main plot, depriving him of his informational advantage. Now that he had learned of Chopper's appearance, Wapol did not intend to miss this opportunity. Although he had no plans to snatch Chopper away or prevent him from joining the Straw Hats crew, establishing a friendly relationship was feasible. After all, Chopper's talent in medicine was remarkable. With the Rumble Ball, he had achieved an early awakening of his Zoan type. This alone sufficed to prove Chopper's genius. Gabuda, come with me to see that snowman. Wapol grabbed his leather jacket and left. Hey, boss, couldn't I perhaps skip this? Then go train with the second captain for lightning potential development. I'll come with you to catch the snowman. Gabuda shuddered. The second captain, A Yang, had once electrified Inaru, now transferred to the interrogation department. He wielded lightning interrogation with consummate skill. He was also responsible for the physical potential development of elite combat soldiers. After the new enhancement agent was injected, electric current stimulation was needed to facilitate absorption, commonly known as lightning potential training. The Drum Kingdom, also known as the Winter Country, experienced snowfall year-round. However, after Walpo's Research Institute invented devices to improve the climate, only the Labong Forest and the castle area remained perpetually snowy. Walpo had kept his promise, granting the Labong tribe a vast territory to inhabit. On the snow, a blue-nosed reindeer struggled forward. Thud! The reindeer plunged head-first into the snow. He had 2 gunshot wounds on his back. Meanwhile, Walpo and Gabuda entered the Labong Forest. Because of Walpo, Hilialik might not necessarily meet Chopper here. Their story had already been altered by Walpo's intervention. Thus, Walpo no longer cared whether the plot was affected. Boss, there's blood here, said Gabuda. Walpo looked. Indeed, there was blood trailing forward. Go, you take the lead. What a... Walpo gave Gabuda a rap on the head. Hurry up. All right. Gabuda grumbled reluctantly. Taking the lead to face an unknown creature like the snowman, Gabuda, despite being a steel fruit user, was still terrified. Past the dense thicket lay a clearing where for some unknown reason no trees grew. These mushrooms are so beautiful. Gabuda casually picked a few brightly colored, highly poisonous mushrooms. If you want to live, drop that. An unfamiliar voice came from behind Gabuda. Gabuda turned around, his legs trembling so much he nearly fell to his knees. How had King Walpo vanished? And the person behind him had become a tall, strange creature. Don't come near me. Gabuda instantly curled into a ball and steeled his body. I won't harm you. Don't be afraid. The creature, startled by Gabuda's strange behavior, took 2 steps back, but still kindly explained that he meant no harm. Gabuda had a knack for making friends with all sorts of peculiar beings. For instance, he was the intermediary between the Labong tribe and Walpo. Gabuda seemed naturally drawn to animals. Hearing the snowman's explanation, he poked his head out. Are you telling the truth? You won't hurt people. Truly, I really won't hurt you. Saka. Gabuda canceled his iron ball form and sat down in the snow. What exactly are you? Asked Gabuda. I'm actually a blue-nosed reindeer. Because I was born with a blue nose, my herd rejected me and cast me out. Later I ate a strange fruit. It tasted terrible, and then I changed. So I became human. Since the deer herd didn't want me, I took on human form and tried to join a village, but the humans wouldn't accept me either. They drove me away with weapons. The snowman sat dejectedly on the ground, pouring out his bittersweet story to Gabuda. Hey brother, don't be so down. I was in a bad place too, surviving by scavenging trash. Later a friend and I found a patron, our current boss. Now we have full meals, everyday cakes, boiled meat, big ham. Gabuda rattled off a list of dishes. The snowman had never heard of such foods. Gabuda's boasts made his stomach growl loudly. Hey, we're friends now. Let's go find the boss and get him to hire you. Then we can enjoy all those delicious foods together. Gabuda clapped the snowman on the shoulder. Friend, you want to be my friend? Can I really? The snowman was at a loss. This was the first time he had been accepted since birth. Of course. From today on, you're my friend Gabuda. What's your name? I don't have a name. Then I'll call you Chopper. Chopper. Yes, Tony Chopper. My name is Tony Chopper. Hey, is anyone there? 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 In the pitch-black darkness where one could not see a finger extended before his face, Walpo's voice echoed incessantly. While following Gabuda along the path, Walpo's foot slipped, and he tumbled straight into a cave. Walpo transformed one of his fingers into a light bulb, illuminating the cave. Where am I? This underground cave seems enormous. Even with his light, the darkness could not be fully dispelled. Walpo turned to look back, only to find that the path through which he had fallen was gone. Since I'm already in, I might as well see what's inside this cave. Walpo strolled forward. His heart was filled with fantasy. Ordinary protagonists always encountered all sorts of extraordinary fortune. Since he had fallen into this cave, perhaps there was a martial art left behind by a peerless master, or some supreme secret manual, or perhaps a divine weapon. Thus Walpo began to search carefully and diligently. The cave was filled with stalactites. Calcium carbonate deposits formed over long geological history in karst cave environments under specific conditions, taking various forms such as stalactites, stalagmites, and stone pillars. The formation of stalactites often required tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. It seems this place has existed for a very long time. It is a cave with archaeological value. Walpo raised his finger and examined the breathtaking stalactites closely. Secret manual, where are you? Divine weapon, where are you? Walpo began searching earnestly. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had imagined himself as the protagonist, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. After a thorough search, he found nothing at all. It seems I was not destined to be a protagonist. Walpo gave up on the idea of finding treasure and began searching for an exit back to the surface. But the moment he looked, he could not find it. The exit is gone. Walpo scratched his head. This cave was rather strange. He circled round and round. Although the cave was vast, after a long period of searching, Walpo still could not find the entrance through which he had fallen. What the hell is going on? Walpo grew increasingly impatient. From the time he entered this cave until now, roughly 10 hours had passed. If he did not return soon, there would be trouble. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment his stomach began to rumble. Walpo casually snapped off a stalactite and started eating it. That was the beauty of the Gura no Mi. There was no need to worry about hunger. Walpo swallowed all the beautiful-looking stalactites. Crunch, crunch, like chewing candy. Walpo ate the stalactites while pondering a solution. This cave was very peculiar. If not for Walpo's light, it would have been nearly pitch black. And here your concept of time was slowly changing. If gentle approaches won't work, I'll use force. Watch me chew my way out. Walpo planned to use the power of his swallowing fruit to chew a passage through the rock layers. Opening his mouth wide, Walpo charged at the wall and bit down hard. Ouch! Walpo passed straight through the wall. Having passed through the wall, Walpo crashed headfirst into a tree. And that tree was precisely the one near where he had originally fallen into the cave. Pa 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 pa. Walpo spat out the snow from his mouth. Boss, where have you been? I've been looking for you for an hour. Gabuda, accompanied by Chopper, found Walpo with a bewildered expression. First, Walpo was amazed that Chopper had actually found them. Second, it was Gabuda's words that startled him. 1 hour. Yes, you've been missing for an hour. We thought you had returned, but after asking the Den Mushi, it said you hadn't come back to the castle. Where have you been? 1 hour. It was clearly 10 hours. Walpo looked utterly confused. Look, it really has only been 1 hour. Gabuda handed him a wristwatch. Walpo took it and looked. Indeed, only 1 hour had passed. Now Walpo confirmed that it had truly been only 1 hour. He turned back to search for the cave entrance, but no matter how he looked, he could not find it. Was it a hallucination? Walpo tapped his head. Perhaps he had been experiencing illusions. Chopper timidly followed Walpo and Gabuda out of the forest. Although the matter of the cave left Walpo puzzled, arranging for Chopper was the more important matter. Chopper was one of the companions of the Son of Destiny in this world, and how Chopper was arranged would affect the course of subsequent events. Your name is Chopper, isn't it? Wapol asked. After leaving the forest, Chopper had reverted to his small reindeer form. Yes, Tony Chopper. Chopper answered timidly. Don't be so tense. You are Gabuda's friend, and Gabuda is my subordinate, and I am the king of this drum kingdom. So you have no need to worry. Let's go back to the castle first. We'll talk after you've had a proper meal. Wapol pondered in his heart how to arrange Chopper's future. 1 month later. Chopper's first friend was Gabuda, so he shared a deep bond with him. Thus Wapol arranged for both Gabuda and Chopper to work at the hospital. Gabuda served as Dr. Kureha's bodyguard while Chopper was entrusted to the care of Dr. Kureha by Wapol. Because Wapol believed in Chopper's medical talent, he sought out Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha was known among the citizens as a witch, firstly because of her age and secondly because of her personality. Now that the plot had been altered by Wapol, Dr. Kureha had become the director of the Drum Kingdom Central Hospital with elite doctors from the kingdom under her command. With such resources, Chopper's medical studies under Dr. Kureha would improve considerably compared to the original storyline. Meanwhile, Dr. Kureha had been locked in a fierce struggle with the quack physician Hiralik. Hiralik always provided reckless treatments to patients, and those who suffered complications flocked to the hospital for proper care. Dr. Kureha had recently resolved to track down Hiralik and give him a proper beating. Robin had already dispatched people to search for Hiralik's whereabouts. Robin now resided in Walpo's castle, and the citizens knew of her as the king's younger sister. Robin always disguised herself or wore a mask when going out. Therefore, few people knew Robin's true identity. Big brother, this is your 5th time going out today. Robin sipped her coffee while reading a book. Haha, is that so? That many times. Wapol said guiltily. You're hiding something from me. Robin saw through him at a glance. To be honest, I found the time house. But the door to the time house has disappeared, so I'm searching for the door. Wapol told Robin the truth. However, Robin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Big brother, you should go to the hospital and get yourself checked out, especially your brain. Robin pointed to her own head. See, the moment I say it, you don't believe me. Wapol picked up his small shovel and prepared to continue searching for the cave entrance. Having searched for the cave entrance for a month, Wapol believed that the day he had experienced was not an illusion, but something that had truly happened. Perhaps his swallowing fruit could devour not only matter but time and space itself. Where are you? My precious cave. Wapol was digging back and forth in the forest with a small shovel. Wapol was determined to obtain that cave with the abnormal time ratio. If he could train himself in the time cave, it would be equivalent to 10 times the training time of others. He was already over 20 years old. Aside from his various equipment and devil fruit abilities, his pitiful hand-to-hand combat skills were completely those of a novice. Moreover, his own aptitude and talent were completely incomparable to those of Lu Fei and others. He might not even be as strong as KB. The research on medical potions cannot yield results overnight. Who knows when a potion that enhances physical functions without side effects will be developed? The new era was just a few years away. The supernovas, the warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, the marines, the world government, the revolutionary army, and some forces lurking in the shadows. Caught in the whirlpool of that era without the ability to protect himself, he could only be torn apart and devoured by others. With his current strength, he would have to flee from an admiral and could only harass an elite vice-admiral. In order to have the capital to protect his country, Wapol took a huge risk and created a super bomb. If the Tsigu kingdom faced a catastrophe of national destruction, he could only choose to perish together with the enemy. But after developing for so long with more and more citizens and a better life, the Tsigu kingdom was his country and also the place where he had the deepest bonds in this world. His friends, family, comrades, and citizens were his lifeblood. If they were in danger, he, Wapol, would protect them with his life. This stone is so hard, I can't dig anymore. I'll have to use the swallow fruit ability to swallow it. Wapol opened his mouth and bit down. Crack, oh my. Wapol fell to the ground in a faceplant position. Rubbing his chin, Wapol stood frozen in place. This is that cave. Wapol was very sure that this was the cave he had entered a month ago because the abundance of stalactites was proof. Haha, I succeeded. I found the time cave. Wapol happily hugged and kissed a stalactite. No, I need to test the time ratio between here and the outside world. Wapol took out an hourglass. Because things like watches are prone to malfunction, an hourglass was more reliable. While using the hourglass to measure time, Wapol began to review the physical techniques and hockey he had learned before. His observation hockey was not even at the elementary level. It could only be said to have some rudimentary form of observation hockey. Huhei-haya. Wapol began his training. Sha-sha-sha-sha. Time passed. Wapol was doing push-ups on the ground when suddenly his consciousness began to blur, and the next moment, he found himself back in the previous place. Time's up. Wapol remembered that 20 hours had passed in the cave, but from the position of the sun, only about 2 hours had passed outside. 110. Huh. I've struck it rich. Wapol's vision went black, and he fell unconscious. Central Hospital of the Tsigu Kingdom. Royal Ward. Dr. Kureha, what's wrong with the king? Jesse asked anxiously. He has exhausted too much physical strength and fallen into a coma. Nothing serious. He will recover after a few days of rest. Dr. Kaleha gave Wapol and 4 drip. Hearing this, the people gathered outside the ward all breathed a sigh of relief. Duo are done Keluamalaming Jesse Luabin Ruewin Gabuda and Xiaoba all felt relieved. Xiaoba had recently been studying medicine under Dr. Kaleha. Although Dr. Kaleha was strict with Xiaoba felt maternal love from her. Xiaoba, you stay here for the night watch. Everyone else disperse. Dr. Kaleha waved them away. After everyone had left, Dr. Kaleha looked at Wapol with a serious expression. This little one really is a handful. Inside Wapol's body there was a special substance devouring his functions, although it was very faint. Dr. Kaleha still discovered it. Dr. Kaleha had never seen such a condition before. Was it the backlash of overusing the devil fruit ability? I'll have to go find the Julie couple to take a look. Dr. Kaleha took Wapol's examination report and left the hospital. 1 week later, Wapol was discussing the special substance inside his body with the Julie couple and Dr. Kaleha in the Research Institute's meeting room. Director Dr. Kaleha, the special substance inside His Majesty Wapol is very similar to the void matter we are researching. We would like to conduct a comprehensive full examination on His Majesty Wapol. Dr. Julie said, I don't care about your damn void. I've already controlled that thing with medication. I advise you to abandon the idea of studying it. It will devour Wapol's physical functions. Dr. Kaleha looked at Wapol sternly. Wapol lowered his head guiltily. After recovering, Wapol had gone to the Julie couple, and they had just figured out the cause of his coma. Wapol also told the Julie couple about his adventure. The Julie couple had recently been studying the void formula on the stone wall. In the eyes of scientists, although Wapol's words were incredible, they believed him. Combining Wapol's physical condition after his coma, Dr. Julie reached a conclusion. First, that space truly exists. Theoretically, it belongs to a time-space rift existing in the crack between 2 spaces. Wapol, using his swallow fruit ability, accidentally entered that space and consumed a large amount of the space's matter, establishing a connection with it. When the special substance inside Wapol resonates with the space, Wapol will enter it. The special substance in Wapol's body is also a consumable. When he is in that space, it consumes the substance. Once the special substance is completely depleted, the space will expel Wapol, leaving his body in a state of spatial disorder. In other words, it's overconsumption of ability. The special substance will never completely disappear from Wapol's body. It needs energy to strengthen itself. When it cannot devour energy, it will devour Wapol's physical functions. Dr. Julie logically identified the cause of Wapol's problem. After studying the void theory, Dr. Julie had achieved some results. To achieve a void jump, one must first enter the space rift, then open a wormhole to realize the jump. That is to say, Wapol's swallow fruit ability can devour space and time. However, this is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could lead to backlash. Wapol also wanted to understand what that space was about. But Dr. Kaleha objected because she could not watch her patient take risks. Dr. Kaleha was a stern old woman, and since Wapol had turned over a new leaf, she felt deeply comforted. Watching Wapol rebuild the drum kingdom and witness its growing strength brought Dr. Kaleha even greater joy, and Wapol in turn felt the warmth of familial care from her. Throughout his past life as an isolated recluse, he had endured nothing but contempt and disdain from others. Now Wapol found himself surrounded by friends, loyal subordinates, and people he truly cared for. In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, one must grow powerful or risk losing everything precious. Nurse Doll, rest assured, I will be fine. Wapol looked at Dr. Kaleha. Upon seeing the resolute gleam in his eyes, she sighed. None of you ever give me any peace of mind. Boy, do not play the hero. If anything goes wrong, you report it to me immediately. If you do not promise me that I will not approve your void experiment. Hey, don't worry, I'm not tired of living yet. Wapol gestured for the Curie couple to begin preparing the experiment. The theory of the void was too vast and complex, so only the Curie couple themselves would handle the procedures directly. Wapol donned the various detection instruments and waited for Dr. Curie to give the signal. Your Majesty, Wapol, here are the experimental procedures. Please review them. Dr. Curie handed Wapol a report detailing the experimental steps. Wapol summarized them. First step, open the spatial passage, that is the spatial gate. Second step, enter through the gate and hold position at the threshold. Third step, establish another gate on the other side and exit through it. What appeared to be straightforward requirements proved nearly impossible to execute in practice. While Wapol understood how to open the spatial gate, he had never actually attempted to remain suspended at the threshold itself. Prepare. Commence. Wapol opened his mouth and bit into the void. The special substance within his body began to react. The Curie couple swiftly recorded all the data fluctuations across the instruments. Spatial fluctuations rippled through the air, and Wapol's figure began to fade. Then with a soft pop, he vanished from sight. An hour and 59 minutes later, pop. Wapol reappeared in the laboratory. Huff, huff, ha, ha. He panted heavily. This time he had once again entered a cave with distorted temporal ratios. He had intended to follow Dr. Kiri's instructions and hold position at the spatial threshold without fully entering. But during his attempt he felt his body was about to be torn apart, forcing him to enter the cave space anyway. Once inside, he wasted no time and began repeatedly reviewing the void theory that Dr. Kiri had compiled. The compilation also contained formulas derived from analyzing the stone walls. Though difficult to fully grasp, Wapol persisted in his studies. Last time he had spent 2 hours here before emerging, and he had fallen into a coma. This time he intended to exit 1 minute earlier. As expected, he did not lose consciousness this time. Only extreme exhaustion, as though every ounce of energy had been drained. How did it go? Wapol asked the Kiri couple. They stood frozen in place. This kind of endurance. Your Majesty, Wapol. Are you unharmed? Dr. Kiri stammered, overcome with emotion. All the detection equipment in the laboratory had recorded something significant. That formula for spatial traversal was complete nonsense. The spatial waves generated during transit could easily tear apart a human body. Even a body as hard as steel would be reduced to iron slag. And even if the body survived the chaotic forces of space, would shatter one's consciousness and mind. After hearing Dr. Kiri's explanation, Wapol felt a chill of fear. Holding position at the spatial threshold would have been suicide. We should halt this experiment. Your Majesty, Dr. Kiri said nervously. Haha, Kiri, you're no coward. Surely you're not frightened by such a minor setback. Wapol patted Dr. Kiri on the shoulder. You said iron turns to slag, but my Wapol alloy might just withstand that spatial distortion. As long as I move fast enough and open another spatial gate, I can achieve void jumping. And I've already entered another space 3 times. My mind and consciousness remain intact. Besides, I have you. All you need do is crack those void theory formulas on the stone walls, and we will find a solution. Your Majesty, you cannot enter that space again. Before we find a solution, another entry could prove fatal. The special substance within you is nearly depleted. Can it not be restored? Its nourishment comes from your bodily functions. I see. Haha, once we find a substitute, I won't risk my life anymore. Seal that space for now. Though the time cave space was no longer usable, it remained one of Wapol's trump cards. Time drifted forward as the sun and moon cycled through the heavens. Both the visible and hidden aspects of the Drum Kingdom were developing rapidly. On the surface, the medical industry, pharmaceutical sector, steel manufacturing, and exports of simple alloys were generating enormous economic returns for the kingdom. Wapol invested 70% of these earnings into the Research Institute. The modern facility now integrated biological research with mechanical technology. The entire research base was enormous. Just 2 modest 2-story buildings on the surface, but stretching 10 levels deep underground. The institute encompassed biological research, pharmaceutical studies, medical research, and mechanical engineering. Each department was divided into numerous research teams. Meanwhile, the Drum Kingdom's hidden operations were advancing rapidly. Wapol channeled every remaining cent of profit into public infrastructure projects for the kingdom, ensuring every citizen's life grew progressively better. World Conference. Wapol set aside the void formulas in his hands. Your Majesty, the World Conference begins in just 1 week. Jess reminded him. Is that so? Wapol frowned, stroking his chin. Monarchs from the 50 member nations of the world government convened every 4 years at Holy Land Mary Geos to discuss matters of global security and order. At its core, it was simply about dividing interests. The law of the jungle applied between nations as well. Among these 50 member states were the world's dominant powers. Smaller kingdoms, like Western Flower Kingdom, held no place at this table. These 50 nations harbored mutual rivalries, and weakness invited contempt from other delegates who would dismiss your proposals outright. The Navy has sent representatives. Shall we receive them at the port? Oh, which Navy officer? Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy's hero. Garp. Wapol's heart skipped a beat. Munch-Munch D. Kapu, Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, a legendary figure within the Navy who had repeatedly driven the pirate King Roger into desperate straits. He became a hero of the Marines over 40 years ago due to the rocks incident, earning the titles Hero Garp and Iron Fist Garp. From the era of Roger, Sengoku and Garp had always led the forefront of the Marines. After the Summit War of Marineford concluded, they both retired, though they retained their ranks, and stepped back to train naval soldiers at the headquarters. Wapol strained his memory to recall all known intelligence about Garp. Garp was fierce in temperament, straightforward, and deeply cared for his subordinates, making him an excellent superior. Yet when confronting pirates he deemed utterly evil, he transformed into a god of slaughter. Hailed as a hero, he was in truth a man of both wisdom and courage, with far-reaching vision and an exceptionally precise grasp of the world's trends. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku often sought his counsel on various situations. Much like Luffy, he often fell asleep while scolding others. Yet no matter how bizarre the circumstances, Garp would always show a resolute smile. Meanwhile, Munch-Munch D. Long had already begun quietly developing the Revolutionary Army. As Garp's son, he had taken a completely different path, standing in opposition to his father. But Garp still felt immense pride in his son's achievements. And the world's child, Munch-Munch D. Lu Fei, was Garp's grandson, who, like his father Long, had chosen a path contrary to Garp's. Garp found this very troubling, yet whenever Luffy accomplished something major and made the newspapers, he would proudly declare, "That's my grandson." Though he was strict with Luffy, he loved him deeply in his heart. And another figure from a different timeline but Ace was Garp's adopted grandson, the son entrusted to him by his old rival Roger. He had hoped to raise Ace as a marine, but Ace became a pirate instead. At Ace's execution, Garp shed hot tears lamenting why Ace hadn't listened to him. Regarding Garp's martial prowess, Wapol felt deeply uneasy. According to known intelligence, Garp's armament haki had reached a terrifying level. In recorded battles, Garp had used his devastating armament haki to punch the top of the Prime Chinjo's head, which had once split a frozen continent, until it was dented. The Chinjo of that era was nothing like the one who fought Luffy in the tournament. He was several tiers stronger than the Lao Ji who had been crippled by Sai. Garp's observation haki was unknown, but he undoubtedly possessed the aptitude for conqueror's haki. It was merely that Garp did not walk the path of a conqueror, yet he certainly had the qualifications. Garp's strength was difficult to gauge now. For a legendary figure like him, Wapol considered him an unsolvable entity at present. Some of Garp's ordinary techniques, like the fistbone meteor. He would throw cannonballs like pitching a baseball toward enemy ships. The speed and power of his thrown shells even surpassed those fired from a warship's main cannons, and the resulting blast could spread for dozens of miles. Such a casual move was enough to demonstrate how terrifying Garp would be if he got serious. 40 years ago, Garp, then 40 years old and a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, was hailed as the hero of the Marines due to the rocks incident. 30 years ago, Garp, aged 50, fought the pirate leader Chinjo, who had a bounty exceeding 500 million, and smashed his proud conical head until it became dented. During the Roger era, Garp led the Marines' front line alongside Sengoku, and he already possessed immense power. He was known as Hero Garp, while among pirates Garp was synonymous with a demon. In his pursuit of Gold, Roger Garp forged a bond with him. Garp always regarded Roger as his rival, clashing with him dozens of times and driving him into desperate straits on numerous occasions. Even the mere fact that he had cornered Roger sent a chill down Wapol's spine. Roger's crew was filled with monstrously powerful individuals. Rayleigh alone was formidable enough. But Garp could lead the Marines to suppress Roger, a scenario Wapol dared not imagine. During the Summit War, Garp punched Marco flying with a single blow. Regardless, Marco was the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates. There was a gap in strength between an emperor and his first mate, but every first mate had the capability to fight an admiral. Knocked down by a single punch from Garp, did Marco not want to dodge at that moment? Or was Garp's punch so locked on that he couldn't evade? If it was the latter, then Garp's strength was something Wapol currently had no way to face. Even if Enel were here and everyone from the Drum Kingdom attacked together, they would still be lambs to the slaughter. Robin hide for a moment. We can't risk guessing what this man is thinking. The Garp that Wapol knew was the one from the anime and manga, but what the actual situation was even he couldn't figure out. Before the reverie, how could the Marines send a figure of this caliber to protect the king? Robin knew her identity was sensitive, so she put down the newspaper and left through the back door's secret passage. Just bring all our strongest elite soldiers visible to the front. Also hide some of the secret weapons and mount the conventional weapons. Wapol adjusted his expression, disguising himself as a fat, incompetent, and corrupt slob. Jess turned and left to prepare for the meeting. The black technology of the Drum Kingdom could not be revealed openly, just as Wapol would not expose his battle armor and second form. At the port of the Drum Kingdom, a warship was sailing toward it from a nautical mile away. Vice Admiral Garp, we've arrived at the Drum Kingdom. Garp's adjutant Bogart put down his binoculars and said, "Oh, we're here," said the tall, broad-chested, muscular old man. The old man had a scar over his left eye, blue eyes, short gray-white hair, wore a doghead hat, and draped a Marine Justice cloak over his shoulders. This was the legendary figure Minchi D. Kapu. "Vice Admiral Garp, there are many soldiers gathered at their port," said a lookout. Upon hearing this, the Marines on the warship raised their weapons. "What's there to be nervous about? Haven't you seen the world? Our mission is to protect King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom and safely escort him to the reverie," said Garp, eating a donut. "But Vice Admiral Garp, judging by this display, the King of the Drum Kingdom doesn't seem friendly," said Bogart. "It's just a show of force." Garp had already clearly seen the scene at the port. Wapol had mobilized all the elite soldiers he could openly deploy to this location. Though the weapons were not magical ones, the improved and reinforced firearms and swords were uniformly standardized. Every soldier stood tall, proud to be an elite soldier of the Drum Kingdom. Fans of One Piece love to debate the relative strength of each character. But in the world of One Piece, once a fighter reaches the upper echelons, determining a clear winner is far from simple. For instance, those whose power approaches that of an admiral can certainly trade blows with one, but even an admiral cannot expect to secure a swift victory. Are the Yonko truly stronger than admirals? At the very least, Shanks is stronger than Aokiji. Yet even he cannot defeat an admiral in a short span. During the war at Marineford, when Whitebeard went berserk and pummeled Akainu, the latter still managed to counterattack. Had Whitebeard been a decade younger, Akainu would have undoubtedly lost. From these examples, it becomes clear there must be a tier above the Yonko. This tier does not solely represent raw power, but rather influence. Wapol established a classification system to identify those untouchable figures. The legendary tier Roger Rayleigh Garp, Sengoku Whitebeard, Shiki Count Red Bandawato, and others. At their peak, every one of these legends was an overwhelmingly powerful force. They had even transcended the boundaries of humanity. But aren't legends meant to be shattered? Wapol felt assured in his own conviction. The warship docked at the port. Garp and his subordinate Bogard disembarked first. Welcome Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Jess, serving as chief of staff and diplomat, handled all ceremonial duties. Wapol rode through the soldiers atop a massive hippo mount. Dalton stood guard beside Wapol in full armor, a blood-chambered battle axe in hand. Behind him, Raven gripped a greatsword with Gabuda and Chopper standing nearby. Wapol had gathered everyone capable of maintaining appearances. The reason was simple: he was putting on a performance, concealing his true nature. Your Majesty's welcoming party is quite grand, Bogard remarked. I am deeply grateful that Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp has been assigned to protect me during this World Conference. It is an honor to welcome Vice Admiral Garp. A grand ceremony is nothing unusual, ha. Wapol laughed heartily. Yet Garp, wearing his signature dog-headed hat, showed no response. Bogard, standing nearby, glanced awkwardly and discovered Garp had fallen asleep while standing. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Bogard quickly roused Garp. Achoo. Huh. Garp's eyes snapped open, unleashing a crushing aura as heavy as a mountain upon Wapol and his entourage. The soldiers stationed near Wapol remained unaffected by the pressure, but Wapol and Dalton themselves were suffocated beneath its weight. The stronger one's power, the more acutely they feel it. So this is a legendary figure. With power like this, my armor offers me no chance of victory. Wapol compared Garp's strength to Katakuri, finding Garp's pressure far more overwhelming. But Garp merely scratched his head and looked at Gabuda, who was swaying casually, as though entirely unfazed. Is this fellow simply too weak to feel it? Garp thought. Garp withdrew his pressure, and the spiritual weight vanished instantly. Wapol and the others exhaled in relief. Dalton was drenched in sweat. Look at you, brat. All grown up, and wearing a crown. Your father would be thrilled if he knew. Garp regarded Wapol with the expression one reserves for a junior, treating him not as a king at all. Haha, you haven't changed, old man. Just prepare a feast. The old man deserves a proper meal. Since Garp treated Wapol as a mere child, Wapol naturally addressed him as old man. When someone offers an opening, you take it. Opportunities to build rapport are rare. Soldiers cleared the path as Wapol led the elite of Drum Kingdom's forces, escorting Garp and Bogard to a 5-star establishment for a grand banquet. Wapol pondered Garp's true purpose. The Marines answered to the world government, but the world government was not synonymous with the Marines. The world government had been watching him for some time, seeking to extract the secrets of Drum Kingdom from him. During the World Conference, Wapol would inevitably leave Drum Kingdom's shores. Should the world government wish to act, this would be the perfect opportunity. They could dispatch assassination units akin to CP-9 to secretly abduct and interrogate him. But with Garp, now his naval escort, the situation had become intriguing. Someone within the Marine ranks or at a higher level had learned of certain plans and chosen to interfere, aiming to thwart their political rival. Uninformed individuals might dismiss a mere vice admiral as insignificant, but those who knew the truth understood he was an old man of unfathomable power. Displaying Drum Kingdom's most formidable visible forces, Garp's response was that it was far too weak. Once Wapol grasped the situation, he dismissed his soldiers and summoned Dr. Kureha. Since you've graced us with your presence, old man, might I trouble you for a medical examination? Wapol desperately wanted Garp's blood serum samples. No need, brat. This old man's physique is more than adequate. As he spoke, Garp seized a massive cut of meat and swallowed it whole. Well, your health appears impeccable. My own condition, however, is dire. I struggle with obesity, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, hyperglycemia, coronary disease. Wapol listed off a string of ailments. Garp himself was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking, how do you even survive with all that? Old man, shall we depart tomorrow? Wapol asked. Yes, we leave tomorrow. 5 days later we reach Mary Geos on the Red Line. You 50 kings will rest for 1 day, then the World Conference begins. Garp replied. Then let us feast and drink freely tonight and depart tomorrow. Wapol turned his attention to the meat before him. Dr. Kureha knew Garp, and the two began a drinking contest. By age, Dr. Kureha was considerably older than Garp. She belonged to the same era as Brooke. After several rounds, the banquet drew to a close. Wapol appeared drowsy on the surface, but his mind remained sharply clear. After I depart Drum Kingdom, conceal all secret facilities. Upgrade the defense level to S rank. Cromerryman and Jess will be in command. For the World Conference, Raven and Dalton will accompany me. The rest remain behind. Upon returning to the castle, Wapol arranged all matters. We'll see what we're truly dealing with. Wapol anticipated this covert confrontation. On an island, a masked figure listened to his subordinate's report. You're saying Vice Admiral Garp has been assigned to Wapol's escort? The mysterious man showed visible surprise. Yes. What is this old man up to? The masked figure agitatedly twisted the dagger in his hand. Calm yourself. He's merely an aging marine. Another black-robed figure made a dismissive remark. Then you go draw him away yourself? Forget it. How about we strike when he returns? Sigh. That may be our only option. A conspiracy stealthily approached Warbwa, yet silently dissipated. When one's strength reaches a certain level, one can fear no schemes or intrigues. Thus Warbwa would spare no means to enhance his power. These cells contain an abundance of active factors. Dr. 20 handed a report to Warbwa. After scrutinizing it, Warbwa tossed it back to Dr. 20. Is it helpful for the upgrade enhancement agent? Well, not directly, but we can try to see if the blood of this strong individual undergoes any changes after using the enhancement agent. Continue your research with the team then. Warbwa was somewhat disappointed. Your Majesty, we have newly improved the one-time activation enhancement agent, reducing the side effects to an acceptable level. Oh, in that case, give me a copy of the finished product. Warbwa left the Research Institute's biological pharmacy lab. He was to depart tomorrow, leaving the Tsigu Kingdom for the home to continent, Shemalikiea. Warbwa wished to further elevate his strength before then. The permanent enhancement agent's upgraded version had not yet been produced, but it was already in the process of research and development. However, he already possessed a temporary amplification potion. The World Conference. Leaving the Tsigu Kingdom, Warbwa did not make a grand spectacle like other kings. Instead, he boarded a navy warship with Duordun Ruewin and a dozen elite soldiers. Just bringing this few people, eh? Bojati asked in surprise. That's right, these are enough. Warbwa replied. But we may not be able to escort you on your return voyage. It's fine, we can manage on our own. If any reckless pirate crew dares to rob us, they'll meet their maker. Warbwa said arrogantly. All right. Raise the sails. Set sail. Bojati had no choice but to order his men to depart. Kapu, wearing a dog-head cap, lay snoring loudly on a bench. Warbwa glanced at the sleeping Kapu, feeling quite reassured. At least during the journey, he had no fear of any reckless pirate attacks. A navy warship still carried considerable deterrence. Pirates with bounties under 50 million did not dare to attack it. With nothing else to do aboard, Warbwa could only read the newspapers. This time he was taking a warship to the World Conference, so the return escort would also be a warship, but the commanding officer might not be Kapu. Due to the warship's presence, the route changed, sailing directly from the Tsigu Kingdom to the Xiangbidi Islands. At that time, a navy base was stationed on the Xiangbidi Islands. Sometimes an admiral would be stationed here. The warship carrying Warbwa would dock at Xiangbidi, then he would take the exclusive climbing vehicle up the home to continent to Shemalikiea. Warbwa was quite eager to visit Xiangbidi. After all, it was the place where the Straw Hat crew first suffered total defeat, where the supernovas gathered, and where Luffy punched a celestial dragon. Moreover, the ferryman, the Dark King Rayleigh, was hidden here. The Shamrock Bar was also a place Warbwa wanted to visit. With anticipation, he sat in the cabin practicing his sensing training as he did every day. Observation Haki had already taken its initial form. Now he just needed to constantly strengthen this form and let it grow. Through continuous training, he would eventually advance his observation Haki. Xiangbidi. The Xiangbidi Islands, also known as Soap Bubble Islands, are an archipelago in the manga One Piece located in the Grand Line before the home to continent. The islands are composed of many giant trees, the ground is made of roots, and bubbles rise from the ground. Near the Navy headquarters there stands the world's largest red tree, the Urukumin mangrove. Its roots have always been above the water, thus forming the Xiangbidi Islands. The greatest feature of the Xiangbidi Islands is that the roots of the Urukumin mangrove secrete a special natural resin through respiration. The resin expands due to air forming bubbles that float into the sky. Because the bubbles are only suited to the Urukumin mangrove's climate range, once they leave the Xiangbidi Islands climate zone, the resin components cannot fully exert their power and burst. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of the Xiangbidi Islands. The entire archipelago consists of 79 trees, each numbered with towns and facilities on each tree. People call the group of 79 islands the Xiangbidi Islands. The regional division of the Xiangbidi Islands is also clear based on the tree numbers. Number range 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, lawless zones, etc. 30 to 39, mainly soap bubble park, etc. 40 to 49, mainly tourist areas, souvenir shops, etc. 50 to 59, mainly shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. 60 to 69, mainly navy garrison, government entrances, etc. 70 to 79, mainly hotel districts, etc. 2 years later, due to the relocation of the Navy headquarters, almost the entire island became a lawless zone. Warbwa, upon arriving at Xiangbidi this time, also wanted to have a good stroll here. The Navy warship was to rest here, and Warbwa had time to tour Xiangbidi. Here the slave traders, the buying and selling of humans, mermaids, and fishmen are tacitly permitted. In a sense, this island is corrupt. Warbwa said to Ruewin and Duordun. In fact, there are two routes to the New World. One is to request permission from the world government and directly cross the Holy Land Mariwa atop the home to continent, which means abandoning the ship. Although it costs a lot of money and takes time, it is very safe. The other is to first coat the ship with Urukumin mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters, pass through a giant cave beneath the Hongta continent, and reach the New World via the seafloor route through the Fishman Island. However, it is very dangerous. Those like us who have both money and status can choose the official route. Pirates, on the other hand, have to take the risk of the 10,000 meter seafloor route. Of course, we could also fly over directly. Wapol possessed a new-style arc spaceship capable of flying to the moon, so flying over the Hongta continent was certainly achievable. Boss, someone is running toward us. Ruewin drew the great sword on his back. Wapol looked and saw a strong man charging in his direction. Is this guy trying to force himself on me? Wapol shuddered with disgust. However, before the man could reach him, his collar exploded, shattering his head completely. Brain matter and blood splattered onto Wapol's foot. What a cursed mess. Wapol complained while also observing the deceased. The deceased was undoubtedly a pirate, but why had he been killed by a sudden explosion? The Tianlongren, the world nobles of Xingdi Malikia. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the Shiji Zhengfu 800 years ago, styling themselves as the offspring of the creators and flaunting their arrogance accordingly. Deeming themselves too exalted to breathe the same air as commoners, they wear bubble helmets and arbitrarily enslave members of other races. They enjoy all privileges. If offended, an admiral of the Haijun headquarters or the CP0 must mobilize all military forces to defend them. They are a group of self-important beings regarded by many as the greatest scum of humanity. Male Tianlongren append the character saint to their names, while female Tianlongren add palace to signify their own grandeur. Wapol maintained a respectful distance from the Tianlongren. Having ruled the world of One Piece for centuries, it was impossible for him to believe they lacked hidden strength. On the surface, a few foolish Tianlongren appeared, but were all Tianlongren truly worthless? Why is that person with the fishbowl pointing a gun at us? Ruewin asked in confusion. Holy crap. Wapol instantly transformed his arm into an alloy shield. With a clang, Wapol was sent flying by the impact. Cough cough, a large caliber pistol. Wapol immediately recognized the model. This type of large caliber pistol could only be produced by their Tsigu kingdom. They are Tianlongren. Duo or Dun frowned deeply. Had he not recognized the Tianlongren, he would have charged at the assailant with his battle axe long ago. Don't interfere, Wapol warned his two subordinates. Encountering Tianlongren was a headache. Though you were a king, the Tianlongren claimed to be descendants of the gods, while the king was merely a ruler of mortals. Thus, the status of the Tianlongren surpassed that of ordinary kings. If Ruewin and Duo or Dun attacked the Tianlongren, an admiral of the Haijun headquarters or the CP0 would lead an army to come. Consequently, the Tianlongren had long abused their power, committing all manner of heinous and tyrannical acts on the Xiangbidi archipelago. Tianlongren society belonged to the old slave system, so they held strong notions of bloodline, possessed a severe sense of racial superiority, and regarded anyone outside the Tianlongren with intense discrimination. In short, they did not treat anyone as human. Oh dear, my slave captain is dead. How did he explode? Hey, did you guys do this? A Tianlongren wearing a fishbowl helmet approached, still holding the large caliber pistol that had sent Wapol flying. Ruewin. Wapol grabbed Ruewin's shoulder. Ruewin was an orphan and had never heard of the Tianlongren's reputation. Wapol was her boss. He gave her money, food, and shelter. If something happened to Wapol, she would lose her livelihood. May I ask which saint of the Tianlongren you are? Wapol put on a fawning smile as he asked. Slap. Wapol was directly slapped. So, what are you? Who allowed you to look me in the eye? And you dare ask my name? The Tianlongren arrogantly pointed the gun at Wapol's head. Wapol wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt he could not hold back any longer. But a sense of threat constantly surrounded him. Not from the large caliber pistol above his head, but from the man in a white suit standing behind the Tianlongren. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the Marine Bogiate arrived. Stop! Stop! Bogiate stepped in front of Wapol. Marine, what do you think you're doing? Do you know what you're doing? The man in the white suit demanded. He is the king of the Tsigu kingdom here to attend the world conference. It's all a misunderstanding. The king of the Tsigu kingdom. The Tianlongren scratched his head. The man in the black suit leaned close to his ear and explained. Oh, just a king of mortals. My slave died. Did you guys do it? The Tianlongren asked. It wasn't us. We just arrived here when we saw this man running over, and then his head exploded. Wapol recounted the incident. I'll forget it. What a terrible day. The Tianlongren turned and left impatiently. The man in the white suit glanced at Wapol and followed. Your Majesty, Wapol, are you alright? Bogiate wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm fine, just took a few tumbles. Wapol laughed heartily, indicating he was unharmed, but only he knew how furious he had been. Earlier, Wapol had already planned an escape route. After striking the Tianlongren, he would return directly to the Tsigu kingdom and relocate to Kong Island. Kong Island was not yet under the Tianlongren's control. The Tianlongren are the world nobles. Please be careful, Bogiate could only say so for he was a Marine. It's fine. By the way, we're going to the slave shop to see an auction. Are you coming? No, I'm a Marine. Human trafficking is illegal. But you can't stop it because the forces behind these traffickers are actually the Shiji Jingfu's people. Wapol exposed the truth. Alas. Boji sighed in disappointment. Isn't this world just like that? Right. Wapol patted Boji on the shoulder and left with Ruiwen and Duodon. After the incident with the Tianlongren, Wapol recognized a reality. The Tianlongren possessed astonishing power in this world. Even if they were fatuous and despotic, no one rebelled. It's not that there haven't been rebellions. It's that those who rebelled have disappeared forever. Wapol recalled the man in the white suit. That man in white was very strong. He estimated that only by donning his battle armor could he stand a chance. However, ruling the world by force was not a long-term solution. Once people's minds were liberated, their rule would be overthrown. And that kind of ideology was already being spread by someone, Monkey D. Dragon. The name of the Revolutionary Army had emerged. Although its forces were still very weak now, in a few years, it would become a major thorn in the side of the Shiji Jingfu. I have remembered this Tianlongren's face. When I grow strong enough, I will repay this humiliation. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully a youth for being poor. No, I'm quite rich now. Wapol knew he had to endure at this moment. He was like King Gojin of you. On the Xiangbidi archipelago, areas 1 to 29 were all slave trading shops. This was lawless territory. Yet ironically, the marine base was located in areas 60 to 69. Wapol and his two companions were dressed in luxurious clothes, naturally attracting the attention of many thugs as they walked the streets of the lawless zone. Many shrewd thugs were waiting for an opportunity because three people who looked like easy prey could very well be wolves. The thugs, well versed in the lawless zone, were all watching to see if someone would be the first to act. Boss, why are these people always staring at us? Ruiwen asked in confusion. They want to steal your food, especially the big chicken drumstick you're holding. Wapol lied to Ruiwen. Oh, no way. If anyone tries to steal my meat, I'll chop them up. Ruiwen bristled like an angry cat. At that moment, a gang of ferocious-looking men blocked the path of Wapol and his group. Hand over the. Ruiwen was a kind-hearted girl. As she grew older, she transformed from a tomboy into someone with more feminine charm. Although she wore a suit of armor when accompanying Wapol outside, the curves of her chest were still quite prominent. Hand over everything you've got. You want to steal my chicken thigh? Ruiwen instantly drew her great sword and cleaved him in two. Ruiwen's personality was somewhat naive. Having grown up in a survival of the fittest sea garbage dump, she had an exceptionally keen ability to discern malice. Wapol had just said someone would come to steal the meat, and then a person with malicious intent blocked their path. Ruiwen's instinctive reaction was to attack. Attack is the best defense. Yet Ruiwen had intended to hold back, but Wapol had once again upgraded her greatsword. Alloy charged greatsword, made from Wapol alloy white iron alloy normal alloy. It contains a mana stone attack device capable of releasing mana blade slashes and also unleashing charged energy to enhance attack power. After obtaining the new weapon, Ruiwen directly followed Wapol to attend the World Conference here, but she had not yet mastered the force of the new weapon. Thus resulted such a brutal scene. Ruiwen was also somewhat surprised, as she had only intended to knock the malicious fellow away, but ended up cleaving him in two. The dozen underlings who followed Thug A were scared shitless by such a ferocious Ruiwen. Big brother, no big sister, spare us. Spare us. Ruiwen looked at Wapol with a bewildered expression. Wapol took out a tissue and wiped her face. Your face is covered in blood. Be more careful next time. Wapol didn't want to deal with these thugs. He knew that the nearby thugs, pirates, and bandits were all watching the three of them. Having arrived here, Wapol didn't want to cause a big commotion. The previous celestial dragons had already stirred up trouble. Drawing too much attention would affect what he planned to do next. However, these thugs and criminals didn't seem intimidated by Ruiwen's brutality. Brothers, the Scorpion Gang invites everyone to split these 3 fat sheep today. Anyone want a piece? That woman's greatsword is worth a fortune. So it was Ruiwen's new weapon that had aroused the greed of these criminals. They were desperados who lived on the edge, risking their lives. But what if they happened to be the lucky one? There were 500 to 600 outlaws in the vicinity from over a dozen factions of various sizes. Every criminal had blood on their hands, and the leaders had real skills. As these vicious thugs attacked en masse, Ruiwen hurriedly stuffed the chicken thigh into her mouth. None of these people are innocent. Let's move. Wapol showed no sign of panic. When he first arrived in this world, he might have feared these people. But having grown through battles large and small, against the poker pirates, the Tanya Kingdom, Skypia, Germa, the Moon, and many others, he had already surpassed these people by far. Moreover, the friends around him had all become stronger than in the original story. Dalton wore armor under his coat, and the battle axe in his hand gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Moo. The ox-form Dalton appeared in the eyes of the thugs. No. This guy is the warrior chief of the Drum Kingdom. It's Ox Dalton. Damn it. Why is the warrior chief here? Retreat. The cowardly among the thugs had already started to flee. Judgment cycle slash. Dalton leaped into the air and slammed his axe into the ground. The hundreds of mooks stood no chance against Dalton's current strength. Even if there were some green-named elite monsters among the mobs, they couldn't hold Dalton back for even a moment. It seems the upgraded alloy-charged battle axe has indeed become much stronger. Wapol, now wandering on the periphery, watched Dalton dispose of these despicable scum who had committed every evil. The axe blade was extremely sharp. The spikes on the back could be used for hammering, and when charged the battle axe could release a shockwave with a diameter of 10 meters. There was no need to use the charge against these thugs. Even Dalton's ordinary attacks would injure them on contact. Dalton had developed his once-ridiculed fruit, while making further progress in strength and speed, while his defense and recovery had become even stronger. While Dalton was punishing the outlaws, Reborn wasn't idle either. She wielded the giant greatsword with such force that it whistled through the air, spinning and leaping with her eyes closed. With a combo, she laid out a bunch of thugs around her. The remaining ones, seeing how brutal these two were, directly turned their attention to Wapol. Kill him. Oh, taking me for a soft target. Versatile arsenal war fortress. Wapol's shoulders transformed into 2 Gatling guns, his hands into grenade launchers, and a cigar dangled from his mouth. Blazing tongues of fire engulfed the criminals. Wapol felt no pity for them. In this lawless land, swindling, cheating, and stealing were the least of it. Robbery and murder were commonplace, and even worse, some trafficked human organs. A bunch of scum. I didn't want to bother with you, but you brought this upon yourselves. Wapol didn't claim to be a righteous man, but when he encountered such things, he couldn't help but intervene. Grabbing the only surviving criminal, Wapol pressed his gun against the man's head. Where's the largest slave auction nearby? Tell me, and I'll spare your life. I'll talk. Trino, 28. There's a huge auction there today selling many exotic species, some famous pirate singers. Thud. Wapol dropped the headless corpse. Let's go. To know. 28. Wapol led Dalton and Reborn away from the place. Lawless land. Trino, 28. Having attracted trouble earlier because of their attire, this time Wapol and his 2 companions all wore black robes and masks over their faces. Please show your tickets. Here. The 3 tickets were all obtained earlier from the thug leader. After entering the venue, they went inside. On both sides of the passage were iron cages or glass cabinets, each containing beautiful and seductive women. In the world of One Piece, beautiful women were abundant. Wapol glanced around. These women all kept their heads lowered, presumably having abandoned any thought of escape. Slave trading. Wapol wanted to rescue them, but he could save them once, not forever. After passing through the passage, they entered the center of the hall. There were seats all around. Finding their seats according to the numbers on the tickets, Wapol began to survey the entire venue. The central platform was presumably for auctioning items. According to status, wealth, and influence, the area near the platform should be the VIP section, while the tickets he had snatched were only in the last 3 rows, presumably the worst seats. Whether this auction would have celestial dragons attending, Wapol wasn't sure. After all, this auction was a very comprehensive one. The auction list Wapol obtained included many races. But what caught Wapol's attention was a particular item. A special product. The second to last item on the list bore quotation marks, and it was precisely that which caught Wapol's attention. Click, click. Spotlights from the ceiling all converged on the center of the stage, and a man resembling an MC slowly emerged from a lift platform. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The largest and most comprehensive slave auction in Sabaody now begins. Each bid increment must not be less than 1 million belly. Without further ado, let us present exhibit number 1. The lift platform rose once more, revealing an iron cage to the audience. First up, our number 1 auction lot, a noble young lady from the West Sea. Her beauty and temperament are top tier. She has received impeccable upbringing, and she radiates aristocratic elegance from head to toe. Starting bid, 20 million belly. Buyers who enjoy domination, conquest, and collection. What are you waiting for? Yaha. I bid 22 million. A portly and grotesquely ugly man raised his bidding paddle. It's Butcher Femin, the food magnate who deals in meat. I hear he enjoys tormenting those haughty noble daughters. Isn't it because he was once humiliated by a noble princess of their country, who even crushed one of his testicles underfoot. And later that princess had her skin flayed off by him, didn't she? Indeed. It was utterly wretched. She was made to rub chili oil and salt on herself every day, and finally honey was smeared on her before she was thrown into a nest of mosquitoes. Should keep your voice down. Don't let that pervert hear us. What's there to fear? My strength is no weaker than his. Wapol overheard snippets of conversation through his basic observation hockey. 22 million once. 22 million twice. 22 million th. 30 million. Who? All eyes in the venue turned toward the new bidder. Butcher Femin's eyes flashed with vicious fury, wanting to tear to pieces anyone who dared spoil his plans. This bidder turned out to be a handsome man with long golden hair. Even Wapol, merely an onlooker, felt a twinge of jealousy. Boss, he's so handsome. Ahem, Rowan, you cannot judge solely by appearances. He may also be a pervert, and look how effeminate he is. Wapol spoke ill of him with vicious words. Why should someone be so handsome, while he himself was so ugly? Excellent. The new bid has reached 30 million belly. Any further bids? 30 million once. 30 million twice. 30 million, 3 times. Sold. Bang. Congratulations to this handsome gentleman. This item is now yours. Please proceed backstage shortly to complete the paperwork. The auction continued with rare items being brought to the block one by one. Walpole had no interest in those slaves, but he was quite intrigued by certain rare materials. Upon arriving at Sabaody, Walpole had intended to source some materials from this auction. The fifth lot was a piece of meteorite iron, a special metal refined from a meteorite. According to the MC's introduction, this metal's overall properties were merely ordinary, but it possessed the rare characteristic of antimagnetism. The world of One Piece was truly wondrous. Metal could actually exhibit antimagnetic properties. Walpole was quite interested in this meteorite iron and promptly placed a bid. Though it was a rare item, most people would have no use for it. Next came various human auctions, as this event remained primarily centered on the trafficking of people. There were strong executives from this pirate crew, or that handsome men from the Long-Arm tribe, beautiful women from the Long-Leg tribe, fishman males suitable as mounts and more. Through this auction, Walpole witnessed the ugliest facets of human nature. Some had been sold here by triads due to crushing loan debts, others captured by pirates, and still others lured and trafficked by human smugglers. Those on the auction block cried out for help, wept bitterly, had lost their sanity, or had already resigned themselves to utter despair. Below, the bidders were frenzied, some cruel, others laughing, but they all shared one trait: they reveled in it. Every lot incited the crowd into frenzied price wars. Walpole carefully observed the bidders present and discovered that only the handsome blonde man maintained a consistent demeanor. Thus Walpole privately began tracking his movements. Though he swore to himself he was not gay, after careful observation, he realized this man had only been purchasing beautiful women. Scumbag, damn pervert. A stud breeding his harem. Walpole cursed him silently in his heart. After all, as a king of a nation, he himself had no harem, not even a single heroine, remaining nothing more than a pitiful single dog. Hello everyone. After this lengthy auction, we have finally reached the finale. We now have 2 lots remaining. The upcoming items, we call them special products. So what makes them so special? Everyone watch closely. The MC pulled away the black cloth covering an iron cage. The scene that came into view made Walpole's hand clench tightly. There a boy was bound to a table. Both his arms and legs severed, his organs removed, one eye blind, and his body riddled with over 100 wounds of varying sizes. This child is a devil fruit user. His ability is regeneration. He consumed the regeneration devil fruit. You organ traffickers among us, what are you waiting for? His regeneration ability is extraordinarily powerful. Organs harvested today will regrow by tomorrow. He is a perpetual money tree. 50 million belly starting now. 60 million, 70 million, 75 million, 78 million, 80 million, 100 million. Butcher Femin abruptly raised the stakes by 20 million. The organ traffickers present all lowered their bidding paddles. 300 million. However, Walpole offered a price that stunned the entire venue. Bang! Butcher Femin slammed his paddle heavily onto his seat. You dare? Once you walk out that door today, I will make your life worse than death. Butcher Femin held considerable standing in the underground black market, and to be publicly humiliated twice in succession left him utterly shamed. 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million 3 times. Sold. Walpole turned and left, taking Dalton and Rowan backstage to complete the paperwork. Butcher Femin's eyes flashed with menace, ordering his men to follow Walpole, watch him, and prevent any escape attempt. But Walpole paid it no mind. He only wanted to save that boy. Boss. Rowan sensed Walpole's anger. Your Majesty. Dalton awaited Walpole's command. Sigh. I am no savior. Walpole took a deep breath to compose himself. He felt utterly powerless. He had endured being slapped by the celestial dragons, and here he witnessed so much evil with no means to stop it. This was merely the tip of the iceberg in the underground black market. He could not eradicate all these blood-sucking scum entirely. All I can do now is save that boy. The auction was still ongoing, but Warbois could no longer wait. He went directly to the transaction window at the backstage. As for the monitors trailing behind him, Warbois paid them no heed. If that fat brute came to him himself, he wouldn't mind making him taste a more brutal death. Sir, please present your ticket. Here is the payment bill. Please sign and pay here, then follow the bellboy to pick up your merchandise. The service staff processed the formalities for Warbois. Just as the procedures were half completed, the ceiling lights suddenly went out. Murder. Enemy attack. Someone is attacking. Guards all to the hall. Quick. In the darkness, figures were everywhere, and it seemed someone was causing trouble here. Warbois' eyes had been replaced with night vision. Hey, this commotion comes at just the right time. Warbois had long figured out the place where the auction items were held. Rouet, when you and Duo are done, don't have night vision. Wait here for me. I'll go get back what we won in the auction. Boss, we're only halfway through the procedures. We haven't paid yet. Foolish child, if His Majesty says it's ours, then it's ours. Duo are done, patted Rouet on the head. Warbois quickly disappeared into the darkness. It was dark now, but it would probably brighten up again soon. So Warbois took this opportunity to sneak toward the warehouse. However, to his surprise, the guards here were all gone. Strange, this is most unusual. Warbwa immediately became alert. This auction was huge. The owner who could hold such a large-scale auction here must have a very deep background. And those who dared to invade and cause such a big commotion were either reckless hotheads or formidable monsters. Either way, Warbwa didn't want to encounter them. He crept along the wall and carefully slipped into the warehouse. Hey, where are the slaves here? Warbwa's expression changed. Someone might have beaten him to it. So he transformed into his slender form and summoned his battle armor. The meteorite I won should be on that platform. Warbwa rushed to a spot. Seeing that the meteorite he had won was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he reached out, a cold gleam slashed toward his abdomen. Clang. Now, aside from top-tier armament hockey or supreme swordsmanship, ordinary slashes could not breach the defense of Warbwa alloy. Warbwa knew he couldn't be hurt, so he directly swept a kick at the attacker. With the drive engine and the thrust of the wind blast shell, the speed and power of this kick could easily shatter hard boulders. The attacker, never expecting his attack to be ineffective, froze for a moment and was struck by Warbwa's kick. Boom. The attacker was sent flying. Warbwa was also startled because the attacker he kicked had a very soft and elastic body. Must be a woman, one with a large chest. While his mind wandered, his hands were not idle. He directly swallowed the anti-magnetic meteorite. Target number 1 secured. Now I just need to rescue the boy, and then I can withdraw. Warbwa looked at the attacker. Although she hid well, for Warbwa, who had already learned to use basic observation hockey, her concealment was utterly useless. This guy still wants to ambush me. Warbwa extended the laser shell from his right hand, preparing to have the attacker cut in half by the laser. But the attacker seemed to have seen through Warbwa's intentions and remained still holding back. Warbwa couldn't keep wasting time with her. Hey, I see you. Don't cause trouble for me here. I have things to do. If the intruders outside are dealt with and the guards come back, you won't be able to escape. Warbwa intended to persuade the attacker to back off. It's been a while, and you've grown quite capable. From the darkness emerged a voluptuous woman. Warbwa narrowed his eyes. The attacker was an old acquaintance. Yo Gutslicer Shirsha. Warbwa now knew who the intruders outside were. Other than Huey Yu and her snake organization members, no other organization would be this crazy. I remember your snake organization only has 3 people left, UDR. Xiaowu and you. Such a big commotion outside shouldn't be just 3 people, right? Warbwa was puzzled. Why should I tell you? Our leader saved many female slaves, and they became followers and members of the snake organization. Fool, you've already told him. Dr. Xiaowu, wearing a black trench coat and a JK uniform, appeared behind Shirsha. Oh, really? Shirsha realized belatedly, completely losing the demeanor of a cold-blooded killer. Hey, we're all old acquaintances. I'll do my thing, you do yours. How about we don't interfere with each other? Warbwa was anxious to save someone. You want to take that regeneration ability user away, but sorry, our target is also him. Xiaowu drew out a scalpel. Warbwa's eyes widened because the scalpel was actually made of Warbwa alloy. That boy is seriously injured. You can't save him, his devil fruit ability has been overused. Warbwa said seriously. I am a doctor. Xiaowu pressed a switch with her right hand. A boy who has suffered immense pain in both heart and body. If he goes to your organization, he will be consumed by darkness. I don't want his life to have no light at all. Warbwa's right arm finished charging, ready to release the mana cannon at any moment. Light. A voice appeared behind Warbwa. Just as he was about to activate his energy shield, a long blade was placed against his neck. Huey you. Long time no see. Ya, long time no see. Cold sweat beaded on Warbwa's forehead. The alloy protection on his neck was the weakest spot. Yu's strength had grown even greater than before. Warbwa had no confidence that he could defend against her long blade. You've grown stronger, you can already use observation hockey. You flatter me, your armament hockey is now worlds apart from before. Thanks to you, the gem necklace helped me tame that power. My strength is indeed a bit stronger than before. Yu said modestly. Warbwa thought to himself, a bit stronger. That's way too much stronger. He had been through countless struggles, aided by various technologies and accumulated combat experience to reach this level. Yet Yu still posed a threat to him. Warbwa weighed his options. Unless he used his trump card, the self-destruct bomb, he would surely not be a match for Yu. What do you want? Warbwa asked. Nothing much. You can take the boy away. Yu withdrew her long blade. Hearing Yu's answer, Warbwa could hardly believe his ears. I'll take it. Then I won't hold back. Warbwa asked tentatively. Hurry up, the guards have been dealt with for now, but the boss behind this place will be here soon. By then you won't have a chance. Yu said with a smile. The sudden good fortune left Warbwa at a loss, but opportunity knocks but once. We'll meet again. Warbwa turned and left, rushing toward the storeroom where the boy was imprisoned. Chief, are we just letting him go? Asked Shirsha. He is very strong. We have no conflict of interest, so why exhaust our strength before the real battle begins? Yu patted Shirsha on the shoulder. That's right. Our goal this time is to liberate the female slaves here. If we go to war with Warbwa, it will consume a lot of energy, and we may not be able to overpower him. That guy has a trump card up his sleeve. And the plans afterward cannot afford any mishaps, because there is a tough battle ahead. Xiaowu agreed with Yu's approach. There are many female slaves here, but whether they can escape depends on themselves. In this world, women are relatively weaker compared to men. If they don't want to be trampled and enslaved, they must have the courage to resist. If they don't even have the courage to resist, then they deserve to be enslaved. At this moment, Yu had already changed the original intention of founding the Snake Organization. Since the battle between the Tania Kingdom and Warabwa, she had resolved her inner conflict. Then together with Xiaowu and Ziersha, she refounded the Snake Organization. This Snake Organization was not just a pure assassin organization, but a rising force. Yu along with Xiaowu and Ziersha began attacking small and medium-sized slave shops, rescuing the female slaves inside. After rescuing the slaves, Yu would let them make a choice: either join the Snake Organization or leave to return to their hometowns or go home. Most chose to return to their hometowns or homes. Only a few chose to join the Snake Organization. Yu wanted to establish an organization similar to Bo Yahan Ku's Amazon Lily. At this moment, besides the three of them, there were also some followers here. The organizer of this auction was a big shot in the black market, and the slave shop under his control was the one with the most female slaves in the Xiangbidi Islands. Previously, Yu had also liberated some slave shops, but the rescued female slaves were either caught halfway back or captured by other pirates and lawless elements. Currently, only a dozen female members had joined the Snake Organization, and among them only 3 showed exceptional potential. Perhaps it was due to Yu's protagonist aura, so the subordinates she gathered all possessed the qualities of a strong person. "Are Hallie and Chu observing?" asked Yu. "That crazy girl Hallie is running around with a rocket launcher. I don't know where she went." "Chu is observing and recording," Xiaowu answered. "Anna is leading the sisters to keep watch, though I expect they will soon face the counterattack of the auction's support soldiers." Ziersha glanced at the transponder snail. "Only real combat can make them grow." Warabwa sped along, quickly arriving at the cage where the regenerating boy was imprisoned. Impact dial. Bang! The door was blasted open. The boy was now at the brink of death. The regeneration fruit consumed physical stamina, and if stamina was exhausted, it would consume life force. Strong recovery potion. Warabwa took out a syringe and injected it into the boy's vein. "Come on, kid, from now on you'll be with me, Warabwa." Warabwa checked the boy's breathing, then hoisted him onto his back and began to retreat. As he passed an iron cage, a voice came from inside. "Young brother, save me, an old man too." Warabwa looked toward the voice, his heart skipping a beat. The slave shop was a highly profitable business, almost a cost-free venture. The boss behind the scenes, who could occupy such a large share of the black market slave trade, must have extremely deep strength, influence, and background. And the shop Yu attacked this time was exactly one under the dark intermediary of the black market, Joker. It was still Warabwa's saying to develop one's own power in the One Piece world. Besides personal strength, there is also the factor of funds. At this time, the officer in charge of the Xiangbidi branch was Diamantai. Diamantai was one of the 4 highest officers of the Tanjihade family. Code name, Diamond, commanding the fighting group of the Tanjihade family. He was a fluttering fruit user, a flagman. His appearance, wearing a furry hat, 2 face tattoos, a red cape, dressed like a tribal native. His speech habit was, "Since you say so, I'll accept it." He was a fluttering fruit user, a flagman, who could turn any object he touched into a light cloth-like form, but the material of the object would not change. With this ability, Diamantai could also turn steel into clothes to wear, enhancing his defense. To be honest, in terms of the power hierarchy of the One Piece world, Diamantai was at the intermediate level. First, in terms of haki, he only had basic haki, his swordsmanship was average, his fruit ability development was mediocre. Don Quixote Doflamingo made him one of the highest officers, also considering that he was one of the earliest veterans to follow him. Among Doflamingo's subordinates, Pika and Virgo were both stronger than him. After receiving news that the auction was under attack, Diamantai led 2 squads of the fighting group soldiers to reinforce. When he arrived at the auction hall, he happened to catch the slaves escaping en masse. Yu was not blindly rescuing slaves, she needed these slaves to have the courage to resist. Prior to this, she had deliberately dealt with the guards and distributed weapons to the slaves. These slaves were all very weak. Physically, they really couldn't compare to the guards. But they also knew what kind of world they lived in. Armed, they huddled together and began to flee. But charging toward them was Diamantai, who had come to suppress the uprising. Half-moon burial. Diamantai raised his longsword. Then he swung his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy, splitting the earth apart as easily as cutting tofu. This was Diamantai's only skill that did not rely on his devil fruit ability. Such a powerful slash instantly intimidated the escaping female slaves. Who gave you the nerve to escape? Diamantai was not soft-hearted. He had even personally killed Rebecca's mother, showing that he was a ruthless butcher who destroyed beauty. "We can't be slaves anymore. We want freedom, even if we die fighting." A 17 or 18-year-old girl aimed a flintlock musket at Diamantai. The other girls with rebellious spirit also aimed their guns at Diamantai. Even ordinary commoners know the principle of catching the ringleader first. The girls raised their flintlock rifles and fired, but some of their bullets hit the ground before reaching Diamante. The flintlock is a commonly used firearm in the Hai-Zhe-Wang world with weak power and slow bullet speed. Untrained, ordinary people find it difficult to keep its trajectory accurate. A dozen girls fired simultaneously, but only a few shots hit Diamante. Great. We hit him. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. Since you put it that way, I'll admit it. Yes, you hit me, but bullets have no effect on me. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The bullets fell to the ground. It turned out that Diamante's clothes were made of softened steel, using the flutter fruit ability. Whooshed. A girl's head flew high into the air. You are slaves, my goods. Since when do goods get to rebel? Diamante laughed cruelly. Such brutal methods instantly erased the courage that had just emerged in the girls. When faced with the threat of death, humans instinctively cower. Just like encountering a ferocious beast, the genes deep in their bones send a signal to flee. I don't want to die. One of the girls, mentally broken, screamed and turned to run. Her running also affected the other girls, and the previously united formation scattered. Open fire. Diamante signaled his men to shoot them down. The members of the combat group were all armed with guns, and upon hearing the order, they began firing wildly. The fleeing girls on the opposite side were all ordinary people with no resistance against bullets. Each bullet claimed a fresh life. But the remaining girls who had dodged the bullets were about to face an even more brutal attack. Death Stardust. Diamante pulled out several cannon-like fireworks, shooting countless pieces of paper into the sky. The light paper transformed back into sharp, thorned iron balls in the high air, then fell like a dense iron rain from the heavens. Under the iron rain, the girls were severely injured by the thorned iron balls, some instantly killed. But one of the girls organized the remaining 6 or 7 into a defensive formation, the most basic 3-person back-to-back group, using the only shields they had. The leading girl even shot and hit some combat group soldiers. There's a little mouse trying to make a futile resistance. Cut off her limbs and sell them to that pervert who likes to collect torsos. Diamante pointed his long sword at the resisting girl, and his men surrounded her with cruel expressions. In their eyes, these escaped slaves were already fish on the chopping block, but the hidden observers had already put away their recording pens. Action begins. We cannot let these courageous girls be killed. They are all fine recruits. Anna of the Snake Organization picked up the Den Den Mushi and said, "Understood." Chu, the female fishman of SEZ, replied, "Female fishmen are rare, especially those who are beautiful." And Chu is indeed a beautiful fishman. She's a little punk, always shooting non-stop. She is the strongest. A strange singing voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "Hallie, don't mess around," Anna said into the Den Den Mushi. "Sister Anna, I've already seen those reptiles. I'm going to blow them up with my rockets." With that, Hallie hung up the phone. At this moment, the surrounded girls were still putting up their final resistance. Wounded from the thorned iron ball attack, they were now sustained by the last bit of perseverance in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. Take off. A rocket hit the combat group's encirclement. The show is about to begin. Hallie appeared on the roof of a nearby building acting crazy. Diamante and his men were stunned by the sudden attack. The attacker continuously changed angles with her rocket launcher, which had high power and rapid fire, making it impossible for them to defend effectively. Defend. Defend the attacker. Snipers, take her out. Diamante pointed angrily at Hallie, who was running around wildly. Hallie, with blue braids, wore a practical jumpsuit and tight-fitting clothes. She had 2 revolvers at her waist, a machine gun on her back, a belt of ammunition over her shoulder, and the rocket launcher in her hand, spewing flames. Click, click. Oh no. No more shells. I'll have to ask Sister Yui who to buy me more of these shells. Hallie pouted, looking unhappy. Diamante also saw that Hallie had no more shells and pointed at her, shouting, "Kill her." The combat group soldiers who had been bombarded by Hallie were also furious. "Kill her. Slaughter her." A group of them charged forward. "Oh, you want to play with me? I'm so happy." Hallie threw away the rocket launcher, took down the machine gun, and started spraying bullets. The underlings who had just started running immediately hit the ground again. Damn, how does this woman have so many weapons? When she runs out of bullets, we'll torment her. However, Hallie was not a normal girl. La la la. Do you want to play with a hand grenade? A skull-shaped bomb grenade was thrown into the hands of one of the combat group soldiers. Aren't you going to pass it? It's going to explode. Hallie watched them with curious eyes. Then the ones who had been shouting and killing on the ground panicked, tossing the bomb around. Boom. The bomb blew them to pieces. Diamante saw this too. If he let Hallie continue causing trouble, he might really be done for this time. Sword, long sword. Diamante used his ability to fix his sword into a long sword for long-range slashing. Since Hallie was a shooter, ADC, Diamante needed to increase his attack range accordingly. However, Hallie was not an ordinary shooter, she was a crazy female shooter. Crazy party. Facing the slashing long sword, Hallie smiled, and 2 revolvers appeared in her hands. Her fingers twirled the revolvers, leaving afterimages. 2 bullets of immense kinetic power. One hit Diamante's long sword, the other hit his arm. By the time Diamante's entry-level observation Haki sensed it, it was already too late. He could only turn his fluttering clothes into steel for defense. But turning his clothes into steel also made Diamante unable to move, turning him into a target. Slanting slash. Low kick. Chu the fishman was a chef. His knife skills were just ordinary cooking techniques, but the cleaver in his hand was special. The slash directly broke through Diamante's leg defense, and then Anna kicked his joint, crippling his mobility. The coordination between the three was flawless, each move interlocking seamlessly. Without unleashing their ultimate skills, they incapacitated Diamante's mobility. The predecessor of the Snake organization was a mercenary killer group, while the new SEZ had undergone a change in ideals and beliefs, but the combat system and methods remained unchanged. Although Diamante was not particularly powerful, he was seasoned in combat. Seeing that he had lost his mobility, he immediately launched a counterattack from where he stood. Sword, snake, sword. Diamante transformed the blade of his rapier into a light, cloth-like form. As he swung the blade toward his opponent, he restored its original hardness, causing the rapier to move like a snake, launching unpredictable and irregular thrusts. Anna and Chu had long studied Diamante's profile and knew the characteristics of his devil fruit ability, so they retreated in advance, evading his attack. Gun Cannon Symphony. Meanwhile, Hallie, positioned at a distance, switched between her revolver and rocket launcher with lightning-fast movements. Somehow her rocket launcher had reloaded with shells. Bullfighting Cape. Diamante had no choice but to use his Flutter fruit ability to defend against the gunfire with a steel-made cape. Although it could block the shrapnel, it could not withstand the explosive force. Consequently, Diamante was blasted into the surrounding houses. The wall shattered like tofu. Is it over? Probably not. He can still put up a fight at least. If Diamante had heard the exchange between Chu and Anna, he would likely have been infuriated. He was a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. How could he be utterly beaten by three unknown girls who appeared out of nowhere? But the truth was that he was indeed being dominated. When the power gap wasn't too wide, numerical superiority created an advantage, and Diamante's initial arrogance had cost him the initiative. On the SCZ side, Anna and the other two coordinated seamlessly, with Hallie being an ADC who played unpredictably. In a word, Diamante's strength was somewhat lacking. If it had been Weird, the situation would have been different. Should we kill him? Hallie asked. Our purpose here is to recruit suitable candidates for the organization. Rashly killing Diamante would enrage Duofu Langming. Now is not the time to go to war with the Don Quixote family. Among the three, Anna was the most mature and composed. Then let's retreat with the selected members. Swish. Chu swung her knife at Anna. Dodge. My body is out of control. Anna tried to evade, but was still slashed on the arm by Chu's kitchen knife. What did you do, you strange creature? Hallie fired with both guns toward a direction. However, the bullets were sliced in half mid-flight by an unknown attack. Fufufu. Did you spot me? Interesting. A blond man appeared before the three, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes. Stay away from me. My body is being controlled. Chu knew the severity of the situation. As a member of SCZ who had already briefed them on underworld intelligence, the man before them was not someone they could fight. Retreat was the first priority. A special female half-fishman, a woman skilled in martial arts and strategic planning, and a crazy sniper. Recently my business partner's slave shops have all been destroyed. Based on the information, it's probably you. I hear an organization called SCZ has been very active in the underground black market recently. Could it be you? Duofu Langming's intelligence network was unexpectedly powerful. He directly identified the three. I'm not particularly angry that you destroyed my slave shops, but you hurt my family. For that you must apologize with your lives. Minga's brow furrowed, indicating he was truly enraged. One strike of the child cutter. A flash of red light passed, and Chu's body regained control. Lead the survivors and retreat now. Xiaowu and Ziersha are already waiting for you. Yui, who wearing a fox mask, severed Minga's parasitic threads. Seeing Yui, who Minga fell into thought. You destroyed my auction and hurt my people. Oh, leaving like this is a bit unreasonable. Minga flashed in front of Yui, who foot shave line. From the tips of his toes, he created 8 nearly invisible thin threads attacking Yui, who with sharp lines. Facing Minga's attack, Yui, who was fully alert. Compared to Minga had the advantage in armament hockey. In observation hockey, Minga had the edge. In physical combat, Minga was stronger. Apart from swordsmanship and her unique curse power, which Minga lacked, Yui, who was at a disadvantage in all other aspects. Even against Minga's probing attacks, Yui, who had to stay alert. If Minga went all out, she would have to release the limiter to unleash the curse power. Is the leader of SCZ only this powerful? Minga's hairy leg kicked Yui, whose blade. That was the gap in armament hockey. Duofu Langming's appearance here indeed exceeded Yui, whose expectations. Minga was here because of Diamante's distress signal. The World Conference was about to convene, and Minga, as the king of Dressrosa, having usurped the throne. Naturally, he was to attend the meeting, but he had some underground black market business to negotiate, so he stayed in the Sabaody archipelago. And coincidentally, he received Diamante's distress signal. It was that simple. After seeing Diamante's miserable state, Minga acted decisively. Although Diamante was prone to presuming on his seniority and was weak, Minga would not allow others to bully his family. The experiences of his childhood had warped his definition and feelings toward family. 5-color string. Minga's attacks were relentless, for he knew that if given a chance, Yui who would seize an opening to escape. He could be arrogant and overconfident, but he was not foolish. He knew which opponents to toy with and which to take seriously. And Yui who, like Wapol, was the type that had a trump card. But she had only one. If it proved ineffective, she would lose all chance. Their battle reduced the surrounding buildings to rubble. As time passed, if Yui who did not release the limiter, defeat was inevitable. Minga made a high-speed move and kicked Yui who. Although she blocked with her blade, the force of the kick still sent her flying. Minga pressed the advantage, intending to cripple Yui who. Overwhelming whip. At this moment, facing the relentless attacks, Yui who had no time to dodge and could only brace herself. Turbo thrust jet system activated. Wind puff shell, a shadow zipped by in an instant, scooping up Feather Fox and dodging Mike's lethal strike. Mike's expression shifted. He hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of that flashing figure, and his observation haki felt disrupted. When trying to sense that person, everything grew hazy and foggy. It was as though his observation haki had suddenly been replaced with a giant pixelated mosaic, replacing the crystal-clear awareness he was used to. This was because Wapol's battle armor possessed the ability to disrupt observation haki. Put me down. Feather Fox tapped Wapol's visor helmet with her blade hilt. Cough quite soft. Wapol's hand drifted restlessly and squeezed Feather Fox's buttocks. Feather Fox's killing intent surged straight toward Wapol. Wapol let go and dropped Feather Fox to the ground. Ouch! Feather Fox hit the ground hard. If she lives, you die. If she dies, you get torn apart. Wapol looked at Mike and said with an extremely cocky attitude. Fahaha! What an arrogant tone. Mike thought to himself. Usually he was the one showing off. How could he run into someone even more full of themselves than him today? Shave wire. Mike didn't hesitate and kicked toward Wapol. Level 20 energy shield. Wapol effortlessly blocked Mike's powerful kick. Repulsion shell. The shell that had absorbed Mike's attack was pressed against Mike's body by Wapol. With years of experience, Mike instinctively coated himself in armament haki. Bang! The impact still sent Mike flying backward. Wapol, knowing when to press an advantage, never played by turns. He seized every opportunity to finish his opponent. Reinforced cannon. Triple shot. The rocket bullets were propelled by the explosive force of reinforced gunpowder, hurtling toward Mike. 5 colored threads. Mike, a major figure in the black market, naturally recognized the rocket bullets, so he immediately coated the wires in armament haki. When the rockets arrived before him, Mike sliced through them. You've fallen for it. Wapol grinned, cunningly grateful. His faceplate shielded his expression. The rockets split open, releasing countless alloy-piercing needles. Damn it! Mike cursed and immediately covered his vital points with armament haki. After the storm of needles passed, Mike's clothes were riddled with holes, and his arms and thighs bore deep scratches from the alloy needles. A needle even stuck to his forehead, like acupuncture. Damn you. This time Mike was truly furious. Though these wounds were insignificant to him, being outsmarted was unprecedented. A gust of wind swept past, and where Wapol had stood was now empty. Escaped. Mike tried sensing with observation haki, but found nothing. Damn it. Fuck you. Wapol, carrying Feather Fox, flew rapidly through the sky. You just ran away? Such a coward. Feather Fox scoffed. Yeah, I'm a coward. Wapol didn't bother hiding it. Feather Fox was left speechless. At least he had the audacity to admit it openly. Alright, we've arrived. Letting go now? Bye-bye. Wapol suddenly released his grip, dropping Feather Fox. Hey. Wapol, you bastard. Feather Fox, seeing herself plummeting rapidly, immediately began performing aerial flips to slow her descent. Haha, from this height, you won't break your neck. With a wicked grin, Wapol flew off. Thanks to her own prowess, Feather Fox managed to land safely on a rooftop after Wapol lowered his altitude. Leader, Shamu, Hilosha, Anna, Harley Chu, and the ordinary members appeared around her. We're retreating. Feather Fox gazed thoughtfully toward the direction Wapol had flown. Time skips back 1 hour earlier. When Wapol was rescuing the regenerated youth, an old man called out to him. Wapol's heart skipped a beat. The old man was none other than Rayleigh, former first mate to Pirate King Roger, the legendary Platinum Rayleigh. Though he recognized him, Wapol pretended not to. Old man, who are you? Wapol asked. This old man is a coat polisher here on Sabati Archipelago. Got sold here because of debt to loan sharks. Oh well, then stay put. A gambler deserves to get caught like this. Wapol's response nearly made Rayleigh choke on his own saliva. Wait. Hey, young man. Bro. Don't go. Hey, Rayleigh called out, gripping the iron bars. Old man, if you haven't got any special circumstances, then this is your own fault. Who told you to borrow from loan sharks? Wapol wanted to see how Rayleigh would play this out. Young friend, you don't understand. This old man makes barely enough from polishing coats at my age. To pay for my wife's medical bills, I had no choice but to take out a loan from loan sharks. Yet before the repayment date even came, they sold me here. Please, young friend, save this old man too. Rayleigh was a natural at acting. Wapol was left speechless. If he hadn't known Rayleigh's true identity, he would have fallen for it. This wretched old man was pure evil. Whenever Rayleigh ran out of money for drinks, he'd deliberately get himself captured and sold. Then, while in his buyer's possession, he'd rob the master blind. This old bastard was thoroughly rotten inside. Wapol kept mentally roasting Rayleigh, but he had to keep up the act. Alright old man, I don't care whether your story is true or not, but stick close to me. With a wave of his hand, Wapol used the cutting power of his slash shell to easily break Rayleigh's handcuffs. Young friend, could you also remove this detonation collar for me? You just took the one off that boy behind me. The reason Rayleigh had approached Wapol was precisely because of the unknown technique Wapol had used to disable the collar, which had both surprised and piqued his curiosity. Rayleigh knew that disabling the detonation collars required mastery of advanced hockey, yet he hadn't detected any hockey from Wapol moments before. Wapol, a veteran who had lived 2 lives and aware of Rayleigh's true identity, could easily read his thoughts. Oh. Wapol deliberately ignored Rayleigh, silently carrying the boy as they retreated. After all his years navigating the world, Rayleigh had never been given the cold shoulder like this before. So Rayleigh shamelessly followed behind, eager to observe this strange figure clad in what he perceived as armor. To Rayleigh's eyes, battle armor and traditional armor were essentially the same thing, and as a legend-tier powerhouse, he paid little mind to technological advancement. No matter how advanced technology might be, it couldn't surpass his strength. And truthfully, beyond the ancient weapons, there truly existed no technological weapon capable of threatening masters at the highest level. As Rayleigh followed Wapol for a stretch, his interest in the young man grew. This was largely because Wapol's battle armor could partially obstruct the perception of observation hockey. A mysterious youth, Rayleigh labeled him. Meanwhile, Wapol was also sizing up Rayleigh. He knew much about him. A master of legendary rank with supreme level 3 colors of hockey swordsmanship, physical techniques, and combat experience that were beyond anything Wapol could imagine. How could I get him to teach me hockey? Having a renowned mentor is truly crucial. Luffy studied under Rayleigh and mastered all the fundamental knowledge he taught him in just a year and a half. These fundamentals are the essential prerequisites for becoming a powerhouse. Hawkeye instructed Zoro in swordsmanship, which greatly accelerated Zoro's growth, while Sanji lagged slightly behind. Yet his father provided him with equipment. Kid and Killer, fellow members of the worst generation, found themselves distanced from Luffy and Zoro after 2 years. Meanwhile, under Garp's tutelage, the Marine Kobe could already catch torpedoes barehanded. Such is the difference between having guidance and training alone. Rayleigh, a legendary figure, was the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, nicknamed the Dark King, and known as the right hand of the Pirate King. After the crew disbanded, he settled on the Sabaody archipelago as a coding craftsman. He became the mentor who taught Monkey D. Luffy the use of hockey during the period when Luffy was separated from his crewmates. In his youth, Silver's Rayleigh had short golden hair. He first appeared in Buggy's flashback when Buggy and Shanks argued about which was colder, the North Pole or the South Pole. Rayleigh scolded them, but his name and title were not mentioned at the time. In his old age, Silver's Rayleigh has long curly hair, a beard on his chin, and both hair and beard are silver. He wears glasses and has a vertical scar on his right eye. Rayleigh's personality is calm. In his youth, after his home was burned down, he wandered aimlessly until he encountered Joel D. Roger, who had yet to set sail. After a brief introduction, the young Joel D. Roger asked Rayleigh, "Would you like to join me and turn this world upside down?" Though Rayleigh found the idea laughable, he ultimately became Roger's first crewmate. Rayleigh's strength is unfathomable. His swordsmanship is also exceptionally formidable. Beyond swordsmanship, he possesses all 3 types of hockey observation armament and conquerors. Moreover, he is highly proficient in all 3 colors of hockey. On his first appearance, he demonstrated his formidable conqueror's hockey. He once used a swift, powerful hockey-infused kick to deflect the light blast of Admiral Kazuru of the Marine headquarters. Though he has lived in seclusion for many years, his physique and speed remain outstanding. He could intercept Admiral Kazuru with his sword, though during the prolonged clash his stamina waned slightly due to age. Yet his power is enough to rival the Marine headquarters' top combatants. He even once swam across the calm belt teeming with sea kings to reach Amazon Lily. Called a legendary man by Marine hero Garp and known to the world as the Dark King Rayleigh. From this, it is evident that the Dark King Rayleigh's strength is truly formidable. As the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, he participated in the Battle of Edward 25 years ago. When Roger was executed, he was not among the spectators. 20 years ago, he learned from the news that Shiki had escaped from impelled down. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, he abandoned the title of Right Hand of the Pirate King, settled on the Sabaody archipelago, and worked as a coding craftsman, earning the nickname Old Rayleigh the Coder. He became an old man fond of gambling. This time Rayleigh was captured after failing to pay his gambling debts. From known battle records, he won against the Flying Pirates. The fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki was swallowed by fierce winds and giant waves, suffering heavy losses. The outcome of his battles against Edward Newgate is unknown. He clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates several times. The outcome of his battles against Chinjo is unknown. He fought against the Happo Navy several times. The outcome against Burndy World is unknown. He engaged the World Pirates multiple times. The outcome against Zephyr is unknown. He fought against the Marine fleet, led by Zephyr multiple times. These are some of Rayleigh's achievements known to Wapol. Although Rayleigh, unlike Garp, has not always maintained peak condition, his strength remains unfathomable. While Wapol and Rayleigh, the two cunning foxes, were scheming against each other, Doflamingo and Yui, who had already begun their fight. Doflamingo's strings sliced through a building, and the collapsing structure crashed toward Wapol and Rayleigh. Impact dial. Wapol easily deflected the debris. Rayleigh, however, hid behind Wapol. Old man, you're not ordinary, are you? What are you talking about? Just now from that distance you instantly dodged behind me. That's not something a regular old man can do. Moreover, a coding craftsman shouldn't have such a physique. Look, old man, I won't pry further. Take care of this child for me for now. Wapol wanted to go support Yui. Who? Can you handle the person who launched that attack? Rayleigh tried to test Wapol. Isn't that just the underground broker clown? If I want to leave, he can't stop me. Wapol said arrogantly. Rayleigh thought to himself, this guy is incredibly thick-skinned. Please, my companions are at the Shaky Bar. You can wait for me there. Wapol had previously used a transponder snail to inform Dalton and Revan to go to a place called the Shaky Bar in advance. He then activated his propulsion system, flew into the air, and headed straight for the battlefield between Doflamingo and Yui. Who? Flying. Rayleigh was genuinely surprised, as in the world of One Piece, aside from devil fruits, he had never seen a technique that could sustain flight in the air. The technique Wapol displayed left Rayleigh baffled. This little guy is interesting. Rayleigh picked up the boy and left the area. When Wapol arrived at the battlefield, he saw Yui, who about to unseal his power to counter Doflamingo's finishing move. Thus came the moment of Wapol's grandstanding to Doflamingo. After parting with Yui, who Wapol flew through the air to the Shaky Bar. Ding! Wapol pushed open the bar door. Boss! Revan sat on a bar stool eating meat. Your Majesty, are you all right? Dalton's presence here was enough to reveal Wapol's identity. The king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol. What surprising information. Shaky, the bar owner, rested her chin on her hand and smiled at Wapol from behind the counter. Haha, Shaky boss, doesn't your place also house a legendary figure? Isn't that right, Rayleigh-san? Wapol said, looking at Rayleigh, who was drinking with his back turned to him. My identity. It's nothing important. All water under the bridge. Rayleigh slowly put down his glass and released a burst of Conqueror's Haki. An overwhelming pressure washed over them, forcing Wapol to involuntarily feel drowsy. Dalton was completely immobilized, drenched in sweat. Revan, sensing something amiss, put down his meat and stared at Rayleigh without a severe reaction. Kid, you figured out my identity long ago. Not exactly that early. I guessed it when you asked me to save you. Even though Wapol's will was on the verge of collapse under the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, he showed no fear. Xiachi runs a bar called Xiachi's Bar in Area 13 of the Sabati Archipelago and is known as an information broker. Known affectionately as Aunt Xia, she lives with Rayleigh and calls Luffy Little Monkey. A former pirate herself, she hung up her boots 4 decades ago, but still carries the habit of smoking. She shares a close bond with Hachi the Fishman and was once hunted by Vice Admiral Garp, Luffy's grandfather. Always sporting a cigarette between her lips. Much like Sanji, she looks strikingly youthful despite being well past 60. Bold and uninhibited, she feels quite at ease with Rayleigh, whose gambling habits and fondness for young women are well known. She gave up piracy 4 decades ago, mentioning back. Then she had chased pirates alongside Vice Admiral Garp, a parallel that might echo Smoker's pursuit of Luffy. During her days as a pirate 40 years ago, she was hunted by Monkey D. Garp before retiring to run a bar on the Sabati Islands, where she proved capable of effortlessly defeating even the most ruthless pirates. Years ago, when the 3 snake princesses escaped the clutches of the celestial dragons, she joined forces with Rayleigh and Jylin Lily to rescue them. As an information broker by nature, she gathers extensive intelligence and holds the Straw Hat crew in high regard. When the Straw Hat crew first paid a visit, she was in the middle of teaching a lesson to pirates who had racked up unpaid tabs. However, upon learning that the Straw Hat crew were friends of Hachi, she generously offered Luffy and the others complimentary meals at her establishment and voluntarily shared intelligence about the 11 supernovas in the pirate world. 2 years after the great battle, after Rayleigh escorted the Straw Hat crew on their renewed voyage, she accompanied him, gazing toward the coastline, listening as he recounted his encounters with Roger in days of old and his hopes for the Straw Hat generation. In short, Xiachi was no ordinary woman, which is why Valpor took a keen interest in visiting this bar. What he had not expected, however, was for Rayleigh to frighten him with Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki could instantly render those with weak wills unconscious, yet for Valpor, who had lived 2 lifetimes and possessed immense spiritual power, it was far from sufficient. This place serves as an information hub, and the fact that a kingdom's ruler is also the commander of the White Iron Mercenary Group. Now that is truly significant. Xiachi patted Rayleigh on the shoulder. That damn kid deceived me all the way here. Rayleigh withdrew his Conqueror's Haki with a wry smile. Since you have revealed your true identity today, I naturally trust both of you. After all, you once rescued slaves who escaped from St. Mari Bridge. Valpor removed his face mask and took a seat beside Rayleigh. I, Valpor, have always admired heroes like you and deeds such as these above all else in my life. Let me be direct. I wish to become Rayleigh's disciple. You were the right-hand man of the pirate king Roger in days of old, and I wish to learn the art of hockey. Currently, I only master the most basic level of observation hockey, and I have absolutely no grasp of armament hockey whatsoever. I have nothing to offer in return, yet I desire to change this world. That rather comical pudgy appearance of his somehow made him seem more approachable and relatable. Your Majesty Valper, I see your fighting style forms its own unique lineage. Learning armament hockey would simply add another option to your arsenal. Rayleigh still held some respect for Valper's status as a kingdom's ruler. Hockey is an essential component of becoming a true powerhouse. I believe you, Uncle Rayleigh, already know something about me and my drum kingdom. I wish to protect what matters to me, but the weak have no right to speak of protection, let alone changing the world. Valpor looked earnestly at Rayleigh. In merely 4 years, the Drum Kingdom has transformed from a decaying, impoverished nation into one of the world's foremost powers, all thanks to you. On the surface, you are a king, and beneath it the commander of a mercenary corps, with thousands of elite troops at your command and a kingdom's soldiers numbering in the tens of thousands. You possess the largest and most comprehensive hospital in the world. You command numerous groups of exceptionally skilled physicians, emerging alloy processing plants, medical pharmaceutical factories, or processing facilities, and over a dozen smaller factories across various industries, all flourishing under your rule. The Drum Kingdom's rapid development has made it a tempting prize in the eyes of others. Your battle with Julie revealed the kingdom's strength to the world, yet when facing even more powerful adversaries you feel powerless. Which is why you wish to become my disciple, is that not so? Rayleigh sipped his wine and replied, Indeed. The world government is growing restless. At this World Government Conference, the tribute I must pay is 3 times the previous amount. That money could have been used to improve the lives of my own people, or to save refugees who fled to the Drum Kingdom, starving and destitute. Yet now it all goes to those celestial dragons who claim to be gods. Why should my hard-earned wealth go to those parasites among the celestial dragons? Other nations are weak and require the Navy's protection, so they pay the tribute. But I fear no pirates, yet the Navy monitors me instead. This is the world government's hegemony. I refuse to drift along with the current. I want to create change to transform this world. That is why I need strength. I must master hockey. Please accept me as your disciple. Valper's stout frame fell to the ground, and with a single kowtow he formally petitioned Rayleigh. Rayleigh glanced at the kneeling Valper, then looked towards Xia. You are just like that brat from the Garp family. You both harbor such dangerous ideas. Rise, you rascal. You played your part so convincingly at the auction just now. Hockey manifests differently in each person. I can only teach you the fundamental applications. Rayleigh's decision to take Valpor as a disciple was not made without careful consideration. First, his sense of justice is not excessively rigid or dogmatic. Second, he possesses unwavering conviction. Third, he carries the will of the D clan, ideals similar to Roger's. Though Rayleigh and Valpor had known each other for only a short time, Valpor had genuinely moved him. While not as moving to Rayleigh as Luffy had been, Valpor truly did possess the potential to change the world. Master, you rascal, I hope you can truly walk the talk. Valpor's apprenticeship was officially established. St. Mary Joa. Every 4 years the World Government Summit convenes here, where the kings of member nations and high-ranking officials gather. Even the world nobles, the celestial dragons, attend. Located at Mary Geos, the sacred land at the center of the world, kings from over 170 member nations of the world government will convene here. However, only 50 kingdoms hold real authority. Member states include Goa Kingdom, Drum Kingdom, Valbin, Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Cobra, one of the founding members of the world government, Tonia Kingdom, Rue, Elysia Kingdom, Shunda, Lucas Dressrosa Kingdom, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, a founding member, Pretendis Kingdom, Elisabello II, Rommel Kingdom, Flower Kingdom, Magura Kingdom, Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke, Judge Lalicia Kingdom, Luxwang Kingdom, Beer 6 Balto Kingdom, Hanbao Tajin Kingdom, Meng Lualong, Xianhua Kingdom, Takus, Future Kingdom, Shirxia Kingdom, Yumi Bing Sorb Kingdom, Koni, and others. These nations are among the most renowned in the One Piece world. Yet whenever their military strength falters, they fall victim to pirate attacks. Thus in this world, even a single island-sized town dares to call itself a nation. Among them the Drum Kingdom is considered relatively powerful. Valbin has been waiting for an opportunity, waiting until his strength advances further, then cleansing these tyrannically ruled lands, and planting his family flag upon them. Being in the company of such scum truly makes one sick, Valbin remarked to Dalton. At that moment Valbin had already left Sabaody Archipelago riding a special vessel ascending the Red Line. This was the checkpoint to Mary Geos on the Red Line, Bankies Bay. They rode a transport called the Bubble Pod, which ascended to near the summit of the Red Line. While at Sabaody Archipelago, he had taken Rayleigh as his master and made a pact with him to teach him hockey upon his return. The unfortunate reborn youth was dispatched by Valbin, stationed with the Drum Kingdom's official merchant caravan at Sabaody Archipelago, and sent back to Drum Kingdom for treatment. All the spoils from the auction had been absorbed by Valbin. His battle armor received another minor upgrade. Valbin brought only 2 guards, Dalton and Raven. The heavenly gold was escorted by the Navy. Not Carp, but his deputy Boggett. At this moment the group was en route to marry Geos. The mere thought of the celestial dragon's disgusting countenances made Valbin feel nauseous. These rulers are like pig farmers parading these lazy parasites out in public. I refuse to believe all celestial dragons are like this. Valbin would not be deceived by appearances. For this summit he intended to take advantage of the chaos and see what opportunities presented themselves. He also wished to discuss science and technology with Judge. Aside from Alabasta and Dressrosa, Valbin hardly regarded the other nations seriously. Among them Valbin held particular interest in Pretendus Kingdom, Elisabello II Rommel Kingdom, and the Flower Kingdom. These three nations were no pushovers, yet Valbin was confident he could crush any one of them in a one-on-one war. With its modern combat system, the Drum Kingdom had quietly risen to become one of the world's foremost military powers. Aside from lacking top-tier powerhouses, the Drum Kingdom had developed beyond Valbin's wildest expectations. So that's why the world government has been watching me so closely. I've grown this much without even realizing it. Valbin's thoughts ran constantly during this journey. The summit would reveal the true strength of other nations. The Navy would part ways here and the royal delegations would board bubble pods to reach their destination. Each vessel carrying royalty would draw thunderous cheers from the crowds on shore. It is King Valbin of the Drum Kingdom. Good heavens! How handsome! Such authority! Valbin heard every flattering word. As a king, one must be flamboyant. When it came to acting, Valbin was a first-rate performer, bringing his arrogant, voluptuous persona to life with perfect execution. Common folk. Though you are not my subjects, I welcome you to visit my Drum Kingdom. Here is travel fare for you. Valbin began throwing money about. Indeed, an extraordinarily lavish display. He scattered berries across the ground without a second thought. The crowd went wild. Had government soldiers not held them back, Valbin estimated they would have been swallowed by the mob. He's just some rich brat. Truly no nobility whatsoever, sneered an ignorant young prince. Say that again. I didn't quite catch that, Valbin said, having appeared behind him unnoticed. When did you? The ignorant prince staggered backward in terror. You speak ill of me behind my back, don't you? Valbin, a battle-hardened warrior, unleashed his killing intent, nearly causing the foolish prince to wet himself. I'm warning you. I am Prince Yuhua Kunshai of the Jataimi Kingdom. If you lay a hand on me, you're finished. Seeing other royal delegates watching, Kunshai stood his ground despite his fear. Jataimi Kingdom. Never heard of it. Your nation must be terribly small, Valbin replied, having no intelligence on such a place. Our nation is among the greatest in the Grand Line. How dare you look down on us? Kunshai roared. Oh, so your royal family is wealthy. Of course. Then let's settle accounts. What accounts? Your words just wounded my fragile, tender heart. Compensate me 5 billion berries for emotional distress. Are you insane? Why would I pay you? Have you lost your mind? Oh, so you refuse to compensate? Absolutely not. Excellent. Let all royal delegates present bear witness. As King Valbin of the Drum Kingdom, I have been threatened by Prince Kunshai of Jataimi Kingdom, my spirit wounded, and my demands for compensation rejected. Therefore I hereby declare war upon the Jataimi Kingdom. We shall not rest until their royal family is utterly annihilated. In that moment Valbin channeled the essence of a true villain, silencing the entire assembly. This man has lost his mind. He just declared war. The kings and nobles of all nations were utterly stunned. He's a madman. A complete lunatic. Kunshai stammered incoherently. He never imagined his first summit would ignite an international incident, or outright war. Jataimi Kingdom stands as one of over 170 member nations of the World Summit. Its territory encompasses but a single island, and its population mirrors that of Drum Kingdom. Yet its economy remains profoundly backward. The military forces concern themselves solely with guarding the royal family, utterly neglecting the common folk, which has allowed pirates to frequently plunder the nation. The civilians suffer in abject poverty, living in constant torment. This plight afflicts most nations here. The nobility indulges only in their own pleasures, heedless of their subjects' fate. Commoners must not only pay heavy taxes to the royal families, but also contribute the infamous sky tax, leaving them with no path but death after pirate raids strip them bare. Dalton, take note. Once we return, erase this nation from existence. Wapol uttered these words with casual indifference, delivering a statement that left Prince Kuntai trembling in sheer terror. What audacious words! The speaker was none other than Dajiba, the king of Jataimi Kingdom. Standing beside him was an old acquaintance, the Duke Bok of the Fire Nation. Does Drum Kingdom seek to wage war? The Fire Nation serves as Jataimi's ally. Should you make a move, we shall not stand idle. Bok had wed the Fire Nation's eldest princess, positioning himself as heir to the throne. With the aging king unable to attend the conference, Bok seized this opportunity to represent his sovereign, networking among the royal houses of various nations. In his past life, Wapol had been a cautious man, well aware that diplomatic relations between nations ran exceedingly complex. Upon attending this summit, he had arrived thoroughly prepared. Yet upon witnessing these royalty, Wapol felt profound disappointment. Among the 170-odd member nations, the number of countries possessing genuine merit and potential could be counted on one hand. That such minor nations remained unextinguished bewildered Walpole. Any formidable pirate crew from the New World could annihilate them without effort. The Four Seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Nations situated within the New World indeed possessed considerably greater strength than those along the Grand Line. Consider Dressrosa and its surrounding kingdoms. Along the Grand Line, aside from Alabasta and Tanya, no nation could match Drum Kingdom's power. Weak nations possessed no diplomatic voice. Therefore Walpole cared nothing for the opinions of these nobles. Jatami Kingdom served as the perfect chicken to demonstrate his authority. Kill the chicken to frighten the monkey. I wondered who this might be. It is none other than Duke Bok of the Fire Nation, whom I had previously routed in full retreat. What? Do you intend to defend them? Walpole deliberately provoked Bok. Bok indeed fell for the trap. However, Dajiba restrained him at his side. Walpole, your rash provocation of war shows scant regard for the alliance treaty. Such arrogance. Do you dare challenge all of us nations? Dajiba possessed considerable political acumen. His incitement drew many less discerning kings and nobles to echo his sentiments. Among these 170-plus member nations, Walpole dare not boast of Drum Kingdom's strength. But defeating scoundrels like you is child's play. Walpole wore an expression of utter contempt, humiliating those petty monarchs. He intended to let these kings understand that the ruler of Drum Kingdom was a reckless man of arrogance. This farce did not escape certain observers. What does this fellow intend? Queen Ruei of Tanya wondered within herself. This one proves intriguing. Minga mused thoughtfully. Truly a troublemaker, remarked Gats, sipping red wine. This person is no ordinary man. Dejima, the military strategist of Yilisazbalo, whispered to his lord in private. The shrewder kings watched as mere spectators, while the less discerning ones rolled up their sleeves, eager to clash with Walpole. Walpole carefully observed every person present. This was a meticulously orchestrated conflict. Through observation, he could identify which nations among them proved weakest. After this World Summit, he would execute his second phase plan, annexation. With the Revolutionary Army on the verge of rising, he sought to seize the resources he needed before they could establish their foothold. I'll silence your blathering. Walpole slapped Dajiba across the face and kicked down the shouting Bok in one swift motion. Guards! Guards! Kuntai cried in panic. The escorts of both the Fire Nation and Jatami Kingdom rushed toward the scene. Walpole cast Dalton a glance. The latter stepped forward and stamped his foot upon the ground. Tread! With a thunderous crash, the earth began to fracture. The guards toppled to the ground. Observer Minga adjusted his glasses. The wild bull Dalton, then. These kingdoms had certainly heard whispers of Dalton's reputation. After all, he was Walpole's foremost enforcer deployed at the forefront. Their guards simply operated on an entirely different caliber. Only the two guards from Alabasta furrowed their brows. Bale Falcon Bale, deputy captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard Force, a Zoan-type devil fruit user of the Falcon Fruit, appearing as a falcon-human hybrid. Jaka Jackal Jaka, deputy captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard Force, a Zoan-type devil fruit user of the Jackal Fruit, appearing as a jackal-human hybrid. Both were Zoan-type fruit users, and for Dalton, who shared their type, they understood far more clearly what that strike had represented. Such formidable strength. His command of force is remarkably refined. Both men studied their own weapons with grave expressions, noting how extraordinarily magnificent Dalton's armor and armaments appeared. His obsidian armor gleamed with metallic luster, and the battle-axe in his grip looked exceptionally fearsome. Alloy-heavy armor. That must have cost a fortune. Dejima wore an expression of envy. Minga showed keen interest in the armor Dalton wore, and was even more fascinated by the special alloy itself. Cease this at once. Let it end here. A monarch with a resonant voice appeared before Walpole, King Cobra of the 12th dynasty of Alabasta, father of Princess Vivi. Alabasta Kingdom, one of the superpowers located on Little Garden along the Grand Line, maintained a standing army of 6-0 with its capital at Alyabarna. Cobra's arrival brought the chaotic situation to a quiet halt, primarily because Walpole released his grips on the collars of Dajiba and Bok. Earlier Walpole had soundly beaten both men. Since King Cobra himself intervenes, Walpole shall honor this request. These two I will spare, for now. We shall settle our accounts upon our return. Walpole cast the pair aside. Accepting the diplomatic out offered by Cobra was something Walpole certainly had to do. First, because Alabasta Kingdom was comparatively powerful, and second, due to its proximity to Drum Kingdom. Walpole had deliberately displayed his volatile nature before these foolhardy onlookers, leading them to perceive him as a mere brute. An uncouth man unbound by etiquette naturally deterred many kings from provoking him, thereby avoiding countless complications. Following this farce, numerous kings and nobles began boarding bubble pods bound for Mary Geos. Yet among the pods Walpole occupied, no lesser monarch dared share a ride with him. Only Gats of Germa, Queen Ruei of Tanya, and King Cobra's party from Alabasta had the courage to approach. Minga hesitated briefly before declining to join them. To outsiders, King Wapol appeared as nothing more than an ordinary monarch devoid of any remarkable traits. Save for a brief flash of fame during the launch of the fitness pill health supplement, he was simply a run-of-the-mill king. It was merely because the pharmaceutical products of the Drum Kingdom were sold worldwide, thus overshadowing Wapol with the kingdom's greater renown. That commotion back there was a bit excessive. Queen Ruei, adorned in resplendent aristocratic attire, wore a crown atop her head. Your figure is becoming more impressive by the day, Wapol teased. Do you like it? Care to visit my chambers tonight? Ruei retorted playfully. Wapol was left utterly speechless. Queen Ruei now led the Tanya Kingdom into a new chapter. With abundant natural resources, the kingdom's economy surged forward. Mineral exports allowed Ruei to amass vast sums of capital in a short period. The Tanya Kingdom already possessed its own military force, and after receiving weaponry and equipment from Wapol, its strength surpassed that of many smaller nations. Now along the Grand Line, near the Drum Kingdom, the Tanya Kingdom had become a well-known nation. Young as she was, Queen Ruei attracted the attention of many nobles seeking to climb the social ladder, all scheming to win her heart. At present, the Drum Kingdom and the Tanya Kingdom engaged in mutual trade. Pharmaceuticals and weapons were exported by Wapol to the Tanya Kingdom. In return, the Tanya Kingdom exported vast quantities of mineral resources to the Drum Kingdom. The two nations were bound in a close alliance. Not far from Wapol stood Judge, his ostensible enemy. After their collaborative performance, they successfully deceived the world government. This allowed the world government to relax its surveillance. The time was not yet ripe to oppose the world government. In truth, Wapol and Judge had long been in secret contact, jointly developing battle armor technology. They also collaborated on research in biological sciences. The Alabasta Kingdom, being the nearest superpower to the Drum Kingdom, was once the domain of the world's sovereign, Lordom. In the world of One Piece, the Alabasta Kingdom boasted astonishing numbers in both population and military strength. Yet Wapol, having witnessed far greater populations and mightier armies in his past life, found little cause for astonishment. Hey, why did you hit that prince just now? A blue-haired girl appeared behind Wapol. With his rudimentary observation, Hockey Wapol had long since Princess Vivi. I didn't like his face. I'll hit him again next time, Wapol said in a roguish tone. You're so domineering. Vivi was a girl with a strong sense of justice. Brat, what do you know? Wapol cursed. You just bullied the weak. You have no manly spirit. I am the king of the Drum Kingdom. What I do is none of your business. Slap. Wapol delivered a backhanded slap that sent Princess Vivi sprawling to the ground. The timeline reverted. At this moment, Wapol perfectly replicated the original storyline. His obese idol image was meant to project an air of decadence, arrogance, and tyranny. Thus Wapol was acting, putting on a show for those watching him from the shadows and the light. Clang. Bang. Princess Vivi had two attendant guards. One of them, a man named Bayer, was the strongest warrior of Alabasta. Seeing the princess slapped, Bayer immediately swung his blade at Wapol. Duo Erdun, now far stronger than Bayer, swept his battle axe to intercept Bayer's attack. Stop. Stand down, Bayer. Princess Vivi, holding her cheek, ordered Bayer to step back. Princess. Stand down. Yes. Bayer glared at Wapol with venomous eyes. Your Majesty, Wapol, questioning you was my fault, my mistake. But the fact remains that you bullied the weak. You cannot change that. Even if you strike me, I will not alter my view. Princess Vivi's political acumen was innate. She also held a unique perspective on justice. Young lady, your shallow sense of justice cannot see the essence of things, Judge remarked from the side. The commotion also drew the attention of Vivi's father, Kobula. Vivi, you're injured. Kobula noticed the handprint on Vivi's face. Your Majesty, it was the hand of King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom. Bayer reported. Wapol, what do you think you're doing? Kobula's anger flared. Control your daughter, or next time it won't be just a slap. Wapol glanced at Vivi. Are you threatening me? Others may fear your Drum Kingdom, but Alabasta does not. Kobula declared. Enough. I won't squabble with you, Wapol said, turning to leave. The Drum Kingdom was now a formidable power with many allies. Although Alabasta was a great nation. Given the current situation, if war broke out with the Drum Kingdom, Alabasta would have no chance of victory. One nation's army wielded mostly cold weapons, while the other possessed advanced technology. No matter the size of the army, technology would close the gap. War was a matter of money. The Drum Kingdom could sustain the cost of war, but Alabasta could not. However, Alabasta harbored secrets of the ancient weapons, making it unwise to act rashly. When Old Shah made his move, he would fish in troubled waters. Many kings and royalty traveled in bubble pods to the Red Line. So this is Mariewa. Wapol beheld a colossal castle surrounded by endless residential and leisure districts. The celestial dragons certainly know how to enjoy themselves. Wapol clicked his tongue. Honored kings, please take the moving walkway to the assembly hall, the guide announced. What is this thing? It moves on its own. Some portly kings stepped onto the moving walkway. Wapol was not at all surprised by this elevator-like contraption. In his past life, he had seen every kind of elevator. This clumsy, human-powered walkway struck him as nothing more than a perverse amusement of the celestial dragons. Beneath the moving walkway a group of slaves trudged along, pulling it forward. Wapol disdained to ride the human-powered elevator, choosing instead to walk with his subordinates. His action gave the kings who had previously dared not speak a chance to mock him. As expected, a brute, who only knows violence. Utterly provincial, Duke Ba of the Fire Country, sneered among the group of kings. Oh, it seems Duke Ba has forgotten the beating he just received, hasn't he? Wapol heard the mockery and shot Ba a sharp glare. Dare not. I truly dare not. Wapol refused to take the bait. Even if provoked by Ba, he would simply laugh it off, for causing trouble here was imprudent. Seeing Wapol so thick-skinned and unmoved by such taunts, Ba ceased his futile efforts and began chatting with other kings. Fire Country, Jitai, my kingdom. Just you wait. After this World Conference I'll show you what's what, Wapol sneered. The World Conference was scheduled to last 7 days. During this time over 100 nations would present proposals which would then be discussed by the Assembly. If approved they would be executed, if rejected they would be dismissed. Among the more than 170 countries, not every nation was an ally, some were ancient enemies. Within this assembly many smaller factions had formed. Wapol, Lu Yi, and several other nations that had trade relations with the Drum Kingdom gathered together. The other kings did the same. What intrigued Wapol the most was Doflamingo. Although his celestial dragon status had been revoked, the fact that he was once a celestial dragon remained an immutable truth. The 5 elders were currently the highest authority, the spokespersons of the celestial dragons. They would certainly grant face to Doflamingo. In essence it was because Doflamingo could bring them value. Doflamingo was known as the Joker in the underground black market, serving as the intermediary for most black market tycoons. Arms trading was strictly prohibited, yet Doflamingo had built an underground port in Dressrosa and had been smuggling weapons there. Recently Doflamingo had embarked on a new venture still in its developmental stage. But he could already envision how immensely popular this product would become in the future. Leveraging his status as a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo could accomplish a great deal. He was the bridge for business dealings between the world government Kaido and the shogun of Wano. Mealtime during the conference was the liveliest period. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Wapol, holding a glass of red wine, approached Doflamingo's table. King of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol. Doflamingo was a seasoned socialite. He would patiently communicate with anyone who proved useful. Hello, may I sit down? Wapol asked. Fufu, please have a seat. Doflamingo gestured to his attendant, who brought a chair over for Wapol. Seeing is believing. To meet the renowned Doflamingo today is truly a great honor, ha. Wapol spoke with polite formality. The world-famous medical nation and the leading exporter of alloys. It is I who am honored to meet your majesty, Wapol. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses. Wapol, upon seeing that gesture, felt a strong urge to remove Doflamingo's glasses and see what his eyes really looked like. After all, Doflamingo's eyes remained an enduring mystery. Of course that was merely a passing thought. If he actually attempted it, he would likely be killed by Doflamingo. I'll be straightforward. I have a project I'd like to collaborate with you on. Would you be interested? Wapol said with a sly smile. Oh, your majesty, Wapol is a renowned businessman. If you say it's a profitable venture, I'm sure it will be. Could you share a few details? Though Doflamingo was the king of Dressrosa, his financial resources were never abundant. Some research projects were money-devouring tigers' bottomless pits. I plan to establish a world-class entertainment company. We can create global idols and stars, and then this and that. Here is the detailed project proposal I've prepared. After Wapol finished his overview, he produced a thick document. Doflamingo, upon seeing it, felt a stir of interest. He was always keen on profitable ventures. Your Majesty, Wapol approached me because you value my abilities. What exactly do you need me to do in this endeavor? Doflamingo was no fool. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Only through effort could one reap rewards. You see, I can handle the equipment, scripts, and management personnel here. But the suitable actors for the roles and the idol candidates, that's where I need your eye for talent. Your judgment is far superior to mine, ha. Wapol flattered Doflamingo on the spot. Just selecting people. No other requirements. Doflamingo glanced at the proposal in Wapol's hand. Well, the initial investment will be split 50-50. Fufu, pleasure doing business with you. Haha, pleasure doing business with you. Their glasses clinked together. Doflamingo smoothly took the proposal from Wapol. Your Majesty, Doflamingo, I have some matters to attend to. See you tomorrow. Wapol said, rising to take his leave. Doflamingo watched Wapol's retreating figure, sensing a familiar air about him. Fufu, what an interesting fellow. In Doflamingo's eyes, Wapol and his Drum Kingdom were like a tempting piece of fat, enticing yet hard to swallow without strong teeth. Doflamingo weighed the military strength on both sides. On the surface he held a clear advantage, yet he inexplicably sensed danger emanating from Wapol. This intuition had saved him from countless crises, turning peril into safety. Thus he was genuinely intrigued by Wapol. Coming back to himself, Doflamingo began to read the proposal. As a celestial dragon, not only was he the leader of the Don Quixote family, but also the king of Dressrosa. He had to navigate among various powers relying entirely on his sharp intellect. But precisely because of this, he had reached a bottleneck in the path of martial arts. His own strength was at the level of a first-rate powerhouse, slightly below the top tier, and still a considerable distance from the legendary realm. After all, in the later stages, everyone would be wielding Conqueror's hockey-infused attacks. The National Idol competition. Having been relentlessly bombarded by various talent shows in his past life, Wapol was well-versed in the tricks of the trade. Transferring that formula to the world of One Piece, Wapol realized it was a highly lucrative business. If he held the competition solely in his drum kingdom, it would never gain traction. But with the involvement of the Joker of the Underground, Wapol could not fathom how extensive Doflamingo's network was, but it was certainly broader than his own. For now, there was no open conflict between Wapol and Doflamingo, and the affairs of Dressrosa were none of Walpo's concern. After all, it was Luffy's main storyline, and he would not meddle lightly. If the world line changed, his foreknowledge would become useless. He was not a righteous ally, he was merely an ordinary man. The Drum Kingdom needed development, and both his strength and that of his subordinates required time to grow. For now, the benefits of befriending Doflamingo outweighed the drawbacks, so Wapol decided to collaborate with him. This National Idol competition was the first of its kind, and its venue was set in the Tanya Kingdom of Queen Lu-E. The process would consist of auditions, preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finally the grand finals. Wapol would be in charge of management, venue, and equipment, while Doflamingo would handle recruitment and sponsorship. Another key figure that Wapol needed Doflamingo to connect him with was Morgans the News King. Wapol had no connections whatsoever in the media world of One Piece. Even if the event were broadcast live, few would watch. But with Morgan's orchestration, the event's visibility would become worldwide. Connections, wealth, strength. All in place. Wapol hid in his room, secretly rejoicing. Today's meeting was utterly unproductive. Some of the proposals were made by a few foolish kings, and then there was a buzz of discussion, most of which was just showing off or posturing. Wapol, meanwhile, was discussing the post-conference project collaboration with Doflamingo. True to his reputation, Doflamingo had already prepared the channels and connections. The third day of the summit. Boring agenda, tedious topics. Wapol truly could not fathom what those brainless kings were up to. Among over 170 nations, the majority of their monarchs were utter fools. A select few kings, however, possessed a certain acumen. Take the Elusia Kingdom, for instance, a realm nestled within the Western Blue. Its ruler was King Shundaruka. Right at this moment, he had proposed a matter so significant that even Wapol dared not dismiss it lightly. The issue I bring forward today concerns the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army and the future peril they represent to us. His name is Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. His ideals are dangerously subversive. Though his forces remain weak at present, I propose we unite to eliminate this looming catastrophe before it takes root. King Shundaruka finished speaking. Wapol, are you acquainted with this man? Don Quixote asked from beside him. Not personally, but I have heard rumors. He is both formidable and exceedingly secretive. Wapol quickly scrambled together a lie. Don Quixote's perceptiveness was terrifying. He had nearly seen through the facade. Is that so? I happen to possess some intelligence on this individual. We can discuss it over hot springs tonight, Don Quixote suggested casually. Haha, well, all right then. Inside, Wapol wondered what Don Quixote had in mind. Glancing at the towering Don Quixote, and then down at his own rotund frame, Walpol's imagination ran wild. Was he hoping to pick up his soap? A shiver of dread shot through Wapol as dark thoughts seized him. Without another word, Don Quixote departed the chamber, his status granting him unrestricted passage across the red line. Meanwhile, Shundaruka was engaged in fervent debate with the other monarchs, pressing the question of whether to launch a punitive campaign against Dragon. Wapol observed him with a penetrating gaze. Years would pass before the Revolutionary Army truly grew into a force capable of shaking the very foundations of the world noble's dominion. Yet here was a man in this very moment already perceiving the dragon's threat. Clearly there was something extraordinary about him. That secret perhaps was linked to the dragon himself. Wapol resolved to extract whatever information he could from Don Quixote that evening. But for now there were other matters demanding his attention. Silence. Distinguished rulers, lend me your ears. Walpol's voice rang out with commanding authority. We are nobles, leaders of our nations. Even the most ferocious pirates bow before us. What chance does a ragtag mob stand against us? I heard your Majesty Shundaruka speak repeatedly of the Revolutionary Army's threat. But can you point to a single concrete act in which they have endangered the world? Every claim you have made is mere speculation. Should your assumptions prove false, shall we all play house together and march to war on nothing but fantasies? If each nation deploys troops, who bears the cost? Weapons, provisions, ammunition, rations for horses and men. What sovereign will foot this bill? According to your logic, we scour the entire world for this so-called Revolutionary Army and annihilate them. Yet what tangible benefit accrues to us? Walpol's relentless barrage left Shundaruka speechless, at a complete loss for words. As you can see, you cannot even answer that yourself. If the Revolutionary Army truly threatens, you send your own forces. Do not drag us into your personal vendetta. With a masterful display of rhetorical maneuvering, Walpole swayed the assembly. He had planted the seed of suspicion, hinting that Shun-Dur-Ka harbored a private grievance against the revolutionaries and sought to use the other monarchs as cannon fodder and free mercenary muscle. The revolutionary army had not yet launched large-scale warfare, so many rulers remained ignorant of their true danger. Consequently, Walpole deftly downplayed the threat, steering public opinion until the other kings began to view the situation through the lens of self-interest rather than collective security. Soon the majority of monarchs turned their fire upon King Shun-Dur-Ka, hurling every manner of insult. Only a handful remained silent. Having sown his discord, Walpole slipped away from the chamber unseen. Dragon, you owe me a considerable favor, my friend. Walpole found himself deeply grateful for his former life as an internet troll, prowling forums and manipulating narratives day after day. That experience had honed his skill at orchestrating public sentiment to near perfection. The summit recessed as night approached. Far away in a certain sea of the west blue, within a coastal port city, soldiers of a kingdom's garrison stood locked in fierce combat against the townsfolk. The monarch here had imposed exorbitant taxation. If the tax-to-income ratio in Magellan Kingdom stood at 1, then this kingdom's ratio sat at 10. The crushing burden of taxes left the common people gasping for breath. Once illness struck, their only options were to wait for death or sink into the grip of loan sharks. But today was different. The civilians armed with crude weapons stood fighting back against heavily armed soldiers. Summon your courage. Charge. Crush those lapdogs of oppression. A strikingly beautiful woman commanded the fray. She wore a crimson top hat with flowing streamers, her short purple hair catching the wind. Sunglasses shaded her eyes, and a red long-sleeved vest hung open over her bare chest. A tie rested loosely around her neck, leather gloves sheathed her hands, and a long train skirt flowed from her waist. Crimson boots reached her knees, a cigarette dangled from her lips, and she held aloft a massive banner as she cried out to her troops. This was Belmere Bettyfield, commander of the Revolutionary Army. Her power was that of the paramecia type Kafuku no Mi, the encouragement fruit. By rallying her forces with flag and voice, she could awaken the latent strength hidden within every human being. To Walpole's eyes, she was the quintessential team-oriented support operative, an extraordinarily potent one, boosting attack power, critical strike rates, and overall damage output. Coupled with the Lilliput Princess's large area healing abilities, such a combination would be virtually unbeatable in large-scale engagements. Under normal circumstances, the revolutionaries' captains operated independently, which was why only one Captain Roan was visible here. Yet nearby, a warship bearing the figurehead of a dragon lay moored at anchor. Dragon, this is our first time participating so directly in the toppling of a corrupt regime. The speaker was none other than the transgender revolutionary Amazon Ivankov. Towering in stature with an enormous face, he sported an impossibly voluminous dark purple bouffant, large enough to conceal a person, with long dense eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss. His usual attire of fishnet stockings, a cape, a skin-tight, plunging bodysuit, and a skull tattoo, carved across his abdomen, was entirely concealed beneath a heavy black robe on this occasion. Though this is our first time, it will not be our last. We are here to change this world, and this rotten world has a rotten root at its source, replied a grim-faced man in a deep green coat, his left cheek marked with a red square tattoo. He was Monkey D. Dragon, founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, known simply as Dragon. This man, whose very ideology threatened the very order of the world government, was a figure of undeniable presence, calm, commanding, and driven by boundless ambition. The road ahead is long and arduous, spoke another key officer of the revolutionaries, concise and measured. Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma, stop appearing silently behind me and startling me like that. Ivankov snapped, scolding the massive figure. Your observation hockey remains as unrefined as ever, Kuma retorted calmly, a Bible resting in his grasp, silencing Ivankov's complaints. Dragon, is the time come to set the plan in motion? Kuma inquired. Let us be the ones to stir the storm. Let us overturn this corrupt world. As Dragon spoke, winds began to howl across the sky above him. The revolution had begun to take shape, its shadow stretching far into the future. The world is always changing, and what one must do is to board the high-speed train of the new era. The site of the World Conference is located on the Red Line, where the world nobles, the celestial dragons, reside. In such a place, entertainment venues abound naturally. The establishments open here are all backed by the celestial dragons. Minga had a hot spring dojo in this area. At that moment, Minga and Walpo were inside. In his past life, Walpo was a northerner, so he had naturally experienced public baths. Back then, after soaking, he would let an old man scrub him, give him a massage, and apply cupping, truly making his whole body feel comfortable. Now in the hot spring pool, only Minga and he remained. This made Walpo feel a bit strange. Minga wouldn't have any improper thoughts about him, would he? Dwafu, you didn't invite me here just for a bath, did you? Walpo's plump belly soaked in the hot spring. Even while bathing, Minga did not remove his sunglasses. Walpo genuinely wondered if Minga's glasses would fog up. Fufu, Walpo, the collaboration project you proposed earlier has made progress. News King has agreed to promote it. Once you've finished your part, just give me a message. Oh, so fast. It seems Dwafu's influence is indeed great. I know the Drum Kingdom is a manufacturing kingdom of alloys and a major medical power. Don't you think we should discuss other collaborations as well? Oh, alloys and medicine. Which one does Dwafu intend to discuss? Both. Currently, only bimetal alloys and triple metal alloys are sold abroad and production is very low. However, our output of ordinary reinforced iron is sufficient. As for medicine, only common remedies and some hemostatic trauma medications are our country's exports. Wapol indicated that those were all he had because in the world of One Piece people's physiques are extremely strong, and as long as they don't die immediately, they can be saved, hence the huge market demand for trauma medicine. Fufu, can you grant me the rights to sell the alloys on the black market? I guarantee you'll earn double the profit. You want to buy it out? Become a distributor. Exactly. I know the world government purchases some from you, but your main market is still the black market, yet your prices aren't high enough. The profits can be pushed even higher. How so? We put on a show. You say your shop is out of stock and move the goods to my store. Then I'll double the price and the cost goes up. Plus I have stable clients, so no worries about inventory. Your alloys are hot commodities and reinforced iron sells well too, but your clientele is too scattered. Minga was now a businessman. Haha, that's true. Who doesn't want to make more money? Cheers to a pleasant cooperation. Wapol raised his glass to toast Minga. Fufu, you're welcome. This benefits both of us. Minga took a sip of red wine. Wapol understood in his heart that the reason he could soak in the hot spring and negotiate business here was because of his strength. Though his personal combat power was not noteworthy, he was a king who could mobilize the military forces of an entire nation. Minga put down his wine glass and clapped his hands. A line of beautiful women in sexy bikinis walked in. Minga signaled them to massage his shoulders. Two of them came behind Wapol ready to serve and wipe his body. Although Wapol was a king ever since ascending the throne, he had lived a very hard and diligent life, never daring to slack off. Such service truly made Wapol feel overwhelmed. No need for me, haha. Wapol indicated he could manage on his own. What brother Wapol looks down on me? Haha, how could that be? It's just that this maid is very beautiful with a fine figure. Haha, a bit of a manly impulse. At this moment Wapol was putting on the facade of a debauched ruler, so to avoid being seen through by Minga, he had to pretend to be an experienced player. This maid looked very familiar to Wapol, right? This is Monet the Snow Woman from Punk Hazard. She replaced her wings with arms. I almost didn't recognize her. Wapol sneaked another glance. He remembered that Monet's features included grass-green wavy long hair, golden yellow pupils, her left eye often covered by bangs, and a tall slender figure. Her personality was gentle, and her unique laugh was yoo-hee-hee. Usually aside from going on missions, she almost always wore thick milk bottle-bottom glasses. In the future, Punk Hazard arc her hands and feet would be transformed into bird wings and claws by Trafalgar Law, and in battle, she would turn into a giant monster. Before that, she had normal human limbs. Wapol also recalled some intel. Monet's ability was the Logia-type Snow Fruit. In battle, her personality became exceptionally cruel and cold, biting her opponents' bodies with sharp fangs, and she habitually dealt with the weak, who were isolated first. Her weapons in combat were two large ice chisels capable of thrusting and slashing. Once she heard someone praise her appearance, she would become very happy, even showing shy reactions, earning Zoro's remark that she was a person who couldn't handle compliments. But she was utterly loyal to Don Quixote Doflamingo, believing that Doflamingo was the only candidate for Pirate King, willingly sacrificing her life for him. Wapol had secretly collected information about the incident of Minga's usurpation. The tragedy in Dressrosa actually began from the day she entered the royal palace as a maid. She opened the palace gates for the Don Quixote pirates to annihilate the Riku army and kidnap Princess Viola. Minga wanted a complete Dressrosa, so he used schemes rather than direct military force. Minga sent Snow Woman Monet to serve him. Surely he had ulterior motives. Beautiful lady, you have a great figure and are so lovely. It's a waste of your talent to serve me. Wapol politely declined. However, upon being praised, Monet, just like in the manga, showed a shy expression. Alas, this is a woman who has given her heart and soul to Minga, but in Minga's eyes there is no love. Wapol sighed inwardly for Monet. Since we've mostly settled the matters, I'll take my leave. There are a few more days of boring meetings, then I'll head back home, and we can start the preliminary selection competition. Wapol prepared to leave. What do you think of the Revolutionary Army? Minga suddenly asked. As long as they don't mess with me, I don't care. Wapol replied indifferently. Fufu, that guy is no ordinary figure. Who? The leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. What? Do you have a story about him? I have a story. Do you have wine? Minga made a rare joke. TCH, what, you finally appreciate the good wine I brought. Wapol clapped his hands, signaling his accompanying guard to bring the wine. It must be said that Mingu truly found the wine brought by Wapol to be delicious. Tell me the story about that Duo La Go. Wapol poured a glass of wine for Mingo. Duo La Go was also nearby during Luo Jie's execution. He was a witness to it. But his identity is not simple. His father is the Navy hero Vice Admiral Kapu, an old fellow as strong as a monster. His son Duo Lagu was likewise exceptional at a young age. Kapu wanted to train Duo Lagu into a marine, so he poured resources into him, causing Duo Lagu's strength to skyrocket. As his strength grew, so did his merits, and thus his rank increased. Until one time he went on a mission. I don't know the specifics, but shortly after returning he defected from Marine headquarters. Only recently after he led the Revolutionary Army and appeared actively did he re-enter the sight of the top brass. Is that Vice Admiral Kapu really that strong? Isn't an admiral the strongest? Wirebo asked. How should I put it? Although my strength is not top tier, at least I can put up a fight against an admiral. But if you anger Kapu, the outcome is really unpredictable. As a celestial dragon, Ming-Gu clearly knew some hidden secrets. Wirebo had never doubted Kapu's strength. However, he didn't expect Ming-Gu to share so much information with him. Duo Fu, we are friends now. If you need a custom alloy weapon, I can personally forge one for you. Wirebo said. Oh, I've heard rumors that your alloy gun is extremely powerful. Can I have a look? Ming-Gu was also curious. Watch closely. Wirebo's finger transformed into an alloy gun. He fired a shot at the wall, easily penetrating it, even piercing the decorative steel plate outside, and the bullet flew at an extremely fast speed. Ming-Ge's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. If this gun hit him, even simple armament hockey might not be able to defend against it. Good gun. Ming-Gu praised it. Wirebo laughed heartily. His pistol was specially made, the one he gave to Luo Bin had great destructive power, while Wirebo's own had strong penetrating power. The guns used by the soldiers of the Tsigu kingdom were far inferior to his. To fuse the gun body, Wirebo had tried many different alloys. Thus a private custom represented the pinnacle of Wirebo's light weapon craftsmanship. The two soaked in the hot spring until they were limp. Because they were ability users, they still felt weak, even though the hot spring water was shallow. Leaving Ming-Ge's territory, Wirebo returned to his lodging room. Duo Lagu's matter was definitely not that simple. There must have been some reason that made Duo Lagu see the dark side of the world government. Just like Ming-Gu, who walks between the underworld and the lawful world. Maybe this time he calls you brother, but next time he'll be holding your funeral. Ming-Ge's worldview is certainly chaotic. He no longer even knows what he wants. Although there were reasons, Ming-Ge's killing of his father and brother has already shattered his personality. Now he only treats Wirebo with courtesy because Wirebo has value. Once Wirebo shows a weakness, Ming-Gu will not hesitate to swallow up his Tsigu kingdom. And by showing off his alloy gun, he was also telling Ming-Gu that you can make a move on me, but the consequences will be severe. There were still a few more days of boring meetings. After the meetings, Wirebo would first follow Lei Li to learn hockey. The idol selection competition could be left to Jesse and Kuluo Mali Meng to handle. Only with money can one have resources. Technology research and biological medicine research are two bottomless pits, becoming more and more expensive. Besides improving his hockey, he also had to consider developing his devil fruit ability. In the later stage, everyone would have Conqueror's hockey and fusion. He needed to work hard. In a daze, Wirebo drifted into a dream. After Wirebo left, Monai came to Ming-Ge's office. Young master, today was a failure. It's my fault. No, that guy is not simple. He is definitely not what he appears to be. To turn a weak country into a great power in just a few years is not something an ordinary person can do. Even my Lacey Luo-san may not be as wealthy as their country. Ming-Ge's words carried a sour note of jealousy. He envied Wirebo's methods of making money. According to intelligence, his two deputy ministers are very capable. One is Jesse, the chief of staff, and the other is Koluo Mali Meng, the administrative officer. Monai adjusted her glasses. His army commander is also not weak. The reputation of the Wild Bull is well known. Our Pai Ka and Wei Ergu should be able to easily defeat his army commander, Monai said. One-on-one is possible, but war is not a matter of a few individuals. Pai Ka needs to guard Delacy Luo Sa, and Wei Ergu still has to infiltrate the navy to relay intelligence. The available subordinates under his command are few and far between. Diamond D was almost killed by someone from the snake organization in Xiangbo D. That woman called you E, who is very dangerous. Before long her name will surely spread to more people's ears. Notify the lower ranks from now on, only sell ordinary slaves. Ming-Gu feared trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to step back. Retreating to advance, being able to bend and stretch. That is what makes a qualified overlord. A few days later, the World Conference concluded successfully. Returning to Xiangbo D, Wirebo woke up naturally and looked at the clock. This damned World Conference is finally over. Wirebo had a pile of plans to carry out. He couldn't bear to waste a single second. In this world, the dark side always exists. It doesn't disappear just because you don't care or look at it. The filthy trades of the underground black market have always existed. Through his contact with Ming-Gu, Wirebo understood more clearly what the common people at the bottom were like. Today I'm going to learn hockey from Uncle Lei. I wonder how he will teach me. My talent is not that great, probably not as good as Lu Fei's. I just don't know how much I can gain from these few lessons. Bo had discussed with Lei Li that Lei Li wouldn't teach him for free. He asked Bo to do 3 things that did not violate his principles. Thus, after Bo agreed, Lei Li imparted some of his knowledge of hockey to Bo. And today was the day of teaching. Perhaps due to the region, Bo followed Lei Li to an island. Lu Si Ka Ina Island. An island full of giant beasts. What? You know this island? Lei Li was somewhat surprised, not expecting Bo to know this place. Haha, I've heard of it. Bo scratched his head. Alright, it's good that you know. This place is extremely dangerous. Your 2 guards may not be able to protect you. Lei Li pointed at Duo Air Dun and Rue, one who had followed Bo. This time Lei Li's teaching of hockey knowledge was certainly not as earnest as when he taught Lu Fei, but for Bo, it was sufficient. The master leads you to the door, cultivation is up to the individual. Wapol had mentioned subduing the Fire Country and Jatami Kingdom, but that was merely a smokescreen. If he truly intended to wage war, it would depend on whether there were profits to be gained. He had been secretly corresponding with Gajeel, and their biological research collaboration continued behind the scenes. Cooperation with Doflamingo had also begun, and the star-making audition was already underway. Drum Kingdom's current strength could not be underestimated. Jesus and Cromaraman handled the kingdom's daily affairs while Dr. Kareha made the real decisions. Military authority was also distributed among several captains. The Research Institute's defense system was top tier, and the security personnel took orders only from Wapol and Dr. Curry. Robin also oversaw the Shadow Intelligence Department. Recently, she had written saying she wished to take a leave of absence. Wapol told her to stay safe, while traveling, reminding her that Drum Kingdom was her home, and that whenever she needed anything, he as her elder brother would flatten any difficulties in her path. All of these matters had been arranged before Wapol arrived on Rizikana Island. Now that he was here, his sole purpose was to devote himself to cultivation. After training here for a while, Dalton would return to Drum Kingdom. After all, he was the kingdom's most powerful visible combat force. That remains to be seen. My army commander has quite the reputation. Dalton spar with Uncle Rayleigh. Wapol said with a devilish grin. Dalton was bewildered. The person before him was a legendary pirate. His name carried weight. Very well. I don't yet know your capabilities. Let me test you first. This will help me formulate a training plan for you. Rayleigh took a sip from his small flask. Shall I bring equipment? Wapol asked. As you wish. Oh, take care not to strain yourself, old man. Let Dalton give it a try. Dalton wore a helpless expression. Why did his king always sell him out? Then I won't hold back. Dalton now wore alloy armor, greatly enhancing his defense, and had activated the buffalo form of his devil fruit. The Zoan-type fruit abilities have enhanced his strength, speed, defense, and recovery. Coupled with that armor and battle axe, his combat power is indeed impressive. Rayleigh commented. Relying solely on experience and his sharp eyes, Rayleigh could estimate Dalton's approximate strength level. Had Dalton don't hold back? Show Uncle Rayleigh everything Drum Kingdom's technology has to offer. Wapol urged Dalton to deploy all the gadgets on his equipment. Dalton nodded. As Wapol's guard captain and Drum Kingdom's army commander, he too wanted to know his own strength level. Earth Stomp. Dalton slammed his foot onto the ground, causing the earth to quake and disrupting his enemy's balance. Savage Charge. Leveraging the hardness of his alloy armor, Dalton charged toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes brightened. Dalton's techniques were all combo moves, each link connected seamlessly. If an ordinary person were locked in by these 2 moves, they would almost certainly end up severely injured. But Rayleigh was a legendary figure with immense combat experience. Launching himself on one foot and using Dalton's forward momentum, Rayleigh soared into the air. You've fallen for it, old man. Reincarnation Judgment. Dalton spun and leapt his blood-grooved battle axe, slashing toward Rayleigh. Come then. Rayleigh did not use armament hockey. Instead, he grazed the axe blade with his hand, redirecting Dalton's attack trajectory. Let this old man test the hardness of this alloy. Boom. Rayleigh's fist struck Dalton's chest. Though he didn't use armament hockey, even a normal punch made Dalton's chest tighten with pain. With the armor protecting him, Dalton might have avoided broken ribs otherwise. Thud. Dalton fell to the ground, and only then did Rayleigh land gracefully. But at that moment a cold gleam struck. Gale Blade. Indeed, the one attacking Rayleigh was Raven. Oh, an ambush. Rayleigh casually picked up a tree branch from the ground and struck Raven's sword arm. Though the branch couldn't pierce her armor, the force diverted her slash to another direction. If I defeat you, the boss says we get meat. Raven used the force of Rayleigh's strike to pivot and sweep horizontally. Rayleigh sidestepped, thrusting the branch straight toward Raven's forehead. However, Raven relied on her combat instincts, raising her greatsword horizontally to block the attack. Not bad talent. Rayleigh was slightly surprised. Raven's swordsmanship had many flaws, but her combat intuition allowed her to compensate at the critical moment. With proper guidance from a skilled master, this child's strength would be no laughing matter. Uncle Rayleigh, my Raven is actually a girl. Wapol said. A female swordsman with such courage and strength is rare. You found a treasure. Rayleigh said earnestly. I think so too. Raven, defeat that old man, and your boss will treat you to 10 grand feasts. Wapol tempted. Hearing this, Raven was indeed excited. Sorry, old man. Magical energy activate. Her greatsword glowed green as the magical energy within began charging the blade. Magical energy impact. Raven's greatsword flashed, sending a green slash toward Rayleigh. The slash was extremely fast. Though Rayleigh perceived it with observation haki, he could no longer hold back. I'll make an exception. Rayleigh coated the branch in armament haki and swung it forcefully, sending a matching slash colliding with Raven's attack. Boom. An explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, Raven sat panting on the ground, her greatsword discarded beside her. So this is your unique technology. The power is quite impressive. Rayleigh carefully examined the deep trench before him. Uncle, the fight isn't over yet. Wapol chuckled. It turned out Dalton had been lying in ambush all along, waiting for the right moment. He had been pretending to be knocked out. Playing dumb to devour the tiger was Wapol's signature tactic, and naturally Dalton had been deeply influenced by his king. Wind shell acceleration. The equipment's bonus made Dalton's attacks even faster. Oh, elementary observation haki. When Rayleigh dodged Dalton's attacks using observation haki, he sensed Dalton's perception. He was trying to read Rayleigh's intended movements. But your observation haki is still too immature. Rayleigh was also top tier in hand-to-hand combat. Although Dalton's battle axe was powerful in attack, its speed was somewhat slower. This gave top-tier experts time to react. Rayleigh's branch was now coated with armament haki, meaning that against the combined strength of Dalton and Raven, Rayleigh would need to take them seriously. At minimum, using haki to defeat them. Bang! The battle axe and branch clashed. Dalton couldn't use armament haki, but relying on his alloy blood-grooved battle axe, he maintained the offensive. Rayleigh's arm muscles had already swelled, proving Dalton's strength considerable. He was forced to reveal some of his true power to cope. Knight Greatsword. Raven rejoined the battlefield, launching attacks against Rayleigh. Yet Rayleigh still effortlessly handled their combined assault. In close combat, Uncle Lee held an absolute advantage. Whether in physical techniques, swordsmanship, or haki, he completely overpowered duo Air Dun and Rue won. However, Lee was also extremely cautious, for a single misstep could lead to failure. Uncle, I'm joining the battle. Wire-Bow shouted loudly. Lee braced himself for an ambush. However, after shouting, Wire-Bow stood still like nothing had happened, showing no signs of attacking. Good lad, trying to distract me. Lee thought it was Wire-Bow's strategy, but Wire-Bow was notorious for his shamelessness. Burning cannon. Wire-Bow suddenly opened his mouth, spewing a pillar of fire toward Lee. Duo Air Dun and Rue won. This guy. Lee underestimated the extent of Wire-Bow's shamelessness. But turning around, he saw Duo Air Dun and Rue when huddled together, their armor changing as the flames were absorbed upon contact. He himself had to face the massive pillar of fire. Open. With no other choice, Lee used advanced armament haki, leveraging its impact to block the flames. Advanced armament haki. Luing. Or Conqueror's haki infusion. Wire-Bow recognized it at a glance. There was no helping it. Haki was the product of developing one's internal energy, granting resistance to various attributes. While Lee was surrounded by flames, Wire-Bow suddenly donned his battle armor and leaped into the air. Just as he leaped, Lee swung a branch, sending a slash that carved a deep crater into the ground where he had stood. Uncle, are you trying to kill me? Wire-Bow exclaimed dramatically. You brat, you didn't hold back, just now. Lee stripped off his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and became truly serious. He turned to look at Rue won and Duo Air Dun, enveloping them with his formidable aura. Be careful, Rue won. At this moment, Duo Air Dun was in his bison man form, and his beastly instincts told him how terrifying the man before him truly was. Because at this moment his danger perception was nearly off the charts. Rue won was someone who feared nothing, but that didn't mean she was foolish. On the contrary, her combat instincts were astonishingly sharp. By the time Lee prepared to deal with them seriously, she had already subtly moved behind Duo Air Dun. Because Rue won knew that while her attack was high, her defense was low. Despite the alloy armor protecting her, her durability was far inferior to Duo Air Dun's. Duo Air Dun also understood that he needed to act as the frontline tank. So he held his battle axe horizontally, focusing all his attention on defense. However, facing Duo Air Dun's defense, Lee merely wiped the smile off his face. When the power gap reached a certain level, no matter how strong Duo Air Dun's alloy armor was, it couldn't bridge the immense disparity. In the blink of an eye, Lee attacked, striking a seemingly ordinary palm onto Duo Air Dun's chest. Bang! The alloy armor cracked, and Duo Air Dun was sent flying. This was the power of high-level armament haki, the so-called Lu Ying. It penetrated the protective armor, directly attacking the internal structure. Meanwhile, the moment Duo Air Dun was struck, Rue won swung her heavy sword at Lee's waist. Lee blocked with the branch in his hand, then spun and kicked Rue won away. This kick was also imbued with high-level armament haki. A swordsman focuses on sword techniques and forms, but I am merely a half-baked swordsman. My way of fighting is not limited to swordplay. Combining physical techniques with swordsmanship is my style. You are a warrior, not a swordsman, so don't rely too much on the sword in your hand. Your entire body is a weapon capable of taking lives. Lee greatly valued Rue won's talent. Though she was a tomboy and female, her attributes were very similar to his. Enhanced Gatling. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Wire bow sprayed fire at Lei Li from the air. Lei Li, relying on his observation haki and agile movements, dodged them all. Even enhanced Gatling and bullets can't phase these old monsters. Wire bow was just testing the waters. You brat flying around up there, are we fighting or not? Lei Li was also helpless. He had no good way to deal with Wire bow, who was flying high and fast. He could manage a brief hover, but sustained high-speed flight was beyond him. Fight. Of course we'll fight. Next you'll face the power of technology. Wire bow began to transform in midair. His shoulders turned into rocket launchers, one hand into a large caliber enhanced cannon, the other into a mana cannon, the reactor on his chest furiously supplying energy, and the laser shells and energy shells on his legs began to charge. At this moment Wire bow was a war machine. With full firepower, even he didn't know how much destruction he could unleash. The targeting device on his right wrist locked onto Lei Li. Knowing that his observation haki was only mediocre, Wire bow decided to skip competing with Lei Li in haki, and instead mark an area, activating map-wide bombardment mode. Full firepower coverage. Boom. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets, shells, energy blasts, and lasers blanketed the entire area. Wire bow was in the sky launching a perpendicular air-to-ground strike. Thus within the range of the attack, Lei Li had no choice but to withstand the barrage of hot weapons. After all, Lei Li was not a tank like meat shield like Kai Duo. With this level of firepower, Wire bow could hardly inflict lethal damage. However, there was an extreme attack method that Wire bow had already conceived in his mind. As the smoke cleared, Rue 1 and Duo Air Dun crawled out from underground disheveled. After being attacked by Lei Li, they had immediately retreated, as Wire bow had long formulated a strategy: if they encountered an enemy that even such firepower couldn't handle, they would retreat. Cough cough, you brat. It's been a long time since I've been this disheveled. Lei Li emerged from the smoke. The ground around him had been blasted into craters by Wire bow's attacks, and a patch of his hair was singed. His entire body was in a mess, and his pants were torn, but he was unharmed. Haki is such a cheat. Can't even be injured by this. What a monstrous freak. Wire bow landed on the ground. He believed that Lei Li had also expended a considerable amount of stamina and haki, since withstanding that barrage unscathed had to consume haki. If they continued to fight, it would come down to endurance. Wire bow still had many trump cards: gem gauntlets, super bombs, unstable void displacement, and temporary enhancement potions. However, this was a sparring match, so Wire bow couldn't use some of his trump cards. Through this test, Wire bow understood his own strength. He followed the path of technology, so once he seized the initiative and a favorable attack position, he could inflict damage on top-tier experts. However, against Yonka level or legendary level experts, he still posed no threat. But Wire bow was shameless. If Kai Duo provoked him, he would bomb Kai Duo's factories in the land of Wano every now and then. That was how unscrupulous he was. However, the fire calamity gene could also fly, which was annoying. So for now he should focus on improving his own strength. I yield. I give up. Valpo quickly conceded after seeing Rayleigh prepare to pummel him. You wretched kid, you possess none of the dignity befitting a true warrior. You lack a warrior's heart. Rayleigh shook his head in exasperation. Valpo retracted his armored suit, well aware of his own shortcomings. Lu Fei and Sualong each endured brutal trials by death, emerging stronger through such near-fatal combat. It is precisely by dancing on the edge of mortality that one breaks through bottlenecks and ascends to new heights of power. Ever since donning his armored suit, Valpo had grown noticeably dependent on his devil fruit ability. His physical combat skills and haki had both reached their limits, and those breakthroughs could only be achieved through life and death battles. Yet as the king of Wapol Kingdom, Valpo could not place himself in mortal danger. Just as Doflamingo had once adventured across the seas in his youth, growing stronger by leaps and bounds, only to settle into a safer path after becoming a king and a circus performer. His strength plateaued there, never reaching the level of a fleet admiral. In short, every gain entails a loss. Having secured the backing of a nation's resources, he naturally sacrificed cultivation time to the minutiae of governance. But Valpo was different. Though he often stayed at the rear, relying on his turtle shell armor and his habit of fleeing when outmatched, never hesitating to strike when he could, he still wished to minimize his weaknesses. His critical vulnerability lay in his over-reliance on devil fruit abilities and technological equipment. With his gear supporting him, he dared to taunt the fleet admirals at Marineford, drop a bomb, and vanish. But if captured, Valpo would be mercilessly obliterated by an admiral. Moreover, Valpo's armored suit was fused with his devil fruit ability. If his fruit power were sealed, he would instantly lose all combat capability. Blackbeard's dark fruit, sea prism stone weapons, and seawater could all suppress devil fruit abilities. By the later stages of the pirate era, mastery of all three forms of haki, and advanced techniques thereof, would be essential for survival in the new world where the strong were legion. This was precisely why Valpo persistently studied haki and physical combat, while also ordering his research division to develop body-enhancing potions. Everything he had done thus far was aimed at strengthening himself. His earlier preference for technology stemmed from the fact that in those early days technological enhancement was the fastest path to power. And with Emu wielding new technological weapons akin to nuclear arsenals, weapons capable of annihilating entire nations and islands, personal cultivation could not be rushed. It required steady gradual progress. Even Lu Fei had undergone 2 years of rigorous training. Valpo knew his own talent paled in comparison. Rayleigh's words about a warrior's heart were understood by Valpo, but he intended to forge a path entirely his own, different from everyone else's. A path where technology formed the foundation and personal strength served as the supplement. A strategy of pursuing both scientific advancement and personal power simultaneously. Valpo's plan was to research an armored suit portable enough to wear without relying on his devil fruit ability at all. Much like the battle suits worn by Germa in the later era, awkward in their method of donning, yet remarkably convenient. If he could achieve nanotech armor akin to Stark's in the Marvel Universe, Valpo could entirely replace his reliance on devil fruit abilities for wearing the suit, eliminating his critical weakness altogether. Rayleigh turned to pick up his clothing, but Valpo's grin turned shrewd. Boom. Ha! Old man Rayleigh, you've been tricked. It transpired that Valpo's earlier surrender had been a ruse. During his aerial bombardment, he had already concealed a remote-controlled bomb inside Rayleigh's discarded clothes on the ground. A figure was launched skyward by the explosion. Rayleigh crashed through a dozen trees before finally coming to a stop. Blood rose in his throat. He had indeed let his guard down, caught off guard by Valpo's deceit. Kinbunchika Haki was not a passive aura, it was an active ability. Though Rayleigh had switched off his observation Haki at that moment, his instinct for danger compelled him to activate armament Haki in the split second before the blast. Old man Rayleigh, how could you so carelessly drop your guard? As far as I know, devil fruit abilities are infinitely varied. Should someone transform into the appearance of one you hold dear, assassination would hardly be impossible. Valpo clutched his head with both hands. This time, he truly had surrendered. He wanted to make his stance clear. He was no gentleman, no idealistic fool like Lu Fei, who merely knocked opponents away and called it victory. He was a man willing to employ any means necessary for victory. His enemies would be utterly eradicated given not a single shred of opportunity. He was a man who never forgot a grudge. Thus he acted to show Rayleigh that he would not accept the older man's values. He only needed to learn how to wield Haki properly. If he were to eventually train disciples, Ruewin and Dalton would be suitable choices. His relationship with Rayleigh was built primarily on mutual benefit, with any sense of mentorship being secondary. Rayleigh too came to accept Valpo's way of thinking. I hope you maintain your original intent. I will. Training begins tomorrow. I shall teach you everything I know. Whether you can absorb it all depends on your own ability. Training commenced. Ruskana Island. An island teeming with colossal beasts. Every creature on this island was a gigantic and ferocious beast. Under Rayleigh's orders, neither Dalton nor Ruewin was permitted to wear their alloy armor. Dalton, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, had faced few genuine threats to his life beyond the encounters with Yukidori and Natsasami. None of his previous opponents had come close to endangering him, but here things were entirely different. The island's ferocious creatures constantly eyed the three within the safe zone. The circle drawn by Rayleigh where Dalton, Ruewin, and Valpo made camp. Rayleigh did not immediately begin instructing them in Haki. Instead, he had them clash with the island's beasts, first testing whether they could prevail without relying on their equipment. Valpo was promptly swatted back into the safe zone by a single palm strike from a colossal lion. Cough. Damn it. If not for the shock bell deflecting the force, that damn lion would have killed me. For several days Valpo continued his struggle against the giant lion. Meanwhile, Dalton wrestled with a massive wild bull while Ruewin sparred with a giant python, testing speed and positioning. These were exercises Rayleigh had deliberately designed to first strengthen their physical bodies and give them a realistic assessment of their own capabilities. Only then, upon learning Haki, would they gain a concrete understanding of what they possessed. Ruewin wielded a standard iron sword. Dalton fought with bare hands, and Valpo couldn't resist using his devil fruit ability, a warrior's heart. Rayleigh had devised 3 distinct methods tailored to each of their personalities. Whether they could forge such a heart depended entirely on their innate talent. Valpo had long understood Rayleigh's intentions, but even he was not immune to the sting of reality. Thus he began attempting to fight without his armored suit. Rayleigh's strength was unfathomable, and his swordsmanship was equally formidable. Beyond swordplay, he possessed all 3 types of Haki: observation, armament, and conquerors. He was highly proficient in all 3 types of Haki, displaying his powerful conqueror's Haki upon his first appearance. He once repelled Admiral Kizur's light-speed flash impact with a swift and powerful Haki-enhanced kick. Despite years of seclusion, his combat prowess and speed remained formidable, capable of blocking attacks from Fleet Admiral Kizuru with his sword. Conqueror's Haki. It can intimidate or knock out enemies through sheer willpower, but if poorly controlled it may affect bystanders as well. Conversely, when Haki reaches an advanced level, it produces an overwhelming pressure effect. This is the Haki of the chosen ones, possessed by only one in millions, granting them the royal qualification to stand above others. Advanced techniques, such as Conqueror's Haki coding, are essential for the strong. Unlike the other two types, Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened through training alone. Even with perfect control, it grows only through the user's personal development. Armament Haki enhances personal defense like an invisible armor and can also evolve into an offensive tool, allowing users to fight against devil fruit powers and even touch the physical bodies of Logia-type users. In later stages, advanced users employ Ryuo, flowing Sakura, which involves penetrating Armament Haki and causing internal explosive force. According to Robin, Armament Haki can only grasp a power user's physical form, but cannot strip their abilities like Sea Stone. Beyond the body, it can also be wrapped around weapons to enhance attack power. Observation Haki, the power to intensely sense the aura around oneself, detecting enemies beyond one's line of sight or further predicting an opponent's movements. During the Sky Island arc, it was referred to as mantra, a form of mind reading, or simply the power to hear. In later stages, starting from Kaido, Observation Haki can foresee the future, directly predicting your attack moves. But Red Hair Shanks can prevent you from predicting his predictions. As long as a person is alive, their body emits special sounds. By perceiving these sounds, one can predict an opponent's next moves and position. With training, this sensory range can expand. Users like Enel who possess Observation Haki can also hear other people's thoughts and even deliver speeches to them. Observation Haki manifests differently based on each user's innate talent. The above knowledge about Haki was explained by Rayleigh. From Rayleigh's words, we can clearly understand the mechanics of the three types of Haki. Haki as a latent potential within people can be viewed as the internal factor, while later stage cultivation represents the external factor. The external factor determines how much the internal factor is expressed, while the internal factor is what fundamentally distinguishes one thing from another. In other words, as long as you train hard, you can master Haki. However, the more special type is Conqueror's Haki. Regarding its mechanics, not everyone possesses it or can master it. From Valpor's perspective, using life sciences, it can only be obtained through innate genetics. After all, the One Piece world also operates on bloodline determinism, where nobles are born noble. As the king of a nation, currently comprehending Conqueror's Haki shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Of course, genes have dominant and recessive forms, and Valpor believed this ability was the expression of recessive genes. The genetic sequences that express Conqueror's Haki potential are not merely simple combinations, but potentially far more complex, which is why individuals possessing such genes are exceedingly rare. Valpor reflected on the story's development. Characters like Luffy and Ace could be categorized under bloodline determinism. As for the genetics aspect, Eiichiro Oda had already established certain settings within the One Piece world. This means that in the One Piece world, genes do exist. Moreover, these bloodline factors are so powerful that genetic segments controlling human emotions can exist. Therefore, it's not surprising that genetic segments controlling Conqueror's Haki expression exist. The second aspect involves external conditions that activate this ability. One must first possess the internal factor before there's a possibility of unleashing Conqueror's Haki. However, not everyone with this qualification can ultimately wield Conqueror's Haki. In other words, to awaken Conqueror's Haki, the practical key factors lie in later stage cultivation, accumulation, and idealistic self-breakthrough. These were originally Valpor's hypotheses, which now received validation through Rayleigh's explanations, further confirming the genetic characteristics of the One Piece world. No wonder Seraphim were created later using cloning and gene replication technology to manufacture powerful biological weapons. Genes determine the ceiling of your talent, then hard practice determines your bottom line. Once you confirm you have royal genes, the next step is idealistic self-breakthrough to unlock Conqueror's Haki. When an individual with Conqueror's Haki qualification reaches a certain level of willpower and character, it triggers the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. This can be understood as the activation condition. For example, Ace awakened Conqueror's Haki under the strong conviction of protecting his companions. Doflamingo awakened it under the support of revenge. Does it require external stimulation to reach maximum emotional fluctuation before one can awaken the Conqueror's Haki within their genes? Valpor pondered. This also connects to the previously mentioned innate nature. For example, Bellamy possessed the determination and conviction to die for Doflamingo, yet he couldn't awaken Conqueror's Haki. Robin watched the people of O'Hara being slaughtered, yet still couldn't awaken Conqueror's Haki. Frankie, despite extreme anger and firm conviction to rescue Mr. Frankie, also couldn't awaken it. Nami witnessed Belmir's death, yet still couldn't awaken Conqueror's Haki. This is precisely because they lack the genes. Meanwhile, when Shirahoshi desperately wished to protect everyone, she awakened not Conqueror's Haki, but Sea King abilities. This is another aspect of the innate. Through Rayleigh's lectures on Haki knowledge, Valpor felt the above comparisons sufficiently illustrated the distinction between innate qualities and later stage cultivation. When analyzing Conqueror's Haki independently, qualification genes serve as the internal factor, while cultivation and growth function as the external factor. While external cultivation is undoubtedly important, the internal factor of genetic bloodline determinism is the root of all things. Without the internal factor, there exists no possibility of realization. Overall, in the One Piece world, effort is indeed crucial, but bloodline genes also determine the ceiling of your efforts. Some are born at the pinnacle, while others are born at the social bottom. This world is no exception, even though it was created by Oda. No wonder Big Mom wants to annex the Germa kingdom and desperately bears children with men of different races. It seems Big Mom also understands the importance of genetics. Valpor thought of Big Mom's family. Having cleared his thoughts, the next step was practical application. Let's start with observation haki and armament haki. From a certain perspective, consuming a devil fruit also serves as a manifestation of one's bloodline. However, the expression of internal factors must be supported by external conditions. Ultimately, an individual's developmental trajectory and degree are determined by their own efforts. The innate differences between individuals are an objective fact, whether attributed to talent or bloodline. Both exist as objective realities. However, these innate factors such as talent and bloodline are insufficient to dominate one's postnatal development. This is the crux of the matter. Valpo's vigorous research and development of technological equipment was precisely aimed at breaking through the bloodline determinism. Even with ordinary talent, as long as one undergoes proper training and utilizes technological equipment, they too can become a master. Rayleigh's prescribed training method revolved around combat and comprehension, essentially a practice akin to meditation following intense battles. Fierce combat endows one with richer fighting experience, after which one reflects on whether any issues arose during the battle. This constitutes cultivation of experiential consciousness, which Valpo sensed strengthened the power of the soul. Conversely, the daily practice of sitting with eyes closed while being struck on the head with a wooden stick by Rayleigh served as cultivation of bodily memory. Armament haki and observation haki can be developed through postnatal cultivation, whereas conqueror's haki is a form of aura, indeed one's imposing presence. A dull thud echoed as a bump formed on Valpo's head. It hurts. Valpo cried out in pain. Rayleigh's arm was wrapped in armament haki. Valpo had previously blocked with his steel skin, but once Rayleigh saw through this tactic, he immediately employed armament haki. Dalton already had numerous bumps on his head, yet he dared not utter a word. Raven had the fewest. Her innate talent for cultivating observation haki was indeed far superior to Valpo's. Valpo had previously trained under Enel, but Enel's heart's network was unorthodox, devoid of systematic instruction, its training methods fundamentally flawed. Rayleigh's training approach was considerably more explicit. Even if one lacked aptitude, the lessons remained accessible, albeit more gradually. However, Valpo possessed a trump card, the Void Time Cave. Despite its dangers and instability, after several risky attempts, Valpo ultimately discovered a reliable method to harness it. Each utilization of the Void Time Cave consumed considerable physical strength from Valpo, functioning much like an entry fee with limited frequency. Rayleigh was currently instructing the trio in the application and cultivation of observation haki. Under conventional methodical training, only Raven could keep pace with Rayleigh's teaching progress. Dalton could grasp somewhat over 80%, while Valpo, given his aptitude, might manage only 50%. The relationship between Rayleigh and Valpo was grounded more in mutual benefit than emotional ties. Consequently, Rayleigh did not afford Valpo and the others the same attentive guidance he had given Luffy. Thus, Valpo practiced covertly each night within the Void Time Cave. Though progress was gradual, each day brought tangible advancement. Previously, Valpo's observation haki remained at a rudimentary stage, but through accumulated cultivation, he could now claim proficiency in basic haki usage. A month later, 1-2-3-4-34. A dull thud. Ouch. Valpo removed the blindfold and clutched his head. By then, Valpo had, through clandestine training, progressed to dodging over 30 of Rayleigh's staff strikes. Raven managed 40 successful dodges, while Dalton achieved 36. Though still the lowest among the three, this represented the best outcome given Valpo's aptitude. Excellent. You have now mastered basic observation haki. The next phase involves armament haki cultivation, Rayleigh announced. I tasked you with battling wild beasts without relying on technological equipment to establish a foundation before you begin training in armament haki. Unlike observation haki, armament haki is universally attainable among inhabitants of the One Piece world, provided they receive guidance and systematic training. Though seemingly straightforward, its actual cultivation proves far more challenging. Rayleigh had warned the trio to prepare themselves in advance. Valpo rubbed the bump on his head. His observation haki had indeed strengthened considerably, yet he remained entirely clueless regarding armament haki. Logically, armament haki should prove easier to cultivate than observation haki. Yet Valpo's experience ran contrary to this expectation. His armament haki had made no progress whatsoever. Both Dalton and Raven had already reached the threshold of entry-level armament haki. Particularly Raven, whose combat prowess surged noticeably after learning Rayleigh's sword techniques. Previously, she relied solely on reaction speed and alloy equipment, fighting recklessly. Against a skilled opponent, her numerous vulnerabilities would have allowed them to critically wound, or kill her multiple times over. Now her flaws diminished steadily as her techniques and reactions grew increasingly synchronized. Her sword strikes carried a faint aura, drawing ever closer to unleashing cutting blade waves. Dalton meanwhile progressed with steady methodical discipline. With his imminent return to Drum Kingdom to assume leadership, he trained with particular ferocity. Each day brought combat against enormous wild beasts until exhaustion claimed him, only then rescued by Rayleigh. Having previously injected basic enhancement serums, his physique had reached a bottleneck following enhancement. However, this training regimen enabled him to break through to grow stronger faster and regain accelerated recuperation. Zoan-type Devil Fruit abilities primarily enhance physical capabilities, granting human bodies the strength of beasts. This brutal hand-to-hand combat training not only refined Dalton's Haki application, but also unlocked greater potential within his Devil Fruit ability. Though Dalton's overall improvement proved less dramatic than Raven's the moment he felled an enormous wild beast with a single armament Haki-enhanced punch, his power ascended to the elite tier of the world's strength hierarchy. Observing Dalton's breakthrough, Valpo silently calculated that even sans alloy armor and battle axe, Dalton's current prowess equaled that of an ordinary vice admiral. Raven, though progressing rapidly due to her young age, still required further accumulation. Valpo showed the least improvement. His natural aptitude lagged considerably, even trailing behind his elder brother's capabilities following his exile to the Land of Fire. Yet physical conditioning and combat technique cultivation remained unavoidable necessities. These constituted essential steps on the path toward becoming truly formidable. Devil Fruit abilities, physical combat skills, Haki, and technological equipment, all three elements proved indispensable. Valpo reasoned that Lord Emu must have harmonized all three capacities, else how could a mere gesture annihilate an entire island? With time pressing and objectives mounting, Valpo contemplated deploying his Devil Fruit ability to enter the Void Realm. Within the Time Cave's domain, where temporal flow decelerated, he could cultivate extensively, compensating for his inferior aptitude. Yet this technique demanded tremendous expenditure. Operating upon temporal and spatial planes, a single misstep could deplete his life force. Should he employ his cheat ability, a single misjudgment would result in permanent suspension. One mistake, and the account would be permanently banned. 2 months after Rayleigh concluded his training, Valpo remained the sole inhabitant on the island teeming with colossal beasts. True to his promise, Rayleigh had imparted the foundational training of Haki before returning to the Sabaody archipelago. Once Dalton mastered the application of Haki, he departed with Riven, who had made remarkable progress. The current state of Drum Kingdom still required Dalton as a crucial strategic asset. Riven had been sent back by Valpo as the fellow always craved grand feasts. Both had already reached the ranks of the strong in their unarmored state, and with equipment enhancements their combat power had increased dramatically. With mastery of both types of Haki, they could roam freely across all regions except the New World. Valpo remained here with the intention of developing his armament Haki. My perception of the chi within my body is quite weak, unable to amass sufficient energy. What I gather each time is minimal, but I have ample time. If all else fails, I'll resort to cheating. Valpo believed he lacked luck, so he could only continuously leverage his golden finger to extend his cultivation time. Developing Haki was likewise a matter of accumulation. The fortunate might succeed in a single attempt, but the unlucky could only rely on guaranteed progression. What Valpo was doing now was securing the fundamentals of armament Haki. Punch after punch, he continuously struck, while silently sensing the chi within his body. Though previously Valpo had mistaken the flow of gas for the movement of energy. Yeah, I strike. He kept punching without pause. This same motion had occupied his entire day, and even within the Void Time Cave he maintained this singular action. In years past, a certain Demon King rose to become like an administrator of that world through daily push-ups, squats, long-distance running, and sit-ups. With each punch, Valpo perceived the rhythm of chi more clearly and cultivated it more densely until he achieved complete mastery over the techniques of Haki. Yet, Valpo struck with a single punch, sending a colossal beast soaring through the air. Armament Haki has been achieved. By leveraging the Time Cave within his void domain, Valpo invested countless times more effort than others, finally earning the gateway to power, Haki. Only those who can wield Haki can navigate the New World. To become a regional warlord, one must master advanced techniques of both armament Haki and observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is not available to everyone, so there is no need to force it. As a king himself, perhaps it would awaken on its own one day. The Void Domain and its Time Cave consume far too much energy. Valpo had grown considerably thinner. The technique that devoured time and space was dangerously overpowered, weaving through the threads of karmic law. As cultivation progressed, Valpo grew reluctant to use it further, for he sensed that pushing beyond these limits might invite the world's rules to erase him entirely. With his cultivation goal accomplished, Valpo prepared to depart. But before leaving, he intended to deal with several bosses on this island. Donning his battle armor, Valpo took flight toward their territory, Drum Kingdom. Robin had already departed, leaving the intelligence division under the care of her appointed deputy Hayabusa. Who exactly was this Hayabusa? He was a prodigy discovered while Robin was recruiting internal security personnel for Drum Kingdom. Clad in angular black leather ninja attire with an alloy katana strapped to his back, his duties encompassed monitoring domestic officials for treason or corruption, deploying foreign spies, and gathering intelligence. Hayabusa was an orphan and a devil fruit user, the same youth whose regenerative abilities Wapol had rescued. When first brought to the hospital, he was on the brink of death, saved only through the combined efforts of Dr. Kureha and the physicians. Even with regenerative powers, once physical stamina was exhausted, it drew upon life force itself, his lifespan. That is why, despite being rescued, Hayabusa's hair had turned completely white. While Wapol was absent, Robin held the highest status as his adopted sister. Her personality was multifaceted, intellectual, empathetic, yet subtly cunning. Seeing Hayabusa's white hair reminded Robin of her own mother's silver locks. So Robin visited the helpless youth daily, explaining what kind of nation Drum Kingdom was and describing the people who had saved him. Having endured such suffering, Hayabusa had seen through everything this world had to offer. Yet in that moment of rescue, a glimmer of hope still surfaced. Drum Kingdom truly was that safe, a place where citizens enjoyed every benefit the realm had to offer. The people and environment around him gradually restored the shattered youth's will to live. Once recovered, Robin brought him into the intelligence department. Hayabusa adapted swiftly to his role and achieved consecutive successes, capturing a pirate spy alive and eliminating a CP agent. He also collaborated effectively with Ayeshin, former captain of the 2nd Division and current head of interrogation, extracting classified intelligence. Robin's departure was partly driven by the need to investigate leads. Power in Drum Kingdom now rested with several key figures. The regular army, the largest force, was commanded by Dalton. Elite troops equipped with magical weapons were under Riven's command. The Research Institute was guarded by Dr. Curie. Hospital defenses were nominally led by Gabuta but actually controlled by Dr. Kureha. Jess oversaw the general staff, managing kingdom affairs and strategic development. Meanwhile, Cromeriman handled the day-to-day operations of Drum Kingdom. Take the recent global phenomenon of the National Idol competition, which leveraged an improved Den Den Mushi system to bring tremendous impact to the culturally stagnant world of pirates. No matter the world, there are always fervent fans. Even the preliminary rounds generated massive excitement across the One Piece world. The Four Seas Division, the Grand Line Division, and the New World Division each conducted rigorous selections, ultimately advancing 101 contestants to the semifinals. The broadcast Den Den Mushi technology developed by Wapol's team was unparalleled, giving him sole authority over all technical matters. The venue was selected in the entertainment district of the Tanya Kingdom, where a massive stadium had already been constructed. Mifflin's promotional reach was extensive. Through his network, anyone with means worldwide became aware of this competition. Especially among the foolish nobility, many were preparing to travel personally to the Tanya Kingdom to witness the event. Morgans, who controlled entertainment and news across the One Piece world, had invested in this project. Through his media empire, the entire world came to know of the National Idol competition. Newspaper front pages featured oversized National Idol competition sections with editorial content that was extraordinarily sensationalized. If you possess a beautiful voice, captivating dance moves, or the remarkable skill of breaking stones with your chest, what are you waiting for? Come join the National Idol competition. This is where you ascend to the pinnacle. Below, in smaller print, National Idol competition semifinals. Live broadcast from the Tanya Kingdom. Hurry and support your favorite contestant. To their fans, an idol is a spiritual sustenance and a symbol of all things beautiful. Yet in the hands of capitalists, they become mere instruments for generating profit. Wapol's office in Drum Kingdom. Doflamingo, we need you to step forward for this semi-final. Ui, Garp, and Ruri are the 14 leaders. We must stage this performance, and I have already arranged the script. I know you are busy, but this tournament is a goldmine. Your voting centers must have brought in substantial profit, have they not? Even such a lucrative endeavor deserves your effort. Very well. I shall pick you up when you arrive at Tontada Kingdom. Yaga. Wapol hung up the Den Den Mushi. The popularity of this National Idol competition had exceeded all expectations. Even Wapol had not anticipated such a massive wave sweeping through the world of pirates. Just as Brooks' concerts had caused a sensation, entertainment programs were exceedingly rare in this world. The promotional newspapers declared a first-place prize of 88,888,000 berries. To Wapol, this sum was modest, yet for the common folk below, it was an astronomical fortune. The barrier to entry was remarkably low. Anyone with a scrap of talent could pass through. Even street thugs, low-tier pirates, and bounty hunters had disguised themselves and entered the qualifiers. Rough men, unkempt and crude, awkwardly performed their singing, dancing, and rapping. In truth, the top 10 placements were all arranged by Wapol and Doflamingo, while those ranked beyond the top 10 received paltry rewards. Though Wapol and Doflamingo orchestrated everything behind the scenes to the outside world, they were both respected kings, and their word was considered unimpeachable. The voting centers were Wapol's idea for generating revenue. Doflamingo was responsible for construction. On every sizable island a casino bearing his name had been established. Now these casinos had transformed into voting stations. 100 berries for 1 vote. Come and support the contestant of your choice. Help them debut. Their fate rests in your hands. Doflamingo's casino lackeys blared through megaphones spreading the promotional message. Can the votes we cast truly determine the champion? Hey there my friend, the semi-final judging panel includes 4 kings. With such heavyweight figures involved, what is there to worry about? Absolute fairness. Come and cast your vote. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across every corner of the world. The accumulated wealth left even Doflamingo utterly astonished. Even combining arms dealing and various shady transactions, he had never earned so much. Meanwhile, Garp maintained close cooperation with Wapol in secret, spanning from combat suits to genetic serums. But outwardly, he had only come at Doflamingo's invitation. Per Wapol's script, Doflamingo and Garp formed one team, while Wapol and Ruri formed the other. The conflicting relationship between the two mentors was deliberately manufactured to create dramatic effect. You may wonder why both Garp and Doflamingo would obey Wapol's arrangements. Because of money. Driven by enormous profit, even enemies would form alliances, let alone so-called brotherly companions. The semi-final in Tontata Kingdom was proceeding in full swing. Meanwhile, Wapol had already returned to Drum Kingdom. Robin has left. That girl is likely going to find Crocodile. Wapol knew that Robin had ultimately returned to the trajectory of history's main current. Perhaps this is for the best. The knot in her heart remains unresolved. Luffy may well be the key to untying it. But how did she manage to build such a massive intelligence network? Wapol gazed at the thick stack of reports handed to him by Hayabusa. Hayabusa, give me a brief overview of what's in here. There's far too much, my head is spinning. Wapol looked at the young man clad in ninja garb, the rescued, regenerated youth before him. Judging by his preferences, he likely hailed from Wano country. Boss, these are the spies executing classified missions. Our eyes and ears for gathering intelligence. And these are their files. Hayabusa reported to Wapol piece by piece. I have a general understanding now. But where did you learn to call yourself boss? Wapol asked. From Gabuda. Very well. Do not continue learning from that lad. The outside world now calls him the Shadow Ball monster. Transforming into a steel ball and charging around recklessly. That is utterly absurd. Wapol felt a headache just recalling Gabuda's new technique. Such a fine metal fruit ability, yet Gabuda had developed it into something bizarre. How do you find life in Drum Kingdom? Wapol asked Hayabusa. Naturally. Drum Kingdom is my favorite nation. There is no better country in the world. And your health? What did Nurse Dora say? My vital signs are stable, but the lifespan lost previously cannot be recovered. Dr. Chopper currently conducts my regular checkups. Chopper, that youngster is indeed a fine doctor. Your Majesty, I wish to undergo Doctor's 20's modification program. What schemes are those 20 again up to? My physical condition is poor. My body has ceased developing, and my capabilities will no longer strengthen. Yet I cherish this nation. Director Robin showed me a man with a heart dead within the hope to carry on living. I was once a dying soul. It was your Majesty who saved me. I desire to grow stronger and contribute to this country. Hayabusa spoke from the depths of his heart. Wapol studied him. Indeed, this boy hailed from Wano country, the samurai spirit as expected. You mean the ex-warrior project by Doctor's 20? Yes. Melting alloy metal into liquid and injecting it into your bones to grant you an alloy skeleton. The pain would be beyond your imagining. Wapol recalled the reports on Doctor's 20. Whether armor or battle suits, the production cost of alloy materials was exceedingly high, and the quantity of materials needed to craft Wapol alloy was scarce. Mass equipping troops was impossible, so another method was born, injecting liquid Wapol alloy into human bone structures, granting soldiers alloy skeletons. However, in experiments on white mice, not a single subject survived, and so the project was abandoned. Wasn't that discarded plan already cancelled? Do not risk your life, child. The plan was indeed cancelled, but I may be the only subject capable of succeeding. What nonsense is this? You are now my subordinate, a subject of my Drum Kingdom. Drop this notion at once. I shall also inform Doctors 20 to permanently abolish this project. Wapol had no intention of letting the youth take such a risk. The youth possessed considerable talent and was a promising individual, so Wapol intended to nurture him. Furthermore, he was someone promoted by Robin, which only deepened Wapol's trust. Hayabusa, remember, from now on you live only for yourself. Go below and reflect carefully. Wapol wished for Hayabusa to contemplate his own aspirations. He feared the boy might act rashly in a fit of gratitude, for Wapol had saved his life, and Robin had healed his heart. Having endured the torment of organ extraction, the fact that the youth had not descended into darkness or madness was in Wapol's eyes nothing short of a miracle. Wait, Hayabusa, I have a mission for you. What mission? These are the contestants participating in the semi-finals of the National Idol Competition. I want you to protect their safety. The Idol Competition. The National Idol Competition. The forces of Drum Kingdom, King Wapol, commander of the White Iron Mercenary Corps, Minister Cromerman, who manages all affairs of Drum Kingdom. Chief of Staff Jesse responsible for planning and execution, Captain Dalton, who commands the National Ordinary Army. Captain Raven, who leads the Magical Weapon Troops, Artillery, Snipers, Infantry, 20 scientists and physicians from the Biological Science Academy responsible for pharmaceutical development. Director Dr. Kareha, who oversees the Biological Research Institute and the hospital, Captain Gabuda and Vice Captain Dr. Chopper, who lead the Hospital Guard Unit. Director of the Academy and Commander of the Science Guard Dr. Curie and Madame Curie responsible for technological development, Intelligence Bureau Chief Robin, with Captain Hayabusa, who gather intelligence and handle espionage. Dark Prison Interrogation Division, Thunder Master Yongshin responsible for interrogating prisoners and managing the prison. After the reforms, Drum Kingdom's military was reorganized into the following divisions: the regular army, divided into infantry and artillery, responsible for national security and warfare, armed with standard rifles, reinforced rifles, ordinary cannons, and reinforced cannons. The magical weapon elite troops, divided into infantry, artillery, and sniper units. Though small in number, they are equipped with fine magical weapons and battle uniforms. They wield large-scale magical weapons of mass destruction and serve as Walpo's elite ace force. The garrison unit is responsible for maintaining law and order within Drum Kingdom. The harbor patrol unit guards the port area and coordinates with station troops to defend port security. The Science Guard unit operates independently under the Academy. Composed of robots and cyborgs, they are responsible for the safety of Academy personnel. The Hospital Guard unit's duty is to protect doctors and patients. The White Iron Mercenary Corps serves as Walpo's hidden force deployed when he conceals his true identity with its base in Demon Valley Town. Walpo's secret reserves include the Sky Island Guerrillas and Court Brigade. Potential allies: Enel, the Thunder God of the Moon, and the Robot Legion. Biological research partners: Germa 66 and Vinsmoke, Judge. Profit-driven ally: Doflamingo. Ally: Queen Ruei of the Tanya Kingdom. Both friend and foe: the New Snake Organization. Enemies: the World Government, the Fire Nation, and the Jatame Kingdom, all eyeing Drum Kingdom with greed. Drum Kingdom's industries include steel manufacturing, mining, construction, biopharmaceuticals, and health products. Walpo has also established a toy industry. Combined with the booming entertainment sector, these enterprises generate a continuous stream of wealth and resources for him. One cannot reach the heavens in a single leap. The path must be walked step by step. Nowadays, Drum Kingdom has made a name for itself throughout the world of One Piece, renowned both for its strength and its influence. Walpo can finally catch his breath. Since transmigrating into this world, the overwhelming pressure of survival had forced a lazy recluse to strive relentlessly. That was truly cruel. So Walpo decided to have the head chef and his kitchen staff prepare a grand feast to reward himself. The timeline kept moving forward, and I had already prepared in advance. I would ride the massive waves onward. Jatame Kingdom. During the World Conference, Prince Kunkai had clashed with Walpo and was soundly beaten, then threatened by him. The future king of the Fire Nation, the current Duke Bok, was beaten alongside him. The humiliation was hard to swallow, especially since such scandalous news had spread among all the nobles, turning them into gossip fodder at every social gathering. Your Highness, will the pirates we hired truly be able to disrupt the national idol competition hosted by Drum Kingdom? Great Steward, rest assured. This time Duke Bok and I spread word that all the contestants are wealthy individuals. Even those without money can be used to extort the king of Drum Kingdom. If Walpo refuses to pay the ransom, his reputation will be ruined in an instant. Prince Kunkai wore a wicked grin. Brilliant. Simply brilliant, the Great Steward flattered. That arrogant Walpo will soon learn the consequences of crossing me. The Fire Nation. My Lord Duke Prince Kunkai of Jatame Kingdom has already sent people to spread the word. Greedy pirates will soon attack the contestants' ships, more likely kidnapping them to extort ransom from Walpo. Haha, that Walpo has humiliated me before. I will not let him off easily. This is only the beginning. Having been repeatedly thwarted by Walpo, Duke Bok longed to flay him alive. As the semifinals of the Tanya Kingdom's national idol competition approached, contestants from around the world flocked toward the region. But dark hands also reached out in the shadows. Along a shipping route to Tanya Kingdom on a passenger vessel filled with contestants heading to the competition, everyone was buzzing about the latest rumors. Surrounding them were escorts clad in Drum Kingdom military uniforms. Captain Hayabusa, will pirates really attack this ship? Several incidents have already occurred this month. The captain was extorted twice. I've been sent to trace the source and capture some pirates to extract information. But you don't really need to bring Boss Yongshin along, do you? The soldier said, his face grim. Yongshin served as the chief executioner and interrogator. After the Sky Island War, Walpo recognized his talent and appointed him the keeper of Drum Kingdom's laws. That was why all the soldiers feared him. His lightning body tempering technique alone made even the elite soldiers pale at the mere mention of it. Sai, you don't understand. I know nothing about interrogation. Brother Yongshin is the true expert in this field. Once we capture those pirates, he'll definitely be able to extract the truth. Hayabusa knew he was too young and inexperienced in such matters. He had joined the Intelligence Bureau under Robin's guidance, thanks to his natural talent for intelligence work. Now living happily in Drum Kingdom, and enjoying King Walpo's trust, Hayabusa harbored deep hatred toward those pirates. Woo-woo. The alarm suddenly blared. Enemy attack. A pirate ship twice the size of the passenger vessel came charging toward them, firing cannonballs. They've taken the bait. Hayabusa drew his long blade in an instant, slicing through a slowly approaching cannonball. Hear me, ship ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender peacefully, or I'll send you to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks. The pirates snarled menacingly. 2 pirate crews had already successfully extorted a large sum of belly from Walpo, so they assumed this raid would be equally effortless. Still lost in dreams of riches, the pirates had no idea that death itself had already set its sights on them. No, not even death. Something far more terrifying stood waiting. A brilliant smile spread across Yongshin's face. Regarding enemies, Valpor's teaching was to annihilate them completely, both physically and mentally. Valpor scoffed at how the son of the world, Luffy, always defeated his foes, but refused to deliver the killing blow. In the anime, the pirate world is portrayed as brave and sunny, but only Valpor, who had transmigrated here, knew how merciless and brutal this world truly was. The fishman Arlong murdered Nami's adoptive mother, yet his fate amounted to nothing more than imprisonment with the possibility of being released through the intervention of Warlord Jinbei. Jinbei lost his warlord title. Reality is brutally unforgiving. The polished facade is merely what the hidden powers wish you to perceive. Their darkness remains concealed from view. According to naval regulations and law, if pirates launch and attack a passenger vessel's counterattack, even if it kills pirates, constitutes legitimate self-defense. Yongshin's serrated blade sliced into a pirate's neck, and with a decisive force he severed the head entirely. In the Drum Kingdom, whenever spies were captured, Yongshin was the one who handled the matter. His hands were stained with far more blood than a mere trace. The pirates surrounding him were momentarily frozen in terror. You fools, what's with this cowardice? Open fire. Blast him to death. A pirate commander emerged to issue orders. Backstab. Hayabusa served in the Intelligence Bureau of the Drum Kingdom, specializing in assassination. For this newcomer joining the Drum Kingdom, Valpor provided him with appropriate equipment. When it came to his own people, Valpor never hesitated to invest. He wore a full ninja outfit, though his footwear featured windshell acceleration devices, and the blade in his hand was forged by a renowned craftsman from the Drum Kingdom using alloy materials. He learned his combat and fighting techniques from Robin and Dolden. While Hayabusa wasn't particularly strong at present, he could still handle pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, especially these million bounty pirates. One decisive strike eliminated the enemy captain. The pirates immediately fell into disarray without leadership. In the pirate world, the captain's role is absolutely crucial to any crew. Strong captains naturally lead equally formidable pirate gangs. The weaker the captain, the weaker their crew becomes. Though the leaderless pirates grew panicked, some remained composed. There are only 2. Attack together. A pirate swung his curved blade and charged at Hayabusa. Splat. The slash struck Hayabusa's back. Did you see that? I killed him. Pirates showed no hesitation in murder. Behind you. What? Swish. The pirate felt himself airborne, witnessing a headless corpse that seemed disturbingly like his own. Hayabusa had endured suffering, so a slash was no different from a mosquito bite. His back wound healed instantly. A devil fruit user. The pirates grew even more panicked. None of their million bounty captain was a devil fruit user, yet any capable one commanded tens of millions. Hayabusa, spare a few alive. I need to extract the information I want from them. Electricity crackled around Yongshin's hand as a flick of his wrist sent a bolt striking a pirate attempting to ambush him, reducing the man to charred remains. A massacre began. Mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself, especially when facing pirates guilty of unspeakable atrocities. In the real world, laws shield criminals, but in the pirate world, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. The strong plunder everything from the weak. Among pirates and civilians, pirates hold power. They can burn, kill, and loot at will. Now Hayabusa and Yongshin stand as the strong, leaving the pirates as helpless lambs destined for slaughter. Hayabusa wasn't particularly strong, sustaining multiple cuts and gunshots during the battle, but his regenerative healing and unbreakable alloy blade carried him through. For a time, the pirate ship became a scene of severed limbs and bodies, with Hayabusa drenched in blood. Your Majesty, Valpor is truly impressive. He saw through Hayabusa's psychological instability at a glance. Under such torment, the split personality that had already formed was awakening, and even he didn't realize how unhinged it would become. Fortunately, Your Majesty spotted it, and had me bring him here to release those negative emotions, resentment, bloodlust, and all. But these pirates are unfortunate. It's a waste to kill them. Taking them back for Dr. 20's experiments would be far more valuable. Yongshin observed carefully, holding the means to control Hayabusa. Should the latter lose his reason and go on a rampage, Yongshin would have no choice but to deploy those controls. But things were still manageable for now. Hayabusa's emotions were shifting slowly. No attack techniques, no flashy moves, just one strike at a time, trading wounds for wounds. On this pirate ship, Hayabusa gradually transformed into Blood Shadow. I left some survivors. Hayabusa had vanished. It was his alternate personality Blood Shadow who spoke. How are you holding up? Don't worry, I'm still myself. Blood Shadow retained Hayabusa's memories, but his approach had fundamentally shifted. At this moment, Blood Shadow bore a striking resemblance to the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau. Interrogation, torture, execution. As the Drum Kingdom's sole enforcer, Yongshin found joy, happiness, and fulfillment in his work. Having retired from frontline duty to become someone who could extract secrets from people, Yongshin was content. Interrogation cell. A group of pirates had been captured here, essentially the only survivors. Since Hayabusa had fully split his personality and could follow orders, keeping prisoners alive was already remarkable. Yongshin had his methods when it came to interrogation. Since this was the One Piece world, there were far fewer restrictions. And Yongshin certainly wouldn't extend any humanitarian considerations to these scumbag pirates. How about the skewered pirates? No, we did that before. Let me show them the recording of my previous interrogations. Yongshin retrieved the Denden Mushi for video playback and began showing footage of his past interrogations. Torture refers to cruel punishment. Cruel means merciless and tyrannical to the extreme. The term torture derives from the Latin torcere, originally meaning to bend the body. It was first used solely against slaves, later expanding into a tool of imperial tyranny. And in the Drum Kingdom, Yongshin devised corresponding punishments for prisoners and spies according to Drum Kingdom law. Common penalties included flaying, cutting in half at the waist, and beheading. The most frequent punishment involved pirates being treated as test subjects in brutal live experiments, vacuum chambers, prolonged limb freezing, sterilization trials, and castration. Even more terrifying was that before physically tormenting the pirate prisoners, Yongshin would first break their will, replacing prisoners' names with numbers and symbols, forcing them to repeat exhausting and meaningless tasks, starving them until hunger and cold consumed them, all until their dignity and spirit were completely shattered. This was the extraordinarily cruel, the dread exceeding even the Reaper, Yongshin Yang. Walupa had no other skills, but he possessed a keen eye for talent. Heaven-sent horses are common, but Bull, the one who can recognize them, is rare. Walupa played the role of Bull. Although the idol competition encountered some setbacks, the semifinals were held as scheduled. 101 contestants were selected, dubbed Stars of Tomorrow. With a blazing opening, the pirate world's first large-scale worldwide idol audition program began. Walupa put down the report from Yang Xiniang in his hands. The kingdom of Jataimi does not have such boldness. They must have been used by others. Then who could be the mastermind behind the scenes? At this critical juncture, anyone daring to cause trouble is truly an idiot. Walupa shook his head. He had no idea and lacked evidence to identify the mastermind, but using his judgment, aside from Bok of the Kingdom of Fire, he could think of no other true rival. Picking up the phone, Den Mushi, Walupa dialed Mingo's number. Don Flamingo, haha, have you arrived at the port? Fla fla fla, I have already entered the port. Where in the Tanya Kingdom are you? Everything is ready here. Queen Rui, Germagotzi, we are all present, only you are missing. Are you sure we can make more money this way? Don't ruin it. Rest assured, we merely need to make an appearance. Through President Morgan's news agency, the news will spread across the world, and we shall become public figures. Whoever dares to touch us will have to weigh the public opinion of the entire world. It is like Roger said before his execution, the existence of One Piece. When the world's focus is on you, every move you make comes under scrutiny, but this is also an indirect form of safety protection. Walupa's words carried subtle undertones hinting to Mingo. Mingo was slightly surprised and realized that Walupa seemed to know something. Fine, I'll arrive shortly. We shall discuss everything in person then. Click-clack. Putting down the phone, Den Mushi, Walupa shook his head. Mingo was indeed a man in his 30s with profound depth. Having lived 2 lives, Walupa's psychological age far exceeded his outward appearance. For someone like Mingo, one can only bind him with interests. At present, he still has ambition and the desire to become the Pirate King. When One Piece was mentioned just now, he indeed paused. When Luffy fights him, it should be 5 or 6 years from now. By that time, Mingo had clearly begun drifting. In any case, as long as our interests do not conflict, cooperation is beneficial. Just like that damn Gotzi who actually wanted to exchange his lousy combat suit technology for my rampage bioenhancement formula. Walupa clicked his tongue. The technology of the combat suit existing within a jar might contain some knowledge of void theory. He needed to obtain it and have the Curie couple research it. Recently, the void formulas have been cracked further. Some of the simpler formulas can already be applied to weapons and equipment. My first-generation void engine is almost complete. Now I am only waiting for the link with Gotzi. With the void engine that Dr. Curie mentioned, I will be able to better utilize that void spatio-temporal cave. Perhaps I can reduce the price paid, hoping to evade the gaze of the world rules. Perhaps relying on the Gura Gura no Mi abilities, I can swallow out an independent spatial world like Uchiha Obito. Bruno's Kage Kage no Mi, Mondor's book world, and Bull's mirror world are all spatial abilities. If I succeed, I too will be a spatial type user. Before them lay a massive competition venue, an enormous oval-shaped stadium. This was built through joint efforts. The Tanya Kingdom provided manpower, the Drum Kingdom contributed technology, Mingo solicited sponsorships, and Gotsi collected protection fees. Today 4 king-level figures would serve as judges to select the people's idol. Long live King Donflamingo. Lord Kakarado the Strange Bird. Her Majesty Queen Ruei. A massive crowd of ordinary citizens chanted the names of the 3 kings. Why are there no fans for me? Walupa said dejectedly. Fla fla. Mingo felt slightly pleased because he had the most fans. They are all superficial judging by appearances. Walupa complained for Ruei had the most male fans. Mingo was also a heartthrob for young ladies while Gotsi's admirers were mostly middle-aged and older women. As for him, Walupa, he had garnered the support of a group of children. After all, Walupa had recently developed the toy industry, and toys from the Drum Kingdom were deeply beloved by children across the pirate world. Such a lucrative business, and yet no one had thought to pursue it before. Walupa did not expect berries to be so easy to earn in the pirate world. The 4 arrived at the judges' seats. Dear friends, today is the semi-final of the National Idol competition. Our 4 kings will serve as mentors, selecting the members they desire to form their teams. Then they will compete in songs and talents, and finally the finals will select one people's idol. The host explained the rules on stage while 2 professional camera operators filmed and broadcast via video. Den Den Mushy. Please welcome the captain mentor of our first team, King Donflamingo Doflamingo of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. As the host spoke, the camera Den Den Mushy turned toward Mingo. This was also Mingo's first experience with live broadcasting. His heart stirred, and he even froze in place. It seems our Donflamingo is the aloof male god. Let us move to the next one. Seeing Mingo wearing sunglasses and acting indifferent, the host quickly covered for him, afraid of embarrassing him. But who could have guessed that Mingo had not yet figured out what to say? Watching himself bypassed, Mingo looked utterly bewildered. I am not being aloof. I just haven't thought it through. Next is the second team, mentor, a renowned figure from the North Blue. Germa 66. Lord Kakarado the Strange Bird, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, a legendary figure. Gotsi. Hearing the host list so many titles, Walupa glanced at Mingo. Mingo must have felt uncomfortable at this moment. And now the host of this event, the organizer herself, Queen Ruei of the Tanya Kingdom. The host was very skilled at building atmosphere. Ruei was now a voluptuous beauty and also a queen with countless admirers. TCH, if Ruei were to compete, she would surely be the champion with this popularity. Walupa said sourly. Below us there is another king. He is the ruler of the world's strongest medical nation, the toy magnate, His Majesty Walupa. The host searched for many words of praise, but none could be properly applied to Walupa. Walupa was prepared to be greeted with cheers, but at the scene very few people called out his name. The atmosphere became extremely awkward, even stumping the host. But Walupa was no ordinary person. With thick-skinned confidence, he simply waved his hand and sat down, although he felt that the other 3 kings were secretly laughing. Ahem, let us make a brief appearance and then return to the reception room. Walupa gazed straight ahead, hoping to leave as soon as possible. It was too damned embarrassing. Although he knew his figure was fat and not handsome, he was a wealthy king. What a bunch of shallow dogs, not understanding what a true man of strength is. Walupa muttered enviously. An entertainment program should have the aura of entertainment. After the explosive opening ceremony, all contestants were divided into 4 lanes to make their entrance and showcase their talents. Some sang, some danced. Most people preferred singing. After seeing that the votes for singing contestants far exceeded those for dancing contestants, Weber decided to rig the results. Suppress the votes for singing contestants while inflating those for dancing contestants. In this way, those fervent fans would spend more money buying tickets to vote for the singing performers. After repeating this cycle for 3 rounds, the singing contestants finally advanced successfully. He'd over, isn't my method brilliant? Weber boasted proudly. Looking at the share of belly in his hand, Mingo was also somewhat surprised, for this money was no less than what he earned from arms smuggling. Fluffy, you're amazing. As a beneficiary, Mingo could not let Weber down either. This is merely the semifinals. When the finals arrive, we'll have our arranged people take the top 10, then promote them to boost their fame. Later, when we tour wealthy nations, we'll earn another fortune. Once a year, and the money will never run out. Gaha. Weber grinned wickedly and cunningly. You truly are a genius. Mingo, who was in his development phase, naturally hoped such an easy and cost-free business could continue indefinitely. It's a pleasure doing business with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Weber clinked his red wine glass against Garp's. After finishing talks with Mingo, he moved on to Garp. The two had found new cooperation in biotechnology. Here are our research data. Garp took out a stack of documents. These are research reports and materials on the shellfish resources of Skypea. The two exchanged documents. The world of One Piece resembled the feudal society of medieval Europe, yet its technology had developed along a different path. There were rules and constraints between each kingdom, and kings needed political wisdom and acumen. Weber was now a qualified politician and king. A king was not an individual alone, behind him stood the people he needed to lead. Weber was a responsible king. He did not want his people to go hungry or suffer bullying. Therefore he needed to grow stronger, and so did his nation. Survival of the fittest was the iron law, so cruel and merciless. Weber felt no remorse for swindling people's money. He was merely the king of Drum Kingdom, not the king of the world. That was something the world government and the 5 families needed to handle. Weber had come to terms with this reality, so he schemed without restraint. And the residents of the One Piece world, how could they understand so many intricate workings? Weber put forward a female warrior from Drum Kingdom. Because of her sweet appearance and singing ability, she had been arranged as one of the predetermined candidates by Weber. Mingo was even more straightforward and brutal. He simply sent Mona onto the stage. As a rare beauty, she immediately gathered quite a following. Garp meanwhile sent out a clone beauty cultivated with excellent genes. Rue merely allowed an ordinary girl who could sing to enter the predetermined circle. Everything was proceeding according to Weber's script, but when the semi-final top 10 advanced to the finals, an unexpected incident occurred. This singing voice. Weber's eyes suddenly widened. It's her. A person suddenly flashed through Weber's mind. Kagaya Hagoromo. That's right. If Weber hadn't misheard, the contestant singing on stage was indeed Hagoromo. What is she doing here? Causing trouble. I haven't offended her, have I? Just as Weber was puzzled, he remembered something. Mingo. Could she be here to seek revenge against Mingo? At this moment Weber was also bewildered, but he decided not to act rashly and chose to observe first. Hagoromo had changed her costume and was now walking toward the stage. Her figure was not the kind of voluptuous explosion, but her proportions were perfectly golden. That unique aura was something ordinary female singers lacked. Weber was also curious about how well Hagoromo could sing, and perked up his ears to listen carefully. The sea watches over the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. Therefore it invites those who should move forward to find the right path. It guides toward the correct world. Pain and suffering are all embraced by me. Vast and gentle, it embraces all for me. The sea watches over the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. Even if I were to vanish from this world, the sea would know everything. Do not panic, for you are here. Do not fear, for your companions are waiting. Press onward toward that azure distance. Hagoromo's profound voice and genuine emotions made this song immediately stun all the audience in the venue and those watching the live broadcast. Holy crap. This is the song from the One Piece movie Z. How does she know this? What's going on? Here to sabotage the show. A woman actually sings with more emotion than Akiji. Weber immediately realized things had gone awry. The predetermined candidates were certainly going to change. This move would surely attract a flood of fans, and rigging it now would be suicidal. He couldn't touch the interests of other partners, and could only carve out a piece from his own share. I'll go see what kind of person can sing so beautifully. Weber hurriedly rushed out. The audiences watching the live broadcast were all shocked by Hagoromo's song. Compared to Hagoromo's performance, the previous contestant songs were rubbish. Hagoromo's votes surged upward. Weber checked the backstage report and found that Hagoromo had already far surpassed the other contestants. In this pirate world, perhaps only Brooke's musical level could surpass her. Weber descended from the lift platform onto the stage. Haha, I never expected to see such an outstanding singer today. I am truly exhilarated. I hereby announce that this contestant has successfully advanced to the finals. Weber's appearance also excited the audience, for he was the king. Hey, are you crazy? Why are you here? Weber whispered. Hee hee. Hagoromo smiled. Damn, who taught you to say hee hee like that? Believe it or not, I'll still spank your ass. Weber waved his hand. Hagoromo also recalled her unpleasant memories at Sabaody. She stepped hard on Weber's toe. I dodged. Weber's observation hockey was now no weaker than Hagoromo's. Hagoromo was also somewhat surprised, never expecting Weber's hockey to have improved so rapidly. If you don't want me to cause trouble, come see me tonight. Hagoromo gave Weber a look and then walked away. Damn, this girl is quite alluring, just a bit dangerous. Weber grinned wickedly. But he immediately composed himself, for trouble was certainly on its way. Wapol maintained a respectful distance from Hagoromo, never offending her, but keeping her at arm's length. To put it plainly, a thief who steals is less frightening than one who harbors designs. In the pirate world, insulting the leader of a terrorist organization was courting death. The financial losses Wapol had suffered meant little to him, but Hagoromo had explicitly summoned him for something. Refusing might have drawn the harassment of that deranged organization, so, in the dead of night, Wapol arrived at the location Hagoromo had designated to see what she wanted. I didn't expect you'd actually dare to come alone. Hagoromo emerged from the darkness. Haha, haven't you heard the saying, skill breeds courage? Besides, with my current strength, would you dare touch me? Wapol's arrogance was palpable. Whoosh! A blade flashed, and the spot where Wapol had been standing split cleanly open. He had already evaded the strike. Your observation hockey has sharpened. Hagoromo tested him. Haha, I've grown harder and darker. Care to try? Wapol said lecherously. Would you dare? Hagoromo gave an enchanting smile. Haha, if you dare, so do I. Since his power had grown, Wapol's shamelessness had thickened accordingly. This time I need a favor. Hagoromo ignored Wapol and got straight to business. Go ahead, whether scaling mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire. I, Wapol, am incapable of such things. Wapol evaded the question. A new member of my organization has been captured by the Navy, and I need you to help rescue her. What a... Say that again. This is the naval vessels routing along with the guard roster. We're an assassination organization. We have no experience with direct assaults. Wait, don't your members all sound formidable? Why can't you handle this yourself? Damn it. Wapol muttered complaints while studying the intelligence. He hadn't realized it until he looked, but what he saw startled him. Dobon Ghost Spider Stralo Berry Fire Sand Minx. 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, all of whom participated in the Buster Call during the Eni's Lobby incident, were on that list. Good heavens. You've poked a hornet's nest, my friend. Can I decline your proposal? I don't want to get involved in this. Wapol felt he had boarded the wrong ship and wanted to get off. High risk, high reward. The Navy has mobilized such a formidable force. Aren't you curious why, eh? Not curious, not at all. I'm in no mood for recklessness. These 5 veteran vice admirals are no pushovers. Duke and Doberman and Ghost Spider are both hawks in the Navy. While they lack the terrifying dominance of a fleet admiral, I don't believe you could defeat either of them. Moreover, there are 3 additional vice admirals, several naval officers, and a vast number of Navy soldiers. Wapol refused decisively. Have you heard of the Heart of Gold? The Heart of Gold. Pure gold. Wapol's eyes widened sharply. Pure gold was a special metal capable of slowing aging. That girl knows where the pure gold is, but by the time I learned of it, she had already been taken by CP0. What? CP0 is involved too. Wapol's interest, just beginning to stir, vanished instantly. Many are after that girl. We need not be the first to strike. Hagoromo seemed to have a plan. Tell me your plan. If it won't work, don't drag me into it. Wapol played the cautious approach. He would not recklessly throw his life away. This is the Navy's escort route. Before reaching Eni's lobby, they will stop to resupply at this island's naval base. This is our only opportunity to strike. Hagoromo produced intelligence and tossed it to Wapol. Wapol caught it and studied it carefully, sensing the scent of a conspiracy. This doesn't seem right. How did you obtain such classified intelligence? Black market intelligence merchants. Those scumbags play both sides of the law. You need to think this through carefully. This could be a trap. While the Navy's forces are formidable, the involvement of rare metals like gold could prompt the deployment of a fleet admiral. Wapol understood the significance of pure gold. It could extend lifespan, potentially granting centuries of youth. This rare metal capable of influencing causality itself was enough to make even the 5 elders take notice. So you're saying we cannot rescue that girl? Hagoromo's expression turned cold. This island, this naval base, something is definitely wrong. We cannot act here. I suspect the Navy has 2 possibilities. First, they may exchange the prisoner at this naval base. Second, they could transport her to Eni's lobby, and then transfer her to the world government. What should we do? First, if they plan the swap, we will station someone to watch that base. Second, if they truly escort her to Eni's lobby, we still have a chance. Because the most dangerous place is often the safest. Once at Eni's lobby, the Navy would never anticipate anyone making a move there. Wapol strained to recall the plot from his previous memories. This gold storyline should have occurred 2 years after Luffy's reboot. Why would it appear so much earlier? Something felt off about this whole situation. Alright, you're the expert here. I'll follow your lead. As long as we can rescue that child. Hagoromo herself seemed unaware of the circumstances, yet insisted on saving someone who had only joined them days ago. Because of the gold. It doesn't seem like it. He could not fathom this woman, nor did he care to. But without personal gain he would not act. Hey, if we rescue that child this time, I want a portion of that pure gold as well. Wapol stated his terms outright. Granted. If you have the ability, take as much as you want. Hagoromo appeared to know something about the gold. Wapol recalled the plot. The girl's father had forged and refined the pure gold, and afterward their entire island was swallowed whole by a colossal sea king. In other words, to obtain the pure gold, they would need to kill that monstrous sea king first. Wapol pondered. The difficulty was considerable. No ordinary weapons could take down such a massive creature. He settled on a compromise. Take whatever pure gold he could carry. Convinced, Wapol prepared to return. If they were to attempt a ship hijacking, there would be much to prepare. Hey, Hagoromo called out to Wapol. What's up? I owe you a favor. Hagoromo turned and disappeared into the darkness. Wapol scratched his head. Since he had agreed, he would see it through. Though everything seemed suspicious, the risk was high, and so was the reward. For this mission, he would act alone without bringing anyone along. If things went awry, he could always fly to escape. When it came to escaping danger, he had never lost. The finals of the all-citizens idol competition. Kings such as Wapol of noble stature had no need to appear in full force. The champion had already been decided behind closed doors, with judges reciting lines from scripts pinned by the production team. At the outset, kings like Wapol were needed to generate buzz for the show, but by this later stage they were no longer necessary. Within the Drum Kingdom and Dr. Kiri's central laboratory. Doctor, is this the latest experimental result? Wapol asked. Your Majesty, after deciphering a portion of void theory and conducting extensive experiments, we have created the first-generation void engine. This engine can only be operated by you, Your Majesty. No one else can use it. Oh, why is that? Your body possesses an exceptionally high resistance to void overlap, enabling you to withstand the negative effects caused by the engine. The power of the Gura no Mi can devour space and time, allowing entry into another dimension. Others, even those whose physical strength far surpasses yours, would be torn apart or crushed by the void. Dr. Kiri adjusted his glasses. Not necessarily. After all, there are always some extraordinary individuals in this world. Wapol knew that Blackbeard's Gura no Mi could create black holes, and it was possible it could counter his void equipment. No one was truly invincible. Even those at the level of Garp and Kaido were not. Fine. Install this engine onto my battle armor and equip all the weapons we have developed so far. I have matters to attend to. Additionally, notify the head of Dr. 20's department to bring all newly developed medicines. I will wait for him in the armory. Wapol needed to make thorough preparations. After all, there was considerable uncertainty about what he was about to undertake. Bringing everything they had was simply prudent. The Grand Line. In the world of One Piece, there were countless sea routes, and this was precisely what captivated so many adventurers. Every route held its own unique and peculiar adventures. Yet not all navigators cared for danger. Unfamiliar waters often came with equally unfamiliar perils. Strange ocean currents, unpredictable weather. These hazardous factors could cause entire fleets to vanish without a trace. Therefore, certain routes deemed safe saw frequent traffic from merchant ships, ordinary adventurers, and pirate crews alike. But on this particular day, an extraordinary fleet had appeared upon this route. It's a marine warship fleet. A group of pirates raised the alarm. 6 marine warships sailed in tactical formation across the ocean surface. What in blazes? Which country are they going to annihilate? With that kind of configuration, they could wipe out a nation 3 or 4 times over. The pirates, panic-stricken, began altering their course in haste. Aboard the flagship, Vice Admiral Spider pirates spotted ahead, a marine captain reported. Ignore those petty pirates. Our mission this time is purely an escort duty. We must ensure the safe transport of the prisoner aboard the central warship. Nothing else concerns us. Vice Admiral Spider spoke coldly. Dogra and Magra, along with Spider himself, all belonged to Admiral Akainu's faction within the Navy, and a soldier's highest duty was obedience to orders. 5 veteran Marine Vice Admirals guarded the fleet, accompanied by numerous soldiers. Such a formidable display was enough to send other vessels along the route scattering in every direction. What was the combat capability of a veteran Vice Admiral? To put it plainly, according to Wapol's investigations, each of these veteran Vice Admirals possessed the qualifications for promotion to Admiral. During the world government's later recruitment campaigns, figures like Subaru and Chaparral had been admiral candidates, yet ultimately held the rank of vice admiral. The reason Smoker rose swiftly from captain to vice admiral was twofold. The Navy was short-staffed, and Luffy's 2 significant exploits were credited to Smoker. Sometimes a vice admiral might appear comparatively weak, but not all vice admirals were of the same caliber. Meanwhile, in the deep sea, a submarine silently trailed the marine fleet. This submarine was extraordinary. Its hull was coated with a layer resembling sebum, and both the bow and stern were equipped with ramming horns embedded with seastone components. Inside the submarine, this vessel is the greatest technological achievement of our Drum Kingdom. The outer layer is a biological interference coating, effectively mitigating the risk of detection by observation hockey. The seastone dispersion devices at both ends repel Sea King-class creatures. Wapol introduced the craft with evident pride to Usajiramisum. In modern terms, he might say, have you ever seen an invisible submarine? The power system relied on magic stone technology, providing exceptionally long endurance, much like nuclear propulsion. This submarine was overseen by a mechanical genius under Dr. Kiri. At that time, Wapol had merely explained the general concept of construction and then handed the project over to him. He never expected the man to complete it in 2.5 years. Though not particularly large, this submarine was fully equipped and well suited for stealth infiltration, surprise attacks, and similar missions. The biological coating's resistance to observation hockey was inspired by Wapol's experience on Skypiea, when he had been swallowed by a giant snake and became undetectable. Even someone as powerful as Enel could not sense him. Hey boss lady, can I sew this fat guy's mouth shut? A flat-chested girl spoke. She carried a heavy machine gun in her arms and had a rocket launcher slung across her back. Listen here, kid. You're riding in my submarine. If you don't like it, get out. Wapol flipped her the middle finger. Wapol, do not provoke her. Otherwise she'll blow up your submarine, and we'll all be finished. Usajiramisum made no move to discipline her subordinate. This mission brought together most of the core members of Usajirimisum's new snake organization. Some had remained behind to guard their headquarters. Usajirimisum, Dr. Natsuyoji assassin, Hilsha marksman Hari the fishman bodyguard, and Scout Anna. This mission was about rescue, not direct confrontation with the Navy. Therefore Wapol's plan emphasized quality over quantity. Once the rescue was accomplished, they would retreat. Who wanted to clash head-on with the Navy? Are we just tailing them indefinitely? Hilsha asked. The situation is not yet clear. The Navy's visible combat strength alone could annihilate us. We cannot act rashly. Wait, the opportunity will come. Wapol replied. Prepare yourselves. We may move at any moment. Have you all memorized the previously arranged battle plans? Usagirism asked. Yes, ma'am. Her subordinates obeyed her readily. Val that Hurry's role was as both a gunner and sniper responsible for suppression fire. The Fishman and Hilsha were assigned to lead the assault. Usagirism would engage powerful marine forces directly, while Dr. Natsuyoji handled battlefield first aid. As for himself, Wapol had been assigned to evacuate the young girl who held the secret of the poneglyph. Flight was the most versatile ability in the world of One Piece, essential for escape, evasion, and survival. If Doflamingo had not recklessly clashed with Luffy, but instead retreated temporarily taking flight to catch his breath, he would not have ended up with his spectacles shattered by a single punch. In that sense, the absence of principles could indeed be quite advantageous. It should be noted that Wapol currently maintained a corpulent physique, though his head and neck had been completely transformed. Therefore, only Usagirism knew Wapol's true identity. The arrangement between the two existed solely in their shared confidence. The term, paying gold, refers to wielding the power of money, colloquially known as the money power. In this world, the number one superpower undoubtedly belongs to the celestial dragons. All the world's resources are under their control, excluding the New World. The second money power belongs to the Golden Emperor Zio. And the third, Villarbo could say with certainty, it's him, Villarbo. You don't know the cost of running a nation until you're in charge. National construction, military expenditures, weapon development, scientific research, all are bottomless pits that devour money. But whether the invested money is worth it, Villarbo can responsibly tell you. It's exceedingly worth it. Money invested in national construction improves citizens' lives, and when people live well, they naturally give back to the nation. It's a virtuous cycle. The continuous output wasn't all hoarded in Villarbo's treasury, but reinvested into production. In the One Piece world, most kings merely extract wealth, leaving everyone impoverished except the ruler himself. Or the entire nation is destitute, including the king. And why does the world government have over 170 member nations? Because the world government is essentially the largest security company in the pirate world. Small nations pay the tribute, and the government provides navy protection against pirate attacks. Countries that cannot afford the tribute become lawless zones for human trafficking and pirate raids. Villarbo understood this was the rule of the pirate world, but he greatly disliked such rules. Now Villarbo had dispatched a fleet specifically to those lawless zones to rescue women and children, bringing them back to Drum Kingdom to settle and expand the population. He also selected orphans with potential from among the displaced for cultivation, providing talent for Drum Kingdom. Some nations seeking to lighten their burden would even expel excess population. These were all grassroots people. Villarbo naturally would not let such opportunities pass, and took all of them in. These homeless people regarded Villarbo as their savior, grateful beyond measure. Their demands were absurdly low. As long as they could get a meal, they would fight to the death for Villarbo. Of course, Villarbo did not need them to die for him. Instead, he arranged jobs for them. Factories, hospitals, and various construction projects all required labor. However, Villarbo controlled the number of adult male refugees, as he was unsure whether spies might be mixed among them. Widows and orphans, relatively speaking, were more stable. The one responsible for screening was Hayabusa Shiro. Villarbo held deep disdain for other kings, for in his eyes they were all worthless drunkards and gluttons. To outsiders, Villarbo appeared as a proud, conceited, irritable, fat tyrant, a despot and incompetent ruler. But only the people living in Drum Kingdom truly knew that Villarbo was their great emperor, a savior-like figure. The operation to take in refugees was still underway. The reputation of Emperor Villarbo of Drum Kingdom spread accordingly. Some homeless sufferers risked everything to make their way toward Drum Kingdom. But at this moment, Villarbo knew nothing of these matters. He was observing the Navy fleet's movements through a submarine. As Villarbo had anticipated, the Navy's move was indeed a trap, a classic lure the snake out of its hole strategy. That first unfortunate snake has taken the bait. Villarbo wore a wicked grin. At that moment, over 50 pirate ships were besieging 6 naval vessels. These are not pirate crews from the Grand Line, they're from the New World. I reckon their intelligence was faulty. They probably didn't know there are 5 vice admirals in the Navy fleet, Villarbo surmised. Indeed, this batch of New World pirates had made an intelligence error. Fire. Boom. 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 The Navy retaliated with cannon fire. The warship's artillery was far superior to the pirates, with greater range and destructive power. But the number of pirate ships was 10 times that of the Navy. Who do you think will win, eh? Kamiko asked. The Navy, Villarbo answered firmly. Why? The pirates outnumber the Navy 10 to 1. First, the Navy warships are far sturdier than these pirate vessels, and their fire control systems completely dominate. The first phase of bombardment alone will eliminate many pirates. Second, in hand-to-hand combat on deck, the Navy maintains disciplined defensive formations. 3 Navy soldiers can hold off 10 pirates. For the pirates to break through the Navy's defense and reach the central warship to rescue that girl, their best strategy would be to concentrate forces at one point. But the commander of this pirate crew made a critical error. He dispersed his forces. Did he think he was Eustace Kid? Even if they had concentrated their forces, they might not have broken the Navy's defense. If one warship came under attack, the other four could reinforce at any moment. So the pirates will definitely lose. Your analysis is sound. Without a super-tier powerhouse launching a surprise attack on the pirate side, the Navy indeed has the victory secured. 5 veteran vice admirals, unless an Emperor's flagship-level officer personally intervenes. But even an Emperor's flagship would find it troublesome to face 5 of the Navy's core fighting forces simultaneously. Villarbo was well aware of the consequences of underestimating these veteran vice admirals. Even Vice Admiral Bastille, who had slain sharks, might not easily defeat Smoker. But these old veterans before him were all battle-hardened vice admirals with extensive combat experience. Events unfolded exactly as Villarbo had predicted. The Navy's first barrage of cannon fire destroyed 8 pirate ships. The pirates aboard fell into the sea and lost their combat effectiveness. In the second clash, the pirates charged onto the warships. But under the command of officers at all levels, Navy soldiers segmented and surrounded the enemy, eliminating each pirate, who boarded one by one. Villarbo watched with great interest. The professionally trained Navy was indeed far superior to the disorganized pirates. No wonder. This is without a fleet admiral present. If an admiral were commanding, we would need to flee as far as possible upon encountering this fleet. Villarbo continued observing the battlefield. The members of the new Snake organization were all itching for a fight, eager to enter the battlefield themselves. But under Kamiko's order forbidding them to intervene, they could only watch with frustration, gazing at Villarbo. The pirates are making their move. Villarbo watched intently. A few dark figures flashed from several pirate ships. The besieged pirates suddenly erupted in cheers. The surrounding Navy soldiers were torn to pieces. A pirate wielding a long sword cruelly stuck out his tongue. A New World pirate with a bounty of 180 million. Fast/Ghost Masashi. Sweat dripped down the forehead of a Navy captain standing before him. Gagaga, looks like I still have some fame. Masashi's snake-like eyes fixed on the Navy captain. Of course. I remember scum like you clearly. You're the vicious pirate who slaughtered an entire town. Though the Navy captain knew he might not be Masashi's match, he still drew his sword. Masashi's cruel gaze locked onto the captain's neck, ready to sever his head in the next instant. But the other recognized him. Perhaps it would be better to spare his life and chop off his limbs instead. As a speed-type fighter, Masashi swept his blade horizontally and struck toward the Navy captain at full speed. When foes meet on a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Though aware that his strength paled in comparison to his opponents, he still had companions at his back. Indeed, behind the naval colonel stood 2 other officers. Individually, they were not formidable, but working in concert, 3 could hold back an even greater foe. In the world of One Piece, possessing a single dominant attribute could become both your greatest strength and your fatal weakness. Had the naval colonel lacked allies protecting his rear, Musei could have instantly circled behind him and ended his life with a single strike. However, the current situation was that Musei's attack had proven ineffective, leaving even him taken aback. It was blocked. Musei countered with another backward slash. The colonel also swung his blade in retaliation, placing his defense entirely in the hands of his comrades. TCH. Though cruel and vicious, Musei possessed extraordinary combat experience, using his speed advantage to evade the attack. Though neither side had gained the upper hand, Musei was growing increasingly anxious. His mission was to assassinate the naval officers, throwing the Navy into disarray without leadership. Only then could the pirates break through the Navy's defenses. Time was short, and the stakes were high. Musei feared that if he failed to complete his mission, the wrath of that formidable boss would be something he could never withstand. Demon Ghost 8 strikes. Musei was about to unleash his ultimate technique to shatter the deadlock. He never expected these 3 naval officers to force him into using his killing move. Given more time, all 3 would have died at his hands, but now he needed to end this swiftly. Die. Musei's gaze turned cold as he prepared to carve the 3 into 8 pieces. Yet suddenly a figure materialized behind him. Swish. A single blade severed his arm. Musei had barely registered what was happening. But having lived perpetually on the edge of death, he used the momentum to land, rolled away, and created distance in an attempt to retreat. Sword. Swish. Swish swish. The blade flashed 8 times in rapid succession. Even with every ounce of strength devoted to dodging, Musei still suffered devastating wounds. Phew. Every pirate with a bounty of 100 million cannot be underestimated. If it weren't for my subordinates drawing his attention and allowing me to strike from behind, I wouldn't have been nearly so confident in dispatching him so quickly. After all, he is a pirate renowned for his speed. A tall naval vice admiral wielding twin blades appeared before Musei's eyes. Naval Vice Admiral Guejiju. Musei's eyes widened in disbelief. Surprised too. How is this possible? How could there be a naval vice admiral? You worthless pirates don't deserve to know that. Guejiju ordered his subordinates to restrain Musei to be imprisoned and impelled down after the battle ended. Damn, his strength is terrifying. Wapol, having witnessed everything, finally witnessed the prowess of a veteran vice admiral. Cunning bastard. Anyone who relies on underhanded tactics is despicable. A battle that could have been resolved head-on was brought to an immediate close by Gui Zhizhu's scheming. As expected of a proper military force, all combat pursuit revolves around efficiency. Recalling Gui Zhizhu's background. Identity Naval Vice Admiral. In his youth, he was one of the disciples of former Fleet Admiral Blackarm Zifa. Appearance: he wears a helmet engraved with a double-headed dragon motif, bears a fearsome expression, and possesses a cruel nature. During missions, he shows no hesitation in sacrificing his own subordinates, making him a hawk within the Navy. Appearance: in the Enies Lobby incident, he was one of 5 vice admirals participating in the Punk Hazard Plan. Weapons: sword, pistol, and 8 swords wielded by his spider-like legs. He is proficient in the 6 powers of the Navy and dual hockey colors with mastery over life return, allowing his hair to move with the flexibility of arms. During the Marineford War, alongside others at the execution site of Fire Fist, Ace at Marine Headquarters, he engaged the New World Pirates led by the Whitebeard Pirates. Initially, he and the Vice Admirals sliced through the artillery fire from Whitebeard's fleet, then went on to slay numerous pirates from the New World. Following Admiral Kizaru's orders, he secured Marco the Phoenix, and first commander of the Whitebeard Pirates with seastone handcuffs. During the incident when the Blackbeard Pirates breached to seize the Gura Nomi abilities and naval morale had plummeted, he led the fleet in raising their swords to swear, "We shall carve the power of justice and fear into these pirates' very souls." He made a brief appearance in the theatrical release, Strong World. This is a ruthless individual. The Navy operates as a military force, serving as the instrument through which the world government maintains control over the world. From Gui Zhizhu, one can observe the iron discipline and merciless pragmatism of the military, willing to use subordinates as bait and send them into mortal danger without hesitation when duty demands it. Yet it is precisely this discipline that enabled the Navy to repel pirate assaults despite fielding forces 10 times smaller. If Magellan Kingdom's current military were to confront the Navy's elite in direct combat, we simply wouldn't stand a chance. Wapol could only admit it. Similar to the situation aboard this warship, other vessels experienced the same outcome. Hidden naval vice admirals revealed themselves and systematically dismantled the pirate leadership. Under these veteran vice admirals' ambush tactics, the pirates with any real strength were either killed, wounded, or forced to flee. What remained were scattered pirates who, upon witnessing their leader's defeat, lost all fighting spirit and became easy prey for the Navy's counterattack. This gang of pirates has fallen. Trash like them was never going to succeed. Wapol held these pirates in utter contempt. Their combat ability, weaponry, and tactical approach were all thoroughly outmatched by the Navy. They possessed nothing but numerical superiority. 5 vice admirals. I wonder how the commander behind these pirates will respond. Wapol was curious. After all, not everyone had the luxury of a submarine to lurk beneath the waves like he did. Unless complications arise, the Navy will likely resupply at base before heading to Enies Lobby. However, they may also use this moment to relocate that girl. The vessel bound for Enies Lobby is probably empty, a trap waiting to spring. The naval officer who devised this strategy must be exceptionally brilliant. Wapol considered it and concluded it was likely formulated by Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's chief strategist. When military strength stands evenly matched, victory hinges on these unpredictable variables. The Navy's ability to crush the enemy at minimal cost was truly a masterclass in domination. Wapol absorbed valuable lessons from this encounter. Should we intervene? Kitsune asked. Not yet. The situation isn't over. Wapol's lips curled into a smirk. Exactly right, the Navy has walked right into our trap. 5 warships were in pursuit of the pirates when a massive vessel suddenly materialized between them. An invisibility ability. There's no mistaking it. The treasure hunter from the special episode has arrived. Wapol observed that while the current storyline diverged from the original, every essential character still made their appearance. The key difference this time was 5 veteran vice admirals coordinating under Tsuru's strategic direction. How do you plan to fight? Wapol wondered, content to remain a spectator. Facing 5 opponents alone, that treasure hunter likely lacked the capability. Do you have any backup plans? Wapol watched expectantly. Wapol did not care much about who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. All the pirate lords who learned of the pure gold news would be tempted, for it was a metal capable of extending human lifespan. Even Wapol himself felt a stirring of interest at this. After all, immortality. Boom, boom. The sudden appearance of the pirate ship caught the Marines completely off guard. The ship's rudder and maneuvering apparatus had been destroyed. Disaster. The 5 vice admirals were taken aback, for their observation hockey had failed to detect any vessel slipping through undetected. Observation hockey was not omnipotent. In the world of pirates, anything miraculous was possible. Treasure Hunter's ship had been concealed by a subordinate wielding a spray can using devil fruit power to hide it. Phew, that was cutting it close. The guy who had kept things casual from the start was none other than Treasure Hunter's subordinate Sikapi. He was a user of the color fruit, capable of rendering any object he sprayed invisible and to a certain extent even undetectable by observation hockey. However, masking from observation hockey required extra stamina. Given his limitations, if they had waited any longer the ship would have been exposed prematurely. Burp. A woman dressed in equally carefree style let out a drunken belch. Obviously a hardcore drinker, her name was Naomi. It was she who had fired the explosive arrows that crippled the Navy warship, rendering it incapable of combat. A marksman wielding an inferior alloy bow from Drum Kingdom, and those explosive arrowheads packed the newest superpowered hybrid explosives manufactured by Drum Kingdom. TSK. These were limited editions that had leaked from Drum Kingdom's black market, only affordable to the wealthy. Truly worthy of the name Treasure Hunter. Wapol had deliberately ordered a batch of alloy weapons produced at his factory before selling them through the black market. Those weapons flooding the black market, though nothing compared to Walpole's elite forces equipment, were still considered among the finest armaments available elsewhere. Paired with a promising marksman, this bow and arrow setup could indeed elevate one's combat prowess to a higher tier. She was clever, using explosive arrows to destroy the Navy warship's rudder and propulsion system, leaving the fleet immobilized. Despite appearing like a mere drunkard, her mind was sharp. Quite interesting. Walpole secretly watched the spectacle unfold. The vessel, encrusted with countless precious gems, drew near the warship, protected by 5 surrounding Navy ships. A burly man appeared, none other than Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter Lord Tashiji greatly desires to obtain this metal known as pure gold. I trust you will help him acquire it. A man with an extraordinarily large head appeared behind Treasure Hunter. This person was none other than Mr. Tanaka, a subordinate of the Golden Emperor Tashiji of the Golden City. He was a user of the Poro Poro no Mi. Walpole counted on his fingers and recalled that Mino had once told him about someone who had stolen one of his devil fruits 2 years prior. Now he had found that rival, but the other party had also risen to some prominence in the new world, so he could not act recklessly. That meant this person was clearly the Golden Emperor Tashiji. Wasn't this plot supposed to occur after Luffy defeated Mino? Could it be an anime original arc that falls outside this world line? Currently, it seemed that was indeed the case. Walpole felt as though he had discovered the secret behind the shifts in the storyline. Treasure Hunter shot numerous thick iron chains from his body. He was a user of the Kusatsu no Mi, capable of freely producing and manipulating chains from within himself. These chains pierced through the Navy warship's deck, forming an iron bridge. Men charge. His subordinates, shielded by CQP's invisibility ability, stormed onto the warship. Though the naval soldiers had undergone rigorous training, their inability to use observation haki left them at a severe disadvantage, forced into a purely defensive posture. Treasure Hunter's true objective was not the Navy, but Olga, the over 200-year-old girl aboard the ship, who held the secret to pure gold. Mr. Tanaka, a subordinate of Tashiji, had already used his transparency abilities to scout ahead, locating the girl's whereabouts within the ship. There is a CP0 agent aboard. My combat power is hardly a match for them. Mr. Tanaka specialized in reconnaissance support with only average fighting ability. A CP0 agent was at minimum equivalent to an elite vice admiral. Leave specialized tasks to specialized professionals. Mr. Tanaka retrieved a Den Mushi and transmitted the intelligence to Treasure Hunter. Before long, Treasure Hunter smashed through several decks, defeating the naval guards one by one before appearing. Meanwhile, the CP0 agent had intended to escape with Olga and await reinforcements from the veteran admirals. Hey, where do you think you were taking that child? Treasure Hunter swung his iron chains, lashing out at the CP0 agent. The CP0 agent on this mission was no rookie, but a seasoned operative who had completed numerous assignments. She wielded her long sleeves to block the iron chains. How dare you rob a world government vessel? You truly have some nerve. Huh. The wealth to purchase the world itself. The secret of pure gold. Even the celestial dragons must be restless, mustn't they? Treasure Hunter laughed boisterously. How could you possibly know our route? The CP0 agent asked with a grave expression. In the black market, your movement routes ceased to be a secret long ago. The only thing that caught me off guard was the ambush of 5 veteran vice admirals. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Even with 5 vice admirals, what of it? As long as I avoid direct confrontation, they can only watch as I make off with the person. You simply did not factor me into your calculations. The CP0 agent was stalling for time, but upon realizing no Navy reinforcements were coming, she could only strike first to seize the initiative. Dual-color haki was not standard equipment. CP0 was a spy organization focused on assassination, covert operations, undercover work, and intelligence gathering. Combat prowess was merely one aspect, so veteran CP0 agents relied primarily on armament haki and the 6 powers of the Navy. Rama. The CP0 agent kicked, sending a slashing wind blade flying. Perfect timing. Iron chains wrapped around his arm. Treasure Hunter's armament haki was slightly weaker, so he relied on his devil fruit abilities to compensate. Bang. The shockwave from their colliding fists nearly blew Olga away as she watched from the sidelines. Oh, you are quite strong. If you get me out of here and feed me meat, I will give you a clue about the pure gold secret. Olga had lived for over 2 centuries, and her mindset was remarkably mature. She had previously joined the Snake organization to evade pursuit by the world government. Being captured by any other faction was preferable to falling into the world government's hands. This little girl knows how to play her cards. Treasure Hunter intensified his assault. His strength was nearly matched against the CP0 agent, making it difficult to determine a winner. However, Mr. Tanaka was concealed nearby. Dirty sneak attacks are my favorite tactic. Mr. Tanaka suddenly appeared at the CP0 agent's feet, slicing her leg with a single strike. Treasure Hunter seized the opening and delivered a devastating punch that sent the CP0 agent flying. That blow knocked the CP0 agent unconscious. Take her and go quickly. I have no desire to face 5 veteran vice admirals. Treasure Hunter himself understood that facing the combined force of 5 admirals meant certain defeat. Follow me, the route has already been scouted. Mr. Tanaka led the way. Meanwhile, the 5 veteran vice admirals had already taken measures upon realizing the warship could no longer maneuver. Moonwalk. Of the 5 vice, Admiral Mole remained outside to command, while the other 4 used moonwalk to soar toward the central warship. In the world of One Piece, there is no clear combat power system. At times, strength fluctuates unpredictably. In truth, many factors influence a fighter's capability: location, environment, physical condition, and an unyielding conviction of victory. Thus, sometimes a slightly weaker fighter can defeat a stronger opponent. However, before absolute strength, there is no opportunity whatsoever. There he is. Vice Admiral Deo Bowman sensed the fleeing Treasure Hunter. Shaved. Deo Bowman executed a short-range burst of high-speed movement. Iron Chain Hammer. An iron chain hammer suddenly materialized, smashing toward Deo Bowman. Deo Bowman, a veteran vice admiral, possessed extraordinarily rich combat experience. He had long been on guard against the Treasure Hunter's ambush. With a single strike, he cleaved the iron chain hammer in 2 and immediately delivered a Rankyaku. The Treasure Hunter did not attempt to block it head-on, instead choosing to dodge to the left. Shirgan. However, all of this was part of a calculated trap. Veteran Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan had long been lying in ambush nearby, waiting for an opening. Although he could triumph in a one-on-one duel, the military does not indulge in individual heroism. Pursuing efficiency is the correct approach. Deliver the most devastating blows within the most effective time frame. In an instant, several holes were torn through the Treasure Hunter's body. Cough. A mouthful of blood was expelled. These vice admirals were incredibly powerful and ruthlessly cunning, leaving Wabo thoroughly astonished. He schemed in his heart that in the future, when encountering these vice admirals, he must be even more ruthless than they. At that moment, Vice Admirals Gue Jiju and Suluabeli had already sealed off the Treasure Hunter's escape route. Surrender quietly or fight to the death. Surrounded by 4 veteran vice admirals, the Treasure Hunter stood no chance of escape with his current strength. Just as he was about to make his choice, the 4 vice admirals suddenly showed terror on their faces and hastily retreated at top speed. The entire sea surface churned with tumultuous waves. Vice Admiral Yenshu, stationed outside, had already ordered the warship to withdraw from the area. The 4 vice admirals had just ascended into the sky using moonwalk when they witnessed a colossal maw swallow this entire stretch of sea into its mouth. At that very moment, Wabo's submarine was also within range. Damn it, that island-devouring lanternfish. Wabo's memories of the plot resurfaced. He recalled a certain doctor named Misakina Akai, a scientist who discovered how to produce pure gold, doing so to save the life of his terminally ill daughter Aoergia. In the end, he and his daughter, along with the island they inhabited, were all swallowed whole by this colossal lanternfish. Is it true that things which should not exist in this world are rejected by the world itself, eh? Wabo suddenly broke into a manic grin. Hey, you that child. Should we rescue them or not? If we save them, we'll have to charge into the belly of that beast. If not, we can still make our escape now. Wabo turned to look at you. The 2 of us will go, the rest stay behind. Yu commanded. But leader. Understood, Dr. Xiaowu replied. Yu was the leader, so Xiaowu served as the strategist. Then I'll open the submarine for you too. Don't you dare damage it. Inside the submarine was a small capsule that could seat 5 people. After Wabo and Yu entered, they prepared to dive into the lanternfish's stomach. Yu was there to rescue the child, while Wabo sought the pure gold. He recalled that in the original plot, the lantern of that fish contained vast quantities of pure gold. If he could obtain that gold, Wabo dared not imagine what he could accomplish. With his gobble-gobble fruit abilities, he could effortlessly consume and carry away all of it. Killing that fish is somewhat difficult. If we take it down in the deep sea, who knows whether the combat armor can withstand the water pressure. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. None of the 5 vice admirals dared to follow inside, but the Treasure Hunter did enter. There should also be that CP0 agent aboard the warship. He didn't know if Mr. Qianzhong, a subordinate of Taizelo, was also present. But it didn't matter. He had Yu on his side. Together, their strength could even overpower them. After careful consideration, Wabo piloted the small capsule straight into the lanternfish's mouth. The alloy construction could effectively resist the corrosion of gastric acids. Hey, what's your plan? Yu asked. Just get it done, no fancy plans. Wabo had no intention of telling the truth. Take the pure gold if you wish, but you must rescue that child for me, Yu said. Of course, leave it to me. Wapol thought to himself, not only must he rescue that child of over 200 years, not only must he take the pure gold, but he also needed to bring along Dr. Misakina Akai, the inventor who discovered how to refine and produce pure gold. A fish that devours islands could be called a world-devouring behemoth. Wapol had once speculated that this world possesses an invisible consciousness. Once it detects power exceeding the world's limits, it would wield the law of causality to erase it. Regarding the ancient weapons, the clan of the gods and the blank century Wapol had formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. Wapol, who already knew that the final boss was Emu, would never let his guard down. When the power of science developed to a certain level, it would attract the attention of those shadow puppeteers behind the scenes. If their killing move were aimed at Wapol, he would never sit idle and wait for death, nor would he surrender helplessly. He needed to grow stronger, he needed power. He would employ every means at his disposal to become stronger. I, Wapol, harbor no grand ambitions. I do not wish to be a savior. But whoever lays a hand on my life, my friends, or my nation, I will make them pay with their lives. Wapol made a silent resolution. He was determined to obtain that pure gold. Even the will of the world itself could not stop him. When the colossal lantern fish vanished beneath the sea's surface, the naval vice-admirals exchanged bewildered glances. What should we do? Hua Xiaoshan asked. Report it as it is. An utterly baffling mission, Gui Zhizhu said. I'll write the report. Dao Bowman was equally perplexed by the situation. Hello, Vice Admiral. Yenshu picked up the Den Mushi and dialed an admiral. Is this Admiral Kazan? Vice Admiral Yenshu, what's the matter? Our escort mission has failed. What happened? The failure of an escort mission involving 5 veteran vice admirals instantly jolted Qingji to full alertness. Only a handful from the New World or select 7 warlords of the sea could have pulled off such a feat. Here's what happened. We were about to apprehend the treasure hunter when a gigantic lantern fish suddenly appeared and swallowed the warship and everyone on board in one gulp. I stayed outside to coordinate directing the fleet to withdraw, which is how I barely escaped. The other vice admirals nearly met the same fate. Yenshu reported the entire incident to Qingji from start to finish. I see. I'll report this directly to Marshal Zhanghua right away. Qingji hung up the phone. I only know a fraction of this mission. What is old man Zhanghua hiding? A supergiant sea king capable of swallowing islands. Shouldn't it be in the deep sea? Confused, Qingji went to seek answers from Zhanghua. Meanwhile, Wapol piloted the escape capsule at full speed, navigating past the lanternfish's small tongue. Weibo felt a thrilling tension. For so long he had merely cowered on his own turf, but this reckless move allowed him to taste the adventure that defined the world of One Piece. Whoa, this guy's belly is enormous. Guided by the flashlight fish's esophagus, Weibo and Yu-Ihu's cockpit sped toward its stomach. This place is so vast, how are we supposed to find that girl? Yu-Ihu asked. Hey, don't worry about that, Weibo replied, pulling out a rare metal detector. See, just use this and you'll find it easily. Weibo took out an instrument resembling a Dragon Ball radar. Whoa! The instrument's screen displayed a massive dot. The sheer volume of pure gold made Weibo nearly bite his tongue. A faint moving speck indicated Olga. Yu-Ihu, long accustomed to Weibo's Doraemon-like abilities, merely remarked, so this is the power of science you champion. Don't underestimate science. For instance, have you heard of the ancient weapons? I know a bit about them. They are the crystallization of ancient people's wisdom and technology. Though they possess immense power, they are merely ancient weapons. My goal is to create a modern weapon that surpasses them. Well, are you scared yet? Haha. Not at all. That's just wishful thinking. Don't believe me? No. How about a bet? What kind of bet? If one day I truly create a weapon beyond the ancient weapons, you'll come back to Drum Kingdom with me and bear my children. Weibo gave a lecherous grin. If you want to die, go ahead and try. A dark aura flickered in Yu-Ihu's eyes. Just kidding. We're arriving at the stomach, Weibo said. The flashlight fish's stomach. Though inside a fish's belly, it was as bright as if 2 suns shone. After careful observation, Weibo identified the source of the light. It's pure gold fused into the flashlight fish's head. What a massive deposit. He knew that even a ring-sized piece of pure gold could halt bodily decay. With such a colossal amount of gold, the energy produced would be unimaginable. Weibo's mouth watered. His energy core was an insatiable void, consuming more power than it could ever hold. Moreover, even if the core were full, he could use his own abilities to store this pure gold. This was an exceptionally rare metallic resource. Mixed with other metals, who knew what new alloys could be forged. His skill-devouring factory had lain dormant for far too long. It was both an adventure and an opportunity to grow stronger. Weibo navigated the escape pod to the shore of a small island. There's actually an island here. Yu-Ihu looked somewhat astonished. This behemoth could be called an apostle of the world itself. Its stomach must have swallowed countless things. Let's land first, while hide the ship somewhere, then we'll find that little girl. Weibo dragged the escape pod as he spoke. Roar! Suddenly, a massive carnivorous dinosaur lunged from the foliage, aiming to devour Weibo. Swish! Its head was severed in a single stroke by Yu-Ihu. There are dinosaurs here. It was Weibo's first encounter with a living dinosaur, the former ruler of Earth before humanity. Weibo kicked the dinosaur's head like a ball. After hiding the ship, Weibo and who began searching the island. The island was neither large nor small, devoid of structures, covered only by trees and grass. After felling several dinosaurs in succession, Weibo heard the sounds of a skirmish. Hey, it's CP0 and the treasure hunter. Weibo spotted from afar that the treasure hunter was engaged in a one-on-one duel with CP0 using iron chains. They seemed to have been fighting for some time. The treasure hunter's subordinates were absent, likely scattered in search. Between the two combatants, a bound little girl sat. That's the child. Who rose to intervene. Wait, why the rush? Let them wear each other out first. We'll play it smart and clean them all up later. Weibo greatly favored this combat style. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Without Mr. Tanaka's sneak attacks, the treasure hunter could not overpower CP0. Do not imagine CP0 as overly terrifying. CP0 is an intelligence agency. While it boasts capable fighters, most members are merely average spies. There is reason why Lucci is hailed as a genius once in 400 years. Reaching the rank of admiral is no trivial feat. Even 2 years later, Luffy's strength as a warlord of the sea still falls far short of the Yonko and admirals. As Garp remarked upon learning of Luffy's 1.5 billion bounty, that brat has a long way to go. In Garp's eyes, only Luffy's father, Dragon, was worthy of challenging admirals and Yonko. Thus, CP0 was not so formidable. There was no need to overreact. Though the treasure hunter had once been Nami's childhood nightmare in the New World, he could only serve under the emergent power Tato Land. The powerful monsters we witness are but a tiny fraction of the billions in the One Piece world. Weibo observed stealthily if he launched a full power surprise attack, both of them would fall. Besides who was in reserve. By his knowledge of who even in normal state who could effortlessly clash with veteran vice admirals. In a berserk state who could even contend with an admiral. That cursed power was unervingly potent. Anyone struck by it would face a formidable headache. Weibo was not a bone king. He did not engage in cognitive dissonance. Seeing that both parties had exhausted their stamina and sustained injuries, Weibo signaled to who with a gesture. Surprise attack. Weibo instantly donned assassin gear and activated the Death God armor. With the Spriggan acceleration device, a black streak shot towards CP0. Iron Body. CP0 sensed the sudden assault, but was too fast to evade. He could only harden his body with haki. However, whenever Weibo attacked, it was invariably a killing strike. An alloy blade sprang from his arm, piercing CP0's chest with unparalleled sharpness. How could you breach my defense so easily? CP0 refused to believe it. Nothing special, it's simply our most lethal blade engineered by current technology. Weibo withdrew the blade. Suddenly CP0's body began to glow. Hundreds of energy spikes erupted from within. The blade is crafted from the strongest alloy available, enhanced with armament haki coupled with a plasma cutter, and finally triggers internal laser spikes to obliterate organs from the inside out. Even if Kaido, out of confidence, killing him with a heart stab. Too bad he's unapproachable. Weibo delivered a fatal blow of CP0, though a vice admiral was the weakest among them. Weibo struck through stealth and unexpected advantage. Nevertheless, this was the first truly powerful individual he had ever slain. Equipped with the strongest gear, possessing considerable combat ability, and resorting to despicable and shameless sneak attacks, Wapol prioritized efficiency, resolving the CP0 with the minimum cost possible, not giving him any chance to turn the tables, minimizing the risk of accidents. That was Drive Death, the despicable one. The treasure hunter knew the person before him was the infamous assassin from the underground black market. As he prepared to fight Wapol, a wisp of black smoke drifted past, and the treasure hunter's body froze. Sever. His limbs went limp instantly. The treasure hunter's limb tendons were severed by Hagoromo Gitsune. The cursed power rendered anyone struck by her blade completely immobile. Why not kill him directly? That is not really your style, is it? Wapol teased. A living person is far more useful. Exactly right. His men will lose their minds if they find out their boss has been taken out by us. Besides, he is the legendary treasure hunter. He must be filthy rich. Wapol grabbed him by the throat, forced his mouth open, and shoved in a special pill. You would not want to die, would you? But without the antidote, that poison will kill you within 1 day. Wapol patted his cheek. Chain fruit ability. It does not matter. Stop struggling. As long as the curse has not faded, your wounds will never heal. Wapol looked every bit the villain from a storybook. The treasure hunter resisted being controlled, but reality left him no choice. The despicable one was known throughout the black market as cold-blooded and ruthless. Given his power to instantly dispatch CP0 with a single strike, even at full strength, he might not prevail. And there was also that unervingly powerful woman to contend with. Hagoromo Gitsune wore a fox mask. To avoid being killed outright, the treasure hunter chose to cooperate with Wapol. A sensible man. He who recognizes the times is a true hero. Wapol approached the girl wearing the solid gold ring. This one looks like she will not go down easily. Wonder if she can escape. Hey, do not just say what you were thinking out loud. Wapol facepalmed. Little girl, I will not make things difficult for you. Solid gold does not belong in this world. It is being rejected by this world's will. Valpo severed her iron chains. I have heard there is a treasure here, though I do not know the exact location. Valpo handed the girl to Hagoromo Gitsun. Take her with you. And you. Hagoromo Gitsun paused. The life pod could only carry 2. I can fly, did you forget? Valpo activated his visor, which glowed an impressive red. I know about that treasure, the little girl said. Oh, you know where it is? Valpo asked. Of course. You rescued me, so I will take you there. Oruga replied. Let us go then. You have helped me, so I will help you get the treasure you want, Hagoromo Gitsun said. TCH, you want a cut of the treasure, do you not? Your organization members cannot survive on wind and stars forever. Valpo teased mercilessly at Hagoromo Gitsun. Swish. A blade flashed toward Valpo. Whoa, I was just joking. Why are you taking this seriously? Valpo backed down. Hagoromo Gitsun sheathed her blade and stopped watching Valpo's antics. Led by Oruga, the two pressed forward across the small island, but when they reached a jungle area, they were ambushed. Save our boss. Get them. Kill those two. Sikapi, whose invisible spray gave him stealth capabilities, waved his blade and commanded his numerous subordinates to attack Valpo and Hagoromo Gitsun. You handle it or me. Same thing. Valpo dropped the treasure hunter he was holding. One more step forward and his skull gets crushed. Valpo's arm transformed into an energy cannon pressing against the treasure hunter's head. His men were caught in a dilemma. Whoosh. An arrow shot toward Valpo. While he was confident his drive death armor could shrug off such an ambush, others did not share that assurance. Hagoromo Gitsun beside him flashed her blade, sending a slash that destroyed the arrow mid-air. Clang. A plain alloy bullet head fell to the ground. Damn, he actually used his own invention against himself, Valpo reflected with some irony. He had only let ordinary alloy weapons leak through the black market, gradually never imagining someone would turn them against him so quickly. Admittedly, someone of average ability paired with alloy weapons saw a significant power boost, while those already strong became even more formidable. Sanji's combat suit from his father Geats had boosted his strength dramatically. Damn it. Let our boss go. Sikapi roared. Yelling will not save him. If you do not want him dead, you will cooperate. Understood. Valpo grabbed the treasure hunter by the hair and forced him to the ground. Stop. Stop. We will listen. What do you want? Drop your weapons and sail your ship to the beach here to wait. Once we are done, we will release your boss, or we kill him outright. Understand my meaning. Valpo was playing the part of a pure villain. Sikapi did not know what to do when the treasure hunter whom Valpo had thrown to the ground spoke up. Go. Just one word. Sikapi understood his boss's nature. We are leaving. If anything happens to him, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Sikapi's group retreated to their now visible ship, shooting vicious glares at Valpo as they prepared to depart. But Valpo aimed his cannon directly at them. I hate being threatened. Cannon energy cannon. 0 generate dragon devour. The arm with the existing cannon underwent further transformation. A massive energy engine formed at the rear, while the entire arm reshaped into a giant main cannon flanked by 3 smaller ones. After locking onto Sikapi's vessel, the enormous energy cannon fired. This weapon was a new creation from the Drum Kingdom Technology Institute Weapons Development Division. The cannon's ammunition and propulsion system both drew power from an energy core, meaning each shot required lengthy cooling periods and consumed enormous amounts of energy. The colossal energy beam engulfed the vessel at incredible speed. The entire ship and everyone aboard were vaporized and erased. No. Swish. The treasure hunter's head was severed by Valpo's energy blade from his other hand. The treasure hunter's sole purpose was to lure out his accomplices. Now they can all be eliminated in one stroke. Valpo was no longer the kindly king. He was now the infamous, despicable one-drive death of the underground black market. From the moment he entered this world inside the lanternfish's stomach, he had no intention of sparing anyone. Not the CP0, not the treasure hunter's crew. The solid gold was his to claim. Warlord understood the principle of eliminating the roots very clearly, as his soul had devoured the real Warlord and inherited some dark thoughts. Warlord was searching the skies for those crew members who had luckily escaped. Although Dragon Devour possessed tremendous power, some still managed to survive. The treasure hunter had already been killed. Leaving behind these loyal subordinates would always be a threat. Strange. Even if those 2 executives died, there should be some remains left. Were they all completely annihilated? Warlord had already finished them off. The 2 severely injured minor fish were no longer a concern. Regardless, even if a few survivors slipped through, they would resent the Death Driver alias rather than Warlord himself. Warlord departed to retrieve the pure gold treasure. Beneath the water's surface within the wreckage of the treasure hunter's ship, Mr. Tanaka carried 2 unconscious individuals with critical injuries. These 2 were subordinates of the treasure hunter, Secup and Naomi. The boss is expanding his forces. Their strength would be useful. It would be a waste if they died. However, this Death Driver was peculiar. Though his power level seemed unremarkable, every strike proved lethal. This confusion troubled Mr. Tanaka, given his position as Taizal's strategist. Much like Jess, the chief of staff in the Mock Kingdom. Never mind. This vessel is sinking rapidly. We must depart from here. Mr. Tanaka had discovered a lifeboat within the ship. Being swallowed inside a fish's stomach had left him bewildered, but once freed, he would have means to contact Taizal. Having addressed all unexpected complications, Warlord and Hake followed Olga to locate the pure gold treasure. Much like the dramas depicted, this treasure required navigating through deadly traps. Yet to Warlord, these mechanisms were nothing but a joke. His armored suit pressed forward against incoming arrows, iron spikes beneath his feet, and an array of chaotic mechanisms simply shoving through everything. One door stood out, resembling a crocodile's maw. Warlord examined it briefly and immediately recognized it as the type that crushes intruders between upper and lower jaws once the door opens. Effective against ordinary folk, but he was far from ordinary. Precision explosive charges. Warlord positioned the detonation points strategically. 3, 2, 1, boom. With brute force, he dismantled the mechanism. Warlord's philosophy was straightforward, no hesitation, just push through recklessly. Watching these actions, Olga stared in bewilderment. Logically, these traps were perilous. Shouldn't one face numerous obstacles to reach the treasure? How do we end up like this? This isn't how the script goes. Wait. Shouldn't we be navigating those traps? Olga struggled to process the situation. Warlord gazed at her with the look one reserves for the intellectually challenged. Hake shared the confusion. As expected of a 2nd-century relic, this is the power of science. After hearing Warlord's words, Olga fell into thought. Her father had also been a scientist. She couldn't determine whether he still lived. Sister Hake, could you help me search for my father? If he's alive, he should still be on this island, Olga said. No problem, leave it to me. Warlord eagerly interjected. Why was he so suddenly eager to help? Because a scientist capable of refining pure gold was precisely the talent he needed. For scientists devoted to scientific research, Warlord could never have too many. A group of researchers devoted solely to science were Warlord's ideal subordinates. Wait here for a moment. Mechanical wings extended from Warlord's back as he soared into the sky. Search data appeared on his faceplate as biological information across the entire island underwent rapid calculation. The Dr. Curie research team has many scientists. This search device combined with observation hockey allows for a broader search range. So many dinosaurs here. This one seems off. Haha, right, it must be him, Miss China Kai. Warlord's principle was simple: when outmatched, retreat and survive. When superior, advance with overwhelming force. He cared not for the methods employed. All his technological equipment was developed based on this philosophy. Whatever the gear, it served its user. Without Inel or Fujitora level observation hockey, he would use technological equipment to achieve the same effect. In the forest, the Tyrannosaurus hunted for food. To the forest's creatures, this T-Rex stood as the apex deity of the food chain. However, a massive fireball descending from the sky vaporized it instantly. One fat dinosaur seems peculiar. Warlord descended directly onto the scene. Thermal imaging locked onto a dinosaur nest where several young T-Rexes stared at him in shock. Their mother, once a goddess among them, had been reduced to charcoal moments before. Hey, you fat one, come out now. Warlord pointed with his right index finger, the incineration cannon in his palm already activated. Wait, I'm coming out. A large man shed a coat crafted from dinosaur hide and cloth, revealing a wretched figure before Warlord. Damn, this guy's fatter than me. Warlord thought silently to himself. Are you Miss China Kai, you oversized one? I am. But a girl mentioned her father's appearance doesn't resemble yours at all. Olga, she's still alive. Wow, wonderful. She lives. How marvelous. The fat man wept and laughed simultaneously, behaving like a lunatic. Once you're done with your emotional display, come with me. The girl said she'll reveal the final treasure location once we find her father. Warlord deliberately tested Miss China Kai. Concerning that high-quality pure gold, Warlord already knew what to expect, merely probing the scientist's response. Pure gold. It summons misfortune. If you're referring to this giant anglerfish, then I'll tear that misfortune into shreds and blast it to dust. Warlord spoke calmly. Meanwhile, Mr. Tanaka, concealed nearby, had also overheard. He utilized the transparent fruit's power to evade Warlord's perception. Mr. Tanaka followed Warlord, seeking to understand his true capabilities. Warlord glanced sideways. You're following me. After we secure the treasure, we leave this fish's stomach. Warlord turned and walked toward the treasure location. His previous violent destruction had crushed those ancient mechanisms to rubble, yet no trace of the treasure appeared. Warlord suspected it might be concealed within a secret chamber. A trap is a type of mechanism. But after all, these mechanisms were set over 2 centuries ago. They could not even breach Wapol's battle armor defense. A massive crocodile mouth trap was triggered attempting to crush Wapol, but he pulled out 4 hydraulic jacks capable of supporting 10,000 gene and held it firm. Mishina Akai and Urjia, the father and daughter, had finally reunited. One had survived on meat for 200 years on the island, while the other had subsisted on vegetables. Despite her outward appearance as a young girl, Urjia possessed a remarkably mature mind. Yet lingering misunderstandings about her mother's death had created distance between her and her father. In truth, Dr. Mishina Akai had crafted the refined pure gold specifically to save her life. However, the terminal illness that plagued her over 2 centuries past already had a cure in Drum Kingdom. Wapol was not boasting. Drum Kingdom was the most advanced medical hub in the pirate world. Chopper Dr. Kureha's direct disciple was nothing short of a medical genius. Though constantly led astray by Gabuda, his medical expertise had advanced remarkably. Upon learning that Wapol possessed a means to treat her condition, Mishina Akai and Urgia resolved to wholeheartedly assist him in finding the treasure. The four pressed onward, and one by one Wapol dismantled every trap Mishina Akai had designed. Below lies the repository for refined pure gold Dr. Mishina Akai said. Clang, clang, clang. Wapol tapped the surface lightly. Stand back. An energy blade extended from his arm, and he began cutting into the ground. In no time, he had carved a large aperture in the ground. Let's go. Once we retrieve the pure gold, we can leave this place. Wapol leapt down. Below, the four entered a sealed chamber. A box rested on a table, and Wapol snatched it up and opened it. Radiant golden light erupted, blinding to the eyes. Hetwork. Without hesitation, Wapol swallowed it whole. Devour factory analysis. Unknown energy-infused metal. For the first time, Wapol's Devour factory skill failed to analyze a metallic substance. Special metal with unknown energy properties and components capable of stimulating cell division and enhancing vitality. The analysis continued, relentlessly breaking down its composition. Wapol's Devour factory operated at overload. Phew. This refined gold is no ordinary substance. It possesses unknown energy that promotes cell division and maintains vitality. No wonder it can slow the aging process. The lanternfish's sack is filled with unrefined pure gold. If only I could take it all. Wapol's gem core and energy gauntlets both required energy absorption and consumption. He rarely used them in combat precisely because of their enormous energy drain. Refined gold could provide immense energy. If he could transport all of it, Wapol felt confident his energy needs for the next decade would be secured. Furthermore, this refined gold possessed resistance to numerous elemental properties. When alloyed with other metals, it could enhance their overall durability and defensive attributes. You take Urgia and Dr. Mishina Akai to the life pod first. We need to exit. How do we get out? Have the fish spit us out. Wapol's plan was simple: strike the fish's stomach hard enough to force it back to the surface and regurgitate them. Since Wapol could fly, he only needed to avoid the seawater and had no need for a vessel. Get ready, and we begin. Although Wapol was greedy, the pure gold within the lanternfish was not easily obtained. This metal was extraordinarily powerful. The island-swallowing Sea King was undoubtedly a creation of the world designed specifically to destroy pure gold. This creature may have existed since the moment the metal was forged, and those vast deposits of pure gold had accumulated over countless years. If Wapol were to take everything, he might very well experience the grim fate of those who cross the Reaper. To oppose the world will. Wapol still wished to live a few more days. Regardless, he already had a substantial chunk of refined pure gold. There was no need for excessive greed. Withdraw when necessary. Do not be reckless. Wapol's mechanical arm began charging, and he delivered a devastating punch to the lanternfish's stomach. Splash. Gastric acid began flowing backward, and the life pod surged upward with the current. Wapol also launched himself into the air, ascending alongside the pod. Stomach fluid mixed with seawater as the lanternfish hit by Wapol's punch suffered severe gastric spasms. It was now swimming toward the surface, preparing to expel its contents. The current accelerated rapidly, and the fish's small tongue became visible. The enormous island swallower's mouth gaped open, and Yu piloted the life pod straight through. The moment they emerged, Yu immediately activated energy boost acceleration, escaping the lanternfish's suction range. Wapol also flew at top speed through the air, but just as he was about to exit the fish's mouth. Swish swish. Whoosh whoosh. A dozen missiles streaked toward Wapol. Damn it. The sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Ahead, a ship appeared with Mr. Tianzhong Siku and Naomei standing upon it. Naomei's arrows were fitted with standard alloy warheads enhanced with reinforced explosives. The explosion's impact failed to breach Wapol's defenses, but the force knocked him backward into the lanternfish's mouth. So it seems fate itself does not wish for me to take this pure gold out. Then you greatly underestimate me. You refuse the courtesy and invite punishment instead. I'll smash your apostle to pieces. His battle armor began to transform, shifting into its strongest defensive configuration. A gleaming golden apple materialized in Wapol's hand. This is a mini-nuclear device I crafted long ago, now infused with pure gold energy. Let this dead fish serve as its test subject. Click. Wapol activated the golden apple's trigger and hurled it toward the lanternfish's throat. World will. Don't push me too far, or I'll blow this entire planet to hell. Level 50 energy shield. Core energy absorption engaged. Impact bead shock absorption system activated. Wapol donned his gauntlets once more, and 5 gems simultaneously charged, amplifying his physical capabilities. Boom. An unparalleled spectacle of beauty. A flash of golden light, a catastrophic energy shockwave that reduced the island-consuming lanternfish's entire head to shrapnel. The pure gold energy fluctuations from the golden apple triggered resonance with the massive quantities of pure gold within the lanternfish. The resulting explosion was beyond expectation. Even Wapol had not anticipated such devastating power. The energy shield was torn apart almost instantly, and cracks began forming across his battle armor as the core absorbed energy beyond its limits. The gauntlet gems were also absorbing energy at overload. Shockwaves capable of pulverizing a person into dust in an instant were furiously drawn in by Wapol's impact absorption device. Even so, Wapol's battle armor began to collapse. His entire body started to deteriorate. Son of a bitch, Worldwell. Wapol produced an experimental active regeneration serum he had prepared earlier, a formula developed from the genetics of Hayabusa Wida Paramecia user with regeneration abilities. What side effects it might carry, Wapol had no idea. All he knew was that every pirate test subject had perished and their deaths were horrific. Might as well die fighting. Let's do this. Wapol drove the needle into his own body and injected the regeneration serum. Inject. Wapol injected the regenerative serum into his body. His flesh torn apart by scorching heat and explosive force began knitting itself back together at an astonishing rate, only to be ripped and shattered apart once more. Cycle after cycle, Wapol had no idea how long this excruciating agony would endure. Where the damage ran deepest, bone lay exposed, before his flesh surged back to life in an instant, until he finally collapsed into unconsciousness. Who once we get out, take them to Drum Kingdom. The child's illness can only be treated there. These were words Wapol had spoken earlier to who inside the belly of the great fish. Inside the meeting hall of Drum Kingdom. His Majesty the King would never come to harm. Dalton seized who by the collar. Let go of our leader. Whose subordinates immediately raised their weapons. Kill her. The officials of Drum Kingdom also moved to intervene. Just as the air grew thick with tension, a voice rang out. Enough. All of you stop. Dr. Correa's thunderous shout cut through the room. Calm yourselves. That rascal Wapol will not simply vanish. Await his return and return to your respective duties. Dr. Correa's prestige in Drum Kingdom ranked second only to Wapol's. To the common villagers, the title Mother Nurse belonged to a peculiar physician who traveled daily by sled, drawn by a reindeer soaring through the heavens. In truth, it was an aerial cable car. Yet within the upper echelons of Drum Kingdom's administration, Dr. Correa's authority surpassed even that of Jess Dalton and Cromerimon. Wapol had long ago established a clear separation of military, administrative, and judicial powers. He never doubted Dalton's loyalty, which is why he entrusted him with the most vital military command. Jess and Cromerimon, who had risen to the positions of kingdom strategist and chief administrator during the reign of Wapol's father, undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. Thus, they held the power to mobilize the security forces and oversee civil administration. Meanwhile, the department responsible for investigating corruption across the nation bore Dr. Correa's name and title, with Luobin managing operations, and was currently overseen by Sunbai and Yongshin as interim directors. Within Drum Kingdom, only two institutions fell exclusively under Wapol's direct authority: the hospital and the research institute. While Wapol was absent, the hospital was administered by Director Dr. Correa. The research institute was managed by Dr. Julie. This emergency protocol had been established by Wapol long ago, ensuring that even in his absence, Drum Kingdom could continue to function normally. His throat was parched, his voice completely gone, every inch of his body aching so severely he could not move. Where is this place? Wapol opened his eyes and gazed at the clouds drifting overhead. Sweeping his gaze around, he realized he lay upon a sandy beach. Am I still alive? Hee-haw. Cough. Want me dead? You're far too inexperienced. Wapol knew that as long as he drew breath, he would recover. He firmly raised his middle finger toward the sky. Attempting to activate his devil fruit ability to retrieve medicine and treat himself, he discovered that his powers had vanished. What's going on? Why won't it work? What is this? Wapol felt a flicker of panic. Half of his strength resided in his devil fruit ability, the other half lay within the storerooms of his Swallow factory. Without his equipment, Wapol was like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Previously, he could summon his abilities with but a thought, yet now no matter how hard he strained, he felt nothing. Phew. Is my stamina insufficient? Wapol surmised it must be due to his wretched physical condition. But if I cannot activate my abilities, I cannot retrieve medicine to heal. And if I cannot heal, I cannot recover my stamina. Without stamina, I cannot activate my abilities. This is a vicious cycle. Wapol felt that he might truly be finished. It seemed the will of the world was something he could not defy, like a mere player in a game challenging the server owner on his own turf. You bastard world will just let me die. Wapol slipped back into unconsciousness. It hurts. Wapol felt as though his skin were being peeled away. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful young woman gently cleaning his necrotic flesh. You? Who are you? Wapol asked in a raspy voice. Oh, you're awake. The girl's voice was melodious like a lark's song. Where am I? And who are you? Wapol asked. This is Osaka Island. My name is Maya, and I am the shrine maiden of this island. Maya lifted a bowl and gently raised Walpo's head, helping him sip some water. The liquid searing down his throat brought not relief, but an unusually fierce burning pain. I have added some medicinal herbs to this water. Your internal organs and throat have suffered severe damage. Rest here peacefully. This is my shrine, and also my home. Thank you. Wapol expressed his gratitude. He truly owed his survival to this young girl. Rest well. The young girl Maya carried the remaining medicinal residue and left. Wapol closed his eyes to recover his strength, knowing that restoring his power as quickly as possible was of utmost importance. A week later, Wapol lay on his bed staring blankly at the stone ceiling. For the past 2 days he had been continuously attempting to activate his abilities. As long as he could use the swallow-swallow factory technique, he would be able to retrieve medicine and healing agents to treat his wounds. He did not know whether this was a lingering consequence of using serums to withstand the explosion back then, but his injuries were healing exceedingly slowly. Maya was the village shrine maiden and possessed a certain amount of medical knowledge, but she was essentially a village healer, a far cry from the advanced medical technology of Drum Kingdom. The fact that she had preserved Walpo's life and kept him from becoming prey to wild beasts in the wilderness was something he already deeply appreciated. This was a life-saving grace, and once he recovered and returned to Drum Kingdom, he would surely repay Maya generously. You're awake. Maya approached Walpo's bedside with a basin of water and a cloth, beginning to wipe his face and body. I can do it myself. Wapol struggled to sit up, yet his grievous wounds rendered him completely incapable. Stay still, do not move about, or your wounds will tear open again, Maya said sternly. Wapol could only obediently comply and accept Maya's care. Now stripped of both his abilities and mobility, he was as helpless as an ordinary person. Every aspect of his daily existence, eating, drinking, and using the latrine, required Maya's assistance. The mere thought of being completely exposed before her, of relying on her for such intimate matters, made Wapol wish to sink into the earth. Over time, however, he had grown accustomed to it, and accepting Maya's care had become one of the few sources of comfort in his days. Secretly watching Maya's profile, Wapol felt for the first time that perhaps he should find a queen. But Maya was still quite young. In another 2 or 3 years, she would meet the standard he desired. Then again, people in the world of One Piece matured early, 18-year-old Rebecca being a prime example. Osaka Island. It was a vast island rich in resources with dense vegetation. The place where Wapol was recuperating was Maya's residence, located at the corner on the left side of the village. These days the villagers in the village also knew that Maya had saved someone. Some villagers would secretly sneak to the doorway to take a peek at Wapol. However, Wapol at this time was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, so they could not see his true appearance. The food Wapol ate consisted of fruits and vegetables that Maya gathered, as well as grain produced in the village. For Wapol, who needed a large amount of energy to recover from his injuries, it was but a drop in the bucket. But Wapol understood the principle of accumulating small things into something great. As time passed, his injuries slowly healed. After a few months, Wapol could finally get off the ground and walk, though every step exhausted him completely, yet he was gradually regaining control of his body. He often stumbled after just a few steps, much like a newborn infant learning to walk. Wapol was no longer a novelty in the village. The villagers saw the mummy-like figure wandering around every day. Having familiarized himself with the village, Wapol lamented how impoverished it was here. The food he ate had been collected door to door by Maya. He had never felt such poverty during his time at Drum Kingdom. Another major discovery was that this was actually the island where the movie, The Cursed Seventh Star Sword, was set. That demon sword appearing in the One Piece movie The Legend of the Crescent Island. The story's plot went as follows. The tragedy began on the day of the red full moon. On that ill-omened night, the 3 princes of the Osaka Kingdom simultaneously encountered a beautiful shaman, and all fell in love with her. To win the shaman's love, the 3 princes drew forth the 7th star sword, which proved their claim to the throne, and war erupted. The earth and sea wept, having absorbed the grief and resentment of countless innocent sacrifices. Thus the 7th star sword, which had absorbed the hatred and blood of countless people, summoned slaughter and destruction, transforming into a cursed demon sword. The cursed demon sword triggered wave after wave of conflict through blood sacrifices, causing the complete destruction of the Osaka Kingdom. War spread across every corner of these waters, and that beautiful sea became a world dominated by darkness. Then, to save everyone from the war, that shaman sacrificed her own life in order to erase the blood and hatred absorbed by the 7th star sword. The 3 princes, in remembrance of the shaman they deeply loved, prayed to the gods and received 3 precious gems from the pantheon of Osaka, using them to seal the power of the 7th star sword, the demon sword. However, on the night when the once every century red full moon arrived, the sealed demon sword would grow in power, and its destructive forces of slaughter and devastation would awaken, releasing its demonic energy. Wapol couldn't help but ponder, why did the energy surge from this demon sword bear such a striking resemblance to Kagaya's? Could the so-called gods of Asuka possibly be moon people? Whether it was the seventh star sword or Kagaya's curse, they were likely technological experiments created by the moon people. Even the precious gem obtained by the shaman at the end might have been some kind of technological product. Although the One Piece world is a bizarre and absurd place, at least some things have traces that can be followed. With his current poor physical condition, Wapol could only exercise his mind. Once his health improved a bit more, he could go take a look at that seventh star sword. I wonder if your seventh star sword is stronger or my magic alloy weapon. With a goal in mind, things didn't feel so dull anymore. Wapol continued with his rehabilitation training. Over the following days, Wapol began to subtly gather information about the seventh star sword among the villagers. Dealing with these villagers, Wapol secretly probed for details and eventually learned the location of the seventh star sword. Thus, having regained some mobility, Wapol slipped out secretly. Based on the intelligence analysis, that sword should be located in an ancient sacrificial ruin. Wapol pushed through the forest searching for the direction of the ruins. The forest was dense, making Wapol's search extremely difficult. Fortunately, there were no large beasts in the forest, otherwise, given Wapol's physical condition, he would have surely perished. After a rough journey of crawling and stumbling, Wapol finally saw a vast expanse of abandoned ruins. The ruins were situated on a mountain. According to the information Wapol had gathered, when pirates invaded the village, most of the elderly, weak, and sick would first evacuate to the mountain, while the able-bodied remained to fight the pirates. Humans in this world all possessed strong physical constitutions. Moreover, being located in the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates here were far more formidable than those in the Four Seas. Given his current physical condition, one careless move, and he would be done for. According to the plot I know, although the seventh star sword affects one's mentality, its cursed power can repair damage to the host's body. As long as my physical condition recovers, I have 1,000 ways to deal with this seventh star sword. Wapol naturally had his own plans. Use the seventh star sword's healing ability to restore his injuries, then effortlessly break the curse. Just as Wapol was about to explore the ruins, flames suddenly rose from the village below the mountain. What's this? Although Wapol's strength was diminished, his vision remained extraordinary. Pirates are attacking the village. Wapol knew he had to act quickly, for Maya and the villagers had shown him kindness. Dragging his weakened body, Wapol entered the ruins. Following the stone steps, Wapol came to the interior of the ruins. Gazing at the dim surroundings, he knew this seventh star sword was no ordinary artifact. A stone coffin sat in the center. Through the gap, a green light flickered faintly, as if sensing someone attempting to break its seal, becoming unusually active. Little thing. With all his strength, Wapol pushed open the stone coffin and grabbed the seventh star sword in one motion. Its entire body was green, engraved with bizarre patterns. It was a long sword different from a Japanese katana. In the world of One Piece, both swords and knives are collectively referred to as blades. Slish! Wapol sliced his palm with the sword. Blood dripped onto the blade, and a layer of seal was lifted. The seventh star sword was activated. A surge of energy burst forth from the seventh star sword and flowed directly into Wapol's body. Diabolical. This energy is ferocious, sinister, brimming with murderous desire. Realizing Wapol's poor physical condition, the power also understood that its new host was in terrible shape, so it began to repair Wapol's bodily functions. Wapol could clearly feel his stamina recovering rapidly, and his abilities were returning. After restoring his body, the seventh star sword turned around and used its massive kill energy to erode Wapol's mind. But Wapol's soul was exceptionally powerful, especially now that he had recovered his abilities. Hee little thing, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Munch-Munch Fruit ability activated. The devouring power was unleashed. If the seventh star sword's curse energy could speak, it would certainly have cursed Wapol's ancestors 18 generations deep. The script was off. Burp. I didn't expect your energy to be so immense. Wapol let out a burp. The seventh star sword in his hand grew exceptionally dim. Wapol did not devour it entirely, but instead left a portion behind. The pig-raising method. That way he could keep harvesting it endlessly. Haha, kill them all. Seize their grain, their gold, and their women. Take the children too. They can be sold for a price. The vicious pirates breached the village walls. But inside they were bitterly disappointed. The elderly, women, and children had all evacuated to the mountains beforehand. Only the able-bodied men remained to hold the line against the pirates. The village was full of strong men with excellent physiques who possessed the courage to defend their homeland. Thus the two sides clashed. In the world of One Piece, pirates are the scum of society, ignoring all rules and restraints, burning, killing, and looting as their daily routine. Moreover, pirates navigating from the Four Seas into the Grand Line, along with those native to the Grand Line itself, are far from gentlefolk. This particular pirate crew raiding the village was a comparatively large force. The ferocious and cruel pirates outnumbered the villagers and wielded superior weapons. If not for Lax, a fighter of considerable strength in the village, the able-bodied men would likely have already broken and fled. Lax stood tall and imposing, wielding a shield in one hand and a heavy blade in the other. Ordinary pirates were no match for him, and the pirate commanders could not overpower him either. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this bastard? A commander fumed. We're taking a loss on this job. If we don't bring back loot, the captain will kill us. Another commander's eyes darted around before an idea struck him. We have the numbers advantage. You take some men and pin down these young fighters. I'll lead the rest to round up the elderly women and children. They can be sold for profit. I agree. And press the village elder for information. Find out where they've hidden their valuables. The two commanders coordinated their plan and moved into action. The elderly women and children of the village had taken refuge in the mountains. But if the able-bodied defenders were wiped out, their own fate would grow ever more desperate. The sounds of battle echoed through the jungle below. Sister Maya, will the pirates capture us? The village children's eyes were filled with terror. Don't worry. With your brother Lax and the other brothers and uncles guarding the village, you'll be safe. While comforting the children, Maya's heart still trembled with unease. That fellow hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened to him? Maya worried about Valpo, the man she had rescued. At that very moment, Valpo had encountered a group of pirates in the jungle. After devouring the 7-star sword, Valpo's injuries had healed by 80%. For Maya, who had saved his life, and for those honest villagers, Valpo could not stand idle and watch them perish at the hands of vicious pirates. Returning along the same path, Valpo discovered that his arm fused with the 7-star sword could release slashing wave attacks. Cleaving a path forward with continuous slashes, he raced from the ruins toward the village. A group of people ahead. Valpo's observation hockey had already detected the pirate commander. Damn it, when I catch you. Everyone who's harmed the elderly will be executed. The children will be sold, and the women can be shared among us brothers for pleasure. The pirate commander panted as he climbed the hill, his triangular eyes scanning the dense jungle as he addressed his subordinates. It can be confirmed. You are beyond saving. Who's there? Who goes there? A voice rang out from nowhere, sending the pirates scrambling and roaring in all directions. Swoosh! A pirate's head flew through the air, the slash severing the tree behind him as well. The headless corpse thudded to the ground, truly shocking the pirate gang. The pirate lieutenant swallowed hard. How could such a powerful expert exist in a mere village? Swoosh! Another head soared into the air. Each flash of green slashing energy claimed another pirate. These brutes had considered themselves tough, yet they fell without ever laying eyes on their attacker. A nightmare that drove the gang into utter breakdown. Who's there? Show yourself. Attacking from the shadows makes no true warrior. The moment the pirate commander finished shouting, an arm was severed from his body. The other pirates suffered the same fate, their legs and limbs chopped off by the sudden barrage of slashing strikes. The surrounding trees were also cleaved apart, and then the attacker appeared. The pirate commander trembled in sheer terror as he faced the figure before him. The attacker was none other than Valpo. At this moment, Valpo's frame was emaciated and gaunt. Although he had used the 7-star sword's energy to repair his bodily injuries, his physical appearance had yet to recover. This ability is remarkably effective. Valpo glanced at his arm, and with a mere thought and a casual swing, a slashing wave erupted. By locking onto specific body parts with observation hockey, the slash would strike precisely where he willed it. Moreover, the energy consumed was minimal. After being half absorbed by Valpo, the 7-star sword had completely submitted. Wherever Valpo pointed, it struck. Valpo, a complete novice at swordsmanship, could now wield slashing waves at will, and this ignited his dream of becoming a swordsman. Who wouldn't want to be a heroic swordsman? Compared to a Japanese katana, Valpo preferred the longer blade of the 7-star sword. With a flick of his finger, a thin slashing wave severed the hand of a pirate reaching for his weapon. In this world, pirates who truly pursue freedom and harbor dreams are far too rare. Most of you are nothing but scum. No wonder Luffy and Kid were mocked by pirates after declaring their ambitions. Kid is a complete scoundrel of a pirate, and Luffy's crew are nothing but reckless beneficiaries of their father's status. Most pirates are like you, bullies who pick on the weak. You torment the defenseless to satisfy your grotesque desires. Valpo split the pirate commander vertically into two halves. The entire pirate squad was annihilated. Valpo wrinkled his nose at the stench of blood, opened his mouth, and spat a ball of fire, reducing the pirates to ashes. This world has fallen into a vicious cycle. Poor nations cannot pay the celestial dragon tax, and therefore receive no protection from the world government's member states. Pirates then attack these weak nations, creating masses of starving refugees. Some, to survive, turn to piracy themselves, preying on even more vulnerable villages and towns. This is a complete collapse from top to bottom. How have the celestial dragon's tyrannical rule not been overthrown? That they have ruled this world for over 800 years. This makes no sense. Unless the celestial dragons possess an extraordinarily powerful trump card, one capable of annihilating any rebel. No need to guess. It's probably one of the ancient weapons, or perhaps a combination of several, or even a more terrifying strategic weapon of mass destruction. Overthrowing the celestial dragons and the world government is a task for professionals like Roger. I can only care for what lies within my own reach. Valpo ceased his wandering thoughts and arrived at the village. The able-bodied villagers were still locked in bitter combat with the pirates. The pirates' superior weapons forced the villagers into defensive formations, holding on by sheer grit. Lax had already been grievously wounded by the pirates' cowardly tactics and would fall soon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With no elaborate flourish, Valpo's first strike was a direct decapitation. The released slashing waves severed pirate heads with effortless precision. The scene of beheading was naturally bloody and cruel. For most villagers, this sight was quite gruesome. The severing blows that tore human bodies apart were, of course, no less horrifying, with gore reaching extreme levels. The color of the blood combined with the dim surroundings made Wapol appear even more terrifying. No pirate escaped, all were slain by Wapol. When Wapol walked in, he realized his methods had been excessively cruel, frightening those able-bodied villagers. Lacoste, send someone up the mountain to tell the village elder to come down. The pirates have been eliminated. Stop standing around doing nothing. Put out the fires in the village houses and remove these pirates' bodies for cremation. Wapol's long experience in leadership commanded everyone's respect and compliance. All the able-bodied villagers followed his orders. After the nearby people left, Lacoste approached while clutching his wound. Thank you. You're welcome. Wapol looked gaunt at the moment, his body wrapped in bandages. Though his injuries had improved, he hadn't changed his clothes. Speaking of which, I should thank you for telling me about the legend of the 7-star sword. Huh, you didn't. Haha, I took the 7-star sword from your village. Help me thank Maya for saving my life. Wapol turned and left. As for this village, Wapol had already repaid his debt. As for Maya's kindness, he could only keep it in his heart. That's a cursed sword. You. Lacoste was extremely shocked upon hearing Wapol's response, for that 7-star sword was indeed a curse. But when he chased to the doorway, Wapol was already gone. With his body restored to over 80% and his devil fruit abilities usable again, Wapol naturally wanted to return to his own country first. He wondered if his failure to return on time had caused any unrest. The Drum Kingdom was Walpo's base for developing his territory. Standing at the small island's pier, he looked back at the village. I'll come back. Battle armor flight mode activate. But no battle armor appeared. Damn it, I forgot. The battle armor was shattered by the explosion's impact. His golden adventure had indeed suffered tremendous losses. Not only had he lost the battle armor, but his energy core was overloaded. He'd used his most powerful bomb, and he'd even administered himself an experimental potion. In the world of pirates, Walpo's current strength wasn't enough to roam the seas alone. Sometimes Wapol would wonder how great one must be to travel freely across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World all alone, like Mihawk. Having martial power alone wasn't enough. You also needed other knowledge like that of a navigator. So Wapol had no doubt that Mihawk was a genius. What should I do? If I can't fly back, I'll have to take a ship. Wapol slapped his thigh. Wasn't there a pirate ship right at the shore? But what if I don't have a navigator? Wapol was troubled again. On the shore, pacing back and forth, he was at a loss for what to do. Just as Wapol was feeling incredibly frustrated, a frail figure appeared behind him. Moi. Wapol instantly flared up and grabbed her by the throat. Maya. It turned out that Maya, unable to rest assured about Wapol, had risked going to find him, and on the way encountered a villager who had gone up the mountain to deliver news. She was a smart person. After learning that Wapol had killed all the pirates single-handedly, she understood what he wanted to do. And when she found out Wapol had taken the 7-star sword, she grew even more worried that he might be controlled by its curse. Wapol released Maya and looked at the young girl at a loss for words. Don't worry about the 7-star sword's curse. It's a bully that preys on the weak and fears the strong. As the master, it's merely a servant. Wapol said. Maya must have come to inquire about the 7-star sword. After all, she was a shrine maiden, and her mission was to suppress the sword. Thank you for saving everyone in the village. Maya bowed in gratitude. No, it should be I who thanks you. Wapol was stunned. At that moment, villagers appeared all around. Wounded, able-bodied men, elderly people, and children. Everyone looked at Wapol with gratitude. Even though Wapol was wrapped in bandages and covered in bloodstains, looking rather frightful to the villagers, he was a hero. Oh, the pirates have been eliminated, so why is everyone staring at me? Wapol felt somewhat at a loss for what to do or say. Though we don't know who you are, on behalf of everyone in the village, I thank you for your help. A hero who can suppress the 7-star sword's curse and master it must certainly possess justice in their heart. Thank you. The village elder, an old woman leaning on a cane, said tremulously. Very well, everyone should go back now. The village still needs to be rebuilt. The old woman waved her hand, dismissing the villagers. If you plan to set sail, Maya can be your navigator. After saying this, the old woman turned and left, leaving Maya and Wapol alone together. Wapol looked at the young girl before him. Sailing at sea is quite dangerous. Maya knows, though Maya has never been to sea before. Maya has studied navigator knowledge. Very well. With a beautiful companion, Wapol was naturally pleased. Having no choice, Wapol could only let Maya become his navigator. The next day, the village began rebuilding houses destroyed by the pirates, while Wapol, after stocking up on food and fresh water, set sail with Maya on the pirate ship. Pirates of the 4 seas enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain and from the Grand Line pass through Fishman Island to reach the New World. The pirates of the 4 seas are relatively weak, and the Navy's dominance is stronger there too. The pirates on the Grand Line are far more numerous compared to the Four Seas, including pirate crews capable of destroying entire towns. But the Navy on the Grand Line can still maintain order. The New World is completely a pirate's world where the Navy's influence is minimal. The pirate ship Wapol had seized wasn't large. It was a bit bigger than the Mary, but with just him and Maya aboard it still felt rather spacious. This pirate ship is really shoddy, far inferior to my warship. Wapol ate an apple while complaining and steering the helm. He and Maya had been at sea for a week, now passing several small islands where residents grew watchful upon seeing the pirate flag. Only when they spotted just 2 people coming to resupply with fresh water did the locals lower their guard, especially since Wapol paid money and purchased some goods. What Wapol bought was clothing. Even in the pirate world, certain clothing brands held prestige. Wapol found it strange how peculiar the skill tree was in this pirate world. With this new outfit, I looked considerably better as expected. Wapol glanced at Maya. She wore a fitted short-sleeve top on her upper body and sultry ultra-short shorts below her legs, round and straight. A pair of leather sandals accentuated her elegance. This was the first time Maya hadn't worn shrine maiden attire. She liked it, but felt shy. What is the boss talking about? Maya said shyly. Haha, let's go have a meal first, then set off for the next island, Wapol said. Valpor was dressed in black, his body wrapped in freshly changed bandages, wearing tactical samurai pants. Due to that great explosion and the severe injuries he had suffered, his physique was no longer overweight. Although his appearance was not handsome, his kingly aura was first class. This small town had no navy garrison, and some pirates also came here to spend money and resupply. Valpor knew there must be local underground syndicates controlling this place, otherwise the pirates would have come long ago. Most pirates were bullies who picked on the weak and feared the strong. Therefore Valpor and Maya, who were considered weak, had been targeted. When the two had previously been at a clothing store and spent generously buying clothes, they were spotted by pirates in the area. However, within the town, they could not make their move easily. The local forces would not allow them to act recklessly. But once they left the town, that was when they would strike, so they kept tailing them. Although their tracking skills were decent, nothing could escape Valpor's perception. Valpor had been worrying about running out of money, and now someone had come to him, which made him very pleased. So he led Maya deliberately toward a remote area. Alright, I'm done pretending. Stop following us stealthily, Valpor said, turning his head. The pirates behind him, realizing they had been discovered, simply stepped out openly. Valpor sized up the pirates. They were strong and muscular men, clearly no good sort. Since you managed to spot us, you seem to have some skill. But with so many of us, and you having to protect that girl, can you handle it? I suggest you hand over your valuables to us in exchange for your safety. The leader only wanted money. Oh, that's awkward. A man cannot say no to that. Valpor's expression suddenly turned fierce. His favorite thing was robbing robbers. You asked for it then. Attack. The pirates surged forward, ready to teach Valpor a lesson. However, even without armor or technology gear, Valpor still had the 7-star sword. Using just his martial arts and physical prowess, he completely overpowered the pirates. One punch shattered a pirate's ribs, and a single kick broke another's leg bone. The pirates were not killed by Valpor. They were all brutally beaten and left paralyzed on the ground. Why you? You're done for. I warn you, our boss will not spare you. The pirate lieutenant, a grown man, was nearly in tears. Oh really? Crack. Valpor snapped his finger. He never showed mercy to pirates. What's your boss's name? Valpor asked. I'll tell you, it'll scare you. Fire Fist Ace. Ever heard of him? My. Valpor was somewhat surprised to hear that name. By his calculations, Ace had indeed been at sea for some time. Were these really Ace's subordinates? Unlikely. These guys were beneath him. Valpor was a bit puzzled. I'm being generous by not killing you. Take me to see your boss. No need for idle words. He would just go and see for himself. The town had a harbor where incoming and outgoing ships docked. At the harbor, Valpor curiously observed that he did not recognize most of the pirate flags. It showed there were no major pirates here. Where's your boss? Valpor asked, gripping the pirate lieutenant's neck. Seeing Valpor's fierce and cold gaze and feeling the pressure on his neck, he had no doubt that failing to answer would mean immediate death. Actually, he was unlucky. He was sailing smoothly until they capsized a small boat, and the owner demanded compensation. As pirates, losing face by paying was unthinkable, so they fought, but were wiped out entirely. The man was poor, yet he stole their pirate ship and forced them to surrender as his subordinates. What made them most furious was passing through a village filled with elderly and children. That damn man had actually distributed all their provisions away. Damn it, they were pirates. To buy food and supplies they came to this town, but with no money they could only resort to robbery. They ended up punching a steel wall. But this worked out fine. They could let this guy and that bastard who smashed ships with flame fists destroy each other. The pirate lieutenant secretly plotted, preparing to have Valpor and Ace weaken each other. Boss, we've been attacked. The guy put on a movie star performance. Upon seeing Ace, he burst into tears and laid false accusations against Valpor. Valpor merely observed Ace silently. Ace was a character with strong personality traits. Valpor recalled the plot. He was the sworn brother of Sabo and Monkey D. Luffy. Born Gold. Ace, he was actually the posthumous son of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Hating his father deeply, he took his mother Port D. Rouge's surname upon growing up. He was a Logia user of the Mara Mara, Nomi nicknamed Fire Fist with immense power. At 17, he set sail with the goal of becoming the Pirate King, founded the Spade Pirates, and gained fame. He was once invited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. After being defeated by Whitebeard, he was won over by his charisma and became captain of the 2nd Division in the Whitebeard Pirates. He was later defeated by Blackbeard and imprisoned and impelled down by the Navy, becoming the catalyst for the Marineford War. During the war, he protected Luffy by blocking Akainu's magma fist, dying from his injuries. Before passing, he understood the meaning of his existence and died with a smile. He was a tragic figure, having had personality issues since childhood with no guidance. The Great Pirate Era in Valper's view was not truly started by Roger. Roger merely accelerated it. The world nobles' corrupt rule from top to bottom forced more and more people to become pirates just to survive. These pirates were too weak to attack strong nations, so they preyed on weak countries. The civilians of those plundered nations could not survive, and some turned to piracy themselves to rob others. So even without the one-piece treasure, the age of universal piracy would have inevitably arrived. Roger simply brought this era forward. The emergence of the Great Pirate Era caused an explosive growth in pirate numbers, overwhelming the Navy. Since most pirates plundered for sport, the lives of common people grew even harder. They lacked political understanding, knowing only that a pirate named Roger had triggered this increase in piracy. Thus, when young Ace asked what kind of person Roger was, people only spoke ill of him. Without Luffy, Ace's childhood might have similarly darkened, making him someone like Doflamingo. Just as Law would have surely gone down a dark path had he never met Corazon. Valpor watched the boy in front of him, a freckled-faced, bare-chested, wearing a sun hat, and wondered what he would do. Warbwa curiously studied AIC, just as AIC was studying him in return. AIC too was curious about who this ordinary-looking fellow wrapped head to toe in bandages could be. "Why did you attack my subordinates?" AIC asked. "Oh, if your men are only this weak, what does it matter if I struck them?" Warbwa said arrogantly. AIC frowned, wondering if the man before him was deliberately provoking trouble. AIC was young and headstrong at this time, having only recently set sail. This was before he joined the Baihu Z Pirates and became captain of the 2nd Division. Prodded by Warbwa's words, AIC felt a spark of irritation. "You're crossing the line, aren't you? I've already beaten your men, and your cargo is mine now." Warbwa was eager to see what level AIC's strength was at. However, Warbwa's behavior left Maya watching in utter confusion from the sidelines. "Maya, stay back." After saying that, Warbwa instantly moved at high speed and attacked AIC. Although AIC was young, his strength was not weak. The moment Warbwa disappeared, AIC began to track his movements. He instantly raised his right arm, holding it vertically across his chest, blocking Warbwa's surprise attack. AIC was furious. Why was this bandaged man attacking without even giving him a chance to explain? A pirate hesitating. "Do you think you're not dying fast enough?" Warbwa delivered a sweeping kick to AIC's waist, sending him flying. AIC crashed directly into the rocky breakwater of the pier. "Cough, cough. You bastard." AIC stood up from among the stones. With jet black hair, an average complexion, and a tattoo of ASC on his left arm. The S was crossed out, a letter not belonging to his name added to commemorate another sworn brother, Sabo. It also meant taking care of his little brother on behalf of Sabo, as among the three, only Sabo had known proper manners and etiquette. After Sabo went missing, AIC had adopted his gentle and courteous side. He had originally thought the pirates he subdued had caused trouble, and seeing Warbwa's accusations, he wanted to explain. But Warbwa's sudden unprovoked attack made it clear that a fight was unavoidable. Since believing Sabo had died, AIC's personality had changed considerably. Whenever he accidentally disturbed others, or whenever Luffy caused trouble, he would proactively apologize. He even personally wiped his utensils clean with a napkin after finishing his meals. From this, it was evident that he placed great importance on etiquette. But some of his behaviors also showed the D family's consistent eccentricity. He would finish meals at any restaurant without paying and sneak away. Warbwa was deliberately provoking a fight. After all, AIC was still a novice at this point, and it would be unacceptable for Warbwa not to test his capabilities. This is a popular character. Pounding him up should feel pretty good, Warbwa thought with malicious delight. "You're really a weird guy." AIC prepared to fight Warbwa seriously. At this point, AIC primarily relied on his devil fruit power. In terms of hand-to-hand combat and hockey, AIC had no advantage. He could not yet skillfully wield Conqueror's hockey, nor could he use armament or observation hockey. However, AIC was doing quite well in developing his devil fruit abilities. It had to be admitted that the Xiao Xiao fruit was powerful. Warbwa's decision to fight AIC now also exploited a time gap. AIC possessed Conqueror's hockey, which he had once displayed in his childhood when saving Luffy. He also possessed armament hockey, as mentioned in the official novel depicting AIC's life, written by Oda himself to commemorate the 20th anniversary of One Piece's serialization. During his battle against Vice Admiral Duo Luo, AIC's Xiao Xiao fruit powers proved completely ineffective against Duo Luo's haki, forcing him to grow through hardship and master haki. But at this time AIC clearly had not yet learned to wield haki. Fire gun. As expected, AIC launched his attack using his devil fruit ability. Using his index and middle fingers of both hands like a gun pointing at his opponent, he then fired continuous small flames from his fingertips. The power was like that of a pistol. Wapol remained calm. Although he no longer had his armor and couldn't use the energy gem gauntlets, his belly storage still contained many items capable of countering fire. Impact absorption shield. Wapol had crafted this defensive equipment earlier using his Devour factory skill while on his ship. Without his armor and energy shield, Wapol felt quite insecure. So he used the materials impact shell times 3 plus special adhesive alloy, plus Wapol alloy, plus energy stone, forging the impact absorption shield, thus crafting a defensive weapon. The impact shells absorbed physical force while the energy stones absorbed the light and heat of energy. Wapol still had some energy stones remaining, but the gem core, having absorbed a massive amount of pure gold energy during the Great Explosion, remained in an overloaded saturated state and unusable. He could only resolve this by finding the kitsune in feather garb and releasing some of the energy into the necklace core. These were solutions Wapol had thought of during his days sailing at sea. His Void Rift space cave was also unusable. Everything had to wait until he returned to Cigu Wangua to plan further. The flames from AIC's fire gun struck the shield and were completely absorbed. What is this thing? AIC frowned, realizing things were about to get complicated. After setting sail, he had indeed discovered his weakness. His physical combat skills were relatively weaker compared to his devil fruit abilities. Although passable, it was far short of that old grump. It wasn't until he grew up that AIC realized how unfathomably deep Kapu's strength truly was. The years of combat experience had transformed Wapol from a mere newcomer to the pirate world. After blocking AIC's attack, he immediately closed the distance and engaged in close-quarters combat. With no choice, AIC had to exchange blows with Wapol physically first, then find a way to create distance, and end the fight using his devil fruit abilities. However, AIC had not anticipated that once Wapol closed in, he would cling to him relentlessly, preventing any chance to create distance. A direct close combat grapple. Then Wapol and AIC exchanged fists and kicks. But Wapol secretly employed armament haki, making AIC's elementized body unable to dodge effectively, and proceeded to beat him mercilessly. This was also AIC's first time discovering that his devil fruit elemental form could be interrupted and that physical attacks could actually connect. Wapol unleashed a barrage of lion combo kicks, leaving AIC dizzy. Even without using his full power, AIC was thoroughly dazed, though he still had backup plans. Just as AIC was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, Wapol suddenly stopped. Kid, act like a kid. If you don't train properly, this is the Iron Fist of Love. Wapol turned and left. The thrill of throwing a beat down and walking away, so exhilarating. If they kept fighting, it might escalate beyond control. The Iron Fist of Love. Love? Wait. AIC remembered something and called out to Wapol. Are you someone that old man sent? This world isn't that simple. You can't even use haki yet. You're too weak. Wapol didn't look back, quickly departing with Maya. If AIC had fully recovered, they might have fought again. Bullying the newly seafaring Ace was enough to satisfy Valbo's small petty whim. After some probing, he found that Ace was indeed just as gentle and well-mannered as depicted in the original story. It was all due to the influence of the child of the world, Luffy. Valbo returned to the ship laden with bags and left the town with Maya to continue their voyage. A month later. Maya, can the ship hold? No, the storm is too fierce. The keel is about to break. Damn heavens. Valbo did everything he could, threw off a large amount of supplies and grabbed Maya around the waist. I can't swim, Maya, I'm counting on you. Valbo said this and produced a diving suit with warmth and protection, helping Maya put it on. At the moment the ship shattered, the two jumped into the sea. Burp. Vomit. Spew. On the beach of an uninhabited island, Valbo had the water from his stomach squeezed out by Maya. Half-conscious, he opened his eyes, and seeing Maya nearby, relaxed his guard. Where is this? An uninhabited island. Is there fresh water and food? Yes, but very little. As long as it's enough for you. Valbo shook his head to clear it. As long as he could use his abilities, making a simple boat was no problem. Maya, do you know my identity? Valbo asked. No. Even if you don't know, you still sailed with me. Anyway, you're not a bad person. Haha, the definition of good and bad people is not that simple. Let me tell you, I am a king. Oh, a king. Maya was so surprised her face made a funny expression. The place we're going to is my country. Of course I can't reveal this identity. My current identity is the commander of the White Iron Mercenary Group, Valbo said. Hearing so many titles from Valbo, Maya was already stunned. Girl, stop spacing out. There's more than just us three on this island. Valbo used observation haki and sensed someone peeking nearby. Hess, sneaky. Valbo raised his hand and fired. Bang. The bullet's kinetic energy snapped a tree in half. If you don't come out now, it won't just be a tree that breaks. Valbo warned. Hey, don't shoot yet. Do you have any food? Only then did a bare-chested sunny young man, a wild person, step out. Ace, how are you here? That's right here. Ace showed a row of white teeth. Gurgle gurgle, Ace's stomach growled. Here you go. Seeing this, Valbo threw him a big flatbread. Thank you very much. Arigato. Ace couldn't wait and took a big bite. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you to death? Valbo asked. Poison me? I'm not worth anything, and I'd just be wasting your poison. Not necessarily. As the posthumous child of the pirate king Roger, your value is enormous, Valbo said with interest. Ace's face stiffened, but in an instant he started chuckling foolishly. What are you talking about? How could I be Roger's son? Don't be ridiculous. Monkey D. Luffy's sworn brother. Born as Gold. Ace, he is actually the posthumous child of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Growing up he came to deeply despise his father. Therefore he changed his surname to his mother Portcast D. Rouges. Valbo gestured indicating that Maya should stay away. He was testing Ace to see how he would respond. Who exactly are you? The old man couldn't have told you these things. Ace's fists began to flare with fire as killing intent surfaced. He had sworn brotherhood with Sabo and Luffy, and apart from the old man, an ant no outsider could possibly know. Bang! Ace attacked Valbo instantly with murderous intent. Sabo is not dead. Phew. Ace's flaming fist stopped inches from Valbo's forehead. What did you say? Sabo is alive. You're not lying to me. Ace said excitedly. Sigh, young people are so easy to fool. Valbo took advantage of Ace's distraction, immediately locking him with sea stone handcuffs and punching him in the stomach. Cough, you bastard. Ace was knocked down in pain. You have flaws all over your body. Valbo shook his head. Like many fans, he didn't want to see Ace die, but interfering with the world line would be punished by the will of the world. After some probing, he found that the newly seafaring Ace was pitifully naive. Although he had absolute intelligence advantages, Ace was extremely weak in psychological warfare. No wonder he lost to the deeply scheming Blackbeard, and was provoked into losing his sanity by Akainu's few words. On this desolate island there are only the three of us, and Maya can't hear our conversation. So rest assured no one knows your background. In this world apart from Grandpa Garb, only I know clearly. You need to know that on this vast sea various cunning people roam around. With your intelligence you'd be devoured without even leaving crumbs. Valbo unlocked Ace's handcuffs. You guy? Why do you have to lecture me every time I see you? Ace punched Valbo in the face. Don't lecture me like that stinky old man. Bakayuru. And you need to explain the Sabo matter to me clearly. Get lost. Ace grabbed Valbo's collar. Cough cough, after you punch me we're even. Valbo grinned. Damn it. Who exactly are you? Inside, Ace was actually unsettled because he felt he had no secrets from him and he understood him very well. This was the first time since Ace set sail that his scalp tingled. No comment. Valbo looked like he was asking for a beating. He kicked Ace away. You can't even use Haki relying solely on your devil fruit ability. How far can you go? Just now Valbo had used armament Haki. You bastard. From the first time I saw you you've been nagging. Who do you think you are? Fire Fist. TCH free energy. Valbo knew that making friends wasn't that simple. Anyone can be an ordinary friend, but a friend you can entrust your life to is rare. For Ace, first he needed to defeat him. Previously, when they met in the town, sparring with Ace was just to satisfy his own wish. But meeting again on this small island, Valbo truly didn't want Ace to die in the Marineford War as before. At least when facing Blackbeard and Akainu he wouldn't lose his mind. Perhaps this is heaven's will. After absorbing the energy of the Fire Fist, Valbo beat Ace up again. Ace, who couldn't use Haki, was inferior to Valbo in physical combat. And the flame damage from his devil fruit ability couldn't hurt Valbo either. So the two kept fighting until dark. Hey, I'm hungry, give me a flatbread. Ace said with a swollen face. No. Don't be so stingy, I'll trade you roasted meat. Where did you get the meat from? I just asked Miss Maya. Maya. Valbo looked at Maya. Maya showed a kind smile. If there were gods in this world, Wapol was among their most devout believers. After all, his own transmigration was proof enough of mysteries beyond comprehension. Yet he held the Tenryubito, those self-proclaimed descendants of the gods, in utter contempt. He possessed an omniscient god's eye perspective, knowing the secrets and fates of certain individuals as though they were laid bare before him. This was his sole edge over the world. Wapol turned his gaze toward Ace. I am Wapol. 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 King of the Kingdom of Drum. Ace nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. I have my channels for gathering intelligence. Your sworn brother Sabo is alive. After being severely wounded by Tenryubito artillery and losing his memory, he was fortunately rescued by Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He now serves among their ranks. He is truly alive. Thank goodness. Ace harbored no doubts about Wapol. Since the moment he had encountered this peculiar stranger, an inexplicable feeling had taken root, an intuition that Wapol would never harm him. Oh, by the way, the full name of the Revolutionary Army's leader is Monkey D. Dragon. He is Garp's son and your sworn brother Luffy's father. What a... Ace felt as though his mind could barely process the revelation. So you can set your worries at rest. Sabo serves under Luffy's father. He faces no danger. Wapol poured out a torrent of information to Ace, for he truly hoped Ace's fate might be rewritten. At this point he had already been cast aside by the will of this world, so what did he have left to lose? He had already torn off the mask of civility. Wapol would defy heaven itself. He and Ace ate and spoke together, and Ace's mind became brimming with a flood of revelations. Ace knew he ought not trust so readily a man he had met only twice, yet something deep within him whispered that this man would never deceive him. Moreover, he now knew the man's true identity, king of the kingdom of Drum. The kingdom of Drum enjoyed great renown across the world. Those unfamiliar with its true circumstances knew it as a nation of healing. Those who understood the reality knew the kingdom of Drum was a powerhouse in medicine, finance, industry, and military might. Walpole's ambition was to make the kingdom of Drum the strongest nation in the world before the Summit War. The greater its power grew, the more the Tenryubito and the world government would regard it with fear. Yet if it ever threatened their rule, they would move swiftly to crush it. But by the time the kingdom of Drum grew so mighty that the world government would have to sacrifice everything just to strike at it, it would already be too late. Only when one could stand strong enough to speak defiance to the world government. That was Walpole's true goal. And what he needed to do now was lay a solid foundation. Whether it was Ace or Sabo, they were both pieces on his board. By forging a bond with Ace, he could then reach the Revolutionary Army through Luffy and Sabo. The course of this world would inevitably see the Tenryubito brought down from their divine pedestal, with new powers rising to take their place. Thus he would learn from Doflamingo, and spread his influence far and wide. If the world government discovered the kingdom of Drum's ascent, they would surely watch from the shadows with suspicion. Therefore everything Walpole did was deliberate and purposeful. Having lived 2 lives, his heart was no longer that of a naive child. What Walpole sought was for himself and his faction to grow stronger gradually until they attained true freedom. From the trembling fear that had gripped him upon first entering the pirate world to the ruthlessness that now defined him, Walpole glanced at Ace and sighed. At the Summit War, if Ace had not been broken by Akainu's words, he could have escaped with his life. Even if he had faltered for a moment and been pressed into retreat by Akainu, the Marine Admiral would still have needed considerable effort to claim him. And when Luffy happened to be completely exhausted and unable to move, it gave Akainu the opening he needed. If Luffy had not been drained of strength, capturing him would have taken Akainu far longer. Thus Ace's death was simply the arrangement of this world's will, the so-called fate. Now that Walpole was defying heaven itself, he had no reservations left. His very existence was an anomaly that this world rejected. With his foreknowledge, Walpole was already a god when it came to intelligence. Phew, it's the 8th day on this island, and I've finally had a proper meal. Ace licked his lips. This meal costs 10 million belly. Pay up. Walpole extended his hand. Huh, weren't you treating me? Ace stared in utter bewilderment. Maya snickered beside them. Watching Walpole swindle Ace was too amusing to resist. You've been on this island for 8 days and haven't built a raft to sail away. I did build one. It capsized. Ace wore an expression of helpless resignation. After all, the Grand Line was far more treacherous than the 4 seas. Ordinary rafts simply could not withstand such storms. Can you build a ship, eh? Walpole asked. No. Ace scratched his head. Walpole glanced at Maya, who shook her head in turn. I can use my abilities to create materials, and Ace can use his flames for fusion and welding. But none of us understands ship design. Walpole pondered the matter. Hey, someone's floating toward us again. Ace pointed at the sea. Walpole took a look. The newcomer was none other than Ace's future first mate, Masked Deus, the physician of the Spade Pirates. Ace's first crewman who had crossed paths with him on this desolate island. His name, strikingly similar to Ace, had been given on the spot by Ace. He came from a wealthy family, both parents were doctors, and he had once been a medical student himself. He always wore a mask. His dream was to write an extraordinary ocean adventure novel. Though not particularly strong in combat, he was a true polymath with a wealth of practical skills. This guy has swallowed quite a lot of seawater. Ace began pressing on his abdomen to perform rescue efforts. For someone whose intentions remain unclear, do you still wish to save him? Walpole tested him. Save him first, we'll worry later. Ace answered without hesitation. Stand aside. Walpole stepped forward. He struck a single punch straight into Masked Deus's stomach. The seawater was forced right out. Did that actually work? Ace stood frozen in bewilderment. Masked Deus slowly opened his eyes. Earlier his ship had been shattered by the storm, and he had sunk beneath the waves. Am I dead? No. Walpole answered coldly. It sent Masked Deus shivering. What is your name? What do you do? Walpole pressed. Masked Deus was reluctant to reveal his identity. But Walpole delivered a swift kick to his abdomen without warning. I do not wish to repeat myself. Walpole locked eyes with Masked Deus. Ace had never witnessed such an interrogative approach. Let me handle this. Ace did not wish to harm the newcomer. Haha, greetings. Have you suffered a shipwreck as well? Are you a pirate? We are pirates after all. Ace smiled. There was no denying it. With the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace's smile was genuinely radiant. Compared to the brooding boy he had once been, the man before them was unrecognizable. Facing Ace was far more inviting than facing Walpole, so Masked Deus answered some of Ace's questions. Valpo already knew the background of the newcomer on the island. So Valpo deliberately put on a cold demeanor. Ace had his own methods for forging friendships. Through sheer thick-skinned persistence, he managed to temporarily recruit Munch-Munch Fruit into his newly formed Spade Pirates. After gathering the island's limited food and water supplies, everyone began constructing a raft. "We can't build a ship. There isn't enough time, and the food won't last until we finish building one," Munch-Munch said. "Building a raft is the best option. As long as we can reach an inhabited town, we can buy a ship," Ace said happily. "Do you have money?" Wapol said speechlessly. "No. Then what's the point of buying one? Just find a pirate crew, kill all the pirates, and take their ship," Wapol said ruthlessly. Ace and Munch scratched their heads. Ace had just set sail, and Munch wasn't cut out for being a ruthless pirate anyway. "Maya, have you checked the currents in the nearby waters?" "How is it?" Wapol asked. "The nearby currents are quite steady, but there's a whirlpool current we need to be careful about. We need to break through near that whirlpool after entering the water. Can't we avoid it?" "No, there are reefs everywhere else except that area." "All right, let's start building the raft." Wapol began directing. He would make the raft's components himself, including the engine, since Wapol remembered Ace had fire abilities, so he could just use Ace as the energy source. Munch was responsible for assembling the vessels, piecing each component together into a raft resembling a speedboat. This was the miraculous power of the Devil Fruit. With 2 ability users, leaving this uninhabited island would be easy. The raft was launched, and the 4 loaded their food and water before boarding. Ace ignite and start. Wapol wasn't worried about falling into the sea. After all, he often visited research facilities and understood some engineering knowledge. This raft speedboat might capsize in the New World, but it should be fine in the earlier part of the Grand Line. Ace drove it with his fire abilities, and the raft shot forward with a whoosh. Reduce fire, steer left to avoid the whirlpool ahead. Wapol saw the whirlpool on the sea surface. However, things went beyond Wapol's expectations. When Ace turned the helm, it stopped working. "Damn, it's broken." Ace looked completely confused. Wapol's heart skipped a beat. The inevitable had finally arrived. Bad luck, misfortune, it seemed he couldn't escape it. The raft sped toward the whirlpool, and all 4 had grim expressions. "Hold on. The whirlpool isn't a dead end. Charge it." Wapol had always been defying the world and fate. If there were a fortune teller, they would say, "Your forehead is dark and disaster is imminent." The world's trajectory was correcting the disruption Wapol had caused. The 4 along with the raft crashed into the whirlpool together. Wow. The raft sucked into the whirlpool, didn't sink to the ocean floor, but instead surged forward at incredible speed, though nobody knew where it would lead. The whirlpool formed a cylindrical hollow current beneath the sea with air in the center, and the raft navigated along it. It was like an underground tunnel, except it was at the bottom of the ocean. "Oh, Aya!" Ace shouted excitedly. Munch, on the other hand, kept his eyes shut in terror, daring not to open them. Though Maya was afraid, as the only navigator, she gripped the railing and carefully observed the current, analyzing its movements. Wapol's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was thrilled, for this underwater current was the highway of the pirate world. Yet this high-speed route was dangerous, requiring the most skilled helmsman and navigator. Ace and Maya both met the standards, so the raft didn't capsize. "I just wonder where this ends up leading." That was Wapol's only concern. If they ended up at Marine headquarters, they'd be finished. After all, at their current level, any admiral could crush them in one stroke. There were many types of whirlpool currents. Some sank to the ocean floor, others shot up into the skies. But every one had 2 openings, an exit and an entrance. Some whirlpool currents were long, others short. Wapol glanced around and knew this was a relatively long one. Ace beside him was thrilled and elated. Just like Luffy, a fellow enthusiast of oceanic adventures. Maya was sailing to sea for the first time and felt very nervous about the situation. After his initial panic subsided, Munch had come to terms with it and even developed a desire to write a novel. Among the 4 on the raft, only Wapol appeared the most composed, but inside, he was panicking. Ever since obtaining the Golden Heart and a large amount of pure gold energy, he had been plagued by misfortune. His luck must have dropped below 0. In fact, there were many in the One Piece world who believed in fate. For example, the supernova Hawkins years later, and Van Augur, the sniper and officer of the Blackbeard Pirates. So the pirate world was full of wonders where nothing was impossible. Just like how the Fishman Island King had children with the Queen. And how Whitebeard and Jean had the 2nd generation of Whitebeard. All unsolved mysteries. Wapol closed his eyes, indulging in gossip. Meanwhile, Ace steered the helm while lost in his own thoughts. The King of Drum Kingdom. He had seen him in newspapers, but the man before him bore no resemblance to those images, as if they were 2 different people. This man, full of danger and secrets, could recount every experience from Ace's childhood to the present, even revealing things Ace himself didn't know. "Don't get any ideas about me, focus on steering." Wapol's observation. Haki sensed Ace's expression and guessed the boy was drifting off. "Once we exit the whirlpool current and reach the nearby island, we'll go our separate ways," Wapol said. He planned to tell Ace about Sabo's news and give him a lesson, hoping to alter his fate. "The exit is ahead." Maya, who had been observing the current for hours, suddenly spoke. As expected, the current began to shift and accelerate, and the raft was on the verge of falling apart. "Damn, hold on." Munch swore. As the violent rotation and shaking intensified, all four clung tightly to the raft swept along by the current. Drum Kingdom. In Valpo's absence, Drum Kingdom remained unchanged. But Valpo's subordinates were exceptionally anxious, because Valpo's brother had returned. A user of the fungal fruit, a mushroom man, Wapol White Iron, who like Valpo harbored great ambition and had been exiled to the Land of Fire by the previous king. When mentioning the Land of Fire, one would think of Duke Bok, the Fire Joy, a man who through ambition and cunning defeated numerous rivals in the Land of Fire and married the princess. Once the old king passed away, he would become the new ruler. After returning from the World Government Summit to the Land of Fire, Duke Bok had already become the de facto ruler of the kingdom. As the Drum Kingdom grew ever more powerful, Duke Bok's attempts at revenge against Wapol grew increasingly difficult. However, his cunning advisor proposed a clever scheme: send back Maharu, Walpol's elder brother who had been exiled to the Land of Fire for many years, like a piece of refuse meant to disgust him. Merely repulsing Wapol with this scheme would bring Duke Bok considerable satisfaction. Thus Duke Bok ordered his subordinates to retrieve Maharu, who had been cast upon the flaming mountain in the Land of Fire. Since Maharu was the ability user of the Munch-Munch Fruit, every time his desire for destruction surfaced, he would release massive quantities of spores. The countermeasures against such spores were fire and wind. Therefore Maharu had been exiled to the flaming mountain. And with his return and Duke Bok's ambitions, a sinister conspiracy was born. Upon the vast expanse of ocean, a fishing boat was casting its nets. This was the coastal waters near the Land of Fire. The elderly fisherman threw his net into the sea and began hauling it in. Suddenly the sea surface began to change, the current starting to swirl violently. The old man hurriedly steered his fishing boat away from the area. With a tremendous splash, a group of people was ejected from the sea along with the current. A boat. Everyone get aboard. And so 4 additional souls appeared on the old fisherman's boat. These were our Wapol and his companions. After enduring the thrilling and harrowing roller coaster of sea currents, the 4 finally found themselves aboard a safe vessel. "You, sir, may I ask your name?" A struck up a conversation. "Who are you people?" the old man asked. "Oh, we are pirates." "Oh, you're pirates?" "Yes, that's right, we are pirates." Ace had frightened the old man into trembling. In the end, Maya stepped forward to defuse the situation, preventing the elder from potentially dying of fright. "We mean no harm. May I ask what waters this is, how far the nearest island is from here, and could you possibly ferry us there?" Maya, being a shrine maiden by nature, calmed the old man's anxious spirit and extracted all the information they needed. Ace awkwardly scratched his head, feeling guilty about his blunt behavior. The group found themselves at the boundary waters of the Land of Fire, with the nearest island approximately 2 hours away by boat. Wapol knew the Land of Fire quite well. From the time of his late father, the Drum Kingdom had maintained friendly relations with the current elderly king of the Land of Fire. His elder brother Maharu had been exiled here. Wapol also pitted his late father, for both sons were worthless, one worse than the other. Maharu, exiled to the Land of Fire, had launched spore bombs at the citizens during the king's absence at the World Government Summit, causing numerous deaths and injuries. Consequently, he was exiled by the elderly king. Otherwise, the throne of the Drum Kingdom might not have passed to Wapol after all. However, in the original story, Wapol himself was also a scoundrel. Upon arriving at the Land of Fire, besides recalling his worthless elder brother, Wapol could only think of Duke Bok. Duke Bok was indeed persistent, repeatedly suffering defeats at Walpol's hands each time he attempted retaliation. Wapol had no intelligence on the Land of Fire. After all, this nation was merely a clue, less important than a side storyline. The Land of Fire. I wonder if there's a hidden leaf village here, haha. Wapol tilted his head thoughtfully. The Land of Fire was not as prosperous as he had imagined. The houses of townspeople around them were even more dilapidated than those in Alabasta. It seemed the living standards of the Land of Fire citizens still had room for improvement. Such was Walpol's impression while walking through the streets of the Land of Fire. Few the fire elements here are so thick. As a user of the Mara Mara, Nomi Ace felt quite comfortable in the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Dis and Maya found the heat somewhat unbearable. As for Wapol, his physical constitution could easily withstand the conditions. After being ferried to the dock by the old man, the group arrived at this town. Wapol carefully observed the environment of the Land of Fire. The region was rich in fire crystals, a type of ore that contained thermal energy. Wapol had previously wanted to import some of this ore, but after defeating Duke Bok, the Duke had forbidden the sale of fire crystals to the Drum Kingdom. Who would have thought that that pathetic waste would become the heir to the throne? Is there really no one left in the Land of Fire? Wapol found this hard to believe. Even a relatively weak nation has its value. Moreover, the military strength of the Land of Fire was truly mediocre. Of course, this was judged in comparison to the Drum Kingdom. The soldiers of the Land of Fire were well equipped, and their elite warriors all mastered fire attribute sword techniques. Ordinary pirate crews would not dare to target the Land of Fire. Truth be told, although the living conditions of the Land of Fire's citizens were far inferior to those of the Drum Kingdom, within the One Piece world, it was still considered a decent nation. Why do so many people willingly reside in Tado Land, even at the cost of their lifespan? Because Tato land under Big Mom is truly luxurious. Buildings made of edible materials, seas filled with drinks. There truly was a sense of paradise. Upon reflection, although the citizens of Tato land paid taxes in years of their lives, they genuinely enjoyed the treatment befitting them. Walking and observing along the way, Wapol came to understand the state of the land of fire. It was neither outstanding nor entirely lacking. Hey Ace, how can you have eaten so much? Wapol glanced at the dining table where a towering pile of plates stood. Burp, these foods have such a wonderful fiery flavor. So delicious. Ace rubbed his round full belly. Let me tell you something. I don't have enough money. You can stay behind and wash dishes to pay off your debt. Wapol grabbed Maya and slipped away. Ace and Dis were utterly bewildered. Especially Ace, who had been eating without paying since childhood, naturally knew exactly what to do and dashed out after them. Dis was ultimately a step too slow, and the waiter noticed something amiss. Someone's dining and dashing. With the waiter's shriek, more than a dozen burly chefs came storming out of the kitchen brandishing cleavers. Dis brought up the rear. He saw over a dozen chefs pursuing them with deadly determination. Dis was terrified as cleavers whistled past his body. Passing by an alley entrance, he was suddenly grabbed and pulled inside by a hand. Ace! Shoo! In the alley, Ace pulled Dis into hiding. Only after the chefs had moved far away did they breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, Wapol, Ace cursed. Ahem, Captain, it's true that you ate far too much. Dis struck directly at Ace's vulnerable point. Well, I'll be more mindful next time, Ace said, scratching his head. Captain, haven't you noticed anything strange about this land of fire? Strange? Yes, I observe carefully. The residents here should theoretically enjoy a decent standard of living, yet why are they unhappy? Really? Ace truly had not noticed. Because of the minerals. Wapol and Maya appeared at the alley entrance. You bastard, Wapol. You didn't even warn us before running off. Ace complained. Why is it because of the minerals? Dis asked. Follow me. Wapol tossed both of them dark cloaks. Warcury knew his arrival would alter the fates of certain individuals in the world of pirates. In the original timeline, only after Ace perished alongside Deuce did he consume the Mera Mera no Mi and awaken as a devil fruit user. But due to his butterfly effect, Ace consumed a devil fruit shortly after setting sail. Such is the trajectory of this world, a powerful force of fate correction. The four clad in long robes cautiously trailed a convoy of carts. After Warcury perceived their positions through his observation hockey, he had Ace sense the fire elements aboard the carts. Only after confirmation did they continue following. Hey, why do you say the problem lies with the ore? Deuce asked. Ace also leaned and equally curious. I've used this fire crystal before. Upon analysis, I discovered that during extraction it becomes highly unstable and has a significant probability of explosion. Unless professional mining methods are employed, the miners' lives will be in grave danger. Warcury informed Ace and Deuce. But the true truth was that Warcury was well aware of the exploitation inherent in capitalism and even the far more vicious oppression of feudalism. Long before Warcury had dispatched Hayabusa to gather intelligence on this country, and even when Robin was still with them, he had already begun preparations. Before Duke Bok seized control of the Fire Kingdom, the old king may have been mindful of the mining dangers resulting in relatively low fire crystal output. However, after Warcury's own recent inspection, he discovered that the current mining output had increased tenfold. By calculating the carrying capacity of the ore carts, Warcury easily determined the precise magnitude of the increase. Whether in towns or villages, Warcury combined his findings with intelligence from the old fishermen and reached a conclusion: the young labor force had disappeared. If the labor force of the entire nation had vanished while ore output had increased tenfold, Warcury had every reason to suspect that these people had been forcibly conscripted by Duke Bok's decrees to mine the ore. After all, from Duke Bok's lavish spending during the World Government Conference, it was clear he wasted no money. Yet based on his knowledge of the Fire Kingdom, Warcury understood the country's true condition. Money. Where did it come from? Therefore, Warcury decided to tail the ore cart convoy and see for himself. Some matters could not be explained to someone like Ace, for as King Warcury was a beneficiary of both capitalism and feudalism, yet he ensured his people lived better lives. His principle was that those who followed him would share in the prosperity, while Duke Bok's approach was to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. In truth, in most nations of this pirate world, kings and nobles enjoyed the fruits of the commoners' labor, and for the sake of profit, they did not treat commoners as human beings. Just like Robin's homeland, a nation known to the world as the White Town Flavis. Due to underground plumbump mineral deposits, this nation featured the extraordinary sight of flawlessly white trees and ground, and plumbump was also a superior raw material. But the world government concealed the truth about plumbump. Once extracted, it poisoned people, causing them to suffer from plumbump disease. Residents fell ill as trace amounts of toxins accumulated, shortening each successive generation's lifespan. Those afflicted could only watch helplessly as their skin and hair turned increasingly white, dying while enduring excruciating pain throughout their bodies. Though plumbump disease was not contagious, neighboring countries, deceived by the world government's concealment, feared infection and blocked all exit routes from Flavis. White Town residents hoping to emigrate abroad for treatment were mercilessly shot, and ultimately war erupted. In this incident, both the world government and the kingdom's kings and nobles concealed the truth from the common people, sacrificing them for money and profit. Warcury deeply suspected that the Fire Kingdom was similar to Flavis. With Duke Bach, a man utterly consumed by selfishness, now the nation's leader, such things were entirely possible. What puzzled Warcury was that Duke Bach managed to defeat his competitors and seize control of the Fire Kingdom. Was there a world government shadow behind this? Where would these mind fire crystals be transported? Warcury felt he had stumbled upon a hidden secret. The present-day Wano Kingdom was so formidable that not even a fly from the world government could infiltrate it, but the Fire Kingdom was different. During the Tanisha Kingdom incident, Warcury had already suspected world government involvement. As for the source of the fire crystals, the world government would surely have their hands in it. What benefit could I gain from this? Warcury's mind raced furiously. Wano Kingdom. Mahuru made landfall at the port. Accompanying him were two figures in masked black robes. The harbor patrol and security forces had already surrounded them. Chief Warrior Dalton refused to let Mahuru set foot in Wano Kingdom. At that moment, Cromari, Jess, and Dr. Kareha were all present. Hey, Dalton, you dog-like servant. I am Warcury's older brother. Mahuru roared in fury. I apologize, but your majesty, King Warcury has no older brother. Lord Mahuru from those days was exiled and deposed by the king. As Chief Warrior, Dalton was responsible for national defense. Given Mahuru's wide-area destructive spore bomb ability, he maintained the highest level of alertness. He was equally wary of the two masked figures in black robes who accompanied Mahuru. The Fire Kingdom and Wano Kingdom already harbored mutual hostility. During the period of Warcury's disappearance, the Wano Kingdom remained peaceful on the surface. Who knew what schemes might arise within? Human loyalty was fickle. Dalton was deeply concerned about the days without the king as a pillar of strength. Ha ha ha, deposed. Look at this. Mahuru pointed to the ship he arrived on, its flag proudly displaying the banner of the world government. I am now the recognized Prince Mahuru of Wano Kingdom by the world government. Mahuru said with triumph. Upon hearing this, Dalton knew the situation had grown complicated. The world government's move was truly disgusting. By what right does the world government interfere in Wano Kingdom's internal affairs? A deposed prince holds no authority to have his domestic status restored by the world government. Dalton stated firmly. The world government may not interfere, but Mahuru was appointed by the Celestial Dragons. Do you intend to defy the Celestial Dragons' orders? Remember, your king is merely a mortal ruler, while the Celestial Dragons are gods. The robed figure behind Mahuru spoke. Upon seeing the figure remove his hat and reveal the distinctive CP0 uniform beneath, Dalton tightened his grip on his battle axe. The world government had intervened. Had news of King Wariku's disappearance leaked? Dalton immediately considered this possibility. The situation had become exceedingly delicate. Dalton, where is my dear younger brother? Why doesn't he come out to greet his elder brother? Or perhaps, he is not in Wano Kingdom. If he is not, then I am the first in line to inherit this nation. Dalton, are you attempting rebellion? Mahuru said with a sinister smile. At that moment, a large contingent of CP0 combat members disembarked from the world government's ship. On the nearby seas, the silhouettes of Navy warships also appeared. The Kingdom of Drum was now viewed by the world government as nothing short of succulent prey, yet every morsel was wrapped in thorns, making it impossible to swallow. And since its claim lacked legitimacy, a direct seizure was not an option. The CP0 division had amassed extensive intelligence on the Kingdom of Drum, and they were highly covetous of the secret technologies being developed by its ruler. Whether in biotechnology or mechanical engineering, the world government coveted these advancements for itself. They had once approached Wapol in negotiations to acquire the technology, but regrettably no agreement was reached. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Drum already possessed weapons of a threatening nature. In addressing such potential dangers, the world government typically preferred to seize control directly rather than allow them to remain in foreign hands. The Kingdom of Drum differed from other nations as the world government depended on its supply of alloys and medical provisions. As a member state of the world government, the Kingdom of Drum had legitimate standing, leaving the government with no justification to launch a direct assault or forcibly seize its technological resources. The infiltration efforts by CP0 had made little meaningful progress. Until that is a crucial piece of intelligence emerged, King Wapol of the Kingdom of Drum had vanished without a trace. This revelation proved an absolute stroke of fortune for CP0. With the king absent, the world government merely needed to install a puppet ruler and bring the Kingdom of Drum under control without shedding a single drop of blood. The initial objective was securing a suitable puppet, and by fortunate coincidence, Duke Bach of the Fire Nation provided just such a candidate. Mushi Lu, the elder brother of King Wapol of the Kingdom of Drum. They would first deploy Mushi Lu to test whether the Kingdom of Drum stood united like an unbroken iron plate. If Wapol had indeed disappeared, Mushi Lu would be recognized as the legitimate heir to the throne, and anyone defying his authority would be branded a rebel. And as the enforcers of world justice CP0 could then legitimize their intervention through Mu-Shi-Lu's request for external military assistance, establishing a sound justification for attack. With this pretext, they could eliminate all resistance within the Kingdom of Drum and assert full control over its territory. To assemble sufficient forces, CP0 mobilized a large contingent of operatives and deployed 2 senior combat officers to safeguard Mu-Shi-Lu. The world government issued an immediate directive ordering naval forces near the Kingdom of Drum to intervene, with the orders from the 5 elders bypassing Sengoku entirely and dispatched directly to Admiral Akainu. Meanwhile, Akainu had just received the order in his office. Deploy naval forces surrounding the Kingdom of Drum to coordinate with CP0's military operations. Though Akainu remained bewildered by the directive, he understood that obedience to orders was the duty of every soldier. A web of conspiracy had begun to unfold around the Kingdom of Drum, and crisis was upon it. The mining operations of the Fire Nation. The firestone was remarkably dense and hard, matching the tensile strength of iron, ore, and other metallic minerals. With mechanized industry practically non-existent in the Fire Nation, mining relied entirely on manual labor. Mining represented the technical and scientific discipline of extracting mineral resources from the Earth's crust and surface. Firestone deposits served as a crucial industrial raw material. Its value was no less than that of lead, or yet the presence of fire elements and energy within the deposits made mining operations prone to catastrophic explosions. Unlike the Kingdom of Drum, the Fire Nation showed little regard for the sanctity of ordinary lives. The aristocracy above cared nothing for the survival of common folk below. Under Duke Bok's forced mining mandate, the Fire Nation's workforce had been conscripted into the mines against their will. The Kingdom of Drum had already entered an age of industrialization, with mechanized systems handling all mining operations. Even the Tanya Kingdom had procured substantial quantities of Drum's construction machinery. Drum's mining methodology encompassed 3 principal phases: development, slicing, and extraction. Development work was laid out according to the dimensional specifications of each or block, addressing essential requirements, such as personnel access or transport equipment, and material delivery, ventilation, and communication systems. Slicing operations created the necessary free faces and fall zones for extraction. Once these preliminary stages were complete, large-scale extraction could proceed directly. All 3 operations functioned within defined temporal and spatial parameters, requiring coordinated integration across time and space to ensure seamless execution. Industrialization delivered enhanced efficiency and increased output. The Fire Nation, however, compensated through human lives. Overexertion shortened lifespan, a principle that held true even in the One Piece world. After capturing Luffy and Kid Kaido, sentenced them to prison labor in the mines. Thus, the livelihood of the Fire Nation's citizens rested upon the suffering of the lower classes, an existence not dissimilar to that of prisoners. Duke Bok possessed considerable political acumen. He used the revenue from mined ore to secure the loyalty of all Fire Nation nobility, while allocating a modest portion of funds to families whose members had been conscripted, ensuring their survival. The elite dined lavishly on the suffering of others, while the common folk paid dearly for mere subsistence. To verify these suspicions, Wapol took certain actions. The 4 individuals followed the ore carts to the mine. The Fire Nation guards were entirely unable to stop them, nor even detect their presence. Infiltration proved remarkably effortless. "This is the mining site," Wapol stated. "What brings us here?" Ace and Dios both expressed confusion. "Didn't you find this nation peculiar?" Wapol gestured toward the miners extracting ore. "I believe the answer lies here." "What's wrong with the miners?" Ace inquired. "We'll find out by experiencing it firsthand." Wapol, Ace, and Dios disguised themselves, smearing their faces with soot and donning tattered garments before blending into the crowd. As for Maya, being a woman, she remained outside the mine to provide backup and support for subsequent operations. The trio merged with the workforce as anticipated. Oversight was lax, with even basic roll calls absent. Manual mining demanded considerable time and effort. Wapol pushed a cart, while Ace wielded a heavy hammer. "Brother, how long have you been working here?" Wapol whispered to a young man nearby. The young man glanced around, nervously fearful of discovery by the overseer, and responded in a hushed tone, "Half a year." Upon hearing this, Wapol deduced that Duke Bok had effectively controlled the nation for approximately 6 months. Ever since Duke Bok enacted the new laws, men like us have been conscripted into forced labor. It's been ages since any of us visited home. By the way, I've never seen the 3 of you before. We're newcomers. New recruits. Best we get to work quickly, or the overseer will make an example of us. As Wapol continued gathering intelligence, he discovered that the common people of the One Piece world possessed remarkable resilience against oppression. Despite such grueling forced labor, there was no sign of rebellion. This explained why the Revolutionary Army remained comparatively weak and why Dragon's ideology had yet to gain widespread traction. What occupied Walpo's deeper contemplation was whether the ancient Great Kingdom's philosophy might have been rooted in Dragon's own beliefs. Equality, freedom, a world without oppression or exploitation. Walpole reflected that his own nation might require similar reforms in the future. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by an explosion. Another accident. The surrounding workers rushed toward the blast site. A young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood from the explosion. During firestone extraction, excessive fluctuations in fire element energy could trigger explosions. No protective gear, no medics on standby, no emergency protocols in place. They truly hold human life in such contempt, Walpole murmured in dismay. Make way for me. The overseer swung his whip, clearing a path through the crowd. Damn it, another batch of fire crystals has been destroyed. You good for nothing. Rather than tending to the wounded, the overseer only increased his blows against them. Even with the robust vitality that characterizes this world, if the overseer continued his assault, that young man would surely perish. Whoosh! Thud! Volubo flicked a pebble, sending the overseer tumbling to the ground. Aunt! The overseer cried out in pain. Who dares ambush me? You lowly commoners. Do you not wish to live? The overseer blew his whistle, summoning the mine's guard soldiers. Volubo remained hidden within the crowd, observing the miners' reactions. To his disappointment, none stepped forward to resist. Timidity, cowardice, helplessness, and resignation were etched across their faces. Gazing at the miner collapsed on the ground, barely drawing breath, Volubo sighed. Just as he was about to intervene, Ace rushed forward first. Hey, you overseer. Why are you not rescuing them? Ace grabbed the overseer by the collar while the guards had already closed in around them. Someone. There's a rebellion. Guards. The overseer roared loudly. Kill. The guards didn't bother asking questions. They simply followed orders. A dozen guards, none weak in combat strength, charged at Ace wielding flame-infused weapons. Yet playing with fire before Ace was like showing off swordsmanship before Guan Yu himself. This is taking an unexpected turn. Volubo found the situation growing more intriguing. The flame weapons passed right through Ace's body, unable to harm him in the slightest. The flames from the guards' weapons were directly absorbed by Ace. Fire gun. Ace's fingers moved rapidly, instantly dispatching the surrounding guards. Though these guards possessed considerable strength against ordinary people, they were utterly crushed when facing Ace, who held the advantage of elemental superiority. Brothers, we've been deceived by Duke Bach and those nobles. At that moment, Volubo channeled his inner performer. The wages we earn through our labor have been embezzled by the nobles. These nobles treat our lives as worthless, treating us like nothing but tools. Everyone witnessed it. The miners left their brother to die without lifting a finger to help. How could the nobles above ever consider us human? The wages the nobles promised to send to our families have also been confiscated. Volubo delivered his impassioned speech with burning conviction. Seizing the overseer, he pressed a pistol against his temple. Speak. Did the nobles above fail to pay our families? Did they refuse to treat us as human beings? Speak. Volubo glared savagely at the overseer. The overseer dared not resist, and could only comply with Volubo's questions. Yes, yes. Bang. Volubo shot him straight through the head. Brothers, break through. Fight these blood-sucking nobles. We must go home. Volubo fiercely stoked the miners' emotions. Earlier he had observed that these exploited miners were already on the verge of eruption. They merely lacked confidence. Now that Ace had swiftly eliminated the guards and Volubo's words had stirred the last spark of hope within them, the moment had arrived. Their families were still waiting for their return. Reinforcements from the guard army were continuously closing in, but under Ace's assault the encirclement was swiftly breached. As chaos engulfed the crowd during the riot when the guards prepared to summon reinforcements via Din Mushi-Maya, waiting at the perimeter, used the signal interference device Volubo had provided her to disrupt their communications. The rioting miners broke through the mine area, scattering the guards in disarray. While the Kingdom of Fire and the world government plotted against Drum Kingdom, Volubo unwittingly began wreaking havoc throughout the Kingdom of Fire. The port of the Kingdom of Fire. At this moment, world government transport ships were loading cargo here, preparing to ship out the newly mined fire crystals. The transport vessel was under the control of world government CP officials, while the escort was commanded by Navy Vice Admiral Dolo. Dolo, though aligned with Akainu's faction, had secretly been co-opted and controlled by the world government. Was a vice admiral who wasn't particularly elite worth the world government's efforts to recruit? The answer was yes. While certain covert operations were handled by CP0, there still needed to be a naval cover on the surface. The Navy was no stranger to scoundrels, the colonel of Flevent's village being a prime example. Much like the Golden Emperor Tato Land, who escaped world government retribution not merely through strength, but through the power of wealth. Although Volubo had initially blocked the rapid spread of riot intelligence, as time passed the Kingdom of Fire eventually learned of the uprising at the mine. What? The mine has revolted. Duke Bach said irritably. Reporting to your excellency, according to the information received, the riot has been ongoing for 3 hours. A soldier replied. You useless fools. After all this time you just received word. Idiot. Go suppress the riot immediately. Duke Bach kicked the soldier away. The world government's cargo could not afford any mishap. His rise to power in the Kingdom of Fire was entirely due to their backing. but in exchange he had to fulfill the world government's demands. If the fire crystals were not delivered to the world government on schedule, he would be replaced. Volubo, where are you going? Ace and Luz followed Volubo, once again utterly confused. The port. Volubo answered. The port. While you were fighting the guards, I took the liberty of interrogation. Duke Bok's ability to defeat other royal succession candidates within the Kingdom of Fire stemmed from foreign backing. The sudden surge in fire crystal production is suspicious, and the only entity with such insatiable demand is the world government. Thus it can be deduced that it was either the world government or the CP division that supported Bok's candidacy for the throne of the Kingdom of Fire. Therefore, with no such thing as unprovoked assistance, there must be mutual interests at play between them, and fire crystals serve as the connecting point. Volubo suddenly displayed a sinister expression. I'm more than willing to undermine the world government. Volubo felt it would be most satisfying to strike a blow against the world government. Since both the Kingdom of Fire and the world government harbored ill intentions toward Drum Kingdom, Volubo had no qualms about causing them trouble. However, at this moment Volubo was unaware that a vast net was closing in around Drum Kingdom. What's going on today? Why haven't the fire crystals arrived for delivery? A CP0 official said impatiently. At the port a transport ship was docked, and in the nearby waters Navy warships were anchored. The handover was managed by CP0 government officials responsible for the fire crystals. The CP department is extensive and CP0 itself does not consist entirely of combat personnel. However, even non-combat members must meet a minimum standard of fighting ability. Surrounding the official were uniformly dressed men in black suits. The combined strength of these individuals was formidable, and with naval escort providing additional protection, the security of the fire crystal transport was exceptionally high. The harbor was heavily guarded by men in black suits and soldiers. Sneaking in undetected was impossible. Yet ancient wisdom shone bright at this very moment. Diversionary tactic. Wapol, Ace, Duce, and Maya devised a battle plan together. Ace would create chaos and draw enemy forces while Maya and Duce would provide support. Wapol would infiltrate the transport ship and destroy the fire crystals on board. Duce looked utterly bewildered. From the moment their calamity began, he had simply drifted along with Wapol and the others. He had actually wanted to say he didn't wish to be involved. But seeing Ace's eager expression, Duce could only steel himself. Ace, still a rookie, feared nothing under heaven and earth. If one wished to become a Grand Line pirate, how could one make the world take notice without causing a stir? The greater the chaos, the higher the bounty naturally became. Once he became a powerful pirate, he would head to the new world. Fire Fist. Ace transformed his arm into a colossal flame of scorching heat. He extended his arm and hurled the flaming fist straight toward the densest cluster of black-suited guards at the harbor. Fire Fist, with its incredible speed, wide range, and devastating power capable of sinking 5 ships in a single blow, was Ace's most frequently used technique. This strike eliminated most of the weaker black-suited soldiers. The survivors were elites who had sensed the danger beforehand and managed to dodge. Even calling them elites was generous when measured against ordinary people. Their individual strength paled in comparison to Ace's. The attack had drained some of Ace's stamina, so he charged into the crowd and engaged the government guards in relentless hand-to-hand combat. Surround him. Open fire. The black-suited guards carried rifles, fine weapons. In the pirate world, guns might be ineffective against the strong, but against those slightly weaker the threat was considerable, and it depended on who wielded the gun. Though these black-suited guards were elites from the world government's CP-18 divisions, they were hardly CP-0 or CP-9. Bullets rained down on Ace like a sieve, yet flames consumed them, and Ace emerged completely unscathed. A devil fruit user. Damn it. The CP-1 officer grabbed the Den Mushy and pressed the emergency button. Major Dory. We need reinforcements now. We're under attack. The CP officer said urgently. On my way. Major Dory on the other and hung up the Den Mushy. Major, there's a massive fire explosion at the harbor. Understood. Our mission is to protect the transport ships. If anything goes wrong, we'll all face disciplinary action. I'll head over first. You dock at the harbor sections without fire, then provide backup support. Set up a perimeter blockade and don't let any criminals escape. Major Dory's eyes darkened as he gazed toward the harbor's most chaotic area, using Soru to launch himself forward. Ace fought through the crowd with punches and kicks occasionally, supplementing his attacks with his Mera Nomi abilities. Paramecia-type users can phase their bodies into elements, though Blackbeard was the exception. With the black-suited guards' rifles no longer a threat, and no strong opponents left to counter Ace, the CP's defenses had already been breached. If Ace used his flames to detonate the transport ships, the CP officers in charge would be finished. However, Ace's mission wasn't to attack the ships. It was simply to create chaos at the harbor. Now the entire Fire Nation was in turmoil due to the mine strikes, and the harbor district couldn't escape the unrest. Ace, watch out. Duce spotted a figure diving through the air toward Ace and quickly warned him. Ace also sensed the danger. In the world of pirates, the world government stands as the foremost power, with the Marines serving as its primary military force. The backbone of the Marines consists of vice admirals. Many underestimate the strength of vice admirals, and there's a reason for that. Every vice admiral has cleared the minimum threshold. Some vice admirals bear the rank, but possess strength nearly on par with an admiral. Of course, Garp is the exception. In the author's eyes, the old man is a legendary powerhouse. Excluding Garp, there are over a dozen vice admirals in the Navy. Among them, the veteran vice admirals are no pushovers, and a few with unique abilities stand out as elite commanders. Assessing a character's strength is difficult. Time, location, environmental factors, and mental state all influence the outcome of a battle. In Walp's knowledge of future plot events, Tashigi and Shaka were both candidate admirals who held the rank of vice admiral. It goes without saying that vice admirals in the One Piece world are formidable opponents. In the current Drum Kingdom, Dalton, the strongest fighter on paper, is at the level of an elite vice admiral, and when combined with advanced weaponry, his combat power reaches even greater heights. Facing the approaching Marine Vice Admiral, Ace didn't dare be careless. That old man was a monster among vice admirals. Fire gun. Ace raised his hand in a probing attack. He pointed his index and middle fingers like a pistol at Dory, then fired a series of small flame shots from his fingertips with the power of a handgun. This was one of Ace's mid to long-range probing techniques. Paper art. The 6 powers were fundamental applications of hockey serving as both combat techniques and movement methods. Every legitimate Marine Vice Admiral must master several of the 6 powers. Legitimate Marines are officers trained and cultivated by the government, while non-legitimate ones come from world government conscription. In the early stages, the Navy maintained strict scrutiny over officers to prevent espionage infiltration, which explains why Virgo spent so long climbing to the rank of Vice Admiral. Major Dory's observation and armament hockey were formidable. He effortlessly evaded Ace's assault using the paper art technique. Ace furrowed his brow, recognizing that this unexpected Marine Vice Admiral possessed extraordinary strength. How did I know it was a Marine Vice Admiral? The insignia on his cape gave it away. Old Man Garp wore the same type. Index laser. Major Dory concentrated his entire strength into his index finger, launching a strike in the blink of an eye with his hardened digit. His fingertip carried the force of a bullet capable of easily piercing through the human body. Moreover, Major Dory was a battle-hardened warrior with extensive combat experience. Having observed Ace earlier, he knew the young pirate was a devil fruit user, so he applied armament hockey to his finger. Having suffered under the effects of armament hockey at Walp's hands before Ace knew his physical form was vulnerable to such attacks, so he phased his body to evade and retreat. His objective was to create chaos among the harbor soldiers. He didn't need to engage a powerful Marine Vice Admiral in direct combat. Flame Cloud Wall. Ace targeted a section of the harbor and unleashed a massive wall of fire to isolate Major Dory within that area. He then swiftly withdrew. Major Dory covered himself in hockey and charged through the firewall, but the delay gave Ace enough time to escape. Maya and Duce arrived to rendezvous with Ace, and they fled the scene together. Cursed pirates. Major Dory roared in fury. Major Dory was a follower of Akainu who was not only his superior, but also his idol. Dory firmly believed in Akainu's absolute justice. Back when Akainu held the rank of Vice Admiral, Dory was a lieutenant and accompanied him during the O'Hara massacre. To eradicate evil, even sacrificing a portion of innocent people is justified under the banner of justice. Vice Admiral Dory pulled out his Den Mushi. Adjutant, aim the warships at the area near the harbor. The pirates fled in that direction. Fire upon them and block their escape. Vice Admiral Dory, there are civilians in that area. If we open fire. Obey orders. Open fire. Yes, sir. The warships at sea turned their bows, their cannons aimed at the area where Ace was located. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the artillery shells turned the entire area into a sea of fire. Standing in a shadowy corner, Valpor witnessed the scene unfold. The course of history must ultimately be corrected. Ace will inevitably face Vice Admiral Dory in this battle. Valpor casually dispatched the transport ship's guards and slipped inside. The transport ship carried a large quantity of fire crystals, which contained vast amounts of turbulent fire element energy within them. My energy core has absorbed a substantial amount of pure gold essence, and I've also used pure gold energy essence to craft a gem that replaced the defective one in my energy gauntlets. These fire crystals rich in elemental fire energy should be enough for me to refine a flame gem. Valpor shifted his form. Devouring factory. Valpor swallowed bite after bite. The transport ship's hold was enormous, filled with fire crystals mined over the past several months. The devouring factory was nothing short of a divine technique. It could strengthen, purify, and reshape any substance. When he could still access the void time cave, he had once studied it. The law of conservation of energy had never changed. He had once attempted to forcibly extract a devil fruit from a fruit consumer and nearly died in the process. Purifying a large amount of pure gold had drained his entire body's stamina. Every powerful technique came with tremendous risk. Only when his physical strength and energy were fully replenished would Valpor dare to undertake such massive consumption, fusion, and purification work. The greater the amount purified, the longer it took. Through skill development, Wapol could revert to his normal human form after devouring, and keep the devouring factory skill running in the background of his body. The gauntlet he obtained on the moon was an advanced energy conversion device. By simply providing different types of energy, he could convert and release various forms of power, although it was a consumable item. While Wapol was feasting, Ace and his companions found themselves in a desperate situation. Disregarding the lives of civilians, this barrage of artillery fire had reduced the area where Ace was retreating into ruins. The civilians who hadn't evacuated in time were also consumed by the sea of fire. That bastard. Ace stared blankly at the inferno. "We have to go, Ace," said Dios. "This is what the Navy did. How could this happen?" Maya, as the inheritor of the Holy Maiden lineage, was also shaken by the sight before her. "We can't leave. We need to save people first." Ace spotted a girl crying in agony, her family buried beneath the rubble. Flames. In the control of fire, Ace was the undisputed king. Manipulating flames to clear away debris, he rushed forward to lift heavy objects and rescue those trapped. "Miss, please calm down. I know how heartbreaking this is." Maya embraced the girl to comfort her. Why is this happening?" The girl's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Absolute justice often comes with sacrifices, but evil must be eradicated. Vice Admiral Dory emerged from the sea of flames. Ace had moved aside the rubble only to discover that the people inside were already dead. Pirates will ultimately perish. "Dios, Maya, take this girl and go." "But, move." Dios and Maya supported the girl as they retreated, but she had already fallen unconscious. "Not a single one of you is getting away." "Shave." Firefly fired Daruma. Ace created numerous small glowing embers resembling fireflies floating around Vice Admiral Dory to prevent him from attacking Dios. If all these embers were concentrated on a single target and detonated at once, the resulting explosion would deal devastating damage. Iron Body. Faced with this, Vice Admiral Dory could only abandon the pursuit and go on the defensive. Alongside Iron Body, he also activated Armament Haki for defense. "I can't break through his defense." Storm Slash. Vice Admiral Dory possessed extremely high resistance to fire attributes. Without Ace's knowledge of Haki, Dory held a clear advantage in this exchange. Ace dispersed into flames to dodge. Shave. Palm Gun. Dory was faster in terms of speed. Just as Ace had shifted into his elemental form, unable to move rapidly, he was pierced through the abdomen by Dory's Haki-infused palm gun. Act. For the first time since setting sail, Ace had suffered such a severe injury. Whoosh. Punch after punch rained down from Vice Admiral Dory, and Ace could only do his best to defend himself. "I need to create some distance." Divine Fire, Unknown Flame. Converting his hands into flames, Ace hurled a spear of fire at his opponent, piercing and burning them simultaneously, a technique suited for close combat. The flame spear pierced through Vice Admiral Dory. Though he had covered himself with Haki, he still sustained minor injuries. Ace seized the opportunity to widen the gap between them. Flame Mark, Fire Pillar. After activating his Flame Mark, Ace channeled the collected flames through his spinning hands, amplifying the mark until it became a blazing pillar that shot upward into the sky, striking Vice Admiral Dory midair. This was one of Ace's trump cards. Facing this move, Vice Admiral Dory dared not underestimate it, for Ace was undeniably among the top natural element users. However, his former superior, the embodiment of absolute justice, known as Akainu, wielded the magma fruit. Akainu had once told him if the day ever came when Akainu himself turned to evil, Dory should show no mercy. It was precisely those words that made Dory the most steadfast believer in absolute justice. Therefore, Dory had spent considerable effort studying Akainu, undergoing extensive training to counter magma's heat and piercing power. In the world of One Piece, there truly existed those who were gifted through sheer hard work, and Dory was one of them. His resistance to high temperatures far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. One of Ace's signature moves managed only to inflict minor wounds on Dory. This was a matter of elemental advantage. Ace's large-scale techniques using the Mera Mera no Mi also consumed significant stamina, and in a contest of physical combat, his lack of Haki put him at a disadvantage. In terms of hand-to-hand combat skills, Ace was no inferior to Dory. Having been thoroughly schooled by Wapol in a previous battle, Ace understood the value of Haki and had learned a few techniques from him. But against Vice Admiral Dory, who wielded Haki with mastery, those skills were utterly inadequate. Shaved. Dory moved at high speed, appearing instantly before Ace, and punched him away with a single blow. Trash pirates deserve to be eliminated. Seizing the opening, Vice Admiral Dory unleashed a relentless barrage upon Ace. Gradually, Ace lost his ability to fight back. He was struck repeatedly by Vice Admiral Dory's powerful fists. This was the greatest crisis Ace had faced since setting sail. GOLD. Ace, also known as Portgas D. Ace. Ace's genetic heritage made him a combat prodigy. Just like Luffy, one's bloodline determined much of their aptitude. What set Ace apart was his ability to learn through actual combat. As Vice Admiral Duo Luo relentlessly drilled him, Ace gradually figured out how to harness his Haki. During their earlier exchanges, he had already managed to unleash Haki on occasion. Though the offensive boost from basic armament hockey was limited, Ace grew steadily more proficient as the battle raged on and Vice Admiral Duo Luo's advantage slowly eroded. This guy, Vice Admiral Duo Luo, also sensed something was off. After absorbing several of Ace's punches, he realized his defenses had nearly been breached. Impossible. He learned hockey mid-battle with me. Duo Luo was thoroughly astonished, his jealousy simmering beneath his shock. Like Akainu, Duo Luo's justice told Ned no evil whatsoever. In his eyes, Ace was a pirate, a villain through and through. Damn it. Vice Admiral Duo Luo tensed every muscle in his body, steeling himself to finish Ace by unleashing his full power. Ace too sensed the killing intent radiating from his opponent and knew he had to give everything he had. Great Flame Commandment, Emperor of Flames. Ace summoned several colossal spiraling rings of fire before unleashing the devastating technique. After channeling it through his body, the flames condensed into a sun-like sphere of incinerating power capable of obliterating an entire city. Requiring the Great Flame Commandment to function, it was Ace's most powerful attack. This technique demanded an enormous toll on Ace's stamina. Vice Admiral Duo Luo felt the searing heat of the Emperor of Flames and detected traces of hockey woven within the inferno. He knew that if he could withstand this strike, he would eliminate the pirate for good. But if he failed, he would be reduced to ash by the scorching flames. Armament hockey pushed to its absolute limit, every attribute driven to the peak. The sun exploded across the region in Ace's hands. The entire island of fire witnessed the blazing sphere plunge into the earth. The citizens of the island of fire were born with an innate sensitivity to fire element. Even as they felt the chaotic surge of flame energy in the air, none could bring themselves to believe what they were witnessing. The colossal explosion and blistering shockwave turned the area into an uninhabitable wasteland. Nearby at the harbor, a naval officer peered through binoculars from his warship, observing the aftermath of the battle. Through the thick smoke and roaring flames emerged the battered figure of Vice Admiral Duo Luo. Ha ha ha. Gasping for breath, the Vice Admiral threw back his head and laughed. Because he had won. Ace was completely drained with zero chance of escape. Seeing his ultimate technique fail to finish Duo Luo, he understood his dire predicament. But who was Ace? Since setting sail as a pirate, he had long accepted the certainty of death. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Ace forced himself to his feet. Die! Vice Admiral Duo Luo's fist shot toward Ace's skull. Whoosh! His punch stopped inches from Ace's face while Ace's severed head sailed high into the sky. Splat! It landed on the ground. A gaunt man stood beside Ace, his arm twisted into a grotesque green hue, radiating a razor-sharp aura that left Ace speechless. You alright, kid? You've improved remarkably, Warrior said. I've gotten quite a bit stronger myself. Ace replied. So it's finally time. Warrior answered his own question. Ace noticed Warrior had fallen into deep contemplation. After consuming the crystal, Warrior had intercepted a transmission message. The message was precisely the world government's announcement declaring their intent to strike against Drum Kingdom. When Warrior learned that Vice Admiral Duo Luo aligned himself with Akainu's faction, he decisively formed the intention to kill. Strike first, and you strike twice. With their positions now irreconcilable, there was no reason for Warrior to show mercy. The situation had already torn their relationship with the world government to shreds. Neither side would hold back. Unless one party was completely defeated, the war would never end. Warrior had long ago prepared emergency contingencies. Even if he were absent from Drum Kingdom, nothing catastrophic would occur. I despise these dirty schemes. Warrior stared toward the Fire Kingdom's royal palace. At this moment, he lacked his armored form and possessed only his newly recharged gem gauntlets and 7-star sword. A one-on-one duel against Akainu would be nothing short of suicide. What mattered most now was returning to Drum Kingdom. Vice Admiral Duo Luo had already been assigned to the task of suppressing Drum Kingdom, which is why Warrior had eliminated him in advance. War knew no righteousness, only interest. Akainu bore no blame. He was a soldier following orders. The true culprits were the celestial dragons and the insatiable officials of the world government. Now that their positions were irreconcilable, the world government sought to repeat the destruction of O'Hara. By slandering Drum Kingdom, they intended to annihilate it under the guise of justice. The celestial dragons and their greedy officials were nothing but damned pirates. Those who could not have their way would destroy what they desired. But Warrior was no easy target. After years of biding his time, he now possessed several trump cards, and it was time to reveal them and teach these people a lesson. Drum Kingdom. Fire. At the order of the squad leader, cannons erupted in torrents of flame, bombarding the warships and CP division soldiers. Once Dalton realized peaceful resolution was impossible, he decisively ordered the attack. He then engaged in repeated clashes alongside executives like Raven against the elite operatives of CP0. Both sides traded victories, yet neither suffered casualties. By now the port district of Drum Kingdom lay in ruins beneath the relentless bombardment. Warrior had once said that matters best resolved with money should never be settled with lives. Thus, from the very outbreak of War, Drum Kingdom deployed massive artillery barges to drive the Marines and CP forces beyond its borders, forcing them into a stalemate of exchanged fire. Hira Merriman, serving as the kingdom's chief administrator, organized the evacuation of civilians into shelters the moment hostilities began. The entire Drum Kingdom contracted its defensive lines, minimizing losses to the greatest extent possible. With Drum Kingdom's advanced medical capabilities, any soldier not killed instantly could be brought back from the brink. Meanwhile, the Marines and world government could only sustain mounting casualties. Now lacking top-tier combat power, the world government found its mid-level forces inadequate to compensate for their technological disadvantage. Drum Kingdom's standard artillery, reinforced cannons, and mana-powered weapons inflicted devastating damage upon the naval and government troops. This war had caught the world government entirely off guard. Their original plan had been to seize Drum Kingdom through treachery, but Dalton's decisive counterattack foiled their design. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the world government officials resorted to branding Drum Kingdom's defenders as rebels, justifying their military suppression under the pretense of law enforcement. However, the formidable resistance put up by Drum Kingdom's defenders left the architects of this conspiracy deeply embarrassed. To avoid facing punishment, they had no choice but to urgently request reinforcements from the Five Elders. It was this very escalation that forced the world government to march forward with swollen pride and stubborn resolve, launching a full-scale assault on Drum Kingdom. As long as Warrior does not intervene, we can install his brother as ruler, brand them as rebels, and act entirely above board. If Warrior returns, we will accuse him of harboring Nico Robin, depose him from the throne, and continue backing his brother. This pitiful little Drum Kingdom actually dares to defy us, said a celestial dragon wearing a fishbowl helmet. Kneeling beneath his feet were two figures, the very world government officials who had previously orchestrated the annexation of Drum Kingdom. Dalton, commander of the Wapol Kingdom warriors and army general. Possessing formidable strength, he wields armament hockey and likely observation hockey as well. His animal type, Ushi Nomi, grants him the form of a wild buffalo. His fruit ability is exceptionally well developed, granting him immense physical endurance, strength, speed, and recovery capabilities, the hallmark enhancements of a devil fruit. He is equipped with alloy armor and a battle axe. His combat prowess exceeds that of an elite vice admiral. Ruewin, captain of the Wapol Kingdom's Special Operations Force. According to intelligence from CP1, he possesses the strength of a vice admiral. Cromeraman and Jessa are both ministers of the Wapol Kingdom. Is there any possibility of turning them? No. Currently the kingdom is being led by one person, Dr. Pareja. Who is this person? We have examined the world government's records, but this individual's file is remarkably obscure. According to the intelligence from CP1, she is a woman over 100 years old. Over 100 years old. What race? A common human. The medical standards in the Wapol Kingdom must be extraordinary. This is precisely one of the reasons we must conquer the Wapol Kingdom. The kingdom's wealth, technology, and what the masters desire. We shall secure them all. However, the Wapol Kingdom's military might is no easy feat to overcome. The situation has indeed developed beyond our expectations. Should we fail to take the kingdom, we shall destroy it. What of the hundreds of thousands residing on the island? Eliminate them all. If the circumstances become untenable, I will issue a buster call. Aboard a warship, several masked figures clad in black were conducting this meeting. Their original strategy was to gradually encroach upon and seize control of the Wapol Kingdom, but the kingdom's swift response caught them entirely off guard. Overestimating the kingdom's military capabilities proved costly in their initial engagement. The coastal artillery battery of the Wapol Kingdom proved too formidable, preventing naval and world government vessels from establishing a beachhead. Their assassination units and elite forces were likewise repelled at every turn. The assassination squad suffered devastating casualties, with intelligence indicating the Wapol Kingdom possesses a highly capable covert operative. This time we are indebted to Lady Hagoromo Gitsune for her support. Yong Xinyang bound his wounds. This disaster stems from my actions. Wapol will not simply vanish. When he returns, I shall depart with my people. Lady Hagoromo Gitsune's face was pale, clearly injured. That assassination squad was exceptionally strong. Hilsa, who was known for her bloodthirsty nature, now had both arms fractured. Everyone present bore their wounds. Hayabusa, what of the enemy casualties? Dalton inquired. They have suffered heavy losses, but according to Yong Xion's interrogation, this is merely their first wave. Their true CP top assassins are being dispatched shortly. Hayabusa pondered silently. CP's top assassins? Dalton asked. Yes. These are the hidden elite assassins within the CP division, powerful even among CP0 operatives. Do we have any detailed information on them? None. They operate in complete secrecy, for anyone who has seen them is already dead. Everyone silently tended to their wounds. Thanks to the Wapol Kingdom's advanced technology, these injuries would heal rapidly, but facing unknown adversaries they remained on high alert. Lady Hagoromo Gitsun's SSE organization, working alongside the Wapol Kingdom's intelligence agents, was tasked with countering the world government's CP assassins. Meanwhile, Dalton and Ruewen commanded their forces against the naval offensive. Per emergency protocol, the Scientific Research Institute and Biomedical Research Institute had activated their shelters. Mass evacuations were underway, with arcs transporting civilians to Jaya Island in successive waves. From Jaya Island, they would await further orders. If the Wapol Kingdom fell, they would retreat to Skypiea. Long before this crisis, Walpo had already prepared for conflict with the entire world, with evacuation plans established well in advance. Survive, and there will always be a way forward. The last ones standing claim victory. Should circumstances deteriorate catastrophically, Walpo would abandon the Wapol Kingdom. Night fell. At the naval government's temporary base, the CP division's leadership awaited their most covert operatives. CP-0's elite assassins. Which lord has arrived this time? They say it's Lord Slash. That Lord Slash. Good heavens, the higher-ups have truly taken this seriously this time. This lord has never failed in his missions. He is one of the 7 top assassins within CP-0. Now we can finally eliminate the rebels of the Wapol Kingdom. Indeed. CP-0 serves as both the strongest shield and the sharpest spear for the Heavenly Dragons. The CP division's finest talents are all stationed there. Hey, that was in the past. Now there are also those who merely collect their salaries. Are you referring to the intelligence officers who bought their way in through connections? I never said that. To be fair, once we install our puppet king, we can safely consume their wealth and technology. These 2 CP officials who initially oversaw the conflict continued their casual conversation. Yet suddenly the table before them shattered into countless fragments. Their clothing disintegrated into pieces as well. I am Slash, reporting to both commanders. Before them stood a man carrying a scythe, his entire body wrapped in bandages. TCH Lord Slash. Lord. No. I am merely an ordinary assassin who came to carry out a task. Slash's eyes revealed cold indifference. Haha, here is your battle plan. The official handed him a document with trembling hands. Slash took it and examined it. Assassinating the Wapol Kingdom's high command. Dr. Kureha Kromeraman Jessa Dalton Ruewen. Why have these individuals not yet been eliminated? The official met his piercing gaze. My lord, no. Mr. Slash, the Wapol Kingdom has a covert department that specifically targets the assassins we dispatch. According to our investigation, they likely hired the SSC organization. SSC. That assassin mercenary organization composed entirely of women. That appears to be correct. Then by tomorrow night, you shall witness their severed heads. Slash dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Phew, that overwhelming aura of death nearly caused me to faint. I felt the same. With Lord Slash leading the assassin squad, the Wapol Kingdom's rebels should be finished. The 2 officials exchanged a knowing smile, though they were nearly stripped to their underwear. Since Walpo had vanished, they could brand the current Wapol Kingdom defenders as rebels. In this manner, installing Walpo's elder brother would be entirely justified. All resources of the Wapol Kingdom would belong to them. Upon completion of this operation, both would surely be promoted and enriched. The Wapol Kingdom. Soldiers patrolled in organized units, while Dalton, battle axe strapped to his back, directed defensive preparations. Should the Navy breach the coastal line, they would engage in urban combat. The naval government, frustrated by their inability to breach the Wapol Kingdom's defenses, had resorted to assassinating their leadership. After all, Walpo himself had once declared, to defeat the rebels, first remove the leader. Thus Dalton and his comrades had made their own preparations. A fierce battle ensued, nearly wiping out all of CP's assassins. Though they sustained injuries, the kingdom's superior medical facilities ensured there were no fatalities. Lady Hagoromo Gitsun's SSE organization was utterly decimated, and Hayabusa's covert division had lost half its combat effectiveness. Now Kromeraman Jessa and the others stood fully armed and ready. As the kingdom's army commander, Dalton Alexander stood vigilant. Your Majesty, when will you return? A faint tremor rippled through the air. A spray of blood erupted from Dalton's chest. Ugh. Pooh. Commander Dalton. The nearby guard soldiers rushed over to assess the situation. None of you come near. Dalton watched warily the dark mist on the ground. Moments ago, relying on his beastly instincts, he had narrowly dodged a fatal strike. But Dalton knew the assassin who ambushed him was exceedingly formidable. Earth Stomp. Dalton transformed into his bullman form and immediately activated his area control skill. As the transformation took hold, the wound on his chest ceased bleeding. The rapid recovery ability inherent to Zoan-type devil fruits. The dark mist also took human form at that moment. A top-tier CP-0 assassin entirely wrapped in bandages, wielding a scythe as he charged toward Dalton. Dalton grabbed his battle axe, never having time to don his armor, and clashed with Cutting. Barely exchanging a few strikes, 2 new wounds appeared on Dalton, though the scythe had clearly been blocked by the axe. Zoan-type devil fruit abilities developed to this level. You're impressive. Cutting spoke in a raspy, cold voice laced with a hint of cruelty. For when he dealt with opponents, he would first toy with them, for his attack methods were so bizarre that many victims could hardly survive past the 3rd strike. and the fact that Dalton had blocked the second strike made him somewhat excited. Cutting possessed not only eerie abilities, but his armament hockey, observation hockey, and movement techniques were all first-rate. Though Dalton was no slouch without armor protection, he was ultimately no match for Cutting. The nearby Magnolia Kingdom soldiers could not intervene in a confrontation of this level. This was no battlefield, so they could not exert their proper influence. The battle between Cutting and Dalton was brief, but lethal strikes came incessantly, and Dalton was already covered in wounds from head to toe. "You should die." Cutting's scythe effortlessly pierced through the armament hockey-shielded arterial vein in Dalton's leg. Then the scythe spun back, preparing to sever Dalton's head. Thud! The scythe stabbed into flesh. "Oomph!" Cutting narrowed his eyes. At that moment Hayabusa stood behind Dalton. The scythe pierced through his chest. "Dalton, kill him." Moo! Battle axe impact. Dalton suddenly erupted with extraordinary speed, blood gushing from his leg. Clearly, he was fighting desperately. The speed of this strike left Cutting unable to dodge with movement techniques, and with the scythe firmly restrained by Hayabusa, he had no choice but to take it head-on. "Tch, you think controlling my weapon means you can defeat me? Naive. That weapon is merely my shackle." So Cutting was actually a Paramecia-type devil fruit user possessing the cutting fruit abilities. With his willpower, he could use any part of his body as a weapon to slice through his enemies. Cutting swept his hands, and Dalton's battle axe blocked horizontally. The alloy battle axe was already coated with armament hockey, but even so the axe handle was split in half. As Dalton's attack struck, Cutting's counterattack severed Dalton's right arm. Cutting vomited blood and was sent flying backward. Dalton lay severely wounded unconscious from excessive blood loss. "Ha ha ha, I'm hurt." Cutting's bandages were dyed red, and though his chest wound was turned outward, there was not a trace of fear on his face. On the contrary, he grew more and more excited and manic. Hayabusa withdrew the scythe and threw it onto the ground, glancing at Cutting. "Just consider me your whetstone after I complete my experiment." Hayabusa moved at blinding speed, charging toward Cutting. Cutting's hair came alive as it slashed toward Hayabusa. Each strand could effortlessly sever a person in two. However, although these strands cut Hayabusa's flesh, they could not sever his bones. "What is that?" For the first time, Cutting revealed a look of surprise. Hayabusa's bones possessed a metallic luster, clearly not the bones of an ordinary person. "Metal bones. I can cut through metal too." Cutting intensified the armament hockey on his hair strands, yet still could not sever any of Hayabusa's bones. After the previous battle, Hayabusa had realized his combat power was insufficient, so he had thought of that abandoned plan. The plan that Wapol had thwarted was the alloy skeleton. Hayabusa's bones were crafted from the hardest liquid alloy containing multiple resistances, among which resistance to rule-based cutting was exceptionally high. Hayabusa had taken Cutting completely by surprise. No one could have imagined such a person existed. No, a demon. Though Hayabusa's flesh was torn outward and his terrifying injuries should have been fatal, the wounds healed within moments. Devil fruit abilities. No doubt about it. Cutting showed no concern for his own injuries either. With a wave of his hands, the flesh on Hayabusa's four limbs was stripped away, yet Hayabusa recovered instantaneously. And while Cutting launched his attack, Hayabusa also managed to wound him. Though Cutting was unhinged, he was no fool. In fact, he was a genius to the highest degree. Facing Hayabusa, whose attributes directly countered his own trading wounds, would be far too costly. Cutting's greatest strength lay in concealing his presence. Even those with top-tier observation hockey found it exceedingly difficult to perceive the moment of his strikes. Yet Hayabusa had retaliated the instant he was wounded. Had this been an ordinary person, a single strike from Cutting would have proved fatal. If this youth's bones had not been so impossibly hard, Cutting would have emerged victorious. "Haha, I am still too weak. If my attacks were sufficient to sever that metallic bone of yours, I would not be in such a dire state. I had planned to challenge the world's strongest man after completing this mission. It seems I was being somewhat arrogant." The eyes beneath Cutting's bandages fixed upon Hayabusa, memorizing his appearance before dissolving into dark mist and vanishing. However, before the dark mist had fully dispersed, darkness enveloped it. The dark mist emitted a muffled groan and surged outward. As the darkness faded, Kagaya Kitsune appeared, her already pale complexion growing even waner. "For a promise." At this point, Hayabusa too had exhausted his stamina, for super regeneration required immense physical energy. "Until he returns, I will honor my pledge." Kagaya Kitsune's arm bore a gruesome wound. "Your injury? It's nothing. He is worse off than me." With a gesture, she indicated she was the leader of the mercenaries and would surely fulfill the employer's commission. In this battle, 3 of Magnolia Kingdom's elite warriors had been nearly crippled. Even with advanced medical technology and countless potions applied, injuries inevitably depleted one's vitality, requiring time to recover. Cutting's sudden decapitation strike by CP0 had shown the people of Magnolia Kingdom the true strength of the world government. Even witnessing but a fraction of it was nearly unbearable for the kingdom. Cutting's abilities could neither be described as outrageously powerful nor weak. It was difficult to gauge the true level of this assassin, for all of his attack methods were designed with a single purpose: to kill. But one thing was certain: He was not as strong as a vice admiral, yet he could hold his own in combat without issue. In the ensuing warfare, the world government ceased their strong assaults, for their troop losses had exceeded expectations. Their commander was equally exasperated. Magnolia Kingdom's resilience had cost them dearly. If they retreated, all previous casualties would have been in vain. Failure to execute the mission would ruin any hopes of promotion, and wealth and demotion was far from impossible. Now they were in a bind with no way out, forced to swallow Magnolia Kingdom whole and seize its national resources to make up for their losses. Precisely for this reason, they contacted headquarters and dispatched the CP0 assassin. Yet this so-called top-tier assassin returned gravely wounded, missing an arm and bearing multiple life-threatening injuries. CP0 personnel had already extracted him. The war had reached a point where both sides were equally devastated. Dalton was severely injured and admitted to the hospital, which had also been through a battle. Dr. Correja, the assassination target, was ambushed by two assassins, but was stopped and defeated by Gopta and Chopper. Before Wapol left, he assigned Gopta a mission to protect Dr. Correja. This old woman was a key figure in Drum Kingdom, since Dr. Curie and his wife, along with the newly joined Dr. Arsha at the research facility, remained constantly in their heavily fortified secret base. Dr. Correja stood out as the most vulnerable assassination target on paper. She was Gopta's primary protection responsibility. Old woman, I might actually die this time, Gopta said, his body wrapped in bandages. Hey you brat, staying alive is hard enough, but dying is even harder. Dr. Correja took another swig of liquor. Mother Correja, what should we do if Commander Dalton falls into a coma from his injuries? Chopper also had bandages wrapped around his head. This time Dalton's injuries are severe, and combined with the wounds from previous battles, he won't recover anytime soon. The members of Feathered Fox's SSC organization are all hurt too. Though I despise their assassin ways, they did help us. They're just a stubborn bunch of girls. Hayabusa White just underwent modifications and rushed out to fight, so he's lost his combat effectiveness as well. If you keep playing dead Gopta, no one will be left to defend Drum Kingdom. Mother Correja was also grappling with the current crisis. The world government refrained from an overt large-scale military assault, this time opting instead for a blitzkrieg strategy to seize Drum Kingdom. Since news traveled slowly across the world, they anticipated capturing it within a week. However, Drum Kingdom's concealed strength proved more formidable than expected. Deploying naval reinforcements or an admiral would escalate the situation considerably. After all, this wasn't the O'Hara incident where they could fabricate charges and unleash a buster call. Redline. Mary Geos. Intelligence reports that Slasher suffered severe injuries and retreated. What? Slasher failed? Yes. They mentioned Drum Kingdom has a devil fruit user with hyper-regeneration abilities. Regeneration. Like Marco the Phoenix. No, it's direct flesh regeneration. Regeneration alone couldn't defeat Slasher. Special liquid alloy bones. That's what Slasher reported back. How has Drum Kingdom's technology advanced again? I suspect they're studying something from the ancient kingdom. What do you mean? Here's intelligence. Nico Robin was once seen in Drum Kingdom. O'Hara survivors. We should send an admiral. Send an admiral? That would escalate this enormously. Send the admiral to completely destroy Drum Kingdom's forces and erase them from the world. What kind of situation is this? Slasher actually failed. He was, after all, a rejected former God's Knight member, the weakest among them. But his loyalty and execution ability were far more reliable than the admiral's. So what's the decision? Send an admiral. Send one. Have a kind of go. Tell him that Drum Kingdom's leadership colluded with O'Hara remnants. It's a grave crime. Must be eliminated. The five elders discussed the battle situation in Drum Kingdom. Also, there's been activity from an organization called the Revolutionaries recently. That organization, founded by the dangerous thinking man. Yes. A remote affiliated small nation was recently overthrown by its people. Dangerous individuals. But for now, Drum Kingdom takes priority. If we can't control it, we'll destroy it. We don't need disobedient dogs. With key figures of Drum Kingdom severely injured one after another, the burden of leadership fell on Raven. Dr. Correja served as the interim leader when Walpo was absent, while Dalton commanded the army. With Dalton gravely wounded, frontline combat duties had to pass to Raven. Drum Kingdom's alloy shells packed devastating power, outclassing warship main guns in both range and destruction. The situation remained evenly matched for now, but with the five elders supreme order, the Navy's second fleet was en route to Drum Kingdom waters, and the balance of power would soon tip. Captain Raven, the submarine intelligence unit, reports a large fleet of warships approaching our positions. How many? Preliminary assessment suggests dozens of vessels. This is trouble. The weight on Raven's shoulders was immense. With Dalton, the one who could truly bear responsibility, down, military strategy was beyond Raven's capacity. As for Cromeraman and Jess, neither had experienced large-scale warfare, let alone facing the world government and navy. Let's convene a war council, Raven said, fully aware that if they couldn't withstand this naval assault, Drum Kingdom would fall. The conference room held Cromeraman, Jess, the gravely injured Dalton, Dr. Kureha, Hayabusa, White, Aishin Chopper, and Gobta, Hagoromo, Kitsune, and Natsum gathered around as well. The situation is dire. The world government has abandoned all pretense of decency. They've dispatched the Navy and will likely fabricate charges against us as justification for a full-scale invasion. I've analyzed this. The world government's leadership wants a swift resolution. News has already spread, and the situation has escalated significantly. Once other member nations learned of the world government's intentions to seize resources from an affiliated country, their foundation of rule would crumble. Even if they currently used force to compel submission, the seeds of suspicion would gradually take root until they undermine their authority. What do we do if they unleash a buster call this time? In this situation, we have no choice but to fight to the death. And if they send an admiral, we can't possibly resist an admiral's assault with our current strength. Most civilians have evacuated via the massive arc. The shelters will sink to pre-marked locations on the ocean floor. All research materials from the Institute have been destroyed. Those of us remaining are the last to stay. We've prepared for the worst-case scenario. Against an admiral, we have no chance of victory with our current weapons. They simply cannot match top-tier combatants at that level. We've already contacted Skypiea. They can evacuate us to the Sky Islands at any moment. Skypiea currently has warriors who can assist us whenever needed. If we lose, I will remain behind, Dalton declared. I object. His Majesty Walpo taught us that survival ensures future opportunities, Raven countered. I disagree. Our leader said those who endure to the end are the true victors, Gobta added. I bear responsibility for defending this land. If we fall, someone must answer for it. I am the warrior captain and commander of the regiment. Dalton's loyalty was unwavering, almost stubbornly so. Guru who? The phone Den Mushy from Dr. and Mrs. Kiri. The video phone Den Mushy activated. Gobta answered and a figure appeared projected on the wall. Hello everyone, long time no see. Boss. Walpo, your majesty. Huh? Have you missed me? Walpo had already returned to his rotund form. You rascal. You're back. Handle your own troubles now. I'm too old for this. Dr. Kureha took a sip from her drink. Everyone stay calm. I have a plan. It's time Drum Kingdom reveals its fangs. Walpo spoke with a villainous grin, for his beloved general had returned, the thunder god Enel, along with his mechanical army. End of Volume 1. Fire. Boom. 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 On the seas of Magnolia Kingdom, numerous Navy warships were bombarding the port defenses, and the port defenses retaliated with mana cannons. Destroy this port. Akainu stood on the command warship issuing orders through Den Mushy. Officers on each warship followed orders without hesitation, attacking the port docks recklessly. Fire Fist. Divine Punishment. Invincible Great Mouth Devour. I eat. I eat. I eat. 3 warships at the forefront were suddenly destroyed. What's happening? The officers on other ships had no idea what was going on. Ace punched a warship into shreds with a single blow while Enel hovered overhead, extending his palm toward the next vessel. At this moment, Walpo had not transformed into an iron-skinned mercenary, but instead in his capacity as King of Magnolia Kingdom devoured an entire warship. A king defends his nation's borders, a ruler dies for his homeland. Though this battle carried grave peril, Walpo, as the King of Magnolia Kingdom, had to stand at the vanguard. You insignificant Akainu, who granted you the audacity to invade my kingdom? Was it the 5 elders? Or Ima who gave you such courage? After devouring the warship, Walpo burped and spoke through a megaphone. Akainu standing on the warship froze upon seeing Walpo. The orders from above stated that Magnolia Kingdom was in rebellion and the king was missing. They were to help the king's brother inherit the throne. But the situation now was that the King of Magnolia Kingdom was still alive. As a professional soldier, Akainu naturally obeyed orders absolutely, yet he harbored doubts, and immediately had his adjutant report that the king had not gone missing. Upon hearing the names of the 5 elders and Lord Imu, Akainu's expression stiffened. He knew about the 5 elders as the voice of the world nobles, but who was Imu? By now Akainu had already had his adjutant report the unexpected situation to higher command. But the original orders still needed to be executed. Yes, Walpo and Enel were all far weaker than Akainu. In terms of Devil Fruit ability development, Enel was the strongest among the 3. With the Rumble Fruit's casting range and extraordinary speed, he could still tangle with Akainu for a while As was completely countered. Walpo also dared not engage Akainu in close combat. The Lava Fruit's offensive power was too strong among the 3 fleet admirals. It was the most aggressively oriented Devil Fruit ability. Enel flew in the air continuously, unleashing massive lightning pillars that destroyed warships on the sea, while As' Fire Fist pierced through 2 warships in one blow. Facing the loss of Navy warships, Akainu naturally could not remain idle. Rumble Fruit, Mera Fruit. Akainu's arm transformed into lava. As a Navy fleet admiral, Akainu's personal strength was unquestionable. His use of Haki and development of Devil Fruit abilities had both reached a remarkably high level. Great Flame Pillar. Akainu's combat objective was clear: destroy the entire port of Magnolia Kingdom. He did not take the harassment attacks from Walpo and the other 2 seriously. If you attack Navy warships, I will simply level the port to the ground. Akainu first transformed his arm into a massive lava fist composed of molten rock, then simulated the explosive impact of a volcanic eruption to launch the fist forward. This move of Akainu's great flame pillar possessed enough power to instantly crush and vaporize giant icebergs dozens of times larger than giants. After the great flame pillar exploded, it would scatter into countless volcanic bombs, each with enough power to effortlessly destroy a super large warship. And these volcanic bombs all rained down into Magnolia Kingdom's port district. The port area that Wapol had built with years of effort was razed to the ground by Akainu. You damn Akainu. I'm done with you. Wapol, seeing his hard-built nation destroyed by Akainu, flew into a direct rage. Wapol donned an energy gemstone gauntlet on his right hand and punched directly at the warship where Akainu stood. The force of this punch warped space itself, and the massive energy explosion instantly disintegrated the warship. Seeing this, Akainu extended both hands and pushed forward using haki to block the torrent of energy. As a Navy Fleet Admiral, he had the confidence to withstand this level of attack. And indeed, although Walpo's energy discharge was powerful, it was still insufficient against Akainu. This isn't over. Ah yes, it'll cover me. Wapol, wearing the energy gauntlet, began charging power. Of course, AS covered for Walpo's charge, launching a fire fist directly at Akainu. But Akainu's magma fruit completely counteracted the burning fruit, easily dispersing the attack. Although Enel was agile and speed, his lightning attacks still could not injure Akainu. Enough games. Who do you think you're dealing with? Akainu, with a cold face, struck Aye away with a lava fist. As's entire arm was badly burned. Shaved. Pluto Inu. Although Akainu was a heavy armored warrior, his speed was not slow at all. In a flash of high-speed movement, he appeared behind Enel and delivered a devastating punch. Teleport. If Enel did not possess top-tier observation haki and sense Akainu's movements, he would likely have been pierced in a single strike. Akainu's oppressive pressure forced all three to fight with their utmost concentration. Akainu was indeed the strongest enemy the three had encountered so far. In Wapol's memory, Akainu was the most aggressive among the three admirals. During the War of the Summit, he single-handedly withstood Whitebeard's assault. What left the deepest impression on Wapol was Akainu's magma fist piercing through three opponents in one strike. Jinbe, Ace, and Luffy were all caught in its devastating path. The magma ability in Akainu's hands perfectly matched his iron-blooded naval temperament. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Wapol felt truly overwhelmed. All three of their armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki were inferior to Akainu's. But what if the three of them merged into one? His armament haki, Ace's conqueror's haki, Enel's observation haki. Using the Gura no Mi ability, he would swallow Ace and Enel into his own body. Ace, Enel, we can't defeat Akainu. We need to execute Plan B, Wapol declared. Enel wore an expression of utter disgust, while Ace seemed rather curious. Don't forget your promise, you fatso. Enel was deeply unwilling, but for the benefits Wapol had offered him, he had no choice but to undergo the fusion. Devour fruit. Fusion technique. Activate. Wapol opened his mouth wide and swallowed both Enel and Ace at once. The Navy soldiers were stunned by the scene. How could he actually eat people? Wapol chewed twice and his body began to transform. His height grew to 6 meters, becoming a towering giant with 3 heads, 6 arms, a crescent moon of the heavens on his back, and a sun emblem on his chest. The 3 heads belonged to Wapol at the center, with Enel and Ace on either side. At this moment, Wapol controlled the body. He called this technique the Lunar-Solar Dual God Transformation. Instant transmission. Whoosh. Wapol instantly appeared aboard Akainu's warship. Attack. The naval soldiers opened fire on Wapol simultaneously. However, it was utterly useless, for Wapol's body could elementalize into both lightning and fire. How is this possible? Akainu, vast in experience and knowledge, naturally understood just how aberrant this monstrous king before him was. Future predicting observation haki, Raiwo armament haki, and conqueror's haki coding. I can test all of them now. You shall be my whetstone, Akainu. Wapol had long possessed theory, but lacked the talent to wield it. Now that he had ready-made haki at his disposal, how could he resist the urge to try? Thor's judgment. Flame God's heaven-scorching inferno. Wapol unleashed 2 ultimate techniques, first sweeping away the naval grunts aboard the warship. He then teleported to another warship, wreaking havoc once more. His purpose was not to kill Akainu, but to prevent the Navy from landing on Winter Island. As a fleet admiral, Akainu naturally grasped Wapol's intentions, yet the instant transmission speed granted by the Gura no Mi made pursuit nearly impossible. Even if he caught up, a clash of haki would yield him no advantage. Enel's God's eye was extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to hear the thoughts of every Navy soldier across the entire sea. Ace, being the son of Gold Roger, possessed conqueror's haki of no ordinary caliber. Akainu's several effective interceptions were all repelled by Wapol's conqueror's haki-coated fists. This unprecedented fusion technique gave Akainu a severe headache. When a fighter matching the strength of a fleet admiral shamelessly attacks naval soldiers and warships while employing guerrilla tactics, even Akainu felt a sense of powerless frustration. Meteor volcano. Akainu angrily unleashed a large-scale attack technique. Huff huff. This three-person fusion technique drains an enormous amount of stamina. I can still hold out for 5 more minutes. It's time to settle this with Akainu. Enel and Ace on Wapol's shoulders simultaneously readied themselves. Observation Haki fully activated, Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed, and the powers of the Lightning and Flame Devil's fruits fully ignited. Wapol's Devil Fruit devoured all these elements, channeling them into the energy gauntlet upon his fist. This one punch. Can you handle it? Akainu. A black lightning bolt seemed poised to cleave the very fabric of space itself. Supreme King Haki Overcoat. Supreme King Haki Coiling. A combat technique that supreme powerhouses must inevitably master. Employing his unique fusion ability, Wapol had unleashed this move ahead of schedule. All the energy stored within the energy gauntlets converged into this single punch. Enel's Lightning Ace's Flames Kinbunshiku Haki Busashoka Haki and Haushika Haki, fully unleashed. The most powerful punch fused with the strength of 3 individuals. This strike locked onto Akainu completely. Upon seeing the black Haki lightning tear through the sky, Akainu knew he could only meet this blow head-on. As a fleet admiral of the Marines, he embodied absolute justice. The orders from above were to suppress Drum Kingdom at any cost. Then Sakazuki had no choice but to fulfill that command. Drum Kingdom had to be given reason to be destroyed. Magma Dog. The magma fist transformed into a crimson beast, slamming toward Wapol's most devastating strike. In that moment, Supreme King Haki also erupted from Akainu's body. As the strongest among the 3 admirals, Sakazuki undoubtedly possessed the quality of a king. Perhaps a marine king. At this instant, the collision of their fists shattered the clouds overhead, and space itself began to warp and twist. Ah! Wapol let out a roar of anguish. Space shattered like glass. Akainu's magma dissipated in all directions. His entire arm twisted and fractured, and though Busashoka Haki protected half his body, that side turned utterly charred and blackened. Though Akainu grit his teeth and endured the blow, he was grievously wounded. Wapol fared no better. After that collision, the fusion form directly disbanded. Enel, Ace, and Wapol. All 3 spat blood, their heads splitting with agony. The battle between them did not drag on for days or months as depicted in manga or anime. The legendary Tendayan Night clash between Akainu and Aokiji never materialized here. This was because Wapol's fusion technique at full power harnessed the complete strength of all 3. Such an explosive single strike left Akainu no choice but to endure it. The Akainu at this moment was far from the powerhouse he would become at the Marineford War, let alone the fleet admiral he would later serve as. His current strength had not yet reached that terrifying level. It was precisely why Akainu could be defeated by Wapol, Enel, and Ace fighting together. King Wapol has won. The Marines have been defeated. The Marines are defeated. The surviving soldiers on Winter Island cheered wildly. The civilians had already been evacuated to Gyre Island. The retreat plan was to fall back to Sky Island. This was the worst-case scenario. But the king had won. Wapol had defeated a Marine admiral. Ships waiting offshore retrieved Enel, Ace, and Wapol from the sea. Every warship across the ocean had been utterly destroyed, with Marines clinging to floating wreckage to save themselves. Cough cough. Fetch those Marines from the water. They are our prisoners now. Wapol said weakly. Yes, your majesty. The officers of the guard unit hurriedly waved colored flags directing the maritime guards to handle the aftermath. Upon returning to Winter Island and seeing the harbor reduced to scorched earth, Wapol could not calm his trembling heart for a long time. What are the casualties? Wapol asked. Our soldiers have suffered heavy losses, but not a single civilian was harmed, the harbor guard captain reported through tears. Akainu's meteor volcano had been far too devastating, obliterating the harbor area completely. The soldiers stationed there to defend it had also incurred massive casualties. And at that moment a gigantic eye seemed to appear in the sky, gazing down upon Drum Kingdom. No good. It's Imu's weapon attack. Wapol saw a column of light descend upon Winter Island. In an instant, terrifying energy dissolved his very body. Have I died? No, he was King Wapol. I am King Wapol, the Heaven Swallower. Between life and death, Wapol's Gura Gura Nomi ability evolved. Devour heaven and earth, devour all things in this world. The terrifying weapon strike and its explosive energy, Wapol swallowed it all. Void devour. With every gesture and movement, Wapol devoured all energy in his surroundings. His fruit ability had awakened. Imu, I, Wapol, will personally send you to hell. His voice echoed through the air. But Wapol had already torn open a rift in space itself, following the scent trail straight to the red line. Imu sat upon the colossal throne, utterly stunned, staring at the uninvited guest before him. How is this possible? What? Imu whispered in disbelief. Before Imu could summon the 5 elders for protection, Wapol threw a single punch. The life-draining, devouring power activated, and no matter how Imu struggled, that one strike reduced him to mere nutrients consumed entirely by Wapol. I am King Wapol, the Heaven Swallower. Doctor. Patient 39 has woken up. He's been muttering non-stop about being King Wapol. Alas, poor child. He suffers from a congenital mental illness. He only grows quiet when watching that anime called One Piece. Leave him be glad he's awake. Let him continue watching. The doctor shook his head and sighed. I am the heaven swallower. Wapol. Ha ha ha. A chubby, foolish-looking man sat before the television babbling to himself.